Everyone is laughing at me. As the school's #1 genius, I unexpectedly awakened a ridiculous clown ability with a psionic rating of the lowest tier, E-rank trash. But they don't know that on my interface there is a line of text, proficiency, infinity. Others practice the sword for 10 years to achieve mastery, but their potential is capped. I practice for a day, gain 100 proficiency, and there is no limit. While they are still feeling smug about their brank talents, I am already dealing god-slaying damage with just my basic attacks. A clown? That's right. In the face of absolute power, you people are the real jumping buffoons. The moonlight was like water, yet bitingly cold. And boo, spare me. I really can't go on. Hee hee, how can a man say he can't? Little Moo, if you don't go through the 7 kills combat method one more time today, I won't allow you to rest. I lay prone in the muddy backyard, my lungs feeling like they were on fire. Standing opposite me was Bu Yenhuan, the woman who had adopted me 10 years ago. She wore a loose tank top and flip-flops, holding a casually broken-off twig in her hand, a playful smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. I took a deep breath. The muscles on my bare upper body were well-defined, sweat sliding down my spine. The most striking feature was a hideous scar on my left chest, a mark left by a piercing wound 10 years ago. Logically, I should have died long ago, but I survived. It was a miracle, and also the reason I had to become stronger. Again! With a low growl, I gripped the wooden sword tight, kicked off the ground, and sent mud flying. I charged at that languid woman like a cheetah. There were no flashy moves, only the most vicious killing strikes from the battlefield. Groin strike, throat stab, eye gouge. A hint of appreciation flashed in Bu Yanhuan's eyes, but she showed no mercy. That fragile twig was sharper than refined steel in her hands. Every time, it poked my fatal points with precision, stopping its force just an instant before breaking the skin. 15 minutes later, I collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. Not bad. Your physique and strength have matured. Bu Yenhuan threw away the twig and sat down on my back, suddenly holding a handful of sunflower seeds. What you lack now is simply the slaughter of actual combat. This is the Shinfeng Empire, a world surrounded by dark races. Humanity survives in the cracks. In this nation, the weak have no right to survive. Upon reaching 18, one must join the army. If one cannot pass the spirit awakening ceremony to become a noble psionic user, one can only become cannon fodder holding a rifle to fill the trenches. A 45 mortality rate. This is the sword of Damocles hanging over every young person's head. Bu Yenhuan took a sip from her hip flask, her eyes suddenly becoming somewhat hazy, yet serious. She bent down and whispered in my ear, "Little Moo, for tomorrow's awakening ceremony, remember one thing I say." What? The biggest taboo on the battlefield is exposing your trump cards. If you awaken something special, hide it well. Otherwise, it will invite a fatal disaster. At that moment, the sharpness in her eyes was more menacing than any blade. The next morning, the air was filled with the scent of tension. I ran toward #2 martial arts high school side by side with Shinmoran. She is my childhood sweetheart and my nominal girlfriend. In an empire that encourages early marriage and childbirth to ensure population and troop sources, our relationship is not uncommon. Little Moo, are you nervous? Shinmoran tilted her head to look at me, worry hidden in her eyes. Don't worry, I am the top of the grade, I comforted her with a smile. Though my palms were slightly sweating. I am a transmigrator. With memories of 2 lives and 10 years of devilish training from Bu Yenhuan, I have grinded in this world for 12 full years. Whether in academic subjects or physical fitness, I am the undisputed overlord of #2 high. But I know very well that in this world, hard work is often worthless in the face of talent. The school gate was already under martial law, with armed guards guarding the entrance. A dozen officers in dark green military uniforms stood in the center of the playground, their murderous aura instantly silencing the more than 2,000 students. That's the Deputy Defense Commissioner of Lujian City, Xiao Tianyi. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. I followed their gaze. The dignified middle-aged man was looking toward Class 1. Standing there was my nemesis, Xiao Han. Xiao Han is a typical second-generation rich kid. He has resources and background, yet he is eternally second place. Always suppressed by me. He once pursued Shinmoran and was rejected, and has since regarded me as a thorn in his side. Zhao Chen, I'm actually looking forward to your performance today. Xiao Han walked over, hypocritically extending his hand, his eyes full of provocation. I hope you aren't just a waste who only knows how to study. I shook his hand, adding a bit more force. Worry about yourself. The awakening ceremony began. This was not just a ceremony, it was a watershed of destiny. Su Donglei, no talent, step down. Zhou Xiaoya, no talent, step down. Name after name was called. Teenagers went up full of hope and came down in despair. The girl named Zhou Xiaoya broke down crying on the spot because she knew that what awaited her was cruel frontline military service. This is reality. One step to heaven, one step to hell. Class 3, Wang Cheng. Hearing his name, Wang Qing, who was beside me, trembled. He was invisible in the class, cowardly by nature, and often bullied. I had helped him many times. Good luck, I patted his shoulder. Wang Qing glanced at me gratefully and stumbled up onto the stage. The officer's hand pressed on his shoulder. A moment later, a burst of ice-blue airflow erupted violently. Ice attribute. Combat level 5. Assessment, crank. The audience was in an uproar. Crank meant he could directly become an officer. That was a class leap ordinary people dared not imagine. Wang Qing opened his eyes, first in disbelief, then in ecstasy. When he walked off the stage, his back was straight. The gratitude in his eyes when he looked at me had vanished, replaced by a kind of condescension. Next was Xiao Han from Class 1. He lived up to expectations, or rather, it was destined. Under Xiao Tianyi's gaze, fierce wind and ice roared around him simultaneously. Dual Element Awakening. Combat Level 9. Assessment, Prank. The principal couldn't stop smiling. And Xiao Tianyi nodded in satisfaction. Brank was a genius 1 in 10,000, starting as an elite. Xiao Han basked in the cheers, his gaze sweeping over me with contempt, as if looking at an ant. Immediately following was Shin Moran. When the officer's hand touched her, the surrounding light twisted strangely. Spatial Type, Combat Level 9. Assessment, Prank. The officer's voice trembled. Spatial Type, a strategic level rare ability. Shin Moran jumped up in excitement and looked back at me. Little Moo, you have to do your best too. We're going to the military academy together. I smiled and nodded, but the pressure in my heart multiplied. 2 Branks, 1 Crank. Now, everyone's eyes were focused on me. I was the myth of number 2 high for 12 years, the strongest seed in the mouths of all teachers. Next, Class 3, Zhao Chen. I took a deep breath and strode forward. Xiao Tianyi, the principal. The officers, all the big shots, were staring at me. The classmates who were usually jealous of me were waiting to watch a good show. Those I had suppressed were praying for me to fall from the altar. Let's begin. The officer's hand pressed on my shoulder. A warm force flooded into my body, breaking some kind of shackle. I felt something inside me wake up. It must be strong. It has to be Shrank. Just then, he, ha ha ha. A burst of extremely comical, piercing, and hair-raising laughter broadcasted through the speakers across the entire playground. Everyone was dumbfounded. Above my right shoulder, wind, fire, thunder, or lightning did not appear. Instead, with a poof, a clown popped out. It only had an upper body, its face painted pale white, its mouth looking like it held 2 red sausages. It wore a ridiculous hat, and its hands waved exaggeratedly. Silence. Dead silence filled the venue. Immediately after, the officer looked at the combat level tester next to him. His expression became extremely strange, even carrying a hint of disgust. The needle trembled slightly and stopped at the mark of 1. Zhao Chen. The officer's voice was cold, as if pronouncing a death sentence. Special Type Awakener, Ability Unknown, Combat Level 1. Talent Assessment. Rank. Rank. Also known as Trash. Ha ha ha. I don't know who laughed first, but immediately, a tidal wave of mockery drowned the playground. This is the genius? This is the grades number 1? In dying of laughter. A clown? Even awakening a hoe would be better than this. Combat Level 1? That's not even as good as a slightly strong farmer. Oh my, he was so arrogant before, now his true form is revealed. Xiao Han stood in the distance, a cruel pleasure hooking the corner of his mouth. The principal shook his head in disappointment and turned to leave. As if looking at me for one more second was a waste of time. I was stunned too. Not because of disappointment, but because of shock. In the hands of that hee-hee laughing clown projection, it held a blue semi-transparent panel that only I could see. The text on it was outrageously simple, yet terrifying enough to suffocate me. Ability, Demon Clown. Trait, Infinite Proficiency. Description, records the proficiency of any host behavior. Ignores bottlenecks, ignores talent, ignores limits. As long as you practice, it increases. Current status, 7 kills combat method perfection 1, push-ups Grandmaster, Breathing Master. My pupils constricted violently. In this world, skills are divided into introductory, proficient, expert, master, grandmaster, and perfection. Perfection is the limit of humanity. But on my panel, the one behind the 7 kills combat method meant that I had already broken the rules. As long as I am willing, I can train even the most basic straight punch to the level where one punch can explode a planet. As long as I grind, I can become a god. Zhao Chen, are you deaf? Get down, the officer urged impatiently. I snapped back to reality and glanced at the clown image still laughing hee-hee. If you awaken a special ability, remember to hide your clumsiness. And buzzwords thundered in my ears. Rank? Combat Level 1? Good. This is simply the perfect camouflage. I lowered my head, feigning a look of lost soul, and walked back to the class line amidst a chorus of boos. "Yo, isn't this our class monitor?" A piercing voice rang out. It was Wang Cheng. The Wang Cheng who used to follow my but calling me Brother Chen was now holding his head high, speaking in a tone that was pitiful yet gloating. "Irank, truly a pity. It seems we are not people of the same world anymore." I looked at him indifferently. "So?" Wang Qing was stung by my gaze and leaned in to whisper in anger born of embarrassment. "So, you better have some self-awareness. Shen Moran is already a brank genius destined for the Azure Edge Battalion. You, an Irank piece of trash, stop pestering her lest you look ugly when you get dumped later." The surrounding classmates pointed and whispered. No one stood up to speak for me. This is reality. Your value determines others' attitudes toward you. I looked at Shen Moran not far away. She was being surrounded by 2 military officers, seemingly processing special recruitment procedures. She looked anxiously in my direction but was cut off by the crowd. Little Moo. She seemed to want to rush over, but Xiao Han blocked her path. Xiao Han stood elegantly beside her, like a knight protecting a princess, while I was just that ridiculous clown in the background. "Do you see clearly now?" Wang Cheng sneered. "That is the circle she belongs to." I ignored Wang Cheng and didn't scream or shout in anger. I just looked at the blue panel suspended in the void before my eyes, looked at the line proficiency, and the corners of my mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile even more eerie than that clown. "Laugh. Laugh to your heart's content. You see the first level and think him on the 5th, but actually, him in the stratosphere. In this crisis-ridden world, the identity of an Irank piece of trash will be my best protective coloration. And the moment I truly draw my blade, I will make it so the whole world can no longer laugh." Zhao Chen didn't take Wang Qing's words to heart. He and Shen Moran had known each other since childhood, and their bond was very strong. Moreover, he was well aware that he was not an A-level ability user. He just needed to wait until his strength was strong enough before he could slowly reveal this fact to Shen Moran. He believed that Shen Moran would understand him as well. Shen Moran and Xiao Han were taken away separately, while the remaining students faced the principal's admonition. "Everyone, the awakening ceremony has concluded. How you choose to navigate your lives will be decided by you. You have 2 options. The first is to go to the Qingfeng camp to participate in the camp trials. If you succeed, you will qualify to become a student of Qingfeng camp and will not need to go to the frontline military camp for the time being. The second option is to directly give up on Qingfeng camp, say your goodbyes to your families, and prepare to report to the military headquarters." The principal's expression turned serious. "I know that most of you will choose to participate in the camp training, but I must remind you, the Xianfeng Empire values martial prowess above all, and Qingfeng camp trains elite soldiers, so the camp training may be very brutal. There may even be life-threatening risks, and injuries are a common occurrence. If you lack confidence in your abilities, it's best not to take this path. After all, once you reach the front lines, you might also engage in administrative work or serve as logistics personnel, where the casualty rate is not as high." After listening to the principal's advice, whispers erupted among the students. Some A-level students looked worried. "Our talents are so poor, and we don't come from noble families. We can't compete with those second-generation elites in the camp trials. We might as well accept our fate and go straight to the front lines." Yeah, participating in the camp training would only make us cannon fodder. Many had already begun to reconsider their choices. Soon after, the head of the school's logistics department drove over with a vehicle loaded with many black electronic wristbands. The principal said, "These electronic wristbands are symbols of ability users. In the future, when you enlist, you can use them to connect to the entire military network. You can communicate with each other, accept tasks, and exchange combat techniques from the cloud." According to military regulations, newly awakened ability users can receive the most basic spiritual energy training guidebooks for free from the cloud. After you return, study them well and get a feel for how to use spiritual energy. As long as you master it, even if you go to the battlefield to fight, you will have an advantage over ordinary people. Zhao Chen put on the wristband, entered his personal information, and quickly grasped its functions. This electronic wristband was indeed fully functional, a product specially developed by the Xianfeng Empire's Ministry of Technology for the military, capable of meeting all the needs of ability users. Unexpectedly, just after completing the awakening ceremony, Zhao Chen's information was recorded in it. Name, Zhao Chen. Age, 18 years. Ability, Special Type New Ability, Unclear Combat Level, 1 System Authority, 1. Zhao Chen was taken aback. The Xianfeng Empire truly lived up to its reputation as a nation that values martial prowess, with low-level ability users having pitifully little authority. Nowadays, aside from using it to receive military news and communicate with others, he could only obtain a book titled Introduction to Spiritual Energy. Zhao Chen didn't rush to open it, now that the awakening ceremony was over. He planned to go back and discuss with Aunt Boo about what to do next. He also wanted to verify his demon clown ability. As Zhao Chen prepared to leave the school, a few classmates approached him. Zhao Chen, what are your plans? Are you going to participate in the Qingfeng camp trials or enlist directly? The classmates who walked over were familiar to Zhao Chen. They were not among those who had just mocked him and were quite honest and straightforward. Zhao Chen looked at them and smiled. Of course, I'm going to participate in the camp trials. What about you? What are your plans? He looked at one of his tall male classmates, especially you, Li Zixuan. Your family is quite wealthy, and you are a level awakened. Have your father prepare some high-level equipment for you. You have a good chance if you give it a try. Li Zixuan scratched his head. His father had fought against the dark races in the army and retired as a company commander, enjoying generous benefits from the state. After retiring, he later established a company that thrived. In the Xianfeng Empire, companies run by veterans only pay 1/10 of the taxes of ordinary people. This is the empire's attitude, encouraging all warriors willing to defend their homeland with a clear tilt of resources. I'm a bit worried. The trial for entering the Qingfeng camp gathers all the awakened from the entire Luzhou city. The competition will definitely be brutal, with a death and disability rate of over 70 every year during the trials, Li Zixuan said with a grim face. But according to my old man's character, even if a knife is held to my neck, he would still force me to go. Zhao Chen nodded. His military achievements can only ensure your family's prosperity for one generation. If you want to maintain this honor and the tilt of national resources, strong successors must emerge. Another boy with a big head and messy hair said, Zhao Chen, I'm also planning to give it a shot. We can stick together as a class and look out for each other. This boy was named Zhou Haoyu, with only A-level abilities. He looked honest and simple, but he wasn't foolish at all. He knew that although Zhao Chen seemed to have only A-level psychic talent, his academic performance was quite excellent and his physical strength and combat ability were rare among his peers. So, participating in the upcoming trials still gave him a considerable advantage. The military and arms industry treats students equally, only looking at strength. Even low-level talent holders have had instances of overturning high-level talent holders. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and smiled at the two. If there's a chance to cooperate later, looking out for each other would be nice. After receiving Zhao Chen's promise, the few of them nodded happily. Not far away, several level awakened gathered together, including Wang Cheng. Seeing that some classmates were still clustered around Zhao Chen, he couldn't help but show a mocking expression. Those idiots still think it's the past? Wasting time with that level awakened, how pitifully foolish. Hee, weaklings just love to band together. But this group of useless people isn't really planning to participate in the Qingfeng camp trials, right? Someone sneered with a wicked smile. Isn't that great? The more low-level awakened, the better. They can serve as stepping stones for us. Their voices were not loud, but just enough for Zhao Chen and the others to hear. Li Zixuan and the others frowned but dared not refute. Zhao Chen glanced deeply at them, memorizing their appearances, then waved goodbye to Li Zixuan and the others and left Yuwu High School. Once outside the school gate, the scene was already bustling. Students and parents without awakened abilities huddled together, crying as if they had lost their loved ones. In contrast, students and parents with awakened abilities laughed excitedly, completely disregarding the despair of the failures nearby. Some awakened even showcased their abilities. Although they were only in the initial stages of awakening, the faint psychic energy surrounding them made them feel particularly proud. Zhao Chen turned to leave, and after taking a few steps, he summoned his demon clown. A comically bizarre clown floated on his shoulder, but in this world full of psychics, it didn't seem strange at all. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and tried to communicate with the demon clown. He found that as long as he had a thought in his mind, the demon clown would immediately respond. For example, when he thought walk, the transparent card in the clown's hand immediately displayed the text. Walking, life skill, proficiency 90. In the conventional sense, the maximum proficiency level is 100. Zhao Chen's mouth twitched. It turned out he wasn't at full proficiency. What was this? He couldn't even walk properly? He hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to step with his left foot or right foot first, and finally, with a mindset of giving it a try, he quickly walked home. As he moved, the progress bar symbolizing proficiency slowly increased. Proficiency 90.01. Proficiency 90.02. As Zhao Chen walked, he observed the changing numbers above, and to his surprise, after walking a kilometer, he felt that his normal walking speed had increased a bit. Zhao Chen's heart stirred. He didn't rush home but deliberately took a longer route. After walking for a while, when he reached 3 kilometers, his walking skill proficiency surprisingly reached 95. The progress bar was almost full. The ability of the demon clown has no upper limit on proficiency, which means I can continue to break through even after the proficiency progress bar is full. Walking is a skill everyone possesses, so the difficulty of improving proficiency is relatively low. Let's see what happens after breaking through the proficiency limit. Zhao Chen thought to himself, his eyes fixed on the progress bar display, and he set a goal in his heart. He turned around and walked towards the riverbank on the edge of Changxing district. Usually, he ran at least 20 kilometers every morning and evening, so Zhao Chen's stamina was excellent. Before long, he had walked 10 kilometers along the riverbank. At this point, the demon clown's progress bar was steadily increasing and finally reached full capacity. Ha ha! Walking skill proficiency maxed out, unlocking the second stage light step. Light step, life skill, proficiency 100. In an instant, Zhao Chen felt that after breaking through his walking limit, his legs felt much lighter. It was as if a gust of wind was lifting his legs while he walked, and his speed became extraordinarily fast. This is footwork. Zhao Chen was dumbfounded. He had learned in school that footwork was also very important for those with spiritual abilities. Because in battle, chasing or escaping is crucial. If you can fight but can't run, you're left just staring helplessly. Although Lightstep wasn't as powerful as a proper advanced footwork technique, it more than doubled his speed. Of course, this was because Zhao Chen had never stopped training for the past 10 years, and his physical condition was excellent. Even walking can upgrade to footwork. The ability of the demon clown is amazing. Zhao Chen excitedly clenched his fist and let out a shout, attracting disapproving glances from a group of fishermen by the riverbank. Zhao Chen quickly closed his mouth, thought for a moment, and immediately communicated with the demon clown. What if I change the target's skill to breathing? Swish! The demon clown swiped its left hand across the display, and walking immediately disappeared, replaced by breathing. Breathing, life skill. Proficiency 70. Looking at the progress bar only at 70% for breathing, Zhao Chen didn't feel speechless this time. Instead, he felt happy inside. What would happen if he raised breathing to full level? Zhao Chen went to the riverbank, found a quiet patch of grass with no one around, and sat down. Then it began to breathe seriously. The scenery by the riverbank was beautiful, with a gentle breeze carrying a refreshing scent that made one feel relaxed. Breathing exercises were the simplest, and before he knew it, the progress bar steadily increased to full capacity. Ha ha! Breathing skill proficiency maxed out, unlocking the next stage skill turtle breathing technique. Turtle breathing technique, life skill, proficiency 100. Zhao Chen blinked, carefully feeling the changes in his breathing rhythm at that moment. He noticed that his breathing rhythm had slowed down, and his breath had become longer. Turtle breathing technique, can I hold my breath like a turtle? With this thought, Zhao Chen steeled his heart and directly closed his mouth, stopping his breathing. The surprising thing happened. After a few minutes, he didn't feel the slightest bit of chest tightness or breathlessness. His heartbeat had slowed down, the flow of blood had also decelerated, and his body temperature was rapidly dropping. After holding his breath for 5 minutes, Zhao Chen still felt very clear-headed, and his physical condition showed no signs of abnormality. This ability will be very useful for lurking in assassination, or ambushing enemies in the future. At critical moments, it can be used to feign death and deceive the enemy. Zhao Chen quickly thought of various uses for the turtle breathing technique. His excited body trembled slightly. The ability of the demon clown was simply amazing. However, whether it was the light step or the turtle breathing technique, to fully max out the progress bar, he would need to reach 1000 points of proficiency. But this was not a problem at all, as daily life skills could be practiced continuously. If life skills are like this, what about using them to train combat techniques? Zhao Chen felt his mind expanding. For a spiritual ability user to become stronger, it was not only necessary to improve their combat level, but powerful combat techniques were also crucial. However, in the Xianfeng Empire, there were only 2 ways to obtain powerful combat techniques. The first was the family inheritance techniques of noble families, which could only be learned by family members and were never passed on. The second was to earn military merit and exchange it through the military system. However, the conditions were extremely harsh, requiring one to risk their life to complete various tasks, facing a very high mortality rate in exchange. Therefore, even a genius from an ordinary family needed to fight desperately to have a chance to obtain the powerful combat techniques that the children of great families were born with. Take Zhao Chen's background as an example. Even if he entered the Qingfeng Camp Military Academy in Luzhou City as a junior recruit, he would find it difficult to come into contact with intermediate-level combat techniques for 3 to 5 years. Combat techniques are divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and the divine skills, which are forever out of reach for ordinary people, only mastered by the top families and military of the empire. The higher the level of the combat technique, the greater the power it unleashes, and of course, the higher the cultivation threshold. Generally speaking, mastering a set of intermediate combat techniques is enough to cultivate to the 4th tier of the spiritual energy system, the Hawk General Realm. However, obtaining a set of intermediate combat techniques is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Zhao Chen looked at his demon clown, his eyes sparkling with bright light. In this case, I don't need to compete with others for any advanced combat techniques. Even if I only practice the 7 kills taught by Antbu along with various beginner combat techniques, as long as I keep improving my proficiency, I can reach the level of divine skills. Zhao Chen thought to himself, happily jumping up from the grass. He adjusted the demon clown to the walking skill and hurried home to tell Bu Yanhua about his awakened abilities. However, along the way, some people still cast strange glances at Zhao Chen. He thought to himself, having a peculiar clown flying beside him isn't ideal, it would be better if it could hide. As soon as this thought arose, the demon clown beside him slowly began to fade. You can choose to hide the clown's appearance, so only the ability user can see it. Zhao Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. This made things much more convenient. The distance from the riverbank to Zhao Chen's home was about 5 kilometers. He jogged all the way back, his heart steady and breath calm, taking less than 10 minutes to return effortlessly. This speed was already quite exaggerated for an ordinary person. Moreover, every time Zhao Chen continued to run or walk, his proficiency would slowly increase. After the second stage, the rate of improvement noticeably slowed down, but the sensations in his body became clearer. Based on Zhao Chen's daily running pace of 20 kilometers, he would reach the third stage of walking in no more than 3 months. By then, wouldn't he be able to fly? Zhao Chen's face was adorned with a joyful smile as he hummed a little tune back to his neighborhood. Along the way, he encountered several neighbors, all of whom greeted him warmly. Xiao Mu, weren't you supposed to undergo the awakening ceremony today? How did it go? You must have awakened a high-level spiritual ability, right? Zhao Chen chuckled. It's just average. He had no time to chat with the neighbors and hurriedly ran back home. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by the delicious aroma of food, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Walking into the living room, he saw the table already filled with a sumptuous spread, all of which were his favorite dishes. Bu Yanhua was lounging in a nearby rocking chair, engrossed in a novel. Aunt Bu, I'm back, Zhao Chen said with a smile as he walked over. Bu Yanhua put down her book and upon seeing the smile on Zhao Chen's face, raised an eyebrow and asked, from your expression, it seems the result of your awakening is quite good. So, what level is it? Level or a level? Zhao Chen didn't rush to answer. He cautiously looked around the yard, then reached out to close the back door. Only then did he sit on the floor, facing Bu Yanhua with a serious expression. Aunt Bu, the ability I awakened is this. He raised his hand, and with a loud bang, the demon clown appeared at his right side, laughing heartily. The demon clown. It can infinitely enhance my skill proficiency in various fields. Bu Yanhua, well versed in many things, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the demon clown, as she had never seen such an ability before. However, upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, she froze in place, staring blankly at Zhao Chen and his demon clown, her lips slightly parted, momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, Aunt Bu, how's my ability? It should be pretty awesome, right? Do you think it can be rated as level? Zhao Chen looked at Bu Yanhua with anticipation. Bu Yanhua snapped back to reality and quickly jumped up from the rocking chair, her body turning into a whirlwind as she cautiously checked that no one was eavesdropping around the house before sitting down across from Zhao Chen. Xiao Mu, are you saying you can infinitely enhance your skill proficiency? Even after reaching maximum proficiency, you can still continue to improve? Her tone was very serious. Zhao Chen nodded truthfully and told her that he had tried it on the way home. Even walking and breathing could enhance proficiency. Seeing Zhao Chen's honest expression, Bu Yanhua's heart was in turmoil. Having spent many years in the military, she had seen all kinds of geniuses and bizarre abilities. But such an outrageous ability was a first for her. Infinite enhancement of proficiency, infinite growth. As long as you have enough time, your strength can be infinitely improved, reaching an unimaginable level. Bu Yanhua's expression was somewhat dazed. Then she hurriedly asked, you haven't told anyone else about your ability, have you? Seeing her gaze was extremely serious, Zhao Chen nodded. I remembered what you said. I only told them that I can quantify and enhance proficiency, but they rated me only a level. Upon hearing this, Bu Yanhua let out a long sigh of relief. That's great, I'm glad you didn't spill. Otherwise, your ability would definitely bring you disaster. Bu Yanhua stared at Zhao Chen, speaking each word clearly. Xiao Mu, remember, from now on, you must never tell anyone about your ability. Not even the closest people can know. Unless one day you are strong enough to ignore anyone's covetousness. Do you understand? Zhao Chen scratched his head. Not even to a girlfriend? To be honest, he felt a bit guilty about keeping this from Shin Moran. So Zhao Chen thought he could reveal a little to her, so she wouldn't worry about him. Bu Yanhuan shook her head. As long as you become strong, she will naturally understand you. Not telling her is also for her own good. When it came to ability ratings, Bu Yanhuan said, it's hard to evaluate. I have indeed seen many geniuses. Even a level and even S-level monsters. They start off much higher than you. But your potential for growth is limitless. You will become stronger and surpass those level geniuses at some critical point. Bu Yanhuan extended her soft palm and stroked Zhao Chen's face, laughing proudly. Ha! I, Bu Yanhuan, have actually cultivated a super latest-age genius. I truly have great vision. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. That's because I have exceptional talent and a good awakening. Don't say that. Without my active training, you wouldn't have grown to this point today. Come on, let's have a drink together. Bu Yanhuan pulled Zhao Chen to the dining table and generously poured him a glass of wine. Zhao Chen was already of age and could drink with her. The wine was homemade liquor from the neighbor, Old Han, and it was quite strong, but Zhao Chen looked at the glass in front of him and happily downed it in one go. Hiss, that's spicy. Ha, it's supposed to be spicy, that's what makes it enjoyable. Zhao Chen held the wine glass, his eyes burning with excitement as he looked at Bu Yanhuan. Aunt Bu, I have awakened my spiritual energy now. Shouldn't you teach me some higher-level combat techniques? The recruitment trial for the Qingfeng camp was in a week. If he wanted to become stronger, entering the Qingfeng camp was the best path for an ordinary person, and Zhao Chen didn't want to miss this opportunity. So he hoped to improve his strength in the coming week. Not just him, but other awakened students would also be frantically enhancing their abilities during this week. He had to seize every moment. After hearing Zhao Chen's words, Bu Yanhuan lazily propped her cheek with one hand and said, I have nothing more to teach you. The path ahead needs to be walked by yourself. Zhao Chen was taken aback. Don't you have any secret techniques or something to teach me? Bu Yanhuan's face darkened. Secret techniques? I think you're out of your mind. No. She waved her hands frantically. Zhao Chen pouted. The Qingfeng camp gathers all the awakened ones from Luzhou City. There will be at least thousands of competitors. Among those people, who knows how many are rich second-generation or officials' children, some with advanced weapons, others with powerful combat techniques. How can I compete with them when I have nothing? Bu Yanhuan raised her hand and directly gave him a smack on the head. What are you thinking, idiot? Zhao Chen covered his head, looking at Bu Yanhuan in confusion. Bu Yanhuan said, the Xianfeng Empire strictly prohibits the private teaching of combat techniques, except for the self-comprehended exclusive combat techniques. Don't forget, I also come from the military. The combat techniques I learned all came from the army. Those techniques are not allowed to be taught privately. Once discovered, we both would be in trouble. Only 7 kills is a set of unranked combat techniques that I summarized from years of battlefield experience. What it teaches you is to go all out to kill and win. And later on, you will need to research your own exclusive combat techniques. Your 7 kills will not be the same as my later training. It belongs only to you and is the most suitable combat technique for you. Bu Yanhuan shook the wine jug in her hand, her face slightly flushed, and said unsteadily, moreover, 7 days is simply not enough to cultivate any powerful combat techniques. The military should have issued you the Spiritual Energy Introduction Manual that is the best introductory book for spiritual energy. Zhao Chen was somewhat incredulous. Ha! It's already an introduction, and it's still the best? Are the children of those big families using this set too? To his surprise, Bu Yanhuan replied seriously, exactly, the Manual of Spiritual Energy is the standard introductory book on spiritual energy in all 36 provinces of the Xianfeng Empire. Do you know how difficult it is to create a set of combat techniques that anyone can practice, regardless of their physical constitution? The Manual of Spiritual Energy was personally written by the current strongest in the Xianfeng Empire, the Emperor. From the princes and princesses of the imperial family to ordinary spiritual practitioners, everyone cultivates it. At this point, she smiled faintly. Of course, ordinary people can only practice the basic introductory chapters that have been simplified. The complete version of the divine-level combat technique, the Imperial Catalog, is stored in the exclusive library of the royal family. However, this introductory manual is enough for you to cultivate from the LV1 fighter rank of a spiritual practitioner to the LV2 private rank. After that, you can apply for more powerful meditation techniques at the Qingfeng camp. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. Wait, are you saying that the Manual of Spiritual Energy is part of the Supreme Divine Technique combat techniques of the Xianfeng Empire? Bu Yanhua blinked. Isn't what I said clear enough? A bold idea began to form in Zhao Chen's mind. So, as long as I keep practicing the Manual of Spiritual Energy and continuously improve my proficiency, one day in the future, I might reach the level of the Imperial Catalog. The drunken look on Bu Yanhua's face vanished. She suddenly sat up straight. Wait, hold on. In fact, all the basic combat techniques issued by the military department have been continuously improved by strong practitioners over the generations. So with your ability, doesn't that mean you only need to practice the most basic beginner combat techniques to reach the level of divine technique one day in the future? Bu Yanhua was shocked. And the more Zhao Chen thought about it, the more restless he became. He jumped up from his chair with a whoosh. Elite later, I need to study this book first. Zhao Chen sat cross-legged on the floor and then opened his electronic wristband, pulling up the manual of spiritual energy to read. This was actually a meditation technique. Spiritual energy comes from a mysterious power in the subspace. To obtain this power, only those with spiritual energy talent can communicate with the subspace through meditation and then store it within their bodies. Therefore, meditation is the most fundamental way to acquire this energy. All one needs to do is close their eyes and concentrate, allowing their spirit to connect with the subspace, then guide the spiritual energy from the position of the spiritual sea in the head into the body. The spiritual energy circulates through the internal meridians and then returns to the spiritual sea, completing one meditation session. This process can only rely on imagination, that is, the power of thought to guide the spiritual energy. Bu Yanhua had previously mentioned this basic knowledge to Zhao Chen, so he picked it up quickly. After reading through the manual of spiritual energy, Zhao Chen closed his eyes and began to practice according to the instructions. At the same time, he did not forget to change the ability of the demon clown from breath to manual of spiritual energy. That's right, his demon clown was always in an active state. Even during meals, he wouldn't waste precious time improving his proficiency. Zhao Chen closed his eyes and focused, following the book's guidance to clear his mind. After the awakening ceremony, the gate of spiritual energy within him had already been opened, but the first attempt to connect to the subspace indeed required some time. Bu Yanhua was beside him, looking at Zhao Chen with a serious expression. Zhao Chen felt a darkness in his mind. And after a long while, with the guidance of his thoughts, a flash of spiritual light passed through his mind. It was as if he had touched a chaotic and mysterious power, slowly entering his spiritual sea from the endless void. Zhao Chen's heart raced with excitement, but he quickly stabilized his emotions. This power, although very weak, was indeed the spiritual energy he felt during the awakening ceremony. What you think of persistently will surely resonate. Zhao Chen began to guide this spiritual energy, navigating through the spiritual meridians of his entire body. During his time at Nianyu Martial Arts High School, he had long memorized the names and locations of the 365 spiritual meridians in the human body. This solid foundation allowed his meditation process to proceed without any obstacles. From the Linghai Baihui, passing through the chest and circulating, then through the numerous meridians of the limbs, after a complete round. It seemed as if he had cleared a series of blocked streams before slowly returning to the Linghai. After completing a session of meditation, Zhao Chen felt utterly exhausted. The entire process required complete concentration, guiding the flow of spiritual energy without daring to make any mistakes. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath, only to realize that his head and back were already drenched in sweat. Glancing at the nearby demon clown, he saw that the proficiency of spiritual energy entry had already displayed as 1 point. Zhao Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at Bu Yanhua, saying, "How long did it take me to complete a session of meditation?" Bu Yanhua sighed, "So. You spent 20 minutes on one session. Level 1 indeed has a slow meditation speed." She took a sip of white liquor and said proudly, "When I first activated my spirit, it only took me 5 minutes for my first meditation." Ha! Zhao Chen felt a black line on his forehead. But he was not discouraged at all. "It's okay, I can continue." He focused on the proficiency of the demon clown and closed his eyes again, quickly starting the second meditation process. With the experience from the first time, the second session was indeed much faster. This time it was a whole minute quicker. The proficiency of spiritual energy entry had also reached 2. However, this time, Zhao Chen felt even more fatigued. So tired, even though it's on a mental level, it feels like I've stayed up all night. Bu Yanhua said to him, "At your current stage, you haven't yet mastered the ability to control it freely, so meditation will be very exhausting. Because what meditation consumes the most is actually mental power." Suddenly, she came in front of Zhao Chen and sat cross-legged opposite him, a hint of alluring spring light inadvertently appearing beneath her loungewear. Zhao Chen's face turned red, and he quickly shifted his gaze downward. "Come, stretch out your hands." She extended her soft, fair palm towards Zhao Chen. He also reached out his hand, and soon their fingers were tightly intertwined, making Zhao Chen feel as if he had grasped 2 fluffy clouds. Bu Yanhua suddenly whispered, "Close your eyes and concentrate. Now continue to operate the meditation method." Zhao Chen hurriedly closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and began to eliminate distractions. When he guided the spiritual energy from the subspace again, he suddenly felt a different kind of special spiritual energy on his hands. Bu Yanhua's spiritual energy was powerful and gentle, guiding his spiritual energy step by step, beginning to flow rapidly through the meridians in his body. It was as if someone was breaking the wind in front of him while running a marathon, which instantly nearly doubled Zhao Chen's meditation speed. Zhao Chen was overjoyed. At this rate, before the entry trial of the Qingfeng camp arrived, he hoped to raise the proficiency of spiritual energy entry to 100 and then enter the second stage. What kind of changes would occur then? He was very much looking forward to it. However, Bu Yanhua's guidance also made Zhao Chen realize that if one came from a powerful family with strong practitioners in the clan guiding the younger generation during their cultivation, it could significantly accelerate their growth. If meditation alone could be so effective, then when considering combat techniques, weapons, and connections, the gap between ordinary people and the children of noble families would only grow larger. Even more terrifying was that the talent for spiritual energy could be transmitted through blood. The offspring of the strong had a greater probability of becoming strong themselves, while the offspring of ordinary people were likely to remain just as ordinary in terms of spiritual energy talent. To break through the class barriers, there was only one possibility: genetic mutation. This is also why, for hundreds of years, the class structure of the Xianfeng Empire has been almost solidified, and stories of children from humble backgrounds rising to prominence are rarely heard. Zhao Chen dared not think too much and steadied his mind to continue meditating. Under Bu Yanhua's guidance, Zhao Chen quickly completed 5 more meditations. Each time he finished a meditation, the speed of his next one would increase slightly. Although the improvement wasn't particularly large, it was a steady enhancement. At this rate, it wouldn't be impossible for him to complete a meditation in just a few dozen seconds in the future. However, having reached this point today, his mental strength had truly hit its limit, and he found it difficult to concentrate. Yet, Zhao Chen could clearly feel that the spiritual power in his spiritual sea was stronger than before. Bu Yanhua released his hand and said to Zhao Chen, "You can operate 7 times on your first meditation. You're already quite impressive." The proficiency number above the demon clown also jumped to 7. Each time he meditated, the proficiency would increase by 1. Zhao Chen happily said, "I will try my best to raise the proficiency of the meditation method to 100. Bu Yanhua raised her hand and gave him a light smack on the head. "Idiot! Just meditating won't make you stronger. You need to consider the cost-effectiveness." Zhao Chen rubbed his forehead, looking at Bu Yanhua in confusion. Bu Yanhua raised a finger and earnestly taught, "The strength of spiritual power is like having great physical strength. It also requires the right techniques to maximize its potential. If you only have powerful spiritual power but don't know how to apply it in practice, it's just a decorative pillow good to look at but useless. So, to ensure you can smoothly enter the Qingfeng camp for the next 7 days, you need to comprehensively improve your physical strength, spiritual power, and enhance the proficiency of the 7 kills combat technique." Bu Yanhua's words were like a wake-up call, extinguishing Zhao Chen's eager desire to enhance his spiritual power. "You're right, spiritual power is fundamental, but combat techniques are also quite important." However, at this moment, without officially entering the Qingfeng camp and becoming a recognized spiritual ability user of the Xianfeng Empire, he couldn't obtain legitimate combat techniques for training. Zhao Chen wasn't anxious. At this stage, 7 kills was sufficient for him. 7 kills wasn't a skill but a combat philosophy. It encompassed punches, kicks, grappling, and weapon usage. It was entirely enough to handle the training camp in 7 days. Zhao Chen lay directly on the floor to recover his spirit, switching the demon clown's panel to breath. Now, his breathing skill had reached the 2nd stage. Turtle breathing method. With each breath, his breath was extremely prolonged. Gradually, he even felt that this breathing method had remarkable effects on recovering both physical and mental strength. His originally fatigued body and mind were alleviated with his even and prolonged breathing. Zhao Chen hadn't expected that the breathing method would have such an effect. He immediately began to breathe even more seriously. Turtle breathing method, life skill, proficiency 135. After reaching the 2nd stage, the speed of skill proficiency improvement noticeably slowed down, and the progress bar required a value of 1000 to unlock. However, the advantage of this skill was that it didn't require any extra effort. As long as he was alive and breathing, it would automatically cultivate. Zhao Chen felt elated. Seeing his weak and powerless appearance, Bu Yanhua revealed a hint of a doting smile. "So tired? Do you want Auntie to help you with her feet?" Zhao Chen doubted whether his ears were malfunctioning. Was there such a good thing? The next moment, his body was directly kicked over by Bu Yanhua's snow-white foot. Then, with a thud sound, Bu Yanhua stepped on his back. Hiss. Zhao Chen clearly heard the sound of his bones cracking. "Relax, it might hurt a little at first, but it will soon feel comfortable," Bu Yanhua said with a smile, increasing the pressure of her foot. However, soon enough, Zhao Chen indeed felt his muscles relax, and under the heavy pressure, a very comfortable sensation gradually emerged, making him feel at ease. Could you go a bit higher?" "Thank you." Zhao Chen comfortably closed his eyes, only to be met with a heavy kick to his head. He hadn't slept a wink all night. After just awakening his spiritual energy, he was in a state of great excitement, and throughout the night, the sounds of him practicing combat techniques echoed in the yard. Fists, kicks, grappling, and weapon. She had been practicing the 7 kills for 10 years, so his proficiency was already quite high from the start. Thus, he spent the entire night elevating 7 kills to a new level, reaching a proficiency of 125 points. Since it was a personal, unique skill, it had no higher-level abilities, so its name remained unchanged. Additionally, he took some time to specifically enhance his strength, which reached a proficiency of 85 points. A proficiency of 100 points is the limit of human physical capability. This is an ultimate that cannot be surpassed through acquired means. Even melee-type abilities can only reach a maximum of 100 points without using spiritual power. Yet Zhao Chen had become the only existence in this world capable of surpassing the physical limits of humanity. Accompanying Zhao Chen, Bu Yanhua had also not slept all night. Watching his transformation, the shock in her eyes grew deeper. The 7 kills, more perfect than perfect. The ultimate skill she had spent 17 years developing was so easily surpassed by Zhao Chen. Holding a wooden sword, Zhao Chen smiled at Bu Yanhua. "Aunt Bu, shall we spar again?" Sensing the excitement in Zhao Chen's eyes, Bu Yanhua's lips curled into a cold smile as she kicked off her slippers and walked barefoot down the steps. "You little brat, you've learned to be cheeky. Let me show you how I'll deal with you." She casually grabbed a feather duster from the side, causing Zhao Chen's pupils to constrict sharply. Bu Yanhua's feather duster had been Zhao Chen's nightmare for the past 10 years. She used it to train him daily, often leaving him bruised and battered. However, thinking of his current proficiency in 7 kills, Zhao Chen puffed out his chest. "Aunt Bu, be careful." Zhao Chen slowly drew a half circle in front of him with his right hand. It was the simplest of movements, yet it startled Bu Yanhua. The natural starting stance was not inferior to hers, and even more perfect than what she could do. "You little brat." Bu Yanhua chuckled softly, then swung the feather duster, her figure darting towards Zhao Chen like a whirlwind. The feather duster and wooden sword emitted sharp whistles as they collided rapidly in midair, each strike aimed at vital points. Bu Yanhua understood Zhao Chen's strength. As long as she didn't use spiritual power, this level of attack wouldn't harm him. So this time, she was very serious and didn't hold back. The clashes between the wooden sword and feather duster were crisp, with continuous popping sounds. Every step Bu Yanhua took was mere millimeters away from Zhao Chen, yet she always seemed to be just a fraction of a second too slow. This left Bu Yanhua feeling alarmed. "Aunt Bu, be careful." Zhao Chen grinned, suddenly accelerating his offensive. Seeing the wooden sword sharply heading for her chest, Bu Yanhua quickly countered. Yet after just 30 moves, she found herself on the defensive. Bu Yanhua finally realized how terrifying Zhao Chen's demon clown ability was. In just one night, he had broken through the limits of the 7 kills that she hadn't surpassed in 17 years. This also gave her a deeper understanding of 7 kills. With this thought, her sparring with Zhao Chen became exciting. With a series of ping-pong sounds, neither of them used spiritual energy. It was just a straightforward contest of techniques, looking like two street thugs, their moves simple and direct, lacking any flair. But if true experts were to watch, they would be secretly astonished. Because every move was lethal, with the sole purpose of defeating the opponent. After over 300 exchanges, Bu Yanhua suddenly performed several fluid backflips, lightly landing 5 meters away. She threw the feather duster in her hand aside, clapped her hands, and said, "I'm tired, I'm done." Zhao Chen chuckled, "But we haven't determined a winner yet?" Bu Yanhua shot him a fierce glare. "You little brat, don't be so arrogant. The basic purpose of 7 kills is just to train combat awareness and physical fitness. How you develop later is up to you to comprehend. Just having a strong physique and being skilled in combat still requires caution when facing powerful spiritual ability users. After all, spiritual power is the foundation of everything." Zhao Chen tossed the wooden sword back onto the weapon rack without even looking, yet it landed steadily in place. He nodded, "I understand." Bu Yanhua was only competing with him in technique. If she truly intended to kill, with her strength, she could quickly take him down even using just a feather duster. After all, he had witnessed how fierce this woman could be. In the past years, to hone Zhao Chen's courage and to provide him with more meat for nutrition, she had taken him to Blood Bone Mountain near Luzhou City to hunt the exotic beasts there. In front of Bu Yanhua, those ferocious beasts, which cost Luzhou City a fortune in military expenses every year to fend off, were reduced to trembling and soiling themselves. Bu Yanhua looked at Zhao Chen and said, "When you go to Qingfeng Camp for the entrance trials, you will definitely encounter geniuses from all regions of Luzhou City. Those people must have mastered the basic uses of spiritual power. However, your foundation is not high. Awakening at the combat level of only 1 means your total spiritual power is weaker than others. Now, do you have any ideas on how to solve this problem?" Zhao Chen smiled calmly. "Don't worry." He looked at his hands, a faint aura of spiritual power shimmering just beneath the surface of his skin. "My proficiency in introduction to spiritual power has already reached 12, and every time I use it, my proficiency increases. I'm confident I can max it out within a week, and then raising my combat level will be a piece of cake." Bu Yanhua nodded. "That's good." Just as the two were talking, they suddenly heard someone greeting them from outside the yard. Yo, good morning, Miss Boo, Xiao Mu. Zhao Chen turned to see it was Uncle Xia from next door who brewed wine. In his 40s, he had many wrinkles on his face and one of his pant legs revealed a metal prosthetic limb. Old Xia had been to the battlefield over 20 years ago and fortunately completed 5 years of military service before returning, though he lost a leg. Now he made a living brewing wine, and Bu Yanhua often went to their house to buy wine, so he was quite familiar with both her and Zhao Chen. Good morning, Uncle Xia, Zhao Chen greeted politely. Old Xia walked over, looked at Zhao Chen deeply, his eyes filled with a hint of pity. He pulled out a white porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Chen over the courtyard wall. Xiao Mu, I've heard about your awakening. Keep a calm mindset, no matter what. You've stepped into the threshold of being a spiritual ability user, which is better than us ordinary soldiers. This is my treasured white dew wine. After drinking it, you won't get a hangover, and when you wake up, you won't remember anything and won't have a headache. If you're feeling down, just have some. Zhao Chen immediately understood. It seemed that the news of him being rated as an A-level spiritual talent had spread among the neighbors. But it was no surprise. Zhao Chen had always been seen as the other people's child. His parents died in battle, sacrificing themselves for the country, and he was a descendant of heroes. Moreover, he had been very sensible since childhood and had always ranked first in his school. The neighbors had taken special care of him since he was little, often giving him their delicious food. Now that he had awakened the lowest level spiritual talent, many sighed in regret, though some might secretly rejoice. Zhao Chen smiled at old Xia and said, Uncle Xia, I'm actually fine. There's no need to drown my sorrows in wine. Unexpectedly, Bu Yanhua snatched the wine bottle and smiled at old Xia, saying, Don't worry, they'll help him through it. Old Xia comforted Zhao Chen once more, then shook his head and left with a look of regret. Zhao Chen scratched his head. He can only keep his matters hidden from the neighbors. However, once he became stronger, he would return to repay these neighbors for their care over the years. It was already 8 in the morning, the sun was high in the sky, and although Zhao Chen hadn't slept all night, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. The joy of awakening his spiritual energy could dispel the fatigue of body and mind. But he suddenly realized that he had forgotten something. He slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to find Momo. Everyone had just awakened their spiritual energy, and Momo had mentioned that the two families should celebrate together. In any case, such a significant event required him, as her boyfriend, to have a good talk with her. Aunt Boo, you go ahead and eat. I'm going to find Momo. Zhao Chen turned and ran out of the house. Bu Yanhuan tilted her head, watching Zhao Chen leave, a playful glint flashing in her eyes. Oh, I hope that little girl doesn't do anything foolish. Saying this, she smiled and shook her head, but with her cleverness, it's probably unlikely. Halfway there, Zhao Chen saw Shen Moran appearing on the road, slowly walking towards his house. She had her head down, moving at a slow pace, seemingly lost in thought. Zhao Chen's steps suddenly slowed. Having lived 2 lives, he was no longer a simple youth. An uncomfortable feeling surfaced in his heart. Momo, good morning. Zhao Chen walked over, greeting Shen Moran with his usual gentle smile. Shen Moran looked up, her eyes showing a moment of surprise upon seeing Zhao Chen, but it was quickly suppressed. Good morning, Xiao Mu. I have something I want to talk to you about. Zhao Chen paused for a moment, his eyes softly gazing at Shen Moran. She felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and turned to say, let's change places. The two of them went to the riverside, where there were not many people in the morning. Shen Moran and Zhao Chen often dated here in the past, discussing life and ideals, and practicing martial arts together. But today, the atmosphere felt strange. Xiao Mu, she took a deep breath, but her tone was firm as she said, let's break up. Although he had long suspected it might come to this, Zhao Chen still felt a heaviness in his chest. He smiled faintly. Why? Because you awakened a level talent while in just an A-level? He understood everything, he just wasn't willing to admit it. Shen Moran lowered her head. Let's just say I'm sorry for you. Yesterday, the instructor from the Qingfeng camp talked to me, and I've already been recommended. And you might not be able to enter the Qingfeng camp. In the future, our lives may head in completely different directions. I'm sorry. I don't want my partner to hold me back. She smiled sadly. My father is a disabled veteran, now making a living selling pork. My mother also has chronic health issues, and I have 2 younger siblings. With my background, this is my only chance to climb up. She raised her head, looking into Zhao Chen's eyes as she said, Xiao Mu, you can understand me, right? I don't want to be like an ordinary person, entering the military and risking a high death rate. Even if I survive by luck, they'll still be forced to marry and have children in the future. My life shouldn't be like this. When she said this, her eyes were filled with a resilient light. It was as if a knife was meant to cut through everything that hindered her ascent. But the life I want, you can no longer provide for me. To love someone means hoping they live better, doesn't it? So I hope you can forgive me. Zhao Chen silently listened as Shen Moran spoke each word. It had always been like this. Whenever Shinmoran had something on her mind, he would listen earnestly by her side. But today, it had turned into a parting farewell. Zhao Chen blinked and suddenly chuckled, saying, "Momo, is it possible that I'm not as bad as you think? My abilities are actually quite strong." Shinmoran's expression turned indifferent. "Don't deceive yourself, the military's verification won't be wrong. I know it's hard for you to accept that you've gone from a genius to an ordinary person. But that's fate, none of us can change it." So, she took a deep breath, her gaze firmly fixed on Zhao Chen. "From today onwards, let's end this." As she spoke, she extended her right hand towards Zhao Chen, smiling gracefully. "You've helped me a lot over the years. So when I get to the top, I'll remember your kindness. If you need my help in the future, you can come find me." Zhao Chen didn't reach out, he felt a lump in his heart. Just looking at Shinmoran's resolute face, he suddenly smiled. "Shinmoran, can I ask you a question? Did you choose to be with me because you liked me, or because you wanted to use me to climb higher?" Zhao Chen wasn't foolish, he had helped Shinmoran with her studies a lot. Even when she often went to his house to ask Buyen Huan for guidance on her training, Zhao Chen understood. He asked this just a little bit out of reluctance. Years of childhood friendship weren't easy to let go of. Shinmoran was silent for a while before slowly saying, "I did like you. But now, we are no longer suitable." Zhao Chen got the answer he wanted and nodded slowly with a smile. In that moment, everything in his heart was released. In this relationship, he had genuinely given and received a lot of happiness and joy. Even though they were breaking up, he had no regrets. "Alright, from now on, we are just strangers. I wish you a bright future." Zhao Chen stuffed his hands into the pockets of his sweatpants, turned around, and left without looking back. Watching Zhao Chen's departing figure, Shinmoran raised her hand as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. She took a deep breath and murmured, "I can't give up the chance to climb higher for one person. Consider it my debt to you." Zhao Chen walked home, not forgetting to activate the demon clown to improve his walking skill proficiency. He walked with his head held high, humming a tune, looking relaxed and carefree. "Hey, Xiao Mu Gu." As he crossed the street, the son of the neighbor's optical shop, Xiao Pang, greeted him. Zhao Chen smiled slightly. "Good morning, Xiao Pang." Xiao Pang looked around, leaned in mysteriously, and said to Zhao Chen, "Xiao Mu Gu, I have to tell you something, but you mustn't say I told you. Last night, I saw Sister Shinmoran coming back in a luxury car." Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. "I got it, no worries." He turned and walked away, thinking, is it really that cliché? But it's understandable. And Level Awakener is a treasure in the whole Luzhou city. Xiao Pang watched Zhao Chen's back, shaking his head and sighing like an old man. "Ah, graduation season is indeed breakup season. The ancients truly did not deceive me." Zhao Chen leisurely returned home, where Buyen Huan was lying on a rocking chair under the eaves, glancing at him. Yo, Zhao Chen replied lightly. "You broke up, huh?" Zhao Chen's action of taking off his shoes suddenly froze in place. After a few seconds, he raised his head with a bitter smile. "Who told you? Your expression is written all over your face," Buyen Huan said casually, turning her attention back to the novel in her hands. "You're always like this. When something happens, you neither cry nor make a fuss, yet you like to pretend to be indifferent. But you're overdoing it." Zhao Chen remained silent for a while, helplessly lying down on the floor under the eaves. Maybe it's a good thing. Isn't that how novels go? Starting with a broken engagement, then turning around to become a super strong person. What if my opportunity is coming? You're such an idiot, Buyenhua said, swinging her toes above Zhao Chen's head. After the awakening ceremony, 99 of the couples in school are bound to break up. Once talent is revealed, the differences become apparent. No one wants a partner who will hold them back in the future. You're not the worst off. The worst are those soldiers who clearly have no spiritual energy and go straight to the front lines. They're actually quite lucky they don't have to break up, and their girlfriends will soon be asking to get married. Once they enter the military, women are more likely to be assigned to safer positions like logistics. And with a casualty rate of up to 45 for soldiers, those women are preparing to claim their future compensation. If they don't die, they'll probably come back disabled, and all they need is a reason to get a divorce. Zhao Chen suddenly sat up from the floor. What if I tell her about my abilities? Do you think she would still break up with me? Buyenhua stared into his eyes, and after a second, she replied word for word, "What do you think?" Zhao Chen smiled. Forget it. He wasn't a fool. He wouldn't joke about such an important secret. If Shinmoran could break up with him for her future, then she could certainly leak his secret for the same reason. Parting ways with the wrong person early on might not be a bad thing. He gazed at the distant sky. Even if he had once invested emotions in a relationship, there was no need to act heartbroken at the separation. One must always look forward. It's all in the past. The only thing I need to focus on now is getting stronger. Bu Yenhua whistled. Aren't you supposed to spend some time healing from your heartbreak? What's there to be heartbroken about? In the adult world, all unpleasant things should be quickly forgotten. Zhao Chen scratched his head. This matter was like a breeze, swiftly passing through his life. Bu Yanhua nodded in satisfaction, shaking her legs as she said, "This is also a lesson for you. Remember, the prettier the woman, the more she likes to deceive. Because if an ugly woman deceives you, you wouldn't even bother." Zhao Chen touched his nose and suddenly asked Bu Yanhua with a grin, "Aunt Bu, do you like to deceive?" Bu Yanhua was about to answer when she suddenly realized Zhao Chen was digging a pit for her. She could only choose between being a bad woman who likes to deceive and an ugly woman who doesn't. "You little brat, trying to make a fool of me again. Go train. If you can't pass the entrance test for the Qingfeng camp in a few days, you'll break your legs." Bu Yanhua kicked Zhao Chen, and he rolled and stood up. He quickly cast aside the sadness he had just felt. Train hard." Zhao Chen gritted his teeth and continued practicing Introduction to Spiritual Energy in 7-kill combat technique. Introduction to Spiritual Energy. Proficiency 12 points. At this moment, Zhao Chen needed 16 minutes to meditate once. With Bu Yanhua's help, it was shortened to 10 minutes. Throughout the morning, perhaps fueled by turning his sorrow into motivation, he practiced with exceptional vigor. Whenever he felt tired, he used turtle breathing technique to adjust his physical state. By the end of the morning, his proficiency had actually reached 25 points. More than double what it was yesterday. Great, the higher my proficiency, the faster I can meditate. The faster I meditate, the quicker I can improve my proficiency. If this positive cycle continues, it'll take off directly. Bu Yanhua stared at Zhao Chen, her expression somewhat strange as she said, "Strange, logically speaking, you should be able to meditate 12 times in the morning, which is definitely not the level of a combat rank 1. Zhao Chen blinked, but according to the display panel of the Demon Clown, his personal combat rank still remained at the number 1. Bu Yanhua found it a bit odd because the transition from 1 to 2 is usually the fastest. The cultivation of spiritual energy slows down as one progresses. Conversely, the speed of improvement is faster at the beginning. 13 meditations within 4 hours is certainly not something a combat rank 1 could achieve. Zhao Chen, try to unleash your spiritual power. "Let me see," Bu Yanhuan said seriously, staring at Zhao Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen immediately began to activate his spiritual energy according to the teachings of Introduction to Spiritual Energy. With his mind focused, a surge of spiritual power quickly flowed through the 365 spiritual meridians in his body, then overflowed through the acupoints. A faint blue glow enveloped Zhao Chen's body. Although it was daytime, it appeared very clear. This is spiritual power. Zhao Chen felt his own strength, and when the spiritual energy was unleashed, he sensed that his body had changed. He felt stronger, lighter, as if he had endless energy. Bu Yanhuan frowned. "No, your combat level shouldn't be level 1, it should at least be level 2. Zhao Chen was taken aback by Bu Yanhuan's words. He once again confirmed his stats through the Demon Clown, and indeed, his combat level was level 1. "There's no problem, it really is level 1. Bu Yanhuan walked over, scrutinizing Zhao Chen for a while, and then suddenly exclaimed, "Impossible. Level 1 initiation, slow meditation speed, completing it 5 times a day is already impressive. Could it be related to your abilities?" Thinking of this, Bu Yanhuan urged Zhao Chen to fully release the spiritual power in his body again. Zhao Chen did not hold back, letting out a low shout as the spiritual power in his spiritual sea quickly flowed through the meridians, circulating throughout his body. Boom! A wave of energy formed around him, shaking the dust on the ground and creating a circle of clear space. "I understand now." Bu Yanhuan, experienced, finally pinpointed Zhao Chen's issue. She pointed at Zhao Chen and said, "When you use the ability of the Demon Clown to practice Introduction to Spiritual Energy, it increases your skill proficiency. The more proficient you are in meditation, the faster you absorb and release spiritual energy from the subspace. Once you reach a certain limit, your combat level will increase. But this cannot change the fact that your base ability is only 1. In other words, although the total amount of spiritual energy in your body has reached the level 2 standard, the constraints of your body have not been broken." Zhao Chen felt a bit confused. "I may have read a lot of books, but you could explain it a bit clearer." Bu Yanhuan crossed her arms and said loudly, "Fool. What it means is that as someone with an initial combat level of 1, your speed of increasing your combat level is still very slow. However, the excess spiritual energy you absorb during meditation will still accumulate in your body. In short, at the same combat level, your total amount of spiritual energy far exceeds that of others." Bu Yanhuan smiled with relief. "I was worried that with an initial combat level of only 1, you would fall behind in your training speed. But it seems that steadily increasing your combat level while playing the fool can really be a great ability." She gave a thumbs up. The lowest combat level of 1, seemingly the worst talent, paired with the infinitely growing Demon Clown. Truly a perfect match. Zhao Chen suddenly understood. "So, in the future, when I fight with others, it seems my combat level isn't high. Others might underestimate me, but when it comes to a real fight, I can take advantage of their underestimation and take them down directly. Right? Bu Yanhuan nodded with a smile, a child worth teaching. It's not in vain that I've put so much effort into cultivating you all these years. Just as Zhao Chen was feeling happy, his electronic wristband vibrated gently. Curious, he glanced at it and found that the message was from Teacher Su. In 2 days, Yuwu No. 2 Middle School would hold a graduation ceremony. At that time, all students would need to go to school. One reason was to inquire about their future paths, whether they would head directly to the frontline military camp or participate in the Qingfeng camp's entrance trials. The other reason was that after more than a decade, classmates would have a simple farewell. Not long after, they would embark on different paths in life, and perhaps this meeting would be the last in their lives. Zhao Chen closed the wristband, not thinking too much about it. What he needed to do now was to race against time and quickly improve his skill proficiency. Then, during the entrance trial of the Qingfeng camp, he would make a stunning impression. Shen Moran returned home. Today the family's pork stall was closed, but it was livelier than usual. Many familiar and unfamiliar faces gathered at the door, and various gifts piled up, many of which were quite valuable. Ever since it was known that Shen Moran had awakened a blevel talent, all sorts of distant relatives had come. Shen Moran frowned and entered the house through the back door. For the first time in their lives, her parents stood tall, smiles plastered on their faces that never faded. After sending off the guests, her father, who had lost an arm in battle, and her frail mother came to the back room, where they found Shen Moran sitting on the sofa, looking dazed. Momo, what's wrong? You look a bit unhappy. Did you have a conflict with Xiaomu? Shen's mother asked with concern, as not long ago, Shen Moran had mentioned going to find Zhao Chen. Shen's father, smoking a cigarette, chuckled and said, Xiaomu has helped our family a lot over the years. He's guided you and your brother and sister with their studies and helped us with work. You can't. Shen Moran suddenly interrupted her father, exclaiming, I've broken up with Zhao Chen. Shen's father's smile froze on his face, his eyes widened, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. What did you say? He only has a level talent. The gap between us is too big. If his talent were a bit stronger, at least a level, I could accept it. Shen Moran covered her face, but he's a level. The worst level. The gap between us will only grow larger in the future. I can't accept having a partner who is useless. Shen's father stammered, but Xiaomu. Shen's mother suddenly tugged at his sleeve, smiling as she said, when our daughter becomes a powerful spiritual practitioner in the future, she can at least help him a bit. Although Xiaomu is a good kid, he can't hold back Momo's future. After all, how can a crow match a phoenix? Shen's father looked at his resolute daughter, his already aged face showing even more weariness. He knew that this was not morally right, but upon reflection, doing this for his daughter's future was the most correct choice. Just don't forget to repay him for his kindness in the future. Zhao Chen didn't rest for an entire day. To prepare for the entrance trial in a week, he needed to work hard to improve his combat skills. Life skills could wait, there would be plenty of time later. Right now, the key was the 7-kill battle method and introduction to spiritual energy. From sunrise to noon, and from noon to sunset. By the end of the day, his proficiency in the 7-kill battle method had risen to 135, and surprisingly, his proficiency in introduction to spiritual energy had reached 40. The speed of his meditation was getting faster, channeling spiritual energy from the spiritual sea to his arms and legs, the speed increasing even more. So that's how it is. The stronger the combat level, the more powerful the spiritual energy, and the quicker it can be mobilized, which gives an absolute advantage in battle. I understand now. Zhao Chen clenched his fists, filled with confidence for the entrance trial in a week. Just then, Bu Yanhua suddenly focused her gaze outside the yard. Zhao Chen heard a familiar voice. Miss Bu, Xiaomu, you're all home. Zhao Chen paused, turning his head to look. He saw Shen Moran's mother carrying a basket covered with floral cloth, appearing at their doorstep with a gentle smile. Seeing that it was Shen Moran's mother who had come, Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, thinking that she might already know about his breakup with Shen Moran, which made things a bit awkward. However, he still politely walked over to open the door. Aunt Shen, what brings you here? Shen's mother looked at Zhao Chen, a faint smile on her face. Due to her long-standing poor health, her voice carried a hint of weakness. Xiaomu, I know about the breakup between you and Momo. Over the years, you two have been together, and you've helped her a lot, as well as our family. Auntie came to apologize, she said, handing over the basket in her hand through the floral cloth, revealing the eggs inside. Zhao Chen shook his head. Aunt Shen, what happened between me and Momo is in the past. Don't worry, I won't hold it against her. If there's blame, it can only be on fate. Although he had broken up with Shen Moran, he didn't want to sever ties with the Shen family completely. However, their relationship would definitely not be the same as before. This is just a small token from Auntie. If you don't accept it, are you blaming Momo? Shen's mother suddenly insisted, shoving the basket into Zhao Chen's hands and staring at him. With a seriousness Zhao Chen had never seen before, she said word by word, "I know you have grievances in your heart. But I hope you understand that Momo is going to become a great person from now on. She will go far and you won't be in the same world. So if you have any dissatisfaction, you can direct it at me. Auntie would give you my life. But I just hope that from now on you won't bother my Momo anymore." Zhao Chen's mind felt like it had been struck by a thunderbolt. Shen's mother's words struck him as particularly ridiculous. He had thought she came to express her apologies, but it turned out to be this? His expression turned cold, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. "Aunt Shen, rest assured. My daughter and I will absolutely have no further interactions from now on. After all, our futures will not be in the same world." He shoved the basket of eggs back, took a few steps back, and sneered repeatedly. "By the way, there's something I want to say to you and Shen Moran. Whatever you do, remember not to pop the champagne halfway. Who can say what will happen in the future?" Shen's mother's expression changed. "You child." Zhao Chen didn't even look at her. Turning to leave, Shen's mother's face darkened, suddenly meeting Bu Yanhua's mocking smile. "Your little schemes are all written on your face. It's really ugly. But I can tell you, in the end, the one who will regret it will definitely be you and your blind daughter." Bu Yanhua always appeared lazy, but this time she exuded a hint of murderous intent. She had watched Shen Moran and Zhao Chen's relationship closely. As a woman, she knew Shen Moran was a clever and self-serving girl. However, she didn't expose it, believing Zhao Chen needed this experience to avoid being deceived by bad women in the future. But that didn't mean she wouldn't be angry about it. Shen's mother's face turned pale, although she didn't know Bu Yanhua's identity. Over the years, Bu Yanhua had revealed enough of her strength for people to guess she was no ordinary person. She didn't dare to be stubborn with Bu Yanhua and could only sulkily carry the basket of eggs home. "Just an 11 awakener. How can he be worthy of my genius daughter? This brat will regret it when he comes to ask for our help in the future." Zhao Chen's heart turned completely cold with Shen's mother's arrival. The warmth of human feelings, the harshness of the world. "When I was a genius, everyone around me was exceptionally kind, all good people. But when they heard I had fallen, anyone could come and mock me. Heh, this world is so real." Through the ups and downs, Zhao Chen's character also grew. Fortunately, he was not truly mediocre. Otherwise, this blow could have left him unable to recover. Transforming sorrow and anger into strength. "From now on, I have only one goal: to become a powerful spiritual ability user." Zhao Chen's mind was free of distractions, focusing solely on improving his proficiency in Introduction to Spiritual Energy and 7 kills. Even when he slept, he summoned the demon clown to practice life skills. Sleeping, life skill, proficiency 45. After obtaining the demon clown, Zhao Chen began various experiments. He discovered that almost all actions could enhance proficiency. He even tested the proficiency of using the restroom and found that he finished battles much faster than usual. As long as he slept, he could increase his proficiency, which would enhance his sleep quality and allow his mental state to recover more fully. Moreover, the higher the proficiency in sleeping, the shorter the required sleep time. According to his estimates, once the proficiency reached 100 and entered the second stage, he would only need 3 hours of sleep each day to maintain a good mental state. What to do with all that extra time? Of course, it was time to grind. Every second counted, and he was determined to push himself to the limit. For the next 2 days, Zhao Chen did not leave his home. News about him had already spread among the neighbors, with some expressing regret and others secretly mocking him. However, most were busy trying to curry favor with Shen Moran. And no one truly cared about him anymore. 3 days later, according to the school's requirements, Zhao Chen and his graduating class were to go to Yuwu No. 2 Middle School to choose their future paths. He woke up at 5 in the morning, dressed in sportswear, and ran a lap around the town as dawn broke. After 10 kilometers, his walking skill proficiency had reached 139, and he moved with the grace of a swallow. Upon returning home, Zhao Chen wiped the sweat off with a towel. After 3 days of continuous practice, he had not overdone it but focused on improving a few key skills. Zhao Chen opened the demon clown and checked his skill proficiency list. Life skills, walking light steps, proficiency 139. Breathing turtle breathing method, proficiency 152. Meditation, introduction to spiritual energy, proficiency 73. Combat skills, 7 kills, proficiency 146. Although his combat level was still at level 1, according to Bu Yanhua, the total amount of spiritual energy within him had already reached the standard of level 3. Of course, the combat level is determined not only by the quantity of spiritual energy but also by its quality. In terms of the purity of spiritual energy, he was still somewhat inferior to level 3 ability users. However, the improvement he had made in just 3 days had already satisfied Zhao Chen greatly. His various skill proficiencies could be infinitely enhanced. This meant he was like a newly started sports car, initially progressing slowly, but as his proficiency increased, his strength would rise at an accelerating pace. As usual, Zhao Chen prepared breakfast and went to knock on Bu Yanhua's door. After knocking several times without a response, he casually opened the door and found Bu Yanhua half-draped over the bed, holding a fine wine sent by old Xia. Zhao Chen was used to this, walked over, placed her back on the bed, and covered her with a blanket. "I'm heading to school first. The food is on the table, remember to eat when you wake up." Zhao Chen closed the door and walked out of the house. Dressed in black sportswear, he headed towards the school as usual. Along the way, many neighbors greeted him with somewhat awkward expressions. "Oh, Xiaomu, good morning." Zhao Chen smiled and nodded in response. But as soon as he walked away, that group of neighbors began to whisper among themselves. "That kid from the Zhao family used to be first every year. How did he end up as an A-level? Yeah, who would have thought? It must be quite a blow to him. His parents died on the front lines. If he can't get into the Qingfeng camp, he'll have to go to the front. What if something happens? The Zhao family would be left without heirs." Heh, you say that as if we don't have enough people left without heirs. In fact, Zhao Chen's hearing was very good now. He could hear everything they were saying. But after the events of the past 3 days, his mindset had matured significantly. So he just smiled and let it go. From his home to school, he had to pass by the pork shop of the Shin family, and Zhao Chen had no intention of taking a detour, because he had truly let go. However, when he arrived at the Shin family's door, he saw a very high-end luxury car parked at the entrance. A familiar figure appeared there, elegant and smiling. It was Xiao Han from Class 1. And Shin Mo Ran, after being sent off with smiles by her parents, was about to get into the car. As if sensing something, Xiao Han and Shin Mo Ran looked over, just in time to meet Zhao Chen's gaze. Zhao Chen felt a bit speechless. He didn't expect to run into them so coincidentally. But it wasn't too coincidental. Everyone was heading to school around the same time. Xiao Han's expression was somewhat playful. "Isn't this Zhao Chen? Good morning." Shin Mo Ran frowned slightly, said nothing, and directly got into the car. Xiao Han looked at Zhao Chen, his eyes filled with pride. "Sorry, there's no room in the car. So we can't take you. We're leaving now." He also got into the car, and soon the vehicle drove away. Shin Mo Ran's parents looked a bit awkward and turned to go back inside. At that moment, a chubby boy from the glasses shop ran over, grinning. "Xiaomu, this is the luxury car that took Sister Shin home the other day. Do you think Sister Shin has hooked up with a rich guy?" Zhao Chen smiled lightly. "How would I know? After all, I've already broken up with her." The fact that he and Shin Mo Ran had broken up was no news. In the eyes of the neighbors, it was the most reasonable thing. An A-level mediocre person certainly didn't deserve a B-level genius. Zhao Chen walked past the Shin family's pork shop as if nothing had happened. The proficiency of the demon clown's walking was steadily increasing, and he walked briskly. Soon, Zhao Chen arrived at school, which was crowded today, with over 2,000 graduates gathered here. While the younger students were on break, the school was bustling with noise, and cries could be heard from time to time. Zhao Chen saw several couples breaking up on the spot, just like him and Shin Mo Ran, turning away from each other's lives. This parting might mean they wouldn't meet again. Perhaps soon, many of these graduates would become a patch of yellow earth on the battlefield. Zhao Chen arrived in Class 3, where many classmates were already present. Teacher Su was sitting at the front of the classroom, with many forms in hand. As soon as Zhao Chen entered the class, Teacher Su smiled. "Zhao Chen, you're here. Come over and get a form." It was an enrollment survey, with only 2 options: enlist or participate in the Qingfeng camp's entrance trial. Zhao Chen took a form and returned to his seat, filling it out without hesitation. Without a doubt, he chose to go to the Qingfeng camp for the trial. In another direction, a group of girls surrounded Shin Mo Ran, forming a small circle. Various compliments flowed freely. "Shun, you're amazing. Directly admitted to the Qingfeng camp, you'll be successful in the future. Don't forget us good girlfriends. I'm really envious of you. Unlike me, still hesitating whether to have my dad pull strings to get me a clerical job in the army or go to the Qingfeng camp for the trial." Shin Mo Ran just smiled and responded one by one, but suddenly she noticed Zhao Chen sitting back down. Since entering the class, Zhao Chen hadn't looked at her once, which made Shin Mo Ran frown slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. A girl named Lu Yuling noticed Shin Mo Ran's gaze, glanced at Zhao Chen, and laughed. "Mo, you're not still hung up on him, are you? From now on, you two are from different worlds. There are so many outstanding men in high society waiting for you. Don't linger on him anymore." Shin Moran tidied her hair and smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about? He and I are already a thing of the past." Many classmates in the class looked at Zhao Chen with strange expressions. They seemed eager to see him in a state of despair, but seeing Zhao Chen still as composed as before made them feel a bit uncomfortable. However, everyone was busy and too lazy to provoke Zhao Chen. In the middle of the classroom, a large circle had formed, with several classmates rated as clever sitting casually at their desks, chatting and laughing. Wang Qing was among them. He glanced at Zhao Chen sitting in front and a flicker of disgust crossed his eyes. He deliberately said loudly, clearly just an A-level, yet still pretending to be a top student here? The others nearby, including those who had mocked Zhao Chen with Wang Qing that day, laughed along. Don't say that. After all, this is the last glory of his life in school. Can't he pretend to be strong and put on a facade? TSK. In life, one should be more pragmatic. It's a shame to cling to face and suffer. Zhao Chen merely smiled disdainfully upon hearing these remarks. The malice of youth was just that. In his eyes, it was laughable and posed no substantial harm. However, he was someone who held grudges. He had heard that they were also going to participate in the Qingfeng camp's entrance trials, and he had memorized the faces of these few people. After Zhao Chen filled out the form and submitted it, Teacher Su nodded in appreciation upon seeing Zhao Chen's application to join the Qingfeng camp. Although A-level is a bit lacking, your foundation is good, and there is still hope for you to join the Qingfeng camp. In the next few days, make sure to master your spiritual power. I'm looking forward to your good news. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. Okay, Teacher Su. I will definitely get into the Qingfeng camp. After Zhao Chen finished filling out the form, the classmates in the class had gradually arrived. Among them were Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu, who had previously sought Zhao Chen's cooperation to achieve results in the entrance trials. After they filled out their forms and inquired about Zhao Chen's plans, they breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that he intended to participate in the entrance trials. From now on, we old classmates must support each other and strive to pass the entrance trials. Li Zixuan raised his fist, striking a motivational pose. Teacher Su clapped his hands. Alright, I have received all the forms you submitted. In the time ahead, please say your goodbyes to your classmates. His tone carried a hint of sadness. Perhaps today is the last time you will gather in your lives. Many people's eyes turned red instantly. After 12 years of being classmates, many had forged genuine friendships, and there were even a few couples in the same class. But at graduation, not a single couple made it to the end, and those close friends were about to embark on different paths. Many embraced each other and cried loudly. Reluctant to part, Zhao Chen asked Teacher Su if there was anything else, and upon hearing there wasn't, he planned to leave. Time was tight, he had no time to indulge in melancholy and was ready to go back to continue improving his skills. Just as he was about to walk out of the school gate, he heard Shen Moran's voice behind him. Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen stopped, turned around with little expression on his face. Is there something? Shen Moran bit her lip and walked up to him under the watchful eyes of their classmates. Her face bore a hint of compassion. I heard from Teacher Su that you are going to participate in the Qingfeng camp's entrance trials? Give it up. I asked someone for information for you. The entrance trials for the Qingfeng camp are very dangerous, with a high injury rate, and there's even a possibility of death. With your A-level talent, you can't compete with those clever geniuses from the entire Luzhou city. Moreover, many of them possess excellent equipment and family heirloom exclusive battle techniques. She smiled gently and said, I've asked someone to help you find a connection. You should go get that form back now and fill out a military enlistment application. He'll arrange for you to be placed in the logistics department so you can safely live until you retire in 5 years. Although it's unlikely you'll achieve much in your life, being an honest and ordinary person can also be a form of happiness. Shen Moran's face was filled with concern, a kind of compassion that was not overtly expressed but revealed through her eyes, high and mighty. At that moment, many people were leaving the school, and several classmates from Class 3 gathered around to watch the spectacle. Seeing this, Wang Qing and a few others immediately felt a twinge of jealousy and began to shout loudly. Zhao Chen is really lucky. He found a powerful ex-girlfriend and can still live off her. TSK. Relying on an ex-girlfriend and still getting a backdoor entry like a turtle. How nice. Zhao Chen looked at Shen Moran in front of him, his peripheral vision catching sight of Wang Qing and the others. He originally didn't want to waste time with these clowns. However, now, these guys were genuinely making him a bit angry. Zhao Chen smiled at Shen Moran and said, please wait a moment. As Shen Moran looked on in surprise, Zhao Chen set down his backpack and said lightly to Wang Qing and the others, you should know that we have graduated now and are no longer students of Yuwu High School, right? The few exchanged glances and grinned, saying, so what? Zhao Chen nodded. It's nothing. It's just that as students of Yuwu High School, fighting is not allowed, otherwise, it would violate school rules. But now, since we are no longer students, I suppose we don't have to abide by that anymore. He beckoned to Wang Qing and the others with his fingers, a dangerous glint in his eyes. A few blind fools. Today, I'm going to give you a good beating. In the Xianfeng Empire, martial prowess was revered, and competitions among capable individuals were very common. At the school gate, a large crowd of students gathered to watch, and Zhao Chen's challenge to Wang Qing and the others immediately stirred up a commotion. Whoa, isn't that the former genius Zhao Chen from Class 1? Is he going to fight someone? But he's just an E-level awakener, a mediocre talent with a combat level of 1. And those facing him are all clever elites. Isn't that asking for death? Maybe he's been stimulated by Shin Moran breaking up with him. TSK, overestimating oneself. This kind of person just loves to court disaster. If he gets beaten up, he deserves it. Shen Moran was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and scolded, Zhao Chen, don't be foolish. In doing this for your own good, don't cause trouble at a time like this. Besides, you're only an E-level, what do you have to fight against them, the Clevels? Shen Moran was a B-level awakener with a combat level of 9. So she understood very well how the gap in talent could lead to significant differences in future growth. The difference between B-level and Clevel was enormous, and the chasm between Clevel and E-level was even greater. Zhao Chen glanced at Shen Moran indifferently, a half-smile on his face as he said, this is my own business, it has nothing to do with you. And what identity do you have to manage me now? Shen Moran was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Chen's words, huffing in anger, it's your own pride that's getting in the way, if you get beaten, don't say I didn't help you. She angrily took a few steps back, indicating that she would no longer concern herself with Zhao Chen's affairs. In her view, Zhao Chen would soon realize his foolishness and then seek her help to get out of the situation. However, Zhao Chen didn't spare her another glance, he merely squinted his eyes, his right hand gripping his left hand as he began to loosen his wrist. Are you guys coming one by one, or all together? His fingers pointed at Wang Qing, Chen Mingming, and Sun Wei in turn. In the crowd, a wave of excitement erupted, urging Wang Qing and the others to fight Zhao Chen. Those watching the spectacle never feared trouble, they were also eager to see Zhao Chen, once the top student in the school, get beaten up right on the spot. The crowd parted to make way, and Xiaohan approached, flanked by a group of younger followers, arms crossed, wearing a smirk as he looked at Zhao Chen. Sun Wei, stay sharp, don't embarrass yourself. Show him the strength of your Clevel talent. Give him a good beating. What's an E-level doing acting all tough here? Sun Wei, a square-faced boy with a buzz cut, twisted his neck and stepped forward, grinning mockingly at Zhao Chen. The crowd automatically stepped back, leaving a wide space for them. Zhao Chen, you brought this on yourself. Don't blame me if you get wrecked, Sun Wei declared, a level 3 fighter with Clevel talent. Zhao Chen glanced back at Wang Qing and Chen Mingming. Are you sure you don't want to join in? Sun Wei shouted angrily, Zhao Chen, what are you pretending for? You think you're still the genius from back then? Now you're just a pathetic E-level. I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. As he spoke, a surge of fiery spiritual energy erupted from him, a crimson aura enveloping his body, raising the temperature around them. A level 3 against a level 1, Zhao Chen is doomed. Wang Cheng sneered. Shen Moran frowned, thinking, it's good to teach you a lesson, to let you know that one must recognize the times, rather than just show off. The thin layer of fiery spiritual energy on Sun Wei's body exuded an aura that was not to be underestimated. This was the most powerful force in this world, spiritual energy. He listened to the cheers from the crowd, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Once, he had little fame in school, but today he could step on the once great Zhao Chen to make a name for himself. Just thinking about it thrilled him. Zhao Chen, today you'll be my stepping stone. Sun Wei suddenly stomped his right foot down, and the cement ground cracked with several shallow fissures under his force. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, a Clevel awakener, and he's only been awakened for 3 days to have this kind of power? What's Zhao Chen doing? Why isn't he unleashing his spiritual energy? Could it be he hasn't learned how to use it yet? People looked at Zhao Chen, only to find he had merely assumed a combat stance, not unleashing his energy like Sun Wei, prompting ridicule. He's really asking for it, trying to withstand a spiritual user's attack with just his flesh and blood. It's like trying to catch a blunt object with his body. Zhao Chen is insane. Sun Wei smirked coldly, suddenly swinging his fist and charging at Zhao Chen. The 12 years of martial arts school training, though basic, included combat techniques. Zhao Chen's gaze was sharp as a knife, coldly fixed on Sun Wei. The moment Sun Wei charged, Zhao Chen moved. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and a gust of wind swirled around him. Light Step, a level 2 living skill, allowed Zhao Chen's speed to surpass human limits. The distance between them was less than 5 meters, and in an instant, they closed the gap. Sun Wei's fist, imbued with fiery power, slammed toward Zhao Chen's chest with a whoosh. Just a sidestep, and Zhao Chen's body twisted like a python, dodging Sun Wei's attack while his right leg, pulled back as if to shoot, struck fiercely at Sun Wei's abdomen in a split second. Bang! A dull thud echoed, resonating like a drumbeat in everyone's hearts. Maintaining his forward momentum, Sun Wei's body bent as if it had been cut in half, that kick landing squarely on his stomach. The next moment, his body was sent flying, propelled by Zhao Chen's kick, landing 5 or 6 meters away with a crash against the school's outer wall. Pooah! Sun Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing like a dead dog, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from the severity of his injuries. The entire campus entrance was silent. The students who had just been clamoring to see Zhao Chen's embarrassing moment now wore expressions as if they had eaten a dead fly. Shen Moran stood frozen in place. A flesh and blood body directly clashing with a spirit user's protective spirit power. How is that possible? Sunwei, as a level awakened, at combat level 3, could unleash spirit power that reached about twice the strength of an average adult. Even if Zhao Chen was exceptionally gifted and practiced diligently, it was impossible for him to kick Sunwei away like a dead dog, sending him flying 6 meters. Moreover, judging by Sunwei's spitting blood, it was clear that the kick had penetrated his protective spirit power and injured his internal organs. Xiao Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, no wonder he was once a genius. He does have some skills. On the roadside opposite the school gate, a green military vehicle was parked, with a burly man sporting a curly beard in the driver's seat. Upon witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but show a look of approval in his eyes. Interesting, is this the kid you mentioned, the fallen genius from the second high school? In the passenger seat sat a city beauty with gold-rimmed glasses, her hair neatly pinned up. She adjusted her glasses and said, "Yes, originally we were recruiting new soldiers for the Qingfeng camp this year, and he was a key subject of observation. Unfortunately, his awakened ability is average, and his talent level is too low, only E rank." The burly man rested a thick arm on the window, watching Zhao Chen with great interest. But, has he really only just awakened 3 days ago? In 3 days, he learned how to control his spirit power well. Calling him E rank seems too low. The speed of their earlier confrontation was too fast for the recently awakened students to comprehend what had happened. But he clearly saw that Zhao Chen had concentrated his spirit power in his legs during the attack. This way, even though it was combat level 1 against combat level 3 compared to Sunwei, whose spirit power was dispersed throughout his body, Zhao Chen's kick was much more powerful, easily shattering Sunwei's protective spirit power. This was a skill that spirit users could only master after reaching a certain level. To be able to use it so skillfully in battle after just 3 days was indeed astonishing. The burly man became interested in Zhao Chen, even starting to pay attention to the battle of this little-level spirit user. The students present, although they had practiced sparring for 12 years, had only experienced minor injuries within the ivory tower of their school. They had never witnessed such a brutal fighting style. With one kick, Sunwei was spitting blood, and it was likely his internal organs were injured. If he didn't receive timely treatment, he could even die. This is too cruel. After all, we are classmates. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Some students turned pale, murmuring to themselves. But soon, someone retorted, "He's combat level 3 attacking someone at combat level 1. Why isn't that considered cruel?" I doubt he thought about holding back when he unleashed his full power against Zhao Chen. Others sneered, "We've all graduated. This world is one of the survival of the fittest. When you get to the battlefield, will those dark races explain these principles to you? If he's outmatched and gets killed, it's his own fault." Some looked at Zhao Chen, and the little bit of schadenfreude in their hearts slowly faded away. Yes. It seems we've all forgotten one thing. Zhao Chen is a genius, he always has been. Even if his spirit power talent is lacking, in 12 years of school combat tests, no one has ever been able to defeat him. The strength of a spirit user becomes apparent as they grow. And a newly awakened combat-level spirit user without rich combat experience might not be able to defeat an ordinary soldier with extensive practical experience. In terms of combat skills and physical ability, there was no one in the entire Yuwu Middle School who could match Zhao Chen. Even the perennial second-best, Xiao Han, was far inferior to him. Zhao Chen had knocked Sunwei unconscious with a kick, yet his gaze remained incredibly calm. He merely cast a cold glance at Wang Cheng and Chen Ningming. Next, who's up? This time, the surrounding classmates turned their eyes towards the two of them, eager for the spectacle. Caught in the gaze of the crowd, Chen Ningming gritted his teeth and stepped forward with a sullen expression. "You only won because he let his guard down and underestimated you. But Zhao Chen, I won't go easy on you." With Sunwei's example in mind, Chen Ningming was clearly much more cautious this time. Like Sunwei, he first guided his spiritual energy out from his spiritual sea, allowing it to overflow through his spiritual meridians and cover his body. For these initial awakeners, achieving a proficiency level of 3 to 5 in introduction to spiritual energy was already quite good. They certainly couldn't reach the terrifying proficiency level of 73 like Zhao Chen. What does a proficiency of 73 mean? For an average spiritual practitioner, it signifies mastery, the peak that most spiritual practitioners aspire to in their lifetime. To put it this way, even many instructors from the Qingfeng camp barely reach that level. That's why Zhao Chen could manipulate his spiritual energy with such ease, condensing it freely in various parts of his body. Chen Ningming did not attack recklessly but, like Zhao Chen, assumed a ready stance. He did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he appeared to be waiting for Zhao Chen to come at him, which immediately drew ridicule from many onlookers. Before the battle, he's already afraid. Chen Ningming has lost internally. Chen Ningming's actions caused a slight smirk to appear on Zhao Chen's lips. "You seem to have forgotten that I'm your class monitor. Many of your combat skills were taught to you by me. Since he didn't come over, Zhao Chen stepped forward. Zhao Chen spread his arms and walked towards Chen Mingming step by step, his eyes revealing a cold, menacing intent. His hands were positioned at his sides, ready to strike at any moment. One step, two steps, Zhao Chen's movements were not fast, but the slower he moved, the more tense Chen Mingming felt inside. He didn't know when Zhao Chen would strike or how he would attack. This reminded him of their practice sessions back in school, where he had been toyed with by Zhao Chen every time. As a peer, he was not far behind Zhao Chen in terms of strength, speed, and agility. Yet whenever they fought, he always felt outmatched. Sun Wei, who had fainted behind him, still lay there, and everyone was too busy watching the show to care for him. The strong smell of blood wafted into Chen Mingming's nose, sending a wave of panic through him. In an instant, Zhao Chen was 5 steps away from him, and Chen Mingming felt his mind go blank, forgetting how to fight out of fear. "Don't come any closer," he shouted in terror, but Zhao Chen had already charged at him like lightning. His gaze was sharp as a blade, and his hands moved like a hurricane, directly breaking through the 2 doors he had put up in front of him. Crack! Crack! The crisp sounds rang out, and a sharp pain shot from his arm to his brain. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Chen had forcefully twisted Chen Mingming's arms until they broke. Then, a fist like a heavy hammer smashed into Chen Mingming's chest. The 7-kill battle technique, only lethal moves. Crack! The third sound rang out, even crisper than the last, causing everyone present to instinctively take 2 steps back and clutch their chests. It felt as if it wasn't Chen Mingming's bones that were shattering, but their own. Drip, drip, drops of blood fell to the ground, and a few drops stained Zhao Chen's fist. After the strike, Chen Mingming still stood in place, as Zhao Chen's fist had solidified and concentrated its force right at his chest. He wasn't knocked back, instead, his injuries were even more terrifying. Zhao Chen calmly retracted his right fist, and Chen Mingming's body crumpled like a pile of meat that had lost its support, slowly kneeling before Zhao Chen. When the crowd looked at him again, he had already fainted from his severe injuries. "You could have at least taken a hit or two from me, but you were too scared, lacking even the courage to fight. I really don't understand. How does someone like you have the audacity to provoke me? The cattle and sheep may not lack the strength to fight against wolves, but they lack the courage to do so, which is why they can only become the wolves' prey." Chen Mingming, with his childish demeanor and nearly zero practical experience, who mistakenly believes that awakening his spiritual power makes him exceptional, would still be killed by Zhao Chen on the battlefield, even if he had a higher combat level. The scene fell into a dead silence, and a few timid girls turned pale, covering their mouths as they ran to the side to vomit. Blood seeped from Chen Mingming's chest, visibly so. When Zhao Chen retracted his fist, Chen Mingming's chest had already caved in. "Isn't it too cruel to go all out against your classmates? Is Zhao Chen a bit too vengeful?" And the scariest part is that Sun Wei and Chen Mingming are both going to Qingfeng Camp in a few days to participate in the camp trials. Now, they are all finished. Both of them were seriously injured, and Zhao Chen indeed struck with lethal intent, but he also knew very well that the two protected by spiritual power wouldn't die so easily. These few had repeatedly provoked Zhao Chen, and today, even in front of Shen Moran and the entire school faculty and students, no matter how good Zhao Chen's temper was, he couldn't indulge them any longer. Blood dripped from Zhao Chen's fist as he coldly addressed those discussing him. "In 4 days, military specialists from all over the country will recruit and hold camp trials. At that time, life and death will be irrelevant during the trials. Even killing is permitted. If you want to embark on the path of a spiritual practitioner, you must have the awareness of life and death combat. Otherwise, do you still think that becoming a spiritual practitioner means living comfortably in a mansion, driving luxury cars, and enjoying endless resources?" Zhao Chen sneered and then shouted loudly, "Stop joking. The Empire spends a vast amount of resources on spiritual practitioners every year to have us fight against the dark races and protect our homeland. We must fight for our lives. Those without this awareness, no matter how high their talent, will surely die on the battlefield in the future." Zhao Chen's words seemed to awaken many people. Among the audience, there were several teachers who nodded in agreement after hearing Zhao Chen's words. That's right, all resources obtained through spiritual ability must be fought for with one's life to earn military merit in exchange. Do you really think it's about enjoying life? You should dispel such thoughts early to live longer. Someone murmured. So this is why those with C to E level talent awakeners need to participate in trials to become members of Qingfeng Camp. Talent is just a matter of starting point, but those with high talent who lack the heart of a warrior may not achieve greatness. Inside the military vehicle, a burly man with a thick beard nodded, smiling in approval. "This kid is quite to my taste." The urban beauty beside him glanced at him. "With A-level talent, it's very difficult to become a student of Qingfeng Camp." The burly man's expression turned serious. Talent can only determine the starting point, not necessarily one's entire life. "Have you forgotten about Lord Changfeng?" Upon hearing the name Lord Changfeng, the urban bowtie's expression turned respectful. In the realm of spiritual practitioners of the Xianfeng Empire, there is a widely circulated poem. Frost and flames cut through mountains and seas, wind and thunder break the heavenly gate. It speaks of the four top masters of the Xianfeng Empire, who can also be called the four pillars of the Xianfeng Empire. Among the four, Lord Changfeng awakened at E-level when he first discovered his talent, but in less than 50 years he grew from an orphan in a slum to a formidable figure renowned throughout the empire. How many Lord Changfengs can there be in the world? If miracles always occurred, they wouldn't be called miracles, the urban beauty said lightly. However, I have high hopes for this kid. The burly man stared at Zhao Chen, stroking his beard, his eyes filled with admiration. After teaching Sun Wei and Chen Mingming a lesson, Zhao Chen's gaze quickly shifted to Wang Qing. At this moment, Wang Qing's face had turned pale. Sun Wei and Chen Mingming looked so tragic that it almost made one doubt whether they were already dead. The school had arranged for someone to come and carry them away for emergency treatment. However, Zhao Chen's matter with them was far from over. Everyone's gaze instinctively fell on Wang Qing. Their eyes filled with a mix of curiosity and pity. Wang Qing, I remember that your awakened combat level is 5, which is higher than both Sun Wei and Chen Mingming. He should be able to fight Zhao Chun, someone slowly spoke up. Wang Qing's talent was indeed higher than the other two, and his spiritual power was stronger as well. Zhao Chun said nothing more, merely beckoning him with a finger. It's your turn. The crowd erupted in cheers. Wang Qing, go for it. Don't be a coward, you're a level 5 ability user, how can you be afraid of him? Some people had ulterior motives. They were also preparing to participate in the Qingfeng camp's entrance trial and couldn't wait to reduce a strong competitor. Wang Qing was already starting to sweat profusely. No, I can't have an accident. I have high talent. As long as I join the Qingfeng camp, I can become someone important in the future. I can't have an incident here. He caught a glimpse of Sun Wei and Chen Mingming being carried away on a stretcher. Their clothes soaked in blood, which was particularly horrifying. Wang Qing swallowed several times, raising his head to look at Zhao Chun, who was a head taller than him. Zhao Chun, how about we just let it go today? Wang Qing was scared. He looked at Zhao Chun with pleading eyes, hoping he could give him a way out. Zhao Chun curled his lips. Let it go? He suddenly raised his voice, angrily scolding, you think you can just say let it go? It's too late to say that now. When you kept provoking me time and again, why didn't you think to shut your filthy mouth? You think that just because you've awakened a decent spiritual talent, you can look down on everyone. Now that you see you're not my match, you want to back down on the spot. A waste like you, no matter how high your awakened talent, is destined to be insignificant for life. The crowd burst into laughter, looking down on Wang Qing's cowardice. Wang Qing gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down. Yet he still tried to act tough. Don't think I'm afraid of you, I just don't want to spill blood here as classmates. Zhao Chen scoffed. Don't worry, if blood is spilled, it will only be yours. He stared at Wang Qing, filled with disgust. Compared to the two opportunists, Sun Wei and Chen Mingming, he despised Wang Qing even more. In the past, Wang Qing, due to his short stature and average grades, was always submissive in class and often bullied. Zhao Chun, as the class monitor, had helped him many times. Zhao Chen never asked for anything in return, but now he had turned around to ostracize Zhao Chen. If it weren't for Zhao Chen's strong abilities, he would have left a lifelong mark of shame today. Such a person was the most detestable. Zhao Chen would not give him any face. Since Wang Qing wanted to push Zhao Chen to the edge, today Zhao Chen would push him to the brink as well. He pointed to the ground, speaking to Wang Qing word by word. Don't say I didn't take care of you as an old classmate. If you kneel down now, I can let you off. Wang Qing's face turned even uglier. Almost the entire school's faculty and students were gathered here. If he knelt down, it would become a lifelong psychological shadow for him. But who could he blame? Time and again, in front of the whole class, and now in front of the entire school, he was the one who first insulted Zhao Chen. Those who insult others are often humiliated in return. This was the best punishment for him. Wang Qing's body trembled violently, but he no longer dared to confront Zhao Chen. He feared failure. He had never achieved much in his life, and the only thing he could boast about was his awakened level spiritual talent. If he were to be beaten badly in this fight and couldn't enter the Qingfeng camp, his life would be over. At that moment, a voice faintly came from the crowd of Zhao Chun. We are all classmates, so let's not take things too far. How about this? Let's just forget about this matter for my sake. What do you think? Everyone turned to look, only to find that the speaker was Xiao Han, who had been watching the drama unfold. Dressed in designer clothes, Xiao Han was indeed the son of the deputy commander of the Lujiang City Military Guard, and he had the capital to be proud, with a somewhat handsome appearance. Coupled with his awakened level talent, he was now a dragon among men, someone everyone wanted to support. As soon as Xiao Han spoke, Wang Qing immediately looked at him with gratitude, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Xiao Han had already been admitted to the Qingfeng camp early, and with his good background, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of the vast majority of students. Everyone thought that Zhao Chen would definitely give Xiao Han some face. However, Zhao Chen pointed directly at Xiao Han's face with his left hand and reprimanded him without any politeness. "Do I need your input in my grievances with them?" Xiao Han's expression changed instantly, the previous calm and elegance completely gone. "Zhao Chen, are you talking to me?" Everyone looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. How dare he? Xiao Han is not like those three. He comes from a prominent background and is a rare level talent awakener. Offending him could ruin your life. Zhao Chen completely ignored the words of those around him. He coldly stared at Xiao Han. "My matters are not for you to meddle in. What do you think you are, talking about giving face in front of me?" It was clear to anyone with eyes that the grievances between him and Wang Qing were initiated by their insults towards Zhao Chen. Xiao Han's appearance as a peacemaker was actually just a show of force to pressure Zhao Chen into submission, thereby elevating his own status. Such a low-level tactic was, of course, obvious to Zhao Chen. "Zhao Chen, I advise you to think carefully before you speak to me." Xiao Han's expression had turned dark. He was a level 9 fighter, while Zhao Chen was only a level 1. Xiao Han felt that his chances of winning were at least 99. Zhao Chen forcefully jabbed his finger downwards, pointing at the empty ground in front of him and shouted, "If you have the guts, step out now, and he'll fight you right away. If you're afraid, then shut your mouth." At these words, many people in the audience gasped. Has Zhao Chen gone mad? He actually dares to challenge Xiao Han? But then again, it's hard to say. His combat ability is so strong, Xiao Han might not be willing to take the risk. Xiao Han's face was exceptionally dark, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds, wishing he could rush over and teach Zhao Chen a lesson immediately. However, he was, after all, the son of the deputy commander. His battle-hardened father had taught him that one must never be careless when facing an enemy. One must be cautious and careful to survive. Soon, he would be heading to the Qingfeng camp for school, and he absolutely could not afford to make any mistakes at this time. Thinking of this, he slowly relaxed his right hand. "All right, Zhao Chen. I will remember this matter today." He narrowed his eyes at Zhao Chen. "We will meet again when you go to the Qingfeng camp." This statement carried a strong sense of threat. Zhao Chen merely scoffed. A level 9 fighter like Xiao Han dared not accept a challenge from a level 1 fighter like him, showing fear before the battle even began. This Xiao Han would not be a threat in the future. "No wonder you can only be the eternal second." Zhao Chen shot back, causing the muscles on Xiao Han's face to twitch. In reality, if a fight broke out, Zhao Chen would not have much of an advantage. After all, the gap between level 1 and level 9 was vast. He could enhance his attack and defense capabilities through the condensation of spiritual energy. Moreover, his level 1 spiritual energy total was comparable to that of a level 3. However, his greatest reliance was not on these. It was the brutal combat experience he had gained while following Bu Yanhua in the Blood Bone Mountain. The military department of the empire stipulated that underage students could only receive basic training in school. Combat skills would be taught again once they entered the military camp because the vast majority of students have not yet matured psychologically. Engaging in real combat too early would undoubtedly lead to a large number of students failing. However, Bu Yanhua's guidance for Zhao Chen was entirely based on the training of new recruits in the military. His hands had been stained with blood earlier than those of his classmates. Therefore, even when facing someone stronger than him, he would not be intimidated. Bu Yanhua once said that victory is a reward bestowed by heaven upon the brave. If Xiao Han were to fight Zhao Chen at this moment, the best outcome would be for him to win, but he would end up severely injured by Zhao Chen. Moreover, he had too many concerns and dared not strike, making him even less of a match for Zhao Chen. As Xiao Han fell silent, the last glimmer of hope in Wang Qing's eyes was completely extinguished. Zhao Chen stood before him, arms crossed, his tall figure looking down coldly as he said, "Now, will you kneel, or will you fight me?" The scene fell into dead silence. Those classmates who had mocked Zhao Chen for awakening an ill-level talent no longer dared to underestimate him. Zhao Chen, the genius who had steadily suppressed others at Yuwu No. 2 Middle School for 12 years, was still that genius, still possessing that unyielding pride that could not be offended. Wang Qing's fists were tightly clenched, and he bit his lip so hard that it drew blood due to the force. His violently trembling body revealed his fearful and struggling heart. Yet in the end, he still lowered his head and slowly knelt before Zhao Chen. "Zhao Chen, I, Wang Qing, will remember this humiliation. One day I will return this disgrace to you intact." Wang Qing gritted his teeth and said. Zhao Chen felt no pity for him, because if the roles were reversed, Wang Qing's methods would only be more humiliating. "Can I ask you a question?" He slowly began, looking down at Wang Qing. "I have never bullied you, and I have even helped you. But why do you hate me so much?" Wang Qing's teeth ground together, and he shouted, "Zhao Chen, enough! Put away your ridiculous, hypocritical kindness. Don't you just want to use your help to highlight your excellence and emphasize my humility? Have I ever asked you for help? Everything is just your one-sided wish. Why? Why? His voice was loud, echoing at the school gate, his expression twisted, resembling a madman. Clearly, we are all children of ordinary families, so why are you tall and handsome, with such good grades, and so well liked? While I can't compare to you in anything, tell me, is this world fair to me? Zhao Chen touched his nose. Although he was being scolded, it felt quite refreshing. Wang Qing pointed at Zhao Chen viciously, his eyes filled with venom. So I want to see you fall into the mud, becoming a stray dog. I want to expose your hypocritical mask. Zhao Chen fell into silence. This was what they called a great kindness turning into enmity. The one in the wrong was not Zhao Chen, but the inwardly insecure and dark Wang Qing. Just as Zhao Chen lowered his brows in silence, Wang Qing suddenly erupted. When he knelt, he only knelt on one knee, with the other foot on the ground, allowing him to exert force quickly. Zhao Chen was tall, and he was short, so this strike came from below, directly aimed at Zhao Chen's face. A cold gleam flashed, and at that moment, people realized he was holding a utility knife. He had already planned to use a sneak attack to defeat Zhao Chen when he knelt down. Zhao Chen! Be careful! Shen Moran couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Qing's jealousy was evident. He actually wanted to ruin Zhao Chen's handsome face. This face had once made Shen Moran infatuated, and she couldn't bear to see it destroyed. Zhao Chen stood still, unmoving. At the moment the utility knife was aimed at his face, he gently raised his left hand and easily caught Wang Qing's hand holding the knife. Then he swung his right hand down hard, landing solidly on Wang Qing's face. Smack! A crisp sound echoed around, and Wang Qing's left cheek was struck, turning at 90 degrees, leaving a large palm print that swelled up high. This was not over. Zhao Chen's right hand fell again, delivering another slap. After 2 slaps, Wang Qing's face had swollen into a pig's head, and several of his teeth had been knocked out. Zhao Chen had long seen through Wang Qing's little tricks. What did his self-satisfied cleverness compare to Zhao Chen, trained by Bu Yanhua with Iron Army methods? Wang Qing stared in shock at Zhao Chen before him, and at that moment everyone could clearly see Zhao Chen's skills. The spiritual energy on his body was not dispersed but concentrated in his hands. This exquisite control of spiritual energy left everyone astonished. Especially the teachers from Yuwu Middle School who exclaimed in surprise, controlling spiritual energy so freely, is this really someone who just awakened? It's simply a monster. The total amount of spiritual energy in a human body is fixed. If evenly distributed, both attack and defense would be significantly weakened. Therefore, during combat, concentrating spiritual energy in fists, feet, or weapons maximizes lethality. Similarly, when defending, gathering spiritual energy at the point of the enemy's attack can enhance resistance. However, this technique is considered advanced among spiritual practitioners. Ordinary ability users would need at least a year to master it. Even geniuses would take several months. But Zhao Chen? From awakening to today, only 3 days had passed, and he could use spiritual energy so skillfully. Xiao Han, coming from a military family, naturally understood what this meant. A wave of fear washed over him. Thankfully, he hadn't impulsively rushed to fight Zhao Chen. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Wang Qing was dazed from the beating, and Zhao Chen coldly looked down at him, the pressure he exerted nearly making Wang Qing wet his pants. A despicable and treacherous person like you, if you really gain power and become strong in the future, will definitely be a pest in the world. Wang Qing seemed to realize what Zhao Chen intended to do and shouted in terror, "No!" Voices from the crowd of teachers called out, "Zhao Chen, show mercy." But Zhao Chen ignored them completely. His left hand suddenly exerting force. Wang Qing's thin layer of protective spiritual energy was crushed like paper under Zhao Chen's hand. Crack! His right wrist was directly crushed by Zhao Chen. Wang Chang let out a wail and fainted. One of his wrists hung limply, looking as if only a layer of skin connected it to his right hand and arm. Several teachers from Yuwu Middle School rushed over, seeing Wang Qing lying on the ground like a dead dog, then glanced at Zhao Chen, only able to sigh helplessly. "Zhao Chen, we mean no harm. We just think Wang Chang is a promising candidate for this year's Qingfeng camp. If he succeeds, it would bring glory to our school," the teachers explained to Zhao Chen, fearing he might think they were favoring Wang Qing. Zhao Chen usually had a good relationship with the school's teachers, so he just smiled and said, "I understand. But you don't need to worry. This year, I will definitely take first place in the Qingfeng camp. By then, Yuwu No. 2 Middle School will be proud of me." This statement sounded somewhat arrogant, considering that Luzhou City governs 5 counties and 7 districts, with tens of thousands of graduates each year. Among them, there are thousands of awakeners. The admission ratio for Qingfeng camp is less than 1 in 10. It is quite difficult to enter the camp, let alone emerge victorious among so many talents in the city. Especially for a student like Zhao Chen, who comes from an ordinary background and cannot afford high-level equipment. However, after witnessing Zhao Chen ruthlessly beat Wang Qing and the other two, no one dared to mock him. They vaguely felt that Zhao Chen was not joking but was genuinely planning to compete for the title of first in Luzhou City's training camp. A teacher who had a good relationship with Zhao Chen smiled. "I hope you can do it." The Xianfeng Empire encouraged spiritual ability users to grow and improve. And sparring and fighting were common occurrences. As long as both parties agreed to engage, even if one was killed, they could only blame their own lack of strength. Therefore, although Zhao Chen severely injured the three, he would not face any punishment. Instead, he would earn the respect of others. After teaching the three a lesson, Zhao Chen turned around and looked at Shen Mo Ran, who had previously looked down on him and offered to help him find an easy job in the army. Shen Mo Ran's gaze towards Zhao Chen suddenly became a bit awkward. Seeing Zhao Chen's current performance and recalling her words made her wish she could find a place to hide. "Do you see it now? Even with an A-level talent, I, Zhao Chen, am still not weaker than anyone." Shen Mo Ran gritted her teeth and raised her head to stare at Zhao Chen, saying, "I was only trying to be kind. Why do you have to do this on purpose? Even if you won against them now, so what?" The gap in talent among spiritual ability users only grows larger as time goes on. You are merely relying on ant bus teachings over the years, giving you a slight advantage. But for powerful spiritual ability users, your proud physique and skills will soon be worthless. Zhao Chen laughed casually. He couldn't be bothered to refute Shen Mo Ran's words because everything she said was too ridiculous. Time will prove everything, just wait and see. After he finished speaking, he picked up his backpack from the side, turned around, and left gracefully, leaving behind a carefree silhouette. Zhao Chen was still the same Zhao Chen, unchanged. Shen Mo Ran bit her lip hard and whispered, "No, my choice will not be wrong. He is just momentarily pleased. Soon the gap between us will only grow larger. At that time, he will understand how childish his words today were." The crowd slowly dispersed, still savoring the battle they had just witnessed. Zhao Chen's swift and decisive fighting style truly opened their eyes. Zhao Chen's 7-kill battle method was honed through battles with the beasts of Bloodbone Mountain, each move deadly. Normally, he wouldn't use it during practice with classmates to avoid seriously injuring them. So today, he displayed his true strength, making everyone realize they didn't really know Zhao Chen at all. Several teachers organized a team to take Wang Qing and the others to the infirmary for treatment. With only 4 days left until the Qingfeng camp's entrance trial, they could only treat a few as best as they could, hoping for a glimmer of opportunity. At that moment, a teacher noticed a military vehicle across the street, his expression serious as he immediately ran over. "Instructor Zhang and Instructor Xia, what are you doing here?" The two people in the military vehicle were instructors from the junior class of Qingfeng camp. The burly man named Zhang Biao and the urban beauty named Xiang Xue. Zhang Biao laughed heartily. "We're about to recruit new members, so we're just wandering around the various campuses. We didn't expect to stumble upon such an exciting event. It was worth the trip, huh?" The teacher immediately said, "Our Yuwu No. 2 middle school has quite a few good candidates this year. I hope you will." Zhang Biao waved his hand, signaling him to stop. "Let's not mention others, but that Zhao Chen is indeed very interesting." The teacher's eyes lit up. "Exactly. Although his talent is only a level, his grades in all subjects have always been excellent, and he is smart and steady. He's a good candidate." Zhang Biao stroked his chin. "Zhao Chen. I will keep an eye on him." Demon Clown, activate walking skill practice. After teaching those three a lesson, Zhao Chen felt refreshed as he hurried home, not forgetting to train his walking ability. After the second stage, the light step greatly increased his speed. He then realized that life skills, while seemingly not directly helpful in combat, were actually all divine skills. Because as living beings, fighting is for survival, which is the extension of basic survival abilities. Therefore, every basic skill retained for survival has infinite uses. For example, in terms of the ability of walking, humans first learned to walk upright before developing the footwork of spiritual ability users. Zhao Chen is different from others. Other spiritual ability users need to consume spiritual power to enhance their physical attributes for quick movement. However, he does not need that at all. He directly enhances from the very foundation of his physique. Every moment, every second, he is growing stronger. Even during eating and sleeping. The higher his eating proficiency, the greater the energy conversion rate of the food in his body. What just happened has already been cast aside by Zhao Chen. Now, all he thinks about is continuously making himself stronger and improving the proficiency of various skills. In 4 days, during the recruitment trial of the Qingfeng camp, I must secure first place. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with a determined light. This is not for the sake of fame, but being first comes with many tangible benefits. All resources of the Xianfeng Empire will be prioritized for geniuses. Securing first place will attract the attention of the Qingfeng camp, granting more resource allocation. To become a more powerful spiritual ability user requires vast resources, and with his family's conditions, he cannot be self-sufficient. Fortunately, in this era, as long as talent is recognized by the Xianfeng Empire, it will be cultivated with emphasis. Therefore, he must fight for what he deserves, otherwise, how can he stand out? After returning home, Zhao Chen wasted no time, dropped his backpack, and began meditating again. He was well aware of what Shin Moran had said. When he first awakened, his physical fitness, combat skills, and practical experience were substantial enough to easily defeat Wang Qing and others. However, once everyone's combat levels rise, the strength of spiritual abilities becomes key. Time waits for no one, there are only 4 days left, and he needs to elevate introduction to spiritual energy to the second stage during this period. He just wonders what it will be like after breaking through 100 proficiency. In Luzhou City, the Xiao family. After Xiao Han returned home, he immediately locked himself in the quiet room. As the name suggests, the quiet room is an extremely silent space constructed with special materials capable of achieving a terrifying 0 decibels. This is an environment that does not exist in nature. Normal people cannot stay in it for long without feeling an overwhelming urge to escape due to excessive oppression. However, this absolute silence is particularly suitable for spiritual ability users to meditate. Only officers of the level of the deputy commander of the Luzhou City Armed Forces can afford to build such an expensive quiet room in their homes. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the floor, his back straight, striving to enter an absolute state of emptiness, as only in this way can he connect his mind to the subspace. After a long time, his brows furrowed tightly. Today, his mind was too restless, he had not entered the right state for a long time. The battle at the school gate and the scene of Zhao Chen pointing at him and challenging him would flash into his mind every time he closed his eyes. It was an immense sense of humiliation. As the son of the deputy commander, and an awakened level spiritual ability user, how could he lose face in front of all the teachers and students at school? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Unable to maintain his calm, Xiao Han had to reach out and grab a box from the side, opening it to reveal 10 red and white capsules lying quietly inside. These were meditation capsules, extremely expensive, with the price of one enough to cover the living expenses of an ordinary family of 3 for 2 years. After taking one, it could temporarily develop the brain domain of a spiritual ability user, making it easier to connect to the subspace. Xiao Han picked one up and swallowed it whole. Soon after, his expression became calm. It's okay, Zhao Chen is just a strong brute. Combat level 1, talent E, destined to have a locked growth limit. It won't be long before I can step on him, and he will never see my back again, Xiao Han thought to himself. After finishing his meditation, Xiao Han walked out of the quiet room. Now he can meditate 16 times a day. Indeed, the level talent is powerful. He can clearly feel the spiritual energy in his body steadily increasing. A smug smile appeared on Xiao Han's face. I can meditate 16 times a day now, while a level Zhao Chen might struggle to manage even 4 times. My one day's effort is worth 4 of his. Moreover, as time goes on, the gap between us will only widen. Zhao Chen, cherish the present, this is your last chance to be arrogant. As Xiao Han walked out of the meditation room, he suddenly saw his father, Xiao Tianyi, the deputy commander of the Wubei army in Lujiang City, quietly sitting at the table. His face bore a hint of authority, arms crossed, and a chilling aura emanated from this officer who had spent many years in military campaigns. Xiao Han instinctively sensed that his father was not in a good mood today. Dad, you're back, Xiao Han quickly greeted Xiao Tianyi. Xiao Tianyi replied curtly, sit down. Xiao Han's heart sank, and he hurriedly sat down obediently across from Xiao Tianyi. Xiao Tianyi fixed his sharp gaze on Xiao Han. Did someone challenge you at school today? Was it that Zhao Chen you've been talking about? As a senior officer, Xiao Tianyi enjoyed the privilege of reproductive freedom, so Xiao Han was his only son. Since childhood, he had invested a great deal of energy into Xiao Han, hoping the next generation could surpass him and prevent the Xiao family from declining in the future. Therefore, the teachers at school would report to him about what happened around Xiao Han. Xiao Han immediately understood why Xiao Tianyi was unhappy. As a soldier, Xiao Tianyi had always taught him not to be timid in the face of challenges. A warrior must have the courage to fight. But today, in the face of Zhao Chen's challenge, he had backed down. Moreover, he had chosen to retreat in front of the entire school faculty and students. This was something Xiao Tianyi could not tolerate. Dad, that Zhao Chen is just an level awakened. Besides, he comes from a poor background. The barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes. I am 100% confident I can beat him, but if he fights back and injures me, I worry it will affect my training in the Qingfeng camp. Xiao Tianyi looked coldly at Xiao Han, whose voice grew smaller. Humph. You're afraid, and you're making excuses for yourself. Xiao Tianyi shouted angrily. When you awakened, you were at combat level 9, while his combat level is only 1. In terms of spiritual ability and talent, you far surpass him. Yet you are afraid. Is this how a warrior should act? Xiao Han's face turned pale with fear. He had always been most afraid of his father, because whenever he made a mistake, his father's whip would strike him mercilessly. Dad, I know I was wrong. Xiaohan understood that arguing would be useless at this moment. He had to quickly admit his mistake to win his father's forgiveness. Xiao Tianyi stared at his son, who had buried his head low and exhaled a heavy sigh. This time, I will forgive you. But if there's a next time, I will not be lenient. He stood up and walked towards the door, but suddenly turned around and said, and don't forget, I also came from the commoner district. If you don't work hard, your descendants may very well become ordinary people again. Yes, I understand, father. Xiaohan lowered his head, biting his teeth hard. Humiliation, immense humiliation. He never expected to be reprimanded by his father because of Zhao Chen. What Xiaohan desired most was the recognition of his heroic father. Zhao Chen, you bastard, I will never let you off lightly. The flames of hatred flickered in Xiaohan's eyes. After all, he was just an 18-year-old boy, unable to endure such grievances. Do you think you still have a chance to stand on the same stage as me? I will make sure you can't even pass the entrance trial for the Qingfeng camp. Zhao Chen returned home and began to practice diligently, striving to improve the proficiency of various skills. The demon clown could only train one skill at a time, so he had to allocate his time wisely. For the next 4 days, he planned to focus on introduction to spiritual energy, 7-kill combat technique, strength, and walking. These were the abilities that could most quickly enhance his immediate combat power. Garden Town was not far from Yuwu No. 2 Middle School, and soon the events of the morning spread throughout the town. Some neighbors came to visit Zhao Chen, hoping to make up for their previous neglect. However, they were all met with Bu Yan, who was indifferent rejection. She would not allow anyone to disturb Zhao Chen at this time. Zhao Chen's home did not have a quiet room, but it was located on the edge of Garden Town, and from the yard, one could see the massive Bloodbone Mountain in the distance. He sat on the floor, his hands casually resting on his legs, eyes closed in meditation. Introduction to Spiritual Energy, Proficiency 75. At this point, he could complete a meditation session in 5 minutes, faster than Bu Yanhua when she had just awakened, so she no longer needed to guide him. By the end of the day, if he only meditated, he could complete 42 sessions. Of course, Zhao Chen did not overdo it, as he still needed to spend time improving the proficiency of his other abilities. The strength of a spiritual energy user relies on the barrel effect. If there are weaknesses, they could become fatal flaws on the battlefield. At 2 o'clock in the morning. It was June, and Jiangnan had entered a somewhat hot season. A cool breeze blew in at midnight, dissipating much of the heat. Outside, the sound of insects chirping rose and fell, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Zhao Chen closed his eyes, guiding a thread of energy from the subspace with his mental power, flowing in from the spiritual sea and circulating through his spiritual energy meridians. With the completion of the last meditation, the progress bar on the sign the demon clown was holding instantly changed from 99 to 100. Ha ha! Introduction to Spiritual Energy Proficiency maxed out, entering the second stage Spiritual Energy Rotation, Proficiency 100. In an instant, it felt as if some shackles in Zhao Chen's mind had been unlocked. This unlocking was not instantaneous but occurred as his grasp of introduction to spiritual energy strengthened, a natural progression. When the proficiency reached 100, he gained many new insights. Based on introduction to spiritual energy, he independently extended and birthed a more advanced meditation method, Spiritual Energy Rotation. This was actually a meditation method distinct from the introductory section of Imperial Emperor's Record, merely an evolution based on the introductory section of Imperial Emperor's Record, adapted in Zhao Chen's own way. Its characteristic was that it evolved into a new meditation method entirely according to Zhao Chen's physical traits. Thus, all the skills Zhao Chen evolved through infinite proficiency enhancement were his exclusive skills. This way, he need not worry about causing trouble in the future or being questioned about how he obtained higher-level combat techniques. Spiritual Energy Rotation, Proficiency 100. The progress bar was completely black. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Although he was already somewhat physically and mentally exhausted, he still forced himself to meditate using the new method. Closing his eyes to meditate again, this time, his meditation speed actually increased significantly. Not only was the speed of drawing power from the subspace faster, but his body was also undergoing subtle changes. The repeated cleansing of the spiritual energy meridians widened the flow of spiritual energy like a river. This meant that Zhao Chen's speed of circulating spiritual energy would be faster. This was very important. Once he used a combat technique that consumed a large amount of spiritual energy during battle, any delay in supplying spiritual energy to his body would lead to discomfort. The faster the circulation of spiritual energy, the shorter this discomfort period would be. The meditation method of the second stage is surprisingly powerful. Could it be that this is no longer a beginner-level meditation but rather an intermediate one? Zhao Chen thought to himself, his heart surging with excitement. Now, completing another meditation session only takes a mere 3.5 minutes. Theoretically, if he meditates once a day, he could reach a maximum of 60 sessions in an extreme state. Of course, under normal circumstances. There's no need to push it that far, as it would be too mentally exhausting, leaving his brain in a state of chaos. For instance, right now, Zhao Chen felt his head spinning and was quite fatigued. He stood up and walked towards his bedroom. Nowadays, he only needs 3 hours of deep sleep each day to fully recover. Tomorrow morning, he still has to run 10 kilometers. There are only 2 days left until the Qingfeng Camp entrance trial. The next morning, Zhao Chen woke up feeling refreshed, quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, then changed into his sportswear and headed out. The prompt from the demon clown changed the skill from sleeping to walking. Now, his life skill sleeping has reached a proficiency of 48 points, while walking light steps has reached 142 points. No matter what he does, Zhao Chen always activates the demon clown first to enhance his proficiency. Before the sun had even risen, he completed 3 laps, and now his morning run was no longer just 1 lap, but 3, totaling about 30 kilometers. This amount of exercise would typically leave a young person his age needing to lie down for a week after finishing. However, after running, Zhao Chen only felt slightly out of breath and did not feel particularly tired. Back home, he began practicing the 7-kill battle method. In the yard, there were several empty wine jars. Zhao Chen picked up 2 20-pound jars, filled them with water, and then stood in the yard, assuming a horse stance. He then grasped the mouths of the jars with his index fingers, slowly lifting them while keeping his arms parallel to the ground. The eagle claw technique is the foundation of grappling skills and is part of the 7-kill battle method. Strictly speaking, the 7-kill battle method is a way to build a solid foundation. The eagle claw training method is designed to strengthen finger strength. This way, when fighting someone in the future, his fingers will be like eagle claws, making it difficult for the opponent to break free once he has a hold of them. In the past, Zhao Chen could hold 10-pound jars in each hand for about 10 minutes. Now, with the proficiency of the 7-kill battle method reaching 152 points, his foundational strength and finger strength have greatly improved. He tightly gripped the mouths of the 2 20-pound jars and stood there for nearly 20 minutes before feeling his fingers become sore and unsteady. Zhao Chen set down the jars, placing them in the corner, and clapped his hands with a smile, saying, "Now my finger strength can directly penetrate the bark of a small tree. In the future, when sparring with someone, as long as I get the chance to grab their body, I can easily pierce into their muscles. I could even snap their neck." At some point, Manhwa had also woken up, and of course, she noticed the commotion from Zhao Chen's training. After getting up, she silently watched him. When Zhao Chen turned around, he caught a glimpse of her holding a wine jug, dressed in a lazy nightgown, leaning against a pillar. "Good morning, Aunt Boo. Are you hungry? I'll go prepare breakfast." Just as Zhao Chen was about to head to the kitchen, Manhwa stopped him. She shuffled into the yard in her slippers and said to Zhao Chen, "You're going to Qingfeng Camp the day after tomorrow, right? How's your training going?" Zhao Chen smiled faintly, his face full of confidence. "Don't worry, I will definitely get into Qingfeng Camp. Moreover, I aim to take first place in the entrance trial." Manhwa gave him a thumbs up. "Good, that's the spirit. No wonder you're the soldier I trained." But soon, she straightened her face. "But remember, don't think you're amazing now and underestimate any opponent. On the battlefield, anything can happen. Although the Qingfeng Camp is named for its youth training, it also belongs to the military, and there are annual death quotas. This trial will definitely claim lives. You're about to go to the battlefield, let me teach you one more move." Zhao Chen's eyes lit up, and he nodded. That would be the best. After becoming a spiritual energy user, Manhwa had not taught him any combat techniques for the use of spiritual abilities. According to the regulations of the Xianfeng Empire, the combat techniques learned from the military by Manhwa were not allowed to be taught privately. Therefore, what Manhwa could teach Zhao Chen could only be her own insights. Sitting on the steps, Manhwa said to Zhao Chen, "Your foundation is solid. You have already comprehended how to gather spiritual energy and apply it to certain parts of your body. This ability was originally something you would gradually master after studying for a while. I didn't expect you to figure it out on your own." Zhao Chen thought for a moment and said, "My proficiency in introduction to spiritual energy has already reached the 2nd stage. So my application of spiritual power far exceeds that of someone who has just awakened." Manhwa raised a finger. "Very clever. But I still need to systematically introduce you to the 4 basic applications of spiritual abilities. The first is to extract spiritual energy from the subspace, turning it into strength for your own body, called refinement. The second is to release the extracted energy, wrapping it around your body or objects to enhance their performance, known as spiritual binding." She counted on her fingers, smiling as she gazed at Zhao Chen. "As for the third, you have already figured it out yourself. Once you reach a certain level of mastery over spiritual power, you can freely manipulate it, condensing it in a fixed place to enhance its effects. This ability is called condensation. As for the fourth, it can only be mastered when your combat level exceeds level 10 and you reach the rank of private. This ability allows you to unleash spiritual power from your body, forming explosive techniques called release. Refinement, binding, condensation, and release are the 4 stages of spiritual users and the foundation for mastering spiritual power. Only after mastering these 4 abilities can one truly be considered a spiritual user. Bu Yanhuan explained with a smile, that's why, at combat levels 1 to 9, you can only be called combat teeth. Just like a beast that has just grown its canine teeth, you lack the ability to fight in battle. Only after mastering refinement, binding, condensation, and release and reaching the rank of private can you truly be considered a user and enter the military to fight against lower dark races. And now, you have understood the first 3, only release remains unmastered. Zhao Chen's gaze sharpened. Aunt Bu, are you going to teach me the release technique? A hint of teasing glimmered in Bu Yanhuan's eyes. Impossible. Your current level of spiritual power cannot achieve that. They can only surround the surface of your body or objects. Once the spiritual power leaves the source in your body, it will quickly dissipate into the air. Zhao Chen, after all this, I still can't master it? Then what are you going to teach me? Zhao Chen was also confused. Bu Yanhuan stood up and casually picked up a stone from the ground. Watch closely. In her right hand, a blue spiritual energy emerged, enveloping the stone. Then, with a casual throw, the stone whooshed through the air and Zhao Chen only heard a thud. He turned to look and the stone had pierced through a distance of over 10 meters, embedding itself deep into a large tree at the northwest corner of the courtyard. If it were just spiritual power leaving the body, it would quickly dissipate. However, with an attachment, the dissipation speed can be slowed down. Therefore, what I want to teach you is how to master the ability to use spiritual power for long-range attacks even at the combat teeth stage. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the battles of these low-level spiritual practitioners today are not much different from those of ordinary people. They merely possess a bit of spiritual power which significantly enhances their physical abilities. In imagination, that terrifying combat power that can move mountains and drain seas can only be possessed by high-level spiritual practitioners. Once on the battlefield, if surrounded by many opponents, Zhao Chen might be able to take on a dozen by himself. But what if there were dozens of Duya-level spiritual practitioners? Or even hundreds? During the recruitment trials of the Qingfeng camp, all the geniuses from the major martial arts schools in Luzhou City would come. If Zhao Chen were to fall into their siege, it would be hard to say what would happen. Therefore, having a strong ability for long-range attacks is very important. Zhao Chen looked at Bu Yanhua. Aunt Bu, please teach me how to use this move. Bu Yanhua, tossing a few pebbles in her hand, said lightly, this technique seems simple, but it actually requires a very good grasp of spiritual power. As she spoke, she magically pulled an egg from her back pocket and handed it to Zhao Chen. Try to wrap it in your spiritual power. Zhao Chen took the egg and attempted to do as instructed. This was his first attempt to channel spiritual power from his body into another object. When he actually tried to do it, he realized just how difficult it was. The egg was very fragile, while spiritual power was a very powerful energy. Just the first touch resulted in a loud crack. As the egg exploded in Zhao Chen's palm, Zhao Chen's face stiffened. Is it really that hard? Bu Yanhua took a big gulp of her drink. Practice well. Today we're having scrambled eggs. As she said this, she pulled out a large basket of eggs from behind the door and placed it under the eaves. Take your time, we're not in a hurry, Bu Yanhua said with a smile. This technique requires extremely delicate control of spiritual power. For ordinary spiritual practitioners, it would take years to master. Because the so-called proficiency, the so-called feeling, are all abstract. Only by relying on talent can one grasp that intangible feeling and become proficient in this ability. But who is Zhao Chen? He looked at the large basket of eggs and suddenly smiled. Demon Clown, activate. The sign held by the Demon Clown suddenly flipped rapidly, changing to spiritual power control. Spiritual power control, a technique for applying spiritual energy, not a combat or life skill. For Zhao Chen, everything can enhance proficiency. He was not in a hurry, savoring the feeling from earlier. He should slow down a bit and when controlling the spiritual power from his fingertips, be gentler, trying to touch the eggshell first. With this thought in mind, the second attempt came quickly. Crack. Spiritual power control, proficiency 1. Crack. Spiritual power control, proficiency 2. After half a day, Zhao Chen had broken more than a dozen eggs, but he didn't waste them. The broken eggs were placed in a large bowl beside him, ready to be cooked later. His proficiency visibly grew from the initial clumsiness and confusion to now, where a faint layer of frost-like spiritual power covered half of the eggshell. Bu Yanhua lazily leaned against a post, her phoenix eyes slightly squinted as she watched Zhao Chen, murmuring to herself, what a prodigy. Just before Zhao Chen was about to finish off the basket of eggs, when his proficiency in spiritual power control reached 22, he finally managed to completely wrap one egg in his palm with spiritual power. Zhao Chen slowly raised his palm, as if holding a fragile treasure that would shatter with a touch, carefully presenting it to Bu Yanhua. I did it! Zhao Chen gasped. Although it was just a delicate manipulation of spiritual power, he was already sweating profusely. Bu Yanhua smiled and said, "Can you be this careful when fighting someone?" She walked over, picked an egg from the basket, wrapped it in spiritual power, and suddenly threw it high into the air. The egg flew up to over 10 meters high, then fell back into Bu Yanhua's palm under Zhao Chen's watchful gaze. The egg landed steadily, showing no signs of breaking at all. Zhao Chen was somewhat speechless. Just wrapping the egg in spiritual energy to prevent it from breaking was already quite difficult. Throwing it up and down was even harder. You don't need to reach my level. After all, your target for wrapping with spiritual energy is a weapon. Flying daggers, stones, not to mention handheld weapons. However, if you can control the most fragile egg well, then manipulating weapons will be even more powerful. Because unnecessary waste will reduce the spiritual energy dissipated into the air. It was then that Zhao Chen understood Bu Yanhua's intention. He took a deep breath, said no more, and tried to slowly toss the egg in his hand. Once, twice, 3 times. The subsequent process became even more challenging, but with the help of the demon clown, Zhao Chen's proficiency increased at a visible rate. By the end of the morning, 2 baskets of eggs had disappeared. Zhao Chen finally managed to toss the egg up and catch it steadily in his palm. However, he couldn't throw it as high as Bu Yanhua, only managing to toss it 1 or 2 meters. But seeing this, Bu Yanhua had already cursed the prodigy countless times in her heart. With the ability of the demon clown, no matter what Zhao Chen practiced, even if he started off clumsy and slow, he could always improve his proficiency at a visible speed. A bold idea began to form in her mind. If he were to do that thing, wouldn't he be the chosen one? She calculated in her heart that it was just the right time to send Zhao Chen to Qingfeng Camp to meet that person. Alright, your current level of spiritual energy control is sufficient for this stage, Bu Yanhua said, letting Zhao Chen put down the egg and switch to a stone. Following her words, Zhao Chen did as instructed, and indeed, when the spiritual energy spread from his fingertips and covered the surface of the stone, it felt incredibly easy and natural. The stone's carrying capacity was far stronger than that of the egg. The next step is to throw the stone. As Bu Yanhua spoke, Zhao Chen had already smiled slightly and mimicked her previous motion with a flick of his wrist. His movement was very sharp. The 7-kill battle method also included techniques for using hidden weapons. Zhao Chen could now injure someone from 10 meters away using flying needles. Throwing a stone was even easier. However, this time, before the stone had even traveled halfway, the spiritual energy on it began to dissipate slowly. Thud! The stone hit a thick tree trunk, leaving a dent but not embedding itself. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Indeed, it's not simple. My practice of condensation isn't enough, right? Bu Yanhua nodded with a smile. Smart, you learn quickly. Zhao Chen picked up another stone. At this point, his control over spiritual energy had reached a proficiency of 48. Under the blazing sun, Zhao Chen tirelessly continued to practice. After watching for a while, Bu Yanhua knew that this kid just needed to keep practicing to succeed, so she took the large iron basin of broken eggs to the kitchen and cooked 2 dishes. One was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The other was also scrambled eggs with tomatoes. There were simply too many broken eggs. One basin couldn't hold them all. After Zhao Chen had a few bites of rice at noon, he began to practice nervously again. The technique of controlling spiritual energy was very difficult to learn. And this was the slowest Zhao Chen had ever improved his proficiency since awakening his ability. Even if each time he could only increase his proficiency by about 0.1, Zhao Chen's determination was unwavering. Once the spiritual energy in his body was exhausted, he immediately meditated, using spiritual energy reversal to quickly recover his energy, then continued to practice. After a full day of practice, Zhao Chen finally managed to accurately smash a spiritually wrapped stone into a large tree from 10 meters away, embedding it 5 centimeters deep. Zhao Chen was sweating profusely, but upon seeing the results of his training, he still felt somewhat dissatisfied. With only a 10-meter effective attack range, it can't be considered long range, it's merely a medium-range ambush. If I could replace the stones with more durable flying knives, would it be better? With this thought in mind, Zhao Chen immediately returned to his room. There were flying knives at home, which Bu Yanhuan usually taught him to practice with, and he would use them when hunting in the mountains. These things were made of high-quality steel and weren't cheap. Bu Yanhuan would always retrieve them after use. Zhao Chen opened the cabinet and pulled out a bundle of flying knives, then headed to the yard. He pinched one flying knife between his fingers, a faint blue light flashing in his eyes as his spiritual energy enveloped the entire knife. Whoosh! His speed was incredibly fast, so quick that it only left a flash of light. Ambush weapons rely on surprise, and the speed of attack must be swift. This time, he heard a loud bang from the large tree in the yard, its trunk shaking and leaves falling all around. A small hole appeared in the trunk, clear from front to back. Seeing this, Zhao Chen clenched his fists in excitement. The tree's diameter was over 10 centimeters, and even ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate it. Yet his flying knife had done it. Zhao Chen's breath quickened. This strike consumed quite a bit of spiritual energy, but the power was truly exhilarating. Although my spiritual energy can't solidify beyond 10 meters, greatly reducing its power, as long as I use it well, this flying knife will become my trump card. Bu Yanhuan sat cross-legged under the eaves, lazily munching on watermelon while watching Zhao Chun practice. She had become somewhat numb to it all. Normally, even a talented spiritual practitioner would need at least a year and a half of hard training to achieve such a level of lethality. But how long had Zhao Chen taken? One day, just one day. Yet looking at Zhao Chen's expression, slightly furrowed brows, he seemed not entirely satisfied. Bu Yanhuan wanted to say, just destroy it already, hurry up. The attack range is still too short, it seems he'll need to pair it with a bow and arrow in the future. If I infuse my spiritual energy into the arrows and utilize the strong bow's elasticity, then the effective attack range of this move will be enhanced. Master one method, and all methods become accessible. After learning spirit entanglement, Zhao Chen had already imagined countless ways to fight. With this killer move, I will definitely secure first place in the camp trial. His eyes gleamed like blades as he tightened his fists. In the final day, aside from eating and sleeping, Zhao Chen dedicated all his time to improving his skill proficiency. He didn't need to worry about the fatigue in his body, as every time he finished practicing, Bu Yanhuan would use special massage techniques to help him relax his muscles. Coupled with the two extraordinary skills, sleep and turtle breathing method, his recovery of physical and mental state was incredibly fast. Finally, the day arrived to head to Qingfeng camp for the entrance trial. Zhao Chen checked all his skills. Several key skills had been maximized to the best of his ability. Among them, 7-kill battle method proficiency was 162, light step proficiency was 156, physical strength proficiency was 155, turtle breathing method proficiency was 155, spirit energy rotation proficiency was 114. Those with proficiency over 100 had entered the second stage of ability, and Zhao Chen speculated that if categorized by battle method levels, they had already stepped into the threshold of intermediate battle methods. Of course, the life skills among them could surpass human limits, and others had no means to train them. As for the skill spirit energy control, it was said that only 1 in 10,000 elite spiritual practitioners could reach a proficiency of 70. Yet Zhao Chen had achieved a terrifying value of 53 in just 3 days. Now, he was a well-rounded hexagonal warrior, almost without any flaws. And he was merely a spiritual practitioner at the fighting tooth stage. However, during this time, his combat level had risen from 1 to 2. And the total amount of spiritual energy in his body was several times that of an ordinary level 2 combatant. Zhao Chen was full of confidence for the upcoming camp trials. He got up early, only running 10 kilometers today, which didn't exhaust his stamina too much. At this level, the exercise was merely a warm-up. After returning home, he picked up his travel bag and prepared some necessary items. For instance, flying knives and a baseball bat, and even took out a frying pan from the kitchen because there was no money at home to buy armor. When Bu Yanhua saw this, she lazily told him, if there's really a practical training session, the Qingfeng camp will provide standardized equipment, so you don't need to bring anything. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen finally understood why Bu Yanhua hadn't spent money to buy him a set of high-quality armor. The Qingfeng camp did this to some extent to prevent the emergence of Peitoan players. Zhao Chen chuckled, and after the two finished breakfast, Bu Yanhua pushed a small electric scooter out from the yard. Zhao Chen was left speechless. It's over 100 kilometers from here to Qingfeng camp, and you're riding this to take me there? Bu Yanhua lazily replied, there's no choice, our family is poor, and this is the only mode of transportation we have. Zhao Chen looked at the wine bottle she was holding, and the frown on his forehead deepened. Most of the money at home over the years had been spent by Bu Yanhua on buying wine. However, Bu Yanhua had never skimped on Zhao Chen's food and clothing. At least in terms of food, those precious meats were all hunted by her personally from Blood-Bone Mountain. A child from an ordinary family, even with 2 pensions, couldn't eat meat at every meal to supplement nutrition like Zhao Chen did. However, Qingfeng camp was a military stronghold, and no vehicles were allowed. They could only find their own way there. At that moment, old Xia, the neighbor who brewed wine, passed by Zhao Chen's house on his tricycle, smiling and waving. Miss Bu, Xiaomu, good morning. Bu Yanhua and Zhao Chen exchanged a glance, and an idea formed in their minds. Soon, the two of them were sitting in the cargo area of old Xia's tricycle, which puttered towards Qingfeng camp in the northeast direction of Luzhou City. Uncle Xia, thank you for the trouble today. Don't mention it. Over the years, our family has been greatly helped by Miss Bu. Bu Yanhua was quite respected in the garden community. Although no one knew her background, they were aware of her unfathomable strength. For many years, the garden community had not faced any attacks from dark races thanks to Bu Yanhua's presence. Indeed, even in the human realm, there were occasional disturbances caused by dark races. Either wild beasts suddenly awakened and mutated in the city, or exotic beasts from the surrounding desolate areas like Bloodbone Mountain invaded human living spaces. Although the Luzhou City armed forces had always been on high alert, there were always some that slipped through the cracks. But ever since Bu Yanhua brought Zhao Chen here, such incidents had not occurred again. The journey of over 100 kilometers took old Xie's tricycle more than 2 hours to complete. Qingfeng Camp was located near a forest surrounded by wilderness. Apart from a massive military facility enclosed by high walls and barbed wire, the surrounding area was largely deserted. Zhao Chen jumped off the tricycle and thanked old Xie. "Xiaomu, you must work hard. Once you enter the military facility, you can stand out and won't have to be like I was back then, just a cannon fodder soldier." Old Xie smiled, but there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. On the battlefield, life and death were unpredictable. He was lucky to return with a broken leg. Countless ordinary soldiers like him had perished on the battlefield. Zhao Chen nodded silently. "Uncle Xie, I will remember." Old Xie still had to go buy materials, so he drove away. Zhao Chen then turned around and looked at the gate of the military facility in Luzhou City. The Qingfeng Camp, the massive main gate, was built from giant stones, standing over 20 meters tall and measuring at least 30 to 40 meters in length. At the entrance stood 4 soldiers dressed in dark green camouflage uniforms, their faces as cold and hard as black iron, not a hint of a smile to be seen. At this moment, many people had already gathered at the entrance of the Qingfeng Camp. This year, thousands of awakened individuals from various universities across the city had come, most of them hoping to seize a chance at hope. Suddenly, Zhao Chen caught sight of a few familiar figures out of the corner of his eye. He turned his head and saw Wang Qing, Sun Wei, and Chen Mingming glaring at him with expressions full of resentment. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. "Aren't these guys the ones I beat up badly?" But looking at the three now, they seemed to be in no serious trouble. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. They must have spent quite a bit to not want to miss this opportunity. Normal medical methods would definitely not heal them in 3 days. However, if they were willing to spend more money to have a spirit healer treat them, they could indeed recover from their injuries quickly. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes. These three had already become his enemies, and judging by their resentful gazes, they hated him from the bottom of their hearts. During the trials, they would surely come after him. If they want to seek death, they can come right over. Zhao Chen didn't care about such petty thoughts. Upon seeing Zhao Chen looking at them, Wang Qing and the others quickly averted their gazes and walked towards the registration area. Sun Wei lowered his voice and said, "That guy is here too. Today, the three of us must team up to make sure he gets eliminated." Chen Mingming hesitated. "Even if the three of us team up, we might not be his match." In that battle, the three of them had been completely overwhelmed by Zhao Chen, unable to fight back at all. Wang Qing said with a grim face, "Xiaohan specifically hired a spirit healer to treat our injuries, just to help us take revenge. We shouldn't rush. Xiaohan must have other plans." He added, "If we can't do it openly, we can do it secretly." He clenched his fists, recalling the humiliation from 3 days ago, his eyes nearly blazing with fire. "Let's focus on him alone. Even a tiger has its napping moments. I refuse to believe he has no weaknesses." The others nodded, their minds already calculating. Just as Zhao Chen was about to enter the school, a long luxury car suddenly stopped beside him with a click. Several burly bodyguards, exuding an aura of violence, stepped out of the car and opened the back door. The first to emerge was a spirited young man, carrying a weapon case on his back. His eyes sparkled with confidence and brightness. After getting out of the car, he quickly stepped aside, as if there were others still inside. The attention of those around was drawn to him. In the Xianfeng Empire, everyone was a soldier, and most ordinary people's income had to supplement military needs to combat dark races. Therefore, only those in the small wealthy class could afford a private car, while the average middle class could not. Such luxurious vehicles could only be purchased by the very rich or those in power. Naturally, the appearance of such a figure would attract attention. Under Zhao Chen's gaze, a round object suddenly bounced out of the car. Indeed, it bounced out directly. Zhao Chen didn't catch a clear glimpse and thought it was a ball. It was a short, chubby boy, less than 1.60 meters tall, dressed in high-end training gear and wearing military-grade combat boots. His hair was slicked back with gel, reflecting a dazzling shine under the sunlight. Having been poor for 18 years, Zhao Chen couldn't recognize the value of the boy's outfit, but just by the level of craftsmanship, he could tell that everything about him was not cheap. After getting out of the car, the chubby boy's eyes darted around and happened to meet Zhao Chen's gaze. His face instantly blossomed into a flower-like smile full of humility and politeness as he walked over and politely handed Zhao Chen a business card he had pulled from his pocket. Hello. You must be here to participate in the camp trial, right? My name is Meng Qiuer, but you can call me by my nickname, Meng Qiuqiu. We're from the same cohort? I hope to count on your support. Zhao Chen was taken aback. This rich young master was too polite, completely contrary to his expectations of such a character. Shouldn't he be strutting over, ordering him to get out of the way and not block his path? Zhao Chen took the business card. Hello, my name is Zhao Chen. His response was quite brief. The other party's enthusiasm left him at a loss for words. Upon hearing Zhao Chen introduce himself, the chubby boy's eyes lit up. Zhao Chen? Are you the Zhao Chen from Yuwu No. 2 Middle School in Chongqing District? Zhao Chen smiled faintly. You know me? The chubby boy excitedly walked over and grabbed Zhao Chen's hands. Of course. I've done my research on everyone participating in this year's Qingfeng Camp trial. You're quite famous. In the previous joint exams in Lujiang City, you were always first. It's an honor to meet you. I hope you can support my business in the future. Support business? Zhao Chen was a bit confused. What was this all about? Well, let's leave it at that for now. See you later. The chubby boy waved his hand and then took his business card to find someone else. Almost every trial participant he could see, he greeted politely and handed out his business card. I see, it's the Meng family from Jiangnan. Bu Yanhua's voice came from behind, as she looked at the chubby boy with a friendly face and said lightly. Zhao Chen curiously asked, do you know him? Bu Yanhua replied, he's considered a royal merchant, but their business is limited to the Jiangnan province. The Meng group is the wealthiest in Jiangnan. They have always been in the military supplies business and work closely with the government. Don't underestimate this chubby boy, just look at his stature. Even if he's just a young master from a branch of the Meng family, his wealth and family connections are quite impressive. In the Xianfeng Empire, those who do business often have official backing, as the state only allows those who have made significant contributions to the country to profit. These royal merchants either have ancestors who were powerful spiritual practitioners and made great contributions or provided substantial value during wartime through commercial means. Therefore, every major entrepreneur and tycoon in the Xianfeng Empire cannot be an ordinary merchant. Zhao Chen blinked. People of such status don't seem to have much arrogance. Bu Yanhua said lightly, that's because the Meng family has a family motto, harmony brings wealth. They are in business, dealing not just in goods but also in human relationships. For their children entering military academies, enhancing strength isn't the most important thing. The key is to expand connections and befriend various talents. After all, building relationships during the rookie phase is the least costly. She pointed to the business card in Zhao Chen's hand. Take a closer look at what it's made of. Zhao Chen flipped the card over and, upon closer inspection, discovered that it was made of pure gold. Although it was just a thin piece, it must be worth at least 10,000 Xianfeng coins. Zhao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of a tycoon, they're so rich. Bu Yanhua, however, nudged Zhao Chen's arm with her smooth shoulder, her eyes sparkling as she said, you can't say that. Merchants are all about profit. Their wealth is their ability. Both of us are quite poor, and if you want to get stronger, you'll need various resources. It's essential to befriend people like him. It would be best to squeeze some benefits from him to help support your weak and helpless aunt in the future. Heh. Bu Yanhua's last remark revealed her intentions, and Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. You, a tough Barbie, stop pretending to be a weak woman. Bu Yanhua, annoyed, raised her eyebrows and directly trapped Zhao Chen's head under her arm. You little rascal. I'm clearly gentle and lovely, beautiful and charming. Do you understand what healthy beauty means? Zhao Chen was just joking. Although Bu Yanhuan had firm muscles, they were not exaggerated at all. The lines on her body were honed in the heat of battle, not the kind of dead muscle built in a gym. Feeling the warmth of Bu Yanhuan's embrace, Zhao Chen was both pained and delighted. Ahem, auntie, I have to report now. Although he was a bit reluctant to leave, Zhao Chen did not forget the main business. Hearing Zhao Chen say this, Bu Yanhuan finally released her arm. Bu Yanhuan and Zhao Chen walked together to the entrance, and Zhao Chen passed through the registration area directly, as his personal information had already been entered into the trial system. However, when the soldier at the entrance saw Bu Yanhuan confidently approaching the door, his brow furrowed slightly. But when her identity was detected, his pupils constricted sharply. The hand that was about to reach out to stop her immediately turned into a salute. Bu Yanhuan, holding a bottle of wine in one hand, entered the door with a smile, casually surveying the surroundings and commenting, this place is not bad, but it's a bit worse than where I trained back then. Seeing this, some parents behind wanted to follow in, but they were directly stopped by the guard at the door. Sorry, only candidates participating in the trial can enter the camp. No unauthorized personnel allowed. The guard said coldly. One parent, indignant, pointed at Bu Yanhuan's back and said, why can she go in? The guard looked at Bu Yanhuan, his eyes filled with respect. Because of her contributions to the empire and humanity. After Zhao Chen entered the Qingfeng camp, the entrance was a very wide avenue paved with square bluestones, leading into the distance. There were signs guiding the participants of the trial to gather. And Bu Yanhuan draped her arm over his shoulder, smiling, "You little rascal, from now on, you'll have to rely on yourself. I have some matters to attend to, so we'll leave first." Zhao Chen blinked. "Aren't you here to watch me in the trial? Ha ha ha, you think too much. I have my own things to do." Bu Yanhuan winked at him, then turned around and left boldly. Watching her walk unsteadily, like a drunkard, Zhao Chen could only helplessly rub his forehead and let her be. Following the signs, Zhao Chen arrived at the registration area, which was a huge circular plaza. A circular high-rise building enclosed the plaza, which was very large, covering several thousand square meters. By the time Zhao Chen got there, quite a few people had already gathered. The noise was like a market, with some wearing armor and others carrying weapons, all eager and nervous about the upcoming trial. Zhao Chen found a step to sit on, waiting for the next action. The camp trial had different questions each year, and only on the day of the trial would they be known. Zhao Chen wasted no time. He activated the turtle breathing technique, steadily and slowly improving his proficiency. The turtle breathing technique allowed him to maintain a calm mindset, preventing any inner turmoil. After a while, someone suddenly shouted his name excitedly and ran over. "Zhao Chen! Zhao Chen!" Zhao Chen looked up and saw that it was a few classmates from his class, including Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu, along with some others. 7 or 8 people surrounded him with enthusiasm, greeting Zhao Chen warmly. However, Zhao Chen clearly remembered that aside from Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu, the others had been subtly mocking him after they saw him awaken his ill-level talent. Zhao Chen just smiled faintly and nodded in response. "Hello, everyone." A boy named Meng Hushuan walked over, scratching his head and said, "Zhao Chen, I heard there are more than 2,000 people participating in the trial this time. And based on past years, the acceptance rate is less than 1/10. The competition pressure is really high. Candidates from different schools tend to band together for safety. Why don't you join us?" Zhao Chen rested his chin on his crossed hands, looking at him with a half-smile. "Is that so? Then you all came to recruit me. Such a kind gesture." Meng Hexuan's face immediately flushed. After all, he was just an 18-year-old boy, still unable to have skin as thick as a city wall. He was only a level awakener, with average talent. If he hadn't witnessed Zhao Chen's terrifying combat power that day, he would have kept his distance from Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen straightened his back, still wearing a faint smile. Before participating in the trial, didn't everyone study the past exam questions? The 5-year trial, 3-year simulation mentioned it. The entry trial for the Qingfeng camp has mainly focused on written tests, individual combat abilities, and wilderness combat abilities in recent years. As for team battles, they are not even part of the trial. What they need are elite individuals. Team cooperation is something to consider only after becoming comrades post-trial. Zhao Chen crossed his arms and said with a half-smile, "If that's the case, having more people may not be useful. Moreover, people's hearts may not be united." This was the real reason Zhao Chen didn't want to team up with them. Everyone was in a competitive relationship, and no one dared to turn their back on these people. In the face of tangible interests, backstabbing teammates would inevitably happen. Zhao Chen's strength was far greater than theirs. Why would he want to carry a bunch of dead weight? Seeing Zhao Chen speak so bluntly, the expressions of these students turned sour. "Zhao Chen, you don't have to speak like that, do you? We're all classmates. Helping each other is what we should do. As the class monitor, what's wrong with taking care of us classmates? Acting alone can easily lead to trouble. Don't forget, the trial allows killing. You better think it through." These students were unhappy with Zhao Chen's blatant exposure of their inner thoughts, so their words were laced with barbs. Zhao Chen's gaze turned cold. "Very well, you are right. I've noted everything down." The crowd's expressions brightened, thinking Zhao Chen had been swayed and was willing to team up with them. But the next moment, a sharp killing intent flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. "The trial allows killing, huh? I absolutely detest when others preach to me or engage in moral coercion. So, you all better steer clear of me when the time comes. I prefer to let my knife do the talking." Zhao Chen smiled, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the crowd. This sent a chill through their hearts. The scene of Zhao Chen swiftly killing Wang Qing and the others was still fresh in their minds. If they encountered him during the trial and he truly felt murderous, he could definitely take their lives. Why do you have to speak like that? We're all classmates, we can just avoid you if it comes to that. Hey, we mean no harm, please don't overthink it." A few of them left reluctantly, fearing they would really be on Zhao Chen's radar. Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu looked a bit awkward. "Zhao Chen, I'm sorry, it's all our fault for approaching you about collaborating before, which made them think of you. If you don't want to team up, just consider it an interruption on our part." The two apologized to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen simply smiled at them and said, "I just dislike those who go with the flow. Let's first see what the trial entails. If it's within my capabilities, I will try to help you. After all, we all come from Class 3, and raising the admission rate would bring glory to both Class 3 and Yuwu No. 2 High School." Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu thanked Zhao Chen for his kindness. But they also expressed that the reason they wanted to team up with Zhao Chen initially was that he was only an A-level and they felt qualified. However, now they felt embarrassed, fearing they would hold Zhao Chen back. If it's convenient, we hope you can lend us a hand when the time comes. But we won't be a burden to you, please rest assured. The two said sincerely. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. Alright, let's work hard together. On the square, the trial participants arrived one after another, and the vast area was bustling with crowds. A strand of golden light caught Zhao Chen's eye, and his voice was particularly loud, his enthusiastic laughter audible from a distance. Hello, I am Jin Shengqing, a candidate from the Jin family in Lujiang City. Please take care of me. I hope that in the upcoming trials we can progress together and pass the tests. Zhao Chen rested his chin on his hand, curiously looking over. In the crowd, a tall, slender boy with a head full of golden hair was smiling broadly, greeting each of the nearby participants with a handshake. Ah, can I get your contact information? After chatting with others, he eagerly raised his electronic wristband, and the other party usually wouldn't refuse his enthusiasm, so they exchanged contact details. Gradually, more people gathered around him. The Jin family. Li Zixuan, who was beside Zhao Chen, spoke with a serious tone. They're not simple. Li Zixuan's family had some background. His father was a squad leader in the armed forces, managing a dozen people. Although their background wasn't too deep, it was definitely above that of an ordinary family, allowing them access to some upper-level information. Seeing Zhao Chen and Zhou Haoyu's curious expressions, Li Zixuan explained, the Jin family is a powerful family in the upper circles of Lujiang City. He pointed with his chin at the golden-haired boy, who was busy networking. But someone like him, running around doing things under the Jin family banner, is quite rare. Just as he was speaking, the golden-haired boy walked over to their side. When he saw Zhao Chen, his gaze became subtle, filled with scrutiny. Although he didn't know Zhao Chen, he could sense Zhao Chen's extraordinary presence at a glance. Years of training had made Zhao Chen's physique different from the average person. Standing at 1.87 meters tall, he exuded a deeply hidden aura of combat honed from years of fighting, along with a calm and composed expression on his face. Anyone observant could see his uniqueness. Among the thousands of participants today, most were nervous, fearing death or injury during the trials, their inner worries evident. However, Zhao Chen remained calm. Such tranquility could only come from profound confidence. Jin Shengqing walked over with a smile, already followed by a large group of people not far behind. Hello, everyone. My name is Jin Shengqing from the Jin family in Lujiang City, and I graduated from Fengyun District No. 149 Middle School. I wonder if I could be fortunate enough to make friends with you. Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu instinctively glanced at Zhao Chen. This made Jin Shengqing realize that Zhao Chen was not an ordinary person. He must be a formidable awakened one from a certain martial arts school. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. Yuwu No. 2 Middle School in Changxing District. Zhao Chen, please take care of me. He extended his hand to shake with Jin Shengqing, who immediately recognized the name. After all, he couldn't forget the first-place winner of the Lujiang City joint examination. However, he was puzzled about how he had heard that Zhao Chen's awakened talent level was E. Jin Shengqing felt a strange sensation in his heart but didn't show it, still smiling warmly. Oh, so it's classmate Zhao Chen. I've heard so much about you. You were always first in the joint exams. That's amazing. Really? He said, turning to the others behind him. I used to often wonder who this Zhao Chen was. Wow, so impressive. Why does he always come in first in exams? I didn't expect to see you in person today. What a pleasure. Jin Shengqing exaggeratedly boasted about Zhao Chen to others. A playful smile flickered in Zhao Chen's eyes. This Jin Shengqing was not simple. If he were an ordinary young man, being praised like this would either make him puff up with pride or blush with embarrassment. But flattery is often seen through, and anyone would feel a sense of goodwill towards the present Jin Shengqing. But who was Zhao Chen? He wouldn't be swayed by such simple flattery, however. It's all just empty fame. Zhao Chen's expression was indifferent, and in Jin Xiangcheng's eyes, it only made him feel that Zhao Chen was not simple. Zhao Chen, are you three teaming up? He glanced at Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu beside him. The two scratched their heads. Actually, we can't really be considered a team. Zhao Chen only mentioned that if there was an opportunity he could lend them a hand, but he did not agree to act together with them. After all, Zhao Chen's priority was to aim for first place in this trial. He couldn't have any dead weight around him. Jin Shengqing took a deep breath, and his expression became serious, taking on a guiding demeanor. The recruitment trial of the Qingfeng camp is no joke. Every year, the number of people who die in the trial reaches double digits. The number of injuries is even more unimaginable. If you fight alone, no matter how strong your abilities or high your talents are, it's very easy to be eliminated. So, in order to allow more like-minded individuals to successfully pass the trial, I have formed a team. He spread his arms, showcasing the more than 10 people he had gathered behind him to Zhao Chen and the others. The more people, the greater the strength. Even during the trial, there will be someone to rely on. Isn't that much better than acting alone? Everyone, I can see that you are not ordinary people with great talents and ambitions. If you want to enter the Qingfeng camp, join my team. Let's succeed together. After hearing these words, Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu both showed signs of interest. Their talents, strength, and backgrounds were quite average, and the success rate for passing this trial was less than 1 in 10. They had no confidence. But if they could huddle together for warmth, their chances of success would indeed be higher. Zhao Chen, what do you think? Li Zixuan, being more rational, asked Zhao Chen for his opinion. Zhao Chen's authority as the class monitor for 12 years still lingered. In the minds of his classmates, he was always the smart and rational one. Zhao Chen smiled at Jin Shangqing and said, I appreciate your kindness, but am used to being independent, so I'll act alone. Jin Xiangqing's face showed surprise. He didn't expect the other party to be completely unmoved by his speech. If it were someone else, even if they refused, they wouldn't do it so decisively. Zhao Chen, do you have any concerns? Jin Shangqing asked with a smile. Zhao Chen shook his head, I'm just used to being alone, it's fine. You should go find someone else. Jin Shangqing and Zhao Chen locked eyes for a moment. Zhao Chen still wore a faint smile, and Jin Shangqing had no choice but to leave. As for Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu, he did not continue to invite them. Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu sighed inwardly. Once Jin Shangqing left, they felt a bit disappointed, fearing they had missed a great opportunity. Zhao Chen, I think what he said makes a lot of sense. Moreover, the Lujiang Jin family is not an ordinary family. Jin Shangqing must be quite powerful. Zhou Haoyu hesitantly expressed his thoughts. Zhao Chen smiled, resting his chin on his crossed hands, and asked lightly, have you studied mathematics? Ha! Zhou Haoyu was taken aback. Zhao Chen continued, when faced with a situation where you can't make a decision, you can use extreme conditions to approach the correct value. This is called the squeezing method. If teaming up is the most likely way to succeed in the trial, under extreme conditions, Jin Xiangqing's team could encompass all participants in this trial. He looked at Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu. Do you think the Qingfeng camp will allow everyone to pass the trial? Zhou Haoyu and Li Zixuan were stunned. Of course, that was impossible. Zhao Chen continued slowly, when a person does something, there is always a purpose. What is Jin Xiangqing's goal in organizing so many people to act together? Li Zixuan said, he is certainly doing it to ensure his own success in the trial. Zhao Chen nodded. You're right. Tracing back to the source, his purpose, according to the principle of first causes, is merely to pass the trials himself. And gathering so many people is not out of goodwill. He just wants to turn these individuals into his tools. In other words, it's a circle centered around him to ensure his core interests. And once this team encounters a crisis, the first to be sacrificed will definitely be others. He looked at Jin Shangqing, who was tirelessly inviting others to join his team with a beaming smile, and smiled faintly. If we agree to his invitation, we will surely be swept along by a team centered on his will. In the name of the team, we will be made to sacrifice. At that moment, the two understood Jin Xiangqing's intentions as if they had been enlightened, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on their backs. If there were really good things, how could others come to seek you, a stranger? However, on the other hand, joining his team is not without its benefits. Zhao Chen said with a smile. If one lacks confidence in their own strength and wants to gamble on their luck, those who are not among the first to be sacrificed can indeed join his team. It's like gambling. If you win, you might just pass the trials. Zhou Haoyu and Li Zixuan chose to remain silent. They knew that their strength was not outstanding, and participating in such a group would likely mean being treated as cannon fodder. Moreover, once they joined Jin Xiangqing's team, Zhao Chen would definitely no longer care about them. At this moment, above the massive tiered classroom surrounding the square, at the window on the third floor, a black-haired girl frowned slightly, her gaze falling on Zhao Chen on the steps. Shen Moran, as a level special recruit, was admitted directly without examination. Special recruits could observe the entire process of this trial. Although not directly participating, it was equivalent to a disguised experience. She saw Zhao Chen, still the same as before, tall and slender, sitting calmly on the steps, as if the surrounding chaos had nothing to do with him. Even when facing an incredibly dangerous trial, he can still be so relaxed? This guy, to spite me, is actually willing to go to such lengths. Shen Moran felt a bit resentful. Entering the Qingfeng camp does not guarantee one can become an officer. If one does not perform well, they will also be sent to the battlefield early, facing life and death. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that the life she arranged for Zhao Chen, spending 5 years in the logistics department living off rations, then returning to marry and have children, living an ordinary life, would be better than his risky adventures. To prove to me that you are not useless, you actually choose to gamble with your life. Zhao Chen, you are still too naive. Shen Moran shook her head gently. At that moment, a teasing voice came from beside her. Some people are immersed in the glory of the past, unwilling to wake up. What can be done? Xiao Han came to her side, leaning on the railing at the window, smiling as he looked below. Following Shin Moran's gaze, he naturally saw Zhao Chun. A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. Talent E, the lowest level of spiritual talent, his future is clearly visible. Being able to break through to the third level of spiritualist's sharp edge would be remarkable. Shin Moran, you don't need to waste your feelings on him anymore. Shin Moran frowned and turned to leave. I broke up with him a long time ago, it's just that. She paused for a moment and slowly said, we are still ordinary friends. Shin Moran was unwilling to chat more with Xiao Han and tossed her long hair as she left. Xiao Han leaned against the windowsill, a half-smile on his face as he stared at Shin Moran's back. Just ordinary friends, huh? Then, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. You shouldn't have any objections to what I do to him, right? On the square, the trial participants arrived one after another. Required to gather before 8 in the morning, no one dared to be late. Zhao Chen seemed to be sitting there, but in reality, his proficiency in the turtle breathing technique was already improving. Turtle breathing technique, proficiency 155.4, 155.5, 155.6. After reaching the second stage, the improvement in proficiency became increasingly slow, but with every slight increase, Zhao Chen could clearly feel the changes in his body. He really enjoyed this feeling of constantly becoming stronger. After a while, Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu ran back, panting. Zhao Chen could rest here, but they dared not. To prepare for the upcoming trials, the two decided to gather some valuable information, so they went into the crowd to scout for intel. Zhao Chen, we've gathered the information. For this trial, all the awakened from major universities in Luzhou City have come. Fortunately, the Blevel monsters have been directly exempted, so they won't participate in this trial. But among the remaining participants, there are quite a few tough opponents. Zhao Chen, oh? Tell me more. The two pulled Zhao Chen to the top of the steps, from where they could clearly see most of the square. They pointed out several spots and began to share the information they had gathered. Among all the candidates this time, there are 7 who are the most prominent. Li Zixuan said, the first one goes without saying, you just met him. Jin Shangqing from class 149, according to the intel, he is a Clevel Earth-type awakened. This person is a tyrant in class 149, with extensive connections. Now he has gathered more than 50 people around him, making it the largest team. We just declined his invitation, so we need to be careful of his retaliation. The two expressed their concerns. Zhao Chen nodded. Li Zixuan gestured to another direction, where, several dozen meters away on the steps, sat a mountain of flesh. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with thick layers of fat, almost equivalent to 3 Zhao Chens. Wu Gang from class 7, a Clevel awakened. His fighting style is somewhat similar to yours, in terms of combat approach. Li Zixuan scratched his head and chuckled. Wu Gang's appearance was indeed somewhat terrifying. How could Zhao Chun, who was so handsome, resemble him? However, he was the top fighter in class 7. A friend from class 7 told me that he has killed before. Li Zixuan's expression suddenly became serious. It is said that he once fought 17 people alone, injuring all of them and accidentally killing 2. This person might be the most dangerous opponent in the arena. You need to be careful. Zhao Chen looked at Wu Gang, who was expressionlessly munching on a bag of chips, seemingly uninterested in everything happening around him. Yet few dared to approach him. Some trial participants from class 7 avoided him with wary expressions as they passed by. Who else? Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu pointed to a few others in the crowd. A girl with short hair and sharp eyes, named Lu Qingqing, a Clevel Wind-type ability user. A tall beauty with bizarre pink hair, stunning looks, and extremely revealing clothing. When she appeared in the square, she naturally drew everyone's attention. That was Lin Meyer, the genius from class 1. When Zhao Chen saw her, he was momentarily dazzled, not knowing where to look. Her outfit was simply too eye-catching. At that moment, she was in the crowd, smiling charmingly, already surrounded by a group of psychics. Relying on her strong personal charm, she had also gathered some people around her. Besides them, Zhao Chen also heard a few other names. However, he did not show much surprise on his face. These geniuses from various martial arts high schools in Luzhou City had crossed paths with him during the joint entrance exams over the years, or had some exchanges. It was just that during their student days, there were no martial arts competitions. The Xianfeng Empire prioritized spiritual abilities over the combat skills of ordinary people. They believed that the martial techniques practiced hard by ordinary people held little significance without the enhancement of spiritual abilities. No matter how powerful an ordinary person's martial skills were, it was difficult to contend with awakened beings above the private level. There's another one, and he's currently one of the most notable figures. Zhou Haoyu gestured towards another direction, and Zhao Chen smiled faintly when he looked over. It really is him. The chubby boy named Meng Qiuer hadn't stopped since arriving here. Unlike Jinxiang City, he didn't try to win people over with words to make them his subordinates. Instead, he kept handing out his business cards, politely making acquaintances. As the richest in Jiangnan, the Meng family has always valued business and has excellent connections. Following the principle of making money through good relations, they never easily make enemies. With so many pure gold business cards being distributed, as the saying goes, a shorthand is easily grasped, everyone would inevitably hold back during the upcoming trials. However, what Zhao Chen was truly focused on was not Meng Qiu himself, but the handsome young man following him closely. The boy, carrying a weapon case and with bright, piercing eyes, never strayed more than a meter away from Meng Qiu. I thought he was a bodyguard, but it seems he was hired to ensure the young master of the Meng family can pass the trials smoothly. If that's the case, Zhao Chen stared at the young man, his strength must be quite impressive. Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu exchanged awkward glances and said, "Well, we didn't manage to find that out." Zhao Chen shook his head with a smile. "It's okay. You've already done well to gather so much information in such a short time. Without their help, given Zhao Chen's background, he wouldn't have been able to gather so much intel." He was very grateful for their efforts. Zhao Chen patted both of their shoulders. "I remember what you've done. Don't worry, as long as it doesn't delay me from securing first place in the trials, I will do my best to help you pass." Their eyes instantly lit up. With Zhao Chen's words, they felt they had found a reliable anchor. "Class monitor, thank you." The way they called him class monitor made them feel as if they were back in school, relying on Zhao Chen, their dependable class leader. "By the way, I have another question for you." Zhao Chen looked at the two, who quickly replied, "Ask away." Zhao Chen scratched his cheek, his gaze slightly drifting. "When you were gathering information, did anyone ask about me? What did they say about me?" Zhao Chen appeared nonchalant, but deep down, he felt a hint of anticipation. The two exchanged awkward glances and coughed twice. "Ahem, they are all a bunch of indifferent guys. Those below-rank talents, they don't even ask." Zhao Chen's expression stiffened. If they didn't inquire about him, let alone his rank. Ha ha ha, that's a good thing. What I want is for them to let their guard down around me. Right, he. The group shared a few awkward laughs. Just then, the bustling square began to quiet down from the outer areas. Heavy brown military boots stomped on the ground, quickly approaching this way. A pair of slightly thin lips, sharp as a knife, parted slightly, and after taking a deep breath, a thunderous shout erupted. "Everyone, shut your mouths. Shut up. Up." The massive echo reverberated throughout the circular square, and Zhao Chen felt his eardrums buzzing. Everyone immediately fell silent at the intimidating voice. "A spirit ability user," Zhao Chen murmured. There was no doubt this was the method of a spirit ability user. The crowd lowered their hands from their ears, cautiously turning their heads towards the source of the voice. At the entrance of the square stood a group of soldiers in dark green military uniforms, exuding a fierce aura, standing with their hands behind their backs like a row of emotionless machines. And standing before everyone was a girl with long black hair cascading down to her knees, her gaze sharp as a knife. Anyone who made eye contact with her would feel as if their eyes were being pricked by needles. The arms of these people were adorned with bright red armbands, on which the words inspection were written. The girl raised her voice and continued to scold, "You bunch of damn pumpkins. Who allowed you to make such a racket here? Do you all want to die?" As she spoke, a powerful sense of oppression radiated from her, and no one present dared to express any dissatisfaction. Each person felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down on them, making even breathing difficult. Only Zhao Chen remained unfazed. The spiritual pressure exerted by higher-level spiritual practitioners on lower-level ones is referred to as spiritual pressure. Just as Antbu said, the first step after entering the army is to endure the intimidation from the veterans. However, these people seem to be members of the inspection department within the Qingfeng camp. The Qingfeng camp is a place for training elite spiritual practitioners, with a militarized management system, but it also implements student self-governance. The inspection department is responsible for maintaining discipline among the students in the camp. All members must at least be students of the intermediate class or above. The girl, with a gaze as sharp as a knife, crossed her arms and her voice, as cold as ice, swept across the scene, clearly reaching the ears of every challenger. "It's a shame you all have received semi-militarized education. Yet you behave like a rabble, with no discipline whatsoever. I truly worry for the future of Qingfeng camp. If this cohort is made up of people like you, the future of Qingfeng camp is doomed." Those who could come here were all individuals who had awakened their spiritual talents. At least during this time, they were quite proud, believing themselves to be the chosen ones. Hearing the girl's unceremonious reprimand, many felt humiliated and clenched their fists in secret. Bai Mimi, the deputy head of the inspection department, noticed the discontent among many. She sneered. "What's wrong? Not convinced? Good. Now I'll give you this opportunity. You can come up and challenge any member of our inspection department. If you succeed, I can let you directly enter Qingfeng camp and take their place. Of course, you can challenge me, the deputy head, directly. Who wants to give it a try?" The challengers, who had previously appeared defiant, now lowered their heads. They were not foolish. The members of the inspection department were at least at the level of a high-ranking private, with combat levels between 10 and 99. If they went up, wouldn't they just be crushed like little chicks? Ha, a bunch of pumpkins. Mimi sneered, scolding them mercilessly. Zhao Chen felt nothing in his heart. The first lesson in the army is to erase the individuality of new recruits and cultivate their discipline. Knowing this, Zhao Chen naturally felt no turmoil within. After Mimi quieted the challengers, a city beauty with gold-rimmed glasses and hair elegantly piled up at the back of her head stepped out from behind them. One of the instructors of the junior class, Xia Yingxue. She adjusted her glasses and said, "The trial time is up, the gates of Qingfeng camp are closed, and latecomers are deemed to have forfeited their participation in the trial. Next, I announce the first item of this trial written examination." A faint smile flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. It was not unexpected. The Qingfeng camp trains elites. Those who can only fight brutishly are not worth cultivating here. It would be better to send them to the battlefield to kill. The frontline military camps are more adept at training those killing machines. As for the written examination, it was far too easy for Zhao Chen. Xia Yingxue adjusted her glasses again. This year's test is divided into a written examination and a martial examination, with the written exam worth 30 points and the martial exam worth 70 points. The standard for passing the trial is a total of 60 points across both subjects. However, her gaze flickered, the first place in both the written and martial exams can receive an additional 10 points. In other words, the full score for the written exam is actually 40 points, while the martial exam is 80 points. If there are any questions, feel free to ask them now. Once inside the examination hall, no sounds are allowed. Do you understand? As soon as these words were spoken, Jin Shangqing immediately raised his hand from the crowd. Report, instructor. I have a question. Xia Yingxue looked at Jin Shangqing. Speak. Jin Shangqing said with a grin, as the saying goes, there's no first in literature. If multiple people score full marks at the same time, how do we determine who is first? Xia Yingxue gave Jin Shangqing a deep look, her gaze carrying a hint of meaning. Full marks? Her tone seemed somewhat teasing, but she still answered the question. Well, naturally, whoever submits their paper first is the first. Alright, are there any other questions? The crowd fell silent, and Xia Yingxue closed the folder in her hands, commanding, now, immediately find your examination hall within 10 minutes. The exam information has been sent to you via your electronic wristbands. Find your examination hall and take your seat within 10 minutes. Otherwise, her eyes held a cruel smile. You will be eliminated. After she finished speaking, Zhao Chen immediately looked at the electronic wristband on his left hand. Sure enough, a message came through. Lecture Hall 13, Seat 32. Almost simultaneously, the entire square erupted with a rumble as everyone turned around to confirm their examination halls. The examination hall in the circular lecture hall was a complete circle, and the area was vast. Crossing the entire square to reach one's examination point was not easy. If one was unlucky, they would have to weave through over 2,000 people. Coincidentally, Zhao Chen was that unlucky person. He looked ahead, quickly locking onto his classroom, but in front of him was chaos, as everyone frantically rushed towards their classrooms. Bodies collided violently, and some took the opportunity to try to eliminate a few opponents, secretly bumping into them. Soon, screams could be heard, as many fell to the ground due to the overcrowding, and others did not stop trampling over them. However, the inspectors and the urban beauty instructors seemed to ignore it entirely, paying no attention. Those who couldn't even pass such a simple test were just wasting time. Zhao Chen stood up from the steps, and beside him, Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu were already sweating profusely. Zhao Chen glanced at them and asked lightly, "Have you confirmed your classroom?" The two seemed to have found their anchor and quickly looked at Zhao Chen. Found it. They pointed to their classrooms, which were not close, especially having to navigate through the chaotic crowd. Zhao Chen said calmly, "Channel your spiritual energy to protect your bodies." The two thought Zhao Chen intended to lead them through, and immediately drew power from their spiritual seas, their spiritual energy enveloping their bodies. During these 7 days, they had been training hard. Although their application of spiritual energy was still clumsy, they had grasped a bit of the basic techniques. Zhao Chen, we're ready. What's the next step? Li Zixuan asked. But the next moment, he felt his body lift off the ground. Zhao Chen grabbed his collar with one hand and Zhou Haoyu's collar with the other, spinning around like a monk carrying water. Go! The two young men, each weighing over 100 pounds, were surprisingly flung out by Zhao Chen. Ah! Above the square, two shadows swiftly soared past, while others were still tripping each other, vying to reach the examination hall. Some had already learned to fly. The square's diameter exceeded 100 meters, yet Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu easily flew over that distance. Bang! Bang! After two sounds, the two landed somewhat awkwardly at the entrance of their examination hall. This scene instantly shocked all the candidates present. Even Xiangxue, who was quietly observing the candidates' performances, couldn't help but adjust her gold-rimmed glasses. Isn't that Zhao Chun from number 2 high school, gathering spiritual power in his arms to enhance strength, but throwing 2 adults over 100 meters in one go shows that his control over spiritual power is quite good. Xia Yingxue commented lightly. For someone who had just awakened their abilities, this kind of operation was indeed commendable. However, she did not know that Zhao Chen had not used any spiritual power for those 2 throws. Zhao Chen's maneuver served as a wake-up call for many. Immediately, several people on site began to form groups to learn this technique. As for Zhao Chun himself, although his cleverness had drawn some attention, they believed he had used spiritual power, and having such strength was not too exaggerated. Whoosh! Whoosh! The air began to play a game of flying people. Thanks to the prior use of spiritual power to protect his body, he landed with at most minor injuries, but it was better than charging through a sea of people. After sending off the 2, Zhao Chen met the grateful gazes of the 2 as they entered the examination hall, a faint smile appearing on his face. Now, who else can throw me? Zhao Chen lightly clapped his hands, looking at the chaos before him, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. No one to help? Then I can only rely on myself. He crouched down, adopting a sprinting position like a cheetah. Light steps, proficiency 156. Whoo! Zhao Chen launched into a 100-meter dash, and as he moved, a whirlwind suddenly rose beneath his feet. Xiangxue, whose gaze had not left Zhao Chen, felt her pupils involuntarily constrict at this scene. He's gone mad. In the square, over 2,000 people were in chaotic combat. Entangled with each other, how could it be easy to pass through? After all, others were not pushovers and it was unlikely they would make way for him. But the next moment, upon seeing Zhao Chen's actions, Xia Yingxue's mouth slightly opened, unable to close. He was not trying to push through everyone in front of him but leaped up, running swiftly on the shoulders of others. This guy really knows how to maneuver. To be able to make the right reactions in such a short time was indeed admirable. Even someone as strict as Xia Yingxue couldn't help but nod slowly. It's a pity he's only E rank. But E rank might not be completely hopeless, right? She saw Zhao Chen's confident smile and, recalling his previous performances, her heart began to waver. Could it be that the Empire would have a second Chanfeng Marquis? Zhao Chen's speed was too fast. Others did not want to be his stepping stone, but unfortunately, before they could react, Zhao Chen had already soared over their heads, many gritting their teeth in frustration. Naturally, they did not want to see Zhao Chen steal the spotlight, so some people set their sights on him. As Zhao Chen approached, a trial participant directly reached out to grab Zhao Chen's leg. Sure enough, Zhao Chen lost his balance and immediately fell from midair into the crowd. Let's see you act tough now. Everyone, beat him up. That trial participant was smug, calling on those nearby to teach Zhao Chen a lesson. However, Zhao Chen, seemingly falling, actually crossed his legs in midair, locking that person's neck. 7-kill battle technique, locking skill. Before that person could react, Zhao Chen suddenly exerted force, sending him crashing down headfirst. Thud! He landed on the ground upside down, his head hitting the ground with a loud crack, likely shaking his brain. This was a D-rank level 2 ability user, but even with spiritual power protecting him, he couldn't withstand Zhao Chen's direct blow to his head, knocking him unconscious. Zhao Chen himself did not fall but instead flipped over like a carp. He coldly scanned the surroundings. The previous move had been so fierce that those who wanted to come over and hit him hesitated, looking at each other with raised fists before quickly dispersing. At this point, Zhao Chen had already covered half the distance, boldly charging forward. Wherever he went, anyone who tried to block him needed to do nothing more than extend their arms to the sides, and those people would immediately fall away like wheat. When it comes to strength, Zhao Chen can lift 150 kilograms with both hands, effortlessly parting the crowd. It's like an adult bullying a 3-year-old child. Not far away, Chen Mingming watched the scene, clenching his fists, feeling a surge of impulse. Sun Wei held him back. Don't be impulsive. Even if you sneak attack, you can't beat him. Chen Mingming's face turned red with excitement. He wanted to say that he had been training hard during this time, but the words stuck in his throat, unwilling to swallow them back. Sun Wei whispered, let him be proud for a while. Xiaohan has plans for later. He won't be arrogant for long. A few people looked at Zhao Chen with resentment, then huddled together and moved toward their exam venue with difficulty. Zhao Chen passed through the crowd with almost no effort and successfully arrived at the exam entrance. Bang! Bang! Occasionally, battered challengers flew onto the ground, and Zhao Chen smiled faintly as he stepped into the exam room. After finding his seat, he sat down and quietly waited for the exam to begin. The candidates arrived one after another, many of them bearing injuries, clearly having gone through a brutal round of fighting to make it here. As the 10-minute mark approached, a sharp bell rang, and the exam room door was immediately closed. The invigilator stood on the podium, looking at the nearly 30% empty exam room with a blank expression. As for those challengers outside who failed to enter the exam room in time, they let out desperate wails, only to be quickly cleared away. The chief examiner in Zhao Chen's exam room was a middle-aged man in military uniform who coldly announced, "The exam begins. We will now distribute the test papers and stationery. You have a total of 120 minutes to answer the questions. Once time is up, put down your pens immediately. Otherwise, it will be treated as cheating. Any form of cheating is not allowed. If discovered, your qualification for the trial will be revoked. Now, pass the test papers and stationery from front to back, one for each person." He handed the test papers and special stationery to the first row of challengers, who then passed them back. After receiving the exam paper, Zhao Chen habitually glanced over it. After that glance, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He finally understood why instructor Xiang Xue had such a strange expression when asking questions in Jinxiang City. It was beyond the syllabus. The content of the exam paper was severely beyond what they had learned in 12 years. Yuwu High School, as the name suggests, primarily trains powerful warriors. The focus is on martial skills. With academics as a supplement, there is no requirement for every student to master too much knowledge, just basic battlefield awareness. This exam paper included knowledge from various subjects such as exotic beast studies, dark races studies, mathematics, botany, and first aid, with at least over 40% of the content being knowledge that had never been taught in their textbooks. In other words, for a normal student who just graduated from Yuwu High School, let alone scoring full marks, even finishing the paper would be difficult. With a total score of 30 for the written exam, achieving the passing score of 18 points was extremely challenging. Every candidate who received the exam paper had a look of shock on their faces upon seeing the questions. However, soon some realized that Qingfeng Camp was doing this intentionally. What they wanted were not mere test takers but elites, true geniuses. After briefly flipping through the paper, Zhao Chen smiled faintly, picked up his pen, and filled in his name and number. Each psychic had a unique number on their electronic wristband. Then he began to seriously answer the questions. For others, this knowledge was like a foreign language. But for Zhao Chen, it was no big deal. He had been the top scorer in the joint exam of 13 schools in Luzhou City for 12 consecutive years, with his humanities knowledge maxed out. Especially some of the so-called mathematical knowledge in this paper was just basic questions he had often encountered. At this moment, Zhao Chen was like a Chinese elementary school student transferring to America, easily dominating the competition. At this moment, everything happening in the examination rooms was clearly visible from the monitoring room on the 4th floor of the lecture hall. There were 3 main examiners for this session: the urban beauty Xiang Xue, the burly man Zhang Biao who had previously visited Yuwu No. 2 Middle School, and a 2-meter-tall, stern-looking bald instructor Su Zhixiong. These 3 were also responsible for training the new students this year. Behind them, on a sofa, sat an elderly man with a long white beard, eyes closed in a feigned nap. In the monitoring room, the actions of each examination room, even every candidate, were displayed before their eyes. I wonder how many promising candidates we'll see among this year's pumpkins. Zhang Biao stroked his big beard and said with a smile. Su Zhixiong maintained a cold expression, his gaze sweeping across the various examination rooms like a hawk. Who knows? But I can guarantee that some pumpkins will definitely resort to inferior cheating methods. The difficulty of the exam was too high. The primary goal was to filter out the geniuses, so the first place would receive an additional 10 points, allowing for focused training in that regard. For instance, they could be trained from a military advisor's perspective or engaged in other military administrative roles. An excellent commander or advisor plays a role on the battlefield that is no less significant than that of a skilled ability user. The second purpose was to test the adaptability of the candidates. Mastering effective cheating techniques is a shortcut that a clever ability user should grasp. Su Zixiang's gaze swept across the examination rooms, and suddenly it froze, stopping at one particular screen. What is this guy doing? Zhang Biao and Xiang Xue were drawn to his attention, only to see Zhao Chen with his head down, already writing furiously while others were still struggling to figure out how to start. It seemed as if he hadn't even engaged his brain. Random scribbling? Has he given up? Su Zhixiong frowned and scolded. The difficulty of this exam is so high that even I can't solve it. He must be just writing nonsense. Zhang Biao and Xiang Xue exchanged teasing glances at Su Zhixiong. The two were clearly more familiar with Zhao Chen. Xiang Xue adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, staring at the screen with immense curiosity. Zhao Chen, what an interesting guy. Could it be that you are a genius in the humanities? Zhang Biao then patted Su Zhixiong on the shoulder, sighed, and said, Old Su, I know you didn't pass the written exam back in the day and have held a grudge ever since. But you can't say everyone is the same as you. Su Zhixiong immediately exploded. Zhang Biao, what qualifications do you have to talk about me? Weren't you barely passing too? Hey! You got that right. At least I still retained a shred of dignity, hee hee. Joking aside, he quickly reined in his smile, focusing on Zhao Chun, who was writing furiously on the screen. But this kid is no ordinary person. I specifically checked his records. He has repeatedly ranked first in the joint examination in Luzhou City. This guy is truly a genius in the humanities. Su Zhixiong frowned. Even if he is a genius in the humanities, this exam's questions are clearly beyond the syllabus. I refuse to believe he can solve it. Zhang Biao also seemed uncertain. Many of the knowledge points in the exam required access to higher-level knowledge bases after entering the Qingfeng camp or the military. Generally speaking, Yuwu Middle School could not possibly teach that knowledge. Zhao Chen, however, was completely unfazed. If he had heard the instructor's conversation, he might have wanted to respond. I could score 100 points in the past joint exam because the questions you set only reached 100 points, not because my ability is limited to 100 points. Next question. In the year 245 of the Xianfeng calendar, the Empire issued a decree prohibiting innovation in the development of thermal weapons in all military-related fields. Only basic firearms for armed personnel are retained. What is the reason for this? Zhao Chen did not hesitate at all and directly wrote, first, the consumption of resources by firearms is too great, which will lead to a deterioration in the living conditions of the Empire's people. The benevolent and compassionate Emperor Xianfeng cannot bear to see the people living in hardship, so he decided to implement reforms. Second, firearms can create dependency among spiritual practitioners, and an important way for them to break through their limits is through life and death battles. The dependency on firearms leads to a decrease in the number of high-level spiritual practitioners. From a long-term development perspective, powerful spiritual practitioners have far greater strategic value than firearms and are also less costly to cultivate. The knowledge in the book was already familiar to Zhao Chen. As for the advanced content, it was something Bu Yanhua deliberately had Zhao Chen study. Bu Yanhua's requirement for Zhao Chen was always to be able to go directly to the battlefield and kill enemies. She was not a professional instructor but an exceptionally excellent soldier, so she was very clear about what Zhao Chen would need in the future. Therefore, for knowledge about exotic beasts, dark races, herbs, poisons, and various aspects of outdoor combat, Zhao Chen borrowed books from the library to study on his own. Swish, swish, swish. Zhao Chen was fully focused on writing, needing to be the first to submit his paper while ensuring accuracy to avoid competition. However, less than 10 minutes into the exam, the examiner suddenly shouted, "That candidate, put your hands on the table." Everyone looked up, but Zhao Chen remained unfazed, continuing to answer questions. The examiner quickly walked up to a panicked candidate and raised his left hand. With a simple flip, a cheat sheet sewn into the inside of his sleeve was revealed. "You are disqualified from the exam," the examiner said mercilessly, directly throwing him out of the examination room. Many candidates felt cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. One mistake would lead to immediate disqualification. But without cheating, many of them wouldn't be able to answer the questions at all. With 40 of the content being advanced, even if they mastered all the knowledge from school, they would only reach the passing threshold. Some candidates gritted their teeth, their hands trembling as they lowered their heads. What to do? What to do? It was impossible not to cheat, but how could they avoid the examiner's eyes? Compared to the panic of most candidates, there were naturally those who were well prepared and full of confidence. For example, Jin Xiangqing glanced at the exam paper and smiled faintly. At this moment, there were 7 people from his team in the nearby area of the examination room. As a member of a prominent family, he was extremely familiar with the processes and rules of written exams. After all, the members of their family mostly came from the Qingfeng camp. This round tests cultural knowledge and adaptability. The classroom is filled with cameras, so getting caught cheating is not the issue. The key is to have originality and not be clumsy. Jin Xiangqing did not rush to answer questions but instead used his peripheral vision to check the status of the other 7 teammates. Among them, he focused on a boy in the left front 2 rows and a girl with medium-length hair in the 3rd row ahead. He had confirmed the situation of each team member. Each person was like a screw, capable of exerting maximum effect in the right position. These 2 teammates were exceptionally outstanding in cultural subjects at school. When Zhao Chen participated in the joint exam, they had also served as his support and had achieved some rankings. Jin Xiangqing squinted his eyes, a strange smile on his face. It seemed he was deliberately performing for the instructors watching this written exam, placing his right hand on the table and gently tapping it. Tap 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 tap. The rhythmic sound was neither too loud nor too soft, but it was enough for others to hear amidst the rustling of pens. Upon hearing this, the other team members began to write, while the 2 candidates in front responded in order by tapping the table. Seeing this scene, Xia Yingxue felt a bit intrigued. Are they communicating in code? Zhang Biao stared at the screen for a while, then suddenly laughed. This kid is really clever. The the most common Morse code nowadays, yet he reversed the long and short codes and added a few special frequency bands. Even if discovered, it can't be said that he is cheating. Su Zhixiong nodded. This kid from the Jin family indeed has some brains. The secret code is one of the skills that must be mastered during the student phase. Jin Shangqing made slight modifications which were not significant but could turn into a means of communication known only to their team members. The invigilator, upon noticing, listened carefully and, finding it was not Morse code, nodded and ignored it. In another examination room, the charming Lynn Meyer sat at her desk, elegantly crossing her legs, arms crossed over her chest. Her attire was quite sexy, with her bosom partially exposed and her jade-like legs on display, her alluring face adorned with just the right amount of makeup. Even the surrounding candidates and the invigilator in front couldn't help but steal glances at her. Lynn Meyer was completely unfazed by such prying eyes. She merely flicked her pink long hair and feigned a look of distress. "So annoying, this question is too difficult," she said, while swinging her shiny, glistening legs. Exceptionally dazzling and eye-catching, even the invigilator at the podium couldn't help but feel his face flush and heart race. All of this, of course, did not escape Lynn Meyer's notice. Her enchanting face and flawless figure were her best weapons. Clatter! She lightly shook her hand, and her pen fell to the ground, rolling forward. "Oh no! My pen fell," she exclaimed, covering her mouth, then looked at the invigilator with a pitiful expression. The invigilator cleared his throat. "Be careful during the exam." He walked over to help Lynn Meyer pick up the pen, and upon raising his eyes, he caught sight of her delicate legs, causing him to slow down his pen-picking motion. Lynn Meyer's gaze flicked to a nearby candidate wearing glasses, who swallowed hard and, as if compelled by some force, moved his exam paper closer to her. "No man can resist my charm. Beauty is my greatest weapon." Lynn Meyer smiled sweetly and seductively, causing many 18-year-olds present to feel their hearts flutter, wishing to offer her everything they had. In another examination room, Meng Xior, whose hair looked like it had been licked by a dog, scratched his head after taking the exam paper. "The questions are a bit beyond the syllabus." "Well, math isn't hard. Our Meng family is most sensitive to anything related to money. But other knowledge, forget it. As long as I can get into the camp, that's fine. After all, I'm here to cultivate future connections, not to aim for high scores, hee." With this thought, he found answering the questions much easier. Only 30 minutes had passed in the exam when Zhao Chun suddenly placed his pen on the desk. Clatter! The invigilator's gaze immediately sharpened. Zhao Chun stood up. "Invigilator, I'm submitting my paper." The instructor stared in shock, and everyone in the examination room instinctively looked up at Zhao Chun as if he were a monster. Their eyes reflected numbness and indignation. "Hey man, you do your thing, okay? Have you finished? Even if you have, can't you wait for us? So high profile, do you know how much psychological pressure you're putting on us?" Some people, unwilling to admit that Zhao Chun had finished the paper, gritted their teeth and muttered, "I don't believe it, he must be pretending to be cool." The invigilator couldn't help but glance at the clock, then looked up at Zhao Chun and said, "It's only been 30 minutes, are you sure you want to submit your paper?" "Yeah." Zhao Chun smiled and nodded. "After all, in this exam, if there are ties, the fastest will take first place, right?" The invigilator was speechless, thinking, this guy is actually aiming for first place? Zhao Chun handed the exam paper to the invigilator, then turned and left the examination room. The examiner stared blankly at the test paper, and upon closer inspection, he was also stunned. In fact, when he took the written exam himself, he only scored a decent mark, but he could tell that the top student's paper exuded a certain aura. The layout was neat with no signs of erasure, and the answers flowed seamlessly, clearly organized. Although he didn't understand some of the advanced questions, he realized that this first student to submit his paper was definitely a genius in the humanities. How on earth did this brain develop? In the monitoring room, Xiaoying Xue and the others watched as Zhao Chun submitted his paper in half an hour and then walked out of the exam room without hesitation. Unable to contain their astonishment. He finished? Or did he give up? Su Zhixiong pointed at Zhao Chun's figure on the screen, speaking uncertainly. Xiaoying Xue immediately used the communication device to tell the examiner in that exam room, "Upload Zhao Chun's paper immediately." The examiner quickly scanned Zhao Chun's paper with the device, and soon the entire answer sheet was transmitted to the large screen in the monitoring room. The electronic grading was very fast, and the subjective questions were marked with full scores. As for the subjective questions, they required manual grading. Even so, Xiaoying Xue and the others stared at the answer sheet in utter shock. He really finished. And all the subjective questions are correct. It should be noted that 70 of this test paper consisted of subjective questions, and Zhao Chun didn't get a single one wrong. Even the answers to those subjective questions were almost identical to those in the textbook. Xiaoying Xue, who usually remained indifferent towards candidates, now had her eyes shining with brilliance. "This Zhao Chun, no matter what, I want him." Just from reading Zhao Chen's written exam answers, Xia Yingxue actually proposed to directly admit him. That's right, regardless of whether Zhao Chen's talent was A-level or how he performed in the subsequent martial arts test, Xia Yingxue was determined to take this student. Full marks. This is the only full-score paper I've overseen since entering the Qingfeng camp. This is a natural talent for civil service. Whether he becomes a military advisor or pursues a political career in the future, he will be an excellent material. In fact, the test questions were set by Xia Yingxue herself, so she certainly knew how difficult it was to achieve a full score on this paper. Even if she herself took the test, it would be impossible to write such standard answers in half an hour. I really don't know what kind of place can cultivate such talented individuals. Xia Yingxue couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Biao and Su Zhixiong widened their eyes. Full score paper. Theoretically, they raised the standards for the written exam to select elites, but being able to write a full score paper at the level of a fresh graduate was no longer just about being elite. Even the old man who had been dozing on the sofa couldn't help but slowly open his eyes at this moment. A full score on the written exam? It hasn't happened in many years. The three of them quickly turned around upon hearing the commotion. Principal, do you want to come and take a look? It seems we have a different kind of new recruit in this year's Qingfeng camp, Su Zhixiong said, crossing his robust arms. The white-bearded old man, Lu Weigua, the principal of Qingfeng camp, walked over slowly with his cane. He raised his head to look at the answer sheet on the screen, his gaze flashing with a sharp astonishment. Indeed, a rare talent. He looked at Xia Yingxue and said, "This kid can be directly admitted. You can ask him if he wants to take the upcoming martial arts test. It would be a pity to lose such a good seedling in the martial arts test." Xia Yingxue nodded. "Yes, I will contact him right away." After Zhao Chen left the exam room, he didn't wander around but went to the resting area near the lecture hall and found a long bench to sit down. After the written exam, it should be the martial arts test. If all goes well, my paper should be full marks, which means I can get a total of 40 points. However, if I want to secure first place in this trial, I also need to take the top spot in the martial arts test to be safe. Zhao Chen sat on the bench, breathing steadily. By the way, during his free time, the proficiency panel for the Demon Clown's turtle breathing technique was always open, so he had been continuously improving his skill proficiency, without interruption, 24 hours a day. At this moment, on the second floor of the lecture hall, Shen Moran and Xiao Han were still there. As students who were admitted early, they didn't have to come and watch the examinees' tests. However, both of them came for the same person, driven by different thoughts. They wanted to see how Zhao Chen would perform. Xiao Han harbored a deep resentment towards Zhao Chen, a frustration that had accumulated over the years, suppressed by others. There was also a burning desire for revenge because Zhao Chen had embarrassed him. As for Shen Moran, her emotions were quite complex. When she chose to break up with Zhao Chen, she felt she had made the right decision, cutting through the chaos decisively. Initially, she felt guilty towards Zhao Chen and wanted to make amends. However, when she discovered that Zhao Chen's displayed strength was even more impressive than she had imagined, a sudden panic arose in her heart. The more outstanding Zhao Chen became, the more it felt like slaps to her face, mocking her for making the wrong choice. So, Shen Moran appeared here, denying it verbally, but in her heart, she actually wanted to see Zhao Chen get eliminated. When that time came, she would comfort him like a benevolent goddess and use her newly acquired connections to help him secure a job in the logistics department of the military. She wanted to prove that she was right. Neither of them left, but when they saw Zhao Chen come out so early, their eyes lit up. They exchanged a glance from a distance. He came out of the exam room in half an hour. Is he giving up? Xiao Han teased with a smile. Shen Moran thought for a moment and sighed softly. Perhaps he plans to use the martial arts test to pull his grades back. Xiao Han scoffed. That's just wishful thinking. He shoved his hands into his pockets, staring at Zhao Chen in the square, a cold smile in his eyes. In the martial arts test, he has even less chance. Just then, a sudden sound of hurried high heels striking the ground reached their ears. They turned to see the junior class instructor, Xia Yingxue, hurrying down the stairs. The two quickly stepped forward to greet her. Instructor Xia. Xia Yingxue nodded slightly upon seeing them. Are you here to watch the trial? Xiao Han smiled and said, "Yes, we have a friend participating in the trial, and we came to help." He emphasized the word help, grinding his teeth slightly, saying it with a meaningful tone. Xia Yingxue's response was very cold. She was always serious with people. Especially when facing new recruits, she needed to be strict. However, just as she turned to leave, she suddenly thought of something and looked back at the two, asking, "I remember you are from number 2 high school, right?" The two nodded. Xia Yingxue pointed at Zhao Chen in the square. "Is the friend you mentioned him?" Upon hearing Zhao Chen's name from Xia Yingxue, the two immediately had different thoughts. Submitting the paper early, or submitting it half an hour after the start. This kind of careless attitude towards the trial will definitely anger Instructor Xia. Why did Zhao Chen have to provoke her? He won't have a good outcome. Xiao Han sneered inwardly. He quickly said to Xia Yingxue, Instructor Xia, we know him. Please don't take it to heart. He's just like that, always thinking he's a genius. I just didn't expect him to be so careless even in the camp trial. Xia Yingxue's gaze sharpened, looking at Xiao Han in surprise. I thought you were his friend and should know him well. Xiao Han and Shin Moran were both taken aback, not understanding what Xia Yingxue meant. The ice queen of the Qingfeng camp, even when facing the principal, maintained a strict demeanor, showing no emotion. However, today, when Zhao Chen was mentioned, her attitude seemed a bit different. Xiao Han's little thoughts could not escape Xia Yingxue's keen eyes. A playful smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and said lightly, I have already reviewed Zhao Chen's written exam paper. His score is a perfect score. This is the only perfect score in the written exam of Qingfeng camp in the past 10 years. And it was submitted in just half an hour. Shen Moran and Xiao Han were struck as if by lightning, instantly petrified, their eyes filled with disbelief. Shen Moran and Xiao Han wore expressions of incredulity upon hearing that Zhao Chen had achieved a perfect score in the written exam. Although they knew Zhao Chen's academic performance was excellent, they never expected his cultural foundation to be so rich. In the past 10 years, no one had ever received a perfect score in the written exam of Qingfeng camp. Xia Yingxue turned to leave. Shen Moran gently bit her lip, saying nothing. Xiao Han, however, scoffed dismissively from the side. This guy really doesn't know when to quit. Clearly, his spiritual talent is only the lowest E rank, something he can never change in his lifetime. So, trying to change his faith through such backdoor methods is truly laughable. But no matter how hard he studies, he can't become a true strong person. Why can't he understand this? Shen Moran's feelings improved slightly. He is indeed suited for a clerical job, she said lightly. I hope he performs well in the martial exam later. On the surface, she appeared relaxed, but in reality, her fists were quietly clenched. A perfect score in the written exam means Zhao Chen has already secured 40 points. As long as he doesn't perform too poorly in the martial exam, he can enter Qingfeng camp. At this moment, she was unaware that Zhao Chen's outstanding written exam results had already touched Xia Yingxue's heart, leading her to decide to admit him as an exception. Zhao Chen, why must you insist on proving yourself? Even if you enter Qingfeng camp, we are not from the same world. Her sigh carried a hint of pity. Qingfeng camp is not a place where one can stand out just by entering. The elimination mechanism is extremely strict. After new recruits enter the junior class, if they cannot pass the tests to advance to the senior class within 5 years, they will still be sent to the front lines to fight against the dark races. She felt that Zhao Chen, with his A-level talent, had already fixed his upper limit in this life. It was impossible for him to catch up to B-level talents, let alone her rare spatial ability. Zhao Chen sat quietly on the bench, resting his mind, when suddenly he heard the sound of high heels clicking against the ground. He looked up to see a beautiful urban lady striding gracefully towards him. Although in the military camp, Xia Yingxue was not in uniform but dressed in a business suit, indicating her position leaned towards clerical and administrative duties. Zhao Chen glanced around, there was no one else. Feeling a bit puzzled. Was she just passing by, or was she here to find me? He soon found out, as Xia Yingxue walked directly in front of him, looking at him with a hint of suppressed eagerness in her eyes. Student Zhao Chen. Instructor, do you have any instructions? Xia Yingxue took several deep breaths to maintain her calm demeanor. She had to uphold her cold image in front of the students to prevent them from feeling less awe due to her beauty. However, facing the first student in 10 years to achieve a perfect score in the written exam, she was indeed too excited. In this world that values martial prowess over academics, students treat cultural subjects as mere side notes, focusing solely on enhancing combat power. This has led to a lack of emphasis on the humanities, and as the cultural instructor of Qingfeng camp, Xia Yingxue naturally felt very saddened by this. It was not easy to find such a good candidate, so she had to keep him no matter what. Candidate Zhao Chen. Psychic number 439995527. After grading your written exam, I can now tell you that your score is a perfect score. Plus, since you were the first to submit your paper, it has been confirmed that you are the top scorer in this year's written exam, with a score of 40 points. On behalf of the Qingfeng camp instructors, I am honored to inform you that you will be admitted without the need for further testing. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He smiled faintly. Thank you, instructor. However, I still want to participate in the martial arts test. Xia Yingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe her ears. Zhao Chen actually rejected her proposal? This was an opportunity that many would seek but could not obtain. Her tone was tinged with urgency. Have you thought this through? The written exam is the safest option. But the martial arts test is not guaranteed. Participating in the martial arts test carries risks of death and injury. This was a warning to Zhao Chen that if he could join Qingfeng camp securely, he shouldn't joke with his life. Xiang Xue did not want anything to happen to the promising candidate she had her eyes on. Zhao Chen stood up straight, his posture firm. Thank you for your kindness, instructor. However, my goal this year is to be the first in the trials. So not only will I secure the top score in the written exam, but I will also take first place in the martial arts test. The confidence in Zhao Chen's eyes was radiant. Xiang Xue watched him, somewhat entranced. Even though Zhao Chen was only an 11 awakener, she couldn't understand why she felt he would surely fulfill his words. The admiration in her eyes deepened. Soldiers love such ambitious recruits, with the courage to become strong. Xiang Xue nodded, a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. All right. I look forward to your performance. She extended her right hand towards Zhao Chen, a scene that Zhang Biao and Su Zhixiong in the monitoring room witnessed, both of them wide-eyed. Proud as she was, Xiang Xue rarely showed a smile even to the principal, let alone to them. Yet today, as a new recruit instructor, she was unusually close to a trial participant who had not yet entered the camp. This was highly unusual. Zhao Chen reached out and shook Xiang Xue's hand, smiling. Thank you for your encouragement, instructor. My name is Xiang Xue. If you successfully join Qingfeng camp, I will be responsible for your education and daily affairs. Yes, thank you, Instructor Xie. After Xiang Xue left, Zhao Chen sat back down, quietly waiting for the written exam to conclude. More than an hour passed, and only then did people start to leave the examination room, some of whom were escorted out due to poor cheating techniques. When those people came out and saw Zhao Chen sitting outside for so long, they couldn't help but glance at him. But only those who took the exam with Zhao Chen knew how abnormal he was, having submitted his paper half an hour early. Many believed Zhao Chen had given up on the written exam, as they had seen the exam paper, which was exceedingly difficult. They couldn't believe that anyone could finish it in half an hour and still score very high. After the exam ended, Zhou Haoyu and Li Zixuan walked out looking dejected. They found Zhao Chen and began discussing the exam. Li Zixuan asked, Zhao Chen, this exam was so difficult. Was the answer to question 3C? Zhou Haoyu shot him a glance. Clearly, the correct answer to that question is B. Impossible, I thought about it for a long time, it must be C. As the two argued, Zhao Chen casually interjected, isn't the correct answer to the third multiple-choice question A? Zhou Haoyu and Li Zixuan were taken aback, then began to pound their chests in frustration. I thought it looked right at the time, but unfortunately, I didn't choose it. Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Zhao Chen, how early did you hand in your paper? Li Zixuan asked curiously. Zhao Chen took a water cup out of his shoulder bag, took a sip, and replied, about half an hour. The questions were pretty simple. Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu. The two of them suddenly felt a bit reluctant to engage with Zhao Chen. No way? There were a lot of topics that the school never taught us, it's seriously beyond the syllabus. I think even getting a passing score is difficult. Zhao Chen smiled lightly. Electronic grading, the results will be announced soon. After all the papers were submitted, the examiners would immediately scan them with electronic devices and upload them to the monitoring room. Xiang Xue, along with some staff members, was reviewing just a few subjective questions. And the speed was quite fast. In the square, everyone gathered here, bustling and discussing the recent exam questions. Jin Shangqing sat on the steps, surrounded by team members he had recruited. His voice was loud, and even from a distance, one could hear his exaggerated tone. Ha! No way! For the third question, I chose A? Maya, why did I choose C? His flamboyant expressions and smiles made the people around him burst into laughter. At that moment, Jin Xiangcheng's expression shifted slightly as his electronic wristband vibrated. Just a glance, and he said to those around him, I need to go to the bathroom, wait for me a moment. After saying that, he left alone. Jin Shangqing made his way up the stairs to the second floor and found classroom 207. The lecture hall was large, and in the middle, a young man was playing with a baseball. Xiaohan glanced at Jin Shangqing and smiled mysteriously. Your little group is doing well. Those recruits are so easy to fool. Just a few kind words and they're willing to work for you. As he spoke, he threw the baseball hard. Jin Shangqing caught it steadily, grinning as he said, Oh, what are you talking about? They are all my good brothers. I gathered everyone together for their sake. After all, if they go solo, their chances of passing the trial will be much lower. Jin Shangqing came from the prominent Jin family in Luzhou City, while Xiaohan was the son of the deputy commander of Luzhou City. The two had known each other for many years. So, tell me, you called me over at this time for a reason. Xiaohan didn't beat around the bush, jumping off the table and walking up to Jin Shangqing, hands in pockets, staring at him. There's a guy among the participants in this trial that I really dislike. I want you to eliminate him in the upcoming trial. Jin Xiangcheng's eyes flickered slightly at the words. What kind of character is it that even you, young Master Xiao, can't handle and need me to help? Xiaohan smiled faintly. It's not that I can't handle it, but I can't participate in the trial this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to trouble you. So, how about it, will you help? Jin Xiangcheng's gaze flickered, and he asked with a grin, first, tell me, who is this person? Zhao Chen. Jin Xiangcheng's mind conjured the image of a tall, handsome young man with a faint smile on his face. Zhao Chen, a former genius from Yuwu No. 2 High School, but his awakening ceremony only revealed an E-level talent. Jin Xiangcheng raised an eyebrow. To him, this was not a particularly troublesome target to deal with. Sure, we're all good brothers, your business is my business. Leave it to me. Xiaohan reached into his pocket and pulled out a small bottle containing 5 meditation capsules. This is your reward. Jin Xiangcheng waved his hand. No need, it's just a small matter, we don't need to be too polite. But Xiaohan smiled faintly. It's better to keep accounts clear. Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. He would rather spend a little more money to solve the problem. Jin Xiangcheng helplessly shrugged. Alright, as you wish. He accepted the meditation capsules, which were very helpful for energy users in the Duya realm. Just as Jin Xiangcheng walked down the stairs, the electronic wristband announced the results of the exam. Jin Xiangcheng scored 21 points on a test paper with a total of 30 points, which is already a very high score. A smile appeared on Jin Xiangcheng's face, but soon he saw an astonishing number at the top of the rankings. Zhao Chen, 40 points. This exaggerated score was prominently displayed at the top, while the second place only had 23 points. It's him! Jin Xiangcheng thought of the promise he had just made to Xiaohan, and a playful smile crept onto his lips. As expected, things aren't that simple. But it doesn't matter. I have so many people under me. No matter how the martial arts test is conducted next, I have ways to eliminate him. He scratched his head and said with some regret, if that guy had agreed to join my team back then, it would have been much easier to kick him out. As Zhao Chen's perfect score was announced, it stunned the entire audience, and everyone began to ask, who is Zhao Chen? No way? This test paper was as difficult as a ghost, and yet someone managed to score full marks? If it weren't for the strict trials of the Qingfeng camp, I would even suspect someone helped him cheat. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Just in the written test section, he is ahead of others by 10 to 20 points. When they learned that Zhao Chen was the fallen genius from the second high school, those with E-level talents couldn't help but start discussing. E-level is coming to compete? Isn't that just being cannon fodder? First place in the written test, what good is that? If he can't pass the martial arts test, he'll still be eliminated. Only the students from Yuwu High School knew some inside information. They remained silent, shocked, but had no intention of warning the other school candidates. They were all competitors, hoping that some clueless individuals would provoke Zhao Chen. Zhou Haoyu and Li Zixuan stared at Zhao Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Only Zhao Chen remained calm and collected, having known the result long before. His heart was undisturbed. Soon, a message came through the electronic wristband. The written test phase has ended. You will have an hour to rest, then gather at the foot of Shoyun Mountain in the right front of the circular classroom for the martial arts test. If you need to eat and hydrate, you can move to the nearby cafeteria. Today, the cafeteria is providing free meals for everyone. However, this is only for today, so cherish the food here, because after today, you may never have the chance to enter the Qingfeng camp again. The announcement was made by a playful female voice. Zhao Chen stood up. Let's go, we need to grab something to eat. Before the martial arts test, it was essential to fill up and replenish energy. Zhou Haoyu and Li Zixuan hurriedly followed behind him, and many people cast curious glances their way. I wonder how much strength this E-level guy really has when it comes to a real fight. Zhao Chen, Zhou Haoyu, and Li Zixuan arrived at the cafeteria, and it was their first time here, so the three of them were quite amazed. The cafeteria of the Qingfeng camp was very upscale, with food served buffet style, requiring them to swipe their electronic wristbands to enter. After entering, they picked up trays and helped themselves to the food. Looking around, there were more than 30 types of food, displayed in shiny high-quality steel trays arranged in 2 rows, with a variety of dishes that were visually appetizing. In addition to the main courses, there were various side dishes, staple foods, and fruits. Such a standard of meals was something ordinary families could hardly imagine. Zhao Chen thought carefully. He noticed that the cafeteria had 3 levels. The first level allowed them to dine and was likely the lowest standard. The food standards on the upper levels were even more luxurious. The benefits of joining the Qingfeng camp could be glimpsed from the meal standards. Li Zixuan's family was relatively well off, but they couldn't always afford to eat such good food, let alone Zhou Haoyu, whose family was similar to Zhao Chen's. The 3 of them each took a tray and began to feast. Before long, everyone was seated with plates piled high. The other candidates dining were not much better off, aside from the children of the upper class from Luzhou City. Those from ordinary families rarely had the chance to enjoy such a variety of delicious food. The tax burden in the Xianfeng Empire was extremely high, but military funding was also quite generous. Otherwise, why would so many people flock to the Qingfeng camp? Zhao Chen was eating heartily, his appetite much larger than before. At 18, still in a growth phase, combined with the ability of the demon clown, he was almost tirelessly training, consuming a great deal of energy. So a large plate of food was no problem for him at all. While he was eating, a somewhat familiar and very polite voice suddenly came from beside him. "Hello, may I sit here?" Zhao Chen glanced up while chewing and found that the newcomer was the young tycoon Meng Qiu'er. Remembering the pure gold business card he had received from him, Zhao Chen naturally replied politely, "Please, make yourself at home." Meng Qiu'er sat down across from Zhao Chen, while the boy carrying a weapon case stood silently beside him, giving off a reliable vibe. Meng Qiu'er gestured for the boy to sit down as well, but neither of them took any food, likely uninterested in the cafeteria's offerings given their background. Meng Qiu'er smiled and sat quietly, not interrupting. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow and said directly, "Since you're not here to eat, you must have something to discuss. If so, please speak plainly." Meng Qiu'er chuckled, "I have no other intentions, just want to make a friend. Brother Zhao Chen, this is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it." As he spoke, he surprisingly pulled out a black bank card and slid it across the table. "This is a universal card from the Imperial Bank, with a modest sum of 1 million Xianfeng coins. If you don't mind, I hope to befriend you." Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu, their mouths full of food, nearly dropped their jaws in shock at Meng Qiu'er's words. Rice spilled from their mouths as they gaped. 1 million Xianfeng coins. For an ordinary family in the Xianfeng Empire, it might take a lifetime to accumulate that much. Yet here was the young master of the Meng family from Jiangnan being so extravagant just to befriend Zhao Chen. They felt as if they were dreaming. They hadn't even entered the Qingfeng camp yet, and even if they did, the chances of becoming significant figures were slim. Meng Qiu'er's way of making friends was beyond the comprehension of Li and Zhou. Even Zhao Chen's gaze shifted slightly at the sight of the 1 million value card. His parents had died on the front lines fighting against the dark races, and he received a combined annual pension of only about 60,000 for both of them. 1 million was, of course, a fortune for him. Zhao Chen pondered for a second, then looked up at Meng Qiu'er and smiled, asking, "You want to be friends with me for 1 million? What do you want me to do? Help you during the upcoming martial arts test, or perhaps be your bodyguard?" Meng Qiu'er quickly waved his hands. No, you misunderstand." He scratched his head, looking quite earnest. "How should I put it? Our Meng family has been in business for generations and loves to befriend capable individuals. And in my eyes, Lord Zhao Chen, you are someone worth befriending." His small eyes sparkled with shrewdness. "A perfect score in the literary exam, something that hasn't happened in Luzhou City for 10 years. And as far as I know, the difficulty of that exam 10 years ago was intentionally lowered, which is why a perfect score was achieved, unlike the difficulty of this year's exam. Just based on that, I know you, Brother Zhao Chen, are a rare gem." He rubbed his hands together. To be able to befriend someone with such unlimited potential for just 1 million in making a huge profit, Zhao Chen was somewhat taken aback, and Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu were also dumbfounded. Spending 1 million, not to ask Zhao Chen for help with anything, but just to make a friend and build a good relationship? The world of the wealthy was indeed hard for them to understand. The Meng family of Jiangnan was as rich as a nation, and for generations, they had focused on harmony and prosperity, enjoying friendships with all kinds of talented individuals. This was also an important reason why their family could thrive for so long. When Meng Qiu'er came, his family had given him a large sum of startup funds precisely to make connections with promising young people in the Qingfeng camp. As long as he invested in the right person, the future would yield returns 1,000 or 10,000 times over. Their ancestor, Meng Buwei, had become one of the major financial groups in the Xianfeng Empire by investing in the right noble during the founding of the nation, allowing the Meng family to monopolize various trades in the prosperous Jiangnan region. Zhao Chen looked at the $1 million bank card in front of him. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. If he wanted to become stronger in the future, resources were essential. However, accepting it directly made him uneasy. After all, one is always at a disadvantage when accepting favors. Meng Qiu'er quickly smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, please rest assured. Your willingness to befriend me is already a favor. How could I dare to demand you do anything for me just because of a little money? Rather, it is my honor for you to accept this money." Meng Qiu'er's words were so pleasant that Zhao Chen naturally didn't hold back any longer. He was indeed very poor, with a family member who was a heavy drinker, so he really needed the money. "Then I will respectfully accept it." Zhao Chen put the card into his pocket. After all, he could hold on to the money first, and if Meng Qiu'er had any requests later, they could discuss it then. He hadn't promised the other party anything. Zhao Chen accepted Meng Qiu'er's bank card without showing any excitement or embarrassment, maintaining a calm demeanor, because he knew he was indeed worth that amount. This natural composure further impressed Meng Qiu'er. He stared at Zhao Chun with an expression that suggested he had found a rare treasure, almost as if he were sizing him up. From now on, we are friends, huh? Whenever you encounter a problem that money can solve, feel free to come to me. Meng Qiu asked Zhao Chen to call him by his nickname, Meng Qiu, which indeed suited his appearance. Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Is making friends always this simple and direct for you? Just giving money?" Meng Qiu replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. Money is the best thing in the world. Those willing to share it are naturally worth befriending." Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. "You really have a good eye." Seeing that Zhao Chen and the others were still eating, Meng Qiu didn't continue to disturb them and stood up with a smile. "I hope you can achieve excellent results in the martial arts test later. I will take my leave for now." Zhao Chen nodded and bid him farewell. After leaving, the young man following Meng Qiu couldn't help but ask, "Meng Xiao, the trial isn't over yet. He might not successfully enter the Qingfeng camp and you've already given him $1 million. What if he fails?" Meng Qiu chuckled at this remark. "Zhuo Yun, you don't understand this, do you?" He waved his finger. He had given out quite a few pure gold business cards, but he had only handed out one universal card worth $1 million. Originally, he planned to use these universal cards to attract those with level or higher extraordinary talents. However, after meeting Zhao Chen today, he immediately realized that this was a potential treasure. Adding flowers to the brocade is nothing compared to sending charcoal in the snow. If I wait until he enters the Qingfeng camp to give him money, the value won't be as high. I trust my judgment. Zhao Chen will definitely be able to enter the Qingfeng camp smoothly. Moreover, this person is anything but ordinary. He stretched out in a big yawn, his round body unfolding like a rubber man. In business, how can there be a guaranteed profit? Building connections is the same. $1 million is nothing. Meng Qiu could afford to lose that. He looked at Zhuo Yun beside him, who was the bodyguard specially selected from this year's challengers at considerable expense by his family in order to ensure his smooth entry into the Qingfeng camp. "Zhuo Yun, what do you think of Zhao Chun?" Zhuo Yun's eyes were bright, sharp like a hawk soaring in the sky, yet he did not give off a dangerous vibe, but rather a sense of steadfastness and reliability. "Zhao Chen." Thinking of Zhao Chen's performance in the square earlier, he candidly said, "I can feel that he is indeed different. Compared to ordinary challengers, he possesses a certain calmness, decisiveness, and wisdom." "That's right." Meng Qiu laughed heartily, his gaze continuing to scan the crowd. But he had no intention of spending more money to win anyone over. Eating, a life skill, proficiency 96. The function of this ability is to quickly digest food and convert it into energy for the body. Moreover, even if one eats a lot, there will be no food accumulation in the stomach. Zhao Chen's appetite was now quite large, and the food he consumed was quickly converted within his body. After finishing his meal, he habitually switched the demon clown's skill to turtle breathing method. Good habits must be maintained, every second counts. After finishing their meal, they left the cafeteria, and a few classmates from before surrounded them again. "Zhao Chen, congratulations! You scored first in the written exam, and now it turns out you are the most likely to pass the trial." Some people spoke with a hint of jealousy. After all, they were young and couldn't hide their thoughts. Zhao Chen glanced at them. "Is there something you want?" Those classmates quickly expressed their intentions. "After all, we are from the same school. It would be best if we could act together in the next stage of the martial arts test." They still hadn't given up on latching onto Zhao Chun, as they had all witnessed his combat prowess. But Zhao Chun replied indifferently, "I've said it before, am not interested." Someone's expression changed. "Zhao Chen, why do you have to be like this? We are all classmates, and the teacher has said that we should help each other to improve the admission rate of our school. It would bring glory to everyone." Zhao Chen sneered and shot them a glance. "But you are all too weak, just a burden to me. Why would I want to bring a bunch of dead weight upon myself?" His words were too blunt, and the group's expressions turned quite ugly. "You," Zhao Chen continued, "you don't usually put in the effort, but now you want to cling to me at the last moment. When you saw me awaken my A-level talent, you mocked me. And now that you see I might pass the trial, you all come to curry favor. Do you think you are the only smart ones, and everyone else is a fool?" Zhao Chen clicked his tongue twice, shaking his head while looking at them with disdain. "All day dreaming of good things. The sun hasn't even set yet. What kind of daydreaming is this?" With that, Zhao Chen walked straight ahead. A few students gritted their teeth and refused to give way, their expression showing that they wanted to teach Zhao Chen a lesson. However, Zhao Chen completely ignored them. With just a light push, two students felt as if their shoulders had been struck by a fast-moving baseball. "Ah!" They cried out in pain, falling directly to the ground. Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu wore smug smiles as they followed Zhao Chen. They were smart, not kicking someone when they were down, and understood that one must give to receive. Otherwise, how could they latch onto Zhao Chen's strong support? The three of them headed towards Shoyun Mountain and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a large training area. The Qingfeng camp was vast, and it seemed there was no formal training ground for the Qingfeng camp, so they had not seen any other trainees. After arriving here, Zhao Chen and the others followed the sign to an area enclosed by barbed wire. At the edge of the training ground, there was a row of tall buildings, which were either the residences of the training personnel or storage rooms for training equipment. 5 members of the patrol team dressed in dark green camouflage uniforms were already waiting here. Their faces were as dark as black iron, enduring the scorching sun of June, sweat streaming down their dusky cheeks into their collars, yet there was no change in their expressions. Zhao Chen and the others arrived early, finding a shady spot to sit down. Zhao Chen closed his eyes to rest, adjusting his physical state for the upcoming trial. Before long, the candidates arrived one after another. Xiang Xue did not come over, but a new instructor did. From a distance, he looked like a standing black bear, his robust body almost bursting out of his training uniform. His large head was covered in hair, and his bushy beard was particularly striking. "You little brats." Zhang Biao looked at the mass of candidates, a cold and cruel smile appearing on his face. "Are you ready to go to your deaths?" With a single sentence from instructor Zhang Biao, the atmosphere in the training ground was electrified. Next came the martial arts test, a life and death duel, each to their own fate. The adrenaline surged, creating a strange excitement and a hint of fear in their hearts. Zhang Biao pointed with his thick finger at the mountain peak over 400 meters high behind him. "Next, this will be the battlefield for your martial arts test. The rules of the martial arts test. You will spend 24 hours here, from 11 a.m. today to 11 a.m. tomorrow. Each person will receive an identity number tag. What you need to do is protect your own tag while snatching others' tags. The entire mountain has been clearly marked, divided into 3 layers. Every 8 hours, the battlefield will shrink. Anyone outside the battle zone after the time is up will be directly eliminated." As he spoke, he pulled out a round number tag the size of half a palm from his pocket, with a number printed on it. After the exam, anyone without a number tag will be directly eliminated. Even if you have a number tag, you will be ranked and scored based on the quantity. The number of admissions this time will be controlled at 160 people. The scores from the martial arts test combined with the written test scores will determine the final list of admitted candidates. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen thought to himself, in other words, one must continuously hunt, defeat other candidates, and snatch their number tags. The shrinking trial space also cut off the retreat for those who wanted to hide and were unwilling to fight. The Oneidae and one-night time limit would also test their field combat abilities and endurance. This martial arts test was a comprehensive assessment. Immediately, Zhang Biao's lips curled into a cold smile, saying, "During the martial arts test, life and death are your own responsibility. This means that killing is permitted." A sharp glint flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. Jin Shangcheng and the others also showed a hint of darkness in their gazes. "Are we finally going to stain our hands with blood? This is the necessary path to becoming a spiritual ability user, then let it come." Some candidates turned pale. This was their first experience of a life and death crisis. Out of over 2,000 candidates, only 160 spots would remain, with more than 90 being eliminated. In such a survival-of-the-fittest environment, where killing could be done without restraint, once the strong had the opportunity, they would undoubtedly strike mercilessly at the weak. Someone raised their hand. "Report." Zhang Biao looked over. "What do you want to say?" The person asked, If I want to give up during the trial, what should I do?" He said this with a bit of embarrassment, but no one looked down on him. This was the voice of most people. After all, compared to death, admitting defeat was not something to be ashamed of. Zhang Biao pointed to the direction above their heads. Zhao Chen and the others all looked up, seeing dozens of giant eagles circling in the sky. These giant eagles are equipped with surveillance devices that can monitor every corner of the battlefield in real time. If you want to withdraw while out of combat, just raise your hand and say forfeit, and the giant eagle will come down to take you away. Someone raised their hand to report, and after receiving Zhang Biao's permission, spoke up. "But if we can kill without limits, and the right to abstain only comes after being out of combat, wouldn't everyone just try to kill each other whenever they see someone? In that case..." He glanced around at the other candidates. "With so many people here, I fear there won't be many left alive." Zhang Biao cast an approving look at the candidate and noted him down. "You're right. Therefore, we will impose a slight penalty for killing." He raised a finger. 1 point. The act of killing will be recorded and 1 point will be deducted from the total score. This 1 point does not refer to the total score of the literary and martial trials, but rather the score for the martial trial alone. Obtaining a number plate grants you 10 points. The final score for the martial trial will be based on the highest score achieved by the trial participants. Other participants' scores will be converted into martial trial scores proportionally. Some lowered their heads, their eyes filled with horror, hands sticky with sweat. Getting a number plate gives you 10 points, but killing a person deducts 1 point. "This penalty isn't very severe at all," someone said. "But don't forget, scores will be ranked. In a competition of over 2,000 people, perhaps 1 point could mean several places. Thus, this can prevent anyone from indiscriminately killing when their opponent has lost the will to fight." Zhao Chen firmly etched Zhang Biao's words in his mind. He had to remember the rules and then flexibly use them to maximize his benefits. However, when Zhang Biao mentioned the ability to kill, he already sensed many eyes subtly turning towards him. "Do some people want to kill me?" Zhao Chen's gaze sharpened, and in an instant he thought of several individuals. But he felt no fear. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Then let's see who the hunter is and who the prey is." Since he was 13, he had followed Manhwa to the northeast of Luzhou City, to the Blood Bone Mountain, where fierce beasts gathered. Manhwa truly did not treat him as a child. At 13, he was already armed with a homemade bow and arrow and a machete, fighting against wolves. To this day, Zhao Chen did not know how many fierce beasts he had killed. Their family's meat supply had never run dry, sourced from there. Jungle warfare was precisely his domain. Zhou Haoyu and Li Zixuan were already feeling tense, palms sweating, hearts racing. The two secretly looked at Zhao Chen, hoping he would take them along. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chen suddenly said, "You two will have to walk your own path from here on." The two opened their mouths but ultimately did not dare to speak further. Zhao Chen had already helped them during the literary trial, and bringing them along in this martial trial format would indeed cause him trouble. Zhao Chen said, "Someone has their eyes on me, and I can roughly guess who it is. So following me makes you more dangerous." The two were somewhat surprised. Their gazes scanning the crowd, catching sight of Wang Qing, Chen Mingming, and Sun Wei, who were occasionally glancing over, their eyes filled with malice. "It's Wang Qing and the others. These guys really don't know when to quit, and they dare to come provoke you." Zhao Chen curled his lips. "Them? They aren't worthy." He waved his hand. "You don't need to ask unnecessary questions. I can only tell you that once we enter the forest, don't rush to act, find a place to hide. If I can resolve my own troubles first and have the time, I will try to help you pass." The two looked at Zhao Chen gratefully and nodded vigorously. "Zhao Chen, you don't need to worry about us, just take care of your own matters. If you can help us along the way, that would be our luck." After explaining the rules of the martial trial, Zhang Biao spread his hands. "Additionally, aside from the prohibition of using firearms, all cold weapons can be used freely. The rules of combat are that there are no rules, generally speaking. You are not allowed to use your own weapons. However, you can choose any weapon from the Qingfeng camp's armory." As soon as he finished speaking, the massive doors of the storage facility at the edge of the training ground swung open. Boom! A row of well-maintained weapons was displayed before everyone. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Compared to the shabby ones at home, the standard military weapons were infinitely better. No wonder Manhwa didn't let him bring his own. "You have 10 minutes to select your weapons. Then enter the trial ground." Boom! The crowd surged toward the armory, eager to find their ideal weapon and then head into the trial ground to seek advantageous terrain. Zhao Chen stepped into the armory and was greeted by a dazzling array of weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, conventional weapons, obscure arms, and even some strange weapons he had never heard of were all on display. However, all these weapons were blunt. Clearly, even though the Qingfeng camp allowed lethal force during the trials, the intention was not to encourage mutual slaughter among the testers, but rather to eliminate them reasonably. The rule allowing lethal force was merely to prevent testers from holding back. A blunt weapon may be more useful than a sword or spear that hasn't been sharpened. Zhao Chen picked up a long knife, glanced at it, and then put it back on the shelf. It was an alloy long knife, weighing about 8 pounds. For an average adult, it was just right, but now his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person, making it feel too light. Since they are all blunt weapons, I might as well choose a heavier one. Zhao Chen directly bypassed the popular swords and knives and walked toward the back. There, he found the long weapons. An alloy staff weighed about 20 pounds, made of carbon fiber and metal, very tough. An alloy spear, with a head made of high-quality steel and a body crafted from alloy. Ensured flexibility and destructive power, weighing around 30 pounds. Besides these, there were also large sabers, snake spears, and other weapons. Zhao Chen weighed the alloy spear in his hand. These weapons were prepared for ordinary testers and did not take into account someone with Zhao Chen's extraordinary strength, so the spear's weight was not very satisfying. However, the spear was known as the king of weapons and was indeed very useful on the battlefield. If there were no better options, Zhao Chen planned to use it. But just as he was assessing, a massive alloy weapon at the edge of the armory caught his eye. "Oh, what's this?" Zhao Chen walked over and immediately spotted the weapon, his gaze growing brighter. Fang Tianji. It was a large halberd, with a tip as sharp as a spear, but unlike a spear, it had a huge crescent blade like a battle axe on either side of the head. Zhao Chen stared at this weapon, his eyes burning with intensity. Others passing by to select weapons were already at their limit with long guns and staffs. No one chose the heavier weapons further back. This was not a short battle but a day and night struggle. Carrying overly heavy weapons for long periods would greatly deplete their stamina. After all, they couldn't continuously release spiritual energy to enhance their physical strength for 24 hours. Even on a battlefield filled with spiritual practitioners, few used heavy weapons like the Fong Tianji. It was said that only extraordinary warriors could wield it. That was the evaluation of the Fong Tian painting halberd. So when they saw Zhao Chen stop, they scoffed. That kind of weapon is only good for ceremonial use. It's more than twice the weight of a long spear. Who would use it? It just looks impressive. Once you use it, you'll know it's not effective at all. That guy can't be trying to show off by picking it up, can he? But Zhao Chen really set aside the alloy spear in his hand and reached for the Fong Tian painting halberd on the rack. Boom! The entire weapon rack shook when the weapon was taken down. Because this Fong Tianhua halberd had not been used for a long time, it made quite a noise, attracting the attention of many people nearby. Hey, no way? That guy named Zhao Chen actually chose the Fong Tianji? Who cares? He just likes to show off. When he carries it up the mountain, he'll be the one crying. Sure enough, just a theoretical giant, a practical dwarf, doesn't even have this basic common sense. TSK. Zhao Chen paid no attention to the crowd's discussions. The moment he grasped the Fong Tianji, he felt a sense of compatibility. This weapon was perfect for him. Weighing about 50 pounds, the head of the Fong Tianji was made of high-quality steel, weighing over 30 pounds. Naturally, the matching halberd handle was not light either. However, Zhao Chen's strength proficiency had reached 155, having entered the second stage of innate divine strength, allowing him to lift over 300 pounds with both hands. This 50-pound Fong Tianji was just right for him. The crowd looked at Zhao Chen with mockery, all believing that after feeling the weight of the Fong Tianji he would obediently put it down. But unexpectedly, Zhao Chen instead put the alloy spear back and slung the Fong Tianhua halberd behind him. This scene left everyone speechless. That guy, could he be endowed with divine strength? I think he's just trying to show off. I can carry a weapon over 50 pounds too. But can he use it flexibly? In life and death battles, being slow is a fatal flaw. No one could understand Zhao Chen's actions, and he couldn't be bothered to explain to them. After selecting his main weapon, he chose a short bow with a draw weight of 200 pounds from the armory, along with a quiver of 20 short arrows. He also picked a weapon bag that could be tied around his waist, hiding 10 throwing knives. With these three weapons, melee, mid-range assassination, and long-range attack was fully prepared. Zhao Chen walked out of the armory under the puzzled gazes of many and strode towards the Xiuyun Mountain trial ground. The combined weight of the three weapons exceeded 60 pounds, something an ordinary trial participant wouldn't even dare to imagine. At that moment, Zhang Biao was at the entrance of the trial ground, and upon seeing the weapon on Zhao Chen's back, he couldn't help but show a look of astonishment. Fong Tianhua halberd? This kid. He watched Zhao Chen enter the trial ground, but instead of showing the same confusion and mockery as others, he quickly revealed a meaningful smile. Truly remarkable. He had seen Zhao Chen in action at the entrance of Yuwu No. 2. Where his decisive and fierce methods were clearly those of a seasoned fighter. Such a person couldn't possibly make such an obvious mistake in weapon selection. There was only one explanation: his strength was indeed sufficient to wield this weapon, said to be usable only by unparalleled warriors. Fong Tianhua halberd. Usually, it's just used for students to practice their strength in the Qingfeng camp. I didn't expect that today someone would actually take it to the battlefield. Zhang Biao stood at the edge of the trial ground, controlling the situation to prevent any unexpected events. However, he could also see everything happening in the trial ground in real time through the equipment. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Xiao Han and Shen Moran had also come to watch the battle. As early admitted geniuses, they naturally had permission to observe. Xiao Han wore an unmistakable smile, having arranged everything, just waiting to see Zhao Chen get eliminated. He didn't intend to kill Zhao Chen, but to snatch his number plate, forcing him to forfeit, thus completely severing his ties with the Qingfeng camp, achieving his goal. From now on, our lives will have no intersection. Zhao Chen, someone of your commoner background and low talent doesn't need me to take action personally. Shen Moran, after greeting the instructor, stood aside, her gaze fixed through the perspective of the giant eagle, watching the young man with the Fong Tianhua halberd, whose calm eyes revealed determination as he stepped onto the battlefield. Zhao Chen, it doesn't matter if you get eliminated, but please don't die, Shen Moran thought to himself like this. Zhao Chen received a white number tag with the number 96 on it, which he tucked into the inner pocket of his jacket. Then, Zhao Chen, along with many other challengers, crossed the gate that blocked the Xiuyun Mountain trial ground. Everyone was on guard against each other, and then each chose a direction to rush into the forest. Only when the instructor signaled could they fight each other and snatch each other's number tags. Zhao Chen was not in a hurry. Instead, he looked up to survey the environment of Shoyun Mountain. Shoyun Mountain was not very large, standing over 400 meters high and covering an area of less than 15 square kilometers. With over 2,000 challengers flooding into this area, it was nearly impossible to hide without being discovered, so a brutal slaughter would inevitably occur in a short time. Moreover, every 8 hours, the battle area would shrink. Sud's smartest move is to avoid fighting at the beginning and conserve enough stamina. Then, wait for the right moment to ambush those challengers who have wasted a lot of energy in the first round. Since the battle area will shrink, heading towards the top of the mountain at the start can save a lot of stamina for later and allow for early occupation of advantageous terrain, enabling a high ground advantage in combat. Zhao Chen quickly analyzed what seemed to be the best battle strategy. However, a sly smile flashed in his eyes. This kind of thing everyone can think of, right? From the paths taken by the surrounding challengers, they all hoped to rush to the top of the mountain at the first opportunity. Everyone thought this way, making the summit the most fiercely contested place in the first phase. With this in mind, Zhao Chen turned around and dove into the forest on the left side of Shoyun Mountain. The lightness step allowed him to move as fast as a cheetah, swiftly darting through the woods like a gust of wind. A minute later, he reached the waist of the mountain, where an area appeared with all the tree trunks painted blue. This was the boundary line for the shrinking battle zone. If I'm not mistaken, there will be another boundary line further up. And many people are concentrated at the top. That will become the site of the fiercest fighting. I have 24 hours, so there's no need to rush to show off. Therefore, staying in the middle area is the wisest choice. Zhao Chen took the Feng Tianhua halberd from his back with his right hand, slung the short bow and quiver, ensuring that the flying knives at his waist could be drawn at any moment. He stopped and hid behind a tall tree at a high point, then activated the turtle breathing technique. The turtle breathing technique allowed his breathing and heartbeat to slow down, and his overall presence would weaken. But at the same time, his 5 senses would be enhanced. The forest was covered with fallen leaves, making it hard not to make noise when stepping on them. A large number of challengers flooded into the woods, some acted in groups, like Jin Shangcheng. Around him gathered more than 50 people, among whom were a few familiar faces to Zhao Chen. Wang Qing, Sun Wei, and Chen Mingming were all close to Jin Shangcheng. These three were naturally arranged by Xiao Han. They had been classmates with Zhao Chen for 12 years and understood his personality and combat habits well. Having them around would make it easier for Jin Shangqing to eliminate Zhao Chen. Jin Shangqing did not rush to the top of the mountain like others. Instead, he found a spot at the foot of the mountain, clapped his hands, and smiled. All right, everyone. Next, we need to discuss our tactics. Jin Shangqing squatted on a large rock, looking at everyone at eye level. Our team has the most people. So remember one thing, we are the strongest. Next, we have 2 things to do. First, teamwork, using our absolute numerical advantage to eliminate all encountered enemies. As for the distribution of number tags, it will strictly follow the contribution made. Second, he opened his smiling eyes. A glint of coldness flashing through. Find Zhao Chen and deal with him. I will personally offer 2 extra number tags as a reward. A low murmur of suppressed excitement rippled through the crowd. As the time struck, a loud bell rang out, echoing clearly across the entire mountain, startling flocks of birds into flight. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. The hunting operation has begun. Zhang Biao, wearing headphones, sat beneath the awning outside the trial ground, monitoring everything through the equipment. He said to the few people in the control room, "This kid from Jinsheng City is impressive. In such a short time, he has gathered over 50 teammates. With such a large team, it will be hard to find opponents." Su Zhixiong nodded slowly. This guy's organizational skills are outstanding. Gathering so many people and maintaining team stability without internal conflict is very difficult. But it seems those people are very willing to follow his command. Anyone targeted by this wolf pack is in for big trouble. In a corner of the control room, Xiaohan lowered his head, a smile creeping onto his face that he could barely contain. "Zhao Chen, how will you respond when such a wolf pack has you in its sights?" The bell rang, and the hunt began. After receiving the signal, Zhao Chen decided to take action. Going through the trial? No, that wasn't his goal. What he wanted was to secure first place. While using the turtle breathing technique to conceal his presence, he had already sensed at least 3 trialists hidden within 500 meters around him. They passed close to Zhao Chen without noticing his presence, but revealed their own locations. Among them, one person was less than 100 meters away in a straight line. Zhao Chen reached down to pick up a few pebbles from the ground, crouched low, and quickly moved to the left front. Then, with a swift flick of his right hand, he sent the pebbles flying towards a thicket. Startled by the disturbance, the trialist hiding behind the bushes jolted. He quickly nocked an arrow and stood up, taking aim in one fluid motion. However, when he stood up, all he saw were trees, and he found no trace of anyone. Just as he was momentarily distracted, a figure emerged from behind a large tree to his left front. Zhao Chen had already knocked an arrow on his bowstring. The powerful short bow was drawn to its full moon shape, and with a thwack, the arrow shot off at high speed. The trialist hurriedly adjusted the direction of his arrow, but it was just a moment too late. The rounded metal arrowhead struck his chest with tremendous force. The thin layer of protective spiritual energy could not withstand the violent impact. Puff! He stumbled back 5 or 6 steps, blood spurting from his mouth, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The trialist's sternum was shattered by the arrow, and the excruciating pain made his features contort. Yet he did not give up. Gritting his teeth, he reached for a short knife at his waist, intending to fight for his life. But at that moment, a fierce gust of wind howled toward his head. Puff! A black halberd grazed his scalp, deeply embedding itself into the ground beside him. Zhao Chen stepped in front of him, placing a foot on his chest to prevent him from rising, while his other hand positioned the halberd across the trialist's neck. The trialist's blood ran cold. The threat of death was clearer than ever before in his life. Zhao Chen spoke quickly. "Hand over your number plate and forfeit. I'll let you leave." The blade of the halberd rested against the trialist's neck, not allowing him to utter any words of refusal. Zhao Chen had no intention of taking the number plate and then letting him go, nor did he plan to kill him, so this was the best choice. "It's on my waist." The trialist was so frightened he couldn't move, afraid of provoking Zhao Chen. That 50-kilogram halberd only needed a slight pressure to crush his throat. Wise choice. Zhao Chen used the halberd to lift his shirt and indeed found a number plate hidden in his underwear. Zhao Chen's expression showed some disdain, and the trialist's face turned red, seemingly a bit embarrassed. However, that place was indeed quite hard to find. Zhao Chen said, "Hurry up, take off your clothes. Then forfeit." The boy stared at Zhao Chen in shock, his eyes filled with grief and anger. You can't do this." "Less nonsense." Zhao Chen flipped his hand, the blade of his weapon pressed against the boy's throat. Put. In the monitoring room, Xia Yingxue, who was observing the battlefield with a cup of coffee in hand, suddenly sprayed the liquid out of her mouth. This guy. Initially, seeing Zhao Chen take down an opponent so quickly had piqued their interest in the match. Who would have thought the situation would take such a sharp turn? This is still an exam, what is he doing? Shen Moran also had a dark expression. How can he be this strong? And I remember he was straight. Cough, not necessarily. Su Zhixiong coughed lightly. They know there are cameras here. Even if they had that kind of thought, they wouldn't choose this time. Sure enough, in the footage, after the boy took off his jacket, he was about to remove his pants. Zhao Chen shouted, "Stop! Put your pants back on." The boy looked at Zhao Chen with tear-filled eyes. Huh? Is that allowed? Zhao Chen was baffled by the boy's strange behavior, his gaze resembling that of someone looking at a pervert. "Even if you were to relieve yourself right here, I wouldn't go easy on you. Just say you forfeit." As he spoke, he quickly fashioned the boy's clothes into a makeshift bundle around his waist, placing the number tag inside the bundle as well. Only then did everyone understand Zhao Chen's intention. The boy's face turned pale. Although he felt regret, his life was more important, so he had no choice but to raise his hand and suddenly shouted, "I forfeit." As soon as his words fell, a piercing cry echoed from the sky. A giant eagle swooped down from above, moving so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. A gust of wind pushed Zhao Chen back a few steps, enveloping the boy and carrying him away from the trial ground. This guy. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes. The boy had deliberately shouted before leaving to let others know that a battle had occurred here. Sure enough, the next moment, a sharp gust of wind came from the side. A sharp arrow shot through the air, less than 2 meters away from Zhao Chen's body. Although Zhao Chen's battle with the boy ended quickly, the density of challengers on the Shoyun Mountain battlefield was quite high. Any sign of a fight would quickly attract hidden hunters. Yet Zhao Chen's expression remained calm, because he knew someone would come. So when he retreated, he had already chosen to hide behind a sturdy tree. The attacker from the side could not shoot Zhao Chen. Right rear, 100 meters away, behind the third tree. Average archery skills, Zhao Chen commented. Even if someone was skilled in archery at school, they might not perform well in a real jungle battlefield. There was only one type of person who was the exception, like Zhao Chen, who had spent years hunting fierce beasts in the jungle. Behind the tree about 100 meters away from Zhao Chen, the archer who had just shot an arrow crouched down, his hands already knocking a second arrow on the bowstring, ready to attack at any moment. His face was filled with regret. "TCH, didn't hit? Although I practiced on moving targets, in this kind of forest with many obstructions and uneven ground, it's still hard to guarantee a hit." The opponent also had a bow and arrow, and he didn't dare to expose himself easily, but continuing to hold this position wasn't a solution either. Just as he hesitated, a sudden "ha" came from behind. The archer's eyes lit up. The opponent had shot an arrow. Even the best archers would have a gap between shooting and re-knocking the arrow. Unexpectedly, the opponent was so anxious, perhaps worried about attracting more people, that they exposed a flaw. His arrow was already on the string and he quickly turned, half kneeling on the ground, using the bushes under the tree to conceal his body, ready to shoot. But at the moment he revealed himself, with his right hand still gripping the bowstring, he saw Zhao Chen drawing his bow like a full moon, aiming at his body. How could this be? The projectile that struck the large tree behind him was not Zhao Chen's arrow, but merely a stone. After adding spiritual power, although the lethality from 100 meters away was not strong and the accuracy was hard to guarantee, making a sound was still no problem. The trialist hurriedly released his arrow, but ultimately was a beat too slow. At 100 meters, Zhao Chen was using the hardest bow from the arsenal, and his strength was immense, making the arrow fly too fast, directly hitting the left hand that was awkwardly gripping the bow. Puff! Even though it was an arrow without a tip, when the speed was fast enough, the sharpness of the weapon became irrelevant. The trialist didn't even have time to shoot an arrow. His left hand was directly struck by Zhao Chen's arrow, a finger flew up high, stained with blood, and his entire left hand twisted in agony. Bang! The longbow in his hand fell, and the arrow uncontrollably shot into the sky. Zhao Chen concentrated his spiritual power in his hands and feet, and after landing a hit, he charged forward while quickly knocking another arrow, which struck the man's chest. Puff! In an instant, he hadn't even realized what had happened when his chest felt as if it had been brutally pierced by a massive chisel, an excruciating pain. Zhao Chen put away the short bow, dragging the Feng Tianhua halberd along the ground, making a whoosh as it swept up a large amount of fallen leaves. With a clang sound, a silver wire was directly severed by him. Around that trialist, among the dry leaves on the ground, steel wires were buried. If one were to carelessly charge through, they would definitely fall to the ground. In a life-and-death trial, this was extremely dangerous. But Zhao Chen was completely unfazed. The practical tactics taught to him by Bu Yan Huan made such minor traps utterly insignificant. Zhao Chen replicated the method, dealing with these delicate flowers from the school as if he were a mechanical god. The opponent's simple tactical strategies were easily seen through. The Feng Tianhua halberd was positioned against his fragile throat. Even though he terrifiedly used a thin layer of spiritual power to protect his body, it was completely futile. This was a level 3 spiritual ability user, yet he could only release spiritual power from his meridians and could not reach the level of condensation. I'll give you 3 seconds. Hand over your number plate and declare your withdrawal. The boy, though unwilling, felt the cold killing intent from the person before him and obediently complied. In less than 3 minutes, Zhao Chen had cleanly and decisively eliminated them, as if he were pulling 2 chickens from a coop to slaughter, without a moment's hesitation. This skilled combat style left Zhang Biao and the people in the monitoring room utterly stunned. Damn it! This guy is really just a freshly graduated student, not a veteran coming off the battlefield? Zhao Chen's strikes were clean and swift. To those who didn't understand, it seemed like his opponents were too weak, almost being instantaneously defeated. But only the 2 who were eliminated by Zhao Chen realized just how terrifying he was. This was a battlefield where people could die, and there were hidden threats everywhere, with potential killers lurking around. The danger was ever present. One could never know who might suddenly appear. Their greatest challenge was not the enemy, but overcoming their own inner fears. Yet Zhao Chen had no fear. He was like a farmer coming to cut grass, effortlessly harvesting points. The principal of the Qingfeng camp, Lu Weigua, who had been silently observing the battlefield with a scrutinizing attitude towards these newcomers, suddenly had a strange glint in his eyes. Why does his fighting style seem so familiar? It resembles that person who disappeared from the battlefield 10 years ago. Could it be? 2 number plates, in less than 3 minutes. I have to suspect that there's something wrong with the military's rating, Su Zhixiang said, crossing his arms. Upon hearing this, Shin Moran's pupils shook violently. However, Xia Yingxue quickly followed up, awakened to level 1, and there's nothing particularly powerful about his abilities. His talent is indeed not high, just, he possesses talents beyond spiritual energy. Xia Yingxue's gaze was intense, shifting from her initial skepticism of Irank Zhao Chen to now seriously considering this extraordinary young man. Second to Lord Chanfeng? Could he really be? Upon hearing both instructors give Zhao Chen high praise, Xiao Han's expression visibly darkened. He's just a level 2 and a level 3 fighter. If it were me, I could easily take them out. What's the big deal? Shin Moran's eyes were murky, her silence betraying a tightening grip of her palm. Gradually, a hint of panic arose in her heart. She didn't want to see the man she had abandoned continue to shine. Within 5 minutes of the trial starting, Zhao Chen had already obtained his second number plate. He looked down at the plate, appearing casual in his stance, but his body was actually concealed behind a large tree where a previous trial participant had hidden. There are over 2,000 participants in the second round of trials, only 160 will advance. That means, at a minimum, one must collect 13 number plates to pass. But if one wants to take first place, how many must be eliminated? Zhao Chen lowered his gaze, his ears carefully discerning the sounds around him. the sound of breathing. His hearing was good, but not yet sharp enough to catch the normal sounds of breathing unless they were particularly loud. Zhao Chen had long known that there were 3 people nearby. However, after he dealt with the first 2, the third person remained hidden in the shadows, not revealing themselves. Zhao Chen gripped his halberd in his right hand, his left hand lightly resting on his waist. When necessary, his flying daggers could strike at any moment. Zhao Chen turned his head towards the side of the woods. With breathing that heavy, why don't you just forfeit? Behind the thicket, there indeed hid a person. Although he also carried a bow and arrows, his archery skills were poor. He only carried them for emergencies. His true weapons were a round shield in one hand and a curved knife in the other. At this moment, his breathing was heavy, and his heartbeat exceeded normal standards. Initially, he had thought to employ a strategy of the mantis stalking the cicada with the yellow bird behind. But after arriving here, he witnessed Zhao Chen dispatch 2 opponents in just 3 minutes. It was then he realized that the prey he sought was a fierce tiger. Zhao Chen, holding the halberd, stepped forward towards that direction. Spiritual energy flowed over his body. At critical moments, he could gather it at the point of the opponent's attack to reduce the damage taken. Suddenly, the trial participant jumped out from behind the thicket. "You bastard!" he shouted, charging directly at Zhao Chen with his knife and shield. "Die for me!" It turned out he realized that Zhao Chen's winning weapon was a bow, even though he held the halberd without using it. Therefore, if he could close the distance for close combat with his knife and shield, he could gain the upper hand. Knowing the opponent was a sharpshooter, attempting to escape or create distance was the most foolish move. Zhao Chen was momentarily taken aback, then a slight smile crept onto his lips. "Come at me." Zhang Biao also sat up straight to watch the battle. "That guy's profile is Lu Hu from Yongkai High School, a crank talent, level 4 fighter." His eyes flashed. This is a challenging opponent. At this moment, Zhao Chen had just leveled up to level 2. Lu Hu was enveloped in a faint blue spiritual energy, holding his shield in front of him with his left hand, while his right hand dragged the knife as he charged rapidly towards Zhao Chen. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, his speed and strength would be significantly boosted. Close combat was highly risky, especially for young fighters who could easily become bloodthirsty. Yet, facing his attack, Zhao Chen simply raised the halberd and delivered a straightforward, unadorned diagonal slash. Lu Hu's knife was just over a meter long and weighed 12 jin, but Zhao Chen's halberd was over 2 meters long and weighed 50 jin. Lu Hu had not yet arrived when Zhao Chen's halberd came crashing down. On the battlefield, an inch longer means an inch stronger. The advantage of long weapons is indeed immense. Lu Hu harnessed his anger and roar to boost his fighting spirit, refusing to let fear of Zhao Chen take hold. So he did not retreat. Nor could he dodge. He simply covered his shield with spiritual energy and raised his hand to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was particularly loud. With this strike, Lu Hu, who was very confident in his own strength, found his knees giving way, unable to withstand Zhao Chen's power, and he knelt right in front of him. Lu Hu never expected that in their very first encounter he would be completely at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Even though he had already used spiritual energy, the force that felt like a mountain crashing down still made him kneel, and his left arm's muscles ached intensely. If it weren't for the trial shield from the Qingfeng camp being tough enough to absorb most of the force, that blow could have broken his bones. How can this guy's strength be so strong? Isn't he only at the level of a second-rank fighter? Lu Hu gritted his teeth, utterly shut his mind. The intensity of the opponent's strength did not come from spiritual energy but from his physical body. He was not wrong in his thinking, for after Zhao Chen knocked him down, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Relying purely on physical strength seems insufficient to take you down in one hit. Then how about this? As Zhao Chen spoke, a faint blue spiritual energy spread from the palm of his right hand, quickly enveloping the entire halberd. What? Upon seeing this, Principal Lu Weiguo's sleepy eyes suddenly widened. This is spirit binding. After awakening, the first stage of a spiritual ability user's power is spirit binding, but their control is insufficient, allowing them to only disperse spiritual energy from the 365 meridians around their body to protect themselves. To wrap spiritual energy around a weapon is a more advanced use of spirit binding. It seems simple, but the subtle control required is extremely difficult. This is also why Bu Yanhua had Zhao Chen practice with an egg initially. Insufficient control over spiritual energy would lead to a waste of a large amount of it, making it better to directly enhance one's physical attributes with spiritual energy. Moreover, the larger and heavier the weapon, the more difficult it is to use spiritual energy to wrap it. As soon as Zhao Chen made his move, he used spirit binding to envelop the more than 50-pound halberd. It should be noted that Zhao Chen had only awakened 7 days ago. He could not have practiced in advance. Thus, in just 7 days, he learned a technique that ordinary ability users take 1 or 2 years to master. Shen Moran and Xiao Han had yet to realize what was happening, but Lu Weiguo and the 3 instructors looked at Zhao Chen in the trial arena with eyes full of wonder. His spiritual talent may not be high, but his comprehension and physique are terrifyingly strong. With spiritual energy wrapped around the halberd, the weapon's power would increase by more than double. The entire process was completed in an instant. Immediately after, Zhao Chen's halberd was blocked by Lu Hu's shield. Lu Hu held his knife in his right hand, originally planning to attack Zhao Chen's calf, but the pressure on his muscles was too great, and his body could barely stabilize. "Ha!" he shouted, forcibly unleashing all his spiritual energy, then raised his shield and charged straight at Zhao Chen. His right hand tightened around the curved knife, ready to strike. But Zhao Chen only made the simplest of movements. He raised the halberd with one hand, the weapon wrapped in spiritual energy, emanating a chilling glow. He brought it down heavily against Lu Hu's shield with a resounding boom. The disadvantage of the curved knife's attack range was fully exposed at that moment. He didn't even have the chance to enter the attack range of the curved knife as the halberd slammed hard against his left shield. Bang! The shield was tough enough, showing no signs of damage, but the residual force shook Lu Hu's body. The tiger's mouth on his left hand split open, blood gushing out. His body collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand such immense power. The gap in strength was simply too great. "These two are not even on the same level in terms of combat power," Su Zhixiong coldly commented. Although Lu Hu's combat rank was 2 levels higher than Zhao Chen's, his use of spiritual energy lagged far behind Zhao Chen's. Zhao Chen concentrated his spiritual energy in his limbs, allowing him to unleash a force that surpassed Lu Hu, whose energy was dispersed throughout his body. Zhang Biao, however, stared at the battlefield and said word by word, "No, it's not that simple. This kid's physique is also quite terrifying. A 50-pound Fong Tianhua halberd. For someone at his stage, it's impossible for him to wield it so skillfully. Old Su, perhaps in terms of strength, he is not weaker than either of us," Zhang Biao's voice echoed in the monitoring room. Hearing the instructor give Zhao Chen such a high evaluation, Xiao Han and Shen Moran were both stunned. How is this possible? The human physique has always been weak. Without the enhancement of spiritual energy, even the strongest human cannot compete with large exotic beasts. Zhao Chen was only 18 years old, and based on his physique, his physical strength could not possibly reach the level of mature men like Su Zhixiong and Zhang Biao. Su Zhixiong nodded. "You're right." Although it seemed absurd, seeing was believing. That 50-pound Fong Tianhua halberd was the best proof. This kid might be a genius in body refinement. A hint of interest appeared on Su Zhixiong's face without him realizing it. Body refinement is just a basic part of the training for spiritual practitioners. Only ordinary soldiers without spiritual talent would use extreme training methods every day to enhance their physique. High-level spiritual practitioners would not waste time on this aspect. However, at the Doya stage, spiritual practitioners' use of spiritual energy was still not mature enough, so possessing a strong physique would provide a significant advantage in battle. Lu Hu originally thought Zhao Chen was an archer, not skilled in close combat, so he chose to engage in melee. But when Zhao Chen single-handedly lifted that 50-pound Fong Tianhua halberd and struck it down hard on his shield, he realized how wrong he was. After blocking just 2 of Zhao Chen's moves, his left hand's tiger mouth had a large gash, blood dripping onto the ground, and his left arm had almost lost all sensation. With a tingling feeling spreading across his back, he barely managed to roll away to create distance, ready to fight again, but Zhao Chen had already closed in. When he looked up, he saw a pair of extremely cold eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, the Fong Tianhua halberd came crashing down towards his head. Whoosh! The heavy weapon swept through the air, descending once more in a split second. Aside from relying on his round shield for protection, Li Hu had no means to counterattack. Instinctively, he braced both hands against the shield. Zhao Chen, too, switched to holding the halberd with both hands. Bang! The shield sank several centimeters under Zhao Chen's strike. Although Lu Hu held onto the shield for dear life, the recoil force had already caused his left arm to snap with a crack. He could no longer withstand Zhao Chen's onslaught, blood gushing from his mouth as he fell back to the ground. "No, don't kill me, don't kill me. I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Lu Hu, a standout talent at the Yuwu school, was now weeping and trembling, terrified of death to the point of wetting his pants. Zhao Chen looked at the yellow liquid flowing out from beneath him and frowned. He had no particular cleanliness obsession, but the pungent smell would definitely attract the attention of other challengers. Although there were only 3 people nearby, others would soon catch the scent and come over. "Hand over your number plate, take off your outerwear. Then forfeit," Zhao Chen said without any hesitation. Lu Hu hesitated a bit, gritting his teeth as he said, "I can give you the number plate, but can you not make me forfeit? I want to try again." Zhao Chen looked at him with a half-smile. "Keeping you around could mean having one more opponent. Do you think I would do that?" He gently twirled the halberd in his hand, his gaze dangerous. Lu Hu knew he had no right to negotiate, so he handed over his number plate to Zhao Chen, then reluctantly shouted forfeit, allowing the giant eagle to take him away from the trial ground. Zhao Chen now had 3 number plates in his hand. He cautiously looked around, confirming no one was watching, then wrapped a pile of fallen leaves in Lu Hu's coat and placed it where Lu Hu had left his waist. Immediately, Zhao Chen activated his Lightfoot step and quickly left the area, moving rapidly towards the higher parts of Xiuyun Mountain. The wind picked up beneath his feet, and his steps on the leaves were so subtle that they were hard to detect. Zhao Chen did not go far but found a tree over 50 years old. He slung the halberd behind him, clasped the trunk with both hands, and climbed up like a cat, scratching his way up. In summer, the dense canopy perfectly concealed his body. Although there were some flying insects, they did not affect Zhao Chen at all. Even if a small bug crawled onto his face, he could remain completely still. Zhao Chen took some wild grass from his pocket, crushed it in his hands, and smeared the juice on his body. This was insect-repellent grass, and its juice effectively prevented mosquito bites. In battles within the jungle, nature could sometimes be the greatest enemy. He's quite clever, knowing how to set traps and wait for someone to take the bait. Zhang Biao laughed heartily. Xia Yingxue nodded in approval. He really does seem like an experienced veteran. The prey was not so easily caught, and Zhao Chen was in no hurry. The turtle breathing technique was in operation, slowing his breathing and heartbeat, allowing him to calm his mind and better observe the movements around him. Not far away, the sounds of shouting, screams, and clashing weapons continuously echoed. On one of the peaks of Xiuyun Mountain, over 2,000 people were engaged in fierce competition. To pass the trial, one had to take the initiative to attack and obtain those 13 number plates. The area where the shouting was the loudest was from the mountaintop. They all unconsciously chose what seemed to be the smartest approach, seizing the high ground first. That would be the final battleground. Everyone knew that occupying advantageous terrain early could yield great benefits. Ironically, their cleverness backfired, making that spot the most brutal place for slaughter right after the trial began. Zhao Chen had secured a high point halfway up the mountain. First, if the group at the top were to be defeated and attempt to escape, they would likely pass nearby. The state of the defeated would surely be poor, making it much easier for Zhao Chen to ambush them. Second, due to the 8th hour limit on the shrinking battleground, the group at the bottom would soon have to run up the mountain. Zhao Chen could also wait here for the right moment. So, the only thing he needed to do next was wait. After 8 hours, the sky would be completely dark, and there would be no lights on the mountain, just pitch black. Snakes, insects, and rodents would roam the mountain, and in the sweltering summer, flying bugs were especially numerous. And among those 2,000 people, in such a painful environment, they would have to endure the harassment of snakes, insects, and rodents before even thinking about fighting. At the foot of the mountain, the Golden Elephant City Army was gathering in full force, a total of 53 people, the largest team among the trial participants. Each person took out their weapons, then grouped into teams of 5. 2 shield bearers, 2 spear users, and 1 archer made up each group. We have an absolute numerical advantage, so let's proceed steadily and push forward. Advance in a phalanx formation, keeping the distance between the 2 groups no more than 100 meters. And ensure that each group has at least 2 other groups nearby. Jin Shangqing smiled and raised a finger. This way, no matter how powerful the opponents we encounter, we can gather 15 people to fight within 2 minutes. We are bound to win. After learning about the second item of the martial arts test, Jin Shangqing quickly formulated a large-scale battle strategy. This adaptability and command ability made Lu Weigua stroke his beard in constant praise. A good candidate for a commander. No wonder he comes from the Jin family. Jin Shangqing held a sword in one hand and wore a set of light armor made of alloys and composite materials, looking very secure. It was clear that he was afraid of death. All right, everyone. He clapped his hands with a smile. Now, let's sweep the entire trial ground. The members of Jin Xiangcheng's legion also wore confident smiles. Alone, they might mostly be inconspicuous small characters. But now, with numbers on their side, they suddenly felt strong. Eliminate everyone. The troops quickly spread out, starting from the foot of the mountain, carpet searching for solitary trial participants ahead. More than 50 people completely spread out, covering a large area of the trial ground. Soon, those hiding in the shadows, preparing to hunt, were discovered. When those trial participants saw so many opponents, their faces turned pale with fear. No matter how strong they were, it was impossible to fight against 5 coordinated people at once. Run! Some turned to flee but made the fatal mistake of exposing their backs to the enemy, and were immediately shot in the back by archers. Then, the sword and shield bearers quickly followed up, mercilessly pinning them down with their shields and snatching away their identification tags. Hey, should we just kill him? A trial participant wielding a large gun grinned as he approached. Feeling a thrill at the thought of controlling another's life, the sword and shield bearer glanced at him. No need for that, right? We're not born killers. Let him forfeit. The trial participant was also terrified, his face pale as he cried out for mercy. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The gunman looked at him and burst into triumphant laughter. What a useless waste, you scared yourself so much you peed your pants. Hand over everything valuable you have. Take off all your clothes, so you don't hide anything. The trial participant trembled, his face full of humiliation as he stripped down to just his underwear. In the face of life and death, he had no right to talk about dignity or conditions. The gunman held the belongings he had taken, his eyes filled with heat and exhilaration. This feeling is amazing. Becoming a spiritual ability user and controlling others' lives, is this what it feels like? Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily. While a few companions looked at him with mixed expressions, some disgusted, some indifferent, and some contemplative. The gunman knocked the trial participant to the ground with the butt of his gun. Get lost. You're lucky to have met us, we won't kill you. With no strength, what are you doing here causing trouble? The humiliated trial participant quickly shouted forfeit, allowing the giant eagle to take him away from the trial ground. The gunman licked his lips but generously shared the spoils with everyone. This is so satisfying. With so many of us, we can not only easily take others' identification tags but also seize their resources. After the trial ends, we'll all become rich. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the others were somewhat tempted. Most of these people came from ordinary backgrounds, and becoming spiritual ability users in the future would inevitably require a lot of resources to grow quickly. Although robbing other trial participants raised some moral concerns. Considering their future, it seemed like a good choice. Hey, what are you hesitating for? The gunman scoffed, curling his lip in disdain, and sneered, isn't this just a world of the survival of the fittest? Since they have come here, they should be prepared to lose everything. Not taking those guys' lives is already a huge favor. Just as he was feeling smug, the air emitted a faint hiss. Whoosh! An arrow shot from the distant jungle, hitting his neck with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! Although the arrowhead was rounded and lacked a sharp tip, the incredible speed still made a crisp sound as it twisted his neck at a bizarre angle. His body crashed to the ground, quickly letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Ah! My neck, I'm going to die, my neck is broken, help me, I don't want to die. A tremendous pain radiated from his neck, his head tilted awkwardly, and he dared not move an inch. Even the slightest motion sent excruciating pain coursing through him. Enemy attack! The other four immediately surrounded the gunman, while two shield-bearers raised their round shields, facing the direction from which the arrow had come. Zhao Chen was still 200 meters away, hiding behind a large tree, and they couldn't see his figure at all. Zhao Chen merely smiled faintly, his gaze quickly scanning the surroundings. After the screams reached them, teams of 5 from the other two directions quickly converged towards this side. Zhao Chen did not continue the attack but swiftly retreated. With light steps, he left the area silently. The 5-man team was making a ruckus while toying with the trialist, which naturally caught Zhao Chen's attention. He crept closer, knowing that the gunman and his companions wouldn't maintain their protective energy at all times, as it would consume too much energy. Zhao Chen drew his bow fully and shot an arrow from 200 meters away, hitting his neck. Even if he wouldn't die, he would temporarily be unable to recover his combat ability. Zhao Chen smiled as he left. You all better keep his number tag safe for me. I'll come to collect it later. By the time the reinforcements from the 5-man team slowly arrived, Zhao Chen's figure was nowhere to be seen. The gunman, who had been so proud just moments ago, now struggled to stand with the help of his companions. His head hung limply on his shoulder, looking particularly ridiculous. Damn it, why didn't you catch that guy who attacked me? Take him down. Damn, damn, damn. The moment he moved, pain shot through his neck, forcing him to shout in anger. The others looked at him, and suddenly one person asked, Hey, you, is your neck going to be okay? The gunman was taken aback. Of course it will be okay. Before he could finish, a soldier next to him gently pushed his body, causing him to scream in agony. Ah, don't touch me, hiss. The others exchanged glances. There were no doctors here. And Zhao Chen's arrow had clearly rendered the gunman unable to fight any longer. He's no longer useful. Keeping him around will only hold us back, one trialist said flatly. In that case, you should forfeit, someone said, looking at the gunman with a cold tone that brooked no refusal. What do you mean? Why should I forfeit? Aren't we a team? Isn't a team supposed to help each other? Why are you abandoning me? The faces of the surrounding trialists revealed cold smirks. We are merely cooperating temporarily. Those without value do not deserve to remain in the team. Clang! A sword and shield soldier drew his short knife, pointing it at the gunman. Leave your number tag and forfeit. Don't force us to take action. The gunman's heart sank. Why should I? I got hurt for you guys. The sword and shield soldier grew impatient. Shut up. He swung his knife hard against the gunman's thigh. The blade was dull, causing even more pain, and a long but shallow wound appeared on the gunman's leg. Blood gushing out. Ah! The gunman screamed as he fell to the ground, his eyes slowly filled with despair. He had originally thought he would be the one high above, dominating those solitary challengers, but unexpectedly he became the prey so quickly. He had no right to refuse and could only obediently hand over his number plate, forfeiting and being taken away by the giant eagle. But who was that guy who shot the arrow from the shadows just now? A challenger looked towards the spot where Zhao Chen had previously hidden, frowning deeply. Over 200 meters away, and he could accurately hit that guy's neck with one arrow. He's an archery expert. Someone said. Could it be the Zhao Chen that young Master Jean is looking for? The sword and shield fighter suddenly realized, is it him? It's indeed possible. During the joint examination in Lujiang City, he won first place in the archery competition. At this point, he immediately picked up his electronic wristband to contact Jean Shengcheng. Young Master Jean, we may have found Zhao Chen's location. Upon receiving the news, Jean Shengcheng squinted his eyes with a smile. Good, don't alarm the snake in the grass. Well, push through like a bulldozer. As long as he hasn't been eliminated, he won't escape my grasp. At that moment, Jean Shengcheng had just dealt with a strong opponent, a level 4 fighter with a clever talent. However, there were too many people around Jean Shengcheng. 15 of them took turns to exhaust the opponent until he could no longer fight. In the end, Jean Shengcheng struck and completely eliminated him. No one can survive in front of my army. Jean Shengcheng said with a smile, first place in the martial arts test, I have it secured. Jean Shengcheng did not rush to take action against Zhao Chen. He knew very well that Zhao Chen was not so easy to deal with. So now, he would first slowly clear out the other weaker lone wanderers at his own pace. By the time Zhao Chen, the lone wolf, had exhausted his strength, he would use his numerical advantage to encircle him. After all, he was in Shoyun Mountain and the space for movement was getting smaller, so there was no need to hurry. Meanwhile, after returning to the well-positioned large tree, Zhao Chen began to ponder everything he had just seen. 5 people acting together, 2 sword and shield fighters, 2 gunmen, and 1 archer. And there are other groups moving around as well. If I'm not mistaken, these people should be a team gathered by someone called Jean Shengcheng. They have the largest numbers and pose the greatest threat. If I let them act freely until dawn tomorrow, it will severely affect my chances of securing first place. A dark glimmer flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes, like a wolf waiting to hunt a flock of sheep. A group of hastily organized rabble. Can they maintain discipline when night falls? Zhao Chen was not in a hurry. He possessed 155 proficiency points in turtle breathing technique and 53 proficiency points in sleep. These 2 life skills could reduce his physical energy consumption and quickly restore his vitality. At 18, full of energy, staying awake for a day and night would not affect his condition at all. When night fell, the fear of darkness would envelop everyone, and that would be Zhao Chen's opportunity to act. With a bang, the demon clown appeared, and Zhao Chen calmly said, skill switch, night vision. The demon clown's large hand, clad in white gloves, swiped across the display screen, and the original turtle breathing technique immediately disappeared, replaced by night vision. Night vision, life skill, proficiency 23. At this time, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the daylight was bright. When Zhao Chen initially learned archery, he had practiced vision training methods with Bu Yanhua. He would hang a small iron piece with a hole in it at a distance of 10 meters and keep staring at it. When he could see the hole, which was less than 5 millimeters in diameter, as large as a pancake, he would consider it mastered. Zhao Chen's eyesight was very good, but to practice his night vision ability, he needed to find a dark place. He thought for a moment and looked at the clothes he was wearing. Underneath his jacket, he wore a black long-sleeve t-shirt made of lightweight, sweat-absorbing fabric. Zhao Chen immediately tore off a piece of cloth, tightened it, and wrapped it around his eyes. The view in front of him indeed darkened significantly, but the gaps in the fabric did not hinder his ability to see. Zhao Chen calmed his mind and focused on the distant tree hole or the insects on the tree, beginning to practice. The proficiency of his night vision was increasing at an extremely slow pace. 23.01. 23.02. Since it wasn't a true dark environment, the speed of improvement was limited, but that didn't matter. Once night fell, Zhao Chen only needed to observe more carefully than others to gain an advantage. In the monitoring room, everyone had been paying close attention to Zhao Chen's every move. His performance was too outstanding among all. That decisive and ruthless fighting style was far beyond what other graduates could compare to. In Lu Weiguo's heart, there was already a vague suspicion forming, and he planned to have a good talk with Zhao Chen after the trial ended. After all, that person leaving the battlefield would undoubtedly be a huge loss for the demon suppression army of the Xianfeng Empire. However, aside from Zhao Chen, there were also exciting battles taking place elsewhere on the battlefield. The little tycoon Meng Qubal was accompanied by Zhuo Yun, who wielded a long spear for the trial, along with several bodyguards. When they encountered 3 trial participants walking together, the faces of the 3 trial participants showed signs of tension. Zhuo Yun's gaze was as resolute as the spear in his hand. He immediately positioned himself in front of Meng Qubal, the spear held horizontally in front of him. You guys protect young Master Meng, leave them to me. Several bodyguards nodded but did not step forward. Jueyun charged out with his spear, a fierce whirlwind swirling around the tip of his weapon, piercing forward like a startled dragon. The 3 trial participants, seeing that only one person was attacking, immediately displayed expressions of anger at being underestimated. Do you really think we're pushovers? We've also spent 12 years in hard study, fighting our way out from among thousands. The 3 formed a triangle formation, brandishing their weapons as they charged at Jueyun. However, as soon as they got close, that fierce spear swept out like a whirlwind. Whoosh, the whirlwind howled, and the spiritual energy transformed into a fierce wind that made the muscles at the corners of their mouths twitch. This is a battle technique. Zhang Biao murmured, a family heirloom battle technique. Only family heirloom techniques could be taught privately, and Jueyun's spear technique was extremely fierce. Combined with his family's battle technique, it instantly showcased powerful combat strength. The spear roared with wind, and with just a simple clash, it sent one of the ability user's large blades flying. Xiang Xua adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and said lightly, Jueyun, Clubble ability user, combat level 5. Average talent, and the spear technique he uses is the 6 Harmonies destruction spear created by his grandfather. The military has rated it as a mid-level battle technique. Jueyun faced 3 opponents, his spear moving like a ghost, sweeping broadly and striking swiftly. In an instant, the 3 enemies in front of him were being overwhelmed by him alone. Bang! The spear swung out horizontally, the shaft vibrating as it traced a perfect arc, striking one person in the waist. That trial participant, relying on the protective spiritual energy around him, managed to withstand it but was still sent flying sideways several meters. The 3 were shocked. They never expected that the first opponent they encountered would be so terrifying. Jueyun stood firm with his spear just as he was about to take down the 3 completely, when suddenly, a friendly voice came from behind him. Jueyun, wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Jueyun immediately halted his attack, holding his spear with both hands, ready to unleash a fierce offensive at any moment. Meng Qbal walked forward with a smile. The 3 trial participants in front of him were already bruised and battered, their eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. Meng Qbal spread his hands. Everyone, you can see that you are not our match. Continuing to struggle is meaningless. I can offer you a new choice. He extended his hand and pulled out 3 universal cards from the Imperial Bank. Each of these universal cards has 1 million inside. It'll buy the number plates you have in your hands. What do you think? The 3 of them did not expect this turn of events, and Jueyun was also taken aback, looking at Meng Qiuyo in surprise. But Meng Qiuyo was counting on her fingers, calculating an account for them. Instead of fighting us to the death, why not take this money back early? You'll be in the army for at least 5 years, and when you come back, the retirement pay you can get is only about 500,000. This money can support your family or be saved. It will be a guarantee for your life after retirement. The 3 challengers had long understood that they couldn't win against Jueyun, especially since Meng Qiuyo had several bodyguards around her. Although it was a bit regrettable to be eliminated, they weren't foolish, so they accepted Meng Qiu's bank card and handed over the number plates. The 3 did not choose to forfeit, and Meng Qiuyo did not make things difficult for them. After all, given their strength, it would be hard for them to obtain 13 number plates. Jueyun asked in confusion, I could defeat them and take the number plates. Why are you giving them money? Meng Qiuyo smiled and said, my grandfather said, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. And when a problem can be solved with money, there's no need to resort to force. He nudged Jueyun's side with his chubby elbow. Hey, you're my important security guarantee. If we corner them and push them too hard and you get hurt, it wouldn't be worth it. Jinxiang City and Meng Qiuyo were both key focuses of the Qingfeng camp, and their performance made Principal Lu Weigua very satisfied. They have strengthened brains, they truly are from a prominent family. Su Zhixiong said coldly, children from powerful and influential families understand the rules of the world better than ordinary people from a young age. As for children from ordinary families, they can only rely on themselves. As he spoke, his gaze turned to a battlefield in the surveillance. In the woods, a girl with long pink hair, Lynn Meyer, stood with her arms crossed, exuding charm at the center of a group of followers, like a queen. These boys were all her admirers, captivated by her beauty, willingly following her as her protectors. In front of them, 3 challengers had already fallen, leaving only one, who was panting heavily and staring at them with a long stick in hand. There's one left, he'll handle it personally. Lynn Meyer giggled, striding forward with her long legs. The challenger glanced at Lynn Meyer. Although he knew she was the enemy, he couldn't help but blush. Her sexy combat outfit covered only the crucial areas, revealing large swaths of snow-white skin, and her ample figure swayed gently like pudding as she walked. The challenger had to avert his gaze, his 18-year-old heart fluttering. Little brother, Lynn Meyer cast a seductive glance at him, one hand on her hip. Does big sister look good? The challenger didn't want to answer but couldn't help swallowing hard, making his face even redder. Stop talking nonsense. Bring it on. He quickly spun the long stick in his hand, adopting a stance that balanced offense and defense. Lynn Meyer merely smiled sweetly, and the next moment, she charged at the boy like a cheetah. Her long leg swept out fiercely, heading straight for the challenger's chest. As she lifted her leg, a captivating view unintentionally appeared, and the boy's mind, which had been filled with battle strategies, went blank at that stunning sight. Bang! Lynn Meyer's little shoe accurately kicked his chest, infused with spiritual power, sending him flying 4 to 5 meters away, a mouthful of blood spewing from his mouth. Lynn Meyer covered her mouth and laughed. Does Big Sister look good? The boy was already weakly lying on the ground, and someone immediately stepped forward to search for his number plate. A follower angrily said, Miss Lynn, there's no need for you to take action personally. After all, with that outfit of yours, fighting would be too inconvenient. He looked at Lynn Meyer, his face flushed. Lynn Meyer's beautiful face and perfect figure could spark endless fantasies with just a glance, leaving the boy unsure where to direct his gaze. It's fine. Lynn Meyer winked at him playfully. Sister is wearing safety shorts. Her enchanting gaze and delicate tone made the group of followers around her restless, wishing they could die for her. But deep within Lynn Meyer's eyes lay an unfathomable meaning. As a commoner with abilities, she knew that to rise, she must use every means at her disposal. Lynn Meyer was well aware that her beauty was her most powerful weapon. As long as she could grow stronger and become a high and mighty existence, she wouldn't care if the whole world saw her body. Zhang Biao and the instructors and principal in the monitoring room watched the entire battlefield. Besides Zhao Chen, they were naturally observing other potential talents. Whether someone had ability could be determined in a single battle. The individuals mentioned by Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu had all performed well in the trial grounds, noted down one by Xiang Xue. In the future, barring any surprises, they could all join the Qingfeng camp, where they would need to teach according to their talents and stimulate their strengths. Over 2,000 trial participants had already eliminated more than 1,300 within the first 3 hours of the trial. The intensity of the competition was evident. Zhao Chen hid in the treetops, quietly waiting for his prey to take the bait. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps nearby. Zhao Chen lifted his eye mask and turned to look through the leaves. He saw a trial participant running down the mountain with a long knife in hand, moving quickly. A smile crept onto Zhao Chen's lips. Everything was as he had anticipated. The mountaintop was too small, and everyone was eager to seize the high ground, leading to fierce battles. The losers, desperate to escape, had to rush down the mountain like frightened dogs. Their combat effectiveness diminished, and their focus hard to maintain due to panic. Zhao Chen didn't rush to act but instead looked around. Sure enough, behind the fleeing participant, 2 others with murderous intent were in pursuit. A long-haired boy stopped in place, drew his bow, and aimed from a high vantage point. Meanwhile, another boy wielding a long stick shouted, "Stop! If you run any further, I'll kill you." The sudden shout startled the fleeing trial participant, causing his steps to falter. The long-haired boy sneered coldly and skillfully released the bowstring. Whoosh! An arrow shot straight towards the fleeing participant's back. The arrow struck him in the lower back, knocking him to the ground. Ah! The trial participant screamed in pain, rolling down the mountain at high speed and crashing into a tree after tumbling several times. Zhao Chen was not far from him, about 20 meters away. He squinted, not in a hurry to make any moves. The 2 pursuing boys cautiously surveyed their surroundings, slowly approaching the fallen trial participant. Although the participant had protective spiritual energy, rolling down from dozens of meters and crashing into a tree had nearly broken his back, making it impossible for him to get up. The boy with the long stick showed a gleam of joy, pointing the stick directly at the participant's throat. Hand over your number tag and anything valuable on you. Otherwise, I'll cripple you. Although killing incurs a penalty, there's nothing in the exam rules against turning you into a cripple. The boy with the stick's eyes were filled with malice, the thrill of life and death combat igniting the madness within his bloodline. No, no. The fallen trial participant struggled to speak, repeatedly waving his hands in a plea for mercy. Just then, a look of terror suddenly appeared in the participant's eyes. In the direction his eyes were focused, among the crown of the large tree ahead, a valiant young man drew his bow like a full moon, and the arrows flew like shooting stars. Zheng! The bowstring vibrated. Zhao Chen's strength was immense, so the speed of his full-drawn arrow was exceptionally fast. The boy holding the bow slightly twitched his ears and then shouted, "Be careful!" The boy with the staff was very cautious, his spiritual power constantly protecting his entire body. Although this consumed a lot of energy, the atmosphere was filled with killing intent, and he dared not be careless. After the bow-wielding boy's warning, it was already too late for him to block with his long staff. The moment he sensed an arrow shooting from behind, he turned and raised his left arm. Gotcha! The arrow struck his left arm fiercely, which was covered by a piece of armor, indicating that the staff-wielding boy was skilled in close combat. However, he thought that this blow would only injure his arm a bit, but as the exposed enemy would surely be taken down by their combined efforts, an incredibly strange feeling emerged. His arm, protected by the arm armor and surrounded by spiritual power, was actually impacted by a tremendous force. Kacha. It broke. How could this happen? The immense force threw his body off balance, causing him to topple sideways to the ground, and even the arm armor was grazed by the arrow, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache, leaving a deep scratch. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to see a flash of blue light. Outside the trial ground, Zhang Biao furrowed his brows, as if he had seen a monster. Spiritual power leaving the body. Zhao Chen's arrow was not an ordinary arrow, it was wrapped in spiritual power, making it extremely lethal. Its penetrating and explosive power was about 3 times that of a regular arrow. Therefore, even when facing the opponent's tight defense, it still achieved a good effect. Zhao Chen never dared to underestimate his opponents. When he saw those two chasing one person down the mountain, he knew that their strength was definitely not weak. In a Uniantwo situation, the most reliable tactic was to strike with a thunderous blow first, incapacitating one of them. That kid Zhao Chen is up against a formidable opponent this time. Xiang Shui adjusted her glasses, recording the scene seriously while speaking rapidly. Gao Yang and Tian Lu are both clever talents, skilled fighters at level 5. Moreover, these two have a solid foundation from family training. Lu Weigua then spoke, his voice like a morning bell. What's most surprising is that he has mastered the technique of spiritual power leaving the body, right? Spiritual power leaving the body is a technique that can only be accessed upon reaching the second stage of spiritual energy, private soldier, and can only be skillfully used upon reaching the third stage, sharp edge. Because at the stage of spiritual power cultivation, if the levels of entangle and condense are not sufficient, one can only ensure that the spiritual power circulates within the body and on the surface, unable to be released. Once released, it would dissipate and quickly vanish into the air. If previously they were surprised to see Zhao Chun wielding the Feng Tian Hua Ji using the spiritual entangle technique, then seeing the arrows he shot out with the spiritual power able to condense without dispersing left them truly speechless. Even if external objects were needed, Zhao Chen had only awakened for 7 days. Lu Weigua pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned around. If I'm not mistaken, she probably has also arrived here. You all keep an eye on things for now, I'll go meet an old friend. After saying that, Lu Weigua left without caring about the confused group. Shen Moran gently ground her teeth, lowering her head and murmuring, spiritual power leaving the body. She gently raised her palm, and a chaotic spiritual power began to gather in her hand, the shadows in the void slightly distorting, but soon dissipating in midair. As a level spatial ability user, one of the privileges she received was direct access to an intermediate meditation method and a combat technique for spatial spiritual energy. Over the past 7 days, she had been diligently practicing every day and had already touched upon some techniques of condense. She originally thought she was far ahead of Zhao Chen and other ordinary humans like her classmates, but unexpectedly, in the span of 7 days, Zhao Chen not only failed to be distanced from her, but instead went even further. What's so impressive about it? It's just because you have a good teacher guiding you. Shen Mo Ran pressed her lips together, and with that thought, her heart relaxed a lot. If I had a teacher like Aunt Bu guiding me day in and day out for over a decade, my achievements would surely surpass yours. In the trial arena, Zhao Chen shot an arrow that injured Tian Lu, and Gao Yang immediately spotted his position, drawing his bow in an instant. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air. And as soon as Zhao Chen released his arrow, it was already on its way. At that moment, Zhao Chen couldn't draw his bow again to counterattack, but he leaned back and fell behind a large tree. His legs clamped around a branch and his hands clawed tightly into the bark, his eagle-like claws embedded in the trunk, keeping his body suspended in midair, steady as a hawk. Then Zhao Chen flipped over and surprisingly climbed down quickly like a cat, silent and stealthy. Gao Yang drew his bow again, aiming at that large tree. Tian Lu, how are you? My left hand is useless. That guy is really strong. Tian Lu endured the excruciating pain, using his right hand to punch the trial participant on the ground, knocking him out, then reaching to search for the identification tag on him. After getting it, he stuffed it into his pocket. Using a stick with one hand was no longer feasible, so he simply dropped the long stick and snatched the long knife from the trial participant. Lock down his position. Take him out the moment he shows himself. I'll force him out. Tian Lu was a ruthless person, quickly advancing with the knife towards the large tree where Zhao Chen was hiding. After landing, Zhao Chen calculated the distance between them. He then abandoned the bow and took out a Feng Tian Hua Ji from behind. Left or right? You better guess well. Zhao Chen could hear Tian Lu getting closer, and without hesitation, he swiftly dodged to the left. Gao Yang's gaze was cold, and in an instant, he released his arrow. Clang! His arrow was fast, but Zhao Chen's reaction was even faster, allowing him to see through Gao Yang's arrow trajectory. He blocked with the Feng Tian Hua Ji in front of him, deflecting the arrow away. Tianlu had already rushed close, startled, but he had no way to retreat, so he shouted, "Cover me!" Holding the knife with one hand, he stepped forward. Zhao Chen gripped the Feng Tianhua Ji with both hands, blue spiritual energy enveloping the weapon. Watching Tianlu charge at him, a cold smile crept onto his lips. A single knife against a halberd? You must be crazy. Zhao Chen's positioning was meticulous, completely blocking Gao Yang's line of sight with Tianlu's body, preventing Gao Yang from focusing on shooting. At the same time, he stepped forward quickly, swinging the Feng Tianhua Ji, his wrists twisting, the halberd slicing towards Tianlu like a storm. With wide, sweeping motions, it formed an impenetrable net right in front of him. Tianlu was left dumbfounded. He had never seen anyone wield such a heavy weapon with more agility than the long knife in his hand. His knife was fast, but Zhao Chen's halberd was faster, fiercer, and longer. Tianlu had no chance to execute his knife techniques. In the blink of an eye, the knife and halberd clashed. Clang! The first direct collision between Tianlu, a level 5 fighter, and Zhao Chen, a level 2 fighter, was unexpected. His right hand went numb from the shock, and the long knife was knocked away. Although Zhao Chen was currently a level 2 fighter, his total spiritual energy was even greater than that of a level 3 fighter. Coupled with a mastery level of 53 in spiritual energy control and his physical strength of 155, his explosive power surpassed that of Tianlu at that moment. Tianlu was completely unqualified to engage Zhao Chen in close combat, and his weapon was directly disarmed, leaving his previously intact right hand now numb. He looked in terror at the boy before him, who seemed like a ghost or a god. If Zhao Chen wanted to kill him unarmed, it would only take a single strike. But Zhao Chen chose not to kill. Instead, with his right hand holding the halberd, he used his left hand to grab Tianlu's neck like a lion catching a rabbit. Huff! The movement was swift, a single strike firmly gripping Tianlu's neck, fingers digging in deeply. The effect of the eagle claw technique was now evident. If Zhao Chen had just a bit more strength, he could tear Tianlu's windpipe from his neck. He did not do that, but instead pushed Tianlu's body in front of him and quickly ran towards Gao Yang. Tianlu's face turned red, completely unable to resist, and could only let Zhao Chen use him as a human shield. In the distance, instructors Zhang Biao and Su Zhixiong watched this scene, at a loss for words. "This guy's physique is no weaker than either of us," Zhang Biao managed to say. With his right hand holding a 50-pound Feng Tianhua Ji and his left hand carrying over 100 pounds of Tianlu, he could still run at high speed. Even with the enhancement of spiritual power, it was absolutely monstrous. Gao Yang could never have imagined that Tianlu would be taken down so quickly. The two had graduated from the same martial arts school and were longtime friends, working well together. Tianlu specialized in close combat while he focused on ranged attacks. They had planned to cooperate fully in the event of a free battle. But now that Tianlu had been defeated, he had no way to attack Zhao Chen, and his arrows had nowhere to strike. In the time of hesitation, Zhao Chen was already charging towards him with Tianlu in tow. In a panic, Gao Yang found himself at a loss when Zhao Chen directly threw Tianlu at him like a weapon. Bang! The two bodies collided heavily, and Gao Yang's bow slipped from his hands. As they came closer, the Feng Tianhua Ji was leveled at Gao Yang's neck, while Tianlu was already red-faced and struggling to breathe, unable to fight back. "Hand over all your identification tags and forfeit." Zhao Chen's voice was cold, leaving no room for refusal. They could only choose to surrender or face death. Zhao Chen had swiftly taken down 2 level 5 combat spiritualists. And this scene had already made those in the monitoring room and Zhang Biao feel something was off. If we say that the previous trial participants were dealt with easily, that could be understood. But this time, he took on 2 level 5 trial participants by himself. Although there was the element of surprise with that first arrow, taking them down so quickly is still a fact. "This guy, you tell me he's level 2 with an E talent?" Su Zhixiong's eyes widened in disbelief. Xia Yingxue also frowned slightly, then turned to look at Shen Moran and Xiao Han, who were equally shaken. "Shen Moran, Xiao Han, you are classmates with Zhao Chen. What happened during the awakening ceremony? Why is someone with Zhao Chen's strength rated as E?" Xia Yingxue was equally puzzled. If it weren't for the Xianfeng Empire's strict emphasis on the training of spiritualists, which made it impossible for anyone to falsify information, she would even suspect that the military officer overseeing the awakening ceremony had misreported the facts. Xiao Han gritted his teeth and said softly, "There's no mistake, he really is a level talent. The reason he's performing well now must be due to guidance from a renowned teacher, which has allowed him to progress rapidly." At this point, he inwardly scoffed, "But so what? My Xiao family also has our own inherited battle techniques. If you were to face me now, Zhao Chen, you would taste defeat." Shen Moran thought of the mysterious Aunt Bu Yanhua and nodded in agreement. That's indeed the case. However, after hearing their words, Su Zhixiong snorted coldly and said, "So a renowned teacher's guidance can turn any level initial awakener into such a formidable fighter? You still understand too little." Outsiders watch the excitement while insiders see the truth. Only instructors like Su Zhixiong understood how terrifying Zhao Chen's control over spiritual power was. Level 2. Awakened for 7 days. He could skillfully use condensation and the weapon spirit entwined. There was no renowned teacher in this world who could produce such a student. Hearing Su Zhixiong praise Zhao Chen, Xiaohan retorted, but it's an undeniable fact that he awakened at level 1. This means that his subsequent combat level improvement will be slow. Even if his foundation is solid, what difference does it make? When we reached the private level, he was still at Fawn Tooth. Just relying on the difference in spiritual power, we could easily crush him. Su Zhixiong frowned in displeasure but did not respond to Xiaohan. The young man wouldn't understand how cruel the world of spiritual practitioners is without experiencing some hardships. However, on the other hand, Xiaohan was indeed correct. After awakening, he was at combat level 9, and Shen Moran was also at combat level 9. Their spiritual talent far exceeded Zhao Chen's. With proper training, they could directly advance to the rank of private within 2 months at most. This is also one of the reasons why awakeners above B rank do not participate in trials. If they entered the fray, they would completely dominate the vast majority of other trial participants. But if they were to face Zhao Chen now, who would win? Such curiosity arose in Su Zixiang's mind. In terms of spiritual strength and talent, they surpassed Zhao Chen by a large margin. By normal reasoning, Zhao Chen would not be able to defeat them in a direct confrontation. However, Su Zhixiong felt that in the wild battlefield of the trial ground, Zhao Chen had a great chance of winning against them, because Zhao Chen's performance in actual combat was too dazzling. On the battlefield, what is measured is not just the level of spiritual power but also intelligence, experience, and courage, among many other elements. On the battlefield, under Zhao Chen's great halberd, Tianlu and Gao Yang, though unwilling, still handed over their number tags. Upon seeing this, Zhao Chen was overjoyed. During their battle at the mountain peak, they had actually managed to snatch 5 number tags. Adding their 2, along with 1 from the hunted trial participant, made it 8. Now Zhao Chen already had 12 number tags in his hands. He watched as a few people were taken away by the giant eagle and couldn't help but sigh. Fighting hard to snatch 1 tag at a time is so difficult. It's much easier to plunder other plunderers. Zhao Chen was not in a hurry. He glanced at the sky and continued to find a place to hide his whereabouts. More than 3 hours had passed since the trial began, and the fighting was becoming increasingly brutal. Zhao Chen did not need to rush because the prey at the foot of the mountain would surely come to him. On a peak next to the trial ground, Bu Yanhua held a telescope, watching everything happening in the trial ground with great interest. She had been observing Zhao Chen's performance today, and a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. This kid is truly the masterpiece I have painstakingly nurtured for 10 years. At that moment, a deep voice sounded behind her. You spent 10 years, leaving the demon sealing army, just to raise a child? Principal Lu Weigui of the Qingfeng camp walked over slowly. Bu Yanhua had already noticed his approach and merely glanced at him. Long time no see, Colonel Lu Weigui. Lu Weigui said slowly, I am now a senior colonel. Oh, congratulations. Bu Yanhua still wore a smile, indifferent. Lu Weigui stood beside her. As soon as I saw that kid Zhao Chen's fighting style, I thought of you as his teacher. He has your shadow, but his talent is somewhat lacking. With E-rank talent, the difficulty of growing up is quite high. He looked at Bu Yanhua with a face full of doubt. Even if you want to cultivate a successor, you should find a good one. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Bu Yanhua's mouth. She did not reveal the truth but calmly said, he is the best. After saying this, seemingly to avoid raising Lu Weiguo's suspicions, she continued, 10 years ago, during the demon-sealing war in the Bloodbone Mountains, I almost died on the battlefield. It was his parents who exchanged their lives for mine. I promised them that I would raise this child well. This is what I owe him. Lu Weigui finally realized and nodded, reminiscing about the past with a sigh. It's been 10 years. Back then, you achieved great military feats and truly had the right to distance yourself from the battlefield and live the life you wanted. But with your abilities, the Demon Suppression Army losing you is a significant loss. The Empire and the human race need your strength. He has grown up now, and barring any accidents, he can join the Qingfeng camp. Do you want to? Bu Yanhua's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Once I confirm he successfully joins the Qingfeng camp, I will report back to the Demon Suppression Army. She smiled faintly. If it weren't for him, I would have long wanted to die on the battlefield. In the Demon Suppression War 10 years ago, she lost all her family and watched her comrades die one after another. For the past 10 years, every night as she fell asleep, she dreamed of that battlefield littered with corpses, seeing her deceased relatives and comrades. That's why she drank like it was life or death. Only when she was completely drunk could she forget everything. So she had made up her mind to raise Zhao Chen to adulthood. If he had the talent for spiritual energy, she would let him join the Qingfeng camp. If he was mediocre, she would use connections to arrange for him to be placed in the safest unit, at least leaving a descendant for the Zhao family. As for her, she wanted to return to that endless battlefield, using the blood of the dark races to honor the souls of her friends and family, ultimately dying on that land. In this life, there would be no regrets. Hearing Bu Yanhua's words, Lu Weiguo nodded. At that moment, Bu Yanhua suddenly put down the telescope and said to him, "By the way, before I leave, could I ask you, the local snake, to help me inquire about something?" Lu Weiguo squinted his eyes. "What is it?" Bu Yanhua's gaze turned nostalgic. 10 years ago, the Zhao family town in Lujian County was slaughtered. Lujian City is located in the eastern part of the Xianfeng Empire, at the junction of the eastern and northern battle zones. The Bloodbone Mountain Range, named after the Bloodbone Mountain on the outskirts of Lujian City, actually stretches long, connecting to the world controlled by the Dark Races. 10 years ago, the Dark Races launched an attack on the Xianfeng Empire, and Lujian City inevitably became a front line of war. At that time, village slaughter incidents occurred frequently, and countless lives were lost. Lu Weiguo found it strange. Many people died 10 years ago. Was there anything special about that town? Bu Yanhua replied, although Lujian City is on the front line, it is not a war fortress. Moreover, the military's defenses were strict, so the impact during the Demon Suppression War wasn't particularly severe. But a town where thousands of people were slaughtered, and looking at the wounds, it doesn't seem like it was caused by the dark races or beasts. Bu Yanhua closed her eyes and recalled the scene from 10 years ago. The entire small town was engulfed in flames, and by the time she arrived, it was already littered with corpses. She had pulled Zhao Chun, who had been shot in the chest, out from the ruins. A very sharp arrow marked with the Blood Clan's insignia had pierced through the 80-year-old Zhao Chun. A normal person would have certainly died from that arrow, but a miracle happened with that little boy. He was the only survivor of the Zhao family town slaughter incident. Lu Weiguo looked at Bu Yanhua with suspicion. Military weapons are exclusively under the jurisdiction of the military. We usually don't interfere with local administrative affairs. Why don't you just ask the military in Lujian City? Find the garrison commander Kong Ruhai? Bu Yanhua looked at him. Because I only trust you. Lu Weiguo's old eyes became somewhat blurry. Receiving this statement from Bu Yanhua made his life worthwhile. Back then, they had fought side by side in the Demon Suppression War, experiencing blood and fire, life and death. Such bonds of life and death are the heaviest. Even though the two hadn't seen each other for 10 years, this trust had not changed. He nodded. All right, I will investigate. But don't expect me to take any special care of this kid named Zhao Chen. As he said this, he straightened his face and added, military rules are military rules. We only cultivate outstanding talents in the Qingfeng camp. If he has no talent, even if he is your disciple, I won't give him any special treatment. Ha ha ha. You old man, still as rigid as ever. Bu Yanhua looked towards the Xiuyun Mountain trial ground, her face adorned with a gentle and indulgent smile. But this child won't disappoint you. Trust me, he will become the best soldier in the history of Qingfeng camp. After more than 3 hours of fierce battle, a temporary silence fell over the trial ground. A group of 18-year-olds, battling in the summer forest with temperatures nearing 40 C, began to show signs of fatigue. At the start, Qingfeng camp hadn't informed them about the content of the martial arts test, so no one had the chance to prepare drinking water and food in advance. Carrying weapons, they had to be cautious of others while also thinking about how to seize more number tags. The mosquitoes and flying insects in the woods buzzed around, landing on them and starting to bite. Worried that making noise would attract attention, the trial participants dared not swat them away, forcing themselves to endure the discomfort, but this approach was utterly futile. All of this left them immensely exhausted. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen, perched atop the treetops, was at ease, showing no signs of discomfort. Before leaving the cafeteria, he had, as was his habit, brought a bottle of water with him and stuffed a few biscuits into his pocket. This was enough to sustain him for a day. His record was spending 3 days and nights on Bloodbone Mountain, surviving on just water and wild grass. Bu Yanhua had initially called it a summer camp, allowing Zhao Chen to adapt to the harsh battlefield in advance. So today on Xiuyun Mountain, Zhao Chen felt that this place was infinitely more comfortable than the beast-infested environment of Bloodbone Mountain. He could hardly complain. In the sweltering summer, the irritating cicada chirps and the scorching air wrapped around everyone like hot water. Even those hiding in the shade were drenched in sweat. Moreover, there were numerous mosquitoes and insects constantly buzzing around, biting the skin of the trial participants. Many of the bugs were venomous, causing large welts to form after being bitten, leaving the participants anxious and fearful. At this point, the second purpose of the trial, adaptability to outdoor environments, was officially revealed. Qingfeng camp trains elite soldiers who can maintain combat effectiveness even in battlefields littered with corpses and extremely harsh conditions. Such an environment is hardly even an appetizer for the battlefield. If they can't adapt to this, how can they talk about going into battle? Zhang Biao and the others sat leisurely on chairs, eating lunch while observing everything happening in the trial ground. This trial is only just beginning. The night will be even more dangerous and exhausting. I wonder what surprises these little guys will bring. Xiao Han and Shin Moran did not return to rest but continued to monitor the trial ground from the control room. Xiao Han's heart was waiting for the Jinxiang City team to start their actions. As of now, the Jinxiang City team had suffered 3 casualties, with 50 remaining. The number tags they had seized had already exceeded 300. This kind of army-style combat would achieve overwhelming victories against any opponent. They even eliminated a so-called seed contestant mentioned by Zhou Haoyu and Li Zixuan in the morning. Very good, keep it up. When dozens of people rush in, how many can you, Zhao Chen, take down, no matter how strong you are? Xiao Han's heartbeat quickened. He could hardly wait to see Zhao Chen's unwilling and desperate expression when he was eliminated and driven out of the Qingfeng camp. And what was Zhao Chen doing at this moment? He was resting. That's right, while others were too exhausted and sleepy to dare close their eyes, he lay atop the treetops, beginning to meditate. Meditation is a method to quickly restore physical strength and energy on the battlefield. Deep meditation can achieve effects similar to sleep. The key is that the psychic's meditation can also restore the consumed spiritual energy. Within a 100-meter radius of the large tree he occupies, he has long set up simple traps using branches, stones, and vines. As soon as someone approaches, it will immediately make a sound to alert him. Therefore, Zhao Chen is not as nervous as other rookies. The demon clown hovers beside him, eagerly holding up a proficiency sign. Night Vision, Life Skill, Proficiency 31.03. After Zhao Chen's continuous practice, the ability of Night Vision is also steadily improving. Even with a black veil over his eyes, he can clearly see the surroundings, including the finer details. The so-called night vision is actually about enhancing one's eye's ability to capture faint light in the dark. Time slowly passes, and after a while, the sounds of battle gradually come from afar again. There are still those who cannot hold back, wanting to launch an attack while others are in a difficult situation. Zhao Chen is not in a hurry at all, he is waiting for a signal. Unbeknownst to him, dusk has arrived, and no one has actively approached the area where Zhao Chen is located. At this point, more than 1,000 people have already been eliminated from the trial ground. The density of the population has greatly decreased, and no one dares to leave their familiar area easily, fearing traps. The red sun sets in the west, the sky darkens, and the evening glow is as red as fire. Time's up, enter the second phase. Shrink the battle circle. Su Zhixiang said. Ding, ding, ding. The urgent and loud bell rang, startling the crows into flight, reminding all trial participants that they must quickly enter the second battle circle or they will be directly eliminated. Zhao Chen took off his eye mask, glanced at the sky, and saw that the forest was already dim due to the abundance of trees. At 7 in the evening, although there was still the afterglow of the setting sun, it was already indistinguishable from night deep within the jungle. Zhao Chen looked at the demon clown. The proficiency of night vision had reached 36. He only needed to observe closely to find that while it couldn't be said to be bright as day, everything was still clearly visible. Zhao Chen stretched lazily. He had rested very comfortably that afternoon, keeping both his spirit and physical strength in perfect condition. Zhao Chen picked up the halberd and leaped down from the treetop. 2 gusts of wind supported his legs, and he landed on the thick layer of fallen leaves without making much noise. It's dark now, the real hunt begins. A rustling sound came to his ears, loud and dense. It wasn't a ferocious beast that appeared, but rather the trial participants in the outer area, hurriedly rushing towards the second battle circle. Zhao Chen, carrying the halberd and holding a bow and arrow, moved through the woods as swiftly as a ghost in the night. Walking light step, life skill, proficiency 159. The light step ability is incredibly strong, with very fast steps and minimal noise. Zhao Chen suddenly realized that in the true battlefield, when his mind is more focused, even the improvement of skill proficiency accelerates significantly. This discovery excited him. He wouldn't waste this good opportunity. Soon, a target appeared in his line of sight, a trial participant crouching low as they ran up, using the bushes and trees for cover. The darkness in the woods made this action unproblematic. He was not afraid of being targeted by archers because he didn't think anyone could shoot an arrow in such a dark environment. Little did he know, there was someone drawing a bow, their vision in the dark no different from that in daylight. Zhao Chen pulled back the short bow with a force of 200 pounds and shot an arrow at the trial participant moving in a serpentine manner. Archery, proficiency 92. Without using spiritual power, he can be considered a top-tier sharpshooter of this era. At this moment, Zhao Chen's arrows were truly hitting their mark every time. The opponent was caught off guard and did not activate their protective spiritual power, as it would create a light radiation, turning them into a living target in the night. It was precisely because of his caution that the arrow struck directly at his chest, the immense force sending him flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Zhao Chen descended like a spectre, his halberd pressing against the man's neck, delivering a swift blow. The trialist coughed up blood, unable to withstand Zhao Chen's arrow without any protective spiritual energy. He handed over his number plate and quickly summoned a giant eagle to take him away for treatment. Zhao Chen did not pause for a moment, shifting to another location, as the appearance of the giant eagle would also expose his position. Soon, he found a new target. This time, however, it was not a lone wolf, but 5 trialists acting together. Zhao Chen stood in the shadows, merging with the night, the turtle breathing technique slowing his breath and heartbeat, resembling a tree. The 5 trialists consisted of 2 sword and shield bearers, 2 spear wielders, and 1 archer. This familiar configuration immediately made Zhao Chen think of who they were, the members of the Grand Legion from Golden Elephant City. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes like an owl in the night. He noticed that during nighttime operations, the Grand Legion could not maintain the discipline of daylight. Because around this group of 5, there were no signs of other groups. The first phase, the largest predator team in the trial grounds. They must have quite a few number plates in their hands, right? The 5-person group had not willingly come out to act. They were numerous and did not need to take risks at night. They only needed to wait for dawn, advancing towards the mountain peak like today to crush other trialists. However, someone always needed to be on guard at night, and with the shrinking battle circle, there would be many trialists active between the foot of the mountain and halfway up, forcing them to come out and be vigilant. The visibility at night was poor, and they were patrolling under the faint light of the sky, unknowingly straying far. What should we do? It seems we are a bit lost, one of the sword and shield bearers said, somewhat frustrated. If I had known, I wouldn't have run so far. A spearman scratched his head. I saw 2 people running over and thought we could grab a few more plates. Heh. The sword and shield bearer sighed. Now we've lost track of the people and can't find the way back. Let's search for the way slowly. It's dangerous outside in the dark, so don't linger. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced through the woods, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air. The faces of the group changed simultaneously, and without hesitation, they activated their protective spiritual energy. A faint blue glow emanated from the 4 of them, making them particularly conspicuous in the darkness. But when they turned around, they found that the archer in the middle of the group had been struck in the forehead by an arrow and had already fainted. The others were shocked. The archer was right in the center of their formation, protected by them. For the opponent to shoot through 2 sword and shield bearers and accurately hit his forehead, what kind of formidable archery skill was that? Archery, basic skill, proficiency 92. Zhao Chen silently thought to himself. 100 represents the limit of human capability without using spiritual energy. Achieving 92 could be considered as being among the super sharpshooters of the Xianfeng Empire's military. Zhao Chen was already proficient in archery, with an initial proficiency of 78. For today's battle, he had specifically trained for 2 days to raise his proficiency to 92. Because arrows are small and light, easily wrapped in spiritual energy, they can kill enemies from a greater distance than throwing knives. Even without using spiritual energy, relying solely on strength and accuracy, his arrows could still inflict significant damage. After the shot, Zhao Chen's body vanished like a ghost behind a large tree. In the darkness, he crouched and moved slowly. The other 4 members of the group immediately panicked. Everything was dark, and they could see nothing. They had no idea when the opponent would release another cold arrow from the shadows. The 4 of them stood back to back, staring intently ahead. However, the glowing spiritual energy on their bodies made them living targets in the night. Zhao Chen curled his lips into a smirk, not in a hurry to make his next move. He changed his position, crouching down and peering through the gaps in the bushes, like a patient tiger. What should we do? We can't determine that guy's location. One of the sword and shield bearers nervously raised his round shield in front of him, his spiritual energy enveloping his body. I'm in the light while the enemy is in the dark, and I don't know how many of them there are. The battlefield is not in our favor. We should retreat. A gunman said, his tone a bit urgent. Where do we retreat to? We can't find our way now. We either charge forward, the 4 of us, if he attacks again, he'll expose himself, and the other 3 can swarm him and take him down. Alright, let's do it. A few of them were very decisive, unwilling to be restrained, and decided to find that hidden archer. But they didn't know that after Zhao Chen shot an arrow, he had already changed his position. His movements were light, and those whose hearts were racing with tension couldn't perceive him at all. They could only rush in the direction the arrow had come from. Zhao Chen drew his bow slowly yet powerfully. By the time that group reached the spot where he had been, a pike soldier's neck was perfectly exposed in Zhao Chen's line of sight. Zhao Chen stood up, calm and unhurried, as if aiming at a target, and suddenly released the arrow. The wind from the arrow caught the pike soldier's attention, but by the time he saw it, only a glint of cold light was approaching. Ah! The terrified scream was only half finished when the arrow struck heavily into his neck. His body lurched violently, collapsing onto another gunman. He's over there. The one who was hit clutched his neck. Thanks to the protective spiritual energy, his neck only twisted slightly, not enough to break any bones. The others quickly turned around, but Zhao Chun had already hidden himself in the darkness, concealing his achievements and name. The wounded gunman felt a sharp pain in his neck and was unable to exert any combat power. Rustle, rustle. Zhao Chun moved swiftly through the woods. If it weren't for the fallen leaves on the ground, he would truly be undetectable like a ghost. Yet even so, his speed was too fast, and with so many trees in the forest, the group couldn't distinguish which were trees and which were people. Their eyes darted around, already dizzy from confusion. Clang! Another arrow shot in from a distance, striking a sword and shield bearer in the knee. He cried out in pain and fell to the ground, his face paling. Not good, that guy can actually see us clearly in the dark. The situation is unfavorable. But what can we do? We can't find our way back. Hide, quickly hide. The injured gunman shouted, and in the chaos, the lack of coordination among the temporarily teamed up trial takers was glaringly obvious. The four of them hurriedly hid behind a large tree. At this moment, none of them dared to show their heads. Escaping was not an option, nor was fighting. Don't panic, don't panic. He's just one person, and we have four. He only dares to attack from a distance, but his arrows must be limited. We can't go back. What should we do? Are we just going to drag this out? Woo woo. Those with weak resolve had already begun to whimper. Find young Master Jean and have him bring people to rescue us. A more rational sword and shield bearer gritted his teeth. Just say we found Zhao Chen. Although he wasn't sure if that person was Zhao Chen. He knew that Jinxiang City was looking for Zhao Chen. Only by saying this would he be willing to appear in the dark to save them. So someone hurriedly sent a message to Jinxiang City using an electronic wristband. 3 kilometers away, in a dry depression behind a mountain, the main force of Jinxiang City was gathered. He sat on a fallen dead tree, strategizing the next moves in his mind. The main force consisted of 50 people, most of whom were resting there, while 3 5-man teams were dispatched to patrol the surroundings, ensuring they wouldn't be attacked that night. They planned to wait until dawn to launch an attack on the other trial takers. At that moment, the electronic wristband trembled slightly, and Jin Xiangqing looked down at it. Oh, have you found Zhao Chun? A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Jin Xiangqing's mouth. Not far away, Wang Cheng was also present. Upon hearing Jin Xiangqing's murmur, he hurried over. Young Master Jin, have you found Zhao Chun? Let's hurry over and take him out. Wang Cheng's eyes gleamed with ferocity and urgency. However, Jin Xiangqing merely smiled faintly. Marching at night is a major taboo, especially for a makeshift team like ours. If we rush in, not only will we fail to capture Zhao Chen, but we might end up causing chaos ourselves. These young men were hardly even a ragtag group. With too many people, there was a high probability they would end up fighting among themselves. In the dead of night, in the pitch-black mountains and forests, who could distinguish friend from foe in a panic? Wang Cheng asked somewhat ingratiatingly, so what do you mean? Jin Xiangqing closed his eyes. Let him be. However, he said with a hint of significance, if he can indeed take out a 5-man team by himself, then he would indeed be a formidable opponent. Jin Xiangqing had no intention of risking a support mission, especially since that small team had lost their way. It was impossible for him to lead people all over the mountains to find them. Instead, Zhao Chen, hidden in the darkness, was secretly laughing at them as they hid beneath the large tree. He observed his surroundings, and every blade of grass and tree was clear in his sight. Near the big tree, there were several dry rocks located behind the tree where the others were hiding. Zhao Chen quickly formulated a plan in his mind. He drew his bow and aimed an arrow at a large piece of bluestone. Clang! A spark suddenly lit up in the night, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves. In the oppressive summer heat, even a small spark could ignite them. With a whoosh, a burst of flames ignited behind the big tree. The dry leaves and twigs burned easily. What started as a small flame quickly turned into a roaring fire with a series of crackling sounds. The dark forest became brightly lit, the flames and smoke particularly dazzling. The four of them could no longer care for their fainted temporary companion, hiding behind the big tree and thinking of countermeasures. Suddenly, they felt a bright light reflecting from behind, and the massive shadow of the tree completely enveloped them. Then, the temperature shot up. 2 fiery serpents rapidly spread along the ground covered with leaves, the flames shooting up and burning the backsides of the crowded four. Fire, it's on fire. One of the sword and shield bearers screamed in fright and jumped up. His head exposed, Zhao Chen had already prepared an arrow that struck him directly in the back, knocking him to the ground. Zhao Chen had no intention of killing anyone here unnecessarily, he only needed to incapacitate them. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Su Zixian's muscles twitched as he watched the scene unfold. Setting the mountain on fire? This kid is ruthless. If he's not careful, many people on the mountain could be burned to death. Although he said this, he had no intention of stopping it. If they felt their lives were in danger, they could forfeit and let the giant eagle take them away. If they were too weak and died here, it was their own choice. The battlefield has always been this cruel and full of surprises. No matter what means are used, those who can last until the end are the winners. The flames soared into the sky, and the commotion naturally attracted the attention of many hidden hunters. Zhao Chen remained calm, still standing in the darkness, waiting for the others to run out from the sea of fire. The fire had become fierce, even the tree they were hiding behind was ignited. If they did not leave the big tree soon, the only outcome would be to be burned alive. With no options left, the few of them could only use the shield of the sword and shield bearer to block the sides as they ran toward the perimeter of the fire. Zhao Chen calmly shot another arrow, directly taking down a gunman. At this point, only 2 members of the 5-man team remained capable of fighting. They looked in the direction from which the arrows were shot and finally saw a tall figure of a young man amidst the swirling flames in the darkness. Damn it, let's fight him. The 2 were terrified to the extreme, and instead of being afraid, their fear transformed into anger. The remaining 2, one wielding a sword and shield and the other a spear, charged towards Zhao Chen. One was at the 3rd level of combat, the other at the 4th, their bodies enveloped in spiritual energy as they rushed through the flames towards Zhao Chen. At this moment, if Zhao Chen were to draw his bow and shoot an arrow, he would only be able to fire one before the other closed in on him. But Zhao Chen did not use an arrow. Instead, he calmly took down the heavy and domineering halberd from his back as he watched the 2 rush towards him with fierce expressions. As soon as the halberd was drawn, the 2 immediately understood that the person they were facing was indeed Zhao Chen. When Zhao Chen chose his weapon, he picked the almost universally avoided halberd, which had drawn much ridicule. However, thinking of how Zhao Chen could carry it and move freely through the jungle made their hearts tremble. But at this point, it was useless to think any further. Zhao Chen's archery was too strong. Within 100 steps, he could hit any target, and they could not escape, only able to fight hidden. The 2 charged towards Zhao Chen from left and right at high speed. Zhao Chen gripped the halberd with both hands, his palms gliding gently along its shaft. Blue spiritual energy spread from his palms, quickly enveloping the entire weapon. The azure energy did not manifest around Zhao Chen's body. It only covered his hands and feet, with the rest infused into the halberd. The 2 challengers still did not understand what this meant and roared as they attacked. Fighting against 2 was not easy. If they could not quickly take down one of them, they would face a prolonged battle of distraction. The 7-kill battle method includes techniques for fighting against multiple opponents. In such situations, one must either use footwork to ensure that only one enemy is in front of them at all times or use absolute strength to quickly eliminate the weaker one. Zhao Chen's feet moved like the wind as he sidestepped the combined attack of the 2, then swung the halberd in a wide arc, aiming it down at the spear wielder on the left. The spear wielder's attack missed, and he quickly raised his spear with both hands to defend. Clang! The heavy blade of the halberd smashed down onto the alloy spear, the tremendous force causing the spear wielder to lose his grip, sending both him and his spear flying backward. Seeing this, the sword and shield wielder attacked from the side, his left hand holding the shield and his right hand wielding the sword, the shield blocking his upper body while the long knife lunged menacingly towards Zhao Chen's waist. Get away! Zhao Chen shouted, countering with the halberd from below, directly knocking the sword and shield wielder's round shield away. Following through, he swung the halberd backhandedly, striking him in the waist and sending him flying 4 to 5 meters like a sack. The spear wielder looked at his trembling hands, now drenched in blood. How can I, a 4th-level combat energy user, be unable to match him? He could not accept this reality. At this moment, the 2 were on either side of Zhao Chen, who did not hesitate. With his right hand gripping the halberd, he drew a shiny flying knife from his waist pouch with his left hand. A streak of azure cold light covered the blade as it shot towards the spear wielder in a flash. Put! The flying knife pierced directly into the spear wielder's lower abdomen, almost completely embedding itself. This strike avoided his internal organs, so he would not die, but the wound would continue to bleed. However, if he dared to move again, his life might truly be at risk. Zhao Chen never overestimated himself. He would not waste a second if he could cleanly and efficiently eliminate his opponent. After incapacitating the spear wielder, he quickly turned and rushed towards the sword and shield wielder. The sword and shield wielder, lying on the ground, suddenly threw a handful of dirt towards Zhao Chen's face as Zhao Chen approached. Zhao Chen had long been on guard. At the moment he made his move, Zhao Chen sidestepped and swung the tinder-long halberd directly at him, an inch longer, an inch stronger. The sword and shield soldier had no chance to counterattack. This strike landed squarely on his shoulder, brutally shattering his bone. Crack! A sound followed, and then came the soldier's agonizing wail. Surrender! Zhao Chen said coldly. He knew someone was approaching the firelight, so without hesitation, he pressed the long blade of his Feng Tianhua Ji against the soldier's throat. Although it was not sharpened, heavy weapons never needed a sharp edge to kill. Seeing the situation was hopeless, the sword and shield soldier, though unwilling, could only grit his teeth and pull out all the number tags from his body. Don't be too arrogant, you. Young Master Jean has already set his sights on you. No matter how strong you are, can you take on dozens of us? He said with a sneer, his neck stiff. Zhao Chen lowered his gaze, but he had already realized this. Before entering the trial ground, he had seen Wang Qing and the others following young Master Jean. You? Zhao Chen looked at him with a half-smile. After being eliminated, do you still have any connection with them? This question left the sword and shield soldier stunned. His words implied that he took pride in being able to join the Grand Army of Jinxiang City. But wasn't their purpose in gathering just to pass the trial? Now that he was about to be eliminated, what did those people, or Jinxiang City, have to do with him? Cowardly people always yearn to band together, treating the collective strength as their own power. This illusory sense of belonging could make them arrogant. Zhao Chen couldn't be bothered to waste time with him, sending these people away one by one, including the archer who had already fainted. There was no choice. If he stayed here, he would surely be burned alive by the raging fire. Flames surged around, many trees crackling, and Zhao Chen squinted. Beyond the fire circle, shadows flickered. Someone had already arrived. Good. Let's take this opportunity to collect more number tags. From these 5 people, Zhao Chen collected more than 20 number tags, bringing his total to 35, making him the individual with the most number tags in the entire trial ground. But that wasn't enough. He had to ensure a sufficient advantage to secure first place. Moreover, he knew the examiners from the Qingfeng camp would be watching here. As an E-grade talent awakener, even if he joined the Qingfeng camp, it would be hard to receive resource allocation. So he had to fight, to stand out, and then attract attention. Zhao Chen took a few steps back, leaving the range of the burning flames. At this rate, half the mountain would be burned down, and no one would be able to rest well tonight. But that was just fine. Zhao Chen had already rested enough. The abilities of the turtle breathing technique and sleep allowed him to recover in the shortest time possible. In the monitoring room, seeing Zhao Chen take down 5 opponents in one breath, the expressions of several instructors varied. A glint flashed in Xie Yingshu's eyes as the name Zhao Chen fused infinitely with Lord Changfeng. In fact, Zhang Biao had only casually mentioned Lord Changfeng that day. After all, as the only case of an A-grade talent ultimately becoming a pillar of the empire, his existence inspired countless low-talent ability users. Yet, in a millennium of the empire, countless ability users had only given birth to this one legend. But Xie Yingshu clearly had her eyes on Zhao Chen. Now he has more than 30 number tags in hand. As long as he isn't eliminated later, he can steadily join the Qingfeng camp. Su Zhixiong stroked his chin, speaking with some suspicion. But this kid seems to have provoked someone, and now he's on someone's radar. If the team from Jinxiang City surrounds him, then it will be a good show to watch. Su Zhixiong had a look of amusement. Not caring much about who would win or lose, Shen Moran felt complicated emotions, gently biting her lip. If Zhao Chen was truly destined to enter the Qingfeng camp, then she would just wait. What do I have to regret? I, Shen Moran, a great spatial ability user, will naturally have boundless prospects in the future. Zhao Chen Hao. She bit her lip. What does it have to do with me? But in reality, she was somewhat afraid to look any further. The more outstanding Zhao Chen's performance was, the more it felt like a slap in her face. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. From his godlike perspective, he could see that a good show was about to unfold. Having just gone through a fierce battle, and now encountering that madman. Zhao Chen, can you hold on? As he spoke, he ground his teeth in secret. On the surface, he appeared calm and unbothered, but in reality, with every achievement Zhao Chen made, his heart grew more restless. Zhao Chen quickly dodged away, suddenly seeing the flickering light of spiritual energy ahead. Boom! A loud rumble came from the side front, as if a giant tree had fallen, the sound particularly loud. Zhao Chen focused his gaze and saw a forest where trees were toppled in disarray. 3 trial takers sprawled on the ground, unsure of their fate. Among them stood a 2-meter-tall fat man, expressionless, casually holding a massive warhammer in his right hand. Zhao Chen's mind flashed with Li Zixuan's introduction of this person. Wu Gang, the school bully from number 7 in Luzhou City. Zhao Chen, at 1.87 meters tall, was already quite tall, but Wu Gang stood a full 2 meters. His weight was estimated to exceed 300 pounds, heavier than 2 Zhao Chens combined. With such a physique, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. It was clear he had been attracted by the chaos of the fire. The 3 people on the ground must have been killed after surrounding Wu Gang. When Zhao Chen saw Wu Gang also saw him. From the first glance at Wu Gang, Zhao Chen knew this was not an easy opponent. Wu Gang had killed before. There was a cold indifference to life in his eyes. The battle here quickly drew the attention of all the spectators. Xiangxue pulled up Wu Gang's profile and couldn't help but say, Talent C, Combat Level 5. His father is a colonel officer in the Luzhou City Armed Forces and he practices the intermediate combat technique Chongshan Jin. Moreover, he has already obtained 22 number plates. Of his previous opponents, he killed 3 and 8 were left disabled. Not a single one left the trial ground unscathed. What a ruthless guy. Xiangxue commented lightly, but as she looked up at the battlefield, there was a hint of anticipation. What kind of battle will this guy have against Zhao Chen, this freak? Zhang Biao took a deep breath, equally excited. One of these two guys is going to die, right? He. Zhao Chen and Wu Gang's gazes met. Wu Gang's expression shifted from indifference to a bloodthirsty snarl upon seeing the Fong Tianhua halberd behind Zhao Chen. You just took care of the people here, didn't you? He asked in a deep voice, lifting the massive warhammer. Come, let's have a go. Zhao Chen narrowed his elongated eyes and suddenly smiled lightly, sure. As soon as the words fell, Wu Gang let out a strange cry and charged over. Whoosh! His massive body was like a heavy truck, but his speed was much faster than one would expect. Despite his large and heavy frame, he moved with incredible agility. The 300-pound body, seemingly encumbered by fat, was actually composed of muscles honed to perfection. Chongshan Jin was a combat technique passed down in his family, also comprehended through battlefield experience. Absolute strength can suppress all flashy techniques. So from a very young age, Wu Gang was forced by his father to eat several times more than an average person. First to gain weight, then to hone his physique. Not a single ounce of his 300 pounds was excessive. His body fat percentage was astonishingly low. Anyone who underestimated him because of his bulky figure would suffer greatly. However, Wu Gang had thought that Zhao Chen would wield the Fong Tianhua halberd and engage him in a 1v1 manly blood battle. But he saw Zhao Chen standing still, not moving, instead reaching back to retrieve a short bow. Wu Gang's gaze slightly narrowed, and then he sneered coldly in his heart. A bow without arrows cannot harm me from the front. Hui quickened his pace, charging wildly towards Zhao Chen. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen drew his short bow to a full moon, aiming directly at Wu Gang's eyes and shooting. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air with a sharp crack, moving at incredible speed. Useless! Wu Gang raised his war hammer, blocking the arrow with the long handle. No matter how fast the arrow was, it couldn't match his maneuvering in such a small space. With a loud clang, the arrow struck the handle and was forcefully deflected away, unable to shake the giant even slightly. However, after blocking one arrow, Zhao Chen had already knocked a second arrow on the bow. You don't think I haven't learned how to block arrows, do you? Ha! Wu Gang had felt Zhao Chen's arrow. Its power was strong, even stronger than the opponents he had defeated today. But he could block it perfectly. He had adapted to Zhao Chen's arrows and had a good grasp of their speed and power. Even if he were accidentally hit, with his body as thick and heavy as armor, it would only result in a minor bruise at most. Just as he bared his teeth and charged at Zhao Chen like a 300-pound wild boar king, a flash of deep blue appeared in his eyes. A blue, spiritual light. A tiny cold star rapidly magnified in his gaze, heading straight for his right eye. Wu Gang felt a chill run down his back. This arrow was several times faster and stronger than the previous one. Zhao Chen had fired 2 arrows in quick succession. The first was an ordinary arrow, while the second was wrapped in spiritual power. The power difference between the 2 arrows was over 3 times. The first arrow was merely a test of Wu Gang's reaction and a distraction. The real killing blow was the second arrow. Thud! The arrow struck Wu Gang's head fiercely, causing his massive body to jerk backward. Seeing this scene, Zhang Biao couldn't help but slap his thigh. What a cunning kid! What a powerful kid! But before his praise could settle, Wu Gang's body flipped midair and landed steadily. He quickly grasped the hammer's handle to shield his head, but a large chunk of flesh was scraped off his forehead, and blood flowed down his nose. Zhao Chen said lightly, "What a pity. I originally wanted to shoot out one of your eyes." Wu Gang's heavy body slowly stood up, and at this point, the distance between the two was less than 20 meters. At this distance, it wouldn't be so easy for Zhao Chen to shoot again. Wu Gang wiped the blood from his face. The gruesome injury on his forehead looked terrifying but was not fatal. "You are the most difficult prey I've encountered today." Zhao Chen took off his bow and quiver from his back and tossed them to the ground, then kicked the nearby Fong Tianhua halberd, which landed steadily in his hand. Zhao Chen skillfully performed a whirlwind stance, standing high above, looking down at Wu Gang. "Very good. Just in time. I also want to find a suitable opponent to test how strong I am now." Wu Gang glanced at the short bow and quiver thrown far away and chuckled lowly. "Then come on." He had absolute confidence in his strength. His right hand brushed over the war hammer, and a wave of blue spiritual power instantly spread out, enveloping the entire hammer. Xia Yingshu's gaze sharpened as she adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and said, "2 trialists who have mastered the spirit-binding ability in the early stages of awakening. They are both quite promising." Seeing this scene, Zhao Chen felt nothing particularly special. Xiang Shui and the others could see the battlefield through the giant eagle's surveillance, but they couldn't personally feel the spiritual power emanating from the two. However, Zhao Chen was very clear that Wu Gang's spirit binding and his own spirit binding were not on the same level at all. Lifting light as if it were heavy, lifting heavy as if it were light. The weapon in Zhao Chen's hand could be the Feng Tianhua halberd, a stone, or even a fragile GG.so. He was very skilled in controlling spiritual power, causing no waste. Wu Gang's spirit binding was quite clumsy. The spiritual power wrapped around his weapon could enhance its power, but at least over 30% was wasted. Very well, then let's fight. Zhao Chen swung his halberd and dove down, while Wu Gang roared, his heavy hammer crashing down with a whoosh of wind. In the first strike, neither side held back, directly clashing with brute force. The spinning halberd struck the war hammer, and the sound of metal clashing echoed far away, with two different spiritual powers creating a brilliant blue halo. Zhao Chen's halberd remained steady, but the spiritual power on Wu Gang's hammer swayed violently. It was clear whose spiritual power was more solid. After the strike, both were knocked back by the tremendous force. Zhao Chen stepped back 3 paces, while Wu Gang stumbled back 17 steps. Since he charged up from the bottom of the mountain, he was at a disadvantage due to the terrain. Even so, Wu Gang's pupils constricted, unable to believe what his eyes were seeing. In terms of power collision, he had no reason to lose to Zhao Chen. He was 3 levels higher than Zhao Chen in combat rank, weighed more than twice Zhao Chen, and his strength should have been 2 to 3 times greater. This result was hard for him to accept. Zhao Chen looked down at his halberd, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Very good, finally found someone who can exchange a few moves with me. After his power proficiency reached 155, he had surpassed the physical strength limits for his age and weight. Throughout a whole day of trials, no opponent had been able to withstand the force of his halberd Hedon. Relying solely on brute strength, he had won consecutively. And now, he could finally validate the techniques of using long weapons in 7 kills. In their first encounter, Zhao Chen had the upper hand, surprisingly gaining an advantage in the clash of strength, forcing Wu Gang back fiercely. Even Zhang Biao, Su Zhixiong, and Xiang Shui, who were focused on this scene, couldn't help but gasp in amazement. From a physical proportion perspective, Zhao Chen's physique was surprisingly stronger than Wu Gang's, which was absolutely unreasonable. Wu Gang was no weakling, his physique ranked among the top 2 of all the trial participants. Before this, the number of trial participants who had suffered a crushing defeat at his hands had already reached double digits. Even Xiao Han, who was somewhat familiar with Zhao Chen, had his expression change upon witnessing the scene. How come I never knew this guy was so strong? Did he hold back when we sparred at school? Strange, is this really the Zhao Chen I know? The more Xiao Han thought, the more uneasy he became. What he didn't know was that Zhao Chen had learned battlefield killing techniques from Bu Yanhua since childhood. Therefore, this top student from Yuwu No. 2 had never used his true strength in school martial arts training. On the battlefield, flames erupted not far away, with shadows flickering around. Wu Gang steadied himself, the large wound on his head still oozing blood. He gripped his war hammer tightly, his expression growing serious. Ha! He let out a battle roar, charging at Zhao Chen like a war chariot once more. Zhao Chen skillfully drew a circular outline with his halberd, gripping the shaft with both hands, diving down like a fierce tiger. Clang! 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 The heavy hammer and halberd collided violently. Both were long weapons and heavy armaments, making the clash of strength particularly crucial, with neither side willing to yield. In terms of spiritual power, Zhao Chen was originally weaker than Wu Gang, but his consolidation was stronger than Wu Gang's, thus the spiritual power wrapped around his weapon consumed less than Wu Gang's. As for physical strength, his power even surpassed that of the 300-pound giant. There was nothing flashy about it, the two were simply clashing with their strength in a frenzied battle. Gradually, a sense of dread began to creep into Wu Gang's heart. His hands started to tingle, and he could barely hold onto the warhammer. The Chongshan technique emphasized raw power, focusing on delivering a decisive blow to quickly unleash overwhelming strength to defeat the opponent. However, it lacked endurance. Zhao Chen's weapon was heavier than his warhammer, yet it was far more agile in his hands. After dozens of intense exchanges, Wu Gang's speed began to slow down. Too slow, too slow. Do you only have brute strength? Zhao Chen seized the opportunity, pressing forward relentlessly. From his elevated position, the Feng Tianhua halberd came crashing down, striking fiercely towards Wu Gang's face. Wu Gang's pupils constricted sharply as he raised his warhammer to defend. Clang! The halberd collided violently with the hammer's handle, causing it to tremble violently, and Wu Gang could barely grip the warhammer anymore. Zhang Biao took a deep breath. Don't be fooled by this kid's thin frame, he's all muscle underneath. His strength is even greater than Wu Gang's. Is this innate divine power? Su Zhixiong, however, saw through the situation. It's not just that his strength surpasses Wu Gang's, his technique is also superior. Zhao Chen was not employing halberd techniques but rather the use of long weapons from the 7-kill battle method. The unranked combat style created by Bu Yanhua had no rules, resembling a beast on the battlefield, using fists, feet, elbows, knees, bites, and headbutts, with stones, grass, and anything as weapons. Everything was aimed at effectively killing the enemy. Zhao Chen had practiced this foundational combat style for 10 years, allowing him to wield any weapon, even a frying pan, with great skill, unbound by form. Zhao Chen kept advancing, while Wu Gang was forced to retreat step by step. As a strength-type warrior, Wu Gang found himself at a complete disadvantage when his power fell behind in a direct confrontation. Not only did Zhao Chen surpass him in strength, but he was also faster. The assault of the Feng Tianhua halberd was like a storm, relentless and unending. As the battle progressed, Wu Gang could only be forced into a defensive counterattack, with no opportunity to strike back. No, I can't keep this up. If my strength runs out, I'll be killed. At this moment, Wu Gang finally felt fear. The blood on his forehead flowed more profusely with his exertion, even blurring his vision. After blocking Zhao Chen's attack once more, Wu Gang let out a furious roar. A surge of even more powerful spiritual energy erupted from his hands, and the heavy hammer suddenly radiated a more brilliant blue spiritual aura. Zhao Chen's gaze sharpened, and the onlookers became focused. Wu Gang is going all out. The sudden explosion of spiritual energy could lead to a depletion of his own energy, but it could also create a powerful offensive in an instant. Mount Tai pressing down. Wu Gang shook with force, unexpectedly deflecting the Feng Tianhua halberd from Zhao Chen's hands. Then, he raised the heavy warhammer high above his head and brought it crashing down towards Zhao Chen's skull. Boom! The warhammer, infused with powerful spiritual energy, slammed down, aiming to deliver a heavy blow to Zhao Chen, even to defeat him outright. But Zhao Chen showed no signs of panic facing Wu Gang's fierce strike. His response was ta dodge. His legs, enveloped in spiritual energy, suddenly erupted with a whirlwind. His figure moved swiftly to the side like a ghost. The speed was beyond Wu Gang's imagination. Light footsteps, a life skill, proficiency 156. This level of proficiency meant that Zhao Chen had far surpassed the physical limits of a human like Wu Gang. Against a level 5 opponent's fierce strike, he wouldn't foolishly engage in a heat-and clash in the opponent's area of expertise. Boom! Wu Gang's warhammer crashed down, creating a half-meter deep pit in the ground. Dirt and stones flew up, but Zhao Chen had already perfectly evaded the range of his attack, suffering no harm. The sudden burst of speed from Zhao Chen left Wu Gang stunned in place. The distance between the two was no more than 3 meters. He had been very confident that Zhao Chen would not be able to dodge this move. However, he had underestimated his opponent. After the strike, there was a brief gap in his internal spiritual power, and Zhao Chen seized the opportunity to strike from the side. But this time, he did not use the Feng Tianhua Ji. Instead, he pulled out a flying knife from the knife pouch at his waist. At close range, a brilliant blue light suddenly erupted, heading straight for the exhausted Wu Gang. Wu Gang was caught off guard and was directly hit by the flying knife. Puff! The flying knife pierced through his protective spiritual power and embedded itself deep into his neck. The knife, over 10 centimeters long, had driven in more than half of its length. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering in an instant. Wu Gang clutched his neck with his left hand, blood oozing between his fingers. His right hand gripped the war hammer tightly, but his body instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Zhao Chen. He had not expected that Zhao Chen had such a skill. He also did not anticipate that Zhao Chen's flying knife could penetrate his defenses. Even his neck was made of solid muscle, with hardly any weaknesses throughout his body. Sacrificing the appearance of a normal human to become a monstrous figure resembling a mountain of flesh was all to gain immense power and defensive capability. If Zhao Chen had struck him with the Feng Tianhua Ji, it would have only left external injuries on his solid muscles, not enough to take his life. But this cunning flying knife had nearly cost him his life. Blood was flowing, and Wu Gang dared not move, clutching his neck, his eyes filled with fear of death. Even Su Zhixiong couldn't help but praise. This kid's combat awareness is top-notch. At some point, Principal Lu Weigua had returned, sitting in a chair at the back, leaning on his cane and saying lightly, "Not surprising. If you knew who taught him, you would understand." Xiao Han sat on the other side of the monitoring room, watching the battle alone. His hands were clasped together, slowly tightening, feeling increasingly anxious. He can even defeat Wu Gang so easily? Does this guy really only have a level talent? Jinxiang City, it seems I can only rely on you now. Don't waste the meditation capsules I gave you. Zhao Chen held the Feng Tianhua Ji in his right hand, staring coldly at the already panicked Wu Gang. You want to kill me?" Wu Gang's voice trembled. After participating in the trial, he had repeatedly slaughtered his opponents, relishing the thrill of dominating others' lives. He never expected that death would come so quickly for him. Zhao Chen stared at him and slowly spoke. I do want to try killing someone. Becoming a spiritual energy user was something that had to be experienced sooner or later. The life and death battles in the future would only increase. No one could avoid this step. Wu Gang felt a chill in his heart, a sense of despair rising within him. In his current state, he was no match for Zhao Chen. The moment he moved, the wound on his neck would widen, and he would definitely be finished. However, I value your talent. Zhao Chen extended his left hand towards him, smiling as he said, "He'll give you a chance. Hand over all your number tags to me. I might consider sparing your life." Zhao Chen had indeed intended to kill Wu Gang, but now he had changed his mind. Because not long ago he had just learned that the large army from Jinxiang City wanted to deal with him. That was a super large team of about 50 people, and it would be quite difficult for Zhao Chen to handle them alone. But if he took all the number tags from Wu Gang, the desperate Wu Gang, eager to obtain number tags to pass the trial, would inevitably rush to hunt more people. Based on the movements of the previous 5-man team, the large army was in the second battle circle, not far from here. Therefore, leaving a wounded beast for Jinxiang City was the best choice at this moment. Wu Gang, who had thought he was doomed, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Although handing over all the number plates in his hand made him feel pained, as long as he could survive and stay in the trial ground, he believed that as long as he didn't encounter a monster like Zhao Chen again, he could obtain more number plates. Wu Gang took a deep breath, gradually calming down. The flying knife on his neck was terrifying, but it wasn't fatal. As long as he didn't continue fighting and treated his wounds in time, his physique could handle the injury. Alright, I agree. Wu Gang, will remember your mercy this time. Wu Gang was straightforward. Putting away his warhammer, then taking out a cloth bag from his waist and tossing it at Zhao Chen's feet. Zhao Chen used his halberd to pry it open and saw that there were at least 30 number plates inside. After confirming that there was nothing dangerous hidden inside, Zhao Chen collected the number plates and smiled at Wu Gang, saying, "I hope we can both pass the trial." After saying this, he took a few steps back and disappeared into the darkness of the jungle. At this point, the sky had completely darkened, and the large fire not far away was still burning. In the distance, shadows seemed to be observing the battle. However, the flames were too intense, obscuring visibility, and no one knew what had happened here. After confirming Zhao Chen had left, Wu Gang let out a sigh of relief. That monster! He loosened his left hand, and after judging from experience that he hadn't hit an artery, he gritted his teeth and pulled out the flying knife. Sizzle! Blood splattered as he tightened the muscles in his neck to staunch the bleeding, then tore a strip of cloth from his body to bandage it up simply before leaving reluctantly. Next, I must speed up my hunting progress, Wu Gang thought with a dark expression. The dazzling fire naturally attracted countless onlookers, all speculating that a battle had occurred here, preparing to come and pick up the spoils. Once someone fought here, they might be injured and exhausted, making it the perfect opportunity for them to strike. However, the flames were too intense, obscuring visibility, and no one knew how the source of the fire was. Some people patiently waited around, hoping the fierce fire would force the fighters out of the battleground. A trial taker wearing a canvas hat held a bow and arrow, vigilantly staring ahead. As soon as a figure appeared, he would immediately shoot to take them down. "I have eyes like a hawk and ears like a bobcat. Nothing can escape my reconnaissance," the trial taker said confidently. But at that moment, a voice sounded behind him. "Oh, is that so?" The trial taker's pupils constricted, and just as he was about to draw his waist knife and turn to confront, before he could even turn around, a hand like an iron claw tightly gripped his throat, pinning his body against the tree. Zhao Chen smiled at him, pressing down on the hand that was trying to draw the knife. "Move, and it'll snap your neck." The boy found it hard to breathe. "Buddy, fighting is one thing, but can you give me some air for my neck?" Ultimately, under Zhao Chen's watchful gaze, he trembled, his eyes filled with reluctant tears, and handed over the only 3 number plates he had, obediently summoning the giant eagle to leave. Zhao Chen weighed the number plates on him. After nearly 10 hours of hunting, he already had over 70 number plates. Although they weren't heavy, carrying them was somewhat inconvenient. So he put all the number plates away, found a tall tree, stuffed them into a piece of clothing, and hid them all inside. After doing all this, Zhao Chen finally left with peace of mind. Not long after he left, a trial taker quietly appeared in the darkness, a hint of ecstasy on his lips. "Hee, what a divine gift. Your number plates are all mine now." He ran to the big tree, climbing up with hands and feet. Just halfway up, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He slowly turned his head to look down and saw a cold arrow aimed at the back of his neck. Zhao Chen smiled as he looked at him and said, "You really are flattering me, getting hooked so quickly." In the darkness, Zhao Chen continued his hunt. With his powerful night vision ability and the swift movement of light steps, he held a unique advantage. Within the dark jungle, he transformed into an owl of the night, harvesting one trialist after another. However, as the night deepened, most trialists became cautious, afraid to move easily. Some hid in the trees, while others found caves to take refuge. Zhao Chen used a large fire to eliminate a batch of onlookers. But finding those who were hiding wouldn't be so easy. They would surely set traps near their resting spots at night. Right now, the biggest threat to my first place is the team from Golden Elephant City. Zhao Chen found a large tree and sat against it. After a fierce battle, he was a bit tired, so he took out a piece of preserved biscuit from his pocket and slowly began to eat, also pulling out some wild raspberries he had picked earlier from the other pocket. According to what those guys said before they left, Golden Elephant City is looking for me. I shouldn't have offended him. So his purpose in finding me must be under someone else's orders. A guess quickly formed in Zhao Chen's mind. The only person I can think of who has the ability to make the young master of the Jin family target me, and who also has Wang Qing and the others by his side, is one. A sharp glint flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes, but the corner of his mouth curled into a playful arc. Xiaohan, this is who you said would be waiting for me at the camp trial, right? A few days ago, at the entrance of Yuwu No. 2 Middle School, Xiaohan had been embarrassed by Zhao Chen and had said something like that. But at that time, Zhao Chen was puzzled, as Xiaohan, being a direct admit, shouldn't be participating in the camp trial. Now, everything made sense. Clearly an level awakener, fighting level 9, so much stronger than me. He doesn't even have the courage to face me. He only knows how to use such tactics. Xiaohan, you are destined to achieve nothing. Zhao Chen looked down on Xiaohan's actions. But he was a person who held grudges, and he would find an opportunity to settle the score with Xiaohan later. Rather than waiting for you to come find me, I might as well take the initiative and let you suffer a bit first. Zhao Chen had no intention of sitting idly by. It was nighttime, and the large group was less mobile, making it the best time for him to attack. He planned to reduce the numbers of the Golden Elephant City's large group first. Based on the previous 5-person group's activity area, he could roughly guess the range of the large group's resting area. After replenishing his stamina, Zhao Chen counted the arrows on him, totaling 12, including the ones he had left and those he had seized. He organized his weapons and quickly slipped into the night. After confirming that the previous 5-person group had completely lost track, a strange glint flashed in the eyes of Golden Elephant City. They've been eliminated. Once they left the Shoyun Mountain trial ground, they could no longer send any messages internally. Zhao Chen is indeed an interesting person. A level talent fighting level 2, yet his combat ability is so impressive. Golden Elephant City said with a smile, his eyes sparkling with a hint of excitement. That's good. If he were too weak, hunting would become boring. Wang Qing felt a bit uneasy when he heard Golden Elephant City say that Zhao Chen had taken out 5 people. He asked, should we take advantage of him being nearby and send someone to take him out? To avoid any long nights filled with dreams. Golden Elephant City chuckled, no need, everyone should rest well now. No one is allowed to leave the vicinity of the camp. And no more sending people to him. Around the entire camp, there were still 2 5-person groups patrolling, and traps were set up around. If anyone triggered a trap, it would create a commotion, not to mention the traps buried beneath the leaves. Once you step into one, there's no hope of climbing back up. 4 sharp wooden stakes lie below. The next round of the battle circle will shrink at 3 a.m. That's when people's mental strength is at its lowest. By the time everyone gathers at the mountaintop, with no way to escape, we can hunt to our heart's content. Jin Shengcheng had everything planned out, so he was in no hurry. However, in the darkness, Zhao Chen had already made his way close to his camp. It was easy to find. The area was relatively close to the fire point, and to ensure a swift entry into the mountaintop area after the battle circle shrank, it would inevitably be near the boundary line. At 10 o'clock at night, the darkness enveloped everything like a black cloth over one's eyes. The sky still held faint starlight, there was no moon tonight, and the forest was pitch black, rendering everything invisible. Only Zhao Chen saw everything as if shrouded in pure white moonlight, though not as clear as daylight. He could still make out the outlines of people and objects. He climbed up a large tree and confirmed the position of Jin Xiangcheng's army. The soldiers were still grouped in 5s, with 2 groups patrolling the perimeter while the others rested inside, seemingly taking turns to sleep to ensure their stamina. From a distance, Zhao Chen could see Jin Xiangcheng positioned right in the center of the camp. However, the distance was too great for Zhao Chen's arrows to reach him for a kill. But Zhao Chen was not in a hurry. Silently descending from the tree, he had already confirmed the positions of the 2 patrol teams and ghosted his way over. His effective sniping range was 200 meters. The patrolling trialists would not always maintain a protective aura, so Zhao Chen's first arrow was aimed at the archer of that team. He prioritized dismantling any potential threats to himself. Zheng. The bowstring vibrated violently, producing a crisp sound, and at the same moment, the arrow shot through the air. All these sounds were concealed within the summer's insect chorus. The archer was unaware of what had happened, receiving an arrow directly to the neck. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. With the ground covered in fallen leaves, his fall made little noise, and the nearby members of the 5-person team didn't notice immediately. Hey! Did you hear something? What sound? It's just the bugs chirping at night. It's annoying. I've got big welts on my backside from being bitten. 2 trialists complained. Zhao Chen calmly readied his second arrow. Whoosh! Another arrow was shot and a swordsman with a shield fell, as simple as shooting at a target. In the jungle, facing these students lacking combat experience, Zhao Chen was practically wreaking havoc unilaterally. It wasn't until this moment that someone noticed something was wrong. Upon closer inspection, they saw 2 teammates lying on the ground, peacefully asleep. The trialist's pupils dilated sharply and he immediately activated his protective aura, then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Enemy attack!" Zhao Chen smiled slightly, turned, and slowly retreated, hiding himself well. The commotion quickly alerted the entire Jin Shangqing army, including those resting trialists who hurriedly grabbed their weapons and rushed over. Jin Shangqing raised an eyebrow. Who has the audacity to attack us in the dark? At that moment, their faction was the strongest in the trial grounds. Provoking them was akin to seeking death. When Jin Shangqing arrived, he saw everyone gathered around the 2 fallen trialists. Someone brought over 2 arrows and said to Jin Shangqing, "The enemy used arrows, both were shot in the neck. Although the arrowheads won't kill, such severe injuries still knocked them out, rendering them unable to continue fighting." Wang Qing suddenly shouted, "It's Zhao Chen. He's the best archer in our school, it must be him." Jin Shangqing squinted, but in this darkness, what is he relying on to accurately hit the necks of 2 people? The others looked at each other, all feeling puzzled. Not just them, even the instructors in the monitoring room found it strange. Once spiritual power is mastered to a certain extent, it can be concentrated in the eyes to enhance vision. But that's a rather advanced technique. He shouldn't be able to master it at this stage. Could it be that this kid is some kind of nocturnal dark race? Su Zixian's face was filled with confusion. Zhao Chen's 2 arrows were indeed surprising. Previously, against that 5-person team, it was still dusk and the sky hadn't completely darkened. However, in the jungle now, it was pitch black. Jin Shangqing suddenly began to feel a hint of pressure. Has anyone noticed where he is? The patrolling person immediately replied, "We can't find him at all. By the time we went to check, he had already run away." A shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. A person who could accurately kill in the dark was always lurking, ready to strike at them. In such a situation, who wouldn't be afraid? "Young Master Jin, what should we do?" Everyone could only look to Jin Shangqing for a decision. Jin Shangqing squinted. He knew what Zhao Chen was planning. With nearly 50 people in the large group, it was impossible to collectively move in the dark to find his location. They could only set up camp and become his live targets. At this moment, if Zhao Chen didn't strike, as long as they rested, he would reappear, accurately taking a few people at random. Thinking of this, Jin Shangqing couldn't help but shrink his neck. He quickly said to the surrounding challengers, "Don't worry, he doesn't dare to get close. He can only use this ambush tactic behind our backs. How many arrows can he have left? We just need to go back and rest, rotating our watch every 2 hours. Nothing will happen." Jin Shangqing comforted everyone with a smile. However, at this moment, a divergence arose. Among the remaining 3 from the previous 5-person team, one person stepped forward and said, "That shouldn't be the case, young Master Jin. We don't know how many arrows he has left. But I know that before we can deal with him, he will definitely try to eliminate our living forces as much as possible. All patrolling people may face the danger of being eliminated." He stared at Jin Shangqing. "Our group has already lost 2 people, so we demand a change in patrol." Others also had their own thoughts. They were a team temporarily formed to pass the trial, and their bonds were not deep. Once interests were harmed, they would quickly disband. Jin Shangqing squinted, staring at the person who had contradicted him, smiling as he spread his hands. "Don't be too agitated. Doing this now is our best choice. Taking the initiative is definitely unwise. Since it's your turn to patrol, you must stick to the agreement. Otherwise, if we change to other people for patrol, they will also encounter danger." Someone suddenly spoke up. "That's true, but young Master Jin, we haven't seen you patrolling either." The speaker was hidden in the darkness, and it was unclear who it was. However, Jin Xiangcheng's actions clearly sparked dissatisfaction among everyone. As the team leader, Jin Shangcheng had always been in a safe place, using the excuse of controlling the situation to avoid participating in the patrol. Jin Shangcheng began to feel a headache. Managing this unruly crowd was indeed not easy, but he was also unwilling to patrol. No one wanted to face a sharpshooter in the dark. After thinking it over, he found a solution. "Let's chop down some trees. Use the trees to create a barrier and then avoid Zhao Chen's attacks." Once this method was proposed, everyone nodded in agreement. They were in a mountainous area, and by chopping down some small trees or branches, they could block off the remaining 3 sides and no longer worry about Zhao Chen's arrows. A group of people picked up weapons and quickly began chopping down trees and gathering sturdy branches around them. Zhao Chen watched this scene from a distance, secretly amused. As long as you don't dare to leave the camp to find me, I have 100 ways to make you restless. Zhao Chen glanced around and then swiftly sneaked toward the area above their camp. The army quickly gathered a lot of wood, directly inserting it into the ground to form a shield wall. This made it very difficult for arrows from the outside to attack here. The patrolling people also dared not go out but stayed inside the shield wall, observing their surroundings through the gaps in the tree trunks. Everyone continue to rest and conserve your energy. Wait for the next round of the battle circle to shrink, Jin Shangchen quietly ordered the others, so the rest continued to lie down and take a short nap. However, before they could rest for long, a loud rumble from above startled them. Jin Shangchen quickly got up and turned to look, his eyes widening in shock. Damn it! He cursed in a panic as several giant stones rolled down from the mountain, crashing toward them. Run! A group of people, frightened, scrambled to their feet and hurriedly rolled and crawled to the side. In the darkness, people jostled against each other, unable to dodge, and many were knocked to the ground, letting out mournful cries after being struck by the stones. It turned out that Zhao Chen had come above them, using a lever to pry the Feng Tianhua halberd like a crowbar, moving many large stones. In this mountainous area, there were plenty of boulders, some exposed and some half buried in the ground. With Zhao Chen's strength, it was not difficult to move them. Jin Shangchen and the others thought they were clever, building a wooden wall to block Zhao Chen's arrows. But they didn't expect something bigger was still behind. After a round of cries for help, 7 or 8 people in the army were injured, some disabled, some seriously wounded, and some even missing. Jin Shangchen, panting, hid to the side, looking at the chaos around him, his face turning green with anger. Damn Zhao Chen! I haven't provoked you, why are you coming after me? He cursed angrily. But then he thought of something and became even more furious, gritting his teeth. Which bastard leaked my plans to deal with him? Damn it, just damn it! After Zhao Chen finished his attack, he slipped away. The long night was still young, and he had plenty of time to play with the opponents slowly, not in a hurry at all. Jin Shangchen sent 2 teams to search for Zhao Chen, but when they arrived, there was no trace of him. Instead, the 10 of them huddled together in fear of Zhao Chen's arrows. With the sword and shield bearers holding up their shields and using spiritual power to protect themselves. In the darkness, they were like 10 glowing targets. Yet Zhao Chen still did not move, merely squinting his eyes to watch them. The 10 people saw the indentations left on the ground by the pried stones, their teeth itching with anger, but since they couldn't find Zhao Chen, they could only cautiously retreat. After returning to the camp, the wooden wall they had painstakingly built was also destroyed, making everyone even more fearful. Young Master Jin, what should we do? The others looked helplessly at Jin Shangchen, some already beginning to harbor resentment. If it weren't for Jin Xiangcheng's insistence on hunting Zhao Chen and leaking the information, how could he have come to disturb their large army? If there were no need, no one would dare to provoke such a large group, no one was foolish enough to do so. Jin Xiangcheng's head was pounding, he wasn't a deity. And there was no better way at this moment. In the darkness, sacrificing a portion of people to ensure the safety of others was actually the most prudent choice. Acting on their own would cause the entire army to fall apart. After all, among the capable trial takers, few were willing to be Jin Xiangcheng's vassals. In reality, most of the personnel in this army had mediocre qualifications. He gritted his teeth and said, in any case, we cannot act without permission before 3 o'clock, alright, this time we will all draw lots to determine the order of patrol. No matter who draws what, there can be no regrets. The crowd gritted their teeth, as there was no better solution. Jinxiang City prepared the lots, and after everyone drew, those who were chosen looked as pale as death, while those who were not felt a sense of relief. But there was no way around it, they still had to act according to the agreement. So the others continued to sit down, leaning back against each other with their eyes closed, but no one dared to sleep too deeply. The ones responsible for patrolling cautiously circled the perimeter. Zhao Chen was in no hurry, quietly waiting. The patrolling challengers were extremely tense, fearing that arrows would suddenly fly in from some hidden direction. Thus, their bodies were taut, and they covered their skin with spiritual energy to avoid being instantly killed by Zhao Chen's arrows. The consequence of this was that they would tire more easily. Moreover, those in the tooth stage had limited spiritual energy within them, unable to withstand such consumption. Before long, someone could no longer hold on, their spirit waning, and they had to stop their protective energy. This was the moment Zhao Chen was waiting for. After all, he was relaxed and full of energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows shot out. His arrows were too fast and too accurate, and by the time the mentally exhausted patrollers sensed the arrows coming, it was already too late to block them. Thud! Thud! 2 more challengers fell to the ground, clean and decisive. After succeeding, Zhao Chen showed no hesitation and turned to leave. A wail erupted from the camp. Those who had just settled down hurriedly opened their eyes, making a commotion, but no one dared to pursue. Jinxiang City gritted his teeth, planning to use lies to exhaust Zhao Chen's arrows. In the end, they had no choice but to return. The The patrolling challengers' eyes were bloodshot, and due to overwhelming fear, they were so tense that they would shout at the slightest rustle of the wind. After several rounds of this, the originally intended rest was completely ruined. Zhao Chen was a patient hunter. He waited until there was no movement from the other side before appearing leisurely, each time hitting only 2 people before decisively leaving. The intervals between attacks varied. Sometimes it was over 10 minutes, and other times only a few minutes. Under this tactic, the 12 arrows in his quiver were finally used up, taking out 12 members of Jinxiang City's army. Jinxiang City helplessly said to the others, "He can't possibly carry too many arrows, he must have run out." As he spoke, he looked at the challengers on the ground who had fainted and were clearly unable to fight anymore, letting out a sigh. "No one can help them call for a forfeit, let them wait until the time is up." After saying this, without needing Jinxiang City to point it out, someone walked over to collect their number tags and handed them to Jinxiang City. "You'll hold on to these number tags for now, they will be distributed according to everyone's contributions after it's over. Don't worry, I won't shortchange any good brothers," Jinxiang City said, holding up the number tags to the crowd. At this moment, everyone was skeptical of Jinxiang City, but no one dared to voice their opinions. Jinxiang City smirked. Zhao Chen's actions seemed to bring panic, but he was quite pleased to see it. Originally, he had no intention of truly bringing so many people through the trial. Now that some had been cleared out, it saved him the trouble of doing it himself. After using up his arrows, Zhao Chen would not foolishly charge into close combat. He turned and walked away, calculating the time. The second contraction of the battle circle was not far off. Jinxiang City's army had lost over a dozen people and had not gotten a good rest, significantly reducing their combat power. This way, the threat to Zhao Chen was much smaller. He needed to get some more arrows. After 3 o'clock in the morning, everyone will gather in the final battle circle. By then, it will be lively. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes. Everyone seemed to be waiting for 3 o'clock to arrive, all conserving their strength. Moreover, apart from Zhao Chen, no other madman would dare to wander around in such a pitch-black environment. Zhao Chen returned to the area where he had initially stayed. It was the place he was most familiar with, and there would be no ambush waiting for him. He climbed up a tree, closed his eyes, and began to recover his depleted spiritual energy using spiritual energy reversal. At level 2, the total amount of spiritual energy in his body was still too low, unable to withstand several depletions. However, his meditation speed was now quite fast. He only needed to enter a meditative state, and in about 10 minutes, he could recover the consumed spiritual energy. Once he replenished his energy, he would slowly move up the mountain along that area. Soon, he crossed the boundary line and arrived at the upper region. Just as he got here, he saw several pools of blood on the ground, which seemed to have dried up after some time. It was easy to imagine the brutal bloodbath that had occurred in this mountainous area. Those trial takers who thought themselves clever rushed towards the high ground, only to be hunted down by others with the same objective. Zhao Chen's gaze slowly sharpened. He did not rush to act. From here up the mountain, the slope was about 300 meters, and there weren't many trees at the summit. He remembered that the top was a nearly flat area, possibly with some cover, but not much. That was the high ground of the mountain, a place fiercely contested by warriors. From a high vantage point, whether in close combat or shooting with a bow, one would have the upper hand. Of course, many people were also eyeing that area, and reaching the top was not easy. Even though Zhao Chen possessed the night vision skill, he wouldn't foolishly charge up. At this moment, those who could still remain up there were certainly strong. Secondly, they must have set traps during the night. With the leaves so deep, all kinds of traps could be hidden on the ground. Zhao Chen lowered his gaze and pondered. At 3 o'clock, the people below will definitely rush up. They are waiting at the edge of the battle circle. The people on the mountain are also armed, ready to meet the enemy. The team from Jinxiang City will definitely come to take revenge on me, so the more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous it will be for me. I need to stir the waters. Zhao Chen bent down and touched the fallen leaves on the ground. The leaves of Shoyun Mountain had piled up several layers. The surface was already dry, but the leaves underneath were still moist. The fire he had previously set had gradually extinguished, but the air around still carried the scent of charcoal. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Chen's mouth. Then let's make a big scene. Soon after, both groups of people on the mountain and below were waiting in the darkness for the bell to ring. Suddenly, a flame lit up in the boundary area. In the darkness, this flame was extremely dazzling. Upon seeing it, someone frowned. Someone set a fire again. Are they planning to flip the table? If the fire spread, those on the mountain would likely suffer, and everyone would fail the trial. Wait, that's not right. Looking at the position of the fire, the wind is blowing towards the mountain. Someone noticed the key issue. Indeed, the fire was set by Zhao Chen, and the location he chose for ignition was just right to ensure the wind blew it up towards the mountaintop. On a summer night, the wind blew in gusts, igniting the dry leaves and branches, quickly turning into a large fire. However, the fire was still not enough. Along with it came thick, rolling smoke. Zhao Chen intended to use this method to destroy the various traps set by those on the mountain. Moreover, he aimed to force them out of their hidden corners to fight each other. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen stood at the upwind side, calmly observing everything. The mountain fire burned too quickly, soon resembling long snakes slithering upwards. The dry leaves on the ground were ignited in an instant, and a group of trial takers who had been holding their ground on the mountain saw the flames, which quickly spread to their feet. Damn it! Which despicable guy is using such vicious means? The trial takers on the mountain cursed loudly. If it were just the flames, they might have had a way to resist. But the thick smoke was surging up the mountain. They simply couldn't withstand it, their eyes stinging from the haze. Cough cough. This is bad. Cough cough cough. We need to get out of here quickly. This was a forest fire, even a moment's hesitation could turn them into charred remains. They couldn't afford to think too much. Hastily wetting their clothes with any liquid they could find to cover their mouths and noses, and they ran desperately in the opposite direction of the flames and smoke. The mountaintop suddenly became lively as some challengers encountered each other midway, too preoccupied with escaping to bother with fighting. In the monitoring room, Zhao Chen's smug expression was closely observed by Xia Yingshui and the others. The smile on Xia Yingshui's face was almost uncontrollable as she nodded repeatedly. As expected of my favored student, so clever. Much better than those who only know how to fight with brute force. Next to her, Su Zhixiong and Zhang Biao outside the trial ground immediately became displeased. Can you not speak in riddles? Zhang Biao gritted his teeth, his eyelids twitching. But this kid is too ruthless. If he keeps this up, he could easily burn a whole bunch of challengers to death. No way, we have to change the venue next year. We didn't think this through. Xia Yingshui replied discontentedly, what nonsense are you talking about? He was very cautious in his planning. She pointed at the venue and explained, he set 2 fires. The first one burned at the mountainside, where the trees are dense and the air is humid at night, so the fire wouldn't spread easily. And the second fire, influenced by the wind direction, would only spread around the mountaintop. Otherwise, just look at him. After setting the fires, he wasn't affected at all. Xiaohan frowned, seeing the ruthless tactics Zhao Chen employed, and cursed under his breath. That's really insidious. The forest fire came quickly and left just as fast. After the dry leaves on the ground were burned away, only ashes remained, but the thick smoke enveloped the entire mountaintop, creating a spectacular sight from afar. Zhao Chen hid in the shadows, holding his halberd, waiting silently. Soon, the sounds of battle erupted on the mountaintop. However, it wasn't on Zhao Chen's side, but on the other side of the mountain. Affected by the raging fire, everyone had gathered on the opposite side of the mountain. Once the threat of the flames disappeared, they would focus on resolving their own targets. As the clock struck 3, the alert bell rang out, ding, 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 deafeningly. All the challengers waiting at the edge of the battle circle charged crazily up the mountain. In such a small area, the number of people that could fit was even fewer. Jin Shangqing, leading his team, roared, brothers, this is it. We push through, and no matter who we encounter, we work together to take them down. Also, he gritted his teeth, keep an eye on that Zhao Chen guy. Originally, he had a solid army of over 50 people, and this trial was supposed to guarantee them the top spot. But Zhao Chen had taken out nearly 20 of them by himself, not allowing them to rest properly. Now that it was 3 o'clock, they could only charge in and fight. Charge! A group of people roared, launching their final assault. Many who had been hiding in the shadows surged toward the mountaintop just like them. Once an encounter happened in the middle, it would immediately turn into a fierce battle. Zhao Chen, holding his halberd, leaned against a large tree with his back to the mountain, quietly waiting for the chaos to bring him some prey. Before long, he indeed got what he was waiting for. 5 people, 1 woman, and 4 men. Lin Meyer and her 4 followers were climbing up the mountain from Zhao Chen's direction. Lin Meyer looked up at the swirling smoke and smiled, saying, they are all avoiding the flames, but moving up from the burned forest is the best choice. The ground was covered in ashes left by the burnt vegetation, and some trees had also caught fire, but at the mountaintop, the trees were sparse, and the fire couldn't possibly spread further. Staying here would pose no risk of being affected by the flames. A young boy stepped forward, puffing out his chest as he said to Lin Meyer, Sister Meyer, he'll go ahead and scout the way. Lin Meyer smiled sweetly at him, clasping her hands together. Really, Brother Chunan? You're so brave, then he'll have to trouble you. The boy named Chunan's face turned red. It's just a small matter. As he spoke, he raised a double-handed shield and cautiously stepped forward. Chunan thought to himself, the fire just broke out here, how could anyone be lurking nearby? If there is, it must be the arsonist. While he was still pondering, a sudden gust of wind struck from the side. A shadow in a black tracksuit flashed through the light and darkness, wielding a halberd, and struck fiercely at his back. Zhao Chen had encountered Lin Meyer and the others here, but it was of no concern to him. In his eyes, everyone was merely points. Zhao Chen was like a ghost in the night, his speed too fast for Chunan to react. He was already struck hard by the heavy halberd, flying forward and crashing into the ashes. Pooah! Blood spurted from his mouth, the 50-pound halberd causing internal injuries, and he struggled on the ground, unable to stand up. The halberd, it's Zhao Chen. A tester pointed at Zhao Chen, his eyes revealing a hint of fear. Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised. Oh, you recognize me? When did I become so famous? The expressions of several testers had already turned serious. I was there when you fought Wu Gang before, the tester said in a low voice. After the flames rose, many people nearby approached that area to scout. He had seen Zhao Chen defeat the giant Wu Gang like a fierce beast, and that overwhelming power made him realize he was no match for Zhao Chen at all. When Lin Meyer saw Zhao Chen, her eyes clearly brightened. She raised her delicate hand, covering her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes unabashedly scanning Zhao Chen from head to toe. I didn't expect you to be so strong in the martial test as well. I might be starting to like you a little. She opened her arms towards Zhao Chen, her fair arms glowing with a pink sheen in the firelight, particularly enticing. Let's not be enemies, let's be friends, okay? More friends mean more paths. And being my friend has many benefits, you know. She smiled sweetly, and it must be said, her face was indeed beautiful. Although she wore exquisite makeup, her features were already exceptional, especially with her deliberately sexy attire, making it hard for anyone to know where to look. But when Zhao Chen saw her, one thought crossed his mind: the more beautiful the woman, the more she likes to deceive. Shen Mo Ren felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Lin Meyer flirting with Zhao Chen. Even though they had broken up, subconsciously, seeing another woman flirt with her ex-boyfriend stirred her possessiveness. Unruly, she muttered under her breath. Zhao Chen had already taken in the positions of the few people in front of him, having taken down one, leaving 4 more. I'm really sorry, I'm allergic to green tea, Zhao Chen replied with a faint smile. Lin Meyer's expression suddenly stiffened. It was the first time her charm had no effect on a man. If Zhao Chen were a mature male, it would be one thing, but he was only 18. 18, the age when hormones are rampant, filled with desire for beautiful women. Normally, when she beckoned with her finger, the other party should obediently come over. Little brother, Lin Meyer smiled, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. You're a bit disobedient. Disobedient children need to be taught a good lesson. As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 testers beside her immediately charged at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen raised his hand, his spiritual power condensing in his feet and hands, while a streak of blue light enveloped the halberd. Let's fight. Zhao Chen descended like a fierce tiger, gripping the heavy halberd tightly in his palm, yet it did not feel cumbersome at all, as he channeled his spiritual energy and struck down with a sudden, powerful slash. The techniques for wielding heavy weapons are simpler than those for light ones. Just a basic chop, swing, crash, or smash can unleash terrifying power. Leading the charge was a level 4 spiritual energy user, who, when the halberd came crashing down, attempted to block it with his long staff. But when the weapons collided, he realized just how naive his thoughts were. The staff was sent flying, his hands were drenched in blood, and his body was violently thrown back. As he fell to the ground, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his hands and shouted, "Don't engage him in close combat. His strength is terrifying." The remaining 2 were startled, but it was too late to create distance. Zhao Chen had already reached them, reversing the halberd and sweeping it horizontally with a fierce motion. The weapons of the 2 opponents were sent flying just as they had been raised. The clash of power was on an entirely different level. In an instant, the 3 opponents were knocked back, suffering serious injuries. Lin Meyer's eyes narrowed at the sight, and she swiftly dashed towards Zhao Chen, reaching behind her to pull out a long whip. Crack! The air exploded with sound as the whip extended over 10 meters, striking towards Zhao Chen's head. A soft weapon. The whip was rarely used because it was extremely difficult to master. Zhao Chen's halberd was over 2 meters long, but the opponent's whip had an even greater reach. Zhao Chen's gaze sharpened, and he dodged the strike, the whip barely grazing him before crashing down hard on the ground. The whip recoiled like a spiritual serpent, and moments later, it struck at Zhao Chen again from an extremely tricky angle. In this situation, getting close was very difficult. Zhao Chen's mind raced, quickly formulating a countermeasure. As the whip came swinging again, he did not dodge but instead concentrated his spiritual energy in his left hand, grabbing the whip tightly. Lin Meyer's face showed surprise. Zhao Chen had actually caught her strike. Su Zhixiong chuckled, crossing his arms and commenting, concentrating a large amount of spiritual energy in the left hand enhances its defensive power. Now the whip's advantage is completely lost. Next comes the contest of strength. Zhao Chen tightened his grip on the whip and suddenly exerted force. In terms of power, Lin Meyer was on a completely different level from Zhao Chen, her body being pulled towards him. Ah! She cried out, her voice laced with a hint of allure even at that moment. But Zhao Chen remained unmoved. He knew that in this trial, any distraction could lead to his elimination or even death. Lin Meyer's body seemed to be dragged along, but halfway through, She suddenly released the whip and charged towards Zhao Chen. With her left hand, she drew a dagger from her thigh and thrust it fiercely towards his chest. Zhao Chen's grip weakened, his body swayed unsteadily, but the halberd in his right hand propped him up, preventing him from falling. The woman before him employed bizarre techniques, her moves coming rapidly, showcasing the extraordinary talent present in this trial. However, that was all it was. Leaning back, Zhao Chen found Lin Meyer's aerial attack was not well timed, and he kicked towards her abdomen. This kick was delivered with full force, sending Lin Meyer flying 4 to 5 meters away. She crashed to the ground, unable to even scream in pain, instead spitting out a mouthful of blood, clutching her stomach, and struggling to stand up with a pale face. I cannot fall here. I refuse to be cannon fodder on the front lines or be a tool for men to bear children. She stumbled. But the force of Zhao Chen's kick had her body swaying. Lin Meyer, will definitely become a significant figure. She struggled to rise, her weapon already gone, yet she persisted in looking at Zhao Chen. She immediately smiled brightly, extending her hand to unfasten her clothes. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows tightly upon seeing Lin Meyer reaching to undress herself. You actually hid a weapon inside your clothes. I won't give you the chance. Zhao Chen drew his Fong Tianhua halberd and charged towards Lin Meyer, pressing the blade against her neck, forcefully pinning her against the tree trunk. Cough cough. Lin Meyer found herself momentarily breathless, coughing violently, completely devoid of any strength to resist. At this moment, Lin Meyer was utterly speechless, internally shouting, I was trying to seduce you. She still managed to squeeze out a seductive smile, looking at Zhao Chen and saying, little brother, so you like asphyxiation play. Zhao Chen's gaze was as cold as ice. His right hand holding the halberd against her neck while his left hand drew a flying knife from his waist. The few behind her, struggling to get up and save Lin Meyer, were instantly frightened into staying put. Zhao Chen's flying knife could pierce Wu Gang's neck, and naturally, it could also penetrate their bodies. Hand over all the number tags, then forfeit, and I will spare your life. Cough cough. Don't do this, little brother. If you let me go this time, I can give you something in return. Look, am I not beautiful? Her hands struggled to caress her own body, and from the depths of her eyes, Zhao Chen saw her struggle and unwillingness. For countless young men after their comingafage ceremonies, joining the military weapons specialization was their only way out in life. Zhao Chen could understand that. But he wouldn't go easy. Everyone had their own reasons for needing to win, and Zhao Chen was no exception. He stopped speaking and continued to apply pressure. The tip of the halberd piercing into the tree trunk, slowly and steadily pushing deeper, the small branches pressing against her neck, almost sinking into her flesh. Cough cough, cough cough. Lin Meyer's face quickly turned red from blood congestion, her brain nearly fainting from lack of oxygen. Last chance. Surrender, or die. The few followers cried out, Meyer, just give up. It's better than dying here. Lin Meyer bit her lip tightly, even tearing it apart before losing consciousness. But she still did not choose to surrender. Zhao Chen frowned, keeping an eye on the three behind him while watching the fainting Lin Meyer in front of him. He was pondering, with her wearing so little, where were her number tags? His gaze shifted to the few followers, who obediently handed over the number tags they had snatched to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen did not make things difficult for them, saying, leave your quivers behind. Then take her away. These few had over 50 number tags on them. This was not surprising. Lin Meyer was quite strong, and with her stunning beauty, most young men would easily fall for her. Under Zhao Chen's watchful gaze, they summoned a giant eagle to leave the trial grounds. Zhao Chen turned around, looking towards the mountain peak where flames flickered and thick smoke billowed, squinting as he slowly walked over. Jin Shangqing, with more than 30 subordinates, stood at the edge of the battle circle. A long blockade line appeared, and anyone attempting to reach the mountaintop had to pass through them. Whether they were lone individuals or small teams, encountering them would result in being besieged. Soon, they collected a large number of number tags. Jin Shangqing watched the scene with a satisfied expression in his eyes. The sky gradually brightened, and around 4 o'clock daylight appeared, unlike before when they were ambushed. Suddenly, Wang Qing ran over joyfully, young Master Jin, I've caught 2 good ones. Hearing this, Jin Shangqing looked over to see Wang Qing, Sun Wei, and Chen Mingming watching 2 dirt-covered trial participants approach. Who are they? Jin Shangqing asked curiously. I remember I only asked you to deal with Zhao Chen. Wang Qing's lips curled into a cold smile. By capturing them, we now have leverage to force Zhao Chen to show himself. He kicked 2 people from behind, and they both fell to their knees. Jin Shangqing took a closer look and found the 2 were somewhat familiar. It turned out they were Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu, who had previously acted with Zhao Chen. Jin Shangqing remembered them. So it's them. Are you sure they are useful? Jin Shangqing glanced at Wang Qing. Of course, Wang Qing's smile was deep, tinged with a hint of hatred. Zhao Chen is an extremely hypocritical guy. He won't just stand by and watch these 2 die. A glint flashed in Jin Xiangcheng's eyes. What do you mean? Wang Qing sneered. It's not hard to use them to force Zhao Chen to show up. As long as we say that if Zhao Chen doesn't appear, well, kill them. That guy loves to flaunt his reputation, he will definitely come. Jin Xiangqing didn't expect Wang Qing to be so ruthless. They were just 18-year-old boys. Although they had the awareness of killing on the battlefield, there was no need, and they were unwilling to take lives. However, since the idea came from Wang Qing, Jin Xiangqing didn't mind. Alright, let's keep them for now. If Zhao Chen can last until the end without being eliminated, we can use them. Before Jin Xiangqing could finish his sentence, a sudden scream pierced the air. He looked up to see several members of the large army being violently thrown out. Jin Xiangqing frowned. Who is it? A dozen people were blocking the way ahead, but their expressions were filled with shock and fear. A gigantic hand lifted a trialist by the collar, disregarding his frantic kicking legs, and casually tossed him aside like garbage. The trialist flew 5 or 6 meters away like a sandbag. It was as if a mountain of flesh had approached. Jin Xiangqing finally recognized who it was. Among the trialists, this was the most dangerous guy, without exception. After Zhao Chen appeared, he was the only one whose danger level could be compared to Zhao Chen. The giant, Wu Gang. Wu Gang walked toward their line step by step, wielding a warhammer in his right hand. His terrifying physique completely overshadowed the other trialists in terms of momentum. Although Jin Xiangqing had many subordinates, most were mediocre talents, and none of the strong ones were willing to be his vassals. So when Wu Gang shattered their first round of combined attacks, these people were all scared out of their wits and dared not step forward. They were only relying on their numbers. Once it came down to a real fight, who would be willing to step up? More than 30 people simply parted ways for Wu Gang, allowing him to walk forward. Many turned their gazes toward Jin Xiangqing, their eyes clearly conveying a message. It was time for your army's boss to take action and show his strength. Jin Xiangqing looked at Wu Gang, and Wu Gang saw him too. Wu Gang raised his warhammer and pointed it at Jin Xiangqing. Are you their leader? So, you have the highest number tag, just take you down. Jin Xiangqing squinted, his face, skilled in acting, gradually became dangerous. My head is right here. Do you have the ability to come and take it? Jin Xiangqing and Wu Gang clashed. This battle immediately drew the attention of the monitoring room, because both of these individuals were key subjects of interest. The kid from the Jin family and Wu Gang, who will win? Quite interesting, Su Zhixiong said with curiosity. At that moment, Xiaohan suddenly turned to them and said, I guess Jin Xiangqing will win. Su Zhixiong and Xiaoyingxue looked over with curiosity. Oh, why? Both are clever psychic talents with combat level 5 strength, and Wu Gang seems to have stronger personal power. Since the trial began until now, Jin Xiangqing had rarely made a move. Even when he did, he would first let those around him exhaust the prey's stamina before he would reap the heads himself. Xiaohan crossed his arms, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. On his right hand, the index and middle fingers were adorned with 2 silver rings, intricately patterned and mysterious, possessing an inexplicable beauty. I remember that the rules of the martial trial state that the testers can only use weapons from the armory. However, there are some items that are not included in the rules. Su Zhixiong nodded. Yes, things like drugs, some soft armor for enhancement, and clothing can be carried by oneself. The martial trial seemed fair at first glance, but as long as there was some channel for advancement, there would inevitably be shortcuts. Absolute fairness was a myth. After all, the martial trial could be deadly, and those with privileges would certainly find ways to ensure their children could pass the trials. Besides that, there's another thing. He looked at the battlefield, his gaze sharpening. Jinhai. As soon as he finished speaking, on the battlefield, Jinxiang City was smiling, slowly turning a silver ring on his right hand's ring finger. A blinding flash of light passed, and that silver ring suddenly transformed into a silver longsword. Level 1 Jinhai, the silver sword. The silver longsword shimmered with a hazy glow, a strange color that was intoxicating. However, the moment that thing appeared, the expressions of several instructors in the monitoring room turned serious. That shouldn't be something that appears in the camp trial, Xiaohan said with a smile, but it doesn't violate the rules, does it? Xia Yingshu's glasses reflected a beam of white light. Even if it's just a level 1 Jinhai, its power is beyond what a Duya level ability user can handle. It's too dangerous, but it is indeed within the rules. In this world, the most powerful weapons are not the high-tech alloy armaments created by the Empire, but rather the Jinhai. It is well known that the strongest power in this world is spiritual energy, and the beings capable of condensing spiritual energy are intelligent life forms. As the name suggests, Jinhai refers to the ashes of the dead and their bones. Only by crafting weapons from the corpses of powerful dark races or exotic beasts can one wield the power of spiritual energy. The creation of Jinhai is very complex. Typically, the more powerful and complete the exotic beast's bones, the stronger the Jinhai that can be produced. Bodies that have been dead for too long or aging individuals will lose a significant amount of power. Therefore, Making Jinhai often requires capturing powerful dark races or exotic beasts, which are then perfectly sealed by Jinhai masters, giving a chance to create such spiritual energy weapons. Such weapons are exceedingly rare and extremely difficult to manufacture. Even a level 1 Jinhai can greatly enhance the combat power of a spiritual energy user. Thus, even a level 1 Jinhai maker is highly respected and holds a very high social status. According to legend, the first Jinhai in this world originated from a powerful ancient deity who could transform into a plant. Of course, the rarity and power of Jinhai ensure its value is extraordinarily high. So much so that among the testers present, very few recognized it. When Wu Gang saw the weapon formed from that silver ring, he seemed to realize something. He cautiously raised his warhammer, letting out a roar from his throat, transforming into a war chariot as he charged towards Jinxiang City. Jinxiang City squinted his eyes, raising the silver sword in his hand, unafraid as he directly collided with Wu Gang's weapon. Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and the trial weapon made of crate alloy was cut through as if it were wood. Wu Gang's eyes went blank. The breakage of the war hammer caused him to lose control of his strength, and his body began to lose balance. Jinxiang City seized the opportunity, swinging his sword diagonally. Put! A long line of blood suddenly appeared from Wu Gang's right abdomen to his left shoulder. Soon, his massive upper body collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood gushing out wildly, splattering onto the faces of many nearby. Such a bloody scene made many challengers scream in terror and retreat in panic. Jin Shangcheng watched this unfold, his throat twitching a few times, but the urge to vomit was forcefully swallowed down. This step is something we all have to go through sooner or later. We need to get used to it in advance. The sight fell silent. Those who had initially questioned Jin Xiangcheng's strength no longer dared to utter a word. In the monitoring room, Su Zhixiong scratched his bald head. It's a pity for that kid named Wu Gang. But since he died here, I guess it's just bad luck for him. The fall of a clever talent was merely a pity. After all, every year, they encounter many young people like Wu Gang. Only those who have gone through numerous trials and emerged victorious can become true warriors. Xia Yingxue frowned slightly, turning her head to glance at Xiao Han sitting there. Women have a keen sense. She sensed Xiao Han's malice towards Zhao Chen. Jin Xiangcheng's targeting of Zhao Chen was not without reason and was likely related to Xiao Han. But Xia Yingxue would not inquire further. Rules are rules. Zhao Chen, I hope your luck is a bit better. Stay away from that guy. A wildfire made the space at the mountaintop even smaller. The trees turned to charcoal after being burned, leaving no place to hide. So everyone was exposed, forced to fight openly. Zhao Chen was not idle either. Along the way, he had taken down more than 10 opponents. Now, the number plates he held had reached an astonishing 426. It could be said that 1/5 of the number plates in the entire trial ground were in Zhao Chen's hands alone. He scattered them, hiding them in safe places. He thought of Jin Shangcheng, who had set his sights on him, along with his army of over 30 people, and after some contemplation, decided to lie low and ignore them. In the end, those number plates they obtain must be distributed. If the distribution is uneven, internal strife is highly likely. As long as Jin Shangcheng doesn't monopolize them, if all 30 plus want to pass the trial, he can't possibly have more number plates than I do. Time passed slowly, and soon it was past 9 in the morning. Among the more than 2,000 people, less than 100 remained after the fighting had continued this long. Most of them were in teams, or they were a rare few powerful lone wolves like Zhao Chun. At this point, everyone had a rough estimate of the number of people left on the mountain. If nothing unexpected happened, they had all passed the martial trial and entered the ranks of the top 160. Some people didn't want to continue fighting, they were too tired and needed a place to rest. Others, with low scores in the literary trial, wanted to fight for another chance. Jin Shangcheng still hadn't discovered Zhao Chen's whereabouts. The area at the mountain top isn't large, where could he escape to? Someone said. Could it be that he has already been eliminated? Impossible. Jin Shangcheng said with certainty. That cunning and powerful guy won't be eliminated so easily. He waved his hand. Search. Keep looking for him. Once you find any trace of him, tell him his friends are in my hands. If he doesn't want to see them die, he better come quickly. Jin Xiangcheng's subordinates took their orders and went. The mountain top was small, and they would inevitably encounter others. Soon, they came across another team. There were only 8 people in that team, led by a chubby little boy with a friendly face. Upon seeing them, Jin Xiangcheng's challengers exchanged glances. They were numerous, so they had no reason to fear the other side. Thus, they coldly surrounded them. But soon, the smiles on their faces turned to terror. Among the opposing team, there was only one sharp-eyed youth who stepped forward with a gun, taking on their entire group alone. His marksmanship was as fierce as a storm, dancing through the mountains and forests, playing with the dozen or so of them like toys. Soon, 3 people were knocked out cold by the long spear. Boss, not good. We've run into tough opponents. A subordinate hurriedly reported the situation to Jin Shangcheng. Jin Shangcheng frowned and rushed over. Upon arriving at the scene, he discovered that the opponent was actually the young master of the Meng family from Jiangnan province. His pupils instantly constricted, and then he replaced his expression with a broad smile. Oh dear, it's a misunderstanding. My people really didn't know it was you, young Master Meng. My apologies, please don't take offense. The chubby Meng Xiaoyo scratched his head with a grin. No offense taken, my people acted too quickly. I wanted to stop them but couldn't. Well, I've already collected enough tokens. My father told me that as long as I can get a passing score, I won't compete with you. Can we leave now? Jin Shangcheng nodded repeatedly. Of course, please feel free. Meng Xiaoyo called back Shuai Yun and left with a smile. They were looking for a comfortable place to wait for the trial to end. Jin Xiangcheng's gaze swept over him. On his 10 little carrot-like fingers he wore various gemstone rings like a nouveau riche, and around his neck and wrists there were plenty of ornaments. Jin Xiangcheng swallowed hard. If he offended this ancestor, he wouldn't have enough lives to pay for it. At 9 o'clock in the morning, there were only 2 hours left until the trial ended. Jin Xiangcheng's large troop, led by him personally, began searching for Zhao Chen's whereabouts across the entire mountain. With the ashes in hand, as long as they didn't provoke the harmless Meng Qiuyo, the others were no match for them at all. Soon, the number of trial participants at the mountain top sharply decreased again. In the end, only the 3 factions remained. Even so, Jin Shangcheng and the others still hadn't found out where Zhao Chen was. He was too skilled in jungle warfare. Once he confirmed that he was the first in the trial, he couldn't be bothered to clash with Jin Xiangcheng's large troop. At this moment, Zhao Chen found a place, used spirit energy reversal to fully restore his spiritual power, and then activated turtle breathing technique, completely hiding himself. The mountaintop had just been scorched by a great fire, leaving ashes everywhere, and the scent was masked by thick smoke. Even the best hunting dogs couldn't track his movements. In the monitoring room, Su Zhixiong said to Xia Yingshui and Zhang Biao, "At this rate, if it ends like this, Zhao Chen will firmly sit on the throne of first place in the martial trial. By then, he will be the dual champion of both the literary and martial trials." At this point, Su Zhixiong couldn't help but take a deep breath. Who would have thought that an erranked talent would achieve such dazzling results? Xia Yingshui pushed up her glasses, her eyes filled with admiration. And he got first place with a perfect score. This is a record that hasn't been seen in the Qingfeng camp for nearly 30 years. Listening to the instructors praise Zhao Chen, Shen Moran clenched her fists and lowered her head in silence. In her heart, the most terrifying scenario was slowly becoming a reality. If Zhao Chen joined the Qingfeng camp and stood beside her with the first place in the trial, how would she cope then? Xiao Han stared anxiously at the screen. Jin Shangcheng, what the hell are you doing? The person is right at the mountaintop. Are your men all useless? How can they not find him? At this moment, Zhao Chen was indeed hard to find. He had smeared himself with ashes and hidden among the charred trees. Anyone who came to search for him would be detected by him in advance, allowing him to evade them easily. Jin Shangcheng sat on the platform at the mountaintop, watching the reports coming in from the electronic wristband, gradually losing his patience. He had received 5 meditation capsules from Xiao Han, and in the future, when entering the Qingfeng camp, he needed to build a good relationship with Xiao Han. Not if they couldn't eliminate Zhao Chen even when they had an absolute advantage, that would be unacceptable. Wang Qing and the others approached, whispering ominously in Jin Xiangcheng's ear, "Young Master Jin, why don't we handle this? We know Zhao Chen and how to force him to show himself." Jin Xiangcheng squinted and suddenly laughed. "Alright, then you go ahead." Wang Qing dragged the bound Zhou Haoyu and Li Zixuan, pressing them against the edge of the cliff. Wang Qing, what are you going to do? Zhou Haoyu shouted in terror. Li Zixuan gritted his teeth. "Don't expect to use us to threaten Zhao Chen. Our relationship with him is just that of ordinary classmates. He wouldn't risk himself for us." Wang Qing sneered. "He indeed wouldn't risk himself for your elimination. But what if it were your lives at stake? Would Zhao Chen, who loves to play the good guy to showcase his superiority, who seeks fame and recognition, really watch his good classmates die because of him?" At this point, Wang Qing drew the long knife from his waist and swung it down towards Zhou Haoyu and Li Zixuan's thighs. Even though it was a dull weapon, the force of the strike still tore a huge gash. "Ah!" The two let out painful cries that echoed from the mountaintop in all directions. Wang Qing stood at the peak, holding the knife high, shouting, "Zhao Chen, listen to me, Zhou Haoyu and Li Zixuan are in our hands. You better come out quickly. Every 10 minutes, if you don't show up, I'll remove a part from them, until they are killed. Remember, their deaths are all because of you." The area at the mountaintop was limited, and although Zhao Chen was hiding in the shadows, he could still hear Wang Qing's arrogant voice. Zhao Chen's brows furrowed immediately. How could Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu fall into the hands of these people? To be fair, Zhao Chen had a decent relationship with them. After all, as the class leader of Class 3, he got along well with his classmates. However, Zhao Chen was unwilling to risk his solid position as the top contender in the trials for their sake. But Zhao Chen never expected Wang Qing to be so ruthless, to threaten him with their deaths. Wang Qing. A strong killing intent flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. This person's depravity exceeded Zhao Chen's imagination. To take revenge on him, he actually dragged innocent classmates into this. Jin Xiangqing watched everything with a smile, but deep in his eyes, there was a hint of disdain for Wang Qing. Despicable and shameless, utterly detestable, but none of this concerned him. All he wanted was to eliminate Zhao Chen. Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu also didn't expect Wang Qing to go this far. Zhou Haoyu's face turned pale with fear. Wang Qing, calm down. Do you remember I treated you to a meal before? Li Zixuan, on the other hand, angrily cursed. Wang Qing, you ungrateful dog. Have you forgotten how Zhao Chen looked out for you back in school? If you have the guts, just kill me. We won't become your tools. Zhou Haoyu gritted his teeth and shouted, Zhao Chen, stay hidden. There are too many of them. You can't fight them. Don't worry about us. They were unwilling to give up even a glimmer of hope, but after being captured, they realized how vast Jin Xiangqing's army was. Even if Zhao Chen was made of iron, how many nails could he drive? Wang Qing kicked Zhou Haoyu to the ground and then stepped on his wound, grinding down hard. The intense pain nearly made Zhou Haoyu faint. Keep screaming, just keep screaming. You all watch closely. Will that hypocritical guy come to save you? In the monitoring room, the instructors raised their eyebrows at this scene. This Wang Qing was previously taught a lesson by Zhao Chen, so he holds a grudge. But it seems the situation is a bit strange. It seems that someone is specifically targeting Zhao Chen, Xiang Xue said. She glanced at Xiao Han not far away. Xiao Han nearly sneered. Even if the instructor knew he was having someone deal with Zhao Chen, so what? Nothing was against the rules. Shen Moran sensed something and frowned at Xiao Han. Did you bring Jinxiang City to deal with Zhao Chen? Xiao Han had no intention of hiding. That's right. He turned to Shen Moran, smiling as he said, you wouldn't want to see your ex-boyfriend showing up in front of you, would you? Shen Moran's expression was somewhat complicated. What you want to do with him is your own business. But I hope you can at least have some principles and not let anyone harm his life. Xiao Han shrugged. Don't worry. I don't hate Zhao Chen to that extent. In my eyes, he scoffed lightly, he will just be an insignificant character in the future. And this trial is just to make him understand the gap between us. In Zhao Chen's ears, the arrogant shouts of Wang Qing and the painful wails of Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu echoed. The sound made Zhao Chen take a deep breath, and after a moment, he opened his eyes, his gaze filled with an intense killing intent. Wang Qing, you are asking for death. Zhao Chen could not stand by and watch Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu die because of him. Throughout his life, he had never acted with a guilty conscience and could not tolerate any obstacles in his heart. Therefore, even knowing that the other side was numerous, he had to fight. However, now, the meaning of the battle had completely changed. They were using Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu's lives to threaten Zhao Chen, turning the conflict into a life-and-death struggle. Zhao Chen would not think that they still aimed to eliminate him, stopping at a mere point. So from now on Zhao Chen was planning to strike hard. The army of Jinxiang City, more than 30 people, spread out from the mountaintop forming groups of 3, coldly scanning the surroundings. The archers had their arrows nocked, waiting for Zhao Chen to appear before launching their attack from a high vantage point. Will that Zhao Chen come? One archer asked. The nearby sword and shield wielder scoffed, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't come. Why would anyone come knowing it's a death trap? The wind blew over the mountaintop, stirring up ashes that dazzled a few people's eyes. Behind a completely charred tree, a shadow emerged. If one did not look closely, they might think it was another burnt tree. It was Zhao Chen, his entire body painted black, even the weapon in his hand was coated in complete blackness. But when he revealed himself, drawing his bow, a streak of deep blue appeared on the arrow, not conspicuous under the summer sun, just a cold star flashing. Zheng. The bowstring trembled, and the arrow shot through the air, heading straight for an archer who was momentarily blinded. The archer had no time to react when he heard the sound of the arrow slicing through the air. Puff! He felt a tightness in his chest, a black arrow gently swaying in front of him. The archer looked down, his eyes widening in disbelief, unwilling to accept the reality. The 2 trial participants beside him had already screamed in fear. Zhao Chen is here. He's here. The archer's body was actually pierced by a black arrow, going through from front to back. Clearly, there shouldn't be an arrowhead. Why? Confusion and unwillingness filled the archer's eyes as his body fell heavily to the ground. He did not understand. The weapons used in the trial were all blunt, yet how did this arrow pierce through his body? Who said you can't shoot through without an arrowhead? Zhang Biao's eyes were filled with astonishment. What strong control over spiritual power! This level, probably close to those in the advanced class who have trained for 3 to 5 years. This arrow, from over 100 meters away, wrapped in spiritual power without an arrowhead, pierced through a trial participant's body. It must be achieved by cultivating both condensation and entanglement to an extremely high level. After all, with Zhao Chen's combat level at 2, if his control over spiritual power wasn't strong enough, the spiritual energy he condensed on the arrows would dissipate significantly during flight, making it impossible to cause such lethal damage. Who the hell did this kid learn from? Su Zhixiong couldn't help but glance at Principal Lu Weiguo. Lu Weiguo's gaze was intensely focused on Zhao Chen. He already knew who Zhao Chen's master was but didn't explain it to anyone else. Zhao Chen quickly nocked another arrow, this time using a bow with 2 arrows aimed at the 2 trial takers beside him who had activated their protective spiritual energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 arrows shot through the air, and their thin layer of protective spiritual energy was utterly ineffective, shattering instantly. The arrows pierced into their bodies. Although they didn't shoot through completely, these alloy arrows would cause them to rapidly lose combat effectiveness as long as they struck their torsos. Up until now in the trials, Zhao Chen had always held back a little with each attack, never truly intending to kill anyone. In other words, he had been restraining his power before. But now, he was enraged by this group from Jinxiang City and would no longer hold back. In an instant, Zhao Chen killed 3 people. He didn't linger and swiftly moved through the forest filled with ashes and charred wood. The commotion drew the attention of others, but when they looked over, they only saw 3 people lying on the ground with arrows in their chests. The rapid killing of 3, all from long-range shots, inevitably reminded people of everything that had happened the night before. Zhao Chen's arrows were fast and accurate. They couldn't be blocked without any preparation. Be careful, he's starting to attack with arrows again. All the trial takers immediately huddled together, with those wielding blades and shields forming the front line, while the others activated their protective spiritual energy to shield themselves. Jinxiang City remained seated at the mountain's peak, a smile of strategic delight on his face. Kill, kill! Zhao Chen, let me see how strong you really are. His right hand lightly tapped his knee, the silver ring on it giving him boundless confidence. Even in the military, such a killing weapon, the ashen remains, was quite rare. He felt no pressure dealing with a mere entry trial. So, as he watched others die, Jinxiang City not only felt no anger but instead laughed even more heartily. First, to break through them, Zhao Chen would need to expend his own stamina and spiritual energy, and by the time he reached Jinxiang City, his combat power would already be diminished. Second, it would also reduce the number of people competing for the numbered tokens. Why wouldn't Jinxiang City be pleased? This guy really plans to take on dozens of people by himself? And he's attacking from the bottom of the mountain to the top. Isn't that a complete disadvantage? The entire mountaintop is nearly burned down, with no cover left. How can he win? When Shin Moran saw Zhao Chen make his move, she couldn't help but speak nervously. Xiao Han shrugged. He likes to play the hero. No one can do anything about it. Unexpectedly, Su Zhixiong and Zhang Biao, 2 seasoned veterans, revealed fiery gazes at this scene. Now that's a real man. Even knowing it's difficult, he won't abandon his comrades. Only a man of iron and blood would do this. Exactly, once on the battlefield, if you know the enemy outnumbers you and you surrender, that kind of person is a coward. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, just based on Zhao Chen's willingness to risk himself for his friends instead of securing a stable first place in the martial arts test, he earned the respect of everyone. When Wang Qing saw Zhao Chen appear, his smile became even more sinister. Here he comes. I knew that guy would show up. He raised the knife in his hand and slashed it across Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu. Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu let out muffled groans but gritted their teeth, unwilling to scream. They knew Wang Qing was deliberately using their cries to disturb Zhao Chen's mindset. Seeing their expressions, Wang Qing angrily kicked at them. Scream! Scream! You all scream for me! He took great pleasure in exacting revenge on those classmates who were close to Zhao Chen. He believed Zhao Chen was a hypocritical little man, so anyone he recruited was also a bad seed. Wang Qing knocked them to the ground, his shoe sole grinding harshly against their faces, and an endless delight surged within him. Ha ha ha! All of you shout! As long as you shout loud enough, I might let you off with just a dog's life today. Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu could no longer endure the pain, their cries echoing intermittently from the mountaintop. Zhao Chen could hear everything clearly. He merely frowned slightly, his heart not in turmoil. They used Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu to lure me in, so as long as I'm fine, they won't have to worry about their lives. After all, their target is me, not them. Zhao Chen felt a gust of wind at his feet, his light steps making him incredibly fast as he circled around the mountaintop. In a never suspect situation, it was essential to ensure the enemy's forces were dispersed, allowing him to face the fewest opponents at any given time. Moreover, he could create an information gap, keeping the enemy unaware of his current position. There were still 8 arrows in his quiver. However, this spiritual energy arrow had to be used cautiously by Zhao Chen. the spiritual energy leaving the body, achieving an effect close to releasing power while it had great lethality, also consumed a significant amount. Ignoring the lingering heat, Zhao Chen quickly climbed a chart tree. From a high vantage point he could see the movements around him. At the mountaintop he could vaguely see Wang Cheng stepping on Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu, shouting and cursing. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, waiting for the right moment to leap down from the tree. The three in front saw a dark figure jump down from the tree trunk ahead, and they were immediately startled. At that moment, Zhao Chen was entirely black. His weapon also dark, blending seamlessly with the scorched jungle behind him. It was a natural disguise, highly deceptive. The three were momentarily dazzled. Even the massive halberd coming down was realized too late. Once they came to their senses, a trialist holding a spear immediately raised it to block. The halberd, wrapped in spiritual energy, suddenly slashed down onto the spear. Bang! Although the spear was not shattered, all the force was perfectly transferred to that trialist. At this moment, Zhao Chen was determined to kill, showing no mercy. With a power level of 155, a strike with both hands was comparable to a 300-pound boulder falling from the sky. Coupled with the enhancement of spirit binding, the destructive power was terrifying. Only someone like Wu Gang, with a terrifying physique, could barely withstand it. As for others, they couldn't block even a single blow. The man's arms were directly shattered, and he let out a scream as the spear flew from his hands. Zhao Chen's halberd moved faster than a waste knife, slicing backhandedly. Crack! The man's neck was not severed but brutally crushed. His neck twisted almost 180 degrees, then drooped down limply. Such a horrifying scene left the other two in shock, their courage faltering before the battle, their combat effectiveness already halved. Zhao Chen felt no sympathy for them. Choosing to side with Jinxiang City meant that these people were complicit in threatening his classmates' lives. A halberd in Zhao Chen's hand struck out like the Grim Reaper's scythe, ferociously smashing the knife-and-shield man's lightweight alloy shield, sending it flying. Immediately after, the blade of the halberd pierced into his chest, launching him into the air. The remaining one was an archer, his face pale, instinctively pressing his right hand against the knife at his waist, ready to fight. But upon meeting Zhao Chen's murderous gaze, he immediately understood that making a move would mean death. Yet he didn't want to die. I forfeit. With just a glance from Zhao Chen, he was terrified enough to shout at the top of his lungs. Shouting those three words meant he had given up the trial. Zhao Chen didn't spare him another glance, quickly walking away, even lacking the time to collect the number tags from the few people. Because that no longer mattered now, only one side can remain between him and the Jinxiang City team. As long as he takes care of all of them, Zhao Chen will naturally be the first. As soon as Zhao Chen made his move, he killed two people and scared off another, but he also exposed his whereabouts. Soon, someone was chasing after him. Zhao Chen wielded the Feng Tianhua Ji and strode forward. Whoosh! An arrow shot from a distance, and Zhao Chen reacted quickly, sweeping it down with a flick of his halberd. He charged forward. And the few people blocking his path felt a twinge of fear at Zhao Chen's fierce assault, especially with two corpses lying on the ground. In their minds, Zhao Chen had already left the impression of a god of death, so it was inevitable that they would show signs of cowardice in battle. Three people surrounded Zhao Chen, but neither their strength nor their control over spiritual power could match Zhao Chen's. The heavy Feng Tianhua Ji in his hands moved as nimbly as a dragon, creating a gust of wind. In an instant, three more were killed by Zhao Chen. The unsharpened Feng Tianhua Ji made the deaths of his opponents even more gruesome, with one even having his head crushed in by half. Although it was Zhao Chen's first time killing someone, he had slowly adapted after years of training with Bu Yanhua. In the chaos of battle, it was a mutual agreement, so he felt no guilt. Anyone who blocked his path would be killed. Zhao Chen's ferocity surpassed even Wu Gang, who had burst into their battle circle earlier that morning. Meanwhile, Jinxiang City merely watched coldly from the cliff, showing no intention of intervening. The surrounding challengers gradually began to feel fear. After Zhao Chen deflected two hidden arrows, he suddenly shouted, "Is it worth it to use your lives to pave the way for others?" His roar left many hesitant challengers frozen in place, unsure whether to step forward to fight. Zhao Chen pointed with his left hand towards Jinxiang City at the mountain top. "You are fighting me here while he waits to reap the benefits. What, have you forgotten the purpose of participating in the trial? It's to pass the trial, not to be someone else's hound? You are not my opponents. Anyone who dares to come forward, I will definitely kill without mercy. Think about your own lives and families. Is it worth it to sacrifice your life for someone else?" After Zhao Chen's words, many felt as if they had been enlightened. It seems, indeed, to be the case. Why should we target Zhao Chen? Isn't it because of the grievances between him and Jinxiang City? But what does that have to do with us? We have already reached the final circle. As long as we survive to the end, we can pass the trial. Why should we work for Jinxiang City? Previously, many had been caught up in the heat of battle, blinded by rage, only thinking of instinctively fighting Zhao Chen. But now, Zhao Chen had awakened them to the fact that their relationship with Jinxiang City was merely one of cooperation. Why provoke such a powerful god of death as Zhao Chen for Jinxiang City? Even if they managed to take down Zhao Chen in the end, how many would have to die? Wouldn't it just benefit Jinxiang City? Thinking of this, many began to step back, quietly glancing towards the mountaintop. Xia Yingxue nodded, her eyes filled with admiration. Calm in the face of danger, brave and resourceful, Zhao Chen has truly not disappointed me. Su Zhixian, however, curiously said, but if he wants to save people, he must take down Jinxiang City. But how can he win against Jinxiang City, which has the Jinhai? Xia Yingxue frowned, she also didn't know what Zhao Chen would use to win. Only Xiao Han remained calm, crossing his legs and folding his arms, saying, he can't win against Jinxiang City. The market price of a first-level Jinhai is at least 30 million Xianfeng coins, and those of excellent quality can even reach 50 to 60 million. You get what you pay for. The clever trial equipment in his hands will shatter upon contact with the Jinhai. On the battlefield, the surrounding people gradually retreated, clearing a path leading up the mountain. They retreated far enough, saying as they backed away, we've gotten what we wanted and won't participate in your fight. To avoid suspicion, they withdrew to the edge of the battle circle. Someone whispered, watching the tigers fight from the mountain is the most advantageous for us. No matter who dies between them, we will benefit. Why should we risk ourselves? Jin Shangqing squinted his eyes. I didn't expect you to be quite clever, knowing how to sow discord. Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu suddenly shouted, Zhao Chen, don't come over. He has the embers in his hand. Before they could finish, Wang Chang and Chen Mingming rushed over and pressed their heads into the mud. Damn it, you still want to pass him information? You wish. They tore at their clothes, using strips of fabric to gag the two, then stepped on their heads, deliberately forcing them to kneel in a humiliating position, looking provocatively at Zhao Chen. Knowing that Jin Shangqing had the embers, they were not worried at all about Zhao Chen approaching. They had witnessed firsthand how the powerful Wu Gang was slain by Jin Shangqing with a single sword. Zhao Chen walked towards the mountain, and at that moment, he heard a low voice not far away. In Jin Xiangqing's hand, there are embers. Zhao Chen's eyes flickered. He didn't turn around but recognized the speaker as an alumnus from his school. Thank you, Zhao Chen said lightly, and the person casually walked towards the edge of the battle circle. If Zhao Chen wins, I can gain a favor. Of course, the best outcome is that they both suffer injuries. He and Jin Shangqing both hold a large number of tokens, and we will have a chance to seize them. However, he looked at the mountaintop with some disgust. That guy Jin Shangqing, I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Always acting high and mighty, commanding others. I hope you get eliminated too and taste the pain of failure. Zhao Chen walked step by step towards the mountain, his pace steady and unhurried. The mountaintop was barren, still emitting thick smoke after being scorched by the fire. And the heat felt even more intense under the summer sun. This terrain couldn't be set up with traps in time, but he needed to be wary of the opponent's hidden arrows and secret weapons. Wang Cheng stepped on Li Zixuan's head, watching Zhao Chen approach with a gleam of vengeance in his eyes. He glanced at Jin Shangqing, who was sitting nearby. Young Master Jin, he's coming. Please take him down right here. Jin Shangqing laughed. He looked up at Wang Cheng and the others. Alright, they'll send you three to take the lead. The faces of Wang Cheng and his companions instantly turned extremely ugly. Young Master Jin, what do you mean by that? Please don't joke with us. With your strength, isn't it easy to deal with him? Why make us do it? Jin Shangqing slowly opened his eyes. Although he smiled, his gaze was icy. Do I look like I'm joking with you? Wang Cheng and the others never expected that they would be pushed out by Jin Shangqing to deal with Zhao Chen. However, all three had been severely taught a lesson by Zhao Chen and had witnessed his terrifying strength, knowing they were no match for him. Jin Shangqing, however, didn't even glance at them, instead turning to Zhao Chen with a smile. These three are your classmates. They came to teach me how to deal with you. To him, Wang Cheng and the others had lost their value. The last bit of value was to send them to fight Zhao Chen, exhausting his strength. How can it be like this? How can you do this? Chen Mingming's face turned pale with fear. He knew that Zhao Chen would not let them off for doing such a thing. He might even kill them. A smile curled at the corner of Zhao Chen's mouth. He understood the intentions of Jinxiang City. These three were merely decoys. Once he revealed a flaw during the fight, Jinxiang City would strike immediately. Even three pawns could be utilized to their maximum effect. Zhao Chen sneered, his gaze cold and piercing as he looked at the few people before him. Jinxiang City was also smiling, but his eyes were fixed on Wang Cheng and the others with an unyielding intensity. The murderous intent in his gaze was unmistakable. At this moment, he no longer needed to pretend to be a good person. If Wang Cheng and the others disobeyed, he could kill them just the same. The hearts of the few sank to the bottom, but at that moment, Wang Cheng suddenly remembered he still had a trump card. He pressed the knife against Li Zixuan's neck and shouted at Zhao Chen, kneel down. Otherwise, I'll kill the two of them. Zhao Chen looked at him, merely sneering. Then, wielding the Fong Tianhua halberd, he stepped closer, one step at a time. Wang Qing panicked. I said, kneel down. Hurry up and kneel. Do you think I won't dare to act? I really will kill them. Kneel, kneel. He nearly screamed these words, his mindset completely unraveling. Zhao Chen coldly replied, if I hadn't come, they would die because of me. But now that I am here, I certainly won't be foolish enough to gamble with my own life. Let them go, and I can guarantee I won't kill you. Otherwise, just wait to die. Wang Qing's expression fluctuated, but Zhao Chen's steps did not pause in the slightest. His heart grew increasingly anxious. The three of them screamed in terror, like desperate wild dogs. Put down your weapons. Don't come any closer. Forfeit, hurry and forfeit. But Zhao Chen seemed to hear nothing, getting closer and closer to them. As he walked, he casually said, it seems you've forgotten that when we were in Yuwu No. 2 middle school, I, as the class monitor, taught you how to use weapons in the weaponry class. Wang Qing, your strength is too weak, you can't wield long weapons, and you dare not engage in close combat with short weapons. So you use a knife, but your knife will only defend, not attack. Chen Mingming is tall and long, but his fundamentals are extremely poor. Especially his unstable footwork, he can't stand firm when strength collides. Sunwei, your marksmanship is even worse, your forehand is weak, your backhand is unrefined, and your footwork is loose, not a single part is decent. Zhao Chen sneered, with you three pathetic losers, you dare to confront me? The more they listened, the more frightened they became, their fear of Zhao Chen deepening, for he spoke all their weaknesses. Wang Qing's eyes were bloodshot, and suddenly he roared, raising the long knife in his hand and swinging it fiercely at Li Zixuan's head. Through the three of them, Zhao Chen saw the dangerously serpentine eyes of Jinxiang City. Yet Zhao Chen still made his move. A flying knife shot out from his left hand, heading straight for Wang Qing's right hand. The distance was too far to penetrate Wang Qing's protective spiritual energy, but the flying knife accurately struck his left wrist, the immense force causing Wang Qing's long knife to fly out of his hand. A sharp pain surged through his wrist. Looking down, he saw that his protective spiritual energy had been torn apart, the flying knife embedded in his wrist by half an inch. The moment Zhao Chen released the flying knife, he charged forward with the Fong Tianhua halberd. The halberd swept down like a gale, aiming for Chen Mingming. Chen Mingming hurriedly raised his long sword to block, but the moment the sword and halberd collided, the tremendous force caused his lower body to collapse, and he was pressed down by Zhao Chen, kneeling on the ground with a thud. The halberd pressed against the long sword, then continued its momentum to smash down on his shoulder. Crack! The long sword was bent under the force, Chen Mingming's scapula shattered, blood staining his clothes. Sunwei roared, Zhao Chen, die! He lunged at Zhao Chen's armpit with a gun from the side, but unexpectedly, Zhao Chen yanked and pulled with his left hand, directly seizing his long gun. And with a sudden burst of strength, he snatched it away. Following the momentum, he swung his left hand, sending Sunwei crashing to the ground. Wang Qing's right wrist was pierced by a flying knife, and with his left hand, he drew a dagger from his waist, stabbing towards Zhao Chen's temple from his right side. Zhao Chen swung his halberd over his shoulder, using a stance like carrying a mountain, and after spinning the halberd around his shoulder, he suddenly unleashed it. The halberd traced a perfect arc in the air before crashing down on Wang Qing. Bang! The heavy shaft of the halberd slammed into Wang Qing's chest. His level 5 protective spiritual power shattered under this brutal blow. Puff! Blood gushed from his mouth like a spring, and his entire body soared into the air like a broken sack, being sent flying 7 or 8 meters away. After hitting the ground, blood continued to spout from his mouth like a Turnitin faucet, his body convulsing. And it was clear he was only inhaling without exhaling. Anyone could see that being struck in the chest by Zhao Chen's immense power had completely shattered his internal organs. Just as Zhao Chen had said, he understood the fighting styles of these three men too well, so he struck directly to take them down without any hesitation. Sunwei and Chen Mingming, knowing Zhao Chen would not let them go, erupted with desperate roars, forcing themselves to charge at Zhao Chen despite their injuries. Clang! Clang! The sounds of metal clashing rang out, swords were knocked away, and spears were shaken off. Chen Mingming's neck was struck by Zhao Chen's halberd, directly severing half of his neck. As for Sunwei, he was not in a much better position. Just as Zhao Chen was about to kill him, a blinding light suddenly erupted from his chest. A sword filled with murderous intent pierced through Sunwei, then rushed towards Zhao Chen. Jin Xiangcheng had finally found the opportunity to strike. The level 1 Ash Remains silver sword easily penetrated Sunwei's body. This attack indeed came suddenly. However, Zhao Chen was not unprepared. From the very beginning, he had been on guard against this man. The Fong Tianhua halberd was gripped tightly in Zhao Chen's hands, and the spiritual power within him erupted wildly, enveloping the surface of the halberd as if it were a solid substance. Then, the halberd moved to block that silver sword. Clang! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Ash Remains silver sword struck the Fong Tianhua halberd made of crate alloy trial equipment. Jin Xiangcheng had finally made his move. Even with the ash remains, which could be considered a supermodel weapon during the trial process, he still chose the most stable way to assassinate Zhao Chen. Using Wang Qing and the other two as cover, even if they were weak, they were still spiritual power users and could provide Zhao Chen with some distraction. With this sword, he killed Sun Wei and aimed to pierce Zhao Chen's body as well. Everyone widened their eyes at this scene, witnessing the silver sword severing Wu Gang's war hammer, and Zhao Chen's Fong Tianhua halberd was also made of the same crate alloy material. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, but contrary to expectations, the halberd did not break. Zhao Chen gripped the Fong Tianhua halberd tightly, blocking Jin Xiangqing's strike. This guy. Zhang Biao laughed, slapping his thigh. Xiang Xue also smiled with relief. Only Xiao Han stood up in disbelief. This is impossible. Crate alloy can't withstand the ash remains attack. Hearing Xiao Han's doubt, Su Zhixiong glanced at him lightly. What blocked the ash remains attack was not the crate alloy equipment, but Zhao Chen's spiritual power. Xiao Han suddenly realized something and immediately looked at the Fong Tianhua halberd in Zhao Chen's hand. Spirit binding, the most basic application of spiritual power, involves wrapping spiritual power around oneself or a weapon. The limit of power is determined by the use of condensation. The stronger the control over spiritual power, the more powerful the weapon becomes when the spiritual power is wrapped around it. Although Zhao Chen, like Wu Gang, had mastered the technique of binding spiritual power to weapons, the gap between them was significant. Zhao Chen's mastery of spiritual power control reached an impressive 53, according to a proficiency scale of 100. Even a level talent like Xiao Han, at combat level 9, would not exceed a proficiency of 15. Therefore, Xiao Han naturally found it hard to understand why Zhao Chen could block the ashes of Jinxiang City with a clever alloy weapon. After hearing Su Zixiang's statement, Xiao Han's expression turned extremely ugly. Impossible. He, like me, has only just awakened his spiritual power. Only Shin Moran lowered her head, thinking of Bu Yanhuan, and suddenly felt relieved. He has a good teacher. Zhao Chen is truly fortunate. On the battlefield, seeing the attack blocked, Jinxiang City was momentarily stunned. You really are something. No wonder someone wants me to eliminate you. Zhao Chen glanced at the Fong Tianhua halberd. Although this strike was blocked, the sharpness of the silver sword was beyond imagination. A deep sword mark was left on the halberd. Zhao Chen did not respond to Jinxiang City's words but stood holding the halberd, his gaze calmly fixed on him. Jinxiang City raised the ashes in his hand, spiritual power surging, and then the silver sword emitted a chilling silver light. Its sharpness felt even from a distance. As it approached, Zhao Chen's skin tingled with a faint pain. Jinxiang City did not rush to attack again. Instead, he slowly raised the silver sword in his hand and began to speak. This thing is called ashes. You should have heard of it, right? This silver sword of mine, although it is only a level 1 ash, is priced at a staggering 60 million Xianfeng coins. It can easily cut through the clever alloy in your hand, just like cutting tofu. I was quite surprised that you could block my strike, but if I'm not mistaken, your weapon has already been damaged. How many more times can you block? Jinxiang City smiled. I can give you a chance now to admit defeat and choose to forfeit. Otherwise, his silver sword suddenly pointed at Zhao Chen, a cold light flashing. I cannot guarantee it won't take your life. Zhao Chen glanced at the long pole of the Fong Tianhua halberd before retracting his gaze. Instead, he calmly met Jinxiang City's eyes. Not long ago, I saw Wu Gang's corpse. Jinxiang City's brow furrowed, unsure why Zhao Chen suddenly mentioned Wu Gang. Then you should understand how sharp my sword is. Zhao Chen gently shook his head. Your sword split him in two, and the attack method was an upward slash. So I can deduce that the weapon you used is most likely a sword. I have some understanding of ashes. They are powerful weapons made from the bones of dark races or exotic beasts. They can carry the power of spiritual energy users and maximize their own strength. However, from the cut on Wu Gang's hammer handle, I can confirm that you can sever his weapon, but you cannot sever mine. Zhao Chen suddenly swung the Fong Tianhua halberd, smiling at Jinxiang City. My master once told me a saying. In the camp trials, those who use ashes are all worthless individuals lacking confidence in their own strength. So, that sword in your hand is useless against me. The killing intent in Jinxiang City's eyes erupted. You're seeking death. In the next moment, he moved directly, the sword in his hand slowly rotating, the silver blade shining brilliantly under the blazing sun, dazzling with flickering light. Jinxiang City practiced the intermediate combat technique from the Jin family. Sword technique flowing light and water moon. The long sword sliced through the air, emitting a dragon-like sword cry. The direction of the sword's edge was the direction of destruction. Yet even facing such an extraordinary weapons attack, there was not a trace of panic in Zhao Chen's eyes. Fear comes from the unknown. Textbooks provide little explanation about ashes, but Bu Yanhuan had told Zhao Chen what they were. relying on the sword's edge to show off. As long as I avoid the direction your sword points, what do you have to win against me? The Fong Tianhua halberd was suddenly drawn up, and Zhao Chen swiftly dodged the sword of Jin Shangqing. Jin Xiangqing's swordsmanship was incredibly flashy, while Zhao Chen's halberd was used with simplicity. He gave Jin Shangqing no opportunity for weapon clashes at all. With a light step, the wind swirled beneath Zhao Chen's feet, and the 50-pound Fong Tianhua halberd was wielded by him with the agility of a sword. The silver sword slashed diagonally towards Zhao Chen's body, but he nimbly stepped back, evading the sword's attack range. Then, the halberd swept fiercely across Jin Xiangqing's side. Jin Shangqing barely managed to dodge, then thrust his sword again, but Zhao Chen's halberd was twice the length of his sword. The direction of his sword tip would always be avoided by the halberd, which then struck the body of the silver sword with the advantage of a long weapon. Clang! The weapons collided, and the tremendous force shook the sword body, spreading to Jin Shangqing. He gripped the silver sword tightly, almost losing it from his hand. A look of shock appeared on Jin Xiangqing's face. Despite having an absolute advantage in weaponry, Zhao Chen gave him no chance for a direct confrontation. The long weapon, the heavy armament, was wielded with more lightness and finesse than his sword. Zhao Chen's battle with Jin Shangqing showcased the killing techniques he had honed over many years to perfection. In the eyes of Su Zhixiong and the others, it was simply a thrilling visual feast. Su Zhixiong and the others were left dumbfounded. They knew Zhao Chen was strong, but previously, Zhao Chen's battles relied solely on his powerful physique and clever mind. Only this time did he fully unleash his combat skills. It was as if he was using a twig to counter someone wielding a sharp blade. Yet, Jin Shangqing never had a chance to demonstrate the power of the silver sword. The scene was like an adult toying with a baby holding a sharp weapon. The gap in combat skills was completely on a different level. The 7-kill battle method was fundamental, and Zhao Chen's fundamentals were at a staggering proficiency level of 162 points. He even surpassed Bu Yanhua of the same period. So, how could his combat skills be compared to Jin Xiangqing's? Lu Weiguo's eyes sparkled with a mysterious light. The demon-slaying Valkyrie of the battlefield has actually taken in such a good soldier. Zhao Chen is simply born for the battlefield. In this battle between Zhao Chen and Jin Shangqing, everyone around the battlefield watched from a distance, each one dumbfounded. It was like dancing under the scythe of death. They all knew how terrifying the edge of the ashes was. But there was not a trace of fear on Zhao Chen's face. He even counterattacked with ease. In the monitoring room, Xiao Han's mouth was agape, unsure of what to say. He once thought that the gap between him, the perennial second place, and Zhao Chen was not particularly large. It was only today that he understood. In the 12 years at Yuwu No. 2 Middle School, Zhao Chen had never used his true strength when competing against him in class battles. Shen Moran's eyes showed a hint of confusion. She realized that she seemed to have never truly known Zhao Chen. On the battlefield, Zhao Chen was like the real him, fierce, steady, exuding an invincible aura. Jin Shangqing, holding the ashes, originally thought he had the advantage in weaponry and could easily crush Zhao Chen. But the longer they fought, the more alarmed he became. Zhao Chen's speed was too fast, his sword tip could not catch up at all. But when Zhao Chen counterattacked, he was extremely flustered. No. It shouldn't be like this. Everything was supposed to be according to his plan. He had toyed with everyone, gathered so many fools to serve him. Then he should have showcased his wisdom and courage, ultimately defeating a strong enemy to become the top of the martial arts examination. The script was supposed to be like this, but why was there an existence that tore apart his script? Clang! The attack from Jin Shangqing grew increasingly urgent. Gritting his teeth, he threw himself at Zhao Chen, intending to withstand Zhao Chen's assault and exchange injuries. With his level 5 spirit power protecting him, even if Zhao Chen struck him, he wouldn't die in battle. But if he could just get one chance, just once, to let the silver sword hit Zhao Chen's body, then everything would be over. However, ideals are beautiful, while reality is cruel. His sword was swift, but all he met was Zhao Chen casually stepping back half a step, rotating his halberd to avoid the edge of his blade, then swinging it back to smash down on his arm. Everything happened in an instant. His wrist was struck, and the silver sword flew from his hand. No! Jin Xiangqing's eyes were filled with horror as he immediately wanted to retrieve the ashes he regarded as his life. But what greeted him was just the halberd coming straight at him. Zhao Chen showed no mercy, the heavy halberd crashing down on his body. Jin Shangqing flew back like a sack, blood gushing from his mouth. Zhao Chen looked at the dejected Jin Shangqing as he fell to the ground and said, "You lost." He silently thanked Wu Gang in his heart. If he hadn't seen Wu Gang's corpse and hadn't confirmed what kind of ashes Jin Shangqing possessed, he might not have dared to attack recklessly. Jin Shangqing struggled, but it was hard to stand up again, only able to half-kneel on the ground. However, his eyes did not look at Zhao Chen but were fixed on the silver sword stuck in the ground not far from Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen noticed his gaze and glanced over. But Jin Shangqing suddenly shouted in anger, "Zhao Chen, you can't take it. This belongs to the Jin family of Lujiang City. If you dare to take it, the Jin family will not let you go. A precious treasure worth 60 million Xianfeng coins. Zhao Chen's parents had died on the front lines and he could only receive 60,000 compensation each year until he turned 18. In other words, this sword belonging to the Jin family's young master was enough for Zhao Chen's living expenses for 1,000 years. After hearing this, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Chen's mouth. Then what if I exchange your life for it? Is your life worth more, or is a piece of ash worth more? Although he wore a smile, his tone was icy. Jin Xiangqing had been tasked to hunt him down and even used Zhao Chen's classmate's life to force him to show up. At this moment, Zhao Chen was already furious. He didn't mind killing Jin Xiangqing right here. Jin Xiangqing was taken aback, then lowered his head, revealing a look of confusion. No, I can't die. I still want to live. Living means there is hope. Saying this, he suddenly pounded the ground with his fists in despair. Zhao Chen, I admit defeat. You can take the ashes, but please spare my life. He lowered his head, but a strange light flickered in his eyes. Zhao Chen curled his lips and stepped toward the ashes, then reached out to grasp the hilt of the silver sword. It was at this moment that Xiao Han in the monitoring room showed a look of ecstasy. This fool has fallen for the trap. Su Zhixiong and the other instructors also looked regretful. This guy, is he really just a child from an ordinary family, knowing too little? The moment Zhao Chen grasped the hilt, he suddenly felt a terrifying will surge toward him. It was as if he saw a silver giant wolf standing atop a snow-capped mountain, looking down at him. Blood surged from Jin Xiangqing's mouth, but he threw his head back and laughed wildly. Fool, you really dare to take that piece of ash? You don't think anyone can use something like that, do you? Shen Moran looked shocked. She didn't understand why Zhao Chen seemed to fall into a daze the moment he grasped the sword, his eyes vacant. What is happening? Xiao Han kindly explained to the commoner-born Shen Moran. Ashes are made from the corpses of powerful dark races and exotic beasts, even living beings. The foundation of their strong spiritual energy is that they retain part of the consciousness of these creatures. So, not just anyone can wield ashes, and those who lack ability, even if they obtain powerful remnants, cannot use them. They may even be backfired by the residual mental energy of the remnants. Xiao Han smiled as he looked at Zhao Chen, whose eyes were hollow in the image. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. Zhao Chen, how can you not understand such a simple principle? The smile on his face gradually became twisted. He ha ha ha. Just enjoy the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. For the rest of your life, you will regret your arrogance today. In the trial arena, Jin Xiangqing struggled to stand up, wearing armor, and was still able to move. He pulled a dagger from his waist and made his way toward Zhao Chen with effort. It's all over. My Jin Xiangqing's remnants are not so easily taken. You are truly too naive. But at that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ears again. Oh, really? It was Zhao Chen's voice, deep and calm, like a still pond. As if everything was within his expectations. Everyone stared in shock at the scene, the instructors' faces filled with surprise and admiration, while Xiao Han and Jin Xiangqing looked shocked and bewildered. Zhao Chen stood right in front of Jin Xiangqing, slowly raising the white long sword in his right hand. The silver sword, forged from the claws of the exotic beast silver wolf, had the ability of tear. As long as spiritual energy was infused into it, it would unleash powerful cutting and piercing effects. Holding the silver sword, Zhao Chen could clearly feel the power of this level 1 remnant as he infused it with spiritual energy. There are two ways to control remnants. Either possess a strong mental will to suppress the residual thoughts of the original owner within the remnants, or have sufficiently strong spiritual energy to forcibly suppress it. Zhao Chen's tone was gentle, but upon hearing his words, Jin Xiangqing's face turned as pale as ice and snow. Why you? How do you know so much about remnants? With your background, it shouldn't be possible for you to come into contact with such high-level goods. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. He indeed had not come into contact with remnants, but Bu Yanhua had, so she had certainly taught Zhao Chen how to wield such weapons. When he picked up the silver sword, he was already prepared. Zhao Chen raised his head, his eyes filled with cold mockery. With this silver sword, I will exchange for your life. Do you have any objections? Jin Xiangqing could not bear such a heavy blow. His already battered body thudded, as he knelt directly before Zhao Chen. And no, you can't. If I lose this remnant, it would be equivalent to taking my life. Even though he came from a prominent family, his status was clearly not high enough to casually lose a remnant worth 60 million Xianfeng coins. Then I can only kill you. Zhao Chen did not hesitate, raising the long sword that shimmered with sharp silver light, walking toward Jin Xiangqing. Don't! Fear was written all over Jin Xiangqing's face, but Zhao Chen ignored him, the killing intent growing heavier. I agree. I will exchange my life for this silver sword. But please don't eliminate me. If I am eliminated, I will really lose my life. Losing a remnant was a grave mistake, but if he could join the Qingfeng camp, he could at least make up for it. The rules of the Jin family were very ruthless, they would never allow waste to exist. Zhao Chen glanced at the remnant worth 60 million shinfeng coins in his hand and slowly nodded. All right. But you must tell me who instructed you to target me here. At this point, Jin Shangqing had completely lost his threat and the martial test was about to end. Zhao Chen had no need to drive a dog into a corner. Jin Xiangcheng's heart was filled with bitterness, his losses were too great. And all of this was thanks to Xiao Han. If he had not agreed to Xiao Han's deal, he could have easily secured a high score and joined the Qingfeng camp. Compared to a level 1 remnant, the 5 meditation capsules Xiao Han had given him were simply insignificant. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "It was Xiao Han who made me eliminate you." In the monitoring room, everyone instinctively glanced at Xiao Han. Shen Moran frowned but did not comment further on Xiao Han's actions. She was aware of the grievances between Zhao Chen and Xiao Han but did not wish to intervene too much. However, now that it was clear Zhao Chen had passed the trial, her feelings were quite complicated. Xiao Han stared at the image of Jinxiang City on the screen, grinding his teeth and cursing inwardly, what a waste. But even if you, Zhao Chen, join the Qingfeng camp, what difference does it make? You merely stand out from a group of useless people. An A rank will always be an A rank, you can never surpass me. Zhao Chen did not continue hunting other trial participants, he had already collected the maximum number of tokens. Even the token from Jinxiang City only left him one piece, while he had taken all the rest. After finishing these tasks, Zhao Chen sat on a rock at the mountain's peak, using spirit energy reversal to recover the consumed spiritual energy. Currently, he could complete 62 meditations in a day. In contrast, ordinary trial participants below crank could hardly manage even 10 times a day. Thus, his recovery speed was more than 6 times that of others. Soon, 11 o'clock arrived, and the bell signaling the end of the trial rang. Zhang Biao put down his legs, which had been propped up on the table, and stood up with a mighty figure. He shouted towards Shoyun Mountain, "The martial trial ends here." Amplified by his use of spiritual energy, echoed throughout the trial ground. This powerful presence left Zhao Chen and the others secretly astonished. The instructors of the Qingfeng camp are indeed not ordinary characters. The remaining participants all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Chen collected the tokens he had hidden, wrapping them in a bundle made from several people's clothes, which was stuffed full of tokens and slung over his back as he descended the mountain. On the way down, Meng Qiuyo strolled over with Shuai Yun and a few bodyguards, looking quite relaxed. "Zhao Chen, my dear friend, you truly are the man I have my eyes on, just fierce." Meng Qiuyo rubbed his hands together while giving Zhao Chen a thumbs up. Zhao Chen's gaze fell on the glimmering Meng Qiuyo, assessing the various pieces of jewelry he wore, and smiled lightly. "With the ashes you hold in your hand, if you want to compete for first place, I fear it would be quite a challenge for me." After all, this was a Peitoan monster. Ordinary players simply couldn't compete. The richest man in Jiangnan wasn't just talk. However, having heard Jinxiang City say that his level 1 ashes were worth 60 million, Zhao Chen's understanding of wealth was refreshed. Most of the accessories on Meng Qiuyo were likely ashes, or perhaps even all of them. The wealth he possessed was simply unimaginable. Meng Qiuyo chuckled, scratching his head. "These things on me are just for show, meant to scare people. In reality, I hardly have any that I can actually use. Unlike my dear friend, you are the real deal. From now on, we will all be comrades. I still need to cling to your thigh." Meng Qiuyo stared at Zhao Chen, his eyes burning with a clear expression of rare treasure. Well said, well said. I have always liked making friends with honest and reliable people like you." Zhao Chen certainly didn't mind having more wealthy friends. The Meng family in Jiangnan was large and influential. And the key was that as long as they were paid, they could procure anything. Even the military maintained close ties with them, so having such a friend would surely be beneficial in the future. At that moment, Jinxiang City also approached with a grin. "Gentlemen, we can say we have met without hostility. Hee, especially you, Zhao Chen, don't take the trial too seriously. We will all be soldiers in the same batch and need to support each other." Having just been thoroughly defeated by Zhao Chen, losing precious ashes, Jinxiang City should have hated Zhao Chen to the core. Unexpectedly, he came over to build a rapport with Zhao Chen as if nothing had happened. Even with blood at the corner of his mouth, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, this kid is definitely going to be someone in the future. With this kind of temperament, ordinary people can't compare. As a group descended the mountain, no one dared to underestimate Zhao Chen anymore. In this round of camp trials, the dual first place in both the written and martial tests turned out to be a guy with a level talent and a combat level of 2, which was simply astonishing. However, Lu Weigua and several instructors clearly saw Zhao Chen's performance. His cultural foundation, his outstanding mindset in the battlefield, and his tactical execution could all score full marks. When the group descended the mountain, Zhang Biao was waiting at the exit with a group of patrol members. Bai Mimi crossed her arms, her gaze coldly sweeping over everyone. When she saw Zhao Chen, she only paused for a second before quickly returning to her indifference. She had seen too many so-called geniuses, she was one herself. Although Zhao Chen's performance surprised her a bit, it was only a little. A genius is only useful if they grow, if they don't, they will just waste resources. Zhang Biao said, "Now everyone, please hand in your number plates and we will conduct a tally. Then we will rank and score." Very few people came down from the mountain this time. Due to Zhao Chen setting fire to the mountain twice, along with the presence of the Golden Elephant City Army and the pay-to-win player Meng Qiubao, many other trial participants were eliminated early. Many originally promising candidates, like Lin Meyer and Wu Gang, unfortunately did not make it to the end. Therefore, only about 50 people walked out of the trial ground in the end. Clearly, regardless of how many number plates they had, they all successfully advanced. The results of the tally came out quickly, and Zhao Chen surprisingly held 658 number plates. This exceeded a quarter of the total number of trial participants, undoubtedly securing first place in the martial test. Zhang Biao looked at him with admiration, and shyly scratched his head, smiling at Zhao Chen. "I'm embarrassed, I'm really far behind you in this second place." As for the subsequent rankings, there was nothing noteworthy, as they were all scattered, with even some in single digits. The mindset of Golden Elephant City was quite good, although they only had one number plate. If they couldn't get first, then there was no difference between second and last. "Classmate Zhao Chen, I got hit pretty hard by you, cough cough, look, haha, I'm spitting blood again. I'm heading to the infirmary now, see you later." He lay on the stretcher, still able to greet Zhao Chen with a smile. Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he comes from a big family, he understands these social nuances. Golden Elephant City was smart and emotionally intelligent, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to gather over 50 people to form a large army. If it weren't for the monster Zhao Chen in this round, he would have definitely been first. Later, Zhao Chen smoothly joined the Qingfeng camp, and turning enemies into friends when there was no hope was the wisest course of action. Xiaoying Xue and Su Zhixiong also arrived outside the trial ground, with Xiaoying Xue holding a folder containing the statistics of this trial's scores. The written and martial tests were combined. The second phase of this year's Qingfeng camp entrance trial ends here. All 51 participants present have passed the trial. You can go back and prepare. Report here officially tomorrow. Additionally, you are very fortunate to witness a perfect score achiever in this trial. He has broken the 30-year record of Qingfeng camp. Written test 40 points, martial test 80 points. A record of 120 points. He is Zhao Chen. Xiaoying Xue looked at Zhao Chen, her eyes filled with admiration, which was extremely rare in Qingfeng camp. Even Bai Mimi, Su Zhixiong, and Zhang Biao turned to look. Bai Mimi murmured to herself, "When did Instructor Xie become so gentle?" The scene erupted in warm applause, with many genuinely expressing their admiration, but some people also showed signs of jealousy. It's just a powerful trial. With an A-level talent, how far can he go in the future? Just wait and see. Joining the Qingfeng camp is just the first step. Who is strong and who is weak will depend on what happens next. Zhao Chen endured the applause of the crowd, smiling as he raised his hand. "Report, Instructor Xie. Do I get any rewards?" Xiaoying Xue snapped her folder shut with a thud and replied with a smile, "No." Laughter erupted in the room, and the corner of Zhao Chen's eye twitched. "So, what about my perfect score?" Bai Mimi frowned and shouted, "Silence." The room fell silent immediately. A hint of a smile played on Xie Yingshi's lips. There was no direct reward, of course, but when Zhao Chen broke a record that hadn't been set in 30 years, he would naturally enter the sights of all the higher-ups in the Qingfeng camp. Even his name would attract the attention of the upper circles in Luzhou City. In the future, the resources he could access during training in the Qingfeng camp would surpass those of others. However, Xiaoying Xue wouldn't say this in front of everyone, as it would prevent Zhao Chen from becoming arrogant right after joining the camp. Xiaoying Xue clapped her hands. "Alright, you can go back now. But if you want to stay and watch the losers' matches, that's fine too." After saying this, several instructors and members of the inspection department stopped paying attention to them and turned to leave. Losers' matches? I get it now. Zhao Chen quickly figured out the logic behind it. This year's trial had too few passers, but among those eliminated, there were some good candidates. It was impossible to only recruit over 50 people out of a pool of 160, so they had to hold additional matches among the eliminated to filter again. At this moment, Zhao Chen just wanted to find Aunt Bu and tell her the good news about his perfect score in the trial. However, as soon as she arrived, she seemed to have disappeared, so Zhao Chen decided to wait at the school gate. Meng Qiuyo approached, his eyes shining as he looked at Zhao Chen, causing Zhao Chen to instinctively take a half step back. Seeing this, Meng Qiu's expression looked a bit hurt. "Are you serious about stepping back? I really want to be your best friend." Zhao Chen raised his hand in a gesture of refusal. "I don't have that kind of special preference." "What are you thinking?" Meng Qiuyo rolled his eyes. "I'm a straight guy too. I just wanted to say, where are you going later? I can give you a ride. I saw you came here on a tractor this morning. If the road is long, your butt will get sore. The corner of Zhao Chen's mouth twitched. But he suddenly realized that while he was focused on how to get here, he had forgotten about how to get back. Well, then I will graciously accept your offer. He was not polite at all with Meng Qiuyo. The few of them walked towards the campus exit, and Zhao Chen looked at Zhuo Yun and the other bodyguards beside Meng Qiuyo, tentatively asking, "Are they also people your family arranged for you?" Meng Qiuyo shook his head. "No. Only Zhuo Yun is the grandson of an old soldier my family knows, who transferred from Jiangzhou to join me in the trial. The others are all fellow trial participants. I paid them to team up with me. Now that the trial is over, they don't have to follow me anymore." As they walked outside the school, suddenly Zhao Chen heard a commotion nearby. He turned his head and saw a training ground not far away, surrounded by a crowd. In the center, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle, one of whom he recognized well, a girl with long pink hair, an alluring figure, and sexy attire, Lin Meyer. Her opponent was a male student at combat level 4, and both were fighting barehanded. At this moment, Lin Meyer showed none of the charm Zhao Chen had seen before. Instead, every move she made was filled with fierce determination. Her techniques were honed and practiced, and Zhao Chen could tell she had put in a lot of hard work. She was not just a pretty face. Most people would subconsciously think she wasn't strong enough because of her beautiful appearance. "I've never seen anyone use beauty as a disguise before," Meng Qiuyo muttered beside her. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Meyer lifted her long, white, and sturdy thigh, delivering a beautiful side kick that struck her opponent squarely in the chest. However, the onlookers around, the trial participants, couldn't help but gaze at Lin Meyer's leg. Even her opponent momentarily froze, and that instant of distraction cost him dearly. After that kick, his body was sent reeling backward. And Lin Meyer followed up with 3 more kicks, sending the boy, who weighed over 100 pounds, flying through the air. "What a fierce woman! It's true that beautiful women are like roses with thorns," Meng Qiuyo said, looking frightened. As the boy fell to the ground, the instructor overseeing the battle reached out a hand toward Lin Meyer and shouted, "The winner is Lin Meyer." Only then did Lin Meyer retract her fierce expression, revealing a captivating smile. "Thank you, little brother. Mwah." She blew a kiss to the fallen trial participant and the surrounding audience, swaying her hips as she gracefully exited the arena. As she left the trial ground, she happened to catch Zhao Chen's gaze. A smile crept onto her lips, and she quickly walked over to him under everyone's watchful eyes. "Congratulations, big brother. You've become the first in the trial, hee hee." As she spoke, a hint of melancholy appeared in her eyes. "But last time, you were a bit too harsh, making me feel quite hurt. I even said I didn't want it anymore, yet you continue to be so forceful." Zhao Chen's forehead twitched with a few black lines. Hey, don't say things that could be misunderstood, alright?" Zhao Chen could already feel many trial participants casting unfriendly glances at him. Last night, he had eliminated Lin Meyer decisively, not swayed by her beauty. This was something Lin Meyer remembered, so she deliberately chose to speak ambiguously when there were many people around. In any case, everyone should rely on their own abilities in the trials, and there's no need for complaints. "I hope we can get along well in the Qingfeng camp from now on." Zhao Chen smiled faintly and extended his right hand. Lin Meyer's eyes curved into crescents. She felt this man was quite different from those she had encountered in the past. A person with a strong inner self and firm willpower would not be easily swayed by a woman's charm. The more he was like this, the more interested Lin Meyer became in him. She shook Zhao Chen's hand, her soft palm sliding like a snake in his grip, making him feel a tingling sensation, and he quickly withdrew his hand. "See you tomorrow." Zhao Chen waved and hurried away. Otherwise, if he continued to face this woman who understood men's psychology so well, he feared he would lose. "My dear friend, it seems she has a crush on you," Meng Qiuyo said, winking at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen shrugged dismissively. "Come on, I'm so handsome and strong. There are plenty of girls who have feelings for me." Meng Qiuyo rolled his eyes. "Dude, I compliment you a bit and you don't hold back at all." At this moment, Zhao Chen had passed the trial with full marks, feeling elated and speaking with a carefree air. Plus, with Meng Qiuyo being such a chubby little guy, it was easy to feel close to him, so Zhao Chen had no reservations in their conversation. When they reached the school gate, Zhao Chen indeed saw Bu Yanhua waiting for him. Bu Yanhua was sitting on a marble ball at the entrance, holding a large bottle of wine, her face flushed from drinking. Zhao Chen hurried over. "Aunt Bu, I passed. And I got a perfect score. I broke the 30-year record of the Qingfeng camp." In front of Bu Yanhua, the calm demeanor on Zhao Chen's face vanished, reverting to that of a sunny boy eager to show off his good grades to his parents. Bu Yanhua blinked and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, truly worthy of being my disciple, Bu Yanhua, you're impressive." She squinted her eyes with a smile, her tone slightly slowing down. "Xiaomu, you are my pride." Zhao Chen took a deep breath, looking at Bu Yanhua, and said word by word, "Aunt Bu, thank you." He knew that with his background, without Bu Yanhua's unwavering guidance for 10 years, he wouldn't be where he is today. So this gratitude came from the heart. Just as he was about to say something more, Bu Yanhua's slightly dazed eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. "Oh, where did you get this?" She grabbed Zhao Chen's right hand and then took the silver sword, a trophy he had obtained. "This is a level 1 ash remnant? The material is average, but it can be exchanged for a few million. Worthy of being my disciple. You really don't leave empty-handed. Even during the camp trials, you still remember to reap some benefits." Zhao Chen hurriedly took the ash remnant back, cautiously saying to Bu Yanhua, "I'm telling you, don't even think about selling this for wine." Their family was practically destitute, with no valuable furniture at all. He understood too well Bu Yanhua's love for money and fine wine. Bu Yanhua pouted, "Isn't it just a level 1 ash remnant? This kind of thing is only good for exchanging some money. I don't care for it." Zhao Chen looked at her suspiciously. "You talk so big, but how come I've never seen you with any ash remnants?" "Humph. On the day I retired, I left everything to the army. Since I'm no longer in the army, how could I occupy the army's resources?" At this point, she glanced at the chubby boy not far away, who was mysteriously hugging Zhao Chen's neck, and lowered her voice, saying, "Little brat, I've found you a good job. It's perfect for you." Zhao Chen looked at her in confusion. "A job? Are you kidding? I have to report tomorrow, and then I'll be busy training every day. When would I have time for anything else?" Bu Yanhua's eyes glinted with mischief. "What if I told you that I could introduce you to learn from a level 3 Ash Remnant Master in the Qingfeng camp?" Level 3 Ash Remnant Master? Zhao Chen couldn't help but raise his voice a bit. "Doesn't that mean he can forge level 3 Ash Remnants? A level 1 Ash Remnant silver sword is worth as much as 60 million Xianfeng coins. If it's a level 3 Ash Remnant, the value is simply unimaginable. In the Xianfeng Empire, a level 3 Ash Remnant Master is already a treasure-level existence. The value of a level 3 Ash Remnant Master even surpasses that of a psychic brigade. Is there really such a master in Luzhou City?" Zhao Chen rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining with excitement. "And Bu, your connections are amazing." Bu Yanhua proudly lifted her chin. "Of course. I came here today specifically to help you network. Later, you just go find her and say you're my person. I guarantee she'll take you as her disciple and teach you how to forge Ash Remnants step by step. With your ability, as long as you can get on the right path, becoming a high-level Ash Remnant Master in the future will be a piece of cake. By then, Auntie can also bask in your glory." Zhao Chen's eyes became a bit fiery. He had already witnessed the power of Ash Remnants, and the key was that they were also very valuable. Using the ability of the Demon Jester, as long as he kept practicing, he could gradually become a powerful Ash Remnant Master. By then, with a full set of divine gear, he could produce Ash Remnants in large quantities to make money. Just thinking about it was delightful. The faces of the master and disciple were filled with dreams of a prosperous future. Grinning foolishly, Meng Xiaopang quietly leaned over. I heard you talking about Ash Remnants. If it's about this, I have the most say. Our Meng family is one of the largest Ash Remnant dealers in the Xianfeng Empire." He rubbed his hands together, looking eager to please. "Are you looking to buy or sell?" Bu Yanhuan was not surprised at all by Meng Qia's friendship with Zhao Chen. She patted Zhao Chen on the shoulder and said with a beaming smile, "The person standing in front of you is the most powerful necromancer of the future Xianfeng Empire. Little fatty, you better get along with him." Meng Xiaopang twitched the corner of his mouth. The most powerful necromancer? Can anyone really say that? If such an extraordinary being were to cross paths with him, it would truly be a stroke of luck. "Let's head home first. We have to officially report tomorrow, and I need to pack some things." Zhao Chen looked at Meng Qiuyo. "Meng Qiuyo, I appreciate your help. Just call me Qiuyo, it's no trouble at all. You don't need to be so polite with my dear friend." Zhao Chen and Bu Yanhuan were indeed quite casual. Having spent a long time with Bu Yanhuan, Zhao Chen had developed a thick skin. If there was a benefit to be had, he would be a fool not to take it. A luxury car was waiting outside the school gate for Meng Qiuyo, and the two of them got in. The interior was as spacious as a small room, lavishly comfortable, and stocked with various expensive snacks and drinks. Meng Qiuyo and Zhuo Yun also got in, sitting across from the two of them. They chatted casually along the way, while Bu Yanhuan's eyes were fixed on the fine wines in the car's wine cabinet, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Chen cleared his throat, wanting to remind Bu Yanhuan to be a bit mindful of appearances. But upon seeing the wine, Bu Yanhuan was like a cat spotting fish, completely unable to restrain herself. Fortunately, little fatty Meng Qiuyo was generous. "Auntie, no need to be polite. These wines are just for show. I don't drink much anyway, so you can help me finish them." Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how extravagant the wealthy truly were. After chatting with Meng Qiuyo and Zhuo Yun, Zhao Chen found both of them easy to get along with. Meng Xiaoyou had no airs about him, as if the phrase harmony brings wealth was written all over his face. Shuoyun spoke little, but even while sitting in the car, he sat up straight like a tall spear. They enjoyed a lively conversation, and after a while, they arrived at the community where Zhao Chen lived. The arrival of this luxury RV immediately attracted the attention of all the residents. The empire strictly controlled all strategic resources, and such a high-end RV was the only one in the entire Luzhou city, naturally drawing attention. Whose car is this? What big shot is coming to our little place? It seems even more valuable than the car that went to the Shen family a few days ago. The neighbors were buzzing with discussion when they saw the car slowly stop in front of Zhao Chen's house. Shen Moran's parents also heard the commotion. Shen's mother put down the pork she was holding and walked out, wiping her hands on her apron while peeking around. A bodyguard in a black suit came over to open the car door, and Zhao Chen helped Bu Yanhuan out. She was holding several bottles of high-end wine, her face flushed and her smile crooked, which made Zhao Chen feel a bit awkward. Zhao Chen thanked Meng Xiaoyou and politely invited him in for a glass of water. However, Meng Xiaoyou waved his hand with a smile. It's getting late, and I still have to meet a few elders in Luzhou City. See you tomorrow at the Qingfeng camp. Zhao Chen nodded, supporting Bu Yanhuan's arm as they walked into the house under the envious and awed gazes of the neighbors. The tavern owner next door, Old Xia, called out, "Little Mu, how did it go? Did you pass the Qingfeng camp's trial?" Zhao Chen turned his head and smiled at Old Xia and the neighbors. "Yeah, I passed. I'll report tomorrow." With that, he entered his own yard. A round of applause erupted on the street. "Hey, wasn't it said that Little Mu's awakened talent was E rank? How did he pass? My nephew is still D rank, yet he didn't even dare to participate in the trial and just signed up for the army. Little Mu is really something." Shen's mother listened to the voices around her. Thinking of the luxury RV that had brought Zhao Chen back, her expression was incredibly complex. "It can't be. My daughter has a B-rank talent, why is her car still not as good as Xiao Mu's?" She furrowed her brows, lost in thought, realizing that her way of speaking to Zhao Chen a few days ago might have been a bit off. Perhaps she should have been more tactful. No, it must be that my daughter is still more impressive. No. She shook her head while muttering, her mind swirling with thoughts of Zhao Chen passing the camp trial and that big, long RV, a mix of emotions. Zhao Chen sent Bu Yanhuan back into the house and casually tossed her onto the floor. When she wanted to get drunk, no one could stop her. But when she wanted to be sober, no one could make her drunk. Zhao Chen sat under the eaves, enjoying the cool breeze blowing through. He crossed his arms, smiling as he envisioned the future. Now I've joined the Qingfeng camp. I will become a super impressive big shot. But this requires a lot of money, so we'll go meet your friend, the third-level Jinhai master, tomorrow to learn a bit about Jinhai crafting techniques. By then, you won't have to drink Uncle Se's grain wine every day, we'll have something more upscale. We'll drink the good wine that those officials in Lujiang City enjoy, starting at 2,000 or 3,000 Xinfeng coins a bottle. Zhao Chen said softly, while Bu Yanhuan lay on the floor, her hazy, drunken eyes slowly revealing a hint of a comforting smile. "Hey, you little brat." Bu Yanhuan interrupted Zhao Chen's words, and he turned to glance at her on the floor. She said lightly, "I'm leaving." Zhao Chen's voice abruptly stopped. He maintained his turned position, quietly gazing at Bu Yanhuan sprawled on the floor. Outside, the summer cicadas continued to chirp incessantly, a bit noisy and bothersome. "Where are you going?" Zhao Chen asked. Bu Yanhuan flipped over and sat up from the floor, scratching her messy long hair and grinning. "Of course. I'm going back to the army. I've already left the front lines for 10 years for you, you little brat. Now that I've fulfilled my promise to your parents and raised you well, I can leave with peace of mind." Zhao Chen stared at Bu Yanhuan, silently watching her for a long time without saying a word. That night of despair, when an arrow pierced his chest and he was buried under the rubble, it was Bu Yanhuan who braved the heavy rain to dig him out. Since then, for a full 10 years until today, the two had relied on each other. Their relationship had long since become that of family. So when he suddenly heard her say she was leaving, Zhao Chen didn't know what to say and could only remain silent. Bu Yanhuan suddenly rubbed Zhao Chen's head vigorously. "Don't be like this, you little brat. Hey, you're not going to miss me, are you? Although your aunt is naturally beautiful, fair-skinned, and has long legs, I'm still a good brother to your parents. You're acting all mushy. That's nonsense. I'm just afraid you've been out of the army for 10 years and will hold people back when you return to the front lines," Zhao Chen argued. Bu Yanhuan looked at him with a smile, and Zhao Chen's eyes held a hint of stubbornness. "Xiao Mu. Yeah, you've grown up. You're outstanding, even more so than I imagined. So the road ahead is for you to walk on your own." Bu Yanhuan stroked his head, smiling brightly, "And I, after all, must return to where I belong." Zhao Chen took a deep breath. "Can't you not go back to the army? You've already contributed so much to protect the people of this country." Bu Yanhuan shook her head gently. "This country and its people need me. If those with power do not stand before the nation and its people to fend off the encroaching darkness, how can countless ordinary citizens live stable lives? Someone always needs to do something. Heaven has granted us the gift of spiritual abilities, and it has also bestowed upon us the responsibility to protect everything. Zhao Chen didn't know what to say anymore. He wasn't naive and understood that what Bu Yanhuan said was right. So, even though his parents died on the battlefield and were unable to fulfill their duty of raising him, he never blamed them. Instead, he took pride in them. Little brat, stop sulking. Auntie has something cool to show you. Bu Yanhua kicked Zhao Chen in the back of the head with her little foot. When Zhao Chen turned around, he suddenly saw Bu Yanhua pull out a square box that resembled a Rubik's Cube from her pocket. Bu Yanhua stood up straight, the smell of alcohol dissipating from her. She opened the box, and a dazzling golden light burst forth from within, radiating golden beams throughout the simple little house, startling many of the neighbors nearby. Zhao Chen felt a powerful and strange aura, and he couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. Bu Yanhua placed her right hand into the box, and when she took it out, a pair of golden handcuffs that interlocked appeared on her wrist. They looked like two golden dragons, their heads and tails connected. Zhao Chen's mouth widened further. He was very familiar with that aura. It was the essence of ashes. Moreover, it was of a quality several levels higher than the silver sword he had snatched. Bu Yanhua gently rotated her wrist, and in the next moment, a burst of golden beams erupted from the golden handcuffs. Two golden dragons roared and spiraled upwards, circling the room twice before suddenly charging towards Bu Yanhua. The golden divine light was reined in, and Zhao Chen's eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. He saw Bu Yanhua for the first time in his life, looking so majestic. She was adorned in golden armor, intricately decorated with fierce dragon motifs, crafted to perfection like a flawless piece of art. In her right hand, she held a golden lance over 2 meters long, with a massive spearhead. She stood before Zhao Chen like an impregnable fortress, guarding the millions of people of the Xianfeng Empire. Zhao Chen fell silent, moved to tears by the warrior goddess stance. Kid, pay attention. Your Aunt Bu was really amazing. She laughed heartily, suddenly soaring into the air, leaving a trail of golden light in Zhao Chen's eyes, with the faint sound of dragon roars in his ears. Bu Yanhua had leaped into the sky. Little brat, practice hard. When you get to the battlefield, don't let me down. Bu Yanhua laughed heartily. Zhao Chen looked up at the sky, the golden light enveloping her, as the residents of the entire garden community rushed outside, dumbfounded at the scene above. Where will I find you in the future? Zhao Chen shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth. Once you become part of the Xuanjia Forbidden Army, you'll naturally be able to find me. Bu Yanhua gave Zhao Chen an encouraging wink before soaring into the distance like a golden dragon, soon transforming into a shooting star on the horizon. Her magnificent and powerful figure was forever etched in Zhao Chen's mind, impossible to erase. After a long while, Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Xuanjia Forbidden Army? Ha, how hard can that be? Just you wait. Zhao Chen turned and returned to the corridor below, sitting cross-legged in the most comfortable position, closing his eyes to begin meditating. Demon Clown, activate. Spirit Energy Rotation, Proficiency 118. The next morning, Zhao Chen tidied up his belongings at home. Daily necessities would be uniformly distributed by the Qingfeng camp, so he only needed to bring some everyday clothes. Most of the time in the military camp, they wore standard training uniforms. Zhao Chen took the backpack that Bu Yanhua had bought for him. The straps had faded a bit and showed signs of hand-stitching. After quickly finishing his packing, Zhao Chen locked the doors and windows, turned off the water and electricity, and prepared to head out. Just then, a black stretch limousine came to a steady stop at Zhao Chen's doorstep. Zhao Chen was a bit surprised. As the car window rolled down, the chubby Meng Qbal greeted him eagerly, while Jueyun nodded at Zhao Chen. Good morning, Zhao Chen. Good morning. Zhao Chen walked over and got into the car without hesitation, then said to Meng Qbal, you came all the way here to pick me up. I really feel a bit embarrassed. Meng Qbal laughed, I was just passing by. The base of Qingfeng camp is too remote, and there are no direct vehicles. I thought it would be more convenient to come and get you. After all, we'll be living together in the future. He winked at Zhao Chen, his eyes seemingly carrying some deeper meaning. Zhao Chen initially didn't understand what Meng Qbal meant until they arrived at Qingfeng camp. This time, they took a different route. It was not the trial site but the official camp area. Passing through a vast and immense forest, Zhao Chen heard thunderous shouts ringing in his ears. Soon, from the nearby forest, over 100 tall and imposing spiritual practitioners surged out like tigers descending a mountain. They were dressed in black training uniforms, and strangely, each of them was carrying a boulder weighing at least 500 or 600 pounds on their backs, yet they moved swiftly, shouting slogans. Defend our land, our ambition is as strong as steel. The blade of Qingfeng, safeguarding the nation. It was evidently extremely difficult to bear such heavy boulders with just flesh and blood, so each of them unleashed powerful spiritual energy, shouting slogans, many of them drenched in sweat. Zhao Chen took a glance. The combat levels of these individuals were all at least level 6, with some even reaching the second spiritual stage. Private. Meng Qubal looked at them and said, "These are the junior camp students of Qingfeng camp." Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. Not very familiar with the rules here. Meng Qubal, well informed, began to explain the rules of Qingfeng camp to Zhao Chen. Qingfeng camp is divided into 3 stages: junior camp, intermediate camp, and advanced camp. From the badges on their shoulders, 1 small sword represents junior camp students, 2 swords represent intermediate camp, and 3 swords represent advanced camp. Zhao Chen said, "It's like progressing through school, step by step, right?" Meng Qubal shook his head. Not quite. Although higher-level military camps have greater authority, allowing them to unlock higher-grade ally weapons, download advanced combat tactics, and access some in-depth courses. However, to smoothly advance from junior camp to intermediate camp or from intermediate to advanced, there are strict assessments. As far as I know, the military weapon specialization operates on a credit system. I've inquired in advance about Qingfeng camp. To advance from junior camp to intermediate camp, you need to earn 1,000 credits within 5 years. Once you accumulate enough credits, you can level up, but if you fail to gather enough credits in 5 years, you'll be sent to the battlefield. At that point, you can at least serve as a junior officer on the battlefield. Meng Qubal counted on his fingers. To advance from intermediate camp to advanced camp, you have 3 years to prepare. However, you need to earn 5,000 credits to upgrade to advanced camp. Zhao Chen was a bit surprised. Is the gap really that big? Meng Qubal nodded. Absolutely. Only those in advanced camp are qualified to be called Qingfeng camp students, capable of upholding the banner of Qingfeng camp. He squinted, gazing out the car window at the massive Qingfeng camp base as if on a pilgrimage. As far as I know, the number of students in advanced camp has never exceeded 50. If we say that students graduating from intermediate camp can be sent to the front lines to command small to medium-sized units, then students from advanced camp enjoy tremendous privileges. Besides being able to choose which unit to join, they will also be sought after by various factions. For example, becoming a personal guard for an official bigwig, thus rising to prominence. And the only condition that determines all of this is one. That is credits. Meng Qiuyo shrugged. Of course, in the Qingfeng camp, credits can be equated with strength. Zhao Chen understood this in his heart, and looking at those trainees desperately carrying heavy stones for training, he could comprehend why they practiced so hard. Joining the Qingfeng camp was not the end, but merely a new beginning. Meng Qi's luxury car stopped in front of a massive iron gate, where several members of the inspection department blocked the way. The leading trainee soldier extended his hand, his face as hard as steel, coldly stating, "Military restricted area, outside vehicles must stop." Zhao Chen, Meng Qiuyo, and Zhuo Yun got out of the car. Gazing at the enormous iron gate and the high walls entwined with barbed wire, instantly realizing that this was the Qingfeng camp training base where they would be staying for a long time, the 3 passed the identity verification and then stepped through the gate. The chubby boy carried a huge backpack, almost as big as himself, panting heavily. Zhao Chen couldn't help but ask, "Are you moving house?" Meng Qiuyo, however, said mysteriously, "You don't understand, do you? After entering the camp, there will be a month of closed training, during which you can't go out. If you don't prepare enough supplies, you'll suffer later." Zhao Chen's eyes widened. "We're here to be trainee soldiers, can you really bring that much stuff?" Meng Qiuyo snorted proudly. "You don't get it, do you? Before I came, I already figured out the Qingfeng camp." A glimmer of feigned profundity flashed in his eyes. The Qingfeng camp trains elites. And the assessment standards are extremely strict. They don't need to deliberately make soldiers suffer. As long as you can meet their standards, you can enjoy all the resources the Empire allocates to the strong. Of course, if you slack off, you'll soon be eliminated from the Qingfeng camp and sent to the front lines. Who dares to mess around here? Finally, he said very seriously to Zhao Chen, "My dear friend, you must remember, the Qingfeng camp is not an ordinary military camp. It aims to cultivate powerful spiritual ability users. And overly rigid constraints will limit the development of spiritual ability users. So, put away your past fantasies about the military." Zhao Chen nodded, understanding Meng Qi's words. On the battlefield of ordinary people, what is needed are war machines that only know how to obey orders, with no need for personal thinking. But spiritual ability users are different. The top spiritual ability users are an army by themselves. Even one person can rival an entire nation's army. Frost and flame, absolute mountains and seas, wind and thunder, breaking the heavenly gate. The Empire's wrath splits the universe, covering the fall of 10,000 stars. This refers to the 4 pillars and the dual supreme beings of the Xianfeng Empire. These 6 existences have transcended the traditional concept of an army. After Zhao Chen and the others entered the camp area, they encountered the inspection team responsible for guiding new trainees. They coldly directed Zhao Chen and the others. The new trainee dormitory is in Building 5, just ahead on the left. Go report to the life instructor yourself and then collect your daily necessities. The three nodded in thanks and then headed towards the dormitory building. Upon arriving at the dormitory, they saw some other new students checking in, familiar faces from the trials. The three went to the first floor lobby and saw instructor Xiating Xue sitting at the front desk, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, methodically registering everyone. When Zhao Chen and the others approached the front desk, Zhao Chen flashed a bright smile. Instructor Xia, we're here to check in. Xia Yingshu's face was cold and businesslike, but upon seeing Zhao Chen, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Zhao Chen, you're here. Sign here. She handed over the registration form and reminded Zhao Chen, you'll be in dormitory 207. Zhao Chen took the registration form and saw that dormitory 207 had 4 people. Besides him, 2 of the remaining 3 names were particularly familiar, Meng Qiuyo and Zhuo Yun. Zhao Chen couldn't help but glance at the two, and Meng Qiuyo secretly winked at him. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile, then filled in his name. The 3 of them completed their registration, received their living supplies and training uniforms, and headed towards the second floor. Zhao Chen asked, Meng Qiuyo, how did you manage to get the 3 of us assigned to the same dormitory? Meng Qiuyo chuckled, my family donated 2 buildings to the Qingfeng camp. Zhao Chen. After a few seconds of silence, he finally gave a thumbs up and said, impressive. The 3 of them arrived at dormitory 207, and Zhao Chen used the key to open the door. Upon entering, Zhao Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the environment. Although it was indeed a 4-person room, it was very spacious, equipped with bunk beds and desks, and there was a moderately sized balcony outside. The room faced south, with plenty of light, much larger than Zhao Chen's own room at home. The Qingfeng camp truly lived up to its reputation for cultivating elites. The living conditions were excellent. However, soon after, the 3 of them locked eyes with a boy sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, washing his socks in a steel basin. He was dressed in all black, looking somewhat thin, with hair that was messy like a wild dog. Upon seeing Zhao Chen and the others enter, he turned around. His pupils pitch black, with a somewhat dazed expression. Zhao Chen recalled the name on the registration form and immediately smiled, asking, are you Lu Yan? The boy in black nodded, standing up. He was tall and slender, about the same height as Zhao Chen. He stared at the 3 of them, nodded, and emitted a sound from his throat. The 3 of them exchanged glances with him, realizing this guy was quite reticent. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose and introduced himself. In Zhao Chen, this little chubby guy next to me is Meng Qiuyo, and this Baijit guy is Zhuo Yun. Meng Qiuyo jumped over, enthusiastically extending his hand. Just call me Qiuyo, Lu Yan. Since we'll be roommates for the next few years, please take care of us. His enthusiasm left Lu Yan somewhat flustered. He waved his hands awkwardly and then nodded to shake hands with him. Zhao Chen chose another spot by the window and tossed his things onto the bed. The bedding was uniform, and it was quickly set up. Lu Yan stuffed the steel basin he used for washing socks under the table. He seemed not very good at communicating, feeling quite awkward with so many strangers in the dorm. Fortunately, there was Meng Qiuyo, who was friendly. While he struggled to fit a large pile of belongings into his personal wardrobe with Zhuo Yun's help, he smiled and said, from now on, we're all brothers in the same dormitory, so let's introduce ourselves. With that, he shared his personal background. He was from the direct lineage of the Meng family in Jiangnan, and his father was the 3rd son of the current head of the Meng family. Zhuo Yun briefly explained his situation as well. His grandfather was a guest elder of the Meng family, and his father was an officer in the Demon Suppression Army. Zhao Chen shrugged, you all come from prominent families, and I'm just an ordinary person. My parents died early on the battlefield, so I can only be considered a war orphan. It was my aunt who raised me. After everyone finished speaking, they looked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan stiffened his neck, his face slightly flushed. After mumbling for a while, he finally spoke softly, my name is Lu Yan. I come from Ningwu City. Zhao Chen suspected he had misheard. You come from Ningwu City? Ningwu City was not close to Lujiang City. They were located at the northern and southern ends of the Jiangnan province. Generally speaking, joining a military academy was based on proximity, and one wouldn't easily go to a faraway place. Moreover, to do so, one must have solid connections, like Meng Qiuyo and Zhuo Yun. It was surprising that Lu Yan was the same. But even if you wanted to train at a good military academy, the martial arts camp in Ningwu City is also a very strong military academy. There's no need to come all the way here to Qingfeng camp, right? Meng Qiuyo said, puzzled. Lu Yan fidgeted with his hands, remaining silent, seemingly in a bit of a dilemma. Zhao Chen quickly smiled and said, it's okay, if it weren't for this, we wouldn't have met, this must be our fate. He looked at Meng Qiuyo, his eyes filled with curiosity. Meng Qiuyo used her cash ability to move the 3 of them into a dormitory, but what was the situation with this Lu Yan? Meng Xiaoyou leaned closer to Zhao Chen and whispered, "This Lu Yan is a grade talent who just joined the Qingfeng camp this year." A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Chen's eyes. A grade? In the entire Luzhou city, he hadn't heard of anyone awakening in a grade talent this year. Talents like Xiao Han and Shen Moran, who were grade, were already considered exceptionally gifted and had received special admission. What kind of talent could be rated as a grade? Zhao Chen couldn't help but glance at Lu Yan a couple more times. He was clearly tall but appeared somewhat timid. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and said to Meng Xiaoyou, "You really know how to pick roommates." Meng Xiaoyou smiled proudly. "Isn't that obvious?" Lu Yan spoke very little, but seeing Zhao Chen and the others chatting animatedly, he showed a look of envy in his eyes. However, when Zhao Chen and the others asked him questions, his answers were very brief, or he would simply remain silent. Zhao Chen didn't feel anything was wrong. Everyone has different personalities, and there was no need to demand that others be lively and cheerful. Once the dorm was tidied up, Meng Xiaoyou opened the luggage bag on the table and pulled out a large pile of snacks. "Come on, everyone. We're all brothers from now on. For the next few years, you'll cover all your snacks and drinks," Meng Xiaoyou said with a grand air. The snacks and drinks she pulled out were things Zhao Chen had never even heard of. Just looking at the packaging, they were clearly high-end products. "Then I won't be polite." Zhao Chen, feeling at ease, took the items and started eating. Seeing Lu Yan looking timid, Meng Xiaoyou directly stuffed a large pile of food into his hands. "Don't be polite. Good things are meant to be shared. It tastes better when we eat together. Hee hee." Lu Yan nodded. He picked up a box of strawberry pudding from the snacks, his eyes lighting up. After opening the box, he scooped a spoonful of pudding into his mouth, and a happy smile quickly spread across his face. Zhao Chen and the others exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. "You like sweets? Here, this chocolate is really delicious, you should try it." The seemingly introverted Lu Yan was quickly won over by Meng Qia's sweet bombardment. The first day of new student registration was mainly about learning the rules of the Qingfeng camp. The electronic wristbands vibrated, and various regulations were communicated to everyone. Zhao Chen glanced at it. It was a group notification from Xiangshui. "Tomorrow at 7 a.m., gather at Training Ground 3 for new recruit training. Do not be late." There was no rush. Zhao Chen had other plans for today and wanted to find the level 3 Ash Master that Bu Yanhua mentioned. This was one of the few connections he could use in the Qingfeng camp. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" The voice was very familiar. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and realized it was Jin Xiangcheng's voice. He walked over to open the door and indeed saw Jin Xiangcheng with a beaming smile. Upon seeing Zhao Chen, he exclaimed, "Maya," and then deeply bowed, extending both hands. "Zhao Chen, I'm so happy to see you. From now on, we're all new recruits in the same camp, so please take care of me. Big shot, take me alone." Jin Xiangcheng's style of doing things was always like this, and Zhao Chen was used to it. Smiling lightly, "Let's help each other out from now on." Jin Xiangcheng entered the room and greeted everyone one by one. Lu Yan wasn't quite used to his enthusiasm and merely nodded slightly. After greeting everyone, Jin Xiangcheng smiled at Zhao Chen and said, "Zhao Chen, can we talk privately for a moment?" Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, twirling the ring on his finger. Jin Xiangcheng's eyes flickered when he saw the ash that originally belonged to him. "Sure, let's talk." Zhao Chen and he arrived at the balcony. Jin Xiangcheng closed the floor-to-ceiling window tightly, then smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Zhao Chen, can I discuss something with you? About your ash remnant, can I redeem it with money?" Zhao Chen raised his right hand to look at the silver ring, a playful smile on his face as he replied, "Redeem? Didn't you say that this ash remnant is worth 60 million Xianfeng coins?" Judging by Jin Xiangcheng's pained expression back then, it didn't seem like he could pull out such a large sum of money all at once. Jin Xiangcheng's smile became somewhat stiff. "Zhao Chen, don't you use heavy weapons? A sword isn't a suitable ash remnant for you. But this sword was specially gifted to me by my grandfather for this camp trial. I can give you a deposit of 10 million Xianfeng coins first, and I will pay you the remaining amount within 3 years. How does that sound?" Zhao Chen laughed. "Not using a sword? What a joke." The 7-kill battle method encompasses the use of various weapons, and one could say it is universally applicable. The reason he used the Feng Tianhua halberd that day was simply because it was more suitable for that kind of battlefield. 10 million Xianfeng coins, isn't that a bit far off? He looked at Jin Xiangcheng with amusement. "If I sell it, wouldn't I directly get 60 million? Jin Xiangcheng became a bit anxious. "Can you just consider it a favor for me? I really can't afford to lose this ash remnant." Zhao Chen shook his head and chuckled. Jin Xiangcheng gritted his teeth. 20 million. I'll give you a deposit of 20 million. And I will pay you back the principal and interest within 3 years. How does that sound? That's already the limit I can offer. Besides, the silver sword in your hands is definitely not worth 60 million Xianfeng coins. It would be lucky to sell for 40 million. Zhao Chen's eyes flickered. He wasn't very familiar with the trading of ash remnants, so he didn't know how to respond. "I'll think about it and get back to you later." Jin Shangqing took a deep breath and said seriously, "I hope you take good care of it before then, and if you plan to sell it, please let me know first." After saying that, he stopped pressing the issue and left the dormitory. Zhao Chen found Meng Qiuyo and told him about the matter. Upon hearing this, Meng Qiuyo said to Zhao Chen, "This deal can be made." He's right, the ash remnant in your hands is worth 60 million Xinfeng coins to him, but it doesn't hold that value for you. Zhao Chen asked curiously, "Why is that?" Meng Qiuyo smiled proudly. "This is my area of expertise. Because whether an ash remnant can be effective depends on its compatibility with the user. For example, if after awakening, the spiritual energy compatibility is fire attribute, then an ash remnant made from an ice attribute beast would be of no use to him. Jin Shangqing is so anxious about that ash remnant, it should be specially crafted for his family, suitable for the Jin family's ancestral battle method." Zhao Chen crossed his arms and smiled. "So, according to you, can ash remnants also become exclusive?" Meng Qiuyo replied seriously, "That's why ash remnant masters hold a high status. Because they craft ash remnants specifically for ability users, these ash remnants can greatly enhance the user's strength." Zhao Chen nodded in understanding, becoming increasingly interested in ash remnants. Seeing that there was nothing else to do in the morning, Zhao Chen stood up. "Alright, I'm going out for a bit." Meng Qiuyo curiously asked, "What are you planning to do?" Zhao Chen smiled at him, "I'm going to find that third-level ash remnant master from the Qingfeng camp. And then I'll apprentice and learn." Meng Qia's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Bro, are you serious? I always thought you were joking. Becoming an ash remnant master is not that simple." Zhao Chen smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I have connections. And besides, I'm a genius." Meng Qiuyo heard this and jumped out of bed, insisting on going with Zhao Chen. Zhuo Yun and Lu Yan, having nothing to do, followed them out the door. When they reached downstairs, they saw Instructor Xia Yingxue, and Zhao Chen walked over. "Hello, Instructor Xia. Do you know where Master Jin Hai from the Qingfeng camp is?" Xia Yingxue found this a bit strange. "You just arrived on your first day, why are you looking for that eccentric?" Suddenly, her expression became odd. "You don't want to go find her to learn how to make Jin Hai, do you?" Zhao Chen detected a hint of subtlety. What do you mean by want to as well? Has a lot of people already gone to find her?" Xia Yingxue scoffed. "Needless to say, if you can become a Jin Hai master, even just a level 1, you can enjoy special state subsidies and earn a lot of money. Who wouldn't want to be one?" Those who just joined the Qingfeng camp, once they hear about the benefits of making Jin Hai, all want to go and see if they are cut out for it. She pointed southwest. "If you also have this plan, just head southwest. The place where you see a lot of people queuing outside is the engineering department. And the Jin Hai master you mentioned is called Liang Gongqi, a particularly hot-tempered eccentric." She said seriously to Zhao Chen, "Zhao Chen, your talent lies in literature. Any level talent will make your future spiritual energy enhancement quite difficult, but your mind is a treasure, and you should develop it well." Instead of being half-hearted in thinking about becoming a Jin Hai master, Zhao Chen knew that Xia Yingxue meant well. After all, whether in literature or martial arts, or even on the path of a Jin Hai master, it was extremely challenging. To excel in one path was already quite difficult, and wanting to balance 2 or even 3 was something no genius had ever achieved. But Zhao Chen was an exception. As long as he wanted to do something and was willing to put in enough effort, his progress would be visible. "Thank you, Instructor Xia. I'm just curious to take a look. If it's not suitable, I know when to retreat." Zhao Chen smiled. Xia Yingxue nodded in satisfaction. It's normal for young people to have some curiosity. Even if you don't study Jin Hai manufacturing, understanding some basic knowledge about Jin Hai is also good. The 4 of them walked together towards the engineering department. Along the way, they indeed saw many people heading there, all with expressions of confidence and anticipation. These folks all hoped to become Jin Hai masters and then become rich overnight, achieving fame and success. This was much safer than going to the battlefield to kill enemies. When Zhao Chen and the others arrived at the engineering department, they witnessed a spectacular scene. A long line had formed in front of the door, stretching several hundred meters. Outside the engineering department stood a huge notice board, with many new students gathered around, chattering away, and quite a few squatting on the ground, deep in thought with paper and pen. Some were almost pulling their hair out, looking as if they were in pain, like they were constipated. So many people. Zhuo Yun couldn't help but exclaim. "These people aren't just new students, right?" Zhao Chen smiled faintly. The allure of becoming a Jin Hai master is indeed great. They approached and asked a few new students about the situation. Since everyone had participated in the trials, they recognized Zhao Chen and said, "Master Liang's acceptance of disciples is public. First, you have to solve the puzzle on this notice board at the entrance." Zhao Chen smiled lightly. "I see. His face was calm and composed, as if everything was under control. Meng Xiuyo pointed to the notice board. Xiao Mu, shall we go take a look? Zhao Chen gently shook his head. What's there to see? Don't forget, I have connections. Remembering what Bu Yanhua had said, Zhao Chen smiled without revealing it to them. Instead, he bypassed the long queue and walked gracefully towards the engineering department's door. A group of people looked at Zhao Chen as if he were a monster. Hey, newcomer, get to the back of the line. Someone shouted. Zhao Chen shook his head. Sorry, we're not the same. He approached the door, where a girl with black-rimmed glasses and braided hair was sitting. She looked to be just over 20, likely a senior who had entered school a few years before Zhao Chen. As Zhao Chen walked over, the senior lifted her head and glanced at him. New here? Don't you know you have to line up? The noise behind him grew louder. Hurry up and go to the back of the line. Don't you understand the rules? Don't waste our time here, okay? If this affects my becoming a Jinhai master, can you take responsibility? Zhao Chen ignored the barking from behind, lowered his head, and smiled at the girl with glasses, saying, My name is Zhao Chen, and I was introduced by Aunt Bu Yanhua. The girl's glasses glinted with a strange light. Oh, really? Zhao Chen nodded. The girl pointed to a nearby notice board. Then you should go solve the problems first. Zhao Chen was taken aback. You might not have understood. I was introduced by Bu Yanhua. She is a close friend of Master Liang Gongqi. The girl adjusted her glasses and coldly replied, Never heard of it. Either solve the problems according to the rules or leave. Zhao Chen. Laughter erupted behind him, and Zhao Chen turned around with a dark expression, only to see Meng Xiuyo and the others trying hard to cover their mouths, stifling their laughter. Pfft, ah ha ha ha. Meng Xiuyo clutched her stomach and said apologetically to Zhao Chen, Sorry, we tried our best, but we just couldn't hold it in. Zhao Chen felt a headache coming on. Bu Yanhua, you rascal, you've set me up again. Wasn't it supposed to be a smooth connection? Zhao Chen could only obediently walk up to the notice board to look at the difficult problems listed. The other students, seeing Zhao Chen, who was the top scorer in the written exam, quickly made way for him. But upon closer inspection, he found that the huge notice board displayed a long and complex math problem, densely packed, making one's eyes blur. Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu were also in the crowd and quickly came over. Zhao Chen, you're here too. This problem is too hard to solve. We've been at it for ages with no clue. But this morning, someone did manage to solve it and went in. Zhao Chen was curious. Oh, who was it? Li Haoyu said with a strange look, Shen Moran. Upon hearing Shen Moran's name, Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence. Li Zixuan said, She solved the correct answer in just half an hour. She truly is the talented and beautiful schoolflower of Yuwu number 2. Zhao Chen. Why don't you come back another time? Zhou Haoyu said awkwardly, scratching his nose. Why? Zhao Chen looked puzzled. Zhou Haoyu hesitated before saying she came with Xiao Han. Meng Xiuyo and the others following Zhao Chen had curious expressions as they overheard the conversation. Oh, seems like there's a special situation. Zhao Chen merely smiled faintly. What does that have to do with me? I'm here just to learn Jinhai manufacturing from Master Liang Gongqi. He glanced at the math problem on the notice board and then turned to walk directly towards the girl with glasses. The shouts from the others around him rose again. Hey, 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 don't come over and cause trouble. Don't think about taking shortcuts. I'll keep my eyes on you. Zhao Chen ignored them and approached the girl with glasses. Although there was a long line in front of her, very few dared to step forward. They had no confidence in their problem-solving approaches. It was no wonder, in this world that valued martial prowess over literary skills, hardly anyone took the time to study mathematics. Even the quadratic equations from high school in Huaxia were like a foreign language to them. Zhao Chen walked over, meeting the girl's increasingly unfriendly gaze. What's your problem? The glasses girl asked coldly, her long braided pigtails hanging down from her chest, paired with her black-framed glasses, giving her a somewhat literary girl aura. Zhao Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said lightly, X3. The glasses girl's pupils dilated slightly because she knew Zhao Chen had given the correct answer. However, she suppressed her shock and continued to ask, and then? She thought Zhao Chen was just guessing. After all, who could solve such a complex math problem with just a glance? Zhao Chen smiled faintly and continued, Why for? The glasses girl suddenly looked up, staring intently at Zhao Chen. She reached to adjust her glasses, but her emotions were clearly no longer calm. And one more, Zhao Chen gently uttered the final solution. Z5. The scene fell silent as the glasses girl had now stood up, staring fixedly at Zhao Chen. What's going on? Senior Sister Gus' expression is a bit strange. Could it be that he really got the answer right? He must be guessing, right? Zhao Chen thought about the math problem regarding the relationships of the sides of a right triangle and touched his nose. To be honest, he really did know the answer at a glance. Gooningly stared at Zhao Chen and asked in a cold voice, What's your reasoning? As she spoke, she handed him a piece of paper and a pen. Zhao Chen took it and quickly wrote down the Pythagorean theorem in just a few strokes. In this world, this belonged to the realm of advanced mathematics, as there could be 3 variables existing simultaneously, yet they could be described by a single formula. It was not surprising that Zhao Chun had taught Shen Moran some mathematical knowledge, so she could solve it. Gu Ningli looked deeply at Zhao Chun. Your method is more concise than that of the previous girl. You can go meet Master Liang now. Gu Ningli gave Zhao Chun a pass to enter the engineering department, and amidst the envious and amazed gazes of the crowd, Zhao Chun smiled and nodded at Gu Ningli. Can I bring a few friends in? He pointed to Meng Qiuyo, Choi Yun, and Lu Yan behind him. Gu Ningli replied indifferently, do as you wish, but this round is just a basic screening. If you want to join the engineering department and learn the technology of creating ashes, there are more difficult problems waiting for you later. Zhao Chen nodded. Then he called a few people and walked towards the engineering department. Using the pass to get through the card machine, they entered the interior of the engineering department and followed the signs to the Ash Creation Center. To his surprise, as soon as they entered the hall, Zhao Chen saw 2 familiar faces. Xiao Han and Shen Moran were in a corner, focused on drawing something on a huge whiteboard. Wow! Meng Qiuyo exclaimed in awe at everything around her. The Ash Creation Center was enormous, with very advanced scientific instruments placed in front, and dark silver metal boxes on both sides containing something, though it was impossible to tell from the outside, giving off an air of preciousness. On the workbench, many finely crafted tools were laid out, along with some rare metal materials casually placed there. In the center of the studio, on a pure white sofa, lay a short-haired woman in a sleeveless work uniform, exposing her muscular arms. She had a long sculpting tool in her mouth and was lazily flipping through a swimsuit magazine. Not far from her, at a small workbench, stood a petite girl with 2 cute buns, working seriously. The arrival of Zhao Chen and his group caught their attention. The woman on the sofa, Master Liang, merely glanced at Zhao Chen and the others before lazily asking, did you pass the geometry test? Zhao Chen nodded, hello, Master Liang. I passed the test. Shen Moran and Xiao Han also noticed Zhao Chen and his group. Shen Moran frowned slightly but quickly returned to her drawing work. Xiao Han stood by, not daring to breathe, seemingly afraid of disturbing Shen Moran's thoughts. He looked at Zhao Chen with a hint of hostility in his eyes. He walked towards Zhao Chen and quietly asked, what are you doing here? Do you really think someone with an A-level talent is qualified to become a remnant master? You should know that being a remnant master is the most talent-demanding profession in the world. Out of 10,000 spiritual practitioners, not a single one can obtain a remnant master license. Shen Moran's spatial abilities are very suitable for becoming a remnant master, so don't come here to cause trouble for her. Xiao Han thought Zhao Chen had come to stir up trouble because he knew Shen Moran was here, so his tone wasn't very pleasant. Zhao Chen chuckled lightly and replied indifferently. Do I need your approval to go wherever I want? You think too highly of yourself. He leaned closer to Xiao Han's ear and said in a low voice, I haven't settled the matter of the trial with you yet. The tension between the two was palpable. Liang Gongqi frowned and scolded, do you think this is a bathhouse? If you don't want to take the test, then get out. Xiao Han's expression stiffened, and he quickly retreated to Shen Moran's side. Zhao Chen glanced over and found her carefully sketching a pattern. He walked directly in front of Liang Gongqi and politely said, hello, Master Liang, I am Bu Yanhuan's disciple. She sent me to pay my respects to you and asked you to teach me the art of remnant crafting. Upon hearing the name Bu Yanhuan, Liang Gongqi looked up and stared at Zhao Chen. So you are the genius that the drunkard spoke of? Ha! Her tone carried a hint of disdain. That woman probably didn't tell you that it's impossible to take a shortcut with me. Crafting remnants isn't something just anyone can learn if you don't have the right materials, knowing someone want help. From Gu Ningli's reaction, Zhao Chen had anticipated Liang Gongqi would have this attitude. Skilled artisans often have peculiar temperaments, and their abilities are understandable. So, how can I prove that I have the talent to learn remnant crafting? Zhao Chen asked. Liang Gongqi pointed to the wall opposite them, where a square whiteboard over a meter in diameter was hanging, covered in intricate, maze-like patterns. Just one glance at it could evoke a sense of mechanical beauty. Every stroke was flawless, leaving no room for criticism. I'll give you a month, Liang Gongqi said flatly. In 1 month, without any tools, you must replicate it purely by hand. As long as you can reach 60 of the standard of this remnant spiritual pattern, I will consider allowing you to stay in the engineering department to learn remnant crafting. Liang Gongqi pointed to the workbench. All the drawing tools are over there, go get them yourself. On the workbench, there were only paper and pens, not even a ruler. She couldn't be bothered to spend another second on Zhao Chen and the others. She didn't even care to ask if Meng Qiuqiu and the others had passed the math test to seek apprenticeship, because that was just an appetizer and this challenge was the real test. Even though Zhao Chen was somewhat prepared, he couldn't help but slightly narrow his pupils upon hearing the task. Meng Qiuqiu and Zhuo Yun looked at the enormous whiteboard, where each line was only a few millimeters long within the 1 square meter area. It seemed to crisscross, but in reality, it was very orderly, arranged like a massive maze. Hand-drawn? How is that even possible? Meng Qiuqiu looked at it for a moment longer, then immediately held her head and swayed her body. I'm dizzy, I can't do this. Zhao Chen glanced at the distance, where Shen Moran was bent over the workbench, diligently drawing with a pen, and finally understood what she was doing. The difficulty of this task was indeed terrifying. No wonder Xiang Xue had that look in her eyes when she heard he was going to find Liang Gongqi. Learning to craft remnants would likely require a lifetime of dedication and a strong talent to master. Zhao Chen, are you really going to try? Zhuo Yun hesitated and asked. He had only taken a glance and already felt that this was an impossible task. They even suspected that Liang Gongqi had no intention of recruiting apprentices at all, deliberately using this method to reject others. Zhao Chen walked up to the whiteboard and examined it carefully. Ultimately, the answer he arrived at was impossible. There was no way he could draw it out by hand. The lines on it looked as if they had been drawn by a machine. How steady must one's hands be? How much patience must one have to create such a precise pattern? Direct drawing is indeed impossible. However, if the problem is broken down, it might not be unachievable. Zhao Chen's mind raced, and he quickly thought of a method. Without hesitation, he went to the other side of the workbench, took a large sheet of white paper, and a drawing pen. The drawing pen was ink-based, and once a mistake was made, it could not be corrected at all. So he had to draw the entire pattern in one go. A smile crept onto Zhao Chen's lips. He didn't look at the spirit pattern but instead reached out and drew a straight line on the white paper. Demon Clown, skill change, draw straight line. Draw straight line, drawing skill, proficiency 0. Zhao Chen picked up the drawing pen and made the first stroke on the white paper. Although it was called a straight line, for someone without a drawing foundation, the line came out crooked and wobbly, like that of a 3-year-old child. The numbers on the panel and the demon clown's arms began to jump. Draw straight line. Proficiency 1. Zhao Chen didn't hesitate at all and made the second stroke. It was still crooked and messy, looking like a random scribble. Draw straight line, proficiency 2. The simpler the skill, the faster the proficiency increased. Zhao Chen's speed of drawing grew faster and faster, but to the eyes of others, it looked like he was going mad on the white paper, scribbling wildly. When Xiao Han saw Zhao Chen drawing, he felt a bit anxious. He was the least willing to see Zhao Chen become a Jinhai master. So when he saw Zhao Chen furiously drawing lines, he couldn't help but take a couple of steps closer, but after realizing what Zhao Chen was doing, he suddenly burst into laughter. Zhao Chen, are you insulting Master Liang? She gave you a chance, and you're here scribbling nonsense. It's simply laughable. Zhao Chen didn't even glance at him, continuing to speed up his drawing of straight lines. As his drawing speed increased, the lines he drew gradually began to resemble straight lines. No longer crooked. Draw straight line, proficiency 35. Shut up. Liang Gongqi shot a cold glance at Xiao Han, who quickly covered his mouth in fright but looked at Zhao Chen with a cold smirk as he returned to Shen Moran's side. At this moment, Shen Moran was carefully sketching each stroke. She was a very meticulous girl, her pen tip gliding over the white paper cautiously, looking very standard. However, if one looked at the overall picture, it always felt somewhat uncoordinated. Xiao Han whispered to Shen Moran, he's not going to amount to anything, he's already given up on himself. You're a spatial energy user with a natural advantage. It's only a matter of time before you become Master Liang's disciple and learn Jinhai manufacturing. Clearly, he understood that drawing a perfect spirit pattern in one day was impossible. Fortunately, Liang Gongqi had given them a month. She could practice slowly. Shen Moran said nothing, focusing intently on her drawing. Meng Qi and the other two arrived here. Although they had never done math problems, upon seeing the complex pattern, they wanted to try drawing it as well. But as soon as they picked up their pens, they gave up. Hand drawing a straight line to mechanical standards? What a joke! It was simply not something a person could do. The three of them curiously watched Zhao Chen, unwilling to disturb him, and found a place to sit in the corner of the studio. Liang Gongqi didn't chase them away. The little girl next to them, who was seriously engraving something, held a delicate silver hammer, rhythmically tapping away, completely ignoring their presence. The three of them sat there, thinking that they would leave once Zhao Chen had finished playing. Half an hour later, swish! A brush stroke swept across the white paper. At this moment, Zhao Chen's skill in drawing straight lines had reached 100, automatically unlocking the second stage skill. Rapid line drawing. With a single stroke, the line was straight and of appropriate length. A hint of self-satisfaction flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. At this moment, he had become the world's greatest master of drawing straight lines. Meng Qiuqiu and the others saw Zhao Chen stop writing, a smile on his face, and immediately gathered around. Xiao Han also frowned slightly and glanced over. but all they saw was a straight line added to the chaotic large white paper. Xiao Han scoffed, "What a show. Just wasting time." Meng Qiqiu said, "This line is really straight." Zhuo Yan nodded, "You can tell it's a straight line." Lu Yan nodded, The three of them stared at Zhao Chun, their expressions seemingly asking, "Is this what you've been doing all this time, just drawing lines?" Zhao Chun smiled lightly. "With this, my hand can now draw lines that are perfect enough to rival mechanical precision. Next, I will enter the second stage drawing broken lines." The lines in the spirit pattern were very long. Zhao Chun had observed that the entire composition on the whiteboard seemed complex, but in reality, it only contained 5 lines. If drawn horizontally and vertically, there would inevitably be some discord at the junctions. Therefore, using broken lines was undoubtedly the best choice. Zhao Chun crumpled a piece of practice paper into a ball and tossed it into the nearby trash can, then took another sheet. Demon Clown, skill adjustment drawing broken lines. The demon clown smiled, flipping the panel in his hand, which immediately changed its appearance. Drawing broken lines, drawing skill, proficiency 0. He paid no attention to the reactions of others and began to draw broken lines on the spot. Once the straight lines were drawn perfectly, drawing broken lines became much easier, at least looking exceptionally neat, as if mechanically drawn. However, what Zhao Chen wanted was not just that. He wanted to perfectly control the angles of the broken lines. For example, when he wanted to draw a right angle, it had to be a standard 90 angle. Achieving perfection in the details would make the entire complex spirit pattern harmonious. Meng Qiqiu and the others watched, their expressions gradually changing. The bright light in Zhuo Yun's eyes shimmered. If it were just a single stroke to draw a straight line, it wouldn't be strange. Anyone could occasionally draw a perfect line. But every line Zhao Chen drew was perfect, as if measured with a ruler. Zhao Chen. He stared in shock at Zhao Chun, who was seriously drawing, as if watching a geometric monster. Meng Qiqiu no longer felt bored, gazing intently at Zhao Chun, as if looking at a treasure. Could it be that my dear friend Zhao Chen is a drawing genius? Zhao Chen said nothing, immersed in the world of drawing. Drawing broken lines, proficiency 23. Drawing broken lines, proficiency 36. Zhao Chen was not doodling. Each time he carefully felt the delicacy of the stroke and adjusted his next performance. The increase in proficiency allowed him to better sense the subtle enhancements of various skills and integrate them into his body and mind. Meng Qiqiu and the others widened their eyes, going from initial boredom to not blinking at all in the end. They seemed to be witnessing the birth of a miracle, how a person rapidly became a master in the field of line drawing. In just 1 hour, Zhao Chen transformed from drawing crooked curves to effortlessly drawing straight lines without any tools, and any angle of broken lines was completed in a single stroke. Drawing broken lines, proficiency 72. The demon clown chuckled, reporting Zhao Chen's latest proficiency progress. At this point, Zhao Chen had laid a solid foundation. His eyes sparkled, and as he moved his brush again, he quickly drew a lightning bolt on the white paper. This time, it was no longer a simple zigzag line, but a series of connected zigzag lines. Meng Qi's mouth fell open. The O-shape of his mouth combined with his round little face made him look like a piggy bank. Liang Gongqi glanced at the magazine in his hand, his ears twitching. Next to him, a little lowly with a bobbed haircut holding a small silver hammer was tinkling away at a piece of dark silver metal, and she also lifted her head, curiously observing Zhao Chun, who was furiously sketching over there. Ah! She tilted her head, looking puzzled. What is that person doing? How could anyone replicate the spirit pattern so quickly? It looked like a random scribble. However, Liang Gongqi did not think so. With just a glance at Zhao Chen's arm movements, she could imagine what he was doing. This kid, could it be that he wants to lay the foundation for drawing here first? That drunkard Bu Yanhuan really must have been drunk to recommend such a genius to me? She secretly scoffed. But her gaze lingered on Zhao Chen a bit longer than intended. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed just like that. On the panel in the hands of the demon clown, the proficiency in drawing zigzag lines finally reached its peak. Moving on to the second stage, continuous zigzag drawing. Shen Moran exhaled a breath of fresh air and slowly straightened her back. Xiao Han's eyes lit up as he looked at the huge drawing on her workbench. Oh, this is simply amazing. As expected of you. Meng Qiuyo looked over and then said to Zhao Chen, it seems she has finished. Zhao Chen merely glanced sideways and then withdrew his gaze. He casually crumpled the drawing paper in front of him into a ball and tossed it into the trash can. The trash can beside him was already stuffed with many similar paper balls. Xiao Han could no longer suppress the smirk at the corner of his mouth. Irank is just Irank, with such low talent. Relying on some low-level warrior's methods to enter the Qingfeng camp is hardly impressive. He could see clearly that from start to finish, Zhao Chen had been randomly scribbling lines on the paper without seriously replicating the spirit pattern drawing. In contrast, Shen Moran had already completed her draft. Shenmoran carefully picked up the drawing paper in her hand and solemnly approached Liang Gongqi, bowing as she said, "Master Liang, I have completed the replication." Liang Gongqi, lounging on the sofa, casually lifted her head and glanced at the drawing paper Shenmoran had spread out before her. The entire spirit pattern drawing had been meticulously replicated by Shenmoran, each stroke and line particularly careful, with no signs of smudging. She had spent a full 3 hours to finish this drawing, and her patience and focus had already surpassed that of most people. If not for careful observation, this drawing was almost indistinguishable from the spirit pattern drawing on the whiteboard. However, with a closer look, one could still find subtle imperfections. The straight lines had some undulations, the corners were not natural enough, and due to the slow drawing speed, the fluidity was lacking. Nevertheless, this was Shinmoran's first attempt at replicating a spirit pattern drawing, and achieving this level was already quite impressive. "Is that it?" Liang Gongqi said dismissively. "It's just an average level." Upon hearing Liang Gongqi's evaluation, neither Shinmoran nor Xiaohan showed any signs of disappointment. Instead, their eyes brightened. Liang Gongqi was the top-tier ash master in Lujing City. Being rated as average by her already meant it was acceptable. It should be noted that she was a master craftsman with very high standards. Many people didn't even qualify to receive her feedback. "I remember your awakened spiritual energy is of the space type, right?" Liang Gongqi said lazily. Shenmoran immediately nodded. "Yes, Master Liang." "Well then," Liang Gongqi pointed at Shenmoran, "I can give you a chance to stay here as a miscellaneous assistant. But whether I teach you or not depends on my mood. If I'm not happy one day, you'll have to leave immediately. So you can come or not as you please." Lu Gongqi's attitude could be described as very poor, but Shenmoran was pleasantly surprised. A powerful ash master like her had the confidence to say such things, but no obligation to teach others. So, it was no wonder that countless people would rather be scolded by her every day than miss the chance to practice under her guidance. This rare opportunity to meet someone willing to teach their skills could change the fate of some individuals. Although she had not been formally accepted as a student, Shenmoran had already taken a significant step forward. She quickly lowered her head, saying, "Thank you, Master Lu, for this opportunity. I will cherish it." She silently vowed to study the techniques of ash creation diligently and become a powerful ash master herself. She would open the door to the upper echelons of the empire. Xiaohan looked at Shenmoran, his eyes filled with genuine happiness. But soon, he gave a thumbs up towards Zhao Chen, grinning as he said to Lu Gongqi, "Master Lu, compared to Shenmoran's effort and talent, that guy over there seems to be just causing trouble. It's been 2 hours, and he's just scribbling away. I feel like he's messing with you." Lu Gongqi turned her gaze towards Zhao Chen. She had already seen the crumpled papers in the trash bin, and her eyes deepened with intrigue. "Hey, kid." She stared at Zhao Chen. "Are you even capable? If not, just give up already." She let out a light scoff, muttering, "In this world, how many geniuses are there like me? That drunkard Bu Yanhuan, when did she learn to talk nonsense too?" Zhao Chen picked up a new sheet of drawing paper, smiling as he said, "Please wait a moment, it'll be ready soon." He lifted his head, gazing at the spirit pattern diagram on the whiteboard. The turtle breathing technique activated, and in an instant, his mind became ethereal, as if he had forgotten everything around him. This strange transformation gave him a uniquely distinct aura, as if he were detached from the world. Lu Gongqi's gaze sharpened. Zhao Chen picked up the drawing pen in his hand, seriously, for the first time, began to replicate the spirit pattern diagram on the paper. The demon clown laughed arrogantly, and the text on the hint board changed. Spirit pattern diagram drawing, ash creation skill, proficiency 0. Zhao Chen's pen fell, and with that drop, it flew across the horizontal line like lightning. The pen moved like a dragon and snake, never leaving the paper's surface, extending in one breath. Lu Gongqi, who had initially been observing with a calculating gaze, suddenly changed. Her throat slightly moved, even from a distance. She could clearly see the patterns on the white paper. It was as if he were drawing grids. Zhao Chen created a series of square zigzag lines, forming a regular matrix. Lu Gongqi slowly stepped closer, and after getting close enough to see the entire drawing clearly, she stopped advancing. Swish! Zhao Chen's pen tip skillfully turned at the end of the white paper, and at the corner, there was surprisingly no ink residue. This subtle operation made Lu Gongqi's pupils constrict sharply. Is this kid really drawing for the first time? Zhao Chen's speed was astonishing, as fast as when he practiced drawing straight and zigzag lines on the white paper before. His mind was completely ethereal, the turtle breathing technique calming his spirit, allowing him to forget himself and concentrate. The problem posed by Lu Gongqi seems difficult, but in reality, it only tests the fundamentals. Over 95% of the entire pattern consists of square zigzag lines, forming a massive matrix. Only in a few areas are diagonal lines used to connect the veins of two regions. So, I just need to draw the straight line straight, make the zigzag line smooth, and then replicate the entire example diagram. What she wants to test is the basic skills. Ash creation is extremely difficult. Every Ash master is a rare genius, and if one cannot even meet such basic conditions, there is no need to waste time learning Ash creation. This is the true purpose behind her question. But a confident smile flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes as his brush swiftly danced across the drawing paper like a dragon and snake. For me, as long as I master the most basic skills, it poses no difficulty at all. Zhao Chen did not pause for a moment, his brush almost never leaving the paper. Only after completing the spiritual patterns in one area did he lift his pen again, resulting in an extremely perfect coherence in his spiritual pattern drawing. Liang Gongqi initially intended to maintain a stern expression, adopting an unapproachable demeanor to avoid the annual influx of clueless fools begging to learn the art of creating ashes. However, after witnessing everything Zhao Chen accomplished, she could no longer maintain her aloofness, her jaw dropping in astonishment. This guy, Bu Yanhua, you truly gifted me an invaluable treasure. Xiaohan and Shin Moran, who were further away, watched as Shin Moran reveled in the joy of obtaining assistant qualifications. She understood the difficulty of drawing and did not believe Zhao Chen's reckless approach could pass Liang Gongqi's assessment. Xiaohan was even more eager to see Zhao Chen receive a harsh lesson from the strict Liang Gongqi. Wasting Master Liang's drawing paper is a serious crime. He chuckled, waiting for the show to unfold. A few minutes later, Zhao Chen gently placed the drawing pen on the stand. He turned around and smiled politely at Liang Gongqi. Master Liang, I'm done drawing. The little girl with a bun hairstyle, who had been tapping away, looked up, her big watery eyes blinking. Ha! Why does Master look a bit strange? She tilted her head, observing Liang Gongqi, as it was the first time she had seen her expression like this. It was as if she had witnessed something unbelievable. Liang Gongqi, with a serious face, walked towards Zhao Chen, each step seemingly heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. Xiaohan sneered, Zhao Chen is finished. Just look at Master Liang's expression, he must be furious about his reckless scribbling. Shen Moran frowned slightly. What does he want to do? In terms of drawing ability, Zhao Chen might not be worse than her. However, Liang Gongqi was willing to take Shen Moran as an apprentice mainly because of her Blevel spatial attribute spiritual energy talent, which was highly suitable for becoming an Ash Master. But Zhao Chen's talent and abilities were both quite poor. She felt there was no reason for Liang Gongqi to accept Zhao Chen as an assistant. Liang Gongqi approached the workbench with a serious expression, glancing at the drawing on it before looking up at the diagram on the whiteboard. Then, she looked at Zhao Chen's drawing, then back at the whiteboard, repeating this several times. Zhao Chen felt there was no problem, but Liang Gongqi's reaction was indeed strange. After all, it was his first time drawing spiritual patterns, and he thought to himself, oh no, could there be something profound in this example diagram that I missed? Suddenly, he felt a tightness around his neck, and then he was forcefully yanked up by Liang Gongqi by his collar. Liang Gongqi's arms were strong and muscular, even more so than Zhao Chen's. Master Liang? You bastard! Liang Gongqi suddenly erupted in a furious roar, startling everyone in the studio. Xiaohan felt a surge of joy. I told you, causing trouble here would definitely anger Master Liang. Zhao Chen is going to get it. Meng Qi and the others trembled in fear. Ha! How could this be? I think Mu Mu's drawing is fine. Yeah, it's still better than mine. The three of them reacted this way. Zhao Chen was also bewildered, blinking as he looked at Liang Gongqi, seeing the fire seemingly burning in her eyes. What did I do wrong? Zhao Chen truly did not understand. Liang Gongqi shouted at him, how dare you say you haven't learned to create ashes? Quickly tell me, which Ash master did Bu Yanhua introduce you to as a teacher? How dare you teach someone else behind my back? What, do you look down on me? Zhao Chen blinked, somewhat speechless, and said, well, it's really my first time. Impossible. No one can draw like this for the first time. Do you think I'm blind? Are you messing with me, kid? She stared fiercely at Zhao Chen, her gaze as if it could devour him. Then she actually pressed Zhao Chen down onto the workbench with one hand, while raising the spirit pattern he drew for others to see. Look at this, is this really a first-time drawing? It was only at this moment that others had the chance to see what Zhao Chen had actually drawn. The spirit pattern he copied was not just similar to the example on the whiteboard, it was identical. Xiaohan stood frozen, his mind blank, doubting whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. Shen Moran also looked dazed. She had painstakingly drawn the spirit pattern herself, so she was acutely aware of how difficult it was. But Zhao Chen's drawing was far better than hers? Boom! It was as if a thunderclap exploded in her brain. Just moments ago, she had felt a surge of confidence because she could easily sketch the spirit pattern and had become a miscellaneous assistant to Liang Gongqi. But in the blink of an eye, she saw Zhao Chen produce a work 100 times better than hers. Her confidence shattered in an instant, unable to accept such a reality. Ah! The little girl with a bun jumped over, stared at Zhao Chen's drawing for a moment, then shook her head wildly, her head bobbing like a rattledrum. Impossible, impossible. This absolutely cannot be drawn for the first time. Even Ling Ling couldn't do it. Meng Qiuqiu's eyes lit up upon hearing Xia Ling Ling's muttering. Ling Ling? Could it be that she is the class prodigy Xia Ling Ling? Liang Gongqi fixed her gaze on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen slightly tilted his head back. Master Liang, could you not get so close? I know I'm handsome, but am a reserved man. She nearly pressed her face against Zhao Chen's, as if trying to see through his mind and analyze its inner workings. In reality, Liang Gongqi knew very well that Zhao Chen couldn't have learned how to create a jinhai, and naturally couldn't have learned to draw spirit patterns either. Bu Yen Huan, although a drunkard, never spoke nonsense. The reason she was so out of control, gripping Zhao Chen's collar tightly, was merely to cover up her inner excitement at that moment. You little brat, remember this. Don't think that drawing a beginner-level spirit pattern makes you amazing. You're still far from it. Bu Yen Huan, that drunkard, has already sold you to me. From now on, you'll have to stay here and do as I say. Whatever I tell you to do, you must do it, understand? Zhao Chen's mouth twitched, but thinking of the other party's ability to create invaluable level 3 jinhai, he immediately put on a smile for the sake of money. I understand, they'll be in your care from now on. Master Liang, what Master Liang? Liang Gongqi narrowed her eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from her. From now on, you must call me teacher. You better listen well, got it? Shen Mo Ran's pupils constricted sharply, looking incredulously at Liang Gongqi and Zhao Chen. Xiao Han also took a few steps back, emotionally unable to accept it. What Liang Gongqi meant was that she wanted to take Zhao Chen as her student? Jinhai masters were extremely rare. Liang Gongqi had been in the Qingfeng camp for many years, and she had taken in fewer than 10 students formally. Those people had gradually graduated and played significant roles in military and industrial departments or large weapon firms. Now, the only one by her side was Gu Ningli. And Gu Ningli had also spent 3 years, undergoing numerous trials, before being accepted by Liang Gongqi after becoming a level 1 Jinhai master. Even Xia Ling Ling, a class talent from a Jinhai craftsman family, was still in the assessment phase. Shen Mo Ran, a class spatial ability user, could only serve as an assistant. But Zhao Chen, why was he directly accepted as a disciple upon arrival? Meng Qiuqiu clapped her hands, excitedly shouting, Little Mugu is awesome, as expected of the man I've got my eyes on. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yun's throat hitched. He and Lu Yan silently took 2 steps back, putting some distance between themselves and the speaker. Don't misunderstand, I'm straight. Ha ha. Meng Qiuqiu quickly tried to patch things up. Zhao Chen, being quite sensible, immediately cupped his fists in a formal salute. Student Zhao Chen greets teacher Liang. I look forward to your guidance from now on. Xia Lingling, the little girl with the bun-style hair, let her eyes twinkle as she scurried over and grabbed Zhao Chen's arm. Senior brother, please take care of me in the future. She chirped affectionately. Zhao Chen scratched his head. Didn't I just join? How do I already have a junior sister? Liang Gongqi picked up a ruler and thwack-tapped it against Xia Lingling's head. She warned sternly, listen, Tiny. Even though I promised your grandfather I'd teach you Embers Remains crafting, I won't officially take you as a disciple until you meet my standards. It's too early to call him senior brother. Go back to practicing. Ow, that hurts. Xia Lingling clutched her head, her eyes welling up as she looked at Zhao Chen piteously. Brother Zhao Chen, if I can't call him senior brother, brother should be fine, right? A flash of cleverness sparkled in the little girl's eyes. She might not know Zhao Chen, but she knew Liang Gongqi. Anyone hand-picked by her to be a disciple was undoubtedly a genius in Embers Remains. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out in the workshop. Master Liang, won't you reconsider? Xiao Han looked at Liang Gongqi frantically. His psionic talent is only ranked absolute worst. To craft Embers Remains, simply knowing how to draw isn't enough, is it? Liang Gongqi gave Xiao Han a flat look, her disgust unconcealed. Are you trying to tell me how to do my job? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. Terrified, he stammered, my apologies. Master Liang, I'm worried you've been deceived. Taking in a student with poor talent would bring shame to your reputation. Liang Gongqi let out a cold snort. You don't actually think that talent for Embers Remains crafting and psionic cultivation are the same thing, do you? Having said her piece, she couldn't be bothered with Xiao Han any longer. She turned to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, right? Follow me to the back. Zhao Chen nodded. He cast a playful glance at Xiao Han. Though he said nothing, the contempt and mockery in his eyes spoke volumes. As Xiao Han watched Zhao Chen follow Liang Gongqi, he clenched his fists in fury, the flames of jealousy burning hot within him. Because Liang Gongqi was right. While an Embers Remains master required a certain level of psionic power, they were not combatants. They made their living through crafting techniques. Even if Zhao Chen's ranked talent limited his future peak, it wouldn't stop him from becoming a powerful Embers Remains master. Zhao Chen followed Liang Gongqi to a private workshop in the back. She sat at a workbench, her eyes fixed on him. "Alright, kid. It's just us here. Tell me, how did you actually do it?" Although this was Zhao Chen's first time meeting Liang Gongqi, he knew that anyone Bu Yanhuan trusted must be reliable. After a moment of deliberation, he said, "It has to do with my awakened ability." He snapped his fingers, and the demonic gesture materialized so that Liang Gongqi could see it as well. "My ability is a special type called demonic gesture. It allows me to increase my proficiency in a certain skill through constant practice." Zhao Chen withheld the most critical detail, that he could increase proficiency infinitely. Saying that out loud would be far too shocking. He smiled and continued, "The test you gave seemed difficult, but it essentially boiled down to drawing straight and curved lines. It just required a steady hand and enough patience. By practicing those basic lines repeatedly and solidifying the foundation, I was able to rapidly draw the complete spirit vein diagram." Hearing this, a bright luster flickered in Liang Gongqi's eyes. "So, it's that kind of ability? No wonder your talent rating is only E. Ah, that's just great. Although this ability has limited help for the cultivation of spiritual energy, for a remnant master, it is an excellent ability. The creation of remnants is incredibly tedious." "You are right. The spiritual pattern diagram I had you copy is just 1/20th of a level 1 remnants catalog. And to create remnants, the first step is to accurately draw a complete spiritual pattern diagram. In addition to having talent, what's more important is a lot of practice to ensure the spiritual pattern diagram is well drawn, even perfectly." She raised a finger and explained to Zhao Chen, "Because these spiritual pattern diagrams will later be engraved on the remnants containers. You have a level 1 remnant on your finger, and most remnants are quite small for ease of carrying. In other words, you have to engrave a complex and complete spiritual pattern diagram in such a small space. To put it simply, the spiritual pattern diagram is the pathway for spiritual energy to flow. The smoother the drawing, the more smoothly the spiritual energy operates, and the greater the power the remnants can unleash." Liang Gongqi looked at Zhao Chen, her gaze intense. "Your ability holds the promise of achieving perfection in spiritual pattern engraving." Upon hearing Liang Gongqi's explanation of remnants, Zhao Chen suddenly had a thought. If he could break through the maximum proficiency limit in the technique of creating remnants, could the remnants he made surpass their inherent level? For example, could the level 1 remnant in his hand unleash the power of a level 2 remnant? Zhao Chen began to feel a vague sense of anticipation. Liang Gongqi said to Zhao Chen, "From now on, after you finish training or other classes each day, you can come to the engineering department to practice. Based on your ability, I'm confident that I can cultivate you into a level 1 remnant master within 2 years." Zhao Chen stroked his chin upon hearing this. "It takes 2 years to become a level 1 remnant master." Liang Gongqi's eye twitched. "You little brat, don't get too greedy. You should know that it took me 18 years to reach the level of a level 3 remnant master. Even so, I am the chief of the Remnant Master Association in the entire Luzhou city." She raised her fist. "Generally, some talented remnant masters can earn the title of level 1 remnant master in 5 years. And some people even remain at this level for their entire lives. If it weren't for the fact that your ability is suitable for creating remnants, and that you are someone that woman Bu Yanhuan particularly asked me to take care of, I wouldn't even say that I would let you become a level 1 remnant master in 2 years." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen quickly said, "Teacher, you are right. But what should I start learning first?" Liang Gongqi told Zhao Chen that there are 4 stages to learning remnant creation: spiritual pattern drawing, spiritual pattern engraving, sealing bone and flesh, and connecting the spiritual pathways. Each step is extremely complex, and the last 2 steps can even be somewhat dangerous. First, you should learn to draw some basic level 1 spiritual pattern diagrams. When your drawing meets the standard, I will teach you further how to engrave the spiritual patterns onto mithril. Zhao Chen's electronic wristband suddenly vibrated lightly. He saw it was a friend request from Liang Gongqi and quickly accepted it. "I will first send you the complete guide to level 1 remnant spiritual pattern diagrams. This contains over 80 of the common remnant spiritual pattern diagrams in the current remnant field. What you need to do is to master the drawing of at least 10 different spiritual pattern diagrams." Liang Gongqi sent a large amount of information, among which the most eye-catching was the complete guide to level 1 spiritual pattern diagrams. Zhao Chen glanced at the document, and the table of contents alone had over 1,000 entries. Zhao Chen couldn't help but ask, "What if I learn all of them?" Liang Gongqi seemed to have heard a joke. "You think you can learn them all? Don't be too full of yourself, you little brat. A normal Ashen master can skillfully master the application of 10 common spirit pattern routes. And that is already sufficient. Many people spend their entire lives unable to learn over 1,000 spirit pattern routes. My suggestion is to first learn the first 10 patterns. As for the others, you can temporarily copy and record them when you need them in the future." As for the spirit pattern routes beyond level 2, they are treasures that are not easily obtained. Every Ashen Master has their own area of expertise and they want easily teach others. Once you become a level 1 Ashen Master, I will consider teaching you the spirit pattern routes of level 2 Ashen. Zhao Chen lowered his gaze, but he felt an impulse to give it a try. After all, as long as he kept practicing, his proficiency in drawing spirit patterns would only increase. So even if he learned all over 1,000 spirit pattern routes, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Moreover, it even thought, if he could raise his proficiency in these over 1,000 spirit pattern routes to the maximum level, could he directly enter the second stage and obtain the corresponding higher level 2 or even level 3 spirit pattern routes? With this thought in mind, after getting the spirit pattern routes in hand, Zhao Chen could hardly control his right hand. His time was very valuable. Teacher, is there anything else? If not, I'll go draw the patterns first. Liang Gongqi's eyes widened. Oh, this young man is quite proactive, huh? Go ahead. There's nothing much to teach you in the first step of drawing, just practice repeatedly on your own, and come find me once you're proficient. Zhao Chen nodded and then took his leave. Watching Zhao Chen's back, Liang Gongqi's expression was somewhat complex. Bu Yanhua, what kind of monster have you sent me? Even if his spiritual talent is only E, and his future limit can only reach the 4th stage of spiritual energy, he still has the potential to surpass me and become a level 4 Ashen Master. When Zhao Chen returned to the large studio in front, Xiaohan and Shen Moran had already left. Meng Qiubao and the others were still waiting for him, and the little lowly Xiao Lingling was tapping away at a piece of silver metal with a small silver hammer. Zhao Chen thought that Xiao Lingling had already entered the second stage and started practicing spirit pattern engraving. Upon seeing Zhao Chen come out, Xiao Lingling hurriedly ran over with her small silver hammer, smiling. She took a quick glance behind Zhao Chen, and when she saw that Liang Gongqi was not there, she whispered, "Senior brother." She was only about 1.60 meters tall, significantly shorter than Zhao Chen, looking up at him with eyes full of admiration. "You are amazing. This is the first time I've seen someone learn to draw spirit patterns so quickly." Her eyes were clear and innocent, like a naive elementary school student. Zhao Chen slightly leaned forward. "You are amazing too. It seems you have already mastered the skills of drawing spirit patterns." Xiao Lingling pouted. "Not really. I've been forced to learn by my grandpa since I was little. It's more like him sneaking ahead. So far, I've only mastered over 100 spirit patterns." Zhao Chen recalled Liang Gongqi's words. For a typical level 1 Ashen Master, mastering 10 spirit pattern routes was already enough. This girl, who was about the same age as him, had already mastered over 100. No wonder she was specially recruited for school and directly entered the engineering department. With this in mind, Zhao Chen smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Let's work hard together in the future. If we encounter any difficulties, we should help each other." Xiao Lingling happily shook hands with Zhao Chen. "I have some things to attend to, so we'll leave first." Meng Qiubao and the others had waited for him for over 2 hours. And Zhao Chen planned to take his tools back to the dormitory to practice drawing spirit patterns. Xiao Lingling nodded, beaming, "Senior brother, see you tomorrow." Zhao Chen waved his hand and then unceremoniously took a box of special drawing pens and a stack of large white paper from one side of the workbench, tucking them under his arm as he left the engineering department. Meng Qiubao and the others quickly gathered around. "Xiao Mugu, what did Master Liang say to you?" Zhao Chen said. "Oh, the teacher said I am a prodigy. He told me to practice hard in the future and I might become a divine domain Ash Master of the Xianfeng Empire." Meng Qiqiu and the others showed strange expressions. "As expected of you, you can boast without even drafting a script." Meng Qiqiu gave a thumbs up. The field of Ash Masters is divided into 6 levels. A level 3 Ash Master can be called a Master, while the 6th level is the legendary Divine Domain Ash Master. What does a Divine Domain Ash Master mean? It means capturing a prince of the dark races, preserving most of its body and power, and sealing it as ash material. Not to mention how difficult it is to capture a complete prince. Just within the entire Xianfeng Empire, there are only a handful of people qualified to confront a prince. Therefore, throughout the history of the Xianfeng Empire, every Divine Domain Ash Master has a title, regarded as a national treasure. As for Divine Domain Ash Masters, they have not appeared for many years. Zhao Chen rolled up a large stack of drawing paper and quickly walked out of the engineering department, planning to go back and crazily improve his proficiency. When he encountered Gu Ningli, Zhao Chen rarely stopped to greet her. "Senior Sister Gu, I have also joined the engineering department. Please take care of me from now on." Hearing Zhao Chen's words, Gu Ningli and the students outside who were struggling with math problems were all stunned. What does this mean? That guy, he passed Master Lian's assessment? He joined the engineering department? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Many people simply could not accept this fact. Among them were many veterans who had been here for 3 years, hoping to reverse their fate by learning the technology of making ash. But they all failed without exception, either falling at the first hurdle or failing the subsequent drawing assessment. Yet today, they saw a new recruit who had just joined the Qingfeng camp pass Master Liang's assessment in just a few hours. A somewhat short and stout veteran rushed over and stood in front of Zhao Chen, staring at him fiercely and said, "You're joking, right? How can you join the engineering department? You must be lying to me. Come on, say it, you're joking." Zhao Chen touched his nose. "But I really joined the engineering department." Suddenly, a chorus of wailing voices erupted around him. "Ah, how can you join the engineering department? This is worse than pulling my hair. Whoa, the heavens are unfair." Gu Ningli adjusted her black-framed glasses. Although her expression remained calm, the flicker in her eyes revealed her shocked heart. She nodded, okay. Facing the crowd's predatory gazes, Zhao Chen smiled and left the engineering department. However, unexpectedly, on the way, a familiar person blocked his path. Dressed in a black training suit with red stripes, her long, thick black hair naturally fell behind her, standing quietly like a stone waiting for a husband in the wind. Shenmo ran. Meng Qiqiu and the others clustered around Zhao Chen, still shouting that today was a good day and they must celebrate properly. But when they saw Shenmo ran appear, Meng Qiqiu and the others cast curious glances. They had no idea about the relationship between Zhao Chen and Shenmo Ran, so their eyes held a hint of teasing, as if saying, "Your luck with romance has come." Zhao Chen sighed and said to the others, "Wait for me here for a moment." Saying this, he walked over, and Shenmo Ran also slowly turned around. The two locked eyes. Zhao Chen's gaze was calm, and his face wore the usual smile. Shenmo Ran's expression was serene, but her eyes seemed to burn with flames. "You're not waiting for me, are you?" Zhao Chen asked. "Yes, I am waiting for you." Shenmo Ran stared at Zhao Chen, suddenly taking 2 steps forward, raising her head and staring directly into his eyes. "Why do you always have to chase after me no matter where I go? I am a space-type ability user, and being a Jinhai master is a profession that suits me very well. Therefore, if I can become a disciple of Master Liang this time, it will have a significant impact on my future. Why did you suddenly appear? If it weren't for you, perhaps I would have been the one accepted by Master Liang." Her eyes were filled with unwillingness as she questioned Zhao Chen in an angry tone. Originally, her performance was the best, surpassing everyone else. But Zhao Chen's appearance instantly dimmed her brilliance. A Jinhai master usually does not take on multiple students at the same time due to limited energy. Zhao Chen occupying Master Liang's attention made her hope of becoming a Jinhai master even more elusive. Hearing Shenmo Ran's doubts and seeing the unwillingness in her eyes, Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow but only smiled faintly. "Is it possible that for ordinary people like us, there are only a few paths to rise? Why can you walk that path while I cannot?" This question left Shenmo Ran speechless. Why could she come to the Qingfeng camp but Zhao Chen could not? Should he go to the front lines as cannon fodder? Why could she come to learn Jinhai manufacturing, while Zhao Chen, who clearly had stronger talent than her, had to accommodate her? Zhao Chen looked at her, who was in a state of turmoil, and said lightly, "I know that seeing me after our breakup makes you uncomfortable. But I hope we can at least be ordinary friends, not enemies, and you don't have to pay special attention to me." After saying this, he waved to Meng Qiqiu and the others, and they brushed past her. After walking a distance, Meng Qiqiu and Zhuo Yun couldn't contain their gossiping souls. "Xiaomu Gu, what was your relationship with that beauty just now? I saw the way she looked at you, full of resentment. Did you dump her?" Meng Qiqiu stared at Zhao Chen, trying to dig for gossip. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes and briefly explained the relationship between the two. After hearing this, the three of them sighed. Graduation season is breakup season. This phenomenon is too common. But after graduating from Yuwu High School, they still have to join the same military academy and see each other every day, which is indeed quite awkward, Zhuo Yun said, stroking his chin. Meng Qiqiu snorted, leaving Xiaomu Gu as her loss. After all, now Xiaomu Gu is Master Liang's closed-door disciple, with a bright future ahead. Zhuo Yun said honestly, that may not be the case. She is a level talent space-type ability user. As long as nothing unexpected happens, she will also be a backbone in the military in the future. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. What others do is their business. Don't worry about it. Just focus on doing your best. He picked up a pile of drawing paper and walked towards the dormitory. Xiaomu Gu, aren't you going to look around anymore? This Qingfeng camp is quite large. Meng Qiqiu shouted from behind. No, I have things to do today. Just come back and tell me where the cafeteria is, Zhao Chen said hurriedly. Even while walking, he activated the demon clown's light step. Truly not wasting a moment. He quickly returned to the dormitory, closed the door, and spread out the drawing paper on the table. The electronic wristband activated, flipping to the first spirit pattern route. No freedom. Different ceiling objects and types of Jinhai crafted correspond to different spirit pattern routes. Only in this way can the power of the Jinhai be maximized. For example, sealing a water-type ability beast requires a specific water-type spirit pattern. If a fire-type is used, it would lead to a waste of most of the spiritual energy. The No Freedom Spirit Pattern route is a universal type, applicable to various spiritual energy attributes of sealing objects. The advantage is that it is common and versatile, while the disadvantage is that it cannot fully utilize the strengths of the attributes. It is the first choice for entry-level practice. The catalog projection on the wall was indeed complex enough to dazzle the eyes. A level 1 spirit pattern route has over 100,000 spirit pattern lines, making it time-consuming and labor-intensive to draw. Moreover, due to the fact that any errors during the engraving process would render the materials useless, it was also required that the drawings be done without any modifications, completed in one go. Zhao Chen spread out the drawing paper on the table and picked up a black drawing pen. Demon Clown activated. Target object. Spirit pattern route drawing No Freedom. As he became more familiar with the abilities of the Demon Clown, Zhao Chen gradually grasped its operational rules. When improving proficiency, the simpler the skill, the faster the proficiency would increase. For example, if he wanted to enhance the proficiency of the spirit pattern drawing skill, starting directly with spirit pattern drawing would be extremely slow. However, if he began drawing from a specific spirit pattern route, the proficiency of that route would increase simultaneously, and the overall skill of spirit pattern drawing would also improve. Therefore, Zhao Chen's plan was to repeatedly draw over 1,000 level 1 spirit pattern routes to enhance the proficiency of the spirit pattern drawing skill until it reached the maximum level, and then break through to a higher stage. Before officially starting to draw, Zhao Chen habitually activated the turtle breathing method. He slowed and evened out his breathing, calming his mind and body to avoid emotional fluctuations. This way, his hand would be steady. Swish, swish, swish. Sitting at the table, Zhao Chen drew vigorously. As a level 1 spirit pattern route, No Freedom was the simplest, primarily consisting of straight lines and broken lines. Zhao Chen had already mastered the skills of quick draw straight line and quick draw broken line, allowing him to effortlessly create perfect straight and broken lines at an incredibly fast speed. With solid fundamentals, drawing became almost effortless. With each stroke, his pen glided across the paper, allowing him to control the angles and lengths freely, without any dimensional errors. As a result, he completed the drawing of the No Freedom Spirit Pattern route in just over half an hour. The proficiency of the panel No Freedom drawing held by the Demon Clown also increased by 1 point. At this speed, I need to draw 100 pieces to fully master the entire Spirit Pattern route. But what if I exceed 100 pieces? Zhao Chen was quite curious. He quickly put away the completed drawing and spread out another blank sheet of paper. The second No Freedom began. Swish, swish, swish. With the experience from the first drawing, the speed of the second piece was even faster. This time, he reduced the drawing time to 20 minutes, cutting it down by a third. No Freedom drawing, proficiency 5. The success of the second attempt directly increased the proficiency by 4 points. Zhao Chen was overjoyed. I understand now, unlike skills like breathing and walking that I already have a foundation in, the drawing of No Freedom has a foundation of 0 for me, so the proficiency increases faster in the initial stages. During the first drawing, he had to keep his eyes on the reference image and slowed down due to the fear of making mistakes. However, for the second attempt, a fixed memory had already formed in his mind, naturally increasing his speed. Zhao Chen locked himself in his dormitory and drew another 8 pieces in one go. At this point, the proficiency of No Freedom drawing had already reached 25. His drawings were getting better and better, faster and smoother, with a significant improvement in the quality of the spirit pattern routes. Compared to the one he copied during the assessment, it was many times stronger. Indeed, Teacher Liang's assessment requirements are not high. Just the creation of the ashes is an incredibly complex task. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and decided to take a break for a while. Prolonged concentration was indeed not easy. While waiting for a few roommates to return, he decided to browse through the other books that Teacher Liang had given him. Zhao Chen lay back in his chair and opened the books received on his electronic wristband. They turned out to be some basic knowledge introductions about the ashes. To understand how to create the ashes, he needed to grasp their principles, so Zhao Chen began to flip through them. According to the introduction in the book, the ash remains is a special substance that exists between life and death. Only living beings can draw spiritual energy from the subspace. So inorganic materials cannot provide any enhancement to spiritual practitioners. Even the great rare alloys, which represent the pinnacle of human technology, are merely resilient enough. However, for advanced spiritual practitioners, their effectiveness is minimal. Thus, throughout the long history, humanity invented the ash remains as a weapon. It can seal powerful spiritual practitioners or preserve the remains of those with spiritual energy, creating weapons capable of absorbing and releasing spiritual energy. This is the ash remains. However, in the human world, using humans as material for ash remains is an absolute taboo. This would lead to some ash remains masters unable to create ash remains due to the scarcity of raw materials, secretly turning against their own kind. The types of ash remains are categorized into 4 based on the characteristics of the sealed objects. The first type is enhancement ash remains, which carries the lowest risk and can enhance various ability attributes such as speed, strength, perception, and spiritual energy intensity. It is the most common type of ash remains. The second type is weapon ash remains, which, as the name suggests, can summon weapons for combat and is also one of the most common types. The third type is guardian ash remains. This type can summon ash remains puppets that can fight according to commands. The fourth type is consumption type ash remains. This type has a limited number of uses but possesses immense power, making it a luxury among ash remains. Higher level ash remains are not necessarily more useful. Powerful ash remains retain some of their original owner's intent, and if one cannot control the ash remains, they may suffer a backlash and die. Therefore, for those without the ability to control, even obtaining a divine domain ash remains would be useless and could cost them their lives. Because of this, an ash remains that matches the user's affinity is exceptionally expensive. Moreover, ash remains masters who can specifically craft ash remains based on the user's affinity are even more sought after. Zhao Chen flipped through the materials in his hand, but due to the complexity of crafting ash remains, typically, ash remains masters can only be proficient in one type. That's why teacher Liang said that mastering 10 level 1 ash remains spiritual patterns is sufficient. If I could master all types, wouldn't I be able to create any ash remains at will? However, Zhao Chen soon encountered another difficulty. The rarity of ash remains masters has another main reason: the raw materials are too expensive. The materials for crafting ash remains include high-grade substances like secret silver, profound gold, and blazing gold, which are nearly impossible to purchase on the market. Moreover, one also needs to obtain the bones of powerful exotic beasts and dark races. All of this requires a significant amount of money. While pondering these issues, the dormitory door was pushed open, and Meng Qiqiu and the others returned. Meng Qiqiu was carrying a plastic bag. "Xiaomu Gu, are you busy? I brought you some food," Meng Qiqiu said with a friendly smile as he approached. When he reached Zhao Chen's desk, he immediately spotted the freshly drawn No Freedom spiritual pattern. The neatness and complexity of the design were astonishing, leaving him dumbfounded. "Wow! Did you just draw this?" Zhao Chen replied nonchalantly, "I just sketched it casually." Although Meng Qiqiu didn't understand spiritual patterns, he could tell at a glance how impressive this drawing was. Zhuo Yun and Lu Yan leaned in to take a look, equally astonished, as if they couldn't believe this was something a human hand could create. Zhao Chen said lightly, "Drawing is just the first step to becoming an ash remains master. There will be more challenges ahead. Besides drawing, in the future, you'll also need to engrave. The materials for practice will cost a fortune." Meng Qiqiu stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. He patted his chest and said, "Xiaomugu, have you forgotten that money is not an issue for me?" Seeing Meng Qi's generous demeanor, Zhao Chen said, "Stop messing around, I'm not a Jinhai master yet. If it's for practice, I don't even know how much waste material I'll need. No matter how rich your family is, they can't just throw money away." Zhao Chen couldn't create Jinhai right away. His ability required constant practice, and he would definitely produce a lot of waste products. Meng Qiuyo scratched his head. "Brother Mu, although I don't have much money on hand, I could still go bankrupt and support you with a couple of 100 million. He gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you can become a Jinhai master, just let me be your exclusive agent for your Jinhai in the future." Hehe. This can be considered early-stage venture capital. Zhao Chen being accepted as a student by Liang Gongqi at first sight showed his talent, and Meng Qiuyo was willing to take a gamble. However, Zhao Chen didn't rush to agree. "No need to hurry, it will take some time before I can engrave spiritual patterns. We can discuss it slowly then." Meng Qiuyo nodded. When the time comes, don't forget about me if you need anything." As he spoke, he placed lunch next to Zhao Chen's table. The food at Qingfeng camp was excellent, with a balanced mix of meat and vegetables, and plenty to fill up. Zhao Chen thanked him and picked up his bowl to eat. He casually sent a message to Liang Gongqi through his electronic wristband. "Teacher Liang, will Qingfeng camp reimburse the materials for creating Jinhai?" After a while, Liang Gongqi replied with a question mark. Zhao Chen was silent. Liang Gongqi had just said, "All materials can be exchanged later through your credits. But you, kid, haven't even drawn the picture clearly yet. Why are you so anxious?" At this moment, Liang Gongqi was quite speechless. The initial creation of Jinhai was done using materials like winter melons and wood for engraving, and then practicing on ordinary metals. For example, Xia Lingling was already at this stage. Otherwise, materials like secret silver and dark gold, even the lowest quality, would cost hundreds of thousands of Xinfeng coins per gram. How could they be given to you for practice? Zhao Chen pondered for a moment, touched the silver sword Jinhai on his index finger, and quickly had an idea. After finishing lunch, Zhao Chen flipped onto his bed and began meditating. As spiritual energy rotation started, the mental dimension fell into silence before connecting to the subspace. Before long, he felt a continuous stream of spiritual energy pouring into his brain's spiritual sea. Spiritual energy entry, spiritual energy rotation, proficiency 125. Zhao Chen could now complete a meditation session in 4 minutes, and after finishing, he felt refreshed, his body and mind completely clear. In the afternoon, the door of dormitory 207 was knocked on again. Jin Xiangqing had come over again, this time carrying 2 bags of expensive fruit. Brother Zhao Chun, how have you considered the matter we discussed before? Do you have any requests we can discuss in detail? Zhao Chen leisurely jumped down from the bed. He looked deeply at Jin Xiangqing and smiled lightly. You seem quite anxious. Jin Xiangqing looked helpless. How could he not be anxious? He couldn't let his family know about the loss of the silver sword, otherwise he would lose all face. Fortunately, for the next month, they would undergo closed training in the camp. But after the training ended, he would have to return to attend the celebration banquet prepared by his family. How would he explain it to them? Jin Xiangqing invited Zhao Chen to the balcony and said kindly, "This Jinhai is really very important to me. I hope you can help me with this. I will remember your kindness." Zhao Chen leaned on the railing, looking into the distance, his expression calm and unhurried, but he said nothing. Jin Xiangqing looked at Zhao Chen, feeling anxious. "Brother Zhao, do you have any concerns?" Hearing this, Zhao Chen slowly turned his head to look at him. "If you can directly give me 60 million Xianfeng coins, I can sell it to you." Jin Xiangqing's face turned very ugly. "I really can't come up with such a large sum of money right now." The Jin family in Luzhou City is also a prominent clan, but Jin Xiangqing is just one of the many descendants of the clan leader. Not yet in charge. He relies on the monthly allowance provided by the family to get by. Now that he has joined the Qingfeng camp, his allowance has increased a bit. However, he definitely cannot come up with 60 million Xianfeng coins. "Brother Zhao, even if you take it out to sell, the most others would offer is 40 million. Jin Xiangqing sighed helplessly. Zhao Chen tapped the railing. This value was about what he had estimated. The silver sword was a customized Jinhai based on the Jin family's ancestral battle techniques, and its value would certainly decrease once it was in someone else's hands. 40 million was a reasonable price. Is it only 40 million? Zhao Chen frowned, his tone somewhat hesitant. But that sword feels very comfortable to use. Hearing Zhao Chen's wavering stance, Jin Xiangqing's eyes lit up. How about this? I can exchange it for another Jinhai. Aren't you using the Feng Tianji? I can find one for you. Zhao Chen smacked his lips and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. Just give me 50 million and I'll sell you this Jinhai." The two of them haggled for a while, and in the end, Jin Xiangqing wore himself out talking, while Zhao Chen shook his head with a wry smile. All right, considering we're all classmates, I'll give you a face. 40 million Xianfeng coins, cash on delivery. I'll only wait for you for a month. After that, I won't wait any longer. Zhao Chen had made up his mind. In a month's time, he would have nearly completed his spirit pattern drawings, meeting the requirements for the cool craftsmanship standards for spirit pattern engraving. By then, he would need to spend money to buy secret silver and exotic beast bones for the second phase of practice. Jin Xiangqing felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Although it would be difficult for him to gather 40 million, with his connections, he could still scrape it together from family and friends. Alright, at most a month, I will definitely get the money to you. After saying this, Jin Xiangqing hurriedly left the dormitory to raise the funds. After Jin Xiangqing left, Meng Qiqiu poked her head out from the bed and asked, "Xiaomugu, seeing how happy Jin Xiangqing looks, did you agree to give him the Jinhai?" Zhao Chen replied, 40 million, not a bad deal, right? Meng Qiqiu laughed, "Neither of you is at a loss. This thing is worth 40 million in your hands and 60 million in his. So it's a win-win situation." Zhao Chen leaned closer. "Qiu, when the time comes to buy the Jinhai materials, I'll leave it to you." Meng Qiqiu patted her chest confidently. "As long as it's about business, you can count on me." On the first day in the Qingfeng camp, Zhao Chen didn't waste a moment. He quickly formulated a daily schedule. Although the demon jester's abilities were formidable, it could only enhance one skill's proficiency at a time. Therefore, reasonable time allocation was particularly important. Moreover, he couldn't be greedy with skills. He needed to prioritize improving the proficiency of the important skills. Right now, Zhao Chen's most important skills included the following. First, skills related to Jinhai manufacturing, mainly spirit pattern drawing. Second, meditation and spirit energy circulation, which were crucial for raising his spirit energy level. Third, his basic combat ability, the 7-kill battle technique. As for life skills like the turtle breathing technique, light step, sleep, and eating, they could be practiced normally in daily life. In the afternoon, Meng Qiqiu suggested that a few of them go explore the Qingfeng camp and gather some intelligence. Zhao Chen waved his hand to refuse. He wanted to take the time to draw more diagrams. Lu Yan also expressed a desire to stay in the dormitory. He seemed a bit socially anxious and wasn't used to going out. With no other option, Meng Qiqiu had to leave with Shuai Yun. During this time, Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu, classmates from the second school, also came over to say a quick hello. The news of Zhao Chen being accepted as a student by the cool craftsmanship spread quickly, making many people treat Zhao Chen with more courtesy, especially when seeing the densely packed spirit pattern diagrams on his desk. It made one more inclined to befriend him. After all, even if Zhao Chen couldn't go far on the path of spiritual practitioners in the future, just being a level 1 Ash Master would still grant him a high social status. Which spiritual practitioner wouldn't want to have a handy ash? Swish! The pen swiftly glided across the drawing paper, which was thick and not easily penetrated by ink. Zhao Chen wrote as if guided by divine inspiration. The entire process was not dull, because every time he put pen to paper, the progress bar for the demon clown's proficiency would slowly increase. As he gradually became more skilled, he could now complete a spirit pattern diagram of no freedom in just 15 minutes. This speed was basically hard to improve further. Any increase in skill proficiency would only refine the details. Lu Yan curled up next to the floor-to-ceiling window, hugging his knees and staring at Zhao Chen's writing like a black hound. Neither of them found it boring. Time flew by, and around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Chen's proficiency in drawing the no-freedom spirit pattern had reached 68 points. Now, if he closed his eyes, he could almost replicate the entire diagram. He was confident that once he reached 100 points in proficiency, he could draw the complete no-freedom with his eyes closed. Bang! The dormitory door was pushed open forcefully, and Meng Qiuyo rushed back, panting. He wiped his face, which was drenched in sweat. The July weather was indeed unbearably hot, especially for a chubby person. Meng Qiuyo dashed into the bathroom to wash his face, then proudly walked to the center of the dormitory, saying to Zhao Chen and Lu Yan, "Humph. I've already found out all about our level." Lu Yan blinked, not speaking but appearing to listen intently. Zhao Chen put down his pen. "Oh, what did you find out?" Meng Qiuyo pulled out a chair and sat down, looking serious as he said to the three of them, "There are a total of 161 students in this cohort, including 52 girls. Their looks can roughly be divided into 3 tiers. The first tier is passable, the second tier is quite attractive, and the third tier is stunningly beautiful. I didn't pay much attention to the first 2 tiers, I mainly focused on the third tier." Zhao Chen scoffed, "You spent all that time just looking at pretty girls? How superficial." He turned his chair to face Meng Qiuyo, saying, "Come on, let me hear your critical analysis." Meng Qiuyo smiled proudly. "I found a total of 4 beauties in the stunningly beautiful tier. They are Lin Meyer, Shin Mo Ran, Mo Guan, and Wang Jiao. The intel is guaranteed to be accurate. Actually, there's another one who's not bad either, but her figure is a bit flat, so I can only give her an A score. It's that little lowly Xiao Ling we saw during the day." Upon hearing these names, Zhao Chen recognized 3 of them. Lin Meyer's beauty was more about her charm. Zhao Chen had never seen her without makeup, so he couldn't comment. As for Shin Mo Ran, the school beauty of Yuwu No. 2 Middle School didn't earn that title for nothing. "Who are Mo Guan and Wang Jiao? Do you have photos?" Zhao Chen asked seriously. Meng Qiuyo cautiously looked around, seemingly afraid someone might be eavesdropping, then carefully opened his electronic wristband. "I secretly took these with Joy Yun's help, so take a look quietly. Otherwise, it could get me in trouble." He opened the album, and Zhao Chen saw the 999 mark on it, causing a shiver to run down his spine. "You have this hobby too." "Well, it's not that I'm lecherous, it's just that the flowers are blooming beautifully. And if I don't appreciate them, it would seem like I'm lacking in taste. Besides, I'm sharing this with you guys, right?" In the boys' dormitory, girls were an eternal topic. Even Lu Yan silently leaned in, and the 4 heads crowded together to look at the photos projected from the electronic wristband. At first glance, Zhao Chen saw a sweet and lovely girl wearing a blue and white long dress, her smile blooming like a lily, sweet enough to make one's heart flutter. "This is the girl I think can be rated as one of the 4 kings at this level, Wang Jiao. You have no idea, when she smiled at me, I almost turned into a puddle of slime on the ground." Zhao Chen glanced at Wang Jiao, and indeed, she was beautiful, almost unnaturally so. Could it be technology and hard work? Meng Qiuyo said defiantly, "No. I saw it with my own eyes. She looks much better in person than in the photos." "What's next?" Meng Qiuyo flipped through the photos. And the next page revealed a girl dressed in red and white, with 2 long ponytails. Her appearance was not soft and delicate, but rather filled with a heroic spirit. When this photo was taken, she seemed to have noticed Meng Qiuyo in the distance, her eyes carrying a fierce aura. Just looking at the person in the photo made several boys feel a sense of awe. "This girl is not an ordinary person." Zhao Chen laughed. Meng Qiuyo said, "Her name is Mo Guan. Like the previous Wang Jiao, she was also specially recruited. To this, he specifically explained to Zhao Chen. This year, the Qingfeng camp recruited a total of 161 students and there were 7 special recruits. It is said that among them, 2 are level awakeners and 5 are level awakeners. The 3 of them couldn't help but look at Lu Yan beside them, who turned his head away, seemingly not used to the intense gaze of everyone. Just how powerful are level awakeners? Meng Qiuqiu suddenly pointed at Imo Guanguan's photo and said, originally, the quota for this year was exactly 160. This Imo Guanguan was added suddenly, I only found out today. However, as a level awakener, having a little privilege is not too much to ask. Although Zhao Chen was curious about his roommate Lu Yan's abilities, he did not inquire further. Bu Yanhuan had taught him that unless the relationship is very close, asking about others' abilities is quite impolite. Zhao Chen glanced at the information Meng Qiuqiu had gathered and suddenly poked his chubby elbow, asking, did you find out anything about the upcoming training? Meng Qiuqiu raised an eyebrow and said, the new recruits training at Qingfeng camp. I have heard that it is completely different from the basic training in school. Since it is a militarized elite education, the training intensity is on a completely different level. Moreover, the key point is the discipline of training and the application of spiritual power. Most awakeners had only just awakened for about 10 days, and their application of spiritual power was very rudimentary. For example, during the camp trial, Zhao Chen clearly had a combat level of only 2, but when facing many combat level 5 trialists, he could easily crush them. This was because in the 4 applications of spiritual power skills, Zhao Chen was far ahead of them. Therefore, new recruits must first strengthen their application of spiritual power. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. He was very confident in this regard. He had already mastered the basics of spiritual energy entry, and even the proficiency of the second stage spiritual energy rotation reached 142. He was more proficient than many seasoned spiritual energy users. He felt no pressure regarding this training. Zhuo Yun crossed his arms and suddenly said, when we arrived, we saw those junior camp soldiers training with hundreds of pounds of heavy stones on their backs. I think we will probably undergo similar training during our training camp. Meng Qiuqiu's expression changed slightly and he no longer cared about the beautiful girls jumping directly off his chair. No way? Do we really have to go that far? Zhuo Yun scratched the back of his head and laughed. They are veterans, so the intensity will definitely be greater than ours. But I think similar training is also essential. Meng Qiuqiu instinctively touched the rings piled high on his hands. If only we could use the ashes. Zhao Chen stretched lazily and asked, by the way, is there a venue here for our daily training? Zhuo Yun pointed out the window and said, that huge building across the street is it? Zhao Chen, are you going to train there? Zhao Chen nodded. Training in the 7-kill battle technique was essential every day. To fully improve his proficiency, he had to practice every aspect of the 7-kill battle technique. Therefore, Zhao Chen dared not slack off in the slightest. Zhuo Yun said, then let's go together. As he spoke, he took out a long weapon box from the cabinet. Meng Qiuqiu initially didn't plan to go, but when he saw Lu Yan silently following behind Zhao Chen and Zhuo Yun, he could only sigh helplessly. Staying in the dormitory alone is boring. I might as well go play for a while. The group left the dormitory and soon arrived at the training hall, swiping their electronic wristbands to enter. The training hall was very large, divided into several areas, and there were also separate training rooms, but currently, Zhao Chen and the others did not have permission to unlock them. When they arrived, many areas were already occupied by people training. However, it seemed that most of them were from the beginner camp, as their combat levels were not very high, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy were not strong enough. Zhao Chen then realized that he hadn't seen many students from the intermediate camp and above since entering the Qingfeng camp. It seemed they spent most of their time outside the Qingfeng camp. Zhao Chen didn't care about the others. He chose an empty space and began to practice on his own. Demon Clown, activate. 7-kill battle technique training. The Demon Clown was only visible to Zhao Chen, and the display board in his hand immediately switched from light step to 7-kill battle technique. Zhao Chen held his breath and focused, starting to train as if no one else was around. The moves of the 7-kill battle technique were very simple, even somewhat ugly. As the saying goes, ugly skills, handsome moves. True killing techniques do not need to look glamorous but only seek the highest efficiency in killing. This was a set of battlefield killing essentials, encompassing punches, palms, legs, grappling, and weapons. Everything included. Zhuo Yun and the others were not far from Zhao Chen, and when they saw him make a move, they couldn't help but stop and take a closer look. After Zhao Chen began practicing the 7-kill battle technique, they felt as if he had transformed into a different person. No longer gentle as usual, he was now filled with a chilling killing intent, his gaze sharp like a decapitating blade, making it hard for anyone to approach. Killing intent leaking out. Lu Yan suddenly said, if you haven't stained your hands with many lives, you can't reach this level. Lu Yan rarely spoke, but his words shattered the suspicions in Meng Qiuqiu and Zhuo Yun's minds. Meng Qiuqiu quickly chuckled. He probably hunted some beasts. Xiaomu is just over 18 like us. How could he have killed many people? Do you think he's a natural-born killer? That was indeed true. Zhao Chen's first kill was also during the entrance trial of the Qingfeng camp. Zhuo Yun's gaze was resolute. As expected of Zhao Chen, he's entered training mode so quickly, I can't fall behind. Saying this, he opened the weapon box, revealing a spear with a blue tassel. Zhuo Yun reached for the spear, gave it a sudden shake, and his entire body in the spear instantly became one, then leaped into the air to thrust forward fiercely. The spear moved with great force, creating a gust of wind as he wielded it. The spear's attack was like 100 birds flying towards the phoenix, and the spear's strike seemed capable of splitting mountains and breaking peaks, with the phoenix nodding, agile and unpredictable, making it hard to defend against. This was a family heirloom intermediate battle technique, 6 Harmonies Destruction Spear, which Zhuo Yun had practiced since childhood, integrating the moves into his very bones. Lu Yan quietly moved to the side, finding a long knife from the weapon rack, and walked over with it. Then, he executed horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, and side slices. When Lu Yan made his move, he actually attracted the attention of Zhao Chen and the others, all wanting to see just how strong this great talent really was. But when they actually saw him in action, everyone was taken aback. His posture with the knife was far from standard, and when he struck, there was no semblance of technique. At first, Zhao Chen even wondered if this was some profound combat style that he couldn't comprehend. However, after Lu Yan swung the long knife a few times with force, his hand suddenly slipped, and the long knife flew out of his grip towards Meng Qiuqiu, who was sitting at the edge of the arena. Smack! The knife struck the weapon rack, less than a meter away from Meng Qiuqiu. Her face turned pale. Fortunately, the practice weapons were not sharpened, otherwise, if it had hit her, it could have seriously injured Meng Qiuqiu. Lu Yan's face was also ashen as he hurried over and bowed at a 90-degree angle. I'm sorry. Meng classmate, I didn't mean to. I don't know how to use a knife. Lu Yan's face was filled with embarrassment. Zhao Chen and Zhuo Yun stopped their movements and gathered around, only feeling relieved after confirming that Meng Qiuqiu was unharmed. Meng Qiuqiu's eyes were brimming with tears. Lu Yan, if I've offended you in any way, just tell me. There's no need to take my life, right? Lu Yan's face turned deathly pale, looking anxious and uneasy. I'm sorry. Zhao Chen curiously asked, Lu Yan, didn't you learn weapon usage at Yuwu school? Lu Yan lowered his head and said awkwardly, I spent most of my time on leave at home. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen realized that Lu Yan's family might have some special circumstances. Yet, this very boy had awakened in a great talent. One couldn't help but say that fate is a curious thing. He picked up the knife from the ground, weighed it in his hand, and then handed Lu Yan a training wooden knife that weighed only 3 or 4 pounds. Don't push yourself too hard, start practicing with the wooden knife. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Zhao Chen patted Lu Yan on the shoulder and gave him a warm smile. After being a class monitor for 12 years, Zhao Chen understood better than many teachers how to guide his classmates. Meng Qiuqiu also jumped up, laughing, It's okay, you're a beginner, it's normal to have some issues. But you have a great talent, so you'll learn quickly. Don't be sad. Encouraged by his roommates, the tension on Lu Yan's face slowly faded, and his gaze softened. Thank you all. He picked up the wooden knife and found a spot close to Zhao Chen, first watching Zhao Chen practice for a while before opening his electronic wristband. In his inventory, there was half a volume of an advanced combat technique. This was a privilege granted to a grade talent holders by the Qingfeng camp. The A-grade fire-type combat technique Infernal Flame Blade Volume 1. The technique focused more on the application of spiritual power and did not explain the basic knife techniques. Lu Yan scratched his head and glanced at Zhao Chen beside him. Zhao Chen understood and picked up an alloy long knife from the weapon rack. Lu Yan, watch closely. The usage of short weapons is largely the same, with only slight differences. The knife is the simplest to use, primarily for chopping and slashing. He practiced while slowing down his movements to teach Lu Yan. Lu Yan stood silently beside him, memorizing the basic moves Zhao Chen taught him. Gradually, he began to grip the wooden knife tightly and started to swing it, one move after another. At this point, Zhao Chen could confirm that Lu Yan truly had no foundation. Zhao Chen couldn't understand what kind of environment he had come from that he lacked even the most basic combat skills in this era that revered martial prowess. However, when Lu Yan held the knife, Zhao Chen was astonished to discover that he had an innate talent for knife techniques. From the initial clumsiness of swinging the knife, he became faster and steadier with each move. It was as if a pair of hands were pushing him from behind, helping him strike. Zhao Chen's eyes widened in shock. He rubbed his eyes, but found he wasn't mistaken. It wasn't an illusion. As Lu Yan focused, a phantom resembling a flickering black flame truly appeared around him. An ethereal knife enveloped the wooden knife in his hand, and his eyes turned dark. Hiss, with a swing of the wooden sword, a faint black afterimage lingered in the air, as if the scent of something burning wafted through. Zhao Chen instinctively sensed danger. It turned out that Lu Yan had unknowingly unleashed a wave of spiritual energy while practicing. This wave was felt even by Zhuo Yun and Meng Qiuqiu, who were not far away. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the field. Lu Yan, stop! The darkness in Lu Yan's eyes dissipated in an instant, and he stood up in confusion, as if he didn't know what he had just done. Outside the field, a man dressed in camouflage and wearing a military cap approached. He stared at Lu Yan and said sternly, "So you're Lu Yan? Do you realize that with your current control over spiritual energy, practicing advanced combat techniques in a public training area is extremely dangerous?" Lu Yan scratched his head, his eyes blank, not understanding what he had done wrong. The instructor took a deep breath and scolded, "Your awakening combat level is 12, with the spiritual energy intensity of the second stage private. But your control level and proficiency are probably not even at 5. Right now. You're like a child holding a weapon you can't control. So don't use it lightly, got it?" Upon hearing the instructor's words, Zhao Chen and Zhuo Yun were stunned. Awakening combat level 12, private rank? Zhao Chen suddenly felt as if he had put on a clown mask. He covered his face and said, "Here I am, giving lessons, and I didn't expect him to be this monstrous." The instructor continued to educate Lu Yan properly. "Your foundation is a bit weak, you can practice specifically, but you absolutely cannot use spiritual energy, understand?" Lu Yan nodded obediently and then walked not far from Zhao Chen. "Zhao Chen, can you give me some pointers?" Zhao Chen. What else could he say? Facing Lu Yan's sincere gaze, he could only nod and say, "Okay." The training grounds administrator, Zhang Jiu, although stern-faced, couldn't hide his enthusiasm for Lu Yan in his eyes. An A-level talent. In the entire Qingfeng camp, he was a rare gem. Even if such a genius were an idiot, they would still need to be nurtured properly. Zhao Chen raised the sword in his hand. "Now focus on controlling your spiritual chi. Don't deliberately release spiritual energy. Follow my lead, strike." Zhao Chen concentrated, and the sword techniques from the 7-kill battle method began to unfold. His blade was decisive and sharp, with no unnecessary movements, and the connections between each move were seamless, one linked to another, making it hard to defend against. At first, Zhang Jiu only focused on Lu Yan. Even if Lu Yan wielded the sword like a dog carrying a stick, he looked on with admiration, until he suddenly noticed the sword in the hands of the young man beside him. What kind of sword was that? The killing intent was incredibly sharp. It was clear he was just practicing, yet it felt as if he was already on the battlefield, each move filled with bloody ferocity. The swordplay was fierce and straightforward, without any hesitation, completely natural. Zhang Jiu had only glanced casually, but the more he watched, the more astonished he became. Because Zhao Chen's use of the sword was even more impressive than his. Zhao Chen didn't notice Zhang Jiu's gaze. He was fully focused on improving his proficiency in the 7-kill battle method. Half an hour later, he had completed a full practice session. 7-kill battle method, proficiency 172. Zhao Chen put down his weapon and sat down at the edge of the field, while Meng Qiuqiu was in a state of pure laziness, claiming to be there just to watch the excitement and not practicing at all. Facing Zhao Chen's teasing gaze, he chuckled, "I just need to raise my combat level and be able to control the ashen remains. That's enough for me. After all, fighting isn't my hobby, making money is my specialty." Meng Qiuqiu had always been very clear about his positioning, which was quite rare. Zhao Chen took a bottle of water from Meng Qiuqiu, and while drinking, he felt a shadow loom over him. Looking up, it was Zhang Jiu wearing a huge duckbill cap. "Instructor, is there something you need?" Zhao Chen asked politely. Zhang Jiu stared at Zhao Chen and asked word by word, "What is your name?" Zhao Chen smiled and replied, "My name is Zhao Chen, a new recruit this year." "Zhao Chen," Zhang Jiu repeated the name, then suddenly realized, "You are the one who ranked first in both the literary and martial arts tests this year. No wonder you have such a solid foundation. It's truly impressive. But what a pity." He suddenly shook his head, his eyes filled with regret. He knew that Zhao Chen only had a level talent, with a combat level awakening as low as 1. In the history of Qingfeng camp, there had been people with a level talent entering the camp. However, as time went on, if their combat level couldn't improve, it would be nearly impossible to catch up with those above level. A single misstep would lead to a series of missteps. And the gap in talent among spiritual energy users would only become more pronounced as time went on. Nevertheless, Zhang Jiu still said to Zhao Chen, "Your fundamentals are very solid, even astonishing. Although you only have a level talent, with hard work, you might still become an excellent junior officer in the future. Keep it up." After saying this, Zhang Jiu left, no longer paying attention to Zhao Chen's practice. Zhao Chen felt a mix of amusement and frustration. A junior officer? So he thinks I can't enter the intermediate camp within 5 years? Meng Qubal said generously, "So what? I believe in you, little Mu." He rubbed his hands together. Even if you're not good at spiritual energy, you can still become a remnant master in the future. We can make money together then. Zhao Chen smiled faintly. Just a remnant master? That's not enough. I want to be the top-tier ability user in the Xianfeng Empire. This bold declaration left his 3 roommates stunned. The top tier of the Xianfeng Empire sounded a bit like a fantasy. The Xianfeng Empire has vast territories and, due to its strict population policies, boasts billions of citizens. To stand out among so many people and reach the pinnacle of the empire is something many find hard to imagine. Even just becoming a top ability user in the Jiangnan province would be considered a local lord. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes and slowly said, only by becoming the most powerful existence can one grasp the rules and change the rules. At this point, he suddenly stood up with a smile. Alright, I've rested enough. Let's continue to the next round. The others were dumbfounded. Zhao Chen had barely rested for 2 minutes before wanting to fight again? Little did they know that Zhuo Yun and Lu Yan were already drenched in sweat. The turtle breathing technique can reduce unnecessary physical consumption and adjust breathing. Therefore, he could recover his physical strength in a shorter time. The new round of training for the 7-kill battle technique began again, with the demon clown Gaga cackling, showcasing the slowly moving yet constantly increasing proficiency progress chart beside Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen trained from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., taking a break for dinner in between, and then immediately dove back into training. This crazy training regimen left Meng Qubal and the others in awe. No wonder Zhao Chen could take first place in the literary and martial arts trials. I can't compare to his level of effort at all. Zhuo Yun sighed and shook his head. Meng Qubal felt a bit ashamed, covering his face and saying, compared to him, I'm practically useless. What do I have besides a bit of money? Lu Yan, watching Zhao Chen work hard in the arena, suddenly clenched his fists. We can't fall behind, we need to catch up to him. Encouraged by Zhao Chen, Lu Yan and Zhuo Yun stepped back onto the training field. Even Meng Qubal felt a bit embarrassed and picked up a wooden sword to join them. What they didn't know was that the reason Zhao Chen worked so hard was that he could see the rewards for every drop of sweat. With every punch he threw, his skill proficiency would increase just a little bit. Even the slightest improvement on the demon clown's proficiency chart, which is hardly noticeable, would make him faster and fiercer with his next punch. For most people, it's not that they are unwilling to put in the effort, but rather that they worry their hard work won't yield visible results. When the fruits of your labor are tangible and you can clearly feel yourself growing stronger with each repetition, then the effort and time spent training becomes addictive. Zhao Chen was in such an addictive state at that moment. The training hall didn't close at night, but others didn't have the same energy as Zhao Chen. Even Zhuo Yun, after practicing until past 10 o'clock, was drenched in sweat and his muscles ached. Zhao Chen, I can't keep going. How much longer do you plan to train? Zhuo Yun wiped the sweat from his body with a towel and put his long spear back in the weapon rack. Sweat streamed down Zhao Chen's strong physique, soaking his training outfit. Yet he looked vibrant, showing no signs of fatigue. I'm fine, I can train for a few more hours. Zhuo Yun and the others looked at Zhao Chen as if he were a monster. No way, are you made of iron? Zhao Chen chuckled and said to them, if you're tired, you can head back first. Just leave the door open for me tonight. His current proficiency in sleep had reached 65 points, far exceeding that of an average person. So he only needed 3 hours of sleep each night, which made him in no hurry to return to the dormitory. The 3 of them felt helpless, but their bodies were too exhausted. Forcing themselves to train would only backfire. They waved goodbye to Zhao Chen and headed back to the dormitory. Zhao Chen remained in the training hall, diligently practicing the 7-kill combat technique. With the eagle claw technique as a foundation, he grasped 2 30-pound dumbbells with his fingers and firmly settled into a horse stance. This training method left other trainees in awe when they saw it. In an era where combat levels were paramount, only those with low talent levels or those without abilities would diligently study physical techniques. Such individuals were rare in the Qingfeng camp. As the number of people in the training hall gradually dwindled, the overhead lights began to extinguish one by one, leaving only Zhao Chen's area still illuminated. By the time it was 1 or 2 in the morning, Zhao Chen was the only one left, training alone in solitude. But Zhao Chen knew that the demon clown on his right side was always holding up the proficiency prompt board. Accompanying him. 7-kill combat technique, proficiency 173 points. Administrator Jiang Jiu stood on the second-floor platform, watching the only lit area in the training hall where the boy was diligently practicing, a strange glint flickering in his eyes. This kid. Around 2 in the morning, Zhao Chen returned to the dormitory, quietly entered the bathroom, finished washing up in 10 minutes, and then turned over to sleep. According to the instructions from the Qingfeng camp, they were to gather at the southeast training ground at 7 a.m. the next morning for a month-long intensive training session. Zhao Chen lay in bed, his hands resting on his abdomen, while the demon clown floated at his right side, its comical expression adorned with an exaggerated smile, quietly watching him. At first, Zhao Chen would occasionally be startled by it, but he had long since grown accustomed to its presence. Demon Clown, activate sleep skill, Zhao Chen whispered in his heart. The Demon Clown, with its large hand clad in white gloves, swiped at the display board, and the text immediately changed. Sleep, life skill, proficiency 65. Around 5 in the morning, Zhao Chen opened his eyes, feeling refreshed as he rolled out of bed. The summer morning light was already bright, and Zhao Chen lightly jumped down from the upper bunk, quickly changing into his training outfit. Hearing the commotion, Joyun also pulled back the covers and sat up. Zhao Chen, you're up so early? Joyun stared at Zhao Chen in surprise. He vaguely remembered that Zhao Chen had returned quite late the previous night, but now, after only a few hours of sleep, Zhao Chen got up. What kind of physique is this? Zhao Chen put on his training uniform, which for the Qingfeng camp was primarily black with red stripes on the sides and a symbol of a sword on the chest. The junior camp had 1 sword, the intermediate camp had 2, and the advanced camp had 3. You could tell their rank just by looking at their uniforms. The weather is nice in the morning, perfect for exercising. Zhao Chen smiled. Joyun's gaze became resolute. I can't lose to you either. He quickly changed his clothes and jumped out of bed. Lu Yen was also awakened by the commotion, and after a moment of daze, he silently began to change clothes as well. Only Meng Qubal, with a big belly and hugging a soft pillow, was sleeping soundly. The 3 of them quickly finished washing up, glanced at each other, and decided not to disturb Meng Qiabal's rest. They went downstairs, and after Zhao Chen did a simple warm-up, he started running along the track ahead. Walking light step, life skill, proficiency 173. Life skills are all extraordinary because they enhance the basic attributes of the body. This is something that is hard to achieve through spiritual abilities. At this moment, Zhao Chen was moving solely based on his own speed, already matching some combat techniques used by spiritual practitioners. Joyun and Lu Yen instinctively followed Zhao Chen. What happened in the training hall last night had already established a powerful image of Zhao Chen in their minds. This image did not come directly from combat power, but from a strong will. If it weren't for his persistent and hard training, who could achieve what Zhao Chen did, not wasting a moment to enhance his strength? This strong willpower would unconsciously draw people closer and make them follow. Zhao Chen glanced at the 2 beside him and smiled lightly. You guys better keep up with my pace. Joyun smiled confidently. Don't worry, I do a lot of physical training every day at home. Lu Yen didn't speak, but his determined gaze also revealed a spirit of not giving up. Zhao Chen smiled, but his speed began to increase. Joyun and Lu Yan's eyes narrowed, feeling the surge in Zhao Chen's speed, and they quickly accelerated to keep up. In no time, Zhao Chen's pace shifted from a long run to a sprint. Joyun and Lu Yan were dumbfounded, and after gritting their teeth and chasing for a while, they quickly became breathless. I can't keep up, how is he so fast? Joyun pressed on his knee, incredulously watching Zhao Chen disappear into the distance. Lu Yan was also gasping for air. It seems our physical gap with him is too big. The 2 exchanged glances, both feeling that Zhao Chen was like a monster. Zhao Chen noticed that the 2 beside him had fallen behind and helplessly shook his head. Sorry, it's not that I'm not waiting for you. It's just that your speed is too slow. To improve his proficiency in light step, Zhao Chen needed to use this ability extensively and run a lot. If he stopped to wait for them at their speed, it would be sacrificing his own time, which was unnecessary. Fortunately, Joyun and Lu Yan were also unwilling to give up. They gritted their teeth and quickly adjusted their pace to catch up. They realized that in running, they were far behind Zhao Chen, and it was better to maintain their own rhythm. Just half an hour later, Zhao Chen had completed 20 kilometers, his body fully relaxed, radiating steam in the faint morning light. He took a towel from his shoulder to wipe the sweat from his forehead, feeling even more invigorated. Meanwhile, Joyun and Lu Yan had not even completed half. Zhao Chen wasted no time, found a clean patch of grass, sat down in the most comfortable way, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Psychic rotation, proficiency 148. By the time the 2 of them returned from their lap, Zhao Chen had already completed 2 more meditations. Ha! Ha! Joyun and Lu Yan were panting heavily, staring at Zhao Chen, unable to say a word for a long time. Zhao Chen smiled and said, So, how was it? Refreshing, right? Joyun finally caught his breath, swallowed hard, and replied, I usually run 20 kilometers too, but this time you really pushed me to my limits. With his physical fitness, running 10 kilometers in 20 minutes was still manageable. However, halfway through, he suddenly realized that his running companions had already finished the entire distance and were sitting there meditating, which made him feel frustrated. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted to finish the 10 kilometers as fast as he could. Although it was only half the distance Zhao Chen ran, it was already their limit. After all, today was the first day of intensive training, and they needed to conserve their energy. But thanks to you, I also broke my own 10-kilometer record. Joyun wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled at Zhao Chen, saying, Looks like I need to train with you more often. Lu Yen was even worse off than Jui Yun, collapsing directly onto the grass, taking a long time to recover, his inner clothing completely soaked. Yet, there was a stubborn determination in his eyes. "I'll join you too." As the clock struck 6, Zhao Chen smiled and said, "Let's call Meng Qiupiu up. We can't let him miss the first day's training." He knew very well that on the first day of training, the instructor would definitely look for someone to establish authority. If someone was caught as an example, they would surely be rigorously trained. Jui Yun used his electronic wristband to call Meng Qiupiu, who took a while to get up. His confused voice came through the wristband. "Huh, where are you guys?" Zhao Chen laughed. "Hurry to the cafeteria for breakfast. After we eat, we'll gather at the Southeast Training Ground. The first day is going to be tough, so you need to be mentally prepared." The four of them had breakfast together in the cafeteria and then headed to the designated training area in the southeast. Before 7 o'clock, over 100 new students gradually arrived. Everyone was dressed in matching black training outfits, gathered in small groups. Suddenly, Zhao Chen felt a nudge on his arm from Meng Qiupiu, who then pointed his chin towards something. Following his gaze, Zhao Chen saw a few girls walking over, chatting and laughing together. Everyone's attention was drawn to them. Even though they were all in training outfits, the beautiful young faces and the sound of their laughter were refreshing and sparked endless imagination. Zhao Chen spotted Shen Moran at a glance, walking alongside another girl with twin ponytails, exuding an air of nobility, and he could faintly sense that they were the center of that group of girls. Zhao Chen remembered that the girl with twin ponytails, like Lu Yan, was also in a great talent this year, and her name seemed to be Imo Guanguan. As if sensing Zhao Chen's gaze, Shen Moran glanced over before naturally turning away as if she hadn't seen anything, returning to her conversation with the other girls. Zhao Chen shrugged helplessly. He didn't understand why. Even though they had amicably parted ways, Shen Moran still seemed to harbor a hint of hostility towards him. He couldn't recall doing anything wrong to her. Shaking his head, he decided not to think too much about it. A few acquaintances of Zhao Chen came over to greet them, such as Li Zixuan and Zhou Haoyu, whose talent levels were average but had successfully joined the Qingfeng camp thanks to Zhao Chen, and they were very grateful to him. Jin Shangqing still wore that cheerful smile, walking over warmly to greet Zhao Chen. "Brother Zhao Chen, you must keep my Jinhai safe. Don't sell it to anyone else. I'll definitely gather the money for you within a month." Jin Shangqing nervously reminded Zhao Chen, staring at the silver ring on his finger. "Don't worry, I always keep my promises." While they were talking, a sudden voice rang out from not far away. "Jin Shangqing, when did your relationship with him get so good?" Zhao Chen felt annoyed as soon as he heard the voice. He turned his head and saw Xiao Han walking over, surrounded by a group of trainee soldiers. The words were directed at Jin Shangqing, but his eyes were fixed on Zhao Chen. Jin Shangqing chuckled. "We're all friends, just friends." "Ha!" Xiao Han coldly glanced at him and Zhao Chen, then walked straight past them to stand in front of Lu Yan. Xiao Han extended his right hand. "I'm Xiao Han, the son of Xiao Tianyi, the deputy commander of the Lujiang city garrison. Level Talent Awakener, Combat Level 9. It seemed that Xiao Han's news was not as well informed as Meng Ke was. He only later learned that among those who went to the engineering department with Zhao Chen yesterday, there was actually an A-level monster who had entered the camp this year. Lu Yan nodded and shook his hand. Xiao Han glanced at Zhao Chen and said, "I hope we can become friends in the future. You have a very powerful talent and should be with geniuses like me, rather than getting too close to some guys with extremely poor talents." Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's expression immediately changed. "I know very well who my friends are and who are not." After saying this, he directly released Xiao Han's hand and walked over to Zhao Chen's side. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes, and Xiao Han's expression turned cold as he was brushed off. "Xiao Han, my perennial underling, when did it become your turn to act like this?" Following Xiao Han were a group of his newly recruited little brothers. As the son of the deputy commander of the armed forces and a level talent, he naturally had no shortage of followers. Being mocked by Zhao Chen in front of so many followers made Xiao Han's gaze turn sharp. "Zhao Chen, what are you so proud of? First place in the camp trial? Ha, we real geniuses didn't even participate, which allowed you to show off for once. You don't really think that with your A-level talent you can compare to me, do you?" Zhao Chen chuckled. "I only know that you have never beaten me." The atmosphere became tense, and on the first day of formal training in the camp, the air was thick with hostility. Everyone present recognized Zhao Chen, the first in the trial, and Xiao Han, the son of the deputy commander, so they all held their breath and looked over. Xiao Han and Zhao Chen locked eyes. Zhao Chen's smile was gentle, while Xiao Han's gaze was fierce, as if a battle was about to break out. After a period of hard training, Xiao Han's strength had greatly improved under his father's personal guidance. He believed that with his combat level 9, he could definitely crush Xiao Chen at that moment. Stepping on Zhao Chen's head on the first day of trainee soldier training seemed like a good choice. But just then, a familiar roar came. "You pumpkins! Scattered all over the place like what? Are you worms? Hurry up and line up properly. A sharp momentum swept across the scene like a storm, blowing Zhao Chen's collar. Xiao Han was also pressured by this astonishing aura and had to rein in his fighting spirit. In front of the training ground stood a group of fierce patrol team members, dressed in training uniforms with red armbands, standing in a line before everyone. At the very front of the patrol team was their deputy leader, Mini. She wore a black military coat, arms crossed, her narrow eyes sharp as knives, cutting through the air in front of her, instilling a sense of fear as if being targeted by a beast. TCH. She disdainfully curled her lip. I hate you pumpkins the most. Chattering like wild dogs. Don't even mention going to the battlefield and fighting against the dark races. Even ordinary criminals can easily slaughter you. She coldly scanned everyone, so, if anyone still thinks they are impressive, superior, or even flaunts their power here, I can clearly tell you, you will die a miserable death. Zhao Chen listened silently, feeling no fluctuations in his heart. He had already experienced the hellish training of Bu Yanhua, so he felt nothing from Bai Mini's oppressive tactics. However, many new recruits felt quite uncomfortable after hearing her words. After all, they had also stood out from a vast number of graduates and had undergone life and death tests to officially enter the camp. The pride of considering themselves the chosen ones still lingered in their hearts. Suddenly being pushed down into the mud by someone else who would feel reconciled, little did they know that all their reactions were captured in Bai Mini's eyes. She curled her lips, feeling extremely pleased, because she knew that soon, these proud pumpkins would experience what hell truly meant, and they would regret their foolish thoughts at this moment. The pressure Bai Mini brought was too strong. Xiao Han could only glare at Zhao Chen resentfully before moving to line up properly. Everyone came from a semi-militarized martial arts school, so they quickly formed 4 teams. However, some of the recruits still had a hint of defiance in their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't understand the rules of the military camp, but rather that they were young and hot-blooded, unable to suppress the fire in their hearts. Bai Mini couldn't be bothered to waste more words with them, as the instructors responsible for the new recruit training had already arrived. 3 instructors in military uniforms, exuding an impressive aura, walked to the front of the formation. Su Zhixiong, a 2-meter-tall giant, with a brownish-yellow complexion and sharp eyes, stood like an iron tower. Xiang Xue had also changed into military attire today, holding a folder as usual, her gaze as cold as mountain ice and snow. Zhang Biao, half a head taller than her, had a face full of thick beard and wore a beast-like grin. Welcome to hell, pumpkins. Zhang Biao grinned, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. From today onwards, you will undergo a month of new recruit training here. During this month, I will transform you completely. In other words, I will make you shed a layer of skin. During training, no excuses for not participating, otherwise, severe punishment. During training, the instructor's orders are everything. Disobeying will lead to severe punishment. During training, no speaking without permission, you must report if you want to talk, otherwise, severe punishment. At this point, he paused, his smile wolfish. However, I advise you not to try to provoke the instructor's authority. Otherwise, it will definitely be an unforgettable experience for you. Of course, you also have another option. That is to withdraw directly and be sent to the front lines. Zhang Biao's voice was neither loud nor soft, resonant and powerful. Just enough to reach every recruit's ears. Zhao Chen listened quietly, mentally preparing himself for everything. After Zhang Biao finished speaking, Xiang Xue also began to speak. In this training session, you must strive to be the best. To encourage enthusiasm, everyone participating in this training will receive credit rewards based on their performance. Especially the top 3 will receive special rewards. The first place will directly receive 50 credits, the second place 30 credits, and the third place 20 credits. You should understand that the Qingfeng camp operates on a credit system. Here, everything can be exchanged for credits. Including promotion to the intermediate or advanced camps, sufficient credits are required. So, cherish this opportunity. Upon hearing Xia Yingshu's words, many recruits' eyes lit up with excitement. Zhao Chen's gaze also flickered. He remembered that to advance from the junior camp to the intermediate camp, one needed to earn 1,000 credits within 5 years to qualify. So, the 50 points for the top spot in this training session were definitely not a small reward. This first place is mine for sure. Zhao Chen had already made up his mind. Not far away, Xiao Han's lips curled into a faint smile. The training program at the Qingfeng camp was something he, as the son of the deputy defense officer, was very familiar with. With the advantage of information, he was determined to showcase his talents during this training session. He knew very well that the better his performance during the rookie period, the more attention he would attract from the higher-ups at Qingfeng camp, leading to a tilt in resources in his favor. Aside from those 2 grade guys whose backgrounds I'm not clear about and can't guarantee a win against, the rest of these people are no match for me. As he thought of this, Zhao Chen's figure flashed in his mind and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Zhao Chen. I will make you realize just how useless your previously proud strengths are once you enter the realm of spiritual abilities. Zhang Biao glanced at everyone, his beard shaking as he laughed. You all seem quite energetic this early in the morning. Let's start with something simple to get our bodies moving. Let's run a few laps. Upon hearing Zhang Biao's words, many of the trainees showed expressions of indifference. Although there was a 1,000-meter track around them, for them, running a few laps or even a dozen was nothing they couldn't handle. Zhao Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze lowered, thinking to himself, running? How could it be that simple? Sure enough, a large truck soon drove up in front of the formation. The truck was loaded with a full load of logs, each with a diameter of 20 to 30 centimeters. Zhang Biao clapped his hands. Everyone carry a log. You can only stop when I say so. The crowd was momentarily stunned at the sight of those massive logs. Each log weighed at least 100 to 200 pounds, and running laps while carrying such heavy logs was no easy task. The first task of the training session turned out to be unexpectedly difficult. Report! A boy in the front row raised his right hand. Zhao Chen looked over and saw a robust boy with a resolute expression. Although they were all the same age, he appeared more mature than his peers. Zhang Biao, speak. The boy who raised his hand was one of the grade special recruits for this session, named Zhu Meng. Facing Zhang Biao, he showed no fear or nervousness, instead calmly asking, Instructor, can we use our spiritual abilities? Zhang Biao nodded. Good question. You can use any power you possess. All I want is the result. Xu Meng lowered his hand, indicating he had no further questions. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. If they had to carry those logs with just their flesh and blood, most of them wouldn't even be able to run a lap. But using spiritual abilities made a difference. The most basic use of spiritual abilities was Entangle, which wrapped around the body to enhance physical strength. Any more questions? If not, let's get started. Zhang Biao gave a glance to Xiang Xue beside him, who had already opened her folder, pen in hand, scrutinizing each trainee present, ready to score them. The competition has begun. It felt as if a war drum was beating in everyone's hearts. Over the next month of training, they would not only have to overcome the challenges set by the instructor but also compete against everyone else. The crowd lined up to collect their logs, and Shen Moran's physique was not weak. To become stronger, she had put in as much effort over the years as Zhao Chen. However, when the heavy log pressed down on her shoulder, she still felt her body sink slightly. But in the next moment, a special power surged from within her. Acting upon the log, the entire log felt much lighter, and her expression no longer showed strain as she carried the log and chased after the trainees ahead. Seeing this, Xia Yingxue nodded secretly. The spatial system's spiritual ability, although it hasn't yet achieved characteristic transformation, can greatly reduce the burden when carrying weight. No wonder she's a great talent. She's very smart and has high comprehension. Before long, Xiaohan also arrived at the front of the truck, and upon seeing the massive logs, he could hardly suppress the smile on his face. Since I was a child, my dad has made me undergo military-style training. What does this piece of wood even count for? He hoisted a log, a swirling spiritual energy appearing on the surface of his body, which then began to gather towards his legs, shoulders, and waist. It's just condensation. Who can't do that? Xiaohan lifted the log and quickly chased forward, his steps looking much lighter than the others. The 4 methods of spiritual energy application, refining, binding, condensing, and releasing, have already been introduced in the Spiritual Energy Beginner's Manual. Some exceptionally talented students have begun to try this technique and are able to apply it. When a girl with twin ponytails named Imo Guanguan walked over in a black training suit and glanced at the heavy log weighing over 100 pounds, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, a powerful spiritual energy was released from her body, controlling her main body parts with more finesse than Xiaohan. A log about 3 meters long was easily placed on her shoulder, and then she looked up at a few people ahead, a smile forming on her lips as a cloud of dust erupted from her feet, propelling her forward like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, she caught up with the leading team, surpassing Xiaohan, but slowed down when she reached the same position as Shen Moran. She chose not to run to the front because someone could break the wind for her, reducing the pressure of running. Seeing this, Xia Yingxue nodded and wrote down her comments on Mo Guanguan in the records. Zhuo Yun and Lu Yan looked at Zhao Chen with somewhat resentful eyes. After being dragged by Zhao Chen to run 10 kilometers early in the morning, Zhao Chen seemed completely fine, but their legs were still sore. It seemed that this training of running with logs wouldn't be easy for them. Zhao Chen could only helplessly throw a supportive smile. Soon, it was Zhao Chen's turn. He approached the truck but didn't rush to grab the log. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Report!" This voice caught everyone's attention, including Shen Moran and Xiaohan, who couldn't help but turn to look. What is this guy up to now? Xiaohan frowned and said. Zhang Biao walked over, staring at Zhao Chen and asking, "Why didn't you ask earlier? What do you want to say now?" Zhao Chen replied clearly and loudly, "One log is too light. I want to carry too, is that okay? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. This log weighed over 100 pounds, 2 would be around 300 pounds. Even if they could use spiritual energy to enhance their physique, for those who had just awakened, carrying one log while running was already quite strenuous. After all, no one knew when the instructor would let them stop. Did Zhao Chen really want to carry too? This guy must be crazy about competing. Xiao Han gritted his teeth and scoffed. Zhao Chen was currently at combat level 2, and his spiritual energy was far inferior to Xiao Han's combat level 9. During the camp trial, Zhao Chen had taken advantage of his proficiency in spiritual energy application. However, after entering the camp, there were plenty of new recruits who had mastered condensation. Why was he still so arrogant? Meng Xiaoyo whispered in surprise, "Wait, isn't Shamu crazy? He reminded me yesterday not to stand out on the first day of training. Why is he doing it himself?" Zhao Chen didn't want to stand out. He wanted to earn the first place's 50 credits. If he was going to compete, why should he let others shine more than him? He had to do what others couldn't. Moreover, with his current strength proficiency at 175 and having unlocked the second stage innate divine strength, Zhao Chen could lift objects weighing 400 pounds even without using spiritual energy. 2 logs were completely within his capacity. But Zhang Biao's gaze towards Zhao Chen became excited. His wide eyes sparkled with flickering flames. Whether Zhao Chen truly had the ability or was just a troublemaker, he was eager to see it now. "Alright, give it to him," Zhang Biao said to the person distributing the wood. A burly patrol officer stared at Zhao Chen and unceremoniously pressed 2 logs onto his shoulders. As the heavy round timber landed, Zhao Chen immediately felt the perfect weight. Just a slight sinking, and he quickly steadied himself. Demon Clown, innate strength activated. He was worried that the training time in the morning was too short and not enough to satisfy him, so he decided to take advantage of the training camp opportunity to enhance his various skills. The greater the intensity of the training, the better the effect on improving proficiency. "Ha!" Zhao Chen let out a light shout, gathering his breath and starting to run forward. The people around looked at the logs on Zhao Chen's shoulders with eyes as if they were staring at a monster. But at that moment, someone noticed something was off. After thinking carefully, they exclaimed, "How come he isn't using spiritual power?" This statement caused a stir on the training ground. That was over 300 pounds of weight, even well-trained soldiers would struggle to lift it. Yet Zhao Chen was carrying it and running swiftly without using any spiritual power. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but glance at Zhao Chen a few more times, then gasped in shock. Even Mo Guanguan and a few others at the front of the line instinctively turned back. Soon, they met Zhao Chen's gaze as he approached them with a relaxed smile, speeding up. Mo Guanguan's pupils suddenly constricted. Is this guy really endowed with innate strength? Very few spiritual power users specialize in honing their physical bodies, making Zhao Chen seem like an anomaly. Zhao Chen suddenly disregarded their gazes, first catching up to Xiao Han and exchanged a cheerful glance with him. "You can't keep up. A genius at level 9. Zhao Chen said with a grin, and although he wore a gentle smile, the words made him seem quite annoying. Xiao Han's anger flared up instantly. The person he least wanted to lose to was Zhao Chen. "What are you so cocky about? I don't believe you can keep this up for long," Xiao Han retorted in a low voice. Although his posture looked effortless compared to Zhao Chen, who seemed to be running with 2 stalks of straw, the difference was evident. Zhao Chen smiled and freed one hand to wipe non-existent sweat from his forehead. "You just hang back, I'll go lap you." After saying this, Zhao Chen's feet suddenly accelerated. Light step activated, allowing him to feel as light as a swallow, as if the wind were lifting his body. Not only did it increase his speed, but it also lightened his body, reducing unnecessary energy consumption while running. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Chen surpassed Xiao Han and headed straight for the first echelon. Worried about the wind resistance? Not a chance. Zhao Chen wanted the resistance. Only then could he fully unleash the abilities of the Demon Clown. The proficiency progress bar for innate strength steadily advanced, and Zhao Chen discovered that this method was more effective than simple weight training. In an instant, he was fired up, completely forgetting about the other trainees, leaping ahead of Shen Moran, Mo Guanguan, and others, reaching the front of the line. As the weighted running training began, Zhao Chen charged to the front of the line like a monster, carrying 2 logs. Everyone else was running at a steady pace, as no one knew when the instructor would call a stop, and there was some concern in their hearts. But Zhao Chen's appearance instantly broke the original order. "A level 2 fighter, what are you pretending for?" Xiao Han was thoroughly provoked by Zhao Chen, suddenly roaring and accelerating, charging towards Zhao Chen. With 2 people stirring things up, the entire team became chaotic. Zhao Chen grinned, completely forgetting about the others. Enjoying the comfort of the wind as he strode forward, behind, Xiao Han was closely pursuing, and the other trainees behind him couldn't help but feel anxious. This training camp is going to rank us, and if we perform poorly, we might be neglected by the instructors. No way, I can't fall too far behind them. With this thought, the other trainees gradually began to speed up. The reason was simple: if they could run that fast while carrying 2 logs, what excuse did they have to slack off? Su Jixiong and several instructors were taken aback by this scene. Are these guys all crazy? At this rate, they'll be exhausted after just 5 laps. The purpose of weighted running was actually to train their ability to harness spiritual power. These newcomers were not yet skilled in controlling their spiritual energy, and some couldn't even achieve condensation. Weighted running would push them to their physical limits, squeezing out their potential to enhance their control over spiritual energy. For example, concentrating the internal power on the most critical areas. The spiritual energy in their shoulders would bear the weight of the logs to avoid injury. The energy in their legs and waist would be used for exertion and running. This process couldn't be rushed. The best way was to run at a steady pace for a long time. But looking at some of the trainees ahead, it seemed like they were about to sprint 100 meters. Let them be. They'll have to face the consequences themselves later, Zhang Biao said with a smile. He then looked towards the front of the line, where Zhao Chen was pulling ahead by several meters. But this guy really should carry 3 logs. Zhang Biao was also shocked. Zhao Chen hadn't used any spiritual energy at all and was already surpassing the others with just his physical strength. I just wonder if this kid is showing off or if he really has the strength. Zhang Biao revealed a chilling grin. Being the early bird comes with a price. Today, you'll see where your limits are. The group of over 100 people spread out on the track, and Zhuo Yun and Lu Yan were doing fine. Lu Yan's awakened combat level reached 12, and after awakening, he was already a second-tier private-level spiritual practitioner. All he needed was to master his own strength and practice combat techniques. No one had taught him how to use spiritual energy, so he adopted the most primitive method of spiritual binding. Even so, the abundant spiritual energy far exceeding that of other trainees allowed him to exert little effort. However, gradually, he seemed to realize that this way of using spiritual energy was wasteful and began to control it slowly, shifting towards exertion and bearing weight. This result was what the instructors most wanted to see. As for the others, sooner or later, they would all come to understand this under immense pressure. When the chubby Meng Qiqiu was carrying the log, his eyes rolled as he turned a ring on his right index finger. Fortunately, I have the ash remnant that amplifies strength. Amplifying ash remnants were the most stable and versatile, easy to use. Once activated, he immediately lifted the log and swaggered to catch up with the group. However, he would soon realize that this method, while seemingly clever, was not easy at all, because using ash remnants still required continuous infusions of spiritual energy. With 161 people rushing onto the track, Zhao Chen was far ahead, with Xiao Han closely pursuing him. Zhao Chen, stop right there! He shouted angrily. Originally, he wanted to take this opportunity to show Zhao Chen the gap between them. But now the gap was real, just reversed, and Xiao Han felt very indignant. What made him angriest was that even though he was running at full speed, why couldn't he catch up? Zhao Chen turned back to look at him with interest. I told you, in front of me, you'll always be second. After saying this, Zhao Chen squinted his eyes and, against the resistance of the morning wind, actually accelerated forward. He meant it when he said he would lap him. As he ran more, the proficiency of his innate divine strength increased. While others grew increasingly tired, feeling the weight on their shoulders becoming heavier, he felt the opposite: running became easier for him. This pressure is just right. It's a bit strenuous, but it doesn't make my body feel like it's about to collapse. Amazing! At that moment, Zhao Chen was lost in the thrill of his rising proficiency, completely forgetting that this was a training session. Whoosh! To the astonishment of everyone, he accelerated again, instantly pulling ahead of Xiao Han by several meters. He's gone mad. This guy is completely insane. You can't be serious? You're running so fast ahead, it's throwing off our rhythm. Some had already sensed something was off and were complaining, but they had no choice. Without a rabbit leading the way, they felt the pressure inside and could only quicken their pace to catch up with the person in front. Xiao Han gritted his teeth. You wait for me. As the second-place runner, he felt the greatest disparity because he had no idea how far behind the others were. His only reference was Zhao Chen. Being sandwiched in the middle felt terrible, and unwilling to fall behind, he could only push himself to chase forward. After all, he didn't want to see Zhao Chen actually lap him. That would be utterly humiliating. With this thought in mind, Xiao Han unleashed more spiritual energy, greatly enhancing his physical abilities and boosting his speed. Soon, the distance between him and Zhao Chen shrank to less than 5 meters. Zhao Chen glanced back, raising an eyebrow with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Come on! Zhao Chen didn't deliberately speed up. Xiao Han's explosive speed couldn't be sustained for long. Given the training conditions, they had to run at least a dozen laps. He had the innate divine strength to endure this state without feeling strained, but did Xiao Han have that capability? Thus, Zhao Chen toyed with Xiao Han, and the two sped along, quickly completing a lap of the 1,000-meter track. Their speed was so fast that it caused a significant disconnection behind them. Students with lower levels or those not skilled in using spiritual energy were almost lapped by Zhao Chen and the others. Zhao Chen maintained his speed, still as light as a swallow, carrying over 300 pounds of wood on his shoulders as if it were as easy as carrying 2 sugar canes. However, Xiao Han was starting to struggle. Even though he was also at the condensation level, his skill was far inferior to Zhao Chen's, and the intense exercise took a heavy toll on him. Originally, he could have slowed down and run normally without any issues, but he insisted on showing off. With Zhao Chen only a few meters away, he wanted to grit his teeth and sprint past. As a result, he overexerted himself, and soon his body began to show signs of fatigue. Xiao Han felt a fire burning in his chest, his heart pounding wildly, making his throat dry. After all, running 1,000 meters at 100-meter sprinting speed was indeed too much for his body to handle. Just then, Zhao Chen, noticing the slowing speed of the person behind him, turned around and gave Xiao Han a disdainful smile. "Can't keep up so soon, huh? Little dog. Zhao Chen, I'm going all out against you." Xiao Han's eyes turned red, and he furiously unleashed his spiritual energy to enhance his physique, charging towards Zhao Chen again. Zhao Chen was quite satisfied and increased his speed to pull away from Xiao Han. Whenever Xiao Han was about to catch up, Zhao Chen would barely use a portion of his spiritual energy, concentrating it in his legs. This way, Xiao Han truly felt like he was running up a mountain, always just a little bit short, yet never able to catch up to Zhao Chen. By the time they finished the second lap, Zhao Chen had indeed lapped the lagging students by a whole lap. A thin layer of sweat had formed on his forehead, but it didn't make him feel uncomfortable. On the contrary, because his body was moving, he felt incredibly refreshed. What a thrill! Zhao Chen looked at the progress bar prompted by the demon clown, a satisfied smile on his face. He was still in a state of barely using any spiritual power, and this time, even instructors like Zhang Biao and the members of the inspection team assisting with the training cast strange glances at him. This is simply a monster. Zhang Biao squinted his eyes and chuckled. We can't let him take it so easy. When Zhao Chen finished his second lap and returned to the starting point, Zhang Biao suddenly approached the truck, grabbed a piece of wood with one hand, and shouted, "Zhao Chen, catch!" Zhao Chen turned around and saw the third piece of wood coming down towards him. His steps were steady, and he slightly slowed his movements, letting go of his hands to allow the third piece of wood to land on top of the other two, arranged in a triangular shape. The weight of over 400 pounds finally made Zhao Chen feel his body pushed to its limits. His pace slowed slightly, and Zhang Biao shouted, "No stopping." Zhao Chen raised the corner of his mouth, understanding the instructor's intention. Compared to honing the body, they hope we master the use of spiritual power better. If I don't use spiritual power, it seems the instructor won't be satisfied. Then, let's use it well. A faint yet solid layer of spiritual power appeared on the surface of Zhao Chen's body, quickly wrapping around his legs and waist, enhancing his load-bearing capacity. The total amount of spiritual power at level 2 is still a bit lacking, Zhao Chen said lightly. Although his total amount of spiritual power was several times greater than that of other practitioners at the same level, there was indeed a gap when compared to those at level 5 and above. Especially when compared to monsters like Xiao Han, who reached level 9, or Lu Yan, who reached level 12, there was a fundamental difference. However, Zhao Chen was far ahead of them in another aspect. His mastery of spiritual power had reached 62. Now he could wrap an egg in spiritual power, throw it several meters, and catch it steadily without breaking it. Therefore, doing the same thing, he consumed only a fraction of the spiritual power that Xiao Han did. Zhao Chen still acted as if nothing was wrong. He simply changed the demon clown's innate strength to spiritual power control, enhancing his proficiency in a different way. Originally, seeing Zhao Chen suddenly add a third piece of wood in front of him made Xiao Han overjoyed. Look at you showing off. Now you're in trouble, right? You probably don't know that the instructor hates show-offs like you the most. But before Xiao Han could enjoy his moment of glee for even a second, he saw Zhao Chen carrying 3 pieces of wood, actually running forward at a speed even faster than before. Xiao Han was dumbfounded. No way? He had already exhausted himself and couldn't sprint anymore. However, after using spiritual power, Zhao Chen's physical strength could increase 2 to 3 times. Instead, he was even faster. Xiao Han almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, and the energy in his heart was completely lost due to the heavy blow. How could he win against such a freak? With his spirit deflated and his body fatigued, Xiao Han's speed gradually slowed down. A figure rushed past him. Mo Guanguan was carrying a piece of wood, her eyes resolutely fixed on Zhao Chen ahead, quickly catching up. Gradually, a few more students surpassed Xiao Han, and his heart grew colder. Xia Yingxue and the others stood near the starting point, watching the students. After 3 laps, they were scattered across various positions on the track, and the most terrifying was Zhao Chen, who had lapped some students entirely. Moreover, he was carrying 3 logs, as if he had an endless supply of strength. The scariest part was that despite the grueling training, he kept smiling. Could it be that our training intensity isn't high enough? What is he so happy about? Zhang Biao chuckled, but his face was filled with competitiveness. He had to subdue this student. Otherwise, where would his authority as an instructor go? Su Zhixiong said, during breakfast this morning, I heard Zhang Jiu say that he trained for 7 or 8 hours last night, going on until midnight. He seems to be a training fanatic. The more you train him like this, the happier he becomes. He suddenly smiled. I actually quite like him. Xiang Shuai also said to Zhang Biao. The purpose of the weighted running training is to teach them to mobilize their own spiritual power and master the application of condensation. However, Zhao Chen's level of spiritual power usage is clearly much higher than that of others. You've already made him carry 3 logs. If you just increase the training load for him alone, it might easily cause dissatisfaction among the others. Zhang Biao nodded and had no choice but to relent. After coming down from the 3rd lap, some students had already begun to show signs of physical exhaustion. Many people had such poor levels of spiritual power application that it led to waste. Moreover, during the tooth stage, the enhancement of physical strength through spiritual power is limited. With Zhao Chen, the disruptor, appearing, everyone's rhythm was completely thrown off, and some began to fall behind. Xiao Han was still gritting his teeth to hold on. His last bottom line was that he absolutely could not let Zhao Chen lap him. But when he looked up, Zhao Chen was already on the opposite side of the track. By the 4th lap, Zhao Chen had already pulled ahead of him by half a lap. Zhao Chen. Xiao Han's spiritual power began to become chaotic. The previous overexertion and the high-intensity exercise required to keep from falling behind made it difficult for him to quickly recover his spiritual and physical strength. At this moment, he was surprisingly in the middle of the pack, with Shen Moran having surpassed him by quite a bit. Compared to his competitiveness, Shen Moran's gaze was resolute. She understood how strong Zhao Chen's physical abilities were, so she refrained from making a futile chase. However, Zhao Chen's stunning performance still cast a shadow over her eyes. Zhao Chen, have you entered your area of expertise? By the 4th lap, the entire team showed clear stratification. Zhao Chen's speed had not slowed down from start to finish. He was very clear that since everyone needed to compete with each other, he would use his powerful physical strength and endurance to push everyone to their limits. In this training session, the instructor would only call a halt when everyone could no longer hold on. However, the first echelon was not just him alone. Soon, Zhao Chen felt the pressure from the pursuers behind him. Zhao Chen had been occupying the inner lane, while on his outer side, a strong wind rushed in. A voice with a hint of provocation reached his ears. Are you some kind of beast reincarnated? Your strength is monstrous. Zhao Chen glanced over and saw a fit girl with twin ponytails carrying a log, already catching up to him. It was Mo Guanguan, this year's A-level special recruit. Zhao Chen was 1.87 meters tall, and she was only about 10 centimeters shorter than him, her physique as agile as a female tiger. While carrying the log, she could easily chat with Zhao Chen. Her large black eyes were filled with a competitive spirit. Zhao Chen's strength was several times greater than that of his peers, so even though Mo Guanguan was only carrying 1 log, it was impressive that she could keep up with him. I didn't expect someone could actually catch up to me, Zhao Chen said with a smile. His speed was fast, and even in this state, he spoke steadily without any signs of breathlessness or interruption. A flash of defiance crossed Mo Guanguan's eyes. Ha! You really do look down on people. But this time, the first place is definitely mine. She suddenly accelerated, her right foot forcefully pounding the track, and she directly overtook Zhao Chen from the side. Zhao Chen blinked, unsure of what he had said to provoke her. He had forgotten one thing. Mo Guanguan's talent level was A, with an initial combat level of 12, just like Lu Yan. No wonder she felt indignant at his evaluation as someone with talent E and combat level 2. However, Zhao Chen had no intention of letting that first place go. He wasn't in a hurry, there was still a long time left for the weighted run, and Zhao Chen simply followed Mo Guanguan at a steady pace. The more he ran, the faster he became. Running 20 kilometers every day around the town was his forte. Sure enough, the little distance that Mo Guanguan had managed to create between herself and him was soon closed by Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen appeared at her side, and Mo Guanguan looked as if she had seen a ghost, gritting her teeth and wanting to exert herself, but her body had already reached its limit. If she forced another burst of energy, she would only be able to run 1 more lap before collapsing. You monster! She gasped, gritting her teeth and glaring at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen flashed her a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Don't rush, take your time. You rest a bit. Ill head on ahead. Hearing Zhao Chen's infuriating words, Mo Guanguan's face flushed with anger, but she could only stare at him, watching as he ran ahead once more. Humiliation, immense humiliation enveloped Mo Guanguan's heart. The competitive spirit that usually drove her made her want to punch that arrogant guy in front of her. Unfortunately, she simply couldn't catch up. By the 5th lap, some people had begun to slow down, their faces pale and their steps unsteady. But Bai Mimi, leading a group of patrol members, mercilessly shouted, "What are you stopping for? Get running! Who are you showing this pitiful state to? Let me tell you, no one here will sympathize with you. If you can't handle this little hardship, you might as well quit." Under their relentless verbal assault, those who felt they had reached their limit could only grit their teeth and continue to roar forward. Just then, a gust of wind swept past them. Zhao Chun, shouldering 3 logs, casually passed by them. His hair soaked with sweat and blown back, yet still wearing a smile. What kind of humanoid beast are we training with here? The other students felt despair creeping in as they saw Zhao Chen. They had hoped that if everyone was too exhausted, the instructor might let them rest early. But with someone like Zhao Chen around, the idea of stopping was out of the question. "Oh, Xiao Han, how come you're in front of me?" "Ah, sorry. Turns out I lapped you." Zhao Chen's cheerful voice reached Xiao Han's ears. Xiao Han nearly spat blood on the spot, glaring at Zhao Chen, his eyes bloodshot. You. Zhao Chen laughed. "Why don't you try a little harder and see if you can catch up?" Thud. Xiao Han, too angry, lost his footing and fell to the ground. Zhao Chen ran past him, continuing forward, while a chorus of curses erupted behind him. Many students were gritting their teeth, barely holding on. Any little mishap would deflate their spirits. Just then, as Xiao Han fell, the log rolled off the track, tripping several others. Struggling to get up, Xiao Han looked up to see a pair of black leather boots in front of him. He raised his head and met Bai Mimi's gaze, which seemed ready to devour him. "You can't even run without falling. What are you useless trash doing in Qingfeng camp? You might as well go work for your dad as a lackey. This is a place for training elites, not for spoiled brats like you to play around." Xiao Han felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, forcing himself to get up and hoist the log, burying his head and running forward. "A bunch of pumpkins." Bai Mimi scoffed, kicking a few who were struggling to get up. "Lying on the ground playing dead? Get up! Don't think I can't see through your little tricks." After falling, those few indeed felt hopeless, thinking they might as well take this opportunity to pretend they couldn't run anymore and lie down. But in front of a veteran like Bai Mimi, such tricks were nothing but leftovers she had seen before, and they couldn't fool her eyes. A group of them had no choice but to get up, hoist the logs, and start running again. Zhao Chen led the way, with Mo Guanguan desperately chasing behind him, while the third team was already hundreds of meters away. Many looked as if they were about to die, but if they slowed down even a little, they would be reprimanded by the instructor and the patrol members. Thus, when Zhao Chen completed his 10th lap, he had even lapped others 3 times. Xiao Han had been lapped by Zhao Chen a full 2 laps, his face as dark as a pot bottom. At this point, Zhao Chen began to feel some strain in his body. Even though he was highly efficient in using spiritual energy, carrying over 400 pounds for an extended period would eventually take its toll. Fortunately, after this segment of training, his proficiency in spiritual energy control had risen to 65 points. By now, some people on the field were like walking corpses, relying solely on sheer willpower to persist. Even Mo Guanguan and the second-tier members like Shin Moran and Lu Yan were feeling weak, their shoulders heavy as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. In the sweltering summer, the sun rose high, beating down on them like they were in a sauna. Many cast pleading glances at Zhao Chen. They thought, "Please stop, slow down. We really can't hold on any longer." But what did Zhao Chen think? His legs began to feel heavy, and his shoulders were straining and even painful, which only excited him more. He discovered that the closer his body and will reach their limits, the faster his proficiency in controlling spiritual energy improved. "Let me challenge my limits." On the training ground, Zhao Chen carried 3 logs and continued to sprint at full speed. As his body was gradually pushed to its limits, the discomfort he felt, along with the rapidly increasing proficiency displayed on the Demon Clown scoreboard, filled his heart with immense excitement. At this moment, not a drop of sweat was wasted for Zhao Chen. Ah, so refreshing. While others were on the brink of despair, Zhao Chen was still laughing and shouting, drenched in sweat. Mo Guanguan gritted her teeth, closely following Zhao Chen, her eyes filled with a stubborn determination. Hearing Zhao Chen's shout, a strange light flashed in her eyes. "Monster!" She bit her lip, disregarding her fatigue, and pushed herself to chase after him. By the 13th lap, or 13,000 meters, Zhao Chen had lapped some of the trainee soldiers 5 times. He had lapped Xiao Han 3 times. The weaker trainee soldiers looked less than human, resembling a group of thoughtless zombies, their bodies nearly numb, their legs feeling as if filled with lead, relying solely on willpower to stumble forward. Finally, with a thud, the first trainee soldier collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, like a puddle of mud. Bai Mimi walked over, kicked him twice, and coldly said, "Is this all you can do? Take him away." Immediately, a member of the patrol team came over, helped him up, and tossed him into the shade under a tree beside the training ground, pouring some nutrient solution into his mouth. It was just exhaustion, he wouldn't die, and after a short rest he would recover. When the first person fell, many trainees who had already given up on competing for a good ranking felt the last thread in their hearts snap, dropping the logs they were holding and collapsing to the ground. These people were tossed aside like dead dogs, and Xiang Shuai recorded it expressionlessly, then graded them. When Zhao Chen reached the 20th lap, the spiritual energy in his body was finally exhausted. He relied solely on his physical strength to endure, his legs feeling as if filled with lead. Yet his gaze grew ever brighter. Truly, the training of the Qingfeng camp. The speed at which his proficiency in spiritual energy control improved was much faster than his own random tinkering. Most trainees, though exhausted, were clearly being forced to learn the use of condensation under the extreme physical strain. Zhao Chen shook off his fatigue, slowed down a bit, and caught up to the zombie-like figure ahead. "Hey, Xiaohan, I've caught up to you again. How many laps have you run?" At this point, Xiaohan's speed was comparable to that of a snail, his lips pale. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's taunt, he couldn't catch his breath and fell to the ground on the spot. Toot! As Zhao Chen reached the starting point, a sharp whistle sounded. Zhang Biao shouted, "End. Rest in place for 30 minutes, prepare for the next event." Zhao Chen slowly slowed down and finally struggled to throw the log off his shoulder. He felt as if his body was no longer his own, yet he was both pained and joyful. The training at Qingfeng camp is indeed exhilarating. Zhao Chen turned around and found that only a dozen or so people were still behind him. Imo Guanguan was panting heavily, her eyes glaring at him like a fierce tigress, then she defiantly tossed aside her log. A few others hadn't fallen behind, such as Zhuoyun, Lu Yan, and Zhu Meng, but Zhao Chen remembered they were about 3 to 5 laps behind him. Upon hearing the instructor announce the end of training, they all breathed a sigh of relief, some collapsing to the ground, others leaning on their knees, sweat pouring down like rain. Su Zhixiang walked over with a stern face, harshly reprimanding, "I didn't expect the quality of this batch of recruits to be so poor. You can't even handle a few laps? With your level, you'll just be cannon fodder on the battlefield." The new recruits felt deeply humiliated, but at that moment, none dared to raise their heads to show defiance. To be precise, in the first training session, they had already been subdued by Zhao Chen. Su Zhixiang approached Zhao Chen, who slowly walked towards the shady side of the road, wanting to grab some nutritional supplements. Suddenly, a strong hand slapped down on his shoulder. "You did well." Zhang Biao grinned, showing his teeth. The force of the slap wasn't too heavy or too light, but just enough to make Zhao Chen sit down on the ground. Laughter erupted around them, and those who had been outpaced by Zhao Chen felt a bit better inside. Zhao Chen sat on the ground with a faint smile. Indeed, being the early bird isn't easy. The first training event was meant for the instructor to establish authority, and Zhao Chen's outstanding performance left the instructor in a difficult position. If it weren't for the concern that others might follow Zhao Chen's lead and end up injuring themselves, the instructor might have intended to let Zhao Chen run until he collapsed. However, that slap also contained an element of appreciation. At that moment, everyone's gaze towards Zhao Chen changed. Even those Blevel special recruits remembered Zhao Chen's name. After reaching the roadside and receiving the nutritional drink, Zhao Chen took small sips while starting to practice the turtle breathing technique, regulating his breath. He had been using this ability while running. Those who run often know that the rhythm of breathing is very important. While Zhao Chen was resting, a ball of flesh rolled over. Meng Qiuyo crawled over from the grass. "Xiaomu Gu, are you a superhero? Carrying 3 logs by yourself and outpacing everyone?" Meng Qi's face was as pale as snow. He had fallen behind midway, but not with the first batch that dropped out. Instead, he had seen many people drop out and estimated he wouldn't be last, so he chose to give up. Zhao Chen smiled at him. "I didn't expect you to look chubby, but your stamina isn't bad." Meng Qiuyo leaned in and whispered, "It's all thanks to the ash remnants. But the training rules didn't say I couldn't use them, hee." He showed Zhao Chen what he had in his hands. "I have 8 ash remnants, all bought by my grandma before I left home to keep me safe. 5 of them are enhancement ash remnants, which can improve my various physical qualities. I just switched them out." The corner of Zhao Chen's eye twitched slightly. Sometimes he didn't really want to talk to the wealthy because it could be hurtful, but he didn't mind being friends with them. Lu Yan and Zhuoyun also came over, drenched in sweat, and the group lay down on the grass, sprawled out like everyone else. At that moment, even sitting up was a torment because of the heavy burden on their waists. While Zhao Chen was regulating his breath, he suddenly felt a resentful gaze approaching from not far away. He turned his head and saw Xiao Han. He poured a bottle of water over his head. His hair wet and looking even more disheveled. A pair of eyes stared at Zhao Chen like a wolf, filled with resentment and unwillingness. At this moment, he had also come to his senses. If it weren't for being provoked by Zhao Chen disrupting his rhythm, his performance wouldn't have been so poor. Zhao Chen, however, showed Xiao Han a brilliant yet pitying smile, gently shaking his index finger at him. The meaning was clear: "You can't compete with me." Knowing that Xiao Han was targeted by Jinxiang City during the camp trials, Zhao Chen had no intention of being polite with him. This time, making him stumble in the first training session was just the beginning. The Military Martial Arts Academy is an elite training institution directly under the military and can be said to be one of the important foundations of the Xianfeng Empire. Even though Xiao Han's father was the deputy commander of the Lujiang city garrison, his power could not threaten Zhao Chen here. Therefore, Zhao Chen wouldn't bother to consider Xiao Han's expression. If no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will repay them tenfold or 100-fold. This is Zhao Chen's principle of dealing with matters. The friendly exchange between the two was observed by those around them, including the younger brothers who had recently gathered around Xiao Han. Seeing their boss being so mocked by Zhao Chen, their faces showed indignation and embarrassment. However, Xiao Han had indeed lost miserably, and they could only lower their voices and say, "Just an rank loser. What's there to be arrogant about? Once we grow stronger, we can easily crush him." It is a consensus in this world that low-rank spiritual ability users have a low ceiling and slow progression in combat levels. So they believed that Xiao Han was a young tiger, while Zhao Chen was just a slightly stronger cat. Even though Zhao Chen currently had a slight advantage, once the young tiger grew a bit, he would be far beyond Zhao Chen's reach. Xiao Han said coldly, "He just happened to hit his strong point. As long as I enter my area of expertise next, I will definitely make him regret it." While everyone was resting, suddenly a notification came from the wristbands. Zhao Chen opened his electronic wristband and saw a pop-up window appear, prominently displaying a ranking list. Qingfeng Camp New Recruit Training Ranking. On the ranking list, Zhao Chen stood at the top with a perfect score of 10 points. Undoubtedly, Zhao Chen's difficulty, speed, and endurance in this weighted run surpassed everyone else's. In second place was Mo Guanguan with a score of 9.68 points. The girls around her expressed genuine admiration. "Guanguan, as expected of you. You're amazing." Shen Moran glanced at her own score of 9.23 in seventh place, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her eyes, but she quickly smiled at Mo Guanguan and said, "Guanguan, you're really impressive." However, Mo Guanguan frowned, showing no signs of joy. "Second place, what's there to be happy about?" She turned her gaze towards the area where the boys were resting, and among the crowd, Zhao Chen stood out. He was the only one who, after such high-intensity exercise, could still sit cross-legged steadily, looking as if he hadn't exhausted himself. Noticing Mo Guanguan's gaze, Shen Moran smiled lightly and said, "Don't mind him, he's always good at this kind of physical training. In the subsequent training events, his advantages will disappear." In the face of Shen Moran's nonchalance, Mo Guanguan replied, "No, it's not that easy to achieve." Shen Moran blinked, not understanding why Mo Guanguan was defending Zhao Chen. Shen Moran stared at Zhao Chen, her competitive spirit evident in her eyes. "From childhood to now, my physical training is no less than anyone else's." This was the first time she had lost so badly. This was what she silently told herself. Shen Moran's lack of understanding didn't mean Mo Guanguan was also clueless. The world believed that physical strength didn't need excessive training as long as one's spiritual ability was strong enough. But Mo Guanguan knew that true top-tier experts pursued perfection. For example, in her family, all siblings had to undergo the most rigorous physical training from a young age. She pinched her fingers, which were long and white, like bamboo shoots after the rain, with a thin layer of callus on her palms, a mark left by years of martial arts practice. "I will take back this first place." She had her family's pride. Coming to this military academy in the border city, she had to be number one. Zhao Chen could feel the gazes of those around him, many of whom regarded him as the target to surpass. The Qingfeng camp gathered the elite of the entire Luzhou city. They never accepted defeat and all believed themselves to be one in a million geniuses. Who wouldn't want to be that center of attention, the first place? But Zhao Chen didn't care about their looks at all. If anyone thought they had the strength, he wouldn't mind teaching them the harshness of the world. Zhao Chen's physical condition was excellent, and he quickly recovered. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to begin meditating. The ability of the demon clown activated. Spirit energy reversal, meditation combat technique, proficiency 168. At this moment, he only needed about 4 minutes to complete a full meditation. Seeing Zhao Chen's actions, many people began to realize the recent weighted running training had already drained most of their spirit energy. If they couldn't quickly recover their spirit energy, the upcoming training would be even harder to cope with. However, meditation, the most important aspect, was to calm the mind and connect with the subspace to draw energy. Meditating in such a crowded and sweltering training ground was extremely difficult, especially since they were all physically and mentally exhausted. It must be said that the turtle breathing technique was indeed a divine skill, capable of quickly adjusting the rhythm of breathing and bringing tranquility to the body and mind. Zhao Chen soon entered a meditative state, beginning to recover the consumed spirit energy. Beside him, Lu Yan remained silent, getting up from the ground and also sitting cross-legged to meditate like Zhao Chen. Zhuo Yun followed the rhythm of the two. Meng Qbal scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. He was still gasping for breath. After running more than 10 laps, his lungs felt like they were about to burst, his chest was tight, and his face was burning. But seeing his 3 roommates meditating to prepare for the next phase of training, he gritted his teeth and turned the ash on his left index finger. A flash of white light passed, followed by a refreshing coolness that surged into his body. In an instant, the surrounding heat and noise seemed to vanish. Meng Qbal naturally closed his eyes and fell into a meditative state. Jinxiang City was not far from them, and seeing this scene made his eyes twitch. Level 1 Ash, Ice Heart Servant. An enhancement-type ash, crafted from the plant-type exotic beast, the Biluobinglian, it could help people quickly enter a meditative state. It was a divine artifact for novice spirit energy users. Among level 1 ashes, it was the rarest good thing. If put up for auction, it could sell for the price of 3 silver swords. While others cultivated through talent and hard work, the Meng family relied on spending money. The 4 of them from dormitory 207 were the first to start meditating, and others soon realized they couldn't slack off and quickly sat down cross-legged to recover their spirit energy as much as possible. However, not everyone could concentrate. During this process, the gap between people gradually became apparent. Who was strong and who was weak was clear at a glance, all recorded in the data compiled by Xiangxue. As Zhao Chen had thought, there was hardly any time left for them to rest. Zhao Chen had only been off the field for 10 minutes when Zhang Biao blew the whistle. Gather! His rough voice echoed throughout the training ground, and Zhao Chen had already adjusted himself and stood up again. 10 minutes was enough for him to recover. Many people had not yet finished meditating or even entered a meditative state and were forcibly called up, having to grit their teeth and run to the training ground to assemble. In fact, Zhang Biao had been keeping an eye on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was the last to leave the field but was the first to complete his adjustment. Others had more time to rest than he did. If even Zhao Chen had no issues, the others had no right to complain. The 161 people reformed their ranks, but there was no longer the spirited energy from when they first arrived in the morning. Most were unable to adjust their physical state, and some had ashen faces. Zhang Biao suddenly straightened his face. When he smiled, he resembled a smiling tiger, but when he was serious, he was truly fierce and terrifying. His stern gaze swept coldly over everyone, and apart from Zhao Chen and a few other outstanding students, most people instinctively lowered their eyes. For the first item of today's training, I originally thought that even if you were inexperienced, you wouldn't embarrass yourselves too much. But what was the result? Some of you started slacking off halfway through the run. If I didn't know better, I'd think my grandmother was out shopping. With your level, joining the Qingfeng camp is just a disgrace. Once on the battlefield, you'll only be fit to be food for the dark races and exotic beasts. The crowd was scolded and dared not retort, only bowing their heads and listening silently. Zhang Biao suddenly bent down, seemingly chasing after their averted gazes. This is just the beginning. Today is the first day, and our training is very light. It's practically a vacation. From now on, the intensity of training will only increase. If anyone can't handle it, just admit you're a useless waste and go through the discharge procedures early. Our Qingfeng camp does not accept trash. Zhao Chen stood naturally with his hands behind his back. After all, it wasn't him being scolded, so he felt nothing. At this point, Zhang Biao suddenly laughed. But seeing you all exhausted like this, don't say I'm not taking care of you. The next item won't be tiring at all. Some people breathed a sigh of relief. But Zhao Chen thought to himself, the first item challenged most people's physical and spiritual limits, so the next item wouldn't be of the same type. It would definitely continue to push them in other aspects. Just as he thought, Zhang Biao said, "Everyone, go pick up the logs you were carrying and stand them up in the open area." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately went to the roadside to pick up the round logs they had dropped and stood them up in the training ground. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and shouted, "Report." Zhang Biao turned around with a smile. "Young master, what do you want to say now?" Zhao Chen replied loudly, "I carried 3 logs. Do I need to stand them all up?" Zhang Biao chuckled and waved his hand. 3? That's too tiring. Just half a log will do. Zhang Biao intended to test the new recruit's mettle on the first day, planning to let Zhao Chen experience some hardship. So he walked over, stepped on the ground, and a 3-meter-long round log instantly stood upright. He raised his right hand, blue spiritual energy solidified and gathered in his palm, then he pointed his fingers like a knife and struck down. Crack! The log was immediately split in half, the cut smooth and even as if it had been sawed. Zhang Biao pointed to the half log and said with a smile, "Young master, you can use this." Zhao Chen frowned slightly but still replied loudly, "Yes." In reality, Zhao Chen felt completely calm. Compared to the training that Bu Yanhuan had put him through, this level of training was nothing at all. He just pretended to look troubled to make Zhang Biao feel a bit better. After all, in life, social niceties are necessary. Zhao Chen took the half log to the training ground and stood still. Everyone was waiting for the next action. Zhang Biao walked over with his hands behind his back. The military texts say that in marching and fighting, one must be swift as the wind, steady as the forest, aggressive as fire, and immovable as a mountain. We just practiced movement, now we will practice stillness. This will also give you young masters a chance to rest for a bit. He smiled, but suddenly straightened his face. Now everyone, climb onto the logs and stand properly. If anyone accidentally falls down, no using spiritual power, you will do 100 push-ups for me. If another person makes a mistake, everyone will practice for an extra half hour. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart sank. The diameter of the log was about 30 centimeters and 3 meters long, and most people's physical condition was not good at the moment. Standing on it with both feet was extremely strenuous. However, when some people saw Zhao Chen in the front row, they suddenly felt that their pressure was not so great anymore. At this moment, Zhao Chen finally understood why Zhang Biao had cut his log in half. Zhao Chen felt nothing in his heart as long as Zhang Biao wanted to deliberately train him. He had plenty of excuses. This is the training method for new recruits. First, grinding away your arrogance. What are you still dawdling for? Are you waiting for me to invite you? Zhang Biao shouted loudly. Immediately, everyone leaped up and jumped onto the 3-meter-high log, standing with their feet together on top. Mo Guangwen's body leaped up like a swimming dragon, landing steadily on it. She stood on one foot, then crossed her arms and slowly closed her eyes. Her demeanor was so serene, as if she had already become accustomed to this kind of training. Zhao Chen also jumped up without hesitation. Since the log was only half, its stability was greatly reduced, and Zhao Chen could only stand on one foot. This training method was indeed as Zhang Biao said. As long as the stability was sufficient, one could indeed rest, but for most people, maintaining a steady posture without swaying was very strenuous. In the 7-kill battle method, training the lower body is very meticulous. Only with a stable lower body can one strike with enough force and not be easily toppled during confrontation. He could lift a 40-pound wine jar with both hands and stand in a horse stance for half an hour, so his lower body skills were naturally not in question. Zhao Chen closed his eyes. The turtle breathing method was activated, his mind at peace, completely forgetting the outside world. With a calm mind, the body stabilizes. The demon clown on his right side laughed loudly, reaching out to swipe the proficiency progress chart. Spiritual energy rotation was directly changed to breath turtle breathing method. Taking advantage of this stance training opportunity to practice breathing was also quite effective. The students had undergone 12 years of training at the Yuwu school and had a solid foundation, so standing in a stance was still achievable. However, considering that it was nearing noon, extremely hot, and their physical condition was not good, it had to be said that this was an extremely harsh ordeal. The second phase of stance training was no longer a competition of physical strength or spiritual power intensity, but rather a test of stability techniques. At this time, many students began to showcase their abilities. Shen Moran stood on the log, her body seeming to float, light as a feather. Blue spiritual energy flowed, suddenly forming a formless power on her surface. As if weightless, her eyes drooped, falling into a state of silence. In another direction, a chill formed beneath Xiaohan's feet, gradually covering the entire log, connecting his body with the log and the earth as one. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he subconsciously glanced towards Zhao Chen. This time, you can't win against me. Not just them, several other students also displayed extraordinary powers, their spiritual energy visibly transforming. Xiaoying Xue watched with her eyes, slowly nodding. The manifestation of spiritual energy traits, truly worthy of students above level talent, their comprehension is exceptionally high. The original state of spiritual energy is the purest sky blue, but during the process of spiritual practitioners advancing in combat levels, it changes due to their energy tendencies. For example, transforming into flames, frost, space, flowing water, and other properties of energy. This process is called trait manifestation. However, this is not a method of spiritual energy application at the beginner stage. Among all the students, only those above level possess this ability. Because as special recruits, they have a privilege receiving a rare, tailored intermediate battle method. The A-level special recruit, Lu Yan, directly received half a volume of the advanced combat technique Infernal Flame Blade. Fairness has always been relative, those with talent can obtain privileges. Zhao Chen, however, was not concerned about any of this. As he was immersed in his own world at that moment. His breathing was steady, his body showed no signs of movement, and despite the midday heat approaching 40 degrees, his heart was tranquil, not feeling overly hot. Inhale, exhale. His breathing rhythm was very regular, and this unique training environment actually helped him improve his proficiency in the turtle breathing technique. Zhao Chen felt a surge of joy. The Qingfeng camp truly lived up to its name. What seemed like torturous training was indeed a tremendous help for newcomers like them who had just stepped into the realm of spiritual ability users. For a moment, even the seemingly fierce Zhang Biao and Su Zhixiong appeared kind and gentle. In the initial phase, everyone could barely maintain their balance on the 3-meter high log. However, within half an hour, someone was the first to falter, swing, and falling directly off the log. Ah! The student let out a cry. Falling from that height, combined with physical exhaustion, left him clutching his waist with a twisted expression of pain. But then a member of the patrol team walked over and kicked him. 100 push-ups, hurry up. Then he shouted to everyone, congratulations, you all get to practice for an extra half hour. Everyone's hearts tightened. If one person made a mistake, everyone had to practice for an extra half hour. If a few more people faltered, wouldn't it go on endlessly? No way, right? They must just be saying that, some thought to themselves. The fallen student bent down and began doing push-ups. Fortunately, he had been training regularly, so he gritted his teeth and managed to finish. But after that, he still had to climb back onto the stump to continue standing. Zhang Biao and Su Zhixiong stood at the edge of the training ground, chatting and laughing, seemingly indifferent to the group of students. Xia Yingshui also stood in the shade, recording with a detached expression. As they stood there, an hour quickly passed and it was already noon. The sun was directly overhead, and everyone felt it was about time. To avoid further practice, everyone gritted their teeth and held on, fearing that their mistakes would cause everyone to suffer. However, judging by the reactions of Su Zhixiong and Zhang Biao, they showed no intention of ending the training. At that moment, someone suddenly brightened up. They saw Zhang Biao walk over and wave to a member of the patrol team. The member jogged over and then ran off again. Although they didn't know what they were doing, seeing the instructor take action gave them a glimmer of hope. It seemed like it was time to eat, and the training should be ending soon. But after waiting for another 10 minutes, they saw that member returning with a plastic bag. Then the 3 instructors called over by Mimi, who casually sat down in the shade to eat lunch. The students couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. The instructors were eating, not calling them to take a break and eat together, which meant that the training would not end anytime soon. The hope in their hearts was instantly shattered. Another person, unable to maintain their composure, lost their balance and fell. Falling onto the scorching ground, they had to quickly get up because a patrol member in rubber shoes was already striding over, cursing under their breath. What are you standing there for? A kick landed without hesitation, urging them to get up and do push-ups, and that despairing voice came out of their throat in a mocking tone. Another half hour added. Despair began to spread, and more people felt the cruelty of the training. Zhao Chen stood in the 3rd position of the first row, keeping his eyes closed to avoid being affected by external factors. This level of training posed no difficulty for him at all. When one leg grew tired from standing, he could steadily switch to the other foot, and the wooden post beneath him wouldn't shake at all. Thud! Thud! Under the blazing sun, more people continued to fall, those who had already lagged behind in the first round, their bodies not yet fully recovered, finding it even harder to stand in the second round. Each time a student fell, it meant everyone would have to practice for an extra half hour. Doing the math, with 7 people falling, it meant an additional 3.5 hours of practice. Moreover, they had no idea how long the instructors intended for them to train. The instructors didn't even glance at them, finishing their meals without a care. Seeing their performance, the students suddenly realized a terrifying fact. The so-called extra practice was not a scare tactic. If they didn't finish all the training time today, the training camp would never end. Don't expect anyone to feel pity for you. In this training camp, the only person you could rely on was yourself. Zhao Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling the incredibly oppressive atmosphere around him, and frowned slightly. Continuing like this wasn't sustainable. After the training camp, he still needed to visit the engineering department to consult teacher Liang about the techniques of spirit pattern drawing. But at this rate, surely more people would fall from the wooden posts, and ultimately, no one would qualify for this project. With this thought, he made a decision in his heart. At the edge of the training ground, several instructors and the deputy minister of the inspection department, by Mimi, finished their lunch, standing there watching the new recruits like pumpkins, boredly commenting on them. From their perspective, these rookies were like wooden dolls, not daring to move an inch while standing on the posts. A few had already turned pale, their bodies swaying slightly, yet they were straining to maintain their balance. The personal quality of this batch of recruits is simply too poor. In just 3 hours, 7 have already fallen. Su Zhixiong glanced at his watch and said coldly, well, train until midnight at the latest. If anyone else falls, everyone will be penalized as if they failed. Upon hearing this, Bai Mimi suddenly said, but if everyone is penalized, isn't that the same as everyone getting points deducted? Su Zhixiong was taken aback, as if Bai Mimi was right. It was now 1 p.m, if the recruits heard they had to stand until midnight, most of them would probably break down. Yet, Xia Yingshui said, it's because they were thrown off rhythm in the first training session, wasting a lot of physical and spiritual energy unnecessarily. At this point, she glanced at the culprit, Zhao Chen. Even standing on the half-remaining wooden post with just one foot, he remained stable, as if he had grown from the post itself. If no one finds a way to break the deadlock, then everyone might as well stand until midnight. Will there be any brave souls who dare to step up? A playful smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. Right now, these 161 people were facing a dead end. Just taking care of oneself wasn't enough, others would drag you down too. So, to score high, they needed to solve the problems of the entire team. The Qingfeng camp needed not just echoing voices, but elite individuals who could adapt flexibly and take responsibility under strict rules. However, to stand out and do something out of the ordinary on the first day of training was not something everyone had the courage to do. For example, Xiaohan, his body, the wooden post, and the ground had frozen into a block of ice, his form as steady as an old dog. Faced with the others falling, he could only frown, cursing inwardly, useless trash. Yet he secretly hoped everyone else would fall so he could secure the highest score in this training session. Zhao Chen, why haven't you fallen yet? He stared at Zhao Chen, wishing he could split that half-wooden post in two with his gaze. Just then, an untimely voice suddenly came from the training ground. Everyone turned their heads towards the sound, which came from the left front of the line. Creak, creak. The sound was distorted and harsh, as if wood were about to break. Even Zhang Biao, who was yawning and wanting to take a nap first, turned his head. Upon confirming the source of the sound, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, it's that kid again. Indeed, the sound was coming from Zhao Chen. With his right foot on the wooden stake, a surge of spiritual power began to erupt, condensing on the stake and then slowly exerting force downwards. The training ground was made of solid earth, and due to years of training, its hardness was comparable to concrete. However, as Zhao Chen exerted force under his foot, that half-wooden stake actually began to slowly crush the solid ground, sinking inch by inch. Seeing this scene, many people's hearts suddenly understood. It was easy for the stake to wobble when standing on the ground. But if it were driven into the soil, wouldn't it be stable? Then it wouldn't be so easy for someone to fall off. Many were amazed at Zhao Chen's cleverness. But some remained indifferent, choosing to adopt a wait-and-see attitude. Because this method was not something only Zhao Chen could think of. They were just afraid that doing so would displease the instructor and result in point deductions. But Zhao Chen thought of it and actually did it. In the silent training ground, the sound of him driving the stake into the soil was particularly clear. The instructor's sharp gazes shot over, and Zhang Biao smiled like a tiger. Hee. No one could tell if he was angry. But Zhao Chen stopped after driving the wood 10 centimeters into the ground, then calmly stood with his arms crossed. The military valued rules above all. Since the instructor had not said it was forbidden, he was not violating any rules. This was evident from the first round of weighted running training. He relied on his innate strength to run with weight, without using spiritual power as the instructor wished. The instructor only increased his burden but did not deduct his points. This shows that wisdom within the rules is permitted. He stands there well, doing this to set an example for the other pumpkins, Su Zhixiong said, adjusting his cap, his eyes filled with admiration. He has courage and responsibility. A good kid. Zhang Biao said, but always seeing him steal the spotlight makes me want to teach him a lesson. Xiangxue pushed up her glasses. The brilliance of a genius cannot be hidden, and besides, he is not arrogant. He is genuinely thinking about the current situation and providing reasonable responses. He dares to test the boundaries of the rules and is willing to take responsibility. I really admire this spirit. The instructors whispered among themselves. And Xiangxue added more comments about Zhao Chen. Seeing Zhao Chen do this without facing any punishment, others quickly followed suit. One by one, wooden stakes were driven into the soil, and with a solid base under their feet, the difficulty of standing on the stakes was greatly reduced. Many students looked at Zhao Chen with gratitude in their eyes. Xiaohan sneered, "Do you just love to show off? Don't forget, the tall tree attracts the wind." The difficulty of training suddenly became much less, but not everyone learned from Zhao Chen. For example, Mo Guanguan, Xu Meng, and Zhuo Yun all wanted to challenge their limits. However, from this moment until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, no one fell off the stakes. Toot! A sharp whistle sounded, and Zhang Biao shouted, "Training is over." The training ground was filled with the sound of heavy breathing, a sigh of relief. Then everyone jumped down from the stakes one after another. Ouch, my feet are numb. I feel like my legs no longer belong to me. And my bladder. Many hurriedly reported and rushed to the bathroom. Zhang Biao said, "You have 10 minutes to rest. After 10 minutes, go eat." Zhao Chen called over 3 of his roommates. "Let's go to the bathroom." Guys don't go to the bathroom alone. It's always a group of them, arms around each other. Many people stopped by Zhao Chen as they passed, not forgetting to say thank you. "Zhao Chen, if it weren't for you, we might have had to stand until midnight." The rugged-looking Zhu Mang walked over and sincerely extended his right hand. He was as robust as a lion, yet his expression was very gentle. Zhao Chen shook his hand. "Although we have competition, we also have cooperation. The interests of the collective and the individual do not conflict. Many people developed a good impression of Zhao Chen because of this. When the four of them went to the bathroom, everyone greeted Zhao Chen friendly. Jin Shengqing exaggeratedly covered his crotch and said awkwardly, "If it weren't for you, I might have wet my pants right here today." This was no joke. At that moment, many felt their bladders were no longer their own. Zhao Chen glanced at the chubby Meng Qbal, who was panting but hadn't fallen behind from start to finish. It was obvious he had tapped into the power of the ashes. Ashes are really a good thing. I need to work hard to improve my skill proficiency and become a level 1 ash master as soon as possible to create my own exclusive ashes, he said with a smile to his 3 roommates. Let's adjust our states quickly, there are definitely more tough challenges waiting for us. Didn't we say we were going to eat? Lu Yan asked, somewhat dazed. Zhao Chen shook his head. If they really wanted us to eat, they could just call us to the cafeteria. Why go through all this trouble? So I guess the food won't be good. Zhuo Yun nodded in agreement. Yeah, I've heard that frontline troops have wilderness survival training. Eating raw meat and insects and even drinking urine to quench thirst in extremely water-scarce environments are part of the training. Meng Qiabal's face turned pale. Then let's hurry and clean ourselves out. Zhao Chen laughed as he put his arm around his neck, understanding, and said, "It's okay, if you don't have enough urine later, I can share some with you." The group joked around to relieve the fatigue of training. After returning from the bathroom, Zhao Chen felt not tired at all. Instead, he treated the standing exercise as a rest, thus feeling very energetic. Once everyone was gathered, Zhang Biao waved at them, "Right turn, run forward." Bai Mimi led the way, bringing them to a huge warehouse. From a distance, Zhao Chen's nose twitched. He caught a whiff of an extremely strong smell of blood that was nauseating. Among the group, Shen Moran suddenly covered his nose, nearly vomiting. Many with sensitive noses sensed something was off and looked towards the rusty iron door of the sealed warehouse. What are they going to make us eat? It can't be the meat of exotic beasts, right? They prepared themselves mentally, but when the warehouse door actually opened, what appeared before them made almost everyone turn pale. Exotic beast meat? They were thinking too optimistically. It was shattered corpses, unclear whether they were exotic beasts or ordinary wild animals, and they didn't know the species because the bodies had been completely mangled. Inside the warehouse, there was a huge swimming pool, but it was filled not with water, but with colorful blood and unknown liquids. It was called colorful because the various fluids flowing from the corpses were mixed together. Among the chaotic bodily fluids floated various bloated and disgusting organs, some as large as cows, and others were intestines swollen with unknown substances. All the sources of the smell came from them. The moment the door opened, that stench shot straight to the top of their heads, making people want to vomit everything in their stomachs. Gulp, gulp. Many people's throats were desperately convulsing, and the contents of their stomachs were almost about to come up, but in front of several instructors and inspection team members, they dared not vomit and could only swallow hard. In the crowd, only 2 people maintained their composure, able to stand without covering their mouths with their hands. One was Zhao Chen, and the other was Mo Guanguan. They exchanged a glance. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking, this girl is not simple. Since he started training with Bu Yanhua at the age of 8, he often went to Blood Bone Mountain, personally slaughtering countless beasts just to build his courage and adapt to blood. He not only needed to stab the beasts with a knife but also had to carry them back, skin them, debone them, and prepare the meat, drying the skins to sell and cooking the meat. Having spent so long in fish markets, he had long since grown accustomed to the stench and the smell of blood. Mo Guanguan's calmness in the face of this bloody scene certainly piqued his interest. However, compared to his curiosity about Mo Guanguan, her curiosity about him was even stronger. Who is this guy? If he didn't come from a military family, how could he adapt to such bloodshed? Just as the two were pondering each other's identities, they suddenly heard Bai Mimi's angry shout, "No throwing up, swallow it down." It turned out that a student, pale as a ghost, was leaning against the wall trying to vomit but was forcibly covered by Bai Mimi's hand, making him swallow it back down. Bai Mimi sneered. Can't handle such a small scene? What a useless waste. A hand rested on Zhao Chen's shoulder. Meng Xiaoyou, pale as snow, gasped, "Good thing I just threw up, or I'd be in trouble now." 2 members of the inspection team pushed a food cart over. "Everyone come up to get your food. Remember, eat it all, not a single bite left." Zhao Chen glanced at the food and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't anything disgusting, just tofu pudding, stir-fried liver, and curry beef brisket rice. He naturally went to get a portion and then sat by the pool of murky water, eating heartily. Others looked at Zhao Chen as if he were a superhero. The white, wobbly tofu pudding, the yellow, thick curry rice, and stir-fried liver all seemed to evoke associations with the things in the pool. The warehouse was small, making it impossible to avoid the situation. Everyone could only grit their teeth and collect their food, then sit around the edge of the pond. The summer heat filled the warehouse with a smell that was like boiling a large pot of exotic beast corpses and excrement. Yet, the stench of blood was incredibly strong, and the corpses looked very fresh, as if they had just been hunted today. After a mouthful of food, someone immediately vomited. Zhang Biao chuckled, "No throwing up. Whatever you throw up, you have to eat it back down. This is all taxpayer money. Anyone who dares to waste the people's hard work will jump into the pool and swim naked." Everyone was at a loss for words. This joke was not funny at all. If someone really jumped in, they would probably smell for months, and their roommates would refuse to let them in. Meng Xiuyo and the others finally understood that the so-called test Zhao Chen mentioned was this. They looked at Zhao Chen, who was eating heartily, and felt he was exceptionally impressive. How can you eat this?" Zhao Chen simply replied. "The most primitive need for eating is to sustain life. Any eating need beyond sustaining life is wasteful, just as all sexual desires beyond reproduction are diseases. If you think of it as a means to survive, then the taste of food becomes unimportant." The sounds of people wanting to vomit rose and fell, especially among some of the female students who reacted particularly strongly. Only Zhao Chen and Mo Guanguan remained unfazed, finishing their food. Bang bang! Zhao Chen knocked on his lunchbox, stood up, and shouted, "Report." Zhang Biao raised an eyebrow, his expression seemingly asking, "Why is it you again?" "Speak." Zhao Chen asked, "Can I have another portion?" Zhang Biao's gaze towards Zhao Chen grew increasingly satisfied. Approved. Zhao Chen really walked over and took another portion from the food cart. Meng Qubal struggled and said, "Xiaomu Gu, you should have said earlier that you didn't have enough to eat. I'll give you my portion." Zhuo Yun, with a pale face, also said, "You can have mine too." Lu Yan remained silent, staring eagerly at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen then said lightly, "You think too much, right? This is part of the training. Do you really think I can eat for you?" The three of them, looking disheveled, could only force the food down their throats, covering their mouths with their hands with every bite, afraid they might throw up. The purpose of this trial was to make them adapt to the bloodiness of the battlefield. It probably wouldn't be the only time. By the time everyone had painfully finished eating, it was already late. Zhang Biao glanced at the time and announced that today's training was over. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if the torturous ordeal had passed. Zhao Chen opened the ranking list and took a look. He was at the top with a total score of 20 points. Following him was Mo Guanguan with 19.1 points, and in third place was the rugged-looking Zhu Meng. Zhuo Yun ranked fifth with 18.3 points. Lu Yan seventh with 18.1 points, while Meng Qubal only scored 16.3 points, placing 32nd. Upon hearing that training was over, everyone moved like zombies, blankly heading towards the dormitory, only thinking about lying down to rest or going back to wash out their stomachs. Zhao Chen had no intention of returning to the dormitory. Instead, he wanted to visit the engineering department to talk to Liang Gongqi about his drawing experience. Although personal practice could improve proficiency, receiving guidance from a master would certainly speed up the process. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned towards this side. They weren't looking at Zhao Chen, but at the girl with two long ponytails. Mo Guanguan walked through the crowd from a distance, approaching Zhao Chen with a competitive glint in her eyes. "Zhao Chen, right? Mo Guanguan." She stood in front of Zhao Chen, arms crossed, her gaze intense, as if staring at a formidable rival. "Your performance was outstanding. I hope you can maintain it. Because I will take you as my target and soon surpass you. I hope you won't disappoint me too quickly," Zhao Chen replied, looking at the girl with the fiery gaze, and smiled. "I guess I'll have to disappoint you. Because I won't give you the chance to surpass me. Hee, just wait and see." After declaring war, Mo Guanguan flipped her ponytail and turned to leave. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, bid farewell to Zhuo Yun and the others, and headed towards the engineering department. Shen Moran watched all of this with a frown, a mysterious light flickering in her eyes. After Mo Guanguan returned, she walked over and smiled, saying, "Why bother competing with him? He's just in a level. Competing with him would only lower your A-level talent." Mo Guanguan looked at her curiously. "What's wrong with being A-level?" Shen Moran replied, "This." She found it strange. The level of talent basically determined the upper limit. So, isn't it natural to look down on those with lower-level talents? However, Mo Guanguan seriously told her, "Anyone stronger than me, even if it's just in one aspect, is someone I can learn from and pursue." What does that have to do with psychic talent? Shen Moran was stunned for a moment and could only nod helplessly. "You're right." Zhao Chen arrived alone at the engineering department. As for Xiao Lingling, when he arrived, the little girl was still covering her mouth, dry heaving, but she really couldn't bring herself to throw up in front of the instructors who hadn't walked far away. The scene in the engineering department was the same as yesterday, with many people queuing up for assessments. Zhao Chen greeted Gu Ningli and entered the engineering department on his own. Liang Gongqi was lying on the sofa, leisurely reading a magazine. When she saw Zhao Chen arrive, she raised an eyebrow and asked lightly, "Aren't you going to take a break after the training session?" Even if you want to become a Jinhai master quickly, you don't have to push yourself too hard. You only need to be able to draw a complete level 1 Jinhai spirit pattern within a month, and that would already be quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but touch his nose. Well, Teacher Liang, actually I can already draw the spirit pattern for Wazizi. Smack! The magazine in Liang Gongqi's hand fell to the ground, her hand still in the position of holding the book, her gaze somewhat dazed. The next moment, she suddenly jumped up from the sofa, rushed over, and grabbed Zhao Chen's shoulders tightly. You little brat, are you kidding me? 1 day? You mastered the technique to draw a complete spirit pattern in just 1 day? Zhao Chen innocently retorted, is it that difficult? Liang Gongqi's eyes widened rapidly, and she gasped. At that moment, she felt an intense urge to pin this seemingly innocent boy to the ground and beat him up. She had witnessed Zhao Chen's talent yesterday, which is why she said he should master a spirit pattern in a month. If it were anyone else, the time could extend to 6 months. Once the first step is taken, the subsequent path becomes easier. After all, the beginning is always the hardest. And he completed the hardest part in just 1 day. No, considering that Zhao Chen, as a new recruit, still had to participate in training today, it meant he learned to draw a spirit pattern in just 1 evening. Liang Gongqi, for the first time in her life, felt a rare sense of jealousy towards a student. However, in reality, Zhao Chen hadn't told her that he had actually practiced for half a day at the training hall yesterday. You, show me your drawing. Liang Gongqi pointed at the workbench, her tone icy. Zhao Chen scratched his head, okay. It wasn't a difficult task. He had already reached a proficiency level of 68 points in drawing the single image of Wazizi, which even surpassed most level 1 Jinhai masters. Zhao Chen approached the workbench, spread out a sheet of drawing paper, picked up a drawing pen, and projected the pattern of Wazizi into the air. Lifting his pen, he found that most of the time he didn't even need to look at the reference image to draw smoothly. Liang Gongqi stood behind him with her hands behind her back, and the more she watched, the more astonished she became. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that this was a student who had only been exposed to Jinhai manufacturing for just 1 day. Monster! She thought to herself. 15 minutes later, a perfect and incredibly complex spirit pattern was drawn on the paper in front of Zhao Chen. Teacher Liang, what do you think? Liang Gongqi suppressed the tumult in her heart, walked over, and nodded expressionlessly. It's acceptable. Just barely usable. Zhao Chen scratched his head. I came here to ask for your guidance. To see if there are any issues that need correcting. Liang Gongqi truly felt an impulse to hit him. She took a few deep breaths to calm her emotions. There are indeed areas that need improvement. Drawing is just the foundation, but the subsequent engraving completely relies on the precision of the drawing. From a flat perspective, this drawing is already qualified. However, you need to pay attention to the pressure of your strokes, ensuring even force in the three-dimensional aspect. Liang Gongqi patiently explained several key points to Zhao Chen, who nodded and took notes earnestly. In fact, she had planned to teach Zhao Chen these concepts gradually over the next few months. She hadn't expected him to reach this point so quickly. After thanking Liang Gongqi, Zhao Chen began to optimize his drawing at the workbench according to her guidance. Liang Gongqi silently stepped back, watching this incredibly talented individual, and made a quiet decision in her heart. Spirit talent E. The speed of leveling up in combat will be slower than others. This is Zhao Chen's only flaw, but if he can become a high-level spiritual energy user, he will go further down the path of ashes. He might be my best work in this life. I need to help him solve the problem of his spiritual energy talent. Demon Jester, Skill Modification. Spirit Pattern Route Drawing No Freedom, Proficiency 69. Zhao Chen focused intently on his drawing, and indeed, following Liang Gongqi's guidance, his speed slowed down at first. However, the growth rate of the proficiency progress bar was faster than before. To reach the maximum level of 100 proficiency, one must strive for perfection and pursue the limits. Alright, let's give it a try today and max out the proficiency of No Freedom in one go. Zhao Chen was lost in his work, his strokes flowing as if guided by divine inspiration. Spirit Pattern Route Drawing No Freedom, Proficiency 70. Spirit Pattern Route Drawing No Freedom, Proficiency 73. Spirit Pattern Route Drawing No Freedom, Proficiency 78. The more he drew, the higher his proficiency became, and the faster he drew, the quicker his proficiency improved. This positive cycle meant that after an hour, he had reduced the time to complete a No Freedom Spirit Pattern route to just 12 minutes. He had even developed muscle memory, able to instinctively draw most of the patterns. When Xiao Lingling arrived at the engineering department, she saw Zhao Chen there, writing furiously. She blinked her big eyes and quietly tiptoed closer. What she saw made her freeze in place. Zhao Chen's strokes fell on the drawing paper, creating a meticulously neat and clearly defined complex spirit pattern route at lightning speed. Aha! Xiao Lingling covered her face and screamed. Zhao Chen's hand paused slightly. stopping his pen only after reaching a turning point. The turtle breathing technique allowed him to remain calm and not easily startled. He turned to look at Xiao Lingling and smiled. What's wrong? Tears welled up in Xiao Lingling's eyes as she pointed at the drawing in front of Zhao Chun, looking incredulous. Did you draw this? Even seeing it with her own eyes, she found it hard to accept. Zhao Chun smiled and nodded. Yes, I did. Wow. She wiped her tears and ran off. It's so hurtful. You just started. How are you so skilled? Coming from a family of ash masters, Xiao Lingling's talent in this field was already quite excellent. However, Zhao Chen's performance truly struck a blow to her confidence. Liang Gongqi looked at the visibly shaken Xiao Lingling and, for once, refrained from criticizing her. She understood that feeling. Zhao Chen helplessly shrugged and then lowered his head to continue his work. Once he got to work, he wouldn't stop at all. His focused demeanor even made Liang Gongqi feel a bit embarrassed. Xiao Lingling wiped her tears and picked up her small hammer to practice spirit pattern engraving on the metal. By around 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Chen finished his last stroke. This time, he completed an entire spirit pattern route in just 10 minutes. The demon gestures panel was already maxed out, and he opened his mouth, making a hee-hee-ha-ha sound to announce. Spirit pattern route drawing no freedom proficiency 100, unlocking the second stage high energy enhancement. Zhao Chen felt his eyes start to blur. The once familiar no freedom spirit pattern route began to twist and change. The originally existing spirit pattern route started to extend, details optimized, and layers upon layers of routes began to emerge above the original. The complexity increased by more than 10 times. Could this be a level 2 spirit pattern route? Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised. Spirit pattern routes above level 2 were no longer publicly accessible. He wasn't mistaken. The demon jester could evolve a level 1 spirit pattern route into a level 2 after reaching full proficiency. However, he hadn't expected it to be so complex, especially the technique of stacking spiritual patterns is clearly not something that can be drawn with a brush on paper. Instead, it should manifest in three-dimensional space when the spiritual patterns are engraved. No wonder Liang Gongqi said that once he mastered 10 level 1 spiritual pattern routes, he would teach him how to engrave spiritual patterns. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, temporarily setting aside thoughts of the high-energy enhancement spiritual pattern routes. Instead, he opened the complete guide to level 1 spiritual pattern routes and began learning to draw the second type of spiritual pattern route. Spiritual pattern route drawing water control, proficiency 0. After Zhao Chen started drawing, he clearly noticed that his speed was much faster than when he first drew no freedom. It seems that proficiency in similar skills can have a positive influence through association. The basic drawing method and lines are not much different, there are only some different spiritual pattern circuits. It looks like I only need half a day to raise the proficiency of the second spiritual pattern route to 100. As Zhao Chen expected, after drawing water control just twice, his skill proficiency reached 28. Just as Zhao Chen was engrossed and planning to continue working hard, he suddenly heard Liang Gongqi's lazy voice beside him. Zhao Chen, come here. When Zhao Chen came to his senses, he saw Liang Gongqi turning and walking inside. He put down his paper and pen and followed. After he left, Xiao Lingling's eyes rolled around, and then she tiptoed over. Upon seeing the condensed water spiritual pattern route on the workbench, she was instantly petrified. So fast, he can already draw the second spiritual pattern route. My senior brother is a monster. Thinking of this, she clenched her small fist, her eyes resolute. I need to hold on to my senior brother's thigh tightly from now on. Zhao Chen followed Liang Gongqi into the inner room, where Liang Gongqi sat at the workbench, staring at him and saying, Did Bu Yanhua ever tell you how troublesome it is to have a spiritual energy talent of E? Zhao Chen touched his nose and nodded with a faint smile. He did mention it. Liang Gongqi exhaled lightly. Between humans, aside from looking similar on the surface, once you consider whether they possess spiritual energy and the level of their spiritual energy talent, they are practically completely different beings. Right now, your spiritual energy level is still very low, so you can't feel that gap. But let me describe it to you. You all are like newborn cubs with baby teeth. Some are lions and tigers, while others are just cats and dogs. At this stage, kittens and puppies can still compete with young lions and tigers. But it won't be long before the gap becomes completely apparent. Those with low talent levels will be completely crushed by those with high talent levels. Their awakening battle levels are higher than yours, and their speed of increasing battle levels is still faster than yours. You could say you have almost no hope of catching up to them. Zhao Chen crossed his arms. Is there really no hope at all? I heard that one of the 4 pillars of the empire, Marquis Chanfeng, also has a talent of E. Liang Gongqi scoffed. Marquis Chanfeng? In the 1,000 years of the Xianfeng Empire, there has only been one Marquis Chanfeng, and he has become the fantasy object of all those with low talents. But don't forget, with hundreds of billions of people in the empire, how many Marquis Changfengs are there? Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow. His speed of increasing battle levels was indeed not fast enough. Currently, he was only at battle level 2, while monsters like Imoguanguan and Lu Yen were already at battle level 10. Fortunately, with the ability of Demon Jester, his total spiritual energy was several times greater than that of spiritual energy users at the same battle level. Now, his total spiritual energy was roughly comparable to that of a battle level 4 student. Zhao Chen looked at Liang Gongqi seriously. Teacher Liang, since you called me over, you must have a way to solve this problem, right? Liang Gongqi said lightly, of course there is a way. But you will need to put in many times the effort compared to those with higher talents. As she spoke, she took out a square box from the workbench behind her and tossed it to Zhao Chen. Next, Zhao Chen took the box, which was covered in dense spiritual patterns. Unsure of what it contained. This thing is the only means to bridge the gap between you. It's called a spirit source. Every being with spiritual energy in this world has a condensed form of spiritual energy within them. The heart of a beast, the crystal of a dark race, the source of human spiritual seas. She fixed her gaze on Zhao Chen, her eyes sharpening. If you want to elevate your combat level, meditation is the safest method but not the fastest. The fastest way is to plunder. Kill powerful beasts, dark races, or even humans. Then seize their decades or even centuries of accumulation. However, this method is like walking a tightrope with your life. A slight misstep could turn you into a stepping stone for others' ascension. Zhao Chen lowered his head and opened the metal box. Inside, he saw a piece of yellow amber, within which was sealed a fiery red heart. A powerful spiritual energy could be clearly felt even through the sealed amber. There was even a faint sense of danger. Liang Gongqi said, only beings of rank 2 private or above can condense a spirit source. What I'm giving you is the heart spirit source of a combat level 39 beast. With your current level of spiritual control, you can attempt to absorb it. She crossed her arms. This process is very complex and slow, but using your Demon Jester unique advantage, you can continuously accumulate experience and become proficient in certain things. I think giving you this now will be helpful. Zhao Chen closed the box and solemnly bowed to Liang Gongqi. Thank you, teacher. Liang Gongqi's lips curled slightly. I just want to tell you to become a remnant master as soon as possible. Even if our line of work doesn't require combat, we can exchange credits by creating remnants. You can also exchange credits for the necessary spirit sources. This way, even if your talent is lacking, you still have the opportunity to grow into a high-level spiritual practitioner. Zhao Chen nodded and then eagerly said, Teacher, I want to try absorbing the spirit source right now. Can you help me protect my law? Liang Gongqi nodded. That was my plan all along. Otherwise, relying on Zhao Chen to explore on his own could lead to problems or unnecessary waste. Zhao Chen immediately walked to the side and sat down on the sofa. He then took the spirit source out of the box with both hands. Liang Gongqi stood not far away, arms crossed, watching Zhao Chen. Enter a meditative state, but you need to sense the existence of the spirit source to guide its power into your own body. During this process, how much you can absorb depends entirely on your mastery of spiritual energy. If you can convert 20 on your first attempt, that would be quite good. Waste is also a norm. Zhao Chen's heart stirred. Liang Gongqi was unaware that his spiritual control proficiency had already reached 70. He closed his eyes, using the turtle breathing method to calm his mind and enter an ethereal state. The spirit source resting in his palm emanated a powerful energy that felt like a flame burning in his hand. Zhao Chen attempted to extend a strand of spiritual energy to touch the spirit source, and soon, a scorching energy surged into his body like a flood breaking through a dam. Liang Gongqi stared intently at Zhao Chen. This step was the most prone to problems. If not controlled well, the surging spiritual energy could cause significant harm to Zhao Chen. However, she soon felt that the power was weakening, the raging river turning into a flowing stream, gently flowing into Zhao Chen's body. This guy has only awakened for about 10 days, and his control over spiritual energy has reached such a terrifying level? Liang Gongqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it that woman, Bu Yanhuan? Who taught him? It's impossible. Although she's good at fighting, I've never heard of her being good at teaching. Zhao Chen was unaware of Liang Gongqi's shock, as he was immersed in the pleasure of absorbing the spiritual source. The source came from a combat level 39 beast, refined through countless trials, and was incredibly pure spiritual energy. After surging into his body, it began to circulate through the spiritual meridians in his left hand. The spiritual energy circulation immediately activated, guiding it and then converging in his spiritual sea at the head. The spiritual energy within him surged wildly. This feeling was dozens of times faster than his usual meditation. The great rivers and streams outside washed through the spiritual meridians in his body, making them even wider. The total amount of spiritual energy within Zhao Chen was growing crazily. In less than 20 minutes, the glow of the spiritual source in his palms slowly dimmed. Only when he could no longer absorb any spiritual energy did he slowly open his eyes. His heart was filled with immense joy, feeling as if he had just soaked in a hot spring, completely relaxed. The demon clown timely provided him with a prompt. Combat level 2, combat level 3. I broke through to combat level 3 so quickly. Zhao Chen clenched his fist, surprised in his heart. If he had followed the usual meditation method, this process would have taken at least a month or two. He looked at the drained spiritual source in his left hand, and his heart sank, devoid of life. Spiritual sources are truly wonderful things. Liang Gongqi watched from the side, her shock already beyond measure. She had thought that Zhao Chen could only utilize about 20 of the spiritual source, but Zhao Chen had absorbed at least 80. This indicated that Zhao Chen's control over spiritual energy had reached the level of a practitioner who had trained for many years. Even Liang Gongqi herself might not be able to do better than Zhao Chen. The ability to continuously improve proficiency may slow the increase in spiritual energy level, but in various small skills or techniques, it can quickly catch up to the achievements of others over years or even decades. Is this the demon clown? Liang Gongqi's heart was greatly shaken, though she did not show it. In any case, this is now the best way for you to catch up with those more talented students. Study hard on the creation of ashes and earn credits. Zhao Chen suddenly became serious, thinking of something. Students from distinguished families like Xiao Han and Jin Shangqing could obtain more spiritual sources for cultivation. If he didn't work hard, he could really fall far behind them in combat levels. However, Zhao Chen did not know that those people absorbed spiritual sources much slower than he did, and due to conversion rates, they would need to absorb 3 or 4 pieces of spiritual source to achieve the effect of Zhao Chen absorbing one. But for now, Zhao Chen had found his direction for effort. He nodded and said to Liang Gongqi, I understand. Zhao Chen left the engineering department and immediately headed to the training hall. He arranged his time every day very tightly, not wasting a moment of the demon clown's ability. For instance, at this moment, with a distance of 2 kilometers from the engineering department to the training hall, he would activate Light Step to improve his proficiency. Zhao Chen contacted the people in dormitory 207 through his electronic wristband. They had a separate chat group. Zhao Chen, brothers, am heading to the training hall. Anyone coming? Soon, there were replies in the group. Meng Qiuyo, huh? No way, big brother. I'm lying in bed like a dead dog right now, too tired to move. You still want to train? Joy Yun, I still feel a bit uncomfortable in my stomach, it'll go over later. Lu Yen, me too. Zhao Chen scratched his head, thinking, I can't make it too hard for them. After all, not everyone has undergone Buyanhua's devilish training. Zhao Chen, alright then, they'll go ahead and save you guys a spot. Zhao Chen, by the way, Xiuyo Meng Xiuyo, your family does business with spiritual sources, right? Can you tell me, what's the price range for a private-level spiritual source? In the dormitory, Meng Xiuyo lay on the bed in a big shape, his plump belly rising and falling like a very white frog. When he saw the message from Zhao Chen, he felt a bit puzzled. Why is Xiao Mugu inquiring about the spiritual source right now? Before reaching a certain level of control over spiritual power, spiritual practitioners wouldn't use the spiritual source, as it would be a waste. Just think about it. If one can't even control their own spiritual power, how can they absorb external forces? Liang Gongqi believed that Zhao Chen's current conversion rate of 20 was already quite impressive. In reality, most students could only achieve single-digit conversion rates. After all, in terms of proficiency, their control over spiritual power was only at a single-digit level, while those slightly better, like Mo Guanguan, Xiao Han, and Shen Moran, could reach 1 or 2 tens. But Zhao Chen had a proficiency of 72. Although Meng Qiuyo was confused, he still replied to Zhao Chen. Meng Qiuyo, Xiao Mugu, the private-level spiritual source, depending on quality, ranges from 100,000 to 5 million. Zhao Chen thought for a moment. He still had the 1 million Xianfeng coins that Meng Qiuyo had given him earlier. In the military, there wasn't much need to spend money for now, but improving his combat level was extremely urgent. He had to close the gap between himself and Xiao Han, and even the prodigy Mo Guanguan, in the shortest time possible. Liang Gongqi had made it very clear that once these people became proficient in applying spiritual power, his foundational advantage would no longer be so obvious. Sooner or later, he would have to face Xiao Han. The various conflicts that had accumulated before wouldn't just disappear. It was only because of the training camp that Xiao Han couldn't engage in private battles with him. He then said, about that 1 million you gave me earlier, could you help me buy some spiritual sources? Meng Qiuyo, sure, they'll just talk to my family about it. Meng Qiuyo agreed readily. After all, he saw potential in Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen arrived at the training hall and as before, found an empty space, then began practicing the 7-kill battle method. Demon Clown, skill changed to 7-kill battle method. The Demon Clown immediately switched the skill on Zhao Chen's shoulder. And the progress bar for 1000 points of proficiency now showed only 178 points. The 7-kill battle method was an original combat technique, and after becoming a spiritual practitioner, its development direction relied entirely on Zhao Chen's own comprehension. Therefore, it hadn't yet entered the second stage. However, Zhao Chen vaguely felt that as he continued to practice, the proficiency of the 7-kill battle method was increasing, and his body was undergoing some inexplicable changes. It seemed that after reaching a certain critical point, a qualitative change would occur. However, at present, the speed of proficiency improvement was stabilizing, and he hadn't found a way to enhance it quickly. After finishing a round of the 7-kill battle method, Zhao Chen sat on the sidelines and began to ponder. What exactly could he do to break through the critical point? Unbeknownst to him, his practice had already caught the attention of the training hall's administrator, Jiang Jiao. After yesterday, Zhao Chen had left a deep impression on Jiang Jiao, so when Zhao Chen came today, he took a few more glances. Jiang Jiao's responsibilities were not just to manage the venue simply. If he encountered students facing bottlenecks, he would also provide guidance. Seeing Zhao Chen stop training and sit on the sidelines in a contemplative manner, Jiang Jiao walked over. Zhao Chen, you look like you're facing a bottleneck? Jiang Jiao asked with a smile. Zhao Chen quickly stood up. Instructor Jiang. I am indeed facing a bit of a problem. He didn't know how to express it. After all, the 7-kill battle method was created by Manhwa, and its subsequent development relied entirely on his own comprehension. So when he encountered a bottleneck, he didn't even know how to articulate it. Jiang Jiao smiled lightly. I noticed that what you're practicing isn't any kind of fist or weapon combat method, but rather solidifying your foundation. Why don't you try starting with a specific combat method? Upon hearing Jiang Jiao's words, it was as if a thunderclap had exploded in Zhao Chen's mind. Yes. He was so focused on using the ability of the demon jester to improve his skill proficiency that he had almost become obsessed. He completely forgot that the 7 kills combat technique was inherently incomplete. If he wanted to perfect the combat technique and make it his own exclusive style, he would need to learn a variety of other combat techniques involving punches, kicks, and weapons to fill in the gaps. Zhao Chen's eyes sparkled with enlightenment as he deeply bowed to Jiang Jiao, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Instructor Jiang. I understand now." Jiang Jiao smiled and nodded, then left with his hands behind his back. Zhao Chen watched Jiang Jiao's retreating figure, his eyes filled with bright shock. The Qingfeng camp truly harbored hidden talents. No wonder even Manhwa said this was the place that understood how to train elites best. A single word from a master could save him from taking many detours. Zhao Chen thought for a moment, then opened his electronic wristband and entered the official website system of the Qingfeng camp. He had already read the student handbook. As an entry-level combat technique, the system permissions were fully open. Only intermediate and advanced combat techniques required a large number of credits to exchange. Zhao Chen browsed through the combat technique library, which was filled with a dazzling array of various beginner combat techniques suitable for newcomers. Even the names were very distinctive: beginner gun technique, beginner halberd technique, beginner fist technique. After a brief consideration, Zhao Chen downloaded all the beginner combat techniques in one go. Beginner combat techniques were the simplest and easiest to learn, representing the fastest way to improve proficiency. As a transitional phase of combat techniques, no one would practice too many. However, Zhao Chen was an exception. With the foundation laid by the 7 kills combat technique, he wouldn't take much time to master a beginner combat technique. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen opened the beginner halberd technique. His strength far exceeded that of an ordinary spiritual ability user, making heavy weapons the most suitable main weapon for him, so he needed to practice it intensively. Zhao Chen walked to the weapon rack and took down a 50-pound crate alloy halberd. Demon Jester activate, skill beginner halberd technique. With a sweep of the Demon Jester's large hand, the text on the display board immediately changed. Beginner halberd technique, beginner combat technique. Proficiency 0. The electronic wristband projected the beginner halberd technique into the air. The training of the combat technique mainly focused on the use of spiritual power while wielding the weapon, no longer confined to ordinary moves. Therefore, the textbook for the beginner halberd technique displayed images. In the video, a burly figure demonstrated the moves. The figure was indistinct, a virtual humanoid, but the spiritual power meridians within its body were clearly visible. Each time a move was executed, the flow of spiritual power was displayed, along with the methods for condensing spiritual power and exerting force. Zhao Chen picked up the halberd in his hand and began to practice step by step along with the projected video. On the second floor lounge, after instructing Zhao Chen, Jiang Jiao returned here and poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely. However, upon seeing Zhao Chen already practicing the beginner halberd technique, he nearly spat out his tea. What is this kid doing? Has he gone mad? Jiang Jiao approached the glass window, staring intently at Zhao Chen, his eyes flashing with irritation. Practicing combat techniques without a mentor's guidance, does he really think he's a genius? He had told Zhao Chen those words just to comfort him, hoping he wouldn't be too anxious. After a month of intensive training, they would officially start the courses at the Qingfeng camp. Among them was the weapon course, and learning these beginner combat techniques would require applying for specific weapon classes. To master a beginner weapon combat technique to the point of being able to fight effectively would take about a year. Even for those with relatively outstanding talent and spiritual abilities, it would take at least 3 to 5 months. And that was still under the premise of having a mentor's careful guidance. The difficulty of self-learning was simply beyond description. For example, even the simplest chopping technique yields completely different results depending on whether there is a mentor to guide you. With a mentor teaching you step by step, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. But if you try to figure it out on your own, you'll only end up going down the wrong path. Because of this, Zhang Jiu was very disappointed with Zhao Chen's eagerness for quick success. Forget it. After a few stumbles, hell understand, Zhang Jiu shook his head and turned his attention to other trainees' exercises. As Zhang Jiu had anticipated, Zhao Chen struggled immensely during his first round of practice. The techniques of exerting force, the angles of thrusting, and the transitions between moves were all unfamiliar to him, making his use of the halberd quite clumsy. If it weren't for the solid foundation of using long weapons in the 7-kill battle technique, his wielding of the great halberd would have looked quite awkward. Zhao Chen understood this principle. But what others didn't know was that the demon clown was his best mentor. With each training session, as his proficiency increased, his body would sense the previous shortcomings and gradually find the feeling to make up for them. The speed of this improvement was not apparent at first, but it became increasingly terrifying as he progressed. Because once proficiency reached a certain level, it relied on personal insight, something even a mentor couldn't fully explain. However, Zhao Chen didn't have that bottleneck problem. He spent a full half-hour completing the basic practice of the first round of the introductory halberd technique. The proficiency progress bar for the demon clown moved up a notch. Introductory halberd technique, proficiency 1. Zhao Chen paused for a moment to reflect on his previous shortcomings, and after a brief break, he quickly entered the second round of practice. During the second round, he had slowly compensated for the flaws from the last time, and his use of the techniques became increasingly proficient. Introductory halberd technique, proficiency 2. Introductory halberd technique, proficiency 3. Zhao Chen's progress was rapid. His foundation was too solid. Whether it was the basic techniques of the halberd from the 7-kill battle technique, the heavy weapon usage from innate divine strength, or the essential control of spiritual power for battle techniques, his proficiency had reached a level comparable to seasoned spiritual practitioners. It could even be said that he was not inferior to the instructors in the Qingfeng camp. Therefore, practicing this basic battle technique felt like being aided by the divine. The great halberd moved swiftly, spiritual power entwined around it, then condensed upon himself according to different techniques. When blocking, he focused on gathering spiritual power on the halberd's body, and when chopping, he concentrated the power on the blade. Zhao Chen practiced continuously, wielding the Tumterlong Fangtian Huaji with great vigor. After several hours, when Zhang Jiu returned and casually glanced at Zhao Chen's practice, the cup in his hand fell to the ground with a loud clang. Introductory halberd technique, proficiency 29. Zhao Chen had only practiced a dozen times, yet the introductory halberd technique had already reached the level of ordinary trainees after months of effort. This further made him realize how crucial a solid foundation was. By this point, Zhao Chen also felt a bit tired, drenched in sweat. The 50-kilogram weapon in his hands chopped and swung as swiftly as a long knife. If it were any other trainee, they would have long since collapsed. Yet Zhao Chen was nearly drenched in sweat, his condition unaffected. He walked to the side of the training area, casually took off his training outfit and twisted it forcefully, causing a cascade of sweat to splash onto the training ground. His bronze skin was exposed, and his muscular build was not exaggerated like those bodybuilders, but rather balanced and strong. My speed is a bit slow. Zhao Chen took a sip of water and muttered to himself, at this rate, mastering a basic battle technique will take at least 3 days. And I need to practice many types of basic battle techniques to integrate them into my own 7-kill battle technique and enhance its proficiency. Sigh, the road is long and arduous. Zhao Chen shook his head lightly, feeling that he simply didn't have enough time. If only there were 48 hours in a day. He didn't know that if these words were heard by others, they would want to strangle him directly. Zhang Jiu's gaze was wavering intensely, and he immediately contacted Xiang Xue. Hey, Xiao Xue, it's Brother Jiu. There's a new student named Zhao Chen in this batch. Send me his information to take a look. Xia Yingshi's laughter came from the other end. Brother Jiu, you've noticed him too. He'll send it to you right away. Zhang Jiu had previously only been a bit curious about Zhao Chen, admiring the boy who had an A-level talent but worked exceptionally hard, mixed with a hint of regret. However, Zhao Chen's performance today truly shocked him. He flipped through Zhao Chen's personal information and his abilities were listed as follows. Demon Clown, special type ability capable of digitizing skill proficiency and continuously strengthening it through practice. Awakening combat level 1, talent rating, E. Jiangjiu took a deep breath. If only looking at the panel data, an E rating was certainly not an exaggeration. But this speed of proficiency improvement was terrifying. I need to confirm this further. If he can only improve skill proficiency quickly, it's indeed impressive, but if his combat level rises too slowly and he can't practice intermediate or higher combat techniques, this ability would be quite useless. Jiang Jiao calmed himself. He decided to pay close attention to this new recruit from now on. If possible, he would try to provide guidance. After all, no one wanted to see a good seedling go to waste. On one side of the training hall, Zhao Chen sat on a bench resting with a towel draped over his shoulder. Outside his training area, two people had been watching him for quite a while. A boy with messy hair and a hint of sarcasm in his expression crossed his arms and commented lightly, "The first place in the camp trial is at this level?" They had watched Zhao Chen practice the beginner spear technique for most of the time. At this moment, with a proficiency of only 29, his performance was naturally not particularly good. However, in the eyes of these two, it became a clumsy display. They thought Zhao Chen was practicing a family heirloom combat technique. After all, it was only the second day of camp, and they couldn't imagine that Zhao Chen could reach this level starting from scratch with a beginner technique. Because of this thought, they naturally looked down on him. Beside him, a boy with a buzz cut laughed. "I don't know how he got first in the camp trial. I only know he defeated the Golden Elephant City." The messy-haired boy, Song Siki, said lightly, "Is the camp trial even worth mentioning? Just some strong barbarian. In the realm of spiritual ability users, he's nothing." Thinking of the camp trial, Song Siki couldn't help but show a hint of impatience. As a lone wolf, he had been eliminated by the large army of Golden Elephant City, so he was very disdainful of the so-called camp trial rankings. Let's go play with him." Song Siki stepped towards Zhao Chen. His companion, Chen Tang, said, "Hey, it's still training time, don't go too far." But Song Siki curled his lips, revealing a cold smile. It's precisely because it's training that he needs to be taught a lesson. Let him know that entering the Qingfeng camp, an A-level person is not allowed to show off. During today's training, Zhao Chen had outperformed many people in the weighted running phase, drawing a lot of attention and causing resentment among many. Chen Tang shrugged, "Alright, but this guy is someone Boss Xiaohan specifically named to deal with. Be careful not to upset the boss." Song Siki sneered, "Just an A-level person, they'll take care of him first, saving the boss the trouble." The two smiled maliciously as they walked towards Zhao Chen. Another reason for their resentment towards Zhao Chen was that he had taken first place in training points today. By taking down Zhao Chen, they would eliminate a competitor. Combat level 3, talent E, no matter how you looked at it, he was a soft target. Who wouldn't want to come over and squeeze him? Zhao Chen wiped the sweat from his body, deeply contemplating the profound meaning of the spear technique he had just grasped, feeling immensely benefited. Suddenly, he sensed an unfriendly aura approaching and turned his head. Song Siki and Chen Tang walked over. With Song Siki's hands in his pockets, smiling at him. "Zhao Chen, right?" Years of observing people's expressions made Zhao Chen realize that these two had ill intentions. He had a vague impression of them, seemingly fellow students from the same cohort. "Is there something you need?" Zhao Chen asked calmly. Song Siki shrugged, "Nothing much, just saw you training alone and thought it looked a bit boring. How about I join you for a practice session?" A cold smile crept onto Zhao Chen's lips. "Join me for practice? What do you mean by that?" Song Siki's smile grew even brighter. "I mean, you're here, let me give you a beating." The atmosphere suddenly became tense, as Song Siki clearly did not regard Zhao Chen, who had an A-level talent, as a threat and was too lazy to engage in pleasantries. Zhao Chen's gaze sharpened. He was not interested in wasting words and directly put on his training gear, standing up. "I have no interest in being beaten. But I do enjoy hitting people. Since my hands are itching to practice, why don't you come over and be my punching bag?" A cold glint flashed in Song Siki's eyes. Having confidence is good, but being blindly arrogant is just foolish. Chen Tang went to call Jiang Jiao. As per the regulations of the Qingfeng camp, sparring between students must have an instructor present to avoid unnecessary injuries. Seeing that there was a duel, the surrounding people stopped training and gathered to watch the excitement. Such events were common in Qingfeng camp. Zhao Chen was too lazy to ask Song Siki why he came to provoke him. Since the other party had ill intentions, it was better to just fight. He remembered this person fighting level 6, and during the weighted running training, everyone's fighting level could be judged by the intensity of their spiritual abilities. In that extreme training state, one could not hide their true strength. It seemed he wanted to treat Zhao Chen as a soft persimmon to squeeze. Zhao Chen just happened to want to test his skills and see how his combat power had improved after reaching fighting level 3. After Jiang Zhou arrived, he crossed his arms and said lightly, "There are no rules in battle until one side surrenders or loses their fighting capability." Upon hearing this rule, Song Siki immediately laughed. He walked over to the weapon rack and drew two clever alloy long knives. "No rules? Then you're in for a tough time." Zhao Chen picked up his Fong Tianhua halberd and stepped onto the battlefield. "Tough time? Are you talking about yourself?" Song Siki stood opposite Zhao Chen, a fiery glint flashing in his eyes. "Today, you've stolen the spotlight. And I, Song Siki, will step on your head to make a name for myself in Qingfeng camp." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the two long knives down sharply. Whoosh! Fiery flames rapidly spread from the knife handles, completely engulfing the long knives. The dual blades burned with intense fire, the scorching heat causing the surrounding light to slightly distort. Murmurs immediately arose around them. The manifestation of spiritual power. "Look at his clothes, he's a new recruit this year, yet he has mastered such abilities. Hey, I wonder which family he comes from. Someone must have guided him, and he learned the family's fire combat techniques. That kid on the opposite side is in trouble now." Holding the flaming dual knives, Song Siki did not rush to attack but wore a cat-and-mouse expression as he looked at Zhao Chen. "I've observed you. I heard you have great strength, unlike ordinary people. It's clear you've put in a lot of effort in physical training over the years. Are you trying to use that to make up for your shortcomings in spiritual power? How pathetic. That's useless. There's a huge gap between fighting level 2 and fighting level 6. This isn't the time for camp trials. Once I master my spiritual power, your proud physique won't be able to withstand a single blow from me." Song Siki had no idea that Zhao Chen had recently improved his fighting level again. After saying that, he raised the flame-long knife in his right hand, aiming it at Zhao Chen. "Give up. Losing to a level 6 fighter as a level 2 isn't shameful, especially since I've already mastered the ability to manifest spiritual power traits. This is the difference between a scion of a prestigious family and a phoenix man from an ordinary family like you." Even Jiang Zhou couldn't help but frown. This Song Siki came prepared. He's not just some reckless fool. He must have done thorough research on Zhao Chen, deliberately trying to establish his authority, right? Zhao Chen, seeing Song Siki's confident expression, smiled. "If I were you, I definitely wouldn't expose my abilities so quickly. Moreover," he said, holding the Fong Tianhua halberd, smiling as he stepped towards Song Siki, "you know nothing about my physique. Strength innate divine power, proficiency 175. 100 represents the limit of what humans can achieve at the same body size. And a strength of 175 proficiency can be considered as powerful as a humanoid beast. What gives you the illusion that physique is useless?" As Zhao Chen spoke, he stomped his right foot hard on the floor. Light step. Boom! When he moved, it was like a storm sweeping through, instantly transforming into a black shadow in the night training ground. The speed was so fast that Song Siki, who had been calm and collected, suddenly narrowed his eyes. So fast. He crossed his dual knives and charged at Zhao Chen, intending to crush him with overwhelming spiritual power. Zhao Chen gripped the Fong Tianhua halberd with both hands, activating Bind and Consolidate, instantly condensing an incredibly solid spiritual power on the halberd. The battle unfolded in an instant, with the flaming dual knives choosing to clash fiercely. This was Song Siki's confidence in his level 6 spiritual power. Clang! The dual knives, engulfed in blazing flames, struck hard against the body of the halberd. However, contrary to expectations, the scene of level 6 Song Siki sending level 3 Zhao Chen flying did not occur. Instead, Zhao Chen suddenly exerted force, and Song Siki felt as if his dual knives had struck a massive steel ingot, unable to budge an inch, and instead, a tremendous recoil made his hands ache. Boom! The Fong Tianhua halberd swung violently in midair, tracing a circular arc, and in an instant, sent both Song Siki and his knives flying out. Song Siki staggered back a dozen steps, staring incredulously at his hands. "I can't believe I've been overpowered in strength by a guy who's only level 3. And when did he break through to level 3? This scene also astonished the surrounding students. "No way? Did I just see that? That level 6 fire type kid actually suffered a loss? Fong Tianhua halberd, I thought he was just bluffing, but he really used it. Anyone who can wield such a weapon is not simple." Only Jiang Zhou understood clearly. He focused on Zhao Chen's hands, his gaze serious. Although he's only level 3, his Bind and Consolidate are extremely proficient, so even facing level 6 Song Siki, he indeed has a chance. A clenched fist always has more impact than an open palm. In the training ground, Zhao Chen sent Song Siki flying with a single strike, and without waiting for Song Siki to regain his footing, he accelerated forward. He was determined to strike a fallen opponent, giving no chance for recovery. The Fong Tianhua halberd flipped, and Zhao Chen used Song Siki to directly practice his newly learned introductory halberd technique. The halberd swept horizontally, thrust straight, and struck down with all his might. The Tunderlong 50-kilogram weapon was as agile in his hands as a willow leaf knife. Song Siki's knife techniques were very skilled, even mastering the transformation of spiritual power traits. However, he was unable to exert his full potential in front of Zhao Chen. One force breaks 10,000 techniques. The 2-meter halberd swung like a storm, rolling in with no chance for him to get close, forcing him to retreat continuously. Any attempt to clash weapons would result in Zhao Chen's overwhelming strength directly numbing his arms. Zhao Chen pressed on with great momentum, putting increasing pressure on Song Siki, forcing him to have no power to fight back. Song Siki felt the gazes and discussions of those around him, and his heart was filled with urgency. He had thought it would be a battle to establish his authority, but unexpectedly found himself being beaten down by Zhao Chen. If this got out, wouldn't he lose all face? Ha! Song Siki suddenly exerted himself, his hands swelling up as he infused spiritual energy into his long knife, angrily striking to block Zhao Chen's attack. He then bent low, throwing his long knife directly at Zhao Chen's face. Zhao Chen immediately sidestepped, and Song Siki's eyes lit up. An opportunity has come. He advanced instead of retreating, instantly arriving in front of Zhao Chen. In close combat, a short weapon had a significant advantage over a long one. However, seeing his movement, Zhao Chen merely smiled coldly. He held the heavy Feng Tianhua halberd, weighing 50 pounds, with spiritual energy infused within. Here it comes! Zhao Chen shouted sharply, then directly smashed the Feng Tianhua halberd down towards the rushing Song Siki. Song Siki never expected Zhao Chen would use such a move. The halberd, weighing 50 pounds and infused with abundant spiritual energy, brought destructive power reaching hundreds of pounds. It came crashing down like a battering ram from ancient city defenses. Song Siki's mind raced. If he took this hit, he would definitely not withstand it and could only dodge. His body bent as if it were broken, leaning back to evade the attack of the halberd. Just as he prepared to rise and strike Zhao Chen, a powerful long leg was raised high like a battle axe and then smashed down. Zhao Chen's foot landed on Song Siki's chest, and in an instant, Song Siki felt as if a giant rock had fallen on him. His body forcefully slammed onto the training hall floor. The ground of the training hall was paved with hard bluestone, and with that kick, his body hit the ground with a loud boom, accompanied by a crisp crack sound. Put! Song Siki spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fixed on Zhao Chen, who was standing on him. He wanted to raise his knife, but with that foot on his chest, any attempt to exert force felt like his chest was being torn apart with excruciating pain. Cough cough, blood foam spilled from the corners of Song Siki's mouth. While the surrounding comments were all praises for Zhao Chen and disparagement of him. Wow, this little junior brother is quite strong. To be able to perform at such a level at combat level 3 is impressive. Given time, he could be limitless. But that combat level 6 rookie under his foot isn't doing so well. With such a big advantage, he's still being beaten up. How pitiful. So many people saw his embarrassing state. He's really lost a lot of face. Song Siki's face turned bright red, and at this point, he could only choose to close his eyes and faint. Zhao Chen raised an eyebrow, slightly pressing down with his foot. Hey, are you okay? Cough 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 cough. Song Siki could no longer keep up the act and had to open his eyes, whispering, Zhao Chen, let go of your foot. Chen Tang, standing by, also said, Zhao Chen, it's just a sparring match with fellow freshmen. You don't need to be so harsh, right? Let go. He still has to participate in the training later. Zhao Chen innocently replied, I didn't use much force. He just suddenly fell down. But Song Siki, Zhao Chen dug at his ear, looking down at him. Did you forget something? Song Siki's face was filled with humiliation, but the pain in his chest prevented him from resisting. He could only turn his head away, looking humiliated as he said, I concede. Only then did Zhao Chen remove his foot, kindly kicking the knife away from him, then personally helping him up. Oh dear, classmate Song Siki. Why do you put yourself through this? Clearly so weak, yet you keep looking for others to spar with. It's not that I meant to hurt you, it's just that you're too weak. A single touch and you spit blood. You can't blame me. Song Siki trembled as he raised a finger, pointing at Zhao Chen, his chest heaving violently this time. He was truly infuriated to the point of fainting from anger. Zhao Chen threw the person onto the ground and shouted at Chen Tang, hey! You over there, take him to the infirmary. Chen Tang had no choice but to obediently come over and help the person up. Before he left, Zhao Chen's voice came from behind, go back and tell Xiao Han, if he doesn't obey me next time, he can come himself. Don't let some small fry come to die. Chen Tang's body stiffened, unable to respond to Zhao Chen's words, and could only lower his head and hurry away with the person. Zhao Chen, however, appeared as if nothing had happened, casually picking up his Feng Tianhua Ji and continued practicing the entry-level spear technique. After Chen Tang brought Song Siki out, he immediately took him to the infirmary for treatment and then notified Xiao Han with his electronic wristband. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Han quickly rushed over with some people. When Chen Tang saw Xiao Han, he immediately stepped forward to report. Boss, that Zhao Chen guy was too ruthless. We just wanted to help you vent your anger and teach him a lesson. We didn't expect him to seriously injure Song Siki. Xiaohan frowned and entered the infirmary, where he saw Song Siki lying on the hospital bed. The injuries were indeed severe. Zhao Chen had crushed his sternum, and ordinary treatment could only ensure his life was safe, but for a quick recovery, they would need to call in a spirit ability healer. However, in such private conflicts among student soldiers, healers were reluctant to waste their energy. Xiaohan furrowed his brows tightly, and upon hearing Zhao Chen, his eyes turned cold. Zhao Chen, it's him again. He was already furious about losing face today, and now this incident had occurred in the evening. Behind Xiaohan, several followers looked serious. Isn't that Zhao Chen an erranked talent? How could he injure Song Siki so severely? From now on, until we have a firm grasp of our spirit power, it's better to avoid provoking him. Song Siki lay on the bed, looking at Xiaohan with a pained expression. Boss, you have to help me get revenge. But Xiaohan coldly stared at him and asked word by word, who told you to provoke him privately? Song Siki's tone immediately faltered, and his gaze involuntarily shifted. Deep down, he must have had the thought of stepping on Zhao Chen to make a name for himself. Xiaohan snorted coldly. Right now, we are in the middle of training. If any problems arise and it delays our training, do you think the instructor will go easy on you? If I could teach Zhao Chen a lesson, I would have done it myself long ago. Why would I need you? Chen Tang couldn't help but ask, are we just going to let him be so arrogant and show off? Xiaohan said in a low voice, he is only at the level of combat rank 3, while I am at combat rank 9, just one step away from becoming a private level spirit user. Am I supposed to challenge him? Even if I win, it would only be embarrassing. Currently, Xiaohan felt no fear of Zhao Chen. He believed that Zhao Chen's strength was merely due to his physical power. As for him, he had the training of a family martial art, personal guidance from his father, and various privileges as a special recruit. His strength was no longer comparable to that of Zhao Chen, who was merely a brute with raw power. Xiaohan clasped his hands behind his back and said coldly, that Zhao Chen is just a grain of sand in my eyes. I can easily step over him. The upcoming training is still early. I will find a suitable opportunity to teach him a good lesson. Upon hearing this, Song Siki could only nod in agreement. On the other side, in the engineering department, after Shin Mo Ran returned to her dormitory and freshened up, she cautiously made her way to the engineering department. The Ashen Master was the most prestigious profession in this world, and in Shin Mo Ran's heart, learning to create ashes was also very sacred. Therefore, whenever she stepped through the door of the engineering department, she would first regulate her breathing. In no more than a month, I must strive to draw a complete spirit pattern diagram. Shin Mo Ran secretly made up her mind. After arriving in the hall of the engineering department, she was greeted by the familiar sound of Xia Lingling's ding-ding-dang-dang tapping. She hurried over, bending slightly to show a gentle smile to the little girl with the bun. Good evening, Xia Lingling. Xia Lingling looked up at Shin Moran and flashed her 8 teeth. Oh, good evening, Shin Moran. After saying that, she immediately turned her head back and continued to carve spiritual patterns on a steel bar as thin as a pinky finger with a very fine engraving needle. Shin Moran looked around and asked, is Master Liang not here? Xia Lingling replied, I don't know, seems like he went out. Most of the time, the teacher doesn't stay here. Although Xia Lingling had not been formally accepted as a disciple by Liang Gongqi, everyone knew it was only a matter of time. In terms of talent, Xia Lingling was definitely ranked second among those accepted by Liang Gongqi in recent years. As for the first, well, there's no need to say who that is, right? Shin Moran nodded, feeling very patient in front of this third-level Jinhai master. Suddenly, Xia Lingling noticed that Shin Moran was holding a rolled-up paper. She curiously asked, hey, what did you bring? Shin Moran smiled faintly. After I got back yesterday, I copied that sample drawing a few more times. I finally managed to create a decent one and wanted to show it to Master Liang. Realizing that Liang Gongqi was not here and that Xia Lingling came from the Jinhai family, she suddenly said, Lingling, can you help me take a look? Xia Lingling blinked her big eyes, feeling a bit curious, and stretched out her soft, fair little hand, saying, let me see it. Shen Moran quickly handed it over, and after just a glance, Xia Lingling commented, not bad. This level is decent for a beginner. Receiving such a comment from Xia Lingling, Shen Moran felt a bit disappointed, but then thought that those who could become Jinhai masters were all one in a million talents, and she felt relieved. She tucked her hair behind her ear and casually asked, by the way, that Zhao Chen, didn't he come? Xia Lingling was tapping on the steel ingot, and upon hearing Zhao Chen's name, her eyes immediately lit up. You mean senior brother Zhao? He came a long time ago. Then she pointed to a workbench about 7 or 8 meters away. He has already practiced several spiritual pattern drawings. Shen Moran's heart skipped a beat. Taking advantage of Xia Lingling's distraction, she inexplicably turned and walked towards that workbench. When she got there, she saw Zhao Chen purely practicing his skills with several drawings of Wazizi and Ningxue. The drawing paper, 1 meter long and 80 centimeters wide, was densely covered with extremely intricate spiritual pattern routes, with the shortest distance between two complex long lines being no more than 0.5 millimeters apart. The entire sheet was almost devoid of any blank space, with interwoven lines occupying the white paper, yet there was no sense of chaos. Instead, it was orderly. At first glance, no one would believe that this was drawn by hand. It looked more like mechanical drawing. Shinmaran's pupils contracted, her eyes widened in shock, as if a thunderbolt had struck her head, leaving her mind blank. She couldn't believe that this was drawn by Zhao Chen. Xia Lingling, is this really drawn by Zhao Chen? Xia Lingling suddenly frowned. Of course. Do you think I would lie to you? Xia Lingling suddenly said in an admiring tone. Senior brother Zhao is truly a genius in the Jinhai field. Shinmaran's right hand suddenly clenched tightly around the rolled-up drawing paper. After returning home last night, she had been drawing at her desk until 3 in the morning. In the end, she created a piece she thought was satisfactory based on that sample drawing. She intended to show it to Liang Gongqi and receive her praise. But Zhao Chen's drawings completely shattered her confidence. What she drew was just a sample drawing, and the sample drawing was probably only 1/10 the difficulty of a first-level spiritual pattern route. But what Zhao Chen drew was a perfect full-scale spirit pattern map. Shen Mo Ran and Zhao Chen were childhood friends, and because of this, she knew that Zhao Chen had no foundation in creating ashes. Therefore, at this moment, she found it even harder to accept the reality before her. She bit her lip, a hint of regret flashing through her mind, and then quickly ran out without saying a word. After defeating Song Siki, Zhao Chen did not take him too seriously. However, after confirming that he was Xiao Han's person, Zhao Chen knew that he and Xiao Han would eventually have to clarify their past grievances. It was still uncertain how much of a chance Xiao Chen would have against Xiao Han now. For the student soldiers, the level of combat was not necessarily indicative of their fighting strength. They merely possessed a powerful weapon and still needed to learn how to use it. This was also why Zhao Chen, at only combat level 2, could sweep away all opponents during the camp trials. But as the training in the Qingfeng camp progressed, they would gradually learn to master the application of spiritual power and quickly grow stronger. Especially Xiao Han, who awakened at combat level 9 and had a good family background that could provide him with powerful battle tactics and cultivation resources. Just like Zhao Chen received the spiritual source from Liang Gongqi, Xiao Han surely wouldn't lack such things. I must prepare early. Zhao Chen sat on a bench, turning the white ring on his finger. Level 1 Ashes, Silver Sword. He had witnessed the power of ashes, even in the hands of Jin Shangqing. It could easily slay Wu Gang. With Xiao Han's family background, he would definitely have such a weapon. To be on the safe side, he had to master the use of ashes as well. With this in mind, Zhao Chen decided to make full use of the silver sword he originally planned to exchange for money with Jin Shangqing. Zhao Chen went to a corner of the training hall and slowly infused spiritual power into the ashes. Soon, a flash of white light appeared, and the ring transformed into a sharp 3-foot qingfeng. The silver light flickered slightly, as if the radiance itself carried a sting, and a slight touch would cause a prickling sensation. The demon clown suddenly jumped out. Silver Sword, Level 1 Ashes, Synchronization Rate 5. Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that even the use of ashes has a proficiency level? He quickly recalled that Liang Gongqi had mentioned this in the ashes data he provided. Whether an ash could exert its power depended on the user's ability to control it. The compatibility of affinity, the strength of power, and the might of mental strength were all key factors in mastering ashes. Even the top-tier divine domain ashes, in the hands of a mediocre person, would just be a piece of scrap metal. Famous weapons recognize their masters and refuse to be wielded by the mediocre. Seeing the demon clown's prompt, Zhao Chen immediately realized that the ability to control ashes was related to the demon clown's ashes synchronization rate, and his current synchronization rate with the silver sword was only at 5. However, Zhao Chen felt that if he infused spiritual power and swung the sword, the power he could unleash would definitely be stronger than what Jin Shangqing had back then. And this was only at 5? That's right, the Ashes Compendium mentioned that the bone used for the silver sword is from the silver wolf, which can reach nearly 1000 combat level in its adult form, at the 3rd tier sharp edge level. If I can raise the synchronization rate to 100 and then infuse it with enough spiritual power to support a sharp edge level spiritual power user's attack, I could unleash sharp edge level destructive power. Zhao Chen felt a surge of excitement. If used well, this thing would definitely be a trump card. However, practicing the use of ashes in the training hall was not convenient, as the destructive power was too great. With this in mind, Zhao Chen stood up and went to find Zhang Jiao. Instructor Jiang, I would like to apply for a closed training room. I wonder if that would be possible. Jiang Jiu stared at Zhao Chen and slowly spoke. The closed training room, in principle, requires using credits to exchange for usage time. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up at the words, and he quickly said, I want to use the ashen remains, but it might be a bit dangerous in a public area. In principle, it shouldn't be allowed, but that means it is. Zhao Chen understood this well. He could tell that instructor Jiang Jiu seemed to have high hopes for him. The rules of the Qingfeng camp were clear. Talented students could receive the instructor's favoritism. Otherwise, why would Zhao Chen strive to be the first in everything? Jiang Jiu's face was stern as he said, however, there is an available training room today, and I can grant you permission to use it. But I won't activate the training functions for you. Zhao Chen thought, it seems this independent training room has other implications. But right now, I don't have any credits, so there's no rush to study it. He nodded and thanked Jiang Jiu. Jiang Jiu led him from the edge of the venue, down the steps. It turned out there was a hidden space beneath the training hall. Inside were independent training rooms, some large and some small, all separated by black stone. Jiang Jiu opened a training room for him, and Zhao Chen walked in. It was completely empty, with nothing inside, covering an area of about 100 square meters, much larger than the public space above. Zhao Chen closed the door and immediately took out the silver sword. He held the ashen remains weapon horizontally, took a deep breath, and a surge of spiritual energy erupted from his palm. It seemed like the spiritual energy was bursting forth. Yet it was gentle enough to wrap around an egg without breaking it. The proficiency of his spiritual energy control was 65, and it was no joke. In an instant, the ashen remains in Zhao Chen's hand seemed to awaken, and he could vaguely sense a ferocity. The sword's edge was like the claws of a silver wolf, eagerly wanting to tear apart its prey. Even though it was already dead, the remnants retained some biological vitality, still exuding a chilling aura. Zhao Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. He directly suppressed this level of killing intent. You are just a weapon, and I am your master. Zhao Chen decided to project a manual on basic swordsmanship from his electronic wristband, then began practicing with the silver sword. The only way to enhance synchronization with the ashen remains was to use it and become familiar with it. Until the weapon became a part of his body, forgetting its existence, and being able to wield it instinctively. This is what is meant by a weapon is an extension of the body. However, mastering the ashen remains is even more challenging, requiring the infusion of spiritual energy to unleash its true power. On the silver sword, the spiritual energy flickered, and the purest spiritual energy infused within was directly transformed into silver. This was the unique gold attribute spiritual energy from the silver wolf race. Since Zhao Chen's ability was the special attribute of the demon clown, he did not have other characteristic tendencies. This meant he could learn any type of attribute ability, but he would not possess any innate talent, the benefit being that he would not face any limitations. For example, Xiao Han, whose abilities were wind and ice, would never have the chance to cultivate fire attribute combat techniques in his lifetime. Swish! The silver sword sliced through the air, and even just cutting through the air allowed one to feel its sharpness. Zhao Chen practiced swordsmanship while wielding the silver sword. Although his combat level had reached 3, the total amount of spiritual energy in his body could not withstand the consumption. In just 5 minutes, his body was drained. Zhao Chen immediately sat cross-legged, placed the ashen remains aside, and activated the demon clown's ability to convert spiritual energy. The spiritual energy reversal, part of the spiritual energy entry manual, was at the second stage, with a proficiency of 192. In less than 4 minutes, he could complete a full meditation, guiding the spiritual energy from the alternate space into his body. After meditating 3 times, his spiritual energy was fully replenished. This meant that from being completely drained to fully revitalized, he only needed about 12 minutes. This astonishing speed would surely leave others dumbfounded if they heard it. Meditation was not an easy task. To eliminate distractions and connect the mind to the subspace, one needed to slowly enter a tranquil environment, not to mention, the slower the meditation, the more easily the mind becomes fatigued. For students of Zhao Chen's level, such as the exceptionally talented Xiao Han, completing a full recovery of spiritual energy takes at least 3 hours. After Zhao Chen restored his state, he immediately stood up, took the silver sword, and continued practicing. Time flew by, and soon it was past 10 p.m. The use of the ashen remains was indeed more exhausting than ordinary training. Zhao Chen was drenched in sweat and felt somewhat fatigued. However, his synchronization rate with the silver sword had already reached 16. Zhao Chen wasn't sure if this value was high or low, but he could definitely feel that when he infused spiritual energy and used the silver sword, its power had nearly doubled compared to the beginning. I need to be fully prepared. Given Xiao Han's personality, he might not dare to cause trouble before the training ends. But after the training is over, without the instructor's constraints, he will probably come to settle the score with me. Zhao Chen stared at the ashen remains in his hand. What would happen if I could raise the synchronization rate of the silver sword to 100 in a month? There was one thing Zhao Chen did not know. Since the ashen remains were crafted from the bones of human enemies throughout the millennium history of the Xianfeng Empire, there were very few who could completely synchronize with the ashen remains in hand. Achieving over 90 was considered perfect by the outside world. While Zhao Chen was lost in thought, suddenly a message came through his electronic wristband. He opened it to find that 3 roommates from dorm 207 had come to find him. Zhao Chen then left the training room to meet his 3 roommates. Meng Xiuyo was holding a bag of chips, munching on them like a cow chewing cud. After a day of training, I feel like I could eat a whole cow, Meng Xiuyo exclaimed. Zhao Chen laughed. Now you know why I used to eat so much, right? Seeing Meng Xiuyo, Zhao Chen brought up the matter of the spiritual source again. How long will it take for the spiritual source I want to arrive? Upon hearing this, Meng Xiuyo seriously reminded Zhao Chen, Xiaomuge, I heard you've leveled up to combat level 3. This should be a good thing, but using the spiritual source has side effects. You can't rely on it too much. Having powerful spiritual energy without the ability to control it can actually make one's foundation unstable. Otherwise, look at the current Lu Yan, who has reached combat level 12. Yet he still needs to solidify his foundation. If he encounters a veteran with years of experience, even if the opponent's combat level is lower, he won't be able to win. Zhao Chen simply smiled calmly and nodded. Thank you for the reminder, I understand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. In terms of foundation, he had long surpassed his peers. After all, whether it was the 4 techniques of spiritual energy application and refining and condensing, or his grasp of combat methods, he had no oversights. Hearing Zhao Chen say this, Meng Xiuyo smiled. That's good. Our Meng family also has business in Lujiang City. The spiritual source you want will arrive in a few days. Zhao Chen nodded, but he also began to ponder future matters. With only this little money in hand, once it was used up, he would have to find a way to earn more to obtain spiritual sources for cultivation. This was not easy for him. In contrast, Xiao Han had endless resources provided by his family. This is also why, for 1,000 years, the class structure in the Xianfeng Empire has become nearly solidified. Even if a genius emerges from an ordinary family, it is still difficult to stand out. From the moment of birth, the gap in various resources is already unimaginably vast. The best way for me now is to become an Ashen Master as soon as possible. Only this path, which only talents can walk, has not yet been monopolized by power and capital, Zhao Chen thought to himself. Just as he was thinking, Lu Yan quietly approached, his dark eyes fixed on Zhao Chen, but he said nothing. Zhao Chen smiled helplessly. What's wrong, Lu Yan? Lu Yan lowered his head and said in a very soft voice, Zhao Chen, can you guide me in practicing with the knife? I am too stupid. Who could have imagined that this a great talent genius didn't even understand the most basic use of a long knife? Zhao Chen smiled and said, you're not stupid. Come on, show me the knife techniques you've learned. With that, he took Lu Yan to the training ground. Lu Yan was indeed not stupid, but his foundation was quite poor. Even the basic stances and knife swings were not done well. Zhao Chen told him, from now on, practice the basic movements every day, swing the knife 10,000 times. Draw the knife, slash horizontally, chop vertically, and slice diagonally. First, solidify your fundamentals. Lu Yan nodded obediently, like a newly enrolled elementary school student. Under Zhao Chen's guidance, he began to practice meticulously. Zhuo Yun and Meng Qiubao were greatly shocked by Lu Yan's knife practice. In the Xianfeng Empire, martial prowess is revered, and children must enter martial arts schools to learn both literature and martial arts. Although they won't teach battle tactics, the most basic punches, kicks, and weapon usage will still be strictly trained. But why does Lu Yan seem like he has never come into contact with these things? Zhao Chen stood by, watching Lu Yan practice with a sense of confusion in his heart. However, everyone has their own secrets, and it wasn't appropriate for him to ask. Just from Lu Yan's knife movements, he could see a hint Lu Yan was indeed a genius. It seemed he was born to wield a knife. When he held the knife, his entire demeanor changed. His eyes became deeper, as if they contained only the knife and the enemies in the void. When he swung the knife, there was no hesitation or deviation that a novice would typically show. Zhao Chen was secretly astonished, murmuring, in terms of talent, this guy is the most terrifying one I've ever seen. Zhao Chen felt a joy akin to discovering treasure, and he silently resolved to carve this raw gem well, allowing it to reveal its true brilliance. Zhao Chen was very skilled at guiding others, especially in the basics, where his proficiency had long reached the maximum level. So as soon as he spoke, Lu Yan's knife strikes became sharper and more precise. Lu Yan was very smart, he would never make the same mistake twice. The terrifying level of his knife skills left Meng Qiubao and Zhuo Yun dumbfounded. Lu Yan, rated A for talent, possessed the ability Ning Killing Flame, and when he awakened, he came with a black flame magic knife. Thus, it could be said that this person was born to wield a knife. After Zhao Chen gave him a few pointers, he had Lu Yan focus on practicing the basics for a while. Only with solid fundamentals could he later practice battle tactics more efficiently. Zhao Chen himself was not idle either, moving to the side to continue practicing his introductory spear technique. The group stayed in the training hall until midnight before finally returning to the dormitory to rest. While everyone else fell asleep, Zhao Chen lay in bed, closed his eyes, and let his body relax completely, beginning his meditation. Spirit Energy Rotation, Proficiency 193. Spirit Energy Rotation, Proficiency 194. A night of meditation raised the proficiency of Spirit Energy Rotation by 10 points. Only then did Zhao Chen activate the sleep skill and drift off to a stable sleep. The next day, he still got up early and went for a 20-kilometer run. However, this time, Meng Qiubao was absolutely unwilling to keep up. Zhuo Yun and Lu Yan only managed to run half a lap. They had exhausted too much energy the day before. After all, not everyone had Zhao Chen's stamina, capable of almost 24 hours of continuous movement. Zhao Chen just smiled. They didn't understand his joy. Every extra distance he ran would increase his light at proficiency. Right now, many of his skills were at the second stage, and he was eager to see what kind of qualitative change would occur if he maxed out the proficiency to 1000 points and advanced to the third stage. In fact, Zhao Chen was not the only early riser. However, for spirit energy users, most wouldn't go to such lengths to hone their physical bodies. The physiological attributes of humans determine that their strength, speed, and other attributes have limits. Instead of honing these, it's better to meditate well and enhance spiritual abilities. Over in the girls' dormitory, Mo Guanguan had already gotten up early, choosing to meditate when her mind was clearest in the morning. Inspired by her, Shen Moran also rose early. Her bed was right next to Mo Guanguan's, and while Mo Guanguan meditated, she sat at her desk diligently copying spiritual patterns. Suddenly, Mo Guanguan's ears twitched slightly. A peculiar sound of wind from outside interrupted her meditation. She reached out to pull back the curtains and looked outside, only to see a black figure swiftly flying past on the morning road. "Isn't that Zhao Chen?" Mo Guanguan exclaimed in surprise. "He clearly has a super intense training session during the day. Why is he running now?" Mo Guanguan developed some interest in the boy running in the morning light. She turned to Shen Moran. "Moran, what kind of person is this Zhao Chen?" Shen Moran paused her pen, not lifting her head as she replied, "He is a very hardworking and competitive person." She suddenly sighed lightly, "But unfortunately, his spiritual talent is only E rank. So he must be thinking of making up for the gap between us through hard work." She paused, shaking her head as she said, "This is destined to be futile. No matter how hard a mouse tries, it will never be a match for a cat. Why can't he see this?" Mo Guanguan's eyes shimmered with a different color. "I don't think so. Regardless of talent, anyone willing to work hard for their dreams deserves respect from others." At this point, she smiled lightly. "Of course, if he wants to catch up to me, he at least has to put in 100 times the effort." As Mo Guanguan spoke, she suddenly leaped off her bed, her figure light and powerful, her feet in white cotton socks firmly landing on the chair, her welton fair calves subtly glowing with a soft white light. Mo Guanguan tied her long, jet-black hair, which fell to her waist, into twin ponytails. After changing into her sneakers, she tossed her long hair and was ready to head out. Shen Moran curiously asked, "Guanguan, where are you going?" Mo Guanguan turned her head and winked at her. "Going to see that hard-working boy." With that, Mo Guanguan left the dormitory. Shen Moran furrowed her brows slightly, feeling a hint of displeasure for some reason. But she quickly shook her head. "What does this have to do with me?" She lowered her head and continued to diligently copy the spiritual patterns. Zhao Chen was running along the road surrounding the dormitory building. The morning breeze felt very pleasant against his face, a thin layer of sweat forming on his neck and forehead, but his body was not fatigued. It was still early, and most of the students had been worn out from training yesterday. No one wanted to get up early, all wanting to rest a bit longer to prepare for today's training. However, as Zhao Chen ran, he suddenly heard a rhythmic sound of footsteps approaching. He became curious and turned his head to look. A flash of fiery red caught his eye, and soon a fit figure caught up to his side. "Hey! Good morning, Zhao Chen." Mo Guanguan's bright eyes were fixed on Zhao Chen, her face wearing a competitive smile. It seemed she had come over just to challenge Zhao Chen. "Mo Guanguan? Good morning." Zhao Chen greeted her with a smile. "Do you also have a habit of morning runs?" "Yes." Mo Guanguan kept pace with Zhao Chen, nodding. "Back home, I had to undergo strict training every day. Running with weights is a basic training exercise. It's a piece of cake for me." Suddenly, she looked at Zhao Chen, flames flickering in her eyes. "Hey, Zhao Chen, how about we race? I lost to you in yesterday's training, and am not satisfied. In terms of strength, I might not be as good as you, this monster. But when it comes to running, I'm very confident." Zhao Chen was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. "So that's how it is. This competitive little girl still hasn't let go of the fact that he took first place from her yesterday. All right. You set the rules," Mo Guanguan said with a smile. You really are quite the gentleman. How about this, we run a lap around the track near the dormitory. This lap is about 10 kilometers. Let's see who gets back to the dorm entrance first. Zhao Chen nodded. I have no objections. The corners of Mo Guangguan's mouth curled up slightly. Then, let's get started. As soon as she finished speaking, her body suddenly crouched low, like a nimble cheetah, and she shot off. In an instant, her speed increased by more than 3 times. Dust flew up around her, leaving Zhao Chen far behind. Zhao Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Mo Guangguan's running posture was quite unusual. Her body was low, arms hanging down, and her long legs were striding forward, sprinting like a cheetah. Footwork. Zhao Chen took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. No wonder she's rated as an A genius. With that thought, he no longer held back. Lightfoot activated. Zhao Chen's body suddenly became light. His speed soaring as if a gust of wind was lifting him, propelling him forward. Before long, he caught up to Mo Guangguan. Both of them were wearing black training suits, like two shadows darting across the Qingfeng Camp Road in the morning, very close to each other. Mo Guangguan felt the pursuit behind her and couldn't help but be startled. The intermediate combat technique she practiced, tiger leopard capture, included footwork that mimicked a cheetah's hunting style, allowing her to move at high speeds for extended periods. The basic footwork could be practiced without spiritual energy, and she had been training for over 10 years before awakening her spiritual abilities. Yesterday's weighted run was more about endurance, so she thought she lost to Zhao Chen because he had the advantage of strength. If it were a speed competition, she would definitely win. But now, Zhao Chen made her face the reality. The two figures flew across the track, and in less than 20 seconds, Zhao Chen caught up to Mo Guangguan. He glanced back at her and said with a faint smile, "You'll go ahead." With that, he passed Mo Guangguan and continued running forward. It wasn't that Zhao Chen intended to provoke her, the gap in their basic physical fitness was just too great. In terms of walking, Zhao Chen's proficiency was 100. What does that mean? It represents the speed limit that a human can achieve in terms of physical fitness. This allowed him to evolve to the second stage of Lightfoot, taking his speed to another level. The footwork of tiger leopard capture was designed for combat, and when it came to pure speed, Lightfoot was far superior. Zhao Chen didn't need to exert much effort and directly surpassed Mo Guangguan. He thought to himself, you guys with awakened combat levels over 10, if you can't even surpass me in physical fitness, wouldn't my demon clown become a joke? As he spoke, Zhao Chen glanced to his right. The strange little clown that only he could see was floating on his shoulder, holding a sign and bobbing its head in rhythm with his running. Lightfoot, life skill, proficiency 185. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, his speed increasing again, because as long as he kept the demon clown activated, his speed would keep getting faster. Mo Guangguan watched Zhao Chen kick up dust as he sped away, her eyes burning with fury. Damn it! This young lady has never lost to anyone. Zhao Chen, stop right there. She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she desperately chased after him. Although Mo Guangguan wanted to catch up to Zhao Chen with all her might, the gap in their basic physical fitness was just too large without using spiritual energy. Zhao Chen thought that Mo Guangguan would, in her anger, use her combat technique to close the distance between them. Unexpectedly, Mo Guangguan was also a strong-willed girl, truly planning to compete with Zhao Chen based on her physical strength. Zhao Chen felt a hint of respect for this girl in his heart. But the greatest respect for an opponent is to give it your all. Zhao Chen smiled faintly and ran towards the finish line. By the time Mo Guangguan reached the front of the dormitory building, Zhao Chen had not stopped to wait for her but had already started his second lap. There was no choice, Zhao Chen's daily training always started at 20 kilometers, otherwise, the effect of the light step would not be good. He thought that since Mo Guangguan had already lost, she wouldn't continue to run after him. After all, not everyone had his level of physical fitness. However, seeing Zhao Chen pull far ahead, Mo Guangguan's face puffed up like a bun in anger. Damn it! Even if you win, at least wait for me at the finish line. Just leaving me behind, stop looking down on people. Gritting her teeth, she kept chasing after Zhao Chen without stopping. In the end, she stubbornly finished those 2 laps as well. A 20-kilometer morning run was indeed quite a physical drain for her. Zhao Chen was already sitting on the grass meditating, and seeing his relaxed demeanor made her grind her teeth in frustration. What a monster! Mo Guangguan stomped her foot and came to the grass, leaning against a tree to rest. After Zhao Chen finished meditating, he sensed the heavy panting not far away and turned to look. Mo Guangguan was leaning against the tree, one leg bent, her hands weakly hanging by her side. Her forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, slowly trickling down her long neck. The aftereffects of the intense exercise had not yet subsided, and her chest was heaving violently. Noticing Zhao Chen's gaze, she awkwardly looked over. Don't get too smug. I let you win this time. Long-distance running isn't my strong suit. Zhao Chen scratched his head and said helplessly, why do you have to push yourself? You just ran 20 kilometers in one go. What will you do for training later? Mo Guangwen's expression stiffened, and it was only then that she remembered there was still training to consider. However, she huffed lightly. If you can run 20 kilometers, why can't I? This level of exercise has no effect on me. But her heavy panting and the violent rise and fall of her chest told a different story. Zhao Chen could only say, since it's still early, you should rest well. After saying that, Zhao Chen stood up, planning to go back to the dormitory to change clothes and then go eat with a few roommates. Mo Guangguan stared at Zhao Chen's back, gently grinding her small white tiger teeth, and whispered, Zhao Mu, just wait, I will win back soon. When Mo Guangguan returned to the dormitory, several roommates were already up. After washing up, the other two roommates were meditating, while Shen Moran was still seriously drawing. When Mo Guangguan came out after taking a shower with her wet long hair, she asked Shen Moran while blowing her hair, Moran, what weaknesses does that guy Zhao Chen have? Shen Moran's heart stirred, but she smiled lightly and said, why do you ask that? Mo Guangguan's cheeks puffed up at the mention of it. I just raced against him and let him win again. Since I was born, no one has ever beaten me twice. She raised her fist and said seriously, I must get this back. Shen Moran smiled lightly and said, Guangguan, why are you competing with someone with E-level talent? For a spiritual ability user, the most important thing is spiritual power. As long as you use your spiritual power a little, you can easily crush him. Why bother competing in his strong area? Mo Guangguan, however, placed her hands on her hips and said confidently, that would be so boring. I, Miss Guangguan, am not someone who bullies the weak. At that moment, a girl from the same dormitory, Zhang Yuan, teased, Guangguan, you don't have a crush on that Zhao Chen, do you? Mo Guangguan was instantly petrified. Like? What are you talking about? That's impossible, she and Shen Moran almost spoke in unison. Shen Moran chuckled lightly, Zhang Yuan, don't make such jokes. Do you think with our conditions, we could possibly look up to Zhao Chen? She lowered her eyes and said, we're not kids anymore. In the future, everyone will become powerful spiritual practitioners, join the military, and strive to become significant figures. How could one choose a partner who cannot provide any support? She cast a faint glance at Zhang Yuan. It's best to put away such childish thoughts. Seeing Shen Moran so serious, Zhang Yuan could only chuckle awkwardly. I was just joking. Besides, she rolled her eyes, Zhao Chen is tall and handsome, and his physical strength is impressive. If it's about dating, he's indeed a good choice. Mo Guangguan curled her lips. What are you even thinking? In my eyes, the only great dream is to become stronger and the best extraordinary person in the world. The group laughed for a while, and Mo Guangguan rubbed her sore calves, biting her lip, feeling a bit regretful for competing with Zhao Chen. Running 20 kilometers in one go was really a bit much for her. In the morning, everyone finished their meal and gathered at the training ground as usual. As soon as Zhao Chen arrived, he felt the unfriendly gaze coming from Xiao Han. Zhao Chen knew that after what happened with Song Siki yesterday, Xiao Han would definitely look for an opportunity to retaliate. However, Zhao Chen felt no fear at all. A high combat level does not necessarily mean strong combat power. For 12 years at Yuwu High School, he had always been ahead of Xiao Han, and it would be the same in the Qingfeng camp. The training project started with weighted running. Although everyone was exhausted from this training yesterday, upon reflection, they realized it was indeed very useful. Pushing the body to its limits naturally leads to discovering methods of using spiritual power, thereby enhancing the use of the techniques of condensation and entanglement. However, today, everyone had learned to be smart and no longer followed the person in front. Zhao Chen, as usual, was assigned more logs by Zhang Biao. Not 3, but today it was 4. Facing Zhang Biao's smiling expression, Zhao Chen could only smile wryly. This instructor was determined to refine him well. However, Zhao Chen was not angry. Instead, he felt grateful, as it was a form of encouragement for himself. In fact, carrying 4 logs was indeed a bit strenuous, but as long as Zhao Chen used his spiritual power and applied entanglement and condensation properly, it wouldn't be too difficult. Thus, Zhao Chen carried 4 logs and still led the entire team. Mo Guangguan didn't chase this time, honestly running behind with Shen Moran and the others. Staying at the back had its advantages. Zhao Chen helped break the wind for them, saving them a lot of energy. Mo Guangguan watched Zhao Chen's back, her small silver teeth clicking together. At this moment, her calves still ached faintly, the soreness persistent. Fortunately, her combat level was as high as 12, and with her strong spiritual power, the burden on her body was reduced. Otherwise, relying solely on physical strength, running a lap while carrying the logs would be difficult. Zhao Chen, still leading the pack while carrying 4 logs, had no choice. After a whole day of training yesterday, his strength and light steps had steadily increased. Plus, after his combat level rose to 3, the total amount of spiritual power had more than doubled. This made him appear very relaxed. Zhang Biao watched Zhao Chen from the sidelines, gritting his teeth. This kid looks even more relaxed than yesterday? Xia Yingxue glanced up at Zhao Chen, her cold eyes filled with a hint of admiration. Liang Gongqi gave him a second-tier spiritual source. Su Zhixiong and Zhang Biao were both taken aback. He absorbed it? They knew very well that absorbing spiritual sources from extraordinary beasts and dark races carried risks. If one's foundation was not solid enough, it would lead to insufficient control over spiritual power. So, when the source of power from the enemy of humanity enters the body, it may actually injure the absorber. Therefore, the source of power is not something that can be used casually. Otherwise, with so many noble families in the empire, they could have easily produced a batch of unparalleled strong individuals with resources. Xia Yingxue had a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. What Liang Gongqi means is to let him absorb it slowly in the future, to narrow the gap with others. But who would have thought this guy would give everyone a big surprise? Su Zhixiong stroked his chin and said in a deep voice, perhaps we should consider reassessing the strength of his demon clown ability. Xia Yingxue replied lightly, it's still too early to say that. During the rookie phase, the observable differences are limited. In the future, he won't have so much source power to enhance his combat level, unless he takes on more external missions to fight. Zhang Biao laughed heartily. In that case, he's very likely to die. The annual casualty rate of soldiers in the Shenfeng Empire is over 10, and nearly half of the soldiers die on the battlefield after 5 years of service. Even for those with spiritual abilities, the mortality rate is also very high. If one wants to hunt powerful exotic beasts or dark races to obtain their source power, the death rate increases geometrically. After all, on the battlefield, anything is possible. Even those with exceptional strength can meet their demise. Su Zhixiong, with his sturdy arms crossed, said lightly, then it all depends on his own fortune. Instructors usually do not hold too many feelings for their trainees. It's not that they are heartless, but they know that most of these people will die in battle in the future. Without deep feelings, they won't be hurt inside. The weighted running event is truly Zhao Chen's domain. Whether it's long-distance running, carrying weights, or controlling spiritual power, he far surpasses others. Therefore, in the end, he still carried 4 wooden beams, leading by a wide margin, and secured first place. Toot! The whistle blew, and everyone lay on the grass by the roadside like dead dogs, gasping for fresh air. Meanwhile, the patrol members responsible for assisting and guiding walked to the back, kicking the lagging individuals hard. Hurry up! Why are you moving like a maggot? Look how far behind you are. Don't you feel ashamed? Useless! Zhao Chen stopped to rest, and the harsh, even insulting scolding from the patrol members reached his ears, causing him to frown slightly. Meng Qiuyo, still shaken, touched his backside and said, I just got kicked too. These patrol members. He cautiously looked around before lowering his voice. They're really ruthless. Zhao Chen chuckled dismissively. They all came from the rookie phase. Perhaps some of them just want to take this opportunity to get back at their past experiences. In the military, the oppression of rookies by veterans is a norm, and it is tacitly accepted. However, some veterans do indeed go overboard with their methods. Sitting down, Zhao Chen spread his 10 fingers around his calves and began to apply pressure. The lactic acid accumulated in his legs must be released quickly, otherwise he might have trouble standing up the next day. Zhao Chen's technique for releasing pressure is quite professional. His 10 fingers transformed into pressure sticks, applying force and then sliding, accurately kneading the acupoints in his calves. Although it was somewhat painful, it indeed relieved stress and alleviated fatigue. This morning, since everyone had learned their lesson and didn't run around recklessly with Zhao Chen, their stamina remained relatively intact. After resting for a while, they entered the second phase of the event. The patrol members brought over 2 large baskets filled with yellow helmets and small wooden hammers. Zhang Biao grinned, today, we're changing the game. You'll practice against each other. The name of this game is called Whack-A-Mole. Xia Yingxue pushed up her glasses and carefully explained the rules of the game. There are limits to the power of both the hammer and the helmet. There won't be any incidents where a level 12 fighter like Mo Guangguan uses a hammer to smash the head of a level 3 fighter like Zhao Chen. After listening to Xia Yingshu's account, Zhuo Yun murmured, isn't this just a children's game? But combined with spiritual energy, it seems to involve a lot of considerations. Rock Paper Scissors is a psychological game. Hitting the head tests reaction speed, and since the hammer and helmet can be infused with spiritual energy, it also tests control over that energy. So, a game that seems simple is actually not simple at all. Many people also realized this. After all, the training camp of the Qingfeng camp is not for playing around or tormenting them. It truly has deep educational significance. Zhao Chen smiled and walked up to Meng Qiuyo. Qiuyo, let's team up. Zhuo Yun also approached. Qiuyo, I think we would be a better fit as a team. Lu Yen touched his nose, said nothing, and silently walked over, his eyes fixed on Meng Qiuyo. Meng Qiuyo was in tears. Wait, are you all treating me like a soft persimmon? Zhao Chen laughed. Qiuyo, what are you talking about? Your own brothers will go easier on you. If it were someone else, wouldn't you be worse off? Just as Zhao Chen was speaking, he suddenly felt everyone around him looking his way. A somewhat stubborn voice clearly reached his ears. "Hey, Zhao Chen, how about teaming up with me?" Zhao Chen turned his head and saw a pair of competitive eyes staring at him. Mo Guanguan raised her chin slightly, a look of provocation on her face, clearly intending to settle the score from their previous encounter. Zhao Chen sighed. How did winning against her once lead to being targeted? When Mo Guanguan walked over, everyone else naturally made way. Among the new students, there were two A-level members. One was the seemingly quiet Lu Yan, and the other was Mo Guanguan. Compared to the taciturn and average-performing Lu Yan, Mo Guanguan was clearly more eye-catching. The key point was that she exuded an aura that unmistakably came from a prestigious family, evoking a sense of awe in others. Mo Guanguan stood in front of Zhao Chen, smiling as she gritted her teeth and said, "In teaming up with you, you have no objections, right?" Zhao Chen helplessly touched his nose. "Actually, there are others who can practice with you if you don't team up with me. Are you scared?" Mo Guanguan narrowed her eyes, her words dripping with unmasked provocation. Zhao Chen smiled helplessly. "If you really want to spar with me, I can oblige." After both of them received their props, they found a clear spot on the training ground to sit down. According to the rules, the hammer and helmet had to be placed on the ground, waiting for the outcome of rock paper scissors before picking them up. Mo Guanguan stared into Zhao Chen's eyes, her long, fair hands spread open, fingers intertwining and moving, their flexibility and strength resembling a dancing spirit snake. Just one glance, and Zhao Chen could tell she was skilled with weapons. "Are you ready?" Mo Guanguan asked with a smile. Zhao Chen nodded. "I can start any time." Mo Guanguan smiled and said, "I won't go easy on you. Because every process of the training camp will be recorded and graded by the instructors. Even in a game, I will give it my all." Her gaze slowly moved up to the top of Zhao Chen's head, as if she was already anticipating the feeling of the hammer striking his skull. Zhao Chen smiled lightly. "Well then, bring it on." The two locked eyes. Scissors, rock, paper. Both of them made their moves at the same time. Zhao Chen chose paper, while Mo Guanguan chose scissors. Mo Guanguan's eyes lit up with excitement as she unhesitatingly picked up the hammer from the ground. Zhao Chen also reached for the helmet with spiritual power infused. Mo Guanguan didn't think twice before smashing down at Zhao Chen's head. She wished she could hit him hard enough to leave him with a swollen head. However, with a thud, her hammer was blocked by Zhao Chen's hat. A hint of regret appeared in Mo Guanguan's eyes. Again! There were plenty of chances left. At first, she could keep up with the rhythm, but as time went on, the speed of the rock-paper-scissors increased, leading to inevitable mistakes. The most critical step in this round was to grab her prop the moment the result was revealed and then infuse it with spiritual power. Any slight misstep, even with the hat on, could leave her dazed if the infused hammer struck her. "Spiritual power is my forte." Mo Guanguan smiled, and soon the two of them put down their props and began the next round. Scissors, rock, paper. Scissors, rock, paper. Mo Guanguan initially thought she would soon be able to hit Zhao Chen on the head. After all, she was at combat level 12 and had received top-notch training from a prestigious family, so she was confident she wouldn't lose to Zhao Chen in this area. However, as the game progressed, she realized she had underestimated Zhao Chen. His reaction speed was no slower than hers. Whenever her hammer came down, he could always timely block it with his hat. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds kept coming from their side, attracting the attention of instructors and those around them. When they looked over, Zhang Biao and Xiang Xue couldn't help but widen their eyes slightly. "Ha ha ha. That girl named Mo Guanguan looks like she wants to eat someone. It's too funny." Zhang Biao laughed heartily, arms crossed. Su Zhixiong, however, said seriously, "But their performance is truly impressive. Especially Zhao Chen. He actually holds his ground against Mo Guanguan, who is at a much higher combat level." The speed of the two was increasing, and they were almost leaving afterimages. Mo Guanguan deliberately sped up. Theoretically, the higher the talent level, the faster one could comprehend spiritual techniques and combat strategies. She intended to use a fast attack strategy to force Zhao Chen, whose spiritual power was far inferior, to reveal a flaw. However, Zhao Chen remained flawless throughout. Xiang Xue took a deep breath and said, "No, Zhao Chen's performance is even more surprising." Zhang Biao and Su Zhixiong thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. For Zhao Chen at combat level 3, if his total spiritual power was a cup, then Mo Guanguan's total spiritual power at level 12 would be a large basin. During the game, they needed to infuse spiritual power into their props within the same time frame. Clearly, for Zhao Chen to achieve this, he needed to control his spiritual power with greater precision. Suddenly, Xiang Xue smiled. But if this continues, Zhao Chen is going to suffer. The reason was simple. Zhao Chen's total spiritual power was far less than Mo Guanguan's. So if this game went on, Zhao Chen would be exhausted of spiritual power sooner. Zhao Chen also noticed this. Every time Imo Guanguan infused her prop to the limit, he couldn't even take a break. Classmate Imo Guanguan, Zhao Chen continued his movements, skillfully raising his hat to block her attacks while saying, "Are we going too fast? Should we take a break?" Imo Guanguan revealed her sharp tiger teeth. "No need, I can keep going. But I'm a bit tired." "No way, unless you admit defeat." Imo Guanguan's smile turned mischievous. She was eager to see Zhao Chen eat a loss in front of her. Zhao Chen smiled helplessly. "It's just a game. Letting you win isn't a problem. But this is military training. I can't go easy on you. Demon Clown, activate. Rock paper scissors, proficiency 30. Imo Guanguan looked at Zhao Chen's suddenly serious expression, unsure of what he was planning, but considering her combat level of 12 far ahead of him, she felt emboldened. "I don't believe you can beat me." Zhao Chen said nothing, merely continuing the rock paper scissors game. Meanwhile, the proficiency of the Demon Clown's rock paper scissors skill rapidly increased due to their lightning fast duel. Gradually, Zhao Chen found himself picking up the hammer more and more often, while Imo Guanguan became the one who always had to defend. This game has a characteristic: the defending side needs to expend more spiritual energy. Since you cannot be sure how much force the opponent will use to avoid getting a serious bump on the head, you must infuse the helmet's spiritual energy to the limit. Therefore, Zhao Chen's strategy was simple: keep winning. As long as he didn't get hit, even without using spiritual energy, he would at least remain undefeated. "Imo Guanguan," Zhao Chen suddenly spoke. "Ha?" Imo Guanguan looked at him suspiciously. Zhao Chen stared into her eyes. "Next, I will throw rock." He said this in an incredibly calm tone while still engaged in their rapid duel. The sudden statement made Imo Guanguan's heart tighten. He said he would throw rock? He must be trying to trick me, planning to throw scissors when I throw paper. But such a simple tactic could be seen through by a fool. If he was deliberately leading me in the opposite direction, wouldn't I be falling into his trap? However, Imo Guanguan didn't have time to think. In a moment of panic, she chose not to believe that Zhao Chen would throw rock, so she threw scissors. The result was that Zhao Chen really did throw rock. When a person makes a judgment in a short time, the brain acts on instinct, so Imo Guanguan instinctively believed Zhao Chen was lying. Because of this, she guessed wrong. Imo Guanguan felt a surge of anger and immediately went to grab her helmet. Bang! Zhao Chen's hammer struck the helmet. But right after that, he spoke again. "Next, I will throw rock again." Imo Guanguan gritted her teeth. "Here we go again?" With her guard up, she didn't believe Zhao Chen would really throw rock a second time. The result was that this round repeated the outcome of the previous one. Imo Guanguan was a bit dazed, but fortunately, she managed to block it in time. "This time, I will throw rock," Zhao Chen said lightly. Imo Guanguan's mind finally became chaotic. Scissors, rock, paper, scissors. Her brain was engaged in a back-and-forth game. But thinking that things don't happen in threes, she didn't believe Zhao Chen would throw rock a third time. The result was that Zhao Chen really did throw rock. Imo Guanguan lost again. Her face gradually turned warm. Zhao Chen said again, "This time, I will throw rock." Imo Guanguan gritted her teeth, thinking, "This time, no matter what, I will throw paper." Does he really think him a fool? But at that critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck her mind. It was the fourth time. Even a fool wouldn't believe he would still throw rock. "I'm not a fool. If Zhao Chen guessed I would change my move, he would definitely change too." Sash gritted her teeth and decided to think in reverse. She wouldn't change. Thus, for the fourth round, Zhao Chen still threw rock and she still threw scissors. Whoosh! It seemed a wave of heat rose from Imo Guanguan's forehead. "Why do you always throw rock?" She couldn't help but shout in anger. Zhao Chen, however, smiled at her. After quickly going through another round of offense and defense, he continued, "Next, I will throw rock again." Imo Guanguan felt like she was going to go crazy. A raging fire burned in her eyes. For the fifth time, she decided to throw paper. What awaited her was Zhao Chen's scissors. She lost again. Imo Guanguan was stunned. She couldn't understand why she kept losing. This was actually written all over her face, she just didn't realize it. Although Zhao Chen's method couldn't guarantee a 100 win rate. As he continued to play rock-paper-scissors with Imo Guanguan, his proficiency in the rock-paper-scissors skill rapidly increased, soon reaching 100. This seemingly useless little skill improved its proficiency incredibly fast. Next, the two engaged in a frenzied duel, with Zhao Chen's winning rate already exceeding 80. Basically, Imo Guanguan had hardly won a few times, so during the duel, it seemed that both of their hand speeds were incredibly fast. However, in reality, Zhao Chen consumed much less spiritual energy than Imo Guanguan. Gritting her teeth, Imo Guanguan persisted, waiting for Zhao Chen's spiritual energy to be completely depleted. At that point, Zhao Chen would be at her mercy. Watching Imo Guanguan's eyes turn red, looking as if she wanted to devour him, Zhao Chen only revealed a gentle smile, like a caring father. Finally, Zhao Chun, at combat level 3, had exhausted all his spiritual energy in the Sea of Spirits. Mo Guangwen's face lit up with joy, her small tiger teeth gleaming coldly. Now, it's my turn. Zhao Chen's narrowed eyes flashed with a sharp light, and after winning the next round of rock paper scissors, he decisively grabbed the hammer. Mo Guangwen giggled, skillfully putting on the hat on her head. After exhausting your spiritual energy, how are you going to play with me? Bang! The hammer struck her hat, producing a crisp sound, and Mo Guangwen's head felt dazed, a sharp pain shooting through her skull. Not a child? Zhao Chen shrugged. Actually, without spiritual energy, my hammer strikes harder. Mo Guangwen's eyes were filled with fury, almost bursting into flames, and a hint of moisture escaped from the corners of her eyes. You're bullying me. She pouted, her previous arrogance completely vanished, now resembling a little girl who had been wronged, angrily throwing her hat on the ground and running away. The crowd cast doubtful glances, and Zhao Chen helplessly shrugged, indicating that he couldn't do anything about it. He hadn't used much strength, it was just that Mo Guangwen thought he had exhausted his spiritual energy and let her guard down, which was why her little head received a heavy blow. However, at this moment, Zhao Chen had also run out of spiritual energy and indeed needed to meditate. In other areas, many students had already stopped to rest. Zhao Chen twisted his arms just as he was about to meditate, when suddenly Meng Qiuyo, with a sly look, approached him. Little Mu, impressive. You hooked up with Mo Guangwen so quickly. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes. She just can't accept losing to me in the rankings. Meng Qiuyo lowered his voice and said to Zhao Chen, Little Mu, although I don't know her background, I can tell at a glance that she comes from an extraordinary lineage. If you can seize this opportunity, don't miss it. Zhao Chen looked Meng Qiuyo up and down. Are you suggesting I should live off a woman? My stomach isn't that weak. Meng Qiuyo patted Zhao Chen's shoulder, wearing a knowing smile. There's no shame in living off a woman. Among those high-ranking figures in the empire, how many got to their positions without relying on someone else's support? Even if you have talent, if you can't become part of those upper-class families, you won't get precious cultivation resources. High-level cultivation resources are all monopolized, only passed down through blood and relationships. To become a powerful spiritual practitioner, cultivation resources are essential. Otherwise, while others practice advanced combat techniques, you're stuck with low-level ones. While they use high-grade weapons, you're using alloy ones. Even if you have extraordinary talent, you can't compete with them. Meng Qiuyo advised patiently, once you reach a certain level, someone will recruit you as a son-in-law. Instead of waiting for that time, why not find a good one around you first? Zhao Chen's eyes widened. It was the first time he had heard about these matters in the upper circles. But thinking of his ability as the demon clown, Zhao Chen smiled faintly. He raised his hands, fists clenched. No need, I can forge my own fame with these two fists. Meng Qiuyo was taken aback, and after a long moment he raised his thumb in admiration. You're amazing. Meng Qiuyo no longer tried to persuade Zhao Chen, but in his heart he thought, Little Mu, you're still too young. When you're young, you don't know the allure of wealthy women, mistaking face for treasure. There will come a time when you'll regret it. On the other side, Mo Guangwen walked over to sit near Shen Moran and the other roommates. She gritted her teeth and reached up to touch her head. There was still a bit of pain on top, and when she touched it, it felt like a part was swollen. Damn Zhao Chen, she cursed under her breath. Shen Moran's eyes flashed with an unusual expression. Guangwen, it's best if you keep some distance from him. With your background, getting too close will invite gossip. Mo Guangwen looked at Shen Moran in confusion and laughed. We've already joined the campus soldiers, who cares about that? I'm not a delicate little princess, I have strength and means. Anyone who dares to talk behind my back, I'll just beat them up. Shen Moran didn't expect Mo Guangwen to take her advice so lightly. The closeness between Zhao Chen and Mo Guangwen made Shen Moran feel quite uncomfortable. She had broken up with Zhao Chen and had no regrets. She believed that as a rare-grade talent with spatial abilities, she would have a bright future ahead. However, when a true young lady from a prestigious family appeared by her side, and this girl had talents far exceeding her own, and especially when this person was getting close to Zhao Chen, Shen Moran felt an inexplicable irritation. She hoped Zhao Chen would have a good life in the future, but not better than hers. To be precise, not better than he would after leaving her. Zhang Yuan said, You two stop chatting and start meditating quickly. Who knows when the next round of training will begin? Only then did they remember it wasn't time for idle talk. However, just as they were about to meditate, a sharp whistle sounded. Hey, we just started resting. We haven't even had time to meditate. Everyone hurriedly gathered in formation. At this point, after a round of intense whack-a-mole games, the spiritual energy in everyone's bodies was nearly depleted. Even Zhao Chen had only completed one meditation. Once everyone was gathered, they were taken to another area. This was a wasteland, surrounded by overgrown weeds and rugged mountain paths. There were many large stones on the ground, seemingly prepared for this training, though their purpose was unknown. Zhang Biao crossed his arms, still wearing that wolf-like grin as he faced everyone. Yesterday's training was just an appetizer. Today, we're going to play for real. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. Was yesterday really just an appetizer? Many had gone home and couldn't get out of bed, their bodies sore and their spiritual energy exhausted. Many were already starting to feel nervous about the upcoming training. Zhang Biao pointed at the large stones on the ground and chuckled. Next, each of you needs to carry a stone. Then run a lap along this mountain path. It's not far, about 10 kilometers. The hearts of everyone sank further. They had just gone through weighted runs and whack-a-mole games, and their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Looking at those large stones, they must weigh at least 60 or 70 pounds. They could only rely on their physical strength to bear the load. Carrying the large stones was already somewhat strenuous, and now they had to run 10 kilometers. It was simply a huge torment. Meng Xiuyo had already started pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her forehead. At that moment, a loud report rang out from the crowd. The speaker was none other than Shen Moran. Zhang Biao looked at her. Speak. Shen Moran said, Instructor, my spiritual energy is completely exhausted. Can we meditate for a bit to recover? The others nodded in agreement, fully supporting Shen Moran's suggestion. A smirk appeared at the corner of Zhang Biao's mouth. He coldly reprimanded, if you were on the battlefield fighting for your life, having exhausted all your spiritual energy, would your enemies give you a chance to meditate? You have no idea of the cruelty of war. He didn't realize that after becoming a spiritual ability user, he would face such dire situations in battle. Zhang Biao crossed his arms and said coldly, I just want you to taste the flavor of despair in advance. Zhao Chen lowered his gaze, and after some contemplation, he understood that Zhang Biao's intention was not to torment them. First, let everyone exhaust their spiritual energy and then carry a heavy stone for a long run. This isn't a difficult test for me, but for the others, it will be quite strenuous. The goal is to make them attempt to recover their spiritual energy through meditation while at their physical limits? Zhang Biao was right. The battlefield against the alien races was incredibly brutal. At the Empire's borders, there were millions of soldiers stationed year-round. After a large-scale war, it wouldn't be surprising for hundreds of thousands to die. Even spiritual ability users are quite vulnerable in the meat grinder of war. It's hard to find an ideal environment to meditate and recover spiritual energy. Therefore, this kind of training is also essential. The instructors won't deliberately explain the significance of the training because the trainees will feel it in their bodies. Zhang Biao shouted sternly, now, let's go. The trainees had no choice but to walk over and pick up a large stone from the ground. The surfaces of those stones were uneven, with sharp edges that could easily break the skin if one wasn't careful. They needed to carry it very carefully and then run 10 kilometers along a rugged mountain path. Hiss! One trainee, after shouldering the stone, had just taken a couple of steps when suddenly the stone's edge jabbed into his shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. But he was just a moment too slow, and a member of the patrol behind him kicked him. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up! The trainees behind him dared not delay any longer and had to obediently go and shoulder the stone. A large stone weighing 60 to 70 pounds, with an irregular shape, was 10 times more difficult to run with than carrying a log. Because back then, they could use their spiritual energy to enhance their physical strength. Now, they could only rely on their physical strength and willpower to resist. Some people felt exhausted after just a few steps, and thinking about running 10 kilometers, despair completely enveloped them. Looking back, carrying a log was still easier. When Meng Xiuyo arrived, he cheerfully shouldered a large stone, surprisingly not showing any signs of struggle. A smug smile crossed Meng Qia's lips, and just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly shouted, Report! He's cheating! Meng Xiuyo paused, turning around with a face full of grievance. The speaker's face looked somewhat familiar to Zhao Chen, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chen Tang, a follower of Xiao Han. Song Siki was hospitalized and not present today, but Chen Tang looked at Meng Xiuyo with a face full of glee. Zhao Chen frowned slightly, immediately understanding that Chen Tang was venting his anger on Meng Xiuyo because of him. Zhang Biao's thick eyebrows furrowed. What did you say? How is he cheating? Chen Tang pointed at Meng Xiuyo, gritting his teeth. He used ashes. Isn't that cheating? The reason Meng Xiuyo was so relaxed was that his fingers were adorned with various ashes. Most of them were enhancement-type ashes. Some of the ashes, being semi-living, could store spiritual energy. Meng Xiuyo used the stored spiritual energy to activate an ash that enhanced physical strength, allowing him to easily carry that large stone. Zhang Biao merely glanced at Meng Xiuyo and said indifferently, the rules allow the use of ashes. Many people showed expressions of anger upon hearing this, some clenched their fists. Chen Tang couldn't help but say, does that mean even the training of the Qingfeng camp can use privileges? Zhang Biao seemed to have heard a joke and coldly laughed. This world is inherently unfair, otherwise, why are you the ones training in the Qingfeng camp and not those ordinary people without spiritual talents sent to the battlefield? He reined in his smile and stared at Chen Tang, saying, "Put away your childish notions of fairness. Fairness must be fought for with strength. Weakness is the original sin." Meng Xiaoya wiped his sweat and then flashed a provocative smile at Chen Tang, cheerfully shouldering a stone and running forward. A silence fell over the ranks. Although many of these people came from relatively well-off families, that was only in comparison to the average. As a luxury, few could afford to use Jin Hai. Today, Qingfeng Camp delivered an important lesson after their coming-of-age ceremony. Fairness and justice can only be fought for with one's own strength. The voices of the weak are too insignificant, no one cares. Zhao Chen's eyes flickered with a meaningful light upon hearing this. That's right, only you can give yourself fairness. Zhao Chen stood quietly in line. Noticing that Mo Guangwen's expression was clearly off as she approached the stones. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly realized something. His gaze lingered on Mo Guangwen's long legs. Due to their earlier competition, Missouri Guangguan hadn't used her spiritual power and had run 20 kilometers with him. Zhao Chen, having trained for years and with the enhancement from the demon clown, treated the 20-kilometer run as a warm-up. But for an average person, that was an extremely exhausting exercise. At this moment, Mo Guangguan had exhausted her spiritual power and her physical burden was certainly greater than that of the other students. He wondered if she could endure this weighted run. Just as Zhao Chun thought, Mo Guangguan was feeling a severe headache. She was already regretting why she had to compete with Zhao Chen that morning. But she had always been like this since childhood, eager to be first in everything. Mo Guangguan reached a large stone, gritted her teeth, and bent down to lift it. Heavy, hard, with sharp edges that dug into her hands, the texture was terrible. She recalled seeing students carrying large stones for training when she entered the school. Mo Guangguan clenched her teeth. What's the big deal? She suddenly exerted herself to hoist the stone onto her shoulder, but her legs imperceptibly sank. The fatigue in her body began to show. Zhao Chen watched everything but scratched his nose, feeling that he couldn't do much during the training process. And a great genius should have a way to handle this. Why should I worry? Mo Guangguan carried the stone on her shoulder and ran step by step up the mountain path. The other students also took turns carrying stones, mostly gritting their teeth, with few able to do it easily. When Shen Moran was carrying her stone, she almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Although she had also undergone training at the Yuwu school, she was indeed not good at physical endurance. However, she gritted her teeth and still managed to catch up with the leading group. Soon, it was Zhao Chen's turn. Zhao Chen walked over with a calm expression, ready to pick up a stone to carry. But a foot blocked his way. Zhao Chen looked up and saw that familiar hairy face resembling a gorilla. Instructor? Zhao Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Zhang Biao chuckled and gestured to the side. You go carry that one. Zhao Chen turned to look, and there stood a larger stone. Not only was it big, but it was also shaped like a bumpy egg. Oval-shaped, with a pockmarked surface and sharp edges. Other stones at least had a flat side to rest on their shoulders. But this egg-shaped stone would be hard to balance on his shoulder, let alone run up the mountain path with it. Zhao Chen had no objections. He simply walked over, pulled the stone up with force, and placed it on his shoulder. The proficiency of strength innate divine power had reached 177. And Zhao Chen's maximum load exceeded 400 pounds, the weight of this stone was probably over 100 pounds, and carrying the egg stone was equivalent to an ordinary person carrying a 10 L bottle of mineral water. In reality, the burden wasn't that heavy. However, Zhang Biao was unaware of this. He thought that the heavy stone would be enough to put immense pressure on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, with the stone on his back, stepped forward with an expression as usual. Demon Clown, Light Step, activate. The Demon Clown immediately changed its skill. Light Step, Life Skill, Proficiency 185. While others were still slowly jogging forward, Zhao Chen, carrying the heavy stone, swiftly passed one person after another. At such a moment, there was no need to be low-key. What he wanted was to catch the instructor's attention and seize the top spot. Zhang Biao's eyes widened as he watched Zhao Chen sprint towards the first place. This kid is truly a humanoid beast. He felt he was tough enough, after all. Even he himself would struggle a bit if he had to run 10 kilometers on a mountain road with a 100-pound, uneven egg stone. But how could Zhao Chen look even stronger than him? Zhang Biao instinctively glanced at his arms, which were as thick as a girl's thigh, and then at his own muscular build, feeling a bit skeptical about reality. Although Zhao Chen was fit, he didn't seem like the type who excelled in strength. Where did this beast-like power come from? Could it really be true what people say, that there's muscle even in the gaps of the bones? Zhang Biao chuckled. He was becoming more and more interested in Zhao Chen. He decided that he had to find an opportunity to push this kid to his limits. The 10-kilometer weighted run actually took a big detour. The instructors naturally wouldn't run alongside, but the patrol members would supervise the trainees from the side. Zhao Chen could occasionally hear their shouts and curses in his ears. "Did you stuff your ears with donkey hair? Didn't you hear me tell you to run faster? On the battlefield, if you're wearing combat gear and holding a weapon, are you going to stop and wait for the enemy to kill you? I've never seen such a trash soldier. Get up!" The shouts were incessant, and since the instructors weren't following, they were even more rude than before. The patrol members looked quite young, probably just in their 20s. Most of them were veterans from the junior camp, along with some from the intermediate camp. They were responsible for maintaining order in the Qingfeng camp. For this new recruit training, a portion was pulled over, with duties equivalent to assistant instructors. Therefore, they weren't particularly professional, and they were more than willing to take the opportunity to suppress the newcomers. After all, with such a group of weaklings who dared not resist, they certainly wouldn't miss this chance. Zhao Chen, carrying the over 100-pound eggstone, ran effortlessly, as if he hadn't gone through any training before. Before long, he caught up with the troops ahead. He saw Mo Guanguan, who was struggling to run, her legs tense, feeling as if they were filled with lead. Her eyes sparkled with a fiery light, seemingly having reached her physical limit. Zhao Chen jogged over, glanced at her, and after a moment's thought, asked, "How are you holding up?" Upon seeing Zhao Chen, Mo Guanguan felt a surge of anger. She thought to herself, "If it weren't for you, would I be in this state?" However, she gritted her teeth and replied, "TCH, this level of training is nothing to me." Zhao Chen nodded, "Then I can rest easy." After saying that, he quickened his pace, passing Mo Guanguan as he ran ahead. Seeing Zhao Chen carrying a stone twice her size and still running with ease, Mo Guanguan's nose crinkled in anger. "Damn Zhao Chen, don't get too cocky too soon. Sooner or later, I'm going to teach you a good lesson." As Zhao Chen passed by Shen Moran, she turned to look at him. But Zhao Chen didn't spare her a glance and walked straight past her. Shen Moran frowned, feeling a bit frustrated. Although they were no longer a couple, she believed that their years of relationship should at least allow them to be friends. Why did it have to be like this now? What she didn't know was that in Zhao Chen's heart, once they broke up, it was impossible to be friends again. Exes were best treated as if they were dead, never to appear in each other's lives again. He was very measured and didn't want to be entangled with the past. Zhao Chen was like a lone rider, far ahead of everyone else. Several members of the inspection team stared at him. Their expressions varied. Some were surprised, some held a hint of jealousy, and others tried to find faults in him. Talents are always prone to envy, especially when comparing new recruits to veterans. It was merely a matter of time. Seeing Zhao Chen easily reminded them of their less impressive selves back then, inevitably stirring feelings of jealousy. Thus, they were eager to take a shot at this show-off. But Zhao Chen's performance was too perfect. He was fast and carried a heavy load, leaping to the first position, leaving them with no reason to find fault. In the first kilometer, most of the trainees could still struggle to keep up. Even if they were a bit slower, gritting their teeth would prevent them from falling behind. However, after the second kilometer, the line gradually stretched out. Some were pushed to their limits, and thus, when desperate, they would change, and through change, they would find a way. When the body was pushed to its limits, the spirit would become more active. In this situation, they could connect to the subspace in an alternative way and meditate. It should be noted that in ancient times, the first group of people to connect to the subspace were called witches, and they even used hallucinogenic drugs to link their minds with the subspace. At this moment, many were experiencing the blurred consciousness that came from the collapse of their physical bodies. If they wanted to persist, they had to meditate in this environment to restore their spiritual power. In the back of the line, Lynn Meyer gritted her silver teeth. Her legs felt as if they had rooted to the ground, and every lift required immense strength. At noon in the summer, the sun was scorching, baking the unshaded training ground. The light was hazy, and consciousness began to feel illusory, her head growing heavy. "No, I can't fall. I've come this far. How could I possibly fail such a simple training? I want to become stronger, to rise above others, to change my fate." Lynn Meyer's body had reached its limit. She had even fallen into brief unconsciousness several times during the weighted run, only to be forcefully pulled back by her strong willpower. In that short time, her mental world was in turmoil, feeling as if a century had passed. She even thought she might die from exhaustion. Just then, a strange sensation suddenly surged from within her body, as if a spring had burst forth from the parched earth, moistening the dry land. Lynn Meyer's gaze suddenly regained clarity. She realized she had just completed a meditation. In this extreme state, she had broken through her limits. Lynn Meyer felt exhilarated. Although her body was still exhausted, this achievement made everything worthwhile. The replenishment of spiritual power allowed her to strengthen her physique, and the heavy stone on her shoulders felt significantly lighter. Throughout the weighted run, several trainees experienced this reaction. However, the inspection team members merely commented blandly upon seeing this. They were pushed to their limits after just 2 kilometers. These few have average physical fitness, but their willpower is still quite strong. Meanwhile, those whose willpower was insufficient had already fainted. Indeed, after just 2 kilometers, some had collapsed from the weight in the sun's scorching heat. These people can't make it. Baimini frowned and then loudly instructed the team members to carry them off. For this event, they would all receive a score of 0. The remaining trainees, seeing this, felt relieved that they had persevered, but they vaguely realized that being eliminated during the training would surely bring about some negative consequences. As time went on, more and more people began to break their limits and were able to meditate. However, the number of those eliminated also increased. Zhao Chen, feeling bored, thought that if he wanted to meditate, he could use the turtle breathing method to calm his mind in any environment, and then meditate. Therefore, this training didn't hold much significance for him. He could only use it to practice light footsteps and casually rack up points in the training session. Just as he planned to finish quickly, a stern voice suddenly shouted from behind, "Get up! You're in a class, yet you couldn't even run half the distance before collapsing. Don't you feel ashamed? Do you still have the face to take the privileges given to you by the Qingfeng camp? A class?" Zhao Chen's brows furrowed immediately. Among the recruits admitted this year, there were only 2 classes. One was his roommate Liu Yan, and the other was Mo Guanguan. He slowed his pace and turned back, only to see a member of the inspection team, dressed in dark green camouflage and wearing a cap, coldly standing in front of Mo Guanguan. Mo Guanguan was lying on the ground, a stone fallen beside her, her face somewhat pale. After being scolded by the inspection member, her fists clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white, her face filled with unwillingness. She struggled to get up, but her legs lacked any strength. The inspection member looked down at her from above, his eyes in the shadow revealing an unmistakable excitement. He kicked directly at Mo Guanguan's calf with his military boots. "Get up! Is this what a class is like? It's simply laughable. Falling while running. Which rich family's young lady are you? So delicate. What are you doing as a soldier? Why don't you let your wealthy and powerful father get you a light duty position instead?" The inspection member's actions were extremely rough, and the surrounding trainees either showed anger on their faces or turned away, not daring to look. New recruits being taught a lesson by veterans was a norm in the military camp. Moreover, during the training process, they didn't dare to resist, because if they did, they would surely face more brutal torment. At this moment, most people found it extremely difficult to finish the 10 kilometers. So they certainly didn't dare to stir up trouble. Some even gossiped with Schadenfreude. That's right, a class isn't that great. Enjoying privileges, yet can't even handle basic training. Mo Guanguan's calf was kicked, causing her to turn pale from the pain, biting her lip tightly, refusing to let out a cry of pain. The inspection member, Tianhu, saw this and his smirk of mockery deepened. "Do you think lying on the ground pretending to be dead will work? Get up, I said get up." His foot continued to kick, seemingly deliberately targeting Mo Guanguan's calf. She gritted her teeth, desperately trying to get up, but at this moment her body was simply too exhausted. The 20-kilometer-long distance run had already left her legs with too much fatigue. Now, with her spiritual energy depleted, she had to grit her teeth and run another 5 kilometers with a load, finally reaching her limit. Don't think he'll pity you just because you're a woman. On the battlefield, who will spare your life just because you're a woman? Tianhu's lips curled into a sinister sneer as he looked at Mo Guanguan's pretty face, seeing the sweat-soaked hair sticking to her fair face and neck, a malicious thought involuntarily surfacing. "Are you planning to use your body to earn the enemy's sympathy? He. As he spoke, his big foot stomped down towards Mo Guanguan again. The people around showed expressions of pity, and Mo Guanguan desperately tried to resist, but she was too tired. Without the support of spiritual energy, she was ultimately just an 18-year-old girl, but this time, Tianhu's foot did not land, it was blocked from the side by a leg. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and Tianhu surprisingly felt a pain in his calf. This sudden turn of events drew everyone's attention, and Mo Guanguan also looked up in surprise. Then she saw Zhao Chen holding a stone in one hand, his leg blocking Tianhu's attack. All eyes were on Zhao Chen. Is he crazy? How dare he go against the teaching assistant? A student stammered, fully aware of how terrifying it was to offend a teaching assistant during training. Not far away, other teaching assistants also looked over, their eyes filled with mockery and amusement, but none came forward. Hey, the first troublemaker of the year has emerged. How lucky that it's old Tian who ran into him. This guy really has good fortune. A sandbag delivered right to your door. Who wouldn't want that? The discipline in the Qingfeng camp was strict, and conflicts between soldiers had to occur under the witness of instructors. The only time they could openly teach a lesson to new recruits was during the training period, euphemistically called tempering their character. Thus, some veterans would specifically apply to be teaching assistants, aiming to vent their malice. Tianhu stared at Zhao Chen, his mouth curling into a wider grin, but his eyes narrowed. Zhao Chen, are you looking to die by disturbing the teaching assistant's training? Zhao Chen reached out, helping Mo Guangguan up from the ground and casually picking up her stone. Mo Guangguan, feeling a bit flushed, turned her head away, not wanting Zhao Chen to see her face. I don't need your help, I can get up by myself. Zhao Chen simply replied, I have a responsibility in this matter too, you don't owe me anything. If it weren't for him pushing her in training, with Mo Guangguan's strength, this kind of training would be a piece of cake. After saying that, Zhao Chen turned to Tianhu, his expression serious as he said, this rule doesn't state that you can't help others. So what I did doesn't violate any rules, right? Tianhu narrowed his eyes. Zhao Chen was indeed correct. Because in this event, almost no one had the energy to care for others. But if he didn't seize this opportunity to teach the troublemaker a good lesson, wouldn't that make him look weak? Tianhu's heart was laughing wildly. In his eyes, Zhao Chen had already become a sandbag. Before you speak, shout report to me. He roared, suddenly filled with murderous intent as he swung a punch at Zhao Chen. A powerful surge of spiritual energy gathered around his fist, the intensity enough to make everyone feel terrified. The strength of a veteran was far beyond that of a newcomer. Zhao Chen knew he would face this kind of problem when he made his move. But he couldn't just be a coward and watch Mo Guangguan be humiliated by Tianhu. He couldn't tolerate it. Concentrate. Without any hesitation, Zhao Chen gathered all his spiritual energy into his left arm. Bang! Tianhu's fist slammed into Zhao Chen's left arm, the tremendous force sending Zhao Chen flying back several steps. The stone in his hand fell to the ground, but his legs left two deep impressions on the ground, and he didn't fall. Mo Guangguan's pupils constricted as she shouted at Tianhu, stop. If you have a problem, come at me. Tianhu squinted at Mo Guangguan. Don't rush. First, he'll deal with this ignorant kid, then he'll take care of you. Everything happening here was being observed by the instructors through the giant eagle in the sky. Yet they tacitly allowed it to unfold, eagerly waiting for the subsequent developments. Zhang Biao slapped his thigh and laughed, this kid Zhao Chen really suits my taste. But this time, he's going to suffer. At this moment, Mo Guangguan was extremely anxious. Zhao Chen was helping her, and she couldn't just watch him get beaten. But right now, her legs were in excruciating pain, making it hard to even stand, let alone fight. At this moment, she had no time to think about the consequences of fighting with the teaching assistant. After Zhao Chen steadied himself, he glanced at his left arm. Pain, a pain that felt deep to the bone. It felt as if his arm was about to break. Tianhu's combat level was as high as 25, a 3-year veteran. He had mastered basic combat techniques and had rich practical experience. He was in no way comparable to the rookies encountered during the camp trials. Tianhu rolled up his sleeves and walked over, his body robust, like a tiger standing on its hind legs. Each step he took carried a powerful sense of oppression. Teaching the new recruits and making you realize your own weakness is also our duty as teaching assistants, he said with a smile. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly as he turned to look. In the direction of the mountain stood a woman with long black hair, coldly observing everything here. The deputy minister of the inspection department, by Mimi. Tianhu instinctively swallowed hard. He then remembered the rules as a teaching assistant. The military camp was not the streets. Veterans could assert their authority in front of newcomers. But they had to make them completely convinced. It was not about relying on their years of service to force others to bow down. If that were the case, it would only turn the army into a disunited group, which was absolutely not allowed in the Qingfeng camp. Moreover, his earlier humiliation of Mo Guangguan might have provoked Bai Nini's displeasure. He was well aware of the methods of this deputy minister. Zhao Chen squeezed his left arm. The pain was intense, but the bone was not broken, and he could still continue fighting. He straightened his body and calmly said to Tianhu, if stopping you from attacking counts as breaking the rules, then your punch can also be considered as completing your punishment of me. The purpose of training in Qingfeng camp is to urge the trainees to grow, not to deliberately humiliate them. Especially when the other party is a woman. Saying such words is not the behavior expected in normal training. Zhao Chen raised his voice deliberately as he said this. He knew that Xiang Shui and Bai Mimi would observe the training dynamics and then score accordingly. So he spoke this way intentionally to draw their attention and prevent Tianhu from going berserk. However, Zhao Chen also understood that this matter would not be so easily settled by Tianhu. But he would not regret stepping in to help Mo Guangguan. Some things, once deemed right, must be done. Tianhu looked at Zhao Chen and suddenly laughed. He, you have guts, huh? Challenging the authority of the teaching assistant. Do you think this will end so easily? Zhao Chen stared at him intently. Word by word, he said. So now, I choose to challenge the teaching assistant. Zhao Chen's voice was firm, carried by the wind, and everyone who heard this sentence froze in place, unable to believe what they were hearing. Challenging the teaching assistant? Zhao Chen, at combat level 3, challenging Tianhu, at combat level 25. Was this seeking death? Zhang Biao excitedly slapped his thigh. This kid always manages to surprise me. Ha! Amazing, I can't wait to see how he deals with that inspection department guy next. Su Jixiong, however, coldly said, but this is a suicidal act. When entering the camp, Zhao Chen had looked at the training manual of Qingfeng Camp. There was indeed a provision. When trainees disobey the orders of instructors or teaching assistants, they could challenge them. The challenge would be in the form of training content. If the trainee won, they could avoid punishment, but if they lost, they would face severe penalties and have training points deducted. This was a provision written on the last page of the training manual, the very last item. Its existence was merely a statement of principle, for reference, and had no practical value. Because as long as one wasn't mentally challenged, they wouldn't make such a foolish move. But unexpectedly, today Zhao Chen actually did it. Xiaohan exhaled a heavy breath. That guy Zhao Chen is really crazy. Next to him was Zhu Meng, a special recruit with level talent who spoke in an admiring tone. Having such courage is indeed commendable. No matter the outcome, he deserves my respect. Xiaohan scoffed. In my opinion, he just wants to cling to that young lady. I've seen plenty of bottom-tier Phoenix men like him. Although he was unclear about Mo Guangguan's identity, Xiaohan had heard his father mention that she came from another province and had a mysterious background. It was even possible that she was the illegitimate daughter of a prominent family from another province. Even when Xiaohan wanted to get close to her, Mo Guangguan looked down on him. Therefore, Zhao Chen's actions, in Xiaohan's eyes, were nothing but shameful behavior from an average man trying to attach himself to a rich girl for a turnaround. Let him take a beating first. Xiaohan thought gleefully. When Tianhu heard that Zhao Chen wanted to challenge him, he was momentarily stunned. Then he burst into laughter. Ha, there are always these clueless fools around. Thinking of himself as some kind of genius, wanting to be the hero saving the beauty, wanting to show off. He looked coldly at Zhao Chen. Don't say I didn't warn you. Challenging the instructor means losing all training points if you fail, and you'll have to accept punishment, understand? Mo Guangguan gritted her teeth and said to Zhao Chen, this has nothing to do with you. You should leave. You can get first place, don't get involved. Anyone who wasn't a fool knew that Zhao Chen, at combat level 3, could never win against Tianhu, who was at combat level 25. Even if Mo Guangguan were in good condition, she would still need to rely on Jin Hai to put up a fight. Zhao Chen shook his head. I've said it before, I will handle this matter and I will see it through to the end. Moreover, even if I say to withdraw now, he wouldn't agree, right? Zhao Chen looked at Tianhu, who wore a sinister grin as if he had found an amusing prey. Of course. Tianhu said to Zhao Chen, and don't say I'm bullying you, he'll choose the challenge from the training projects. He stroked his chin and suddenly smiled coldly. Then let's play dodgeball. An assistant instructor threw a black rubber ball at him, slightly larger than an adult's palm, easily gripped with one hand. Please help me prepare the field. Tianhu gestured to several other assistant instructors, who nodded and went to prepare. Mimi stared at Zhao Chen, who appeared calm but had an unusually serious gaze, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Tell those guys to stop for a moment. This kind of good show would be so boring without an audience. Thus, all the trainees who were running with weights were called to a halt and brought back to watch this challenge. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting to gain a moment to catch their breath because of this. However, seeing Zhao Chen on the sidelines and Tianhu, whose face was filled with a sadistic expression, they all felt that Zhao Chen was doomed this time. Hero saving the beauty, not even considering the timing. Zhao Chen, you're still the same as before. Shen Moran whispered, but halfway through her words, she suddenly stopped. Because she remembered the times when they were childhood friends playing together. Whenever danger approached, no matter who it was, Zhao Chen would always protect her behind him. But time had passed, and the boy who once had such fervor to right wrongs was no longer concerned about her. He had never changed. It was she who had changed. The dodgeball field was easy to prepare, just drawing a huge shape on the ground 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. The rules of dodgeball state that players cannot leave their designated square area, otherwise, they lose. One side starts by hitting the ball, while the other side cannot dodge and must catch the ball firmly. Failing to catch the ball results in a loss. At the beginning of the game, the ball was naturally in Tianhu's hands. Zhao Chen understood the rules, and everyone present could see that this was almost an impossible situation for Zhao Chen to win. Combat level 3 against combat level 25 is completely not on the same level. Moreover, with no way to dodge, it's likely that a single hit from the assistant instructor could send Zhao Chen flying along with the ball. Meng Qia's face showed a look of concern. This teaching assistant has chosen a project that is very advantageous for himself. Zhuo Yun's brows furrowed tightly. How despicable. The purpose of the training camp is not to suppress and torment, but to cultivate and strengthen the new recruits. Whether it's the teaching assistant or the instructor, even when resolving conflicts with the trainees, they should not resort to violent suppression, but rather make them convinced. However, Tianhu's actions truly belittled him. Lu Yan rarely spoke more than a few words. He has seen Zhao Chen's physique. If it were a competition in other projects, he wouldn't be confident of winning. That's why he's playing dodgeball. This way, he can maximize his advantage in combat level. Meng Qiuyo looked at Lu Yan and asked, "Is there a way to break the deadlock?" Lu Yan shook his head and said, "It's impossible. The rules of the game are to compete in strength." Meng Qiuyo clenched her fists. In that case, wouldn't Xiaomu be disqualified from all training results? Zhao Chen is currently the clear leader, and if his previous scores are reset, it would be too difficult to catch up later. Especially since the subsequent training projects may not be in Zhao Chen's area of expertise. Mo Guangguan stood among the crowd, her expression serious. And the unflattering comments about Zhao Chen she heard only made her feel worse. "Zhao Chen, go for it!" she shouted towards the field. Hearing this, Zhao Chen turned his head and, surprisingly, even in such a difficult situation, he managed to show a brilliant smile to Mo Guangguan. Okay. A simple response, yet for some reason, it brought a sense of reassurance. "Are you ready?" Tianhu raised his eyebrows, a mocking expression on his face, his hands pressing down on the black rubber ball, unable to wait to thoroughly trample Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and said to him, "I know I can't win against you, but there are some things I must do. I absolutely cannot forgive the act of bullying women." As he spoke, Zhao Chen raised his fist, displaying a brave and fearless expression. Tianhu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into a mocking laugh. Hey, have you watched too many idol dramas? This is what a rookie who has never been on the battlefield says. Spouting such foolish remarks. Even the other trainees felt quite embarrassed after hearing Zhao Chen's words. "Zhao Chen, isn't he a bit too heroic?" Xiaohan scoffed. "I said it before, he just wants to climb the social ladder and show off in front of the young lady." However, some girls said, "I think what he said is very right." Zhao Chen stared at Tianhu, biting his lip, and resolutely said, "I hope you can use your strongest power to end this battle directly. Give me a quick resolution." Tianhu looked at Zhao Chen with disdain. "Give you a quick resolution? Do you really think that offending me, Tianhu, I would let you off so easily? Don't dream." As he spoke, he began to gather spiritual power in his hands towards the rubber ball. His ability attribute is fire, so the surface of the ball quickly ignited, the powerful spiritual energy almost illuminating the ball in a fiery red and transparent glow. Anyone could feel that scorching and powerful force. "Go!" Tianhu struck a standard throwing pose and hurled the rubber ball straight out. A fiery red line pierced the space between the two, leaving behind black smoke trails. Zhao Chen had already steadied his legs on the ground, his hands crossed with palms facing outward, gathering spiritual energy in his palms as well. Bang! The burning rubber ball slammed into Zhao Chen's palms, then continued its momentum to crash into his chest, sending him flying several meters away. Cough, cough. Zhao Chen began to cough violently, the rubber ball spinning wildly in his palms, but eventually, it came to a steady stop. At this moment, Zhao Chen's hands had turned completely black. He actually blocked the teaching assistant's attack. Someone exclaimed. Xiaohan, however, sneered, "Can't you see that the teaching assistant is deliberately going easy?" He had a look of someone enjoying a show. Eager to see Zhao Chen in a predicament. The level of a combat class 25 is not just at this level. He intends to thoroughly torment Zhao Chen, so he only used half of his strength. But Zhao Chen has already reached his limit. Zhao Chen coughed violently a few times, his face turning red. Upon hearing Xiaohan's explanation, everyone looked at him with pity. "I said it, how could you offend the teaching assistant during training? He is still too impulsive, unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. This time, not only will he face the teaching assistant's punishment, but his training points will also reset to 0. How tragic." Meng Qi and the others looked quite grim, extremely tense. Mo Guangguan's eyes were slightly red, but the game wasn't over yet, and she couldn't intervene. Tianhu was very pleased to see Zhao Chen in such a sorry state, and he waved at Zhao Chen. "Hey, do you still have strength left? It's your turn to pitch now, come on. Let me see just how much strength the great hero, who loves to save the damsel in distress, really has." Zhao Chen continued to cough, the sound as if he were about to cough out his lungs. However, gradually, he stopped coughing and raised his head with determination. "Even if my strength is far inferior to yours, I will not easily admit defeat." Tianhu's mouth almost stretched to the back of his ears. What he loved most was educating these naive and foolish new recruits who had just entered school. Just thinking about ruthlessly shattering their innocence and seeing their hollow eyes filled with despair and loss of fantasy about reality made Tianhu want to shout with excitement. "Then come on. Come. He provocatively clapped his hands, urging Zhao Chen to pitch quickly. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Spiritual energy began to gather from his hands towards the ball. Condense. Spiritual energy control, proficiency 70.70. What does that mean? Let's put it this way. The 3 instructors present, as well as the vice minister of the inspection department, could not reach this level. Zhao Chen extracted all his spiritual energy, concentrating it entirely on this ball. The spiritual energy he lost, he had already meditated to recover during the weighted running process. The distance between the 2 sides was 8 meters, within Zhao Chen's range. Just a moment ago, Zhao Chen had a stubborn look on his face, but the next moment, his expression was as calm as water. No one could see how he moved, they only saw a blue light seemingly flying out from his palm, piercing through the entire field, directly crashing into Tian Hu's chest, who wore a mocking expression. Tian Hu was still laughing, but his smile froze at the moment his hands casually tried to catch the ball. A crisp sound echoed on the field. Crack! No one expected that Zhao Chen could still unleash a full-force strike at this moment. Just as no one could have anticipated that in less than 10 days since his awakening, he had trained his spiritual energies condensed to such a terrifying degree. No one could have imagined, including the instructors watching everything unfold, the members of the inspection team, and the 160 new recruits of the rookie team. Naturally, this included Tian Hu. He half-heartedly assumed a defensive posture, but when that strike came before him, it was already too late to realize something was wrong. The sound of his finger bones breaking was clear, and the remaining force struck his abdomen, sending his body flying directly out of bounds in the dodgeball game. Thud! The massive body hit the ground with a dull thud, but the sound echoed in everyone's ears, deafening. An unexpected outcome. Everyone was prepared to watch Zhao Chen struggle painfully, only to be mercilessly beaten down by Tian Hu. Yet the astonishing reversal happened in an instant. Zhao Chen stood tall, all the expressions that had appeared on his face before vanished without a trace. Tension, anger, unwillingness, humiliation, fear. His face seemed like a towel that had been quickly smoothed out, leaving only a calm expression. "Thank you for your guidance," he said. At this moment, everyone turned their heads in a daze, Zhao Chen's voice reminding them that this was not a dream. It was Zhao Chen who truly defeated the D-Class 25 Tian Hu. I am not dreaming, am I? Xiao Mu Ge, he won. Meng Qiu's eyes sparkled with a brilliance comparable to the stars. As expected, he is the man I have my eyes on. So fierce. Damn, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Zhao Chen actually took down the teaching assistant. So strong. Is this really the so-called E-class ability user with the lowest talent? Mo Guanwan, in shock, couldn't help but feel her eyes welling up. Let you have your moment this time. She rubbed her eyes and broke into a smile. Among the spectators, there were naturally 3 instructors present. Zhang Biao's eyes widened, and he slapped his thigh. This kid is quite cunning. Ha ha ha, but I like it. Others might not have seen how Zhao Chen won, but how could it escape the eyes of the instructors? Su Zhixiong nodded in approval, feigning weakness to first minimize the opponent's guard. Then, gathering strength to seize the one opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, he took a deep breath, finding it hard to believe that Zhao Chen was just a rookie. He's as cunning as a veteran who has fought on the battlefield for years. Xia Yingxue adjusted her glasses. Don't forget, he was trained by that person. Mentioning Bu Yanhua, the expressions of the 3 became serious and respectful. However, this doesn't overshadow his own talent. Zhang Biao's eyes sparkled. The more he looked at Zhao Chen, the more he liked him. If only he weren't E-class talent. Otherwise, even with just C-class talent, his future would be limitless. Xia Yingxue shot him a glance and said lightly, even with just E-class ability, his future is still limitless. Let me tell you some news. He has already been taken as a student by Liang Gongqi. Zhang Biao and Su Zhixiong were suddenly taken aback. Liang Gongqi had a peculiar temperament and was quite proud. In all these years at Qingfeng camp, he had only taken Gu Ningli as a student. Considering the background of the Jin High Master family, they thought there would be a second one. But now, there was indeed a second disciple, and it was Zhao Chen. Liang Gongqi was too lazy to publicize this matter, but Xia Yingxue, who was in charge of logistics and administration, naturally knew. Zhang Biao and Su Zhixiong exchanged glances and suddenly clapped and laughed. If Qingfeng camp can have another Jin High Master, that would be fantastic. Even they thought about getting closer to Zhao Chen in the future. Tian Hu lay on the ground, his mind in a daze. Why did the reversal come so quickly? He lost? The surrounding cadets could no longer hold back their cheers. Zhao Chen, you're too strong. Damn, awesome. You're simply my idol. These voices fell into Tian Hu's ears like a huge insult. His eyes were bloodshot, and he instantly got up from the ground, glaring fiercely at Zhao Chen and saying, "You dare to play me?" Zhao Chen, however, replied leisurely, "Play you? I'm just acting within the rules of the game." What, is a member of the Discipline Enforcement Department who prides himself on upholding order, unable to take a loss? Tian Hu trembled with rage. He could already see the mocking glances from the other enforcement members. Being defeated by a D-Class 3 rookie in a game was as laughable as tripping over a bug while walking. A surge of malice rose from Tian Hu. and the D-Class 25 spiritual power enveloped his entire body, the dangerous aura immediately silencing all the laughter from the surrounding cadets. Zhao Chen's pupils constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the Jinhai silver sword from his finger. In a real confrontation, he certainly wasn't Tian Hu's match at the moment. The furious Tian Hu wished he could tear Zhao Chen apart to wash away his humiliation. A 3-year veteran, having experienced numerous combat operations and stained with the blood of others, exuded a fierce aura that immediately intimidated the new recruits present. However, before he could make a move, a sharp gust of wind suddenly struck, and with a loud smack, it landed a heavy blow on his face. Tian Hu's body flew out like a sandbag, landing several meters away, and after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he fell unconscious. Zhao Chen looked up to see an incredibly cold figure appear before him. It was none other than Bai Mimi, the deputy minister of the inspection department. Rules are rules, no one can violate them. As a member of the inspection department, knowing the law and breaking it is an even greater crime. From today onwards, Tian Hu was expelled from the inspection department. Bai Mimi's voice was icy, carrying a chilling authority. Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Bai Mimi looked only a few years older than him, but the speed at which she acted left Zhao Chen no time to react. If even the 25th level Tian Hu was taken down in an instant, just how strong was she? After finishing her statement, Bai Mimi's sharp gaze swept over Zhao Chen like a knife. After just one glance, she turned and left. Continue training. Zhao Chen sheathed his silver sword, sighing inwardly. The upcoming month of intensive training was bound to be anything but peaceful. He had defeated Tian Hu, but he was challenging the authority of the entire teaching assistant team. They would undoubtedly make things as difficult as possible for him within the bounds of the rules. As Zhao Chen returned to training, the looks everyone gave him were now filled with awe. Even if they racked their brains, they couldn't imagine how Zhao Chen, at level 3, managed to defeat Tian Hu, at level 25. The gap was like a chasm. Meng Xiuyo looked at Zhao Chen with admiration. Xiaomu Ge, you are my god. Zhuo Yun also asked in disbelief, how did you do that just now? Zhao Chen smiled faintly. When a person thinks they have a sure win, they tend to get a bit reckless. I amplified his arrogance. The group gasped in amazement, but this also sparked many ideas for practical combat. The real battlefield is like this, without practical experience. If you underestimate your opponent, you could easily be countered by someone weaker than you. Lu Yan asked in confusion. But how did you manage to catch his first ball? Even if he was holding back, that strike was still powerful. Zhao Chen smiled lightly, raising his right hand to show them the silver ring. At the critical moment, I quietly utilized the power of the ash remnants. The others finally understood, but they also marveled at Zhao Chen's clever control over the ash remnants' power. Not far away, Xiaohan stared at the spotlight stealing Zhao Chen, a chill unexpectedly rising in his heart. He had thought that as a level 9 genius, with the training resources and combat techniques provided by his father, he could easily overpower Zhao Chen. But today, Zhao Chen's actions had taught him a harsh lesson. Chen Tang quietly said, Boss, this Zhao Chen is quite something. If you want to teach him a lesson, you'll have to rely on yourself. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan swallowed hard. Cough, right now, the intensive training is the priority. Let's put personal grudges aside for the time being. The followers around him exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat unusual. Was their boss actually afraid? That was a bit amusing. No matter how impressive Zhao Chen's performance was, Xiaohan, as a prodigy with level talent and a level 9 status, fearing before the fight even began was truly laughable. Xiaohan sneered, what do you know? I'm not far from breaking through to the private rank. At this stage, I need to solidify my foundation to withstand the surging spiritual power. By then, a mere Zhao Chen will be nothing to me. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, you're going to break through so soon? Chen Tang nodded. It's no wonder, after all, he's a special recruit with level talent. Xingfeng Camp will pour resources into his training. Moreover, the Xiao family is itself a prominent family in Lujiang City. They are not lacking in spiritual resources. Chen Tang's words drew envious glances from everyone. Being born into a good family means being carefree, starting far ahead of others. While others are still running, they are already riding the family chariot, singing all the way forward. Due to the competition between Zhao Chen and Tian Hu, the other students got some time to rest. The following training was a bit more comfortable, but still very challenging. Imo Guanguan gritted her teeth, still struggling to carry the heavy stone while meditating to absorb spiritual energy. This challenge wasn't particularly difficult for her. The family training included strategies specifically for battlefield adaptability. That difficulty was far greater than climbing a mountain with a heavy stone on her back. Nevertheless, she stubbornly approached Zhao Chen and said, you need to be careful from now on. Zhao Chen smiled and replied, I know. The other teaching assistants will definitely look out for me. But Mo Guanguan shook her head. I mean, be careful of Tian Hu. A sharp glint flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. Not everyone in the military is virtuous. The Xianfeng Empire seeks elite soldiers, naturally cultivating a fierce spirit. People like Tian who have their own soil for existence. His actions clearly indicate he is no gentleman. Today, he was publicly humiliated by Zhao Chen and, more importantly, expelled from the inspection team. He would surely hold a grudge against Zhao Chen for this. Although private fights are not allowed in the Qingfeng camp, being remembered by someone can still send chills down one's spine. Okay, I'll remember that. Zhao Chen nodded, thanking Imo Guanguan for her warning. Imo Guanguan stared at him and said calmly, he won't dare to do anything to you in the camp, but you will eventually leave the camp. I owe you a favor. If you're worried about his retaliation, I will find a way to have someone protect you. Zhao Chen smiled and shook his head. No need. The path he was about to take was destined to be very difficult and fraught with danger. A child from an ordinary family wanting to rise to the top in a time of blood and fire, to become a powerful figure with authority and strength, every step is bound to be filled with challenges. If he is afraid of someone at the rank of a level 25 soldier, how can he talk about the future? Mo Guanguan said no more. Zhao Chen quickly finished the 10 kilometers, and without a doubt, he was the first to reach the finish line. Zhang Biao, Su Zhixiong, and Xiang Shui looked at him, their eyes filled with deep admiration. Zhao Chen scored full marks in this round, and he still held the top position on the leaderboard. During the lunch break, everyone ate as usual in the filthy warehouse. Moreover, Zhang Biao kindly reminded them that what they were eating was made from the blood, flesh, and entrails from that pool. Many people felt nauseous and had to force themselves to swallow it down. Because if they vomited, they would have to lie down and eat what was on the ground again. After a day of training, Zhao Chen first went to the infirmary. The doctor in the infirmary was a woman in her 30s, wearing black-framed glasses, her hair pinned up with a pencil, looking intellectual and mature. He rolled up his sleeve. His left arm was already severely swollen, but it was not obvious under the training uniform. Dr. Su Yuran looked at the injury and said lightly, "New recruit? The training intensity is a bit high." She took a bottle of medicine and handed it to Zhao Chen. "Apply this, and it will be fine by tomorrow night." The training in the Qingfeng camp was so routine that this kind of medicine for treating injuries was exclusively supplied by the military, with excellent efficacy. After applying the medicine, Zhao Chen thanked Dr. Su. However, tonight, the usual training would likely not be possible. He explained the situation to Meng Qiuyo and the others, then went directly to the engineering department. Although his left arm hurt, he had no problem drawing with his right hand. After arriving at the engineering department, Zhao Chen greeted Gu Ningli and Xia Lingling. Liang Gongqi was busy with his own tasks, glancing at him without bothering to speak. Zhao Chen said hello and then went to the side to start drawing. The life of a necromancer was incredibly dull. Sometimes, to create an ideal necromancer, one might need to lock themselves in the studio for years. Therefore, solitary work was their norm, which also shaped Liang Gongqi's peculiar personality. Zhao Chen activated the ability of the Demon Clown. Water Condensation Drawing, Level 1 Necromancer Spirit Pattern Route, Proficiency 25. Zhao Chen first activated turtle breathing technique, allowing himself to eliminate external distractions. Then focused intently on his drawing. The complete guide to Level 1 Spirit Pattern Routes contained over 1,000 spirit patterns, encompassing the vast majority of Level 1 Spirit Pattern routes in the Xianfeng Empire. However, each spirit pattern route produced completely different effects. In the process of creating necromancers, choosing the right spirit pattern route was also very important. For example, when creating a water-type necromancer, using water condensation would make the necromancer more inclined to manifest spiritual power as water, condensing into water guns or water blades for attacks. In contrast, the level 1 water-type spirit pattern route tidal wave focused on large-scale flooding attacks. Low-level necromancer creators could make mistakes when choosing spirit pattern routes, although they might still create a level 1 necromancer. The power they could unleash would vary greatly. This was also why Zhao Chen wanted to master all level 1 spirit pattern routes. However, he was not obsessed with it, as it was a very long process. At this stage, he planned to raise his proficiency in spirit pattern drawing to a level where he could apply it to necromancers before entering the second stage of learning spirit pattern engraving. Zhao Chen's brush moved like a dragon and snake, and water condensation quickly blossomed under his hand. Once his proficiency reached its peak, he no longer needed to refer to example images and could draw from memory. Water Condensation Drawing, Proficiency 28. Water Condensation Drawing, Proficiency 36. After the second drawing, the proficiency increased rapidly. Zhao Chen worked until after 10 p.m., and Liang Gongqi came in and out several times. He finally raised the proficiency of water condensation to 100. Correspondingly, the form of the second stage spirit pattern route also emerged in his mind. However, Zhao Chen did not rush. Instead, he opened the complete guide to level 1 spirit pattern routes and began drawing the third piece, Fire Devourer. This busy work continued until it was 2 a.m. The proficiency of Fire Devourer drawing increased even faster. This was because Zhao Chen's basic proficiency in drawing spirit patterns was improving. The more spirit pattern routes he mastered, the faster his drawing speed became. Thus, a positive cycle of spiraling upward was formed. Zhao Chen even felt that if he focused all his energy on drawing spirit pattern routes from now on, he could memorize the entire complete guide to level 1 spirit pattern routes and max out his proficiency in no more than 3 months. Senior brother, shall we head back? Xiao Lingling's soft voice sounded behind Zhao Chen, pulling him back to reality. He felt a strange sensation. Having forgotten that he was in the engineering department's studio and that there were others around. Xiao Lingling yawned, rubbing her sleepy eyes and said, "Your energy is really too abundant. Clearly, during training in the daytime, you're always the first to charge ahead." Zhao Chen smiled faintly. With the improvement of his turtle breathing technique and sleep proficiency, he now only needed a little over 2 hours of sleep each day to replenish all his energy. Thinking that it was about time, Zhao Chen left the engineering department with Xiao Lingling and closed the door. That night, in the girls' dormitory, Emo Guanguan came out after taking a shower, her body still damp, drying her hair with a hairdryer. She hummed a tune, seemingly in a very good mood. Zhang Yuan lay on the bed, needing her muscles to relax. Hearing Emo Guanguan singing, she teased, "Look, Miss Guanguan is in a good mood today." Under the bed, Su Yura's eyes sparkled with youthful infatuation as she clasped her hands together and said enviously, "Of course. If I met a man like Zhao Chen who would go through fire and water for me, I would immediately pledge myself to him." Crack! A crisp sound came from Shen Moran, who was drawing. The pen in her hand broke due to her excessive force. She frowned as she looked at the spirit pattern diagram she had drawn halfway. The relationship between her and Zhao Chen was a secret. Before entering the camp, she had warned a few classmates not to spread it around. She didn't want their past as a couple to lead others to speculate and comment on them. However, hearing others joke about Zhao Chen and Emo Guanguan always left her feeling a bit uneasy. Stop joking. But Zhao Chen has become Master Liang's student, right? If he can become a high Evelash master in the future, even if his spiritual energy rank isn't high, he would still be quite impressive. Emo Guanguan put down the hairdryer and walked out of the bathroom. Hearing the discussion, her fair face, as tender as a boiled egg, instantly flushed with a hint of crimson. "Please don't joke about me. Right now, all I want is to become a super powerhouse, someone who stands shoulder to shoulder with the dual sovereigns and the 4 pillars of the empire." Men? Who would I care about? Zhang Yuan leaned on the railing, her eyes sparkling with laughter as she asked, "Guanguan, if Zhao Chen really came to pursue you, would you consider it?" Shen Muren's expression stiffened, and she instinctively perked up her ears. She was very interested in Emo Guanguan's thoughts. Emo Guanguan blinked and pondered the question openly. Then she tossed her thick, dark hair with a bright smile. "If someone wants to be my man, he must be a hero of great renown, someone who can stand beside me at the peak. If Zhao Chen has that ability, I might consider giving him a chance to pursue me." The girls burst into peals of silver laughter. "That would be too difficult. After all, Miss Guanguan, you are a prodigy with an A talent." But Shen Maran sensed something unusual in Emo Guanguan's words. Emo Guanguan was not resistant to Zhao Chen, otherwise, she wouldn't have said such things. Shen Maran bit her lip and suddenly said to Emo Guanguan, "Guanguan, there's something I feel I must tell you." Emo Guanguan blinked. What is it?" Shen Maran sighed. "Zhao Chen and I have been neighbors since childhood. So I know his character very well. His biggest dream is to rise above the commoner class." She gathered her hair and chuckled lightly. "I don't mean anything by it, just a friendly reminder as your roommate. Don't you think Zhao Chen's approach to you seems a bit too deliberate?" She didn't say it too bluntly, but the implication was clear. Zhao Chen's help was merely to win her favor and use her to climb the social ladder. Who would have thought that after hearing Shen Nuren's words, Emo Guanguan would look at her meaningfully and suddenly smile? She tossed her long hair and retorted, "Moran, would you like someone who treats you well but has no spiritual talent and is destined to achieve little in life?" Shen Muren's heart skipped a beat. If she hadn't seen Emo Guanguan's expression remain unchanged, she would have suspected that Emo Guanguan was deliberately teasing her. "Well," she hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, "Of course not." Emo Guanguan continued to ask, "If you had to choose between 2 equally outstanding men, one young and handsome, the other old and ugly, who would you choose?" Shen Moran replied, "Of course, the young and handsome one." Emo Guanguan smiled lightly. "So, isn't it clear? My good family background is just as much an advantage as my beautiful appearance. Perhaps people don't fall in love with someone because of their family background, but isn't it a great bonus?" She blinked. "Rather, if my good family background cannot be part of what attracts others to me, then what significance do the efforts of my ancestors have in making my family prosperous?" Emo Guanguan's words left Shen Moran speechless. Although Emo Guanguan usually appeared cheerful and generous, she was, after all, from a prominent family. She had seen too much of the world. Her perspective was not something an excellent girl from a small town like Shinmoran could compare to. In this world, everything is about equivalent exchange. It's not a fairy tale where a man would unconditionally fall in love with an ordinary girl who was neither good-looking nor talented. Shinmoran was left without a retort by Imo Guangwan's words and could only say, "I'm just looking out for you, after all. Being cautious with men isn't a bad thing." Imo Guangwan found it a bit strange. It seemed that Shinmoran always had a subtle hostility towards Zhao Chun. The next day, Zhao Chen's arm injury had indeed healed, and he couldn't help but marvel at the impressive medical conditions of the Qingfeng camp. If he had gone to find a doctor in Huayuan town, it would have taken at least a month to recover. He got up early as usual and went out for a morning run. This time, when he stepped outside, he unexpectedly saw Imo Guangwan in front of the dormitory building. She was dressed in a black training suit and sneakers, warming up downstairs. Her tall and athletic figure resembled a cheetah in the jungle, exuding a sense of flexible and healthy beauty. Zhao Chun looked at her curiously. "You're here again?" Imo Guangwan shot him a provocative glance. "If you can do it, why can't I? But don't worry, I won't compete with you, the humanoid beast, in strength." Zhao Chun smiled lightly. "That's fine. It's nice to have someone to exercise with in the morning." He also did a simple warm-up and then started running with Imo Guangwan. This time, Imo Guangwan was smarter. She didn't try to compete with Zhao Chen in physical strength. Instead, she practiced her combat techniques. A special footwork that concentrated spiritual energy in her legs significantly increased her speed. When she ran swiftly, she was as quick as a cheetah, kicking up a huge cloud of dust behind her. Zhao Chen watched the two high black ponytails bouncing ahead and couldn't help but smile faintly. Still as competitive as before, Zhao Chen activated the light step and quickly chased after her. The difference between them was that light step didn't consume spiritual energy but rather physical stamina. As for Mo Guanwan, she was using the footwork from the family heirloom intermediate combat technique Tiger and Leopard Capture, which consumed spiritual energy. With the boost of spiritual energy, Mo Guanwan easily surpassed Zhao Chun. After all, a combat level of 12 was no joke. Zhao Chun just smiled at the sight and continued to run at his own pace. Imo Guangwan was far ahead, occasionally turning her head to look at Zhao Chun, who was left behind, a slight smirk appearing on her lips, showing a hint of pride. "I was really foolish before. Why compare my weaknesses to others' strengths? With my combat level of 16, I can easily crush you." She maintained her lead, but after running for more than half the distance, Zhao Chun gradually caught up. Imo Guangwan was taken aback. Logically, the longer they ran, the greater the physical exhaustion, and the gap between her and Zhao Chun should have widened. But why was Zhao Chen able to catch up to her footwork just relying on his physical strength? In a place she couldn't see, the demon clown held a proficiency prompt sign, with the progress bar steadily increasing. Walking light steps, life skill. Proficiency 187. Walking light steps, life skill, proficiency 189. Zhao Chen was running faster and faster, his endurance growing stronger with each step. By the time he reached the finish line, Imo Guangwan was still ahead, with Zhao Chen trailing a few seconds behind. Imo Guangwan took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling violently, while Zhao Chen only broke a light sweat. He smiled at Imo Guangwan and said, "You won." Imo Guangwan huffed lightly. "You didn't even use your spiritual power, so I'm not taking advantage of you." Zhao Chen didn't intentionally let her win, it was just that practicing light steps was all about challenging one's limits. If he used spiritual power, the effect would actually be worse. However, Imo Guangwan wasn't wrong. If Zhao Chen had used his spiritual power, she definitely wouldn't have been able to outrun him. Zhao Chen smiled and said, "I'm good at long-distance running, but when it comes to short-distance explosive speed, your steps are definitely faster." This wasn't a lie. Light steps was merely a life skill that improved basic physical qualities rather than a skill born for combat. However, with a solid foundation, practicing combat techniques in the future would yield twice the result with half the effort. Zhuo Yun and Lu Yan actually came out halfway through their run as well. They didn't have as much energy as Zhao Chen, who only needed 2 to 3 hours of sleep a day, so Zhao Chen didn't disturb their rest. After they got up and wanted to find Zhao Chun, they saw that the girl beside him was Mo Guangwan. The two exchanged a knowing glance and then turned towards the training hall. It was unclear when the news of Zhao Chen and Mo Guangwan dating began to spread among this cohort of students. Everyone was buzzing about it privately, but the two involved were completely unaware. In the youthful days, even in the dull and arduous military camp, gossip about love and relationships was still something everyone was keen on. In the days that followed, every day was filled with repetitive training, lacking in excitement. The group began to adapt to the high-intensity training and was pleasantly surprised to find that their control over spiritual power, refining, binding, and condensing became more proficient. Aside from the external release technique, release, which they couldn't learn for now, they slowly began to master refining meditation, binding spiritual power to themselves and objects, and condensing spiritual power in certain areas to enhance its power. Although their proficiency was only in single digits compared to Zhao Chen, the speed of their progress was visibly fast. Zhao Chen's life was extremely regular. After a long period of deliberate training, he finally raised the proficiency of the life skill sleep to a full 100 and entered the second stage, deep sleep. With this skill, he could fall asleep anytime and anywhere, entering a deep sleep state. As a result, he only needed 1.5 hours of sleep each day. This gave him more time. Thus, his schedule was tightly arranged. After waking up in the morning, he would first do a 20-kilometer long run to practice light steps. During the day, he would train, improving his proficiency in strength, spiritual power control, spiritual energy recovery according to the training items. In the evening, he would usually go to the engineering department first, drawing for 2 hours. Then he would head to the training hall to practice introductory spear techniques and 7-kill combat techniques, as well as improve the synchronization rate of the first-level Ash's silver sword. Time passed in this monotonous yet extremely fulfilling manner for 10 days. Zhao Chen had completely mastered 16 first-level spiritual pattern diagrams. He no longer pursued drawing spiritual patterns but sought out Liang Gongqi, hoping to start learning spiritual pattern engraving. Liang Gongqi was greatly surprised upon hearing this. She asked seriously, "Have you already mastered spiritual pattern drawing? Never aim too high, you have to eat your meals one bite at a time. Remember, haste makes waste." Zhao Chen nodded. "I have now mastered 16 level 1 spirit pattern diagrams. The rest, I will learn slowly. I want to complete the entire process of creating the ashes as soon as possible so I can understand what I lack." Liang Gongqi stood in place, her face dark. She remained silent, her heart overwhelmed by shock. Looking at Zhao Chen, the most famous master of ashes in Luzhou City, she suddenly felt like a useless person. 10 days, and he had mastered 16 level 1 spirit pattern diagrams? How did his brain develop this way? Could it be that he is the reincarnation of a grandmaster? Teacher? Zhao Chen pulled Liang Gongqi's thoughts back. She took a deep breath and then walked to the center of the studio, casually opening a large drawer. "Well, what you did is barely acceptable. But don't be arrogant, drawing spirit pattern diagrams is just the first step. The next step is even more difficult." Her hand fell on a dark silver metal sheet about 30 centimeters wide and long, but after a moment's thought, she turned to pick up a metal piece no larger than half a palm and tossed it to Zhao Chen. "The second step is to use a special engraving needle to imprint the spirit pattern diagram onto this metal piece." Her expression became serious. Carving in three-dimensional space involves many more considerations. The depth of each engraving must remain within a certain error range, otherwise, it will be void. As for how to engrave, I will send you a video tutorial, just follow along. Once you have completely engraved a spirit pattern diagram, we can discuss the next step. Zhao Chen took the material, which was a strange alloy, softer than steel and suitable for carving. "How can such thick metal be made into a ring?" Zhao Chen asked curiously. Liang Gongqi's mouth twitched. She really wanted to raise Zhao Chen's hands and shake them vigorously while shouting that creating ashes is nearly impossible without years of effort. When she learned from her teacher, it took her a whole year just to carve a complete spirit pattern diagram in such a small space. Yet Zhao Chen was already thinking about the next step. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Chen was a genius, she would have wanted to hit him. But now, she also felt the urge to hit someone. This is not material for creating ashes, but for practice. Start with materials the size of your palm. If you ruin it, just grind off a layer. When you have adapted to this size of material, then move on to smaller materials. Until you can engrave a complete spirit pattern diagram on something as small as a fingernail, then you will have completed this step of training. Zhao Chen nodded. "Oh, I see." He picked up the metal and carving tools and walked aside to seriously watch the carving tutorial. The carving tutorial was recorded by Liang Gongqi herself, briefly introducing tools like the carving knife and needle, followed by demonstrations of carving techniques. The fine manipulation of spirit pattern engraving is the most challenging part of the operation. Once the knife falls, there can be no mistakes, or the entire process of creating ashes will fail. The tip of the engraving needle is as fine as a cow's hair, almost invisible unless looked at closely, made of diamond and extremely hard. After watching the tutorial, Zhao Chen also gained his own understanding. Engraving spirit patterns is like carving out a vast network of rivers. The spiritual energy flows like water through the spirit pattern diagrams, activating the ashes. Therefore, the riverbed cannot have ups and downs. The better the precision, the more consistent the engraving depth, and the faster the spiritual energy flows. With this understanding, Zhao Chen picked up the metal piece and carving knife and began to practice. Demon Clown, Spirit Pattern Engraving, Proficiency 0. Zhao Chen continued using the method he learned for drawing spirit patterns, starting to practice how to carve lines of consistent depth and controllable length. This process is much more difficult than drawing with a pen on white paper. The tip of the diamond engraving knife sliced through the surface of the metal sheet, leaving behind consistently deep straight lines. The hand had to be steady, and the force applied had to be uniform. Zhao Chen was calm and unhurried, controlling a strand of spiritual energy to cover the tip of the engraving knife. This made the required force for engraving much lighter. Zhao Chen focused intently on his work. In just one evening, he had mastered the skill of engraving lines. With a proficiency of 100, he could ensure that the lines he carved were of the same depth and width, perfectly horizontal and vertical, without any slant. A night of practice left him more exhausted than a whole day of training in spear techniques, as his mind had to be highly alert. In the middle of the night, he didn't even go to the training hall, returning to his dormitory and collapsing onto his bed like a dead dog. Meng Chi-Chi, seeing this, leaned over to his bedside with a grin and asked, "Little Mu, why are you back so early today?" Zhao Chen took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. "Don't mention it. I was learning how to engrave spiritual patterns. That stuff is really tiring. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll take me several months to become a level 1 Ash Master. I really don't know when I'll become a Divine Domain Ash Master." Cough cough, cough cough cough. Meng Chi-Chi suddenly broke into a fit of coughing, his chubby face turning bright red. He gave Zhao Chen a thumbs up. "Dude, you really can put on a show. You see, many Ash Masters spend their entire lives stuck at the level 1 stage, with no more than 10 works to show for it. Even so, they earn the respect of many." What Zhao Chen said, in Meng Chi-Chi's words, was this: "Is this a language that humans can speak?" Meng Chi-Chi reached into his pocket and pulled out a metal box, handing it to Zhao Chen. "Little Mu, this is the spiritual source you wanted." Zhao Chen turned to sit up and took the box. "Thanks," he said sincerely to Meng Chi-Chi. Strictly speaking, the spiritual source was a gift from Meng Chi-Chi. After all, the 1 million Xianfeng coins used to purchase it were also a welcome gift from him. Meng Chi-Chi's smile was a bit strange. "Consider this an investment in the future Divine Domain Ash Master, hee." Although there was a hint of teasing, the goodwill was genuine. Zhao Chen immediately opened the box, and indeed, inside were 2 hearts of exotic beasts as spiritual sources. The aura of power from the spiritual energy was no weaker than what Liang Gongqi had given him that day. Zhao Chen said, "Shi-Chi, close the door, don't let anyone disturb me." Zhuoyun was in the dormitory lifting weights, wearing a tank top on his upper body and a pair of shorts on his lower body. Hearing Zhao Chen say this, he curiously asked, "You're not planning to absorb the spiritual source in the dorm, are you? Isn't that a bit dangerous?" Absorbing spiritual sources requires even more concentration than meditation. If there's the slightest mistake, one might be backfired by the residual power of the exotic beast within the spiritual source. Those with conditions at home would spend a fortune preparing a quiet room. Zhao Chen didn't have that condition, but his proficiency in the turtle breathing technique had already reached 185, so he could be said to remain unflustered even in the face of a mountain collapsing. "No problem, I can handle it." Zhao Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, and Meng Chi-Chi locked the door from the inside. He immediately placed the 2 spiritual sources directly into his palms. Zhuoyun was scared and wanted to say something, but Lu Yen immediately stopped him, shaking his head subtly. Absorbing 2 spiritual sources at once was indeed a bit dangerous for Zhao Chen, who only had a combat level of 3. Even if his body was fine, he might lose a lot of the spiritual source's power due to an inability to control the overwhelming spiritual energy. But since Zhao Chen had already begun to absorb them, they all had to remain quiet to avoid disturbing him. At this moment, Zhao Chen's proficiency in spiritual energy reversal had reached 258, and his proficiency in spiritual energy control was at 75, making it not too difficult to harness the powers of 2-level soldier exotic beast's spiritual sources. He closed his eyes, using his mental strength to communicate with the spiritual sea, then guided the power within the spiritual sources from his palms into his spiritual energy meridians. The entire process was already very familiar to him, but he still needed to be cautious. When the spiritual source power of the exotic beasts surged into his body, Zhao Chen could feel their powerful killing intent and resentment just before they met their demise. He steadied his mind and absorbed it at a measured pace. Streams of energy flowed through the spiritual power meridians around his body, then surged into the spiritual sea behind his forehead, causing it to expand. Relying solely on meditation, Zhao Chen's speed of leveling up was indeed not as fast as that of Mo Guanguan or Xiaohan. This was because, at the same level, his total spiritual power was several times that of others. This also meant that to level up, he needed to expend more spiritual sources and meditate more frequently. Moreover, as he progressed, the required spiritual sources and meditation sessions for leveling up would increase exponentially. It was precisely for this reason that talents rated E were often deemed to be on a dead-end path with no limits. Achieving only the third tier in their lifetime and becoming a minor officer in the military was already quite remarkable. However, Zhao Qin did not share this view. He believed that destiny was in his own hands. Possessing the demon jester talent, which started off somewhat weak but had unlimited growth potential, was meant to propel him to continuously climb and step by step reach the pinnacle of strength. After a full half hour, Zhao Qin finally absorbed the 2 spiritual sources in his palms. His level jumped from level 3 to level 4. However, at this moment, Zhao Qin also realized that he could not hastily use spiritual sources again in the short term. Firstly, he was out of money. Secondly, his body had not fully adapted to the suddenly increased spiritual power. If using firearms as an analogy, leveling up was like upgrading a weapon from a handgun to a sniper rifle. Indeed, the weapon's power increased, but the shooter needed time to master the use of the sniper rifle. He had to continuously meditate, solidify his spiritual C, and expand his spiritual power meridians to allow his body to adapt to the new strength. Only by solidifying the foundation could he absorb spiritual sources again. Zhao Qin opened his eyes and set aside the depleted spiritual sources. He felt that his spiritual power had increased by nearly 70% in the spiritual C, bringing a hint of joy to his heart. Level 4. Although still below average among the new recruits, at least I'm not falling behind. And with my physique and proficiency in spiritual power control, I have no fear of anyone among the new recruits except for Mo Guanguan and Lu Yan. Zhao Qin glanced at the floor, where Lu Yan was sitting in a chair, hugging his legs. Despite being tall, he always liked to curl up. Although Zhao Qin had never fought Lu Yan, the day he summoned that black flame blade shadow in the training hall still gave Zhao Qin a strong sense of crisis. Those with A-level talents were all monsters favored by the heavens. As long as they practiced and grew normally, they could become core combat forces in the military. Speaking of which, I still don't know what Mo Guanguan's ability is, Zhao Chen murmured, stroking his chin. Upon seeing Zhao Chen's breakthrough, several people congratulated him in unison. Meng Xiaoyou generously pulled out a lot of snacks to share with everyone, while Lu Yan still preferred sweet strawberry pudding. Because Zhao Chen practiced diligently in the training camp every night, his introductory spear technique successfully increased to 100 points of proficiency. The prompt card for the demon jester displayed a new message. Introductory spear technique had entered the second stage, Overlord Breaking Formation Spear. According to Zhao Chen's understanding of the demon jester's abilities, the second stage of a primary combat technique would evolve into a mid-level combat technique. Originally, in the Qingfeng camp, only special recruits with level or above could learn it, while others had to exchange a massive amount of credits for mid-level combat techniques, and he had obtained it so easily. Moreover, Overlord Breaking Formation Spear was a combat technique that evolved entirely based on Zhao Chen's training method, making it even more natural and familiar for him to practice, with no discomfort whatsoever. Intermediate combat techniques, compared to basic techniques, are more intricate in the application of spiritual power, and they include explosive skills that greatly enhance their power. Zhao Chen is currently only at combat level 4, and practicing this technique feels particularly strenuous for him. He has a good relationship with Jiang Jiao, so occasionally when there is free time in the independent training room, he can borrow it for practice. At this moment, he is in the training room, holding a 50-pound Fong Tianhua halberd, beginning to practice the halberd technique of the Overlord Breaking Formation halberd. Following the prompts in the technique, spiritual power begins to flow, extending along his arms and surging into the halberd. A dazzling red light starts to flicker on the halberd's body. Just the initial move makes Zhao Chen feel as if the halberd in his hand weighs 1,000 pounds. He exerts force with his arms and suddenly sweeps the halberd forward. Boom! The crimson light explodes in midair, with blood shadows heavy and a chilling aura of slaughter. The murderous intent is palpable, and a terrifying ferocity seems uncontrollable, as if it wants to tear apart all living beings. Zhao Chen has only practiced halfway when he feels a significant depletion of spiritual power within him, forcing him to stop and take a break. No wonder everyone says that the upper limit of spiritual ability is determined by talent. The higher the level of the technique, the higher the threshold for practice. However, Zhao Chen glances at the nearby demon clown, a defiant smile appearing on his lips. My talent started at A-level, but once I reach full proficiency, I will be S-level. The demon clown is like a truck that starts slowly but can accelerate infinitely, becoming more powerful as time goes on. After meditating and adjusting himself, Zhao Chen quickly enters the second stage of training. Overlord Breaking Formation Halberd, Intermediate Technique. Proficiency 101. Zhao Chen's strength is growing at a visibly rapid pace. Although his combat level is only 4, his overall abilities are progressing remarkably fast. Especially in terms of techniques, having reached full proficiency in the introductory halberd technique, he can now completely crush any spiritual ability user practicing basic techniques. Even if the opponent practices intermediate techniques, they are no match for Zhao Chen before reaching a certain level. That morning, as usual, when heading to the training ground, Xia Yingxue called Zhao Chen aside. She said sternly, "Why has your combat level increased so quickly recently? Have you been using spiritual sources again?" Zhao Chen did not hide it and honestly nodded. Xia Yingshu's tone turned colder. "You have only recently awakened your spiritual abilities. The most crucial thing is to build a solid foundation. If your foundation is not strong, you will be wasted in the future. You must not blindly use external items to increase your combat level." At this point, her tone softened a bit. "I know you are a diligent and ambitious student, but you cannot rush things. I heard you have a talent for creating ashes. Focusing on that in the future will also lead to great prospects." Zhao Chen felt both amused and helpless. His fundamentals were already far ahead of his peers. However, he did not elaborate, as the true abilities of the demon clown are a secret. He nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Instructor Xia. I have never said thank you to anyone in my life. You are the only exception." The corner of Xia Yingshu's mouth twitched and she helplessly rubbed her forehead. Recently, his rise in combat level has indeed attracted a lot of attention in the new recruits group. Using spiritual sources is not a secret, so most people believe that Zhao Chen is trying to force growth. Especially in the eyes of someone like Xiao Han, a privileged young master. Children from ordinary families like Zhao Chen, without guidance, would be eager for quick success and blindly experimenting, thus going astray. On the 20th day of training, the leaderboard shows that the top 3 are Zhao Chen, Mo Guanguan, and Xiao Han. Although Xiao Han made a fool of himself on the first day, as the son of the deputy commander of the Lujiang city garrison, he has also undergone rigorous training since childhood. During the subsequent training process, the gap between him and others widened. However, the score difference between him and Zhao Chen still had a terrifying gap of 8 points. This was still based on the premise that Zhao Chen had been deliberately targeted by the teaching assistants after his match with Tian Hu. Although Zhao Chen had defeated Tian Hu, it was equivalent to challenging the authority of the entire teaching assistant team. They would do their utmost to make things difficult for Zhao Chen within the rules. However, Zhao Chen did not see this as torment. Instead, he enjoyed it. The more intense the training, the more beneficial it was for the demon clown to enhance his various abilities. While others carried a weight of 50 pounds, he carried 150 pounds. While others ran 10 kilometers, he ran 20 kilometers. It seemed that Zhao Chen was at a disadvantage, but in this strict and targeted training to improve abilities, his gains were much greater than those of other trainees. However, on the 20th day, the training underwent some changes. In the early morning, everyone gathered at the training ground, but what awaited them was not the usual weighted run. Zhang Biao stood with his arms crossed, his robust figure towering in front of the new recruits, his leopard-like eyes scanning the crowd with a smile that made people uneasy. "From today onwards, we're changing the game. No longer will it be based on individuals, but we will conduct collective training." As soon as he said this, everyone's expression shifted slightly, unsure of what trick he was up to this time. He raised a finger and smiled. "Next, I will give you 1 hour. After 1 hour, you will split into 3 small teams. Each team can have a maximum of 54 members, and each team must select a captain. The subsequent training will be scored collectively. However, the captain will receive double points." Upon hearing this, many trainees' eyes sparkled with excitement. On the leaderboard, Zhao Chen was currently in a clear first place, with Mo Guanguan closely following, and the third place was Xiao Han. For others, it was very difficult to catch up to the scores of these 3. But if the captain could enjoy double points, didn't that mean there was hope to turn the tables? After all, the top 3 in the training camp could earn precious Qingfeng camp credits. Zhang Biao retracted his finger and said with a smile, "However, if you fail in the team battle, as captain, you will face extremely severe punishment." It's hard to hear the words extremely severe from an instructor. In his view, no matter what kind of torment, it was just a light-hearted game. So when he emphasized this, everyone's hearts trembled. Being a captain was not an easy task. Yet even so, some were still willing to give it a try, as the rewards were still very high. Report. Xiao Han raised his hand and asked, "What are the rules for grouping?" Zhang Biao lowered his gaze. "There are no rules. After 20 days of training, you should have a general understanding of the people around you. So, form your teams freely." He glanced at his watch and shouted, "Let's start now. Find your best comrades." The lack of rules made it difficult for many present. If they chose the wrong partner, they could be held back and lose points in the upcoming actions. However, after 20 days of training, the people they knew were also limited. In the first moment, a powerful voice rang out from the crowd. "Anyone willing to be teammates with me, Mo Guanguan, please come here." Mo Guanguan raised her right hand high, standing confidently and resolutely as she called for her teammates. "It's Mo Guanguan, the A-level special recruit. A genius of level 12. It's definitely right to follow her. Let's hurry over." Mo Guangguan's charisma was astonishing, and soon the entire training ground was filled with the thunderous sound of running feet as many rushed towards Mo Guangguan, seeking to join her team. Cough cough. Xiaohan cleared his throat and shouted loudly, I, Xiaohan, am willing to lead everyone to victory. I have researched the trial projects for entering the Qingfeng camp, and following me will definitely not be a mistake. Xiaohan, son of Xiaotiani, the deputy commander of the Lujiang City Armed Forces, had a father working in the military and had often entered the Qingfeng camp to observe since childhood. Before the training camp, he had already understood most of the training projects as the annual training programs were mostly similar. After some consideration, many people surged towards the area where Xiaohan was. And a level special recruit, the son of a local tyrant, he fully leveraged his advantages. Compared to these two, the others were lacking significantly. Other students also wanted to form teams centered around themselves, as that way they could naturally become the captain. However, among the crowd, few had the charisma of Mo Guangguan and Xiaohan. The recruits all hoped to follow the strongest captain. It was a matter of credits, so they couldn't be careless. A few guys from dorm 207 gathered together. Meng Xiuyo said to Zhao Chun, Xiaomu, why don't you shout out and bring some people over? You're currently first on the leaderboard, you have to fight for that captain position. Zhao Chun stood still, arms crossed, and saw that many people were gathering on both sides. While some were still scattered around, undecided, a faint smile appearing on his face. People call out to people, but goods come when they nod. The training camp is already halfway through, and we have a good idea of most people's strengths. Aside from that small number of top performers, the remaining students are all within the same range of abilities. So, there's no need to rush. We have an hour. Once they calm down, it won't be too late to form teams. Zhao Chen knew that even though he was currently first on the leaderboard, subconsciously people still viewed him as someone with a-level talent, possessing only physical strength but lacking a future. Most people still had reservations about following a captain with a-level talent. Zhao Chen simply turned around and quietly walked to an empty space, standing there in silence. He did not approach any groups. His attitude was already very clear. He wanted to form a team and become the captain. Naturally, the few people from dorm 207 stood by his side. After spending more than half a month together, everyone in dorm 207 had come to respect Zhao Chen. Whether it was Zhao Chen's diligence, intelligence, or personal charm, the other peers regarded him as an older brother in their hearts. Indeed, the excitement on the training ground only lasted for a while. Soon, everyone fell into calmness and began to seriously consider how to maximize their benefits. Mo Guangguan and Xiaohan were undoubtedly in a position to be captains, given their identities and abilities. Therefore, some capable individuals, such as other level special recruits, had to consider whether they would be dressing up someone else's bride. Jin Shangqing, accompanied by a few people, walked over to Zhao Chen's side with a smile. Zhao Chen, let's form a team together. They were the future network that Meng Xiuyo had spent a lot of money to establish. Lu Yan was also an A-level recruit, but his performance during training was mediocre, lacking many basic skills, so he was often overlooked. However, his future potential would not be weaker than Mo Guangguan's. Jin Shangqing fixed his gaze on Zhao Chun, knowing that everyone from dorm 207 looked up to him. Zhao Chun smiled faintly. You want to join my team? That's fine. Jin Xiangcheng's smile froze on his face, and he suddenly sneered, but I think I have more talent to be the captain. He spread his arms wide and said grandly, team battles are about cooperation ability, so the captain's command ability is especially important. I am better at this point. You should have seen it during the camp trials, right? Zhao Chen raised his eyelids and said playfully, that only proves you can talk well and are good at winning others over. This has nothing to do with command ability, understand? Moreover, a train runs fast only because of the engine. The captain's personal ability is an important factor in driving the whole team. How do you know that in future team projects, there won't be times when individual abilities need to be showcased? Seeing Zhao Chen say this, Jin Shangqing scratched his head in annoyance. If you don't join my side, are you going to go to Mo Guangguan or Xiaohan? Zhao Chen shook his head and smiled. I won't join anyone's team. I will have my own team. Jin Shangqing raised an eyebrow, but unfortunately, the instructor said we can only split into 3 teams. So it depends on whether anyone is willing to follow you. After saying this, Jin Shangqing glanced at Meng Qiuyo and Zhuo Yun, who, without surprise, rejected him. He left in frustration, continuing to recruit other members. However, a clever talent whose early performance could only be considered above average had little charisma to become a captain. Gradually, the number of people on Mo Guangguan and Xiaohan's side increased to the point where they had to select from the applicants. On the training ground, aside from the 2 groups, the rest were scattered, indecisive. Many capable students were unwilling to follow others, especially since being a captain came with substantial rewards. After a while, Mo Guangguan and Xiaohan's team had gathered most of the members. Seeing that the time was almost up, Zhao Chen turned to face the scattered students. Everyone, is it about time? Regardless of how you think, we must choose a team to join. Since no one wants to be a team member, why don't we let our strength do the talking? Zhao Chen's words stirred many people's interest. A robust boy, only 18 and already sporting a thick beard, asked with a smile, Zhao Chen, what do you plan to do? This person was Zhu Meng, one of the Blevel special recruits, ranked 7th on the leaderboard during this training session. A quite capable student. Zhao Chen spread his hands and said lightly, it's simple, the strong are respected. Everyone wants to be the captain, but only one person can hold that position. Let's compete. Whoever is the strongest will be the captain. Zhao Chen's words made many nod in agreement. Indeed, this was the best way to compete for the captaincy at the moment. The hour intentionally left by the instructor was likely to anticipate such a situation. Xu Meng looked at Zhao Chen with piercing eyes and said solemnly, so, I will compete with you. If you lose, you will willingly become my team member and follow my orders, right? Of course. Zhao Chen answered without any hesitation. Ha, good. I like this proposal. Xu Meng said, striding towards Zhao Chen. This action immediately drew the attention of many people in the training ground. The combination of Xu Meng and Zhao Chen from dormitory 207 was quite competitive. Regardless of who won or lost, they would become a new focal point. Other capable students on the field also began to observe the situation here. For instance, Jin Xiangqing, Lin Meyer, and Blevel special recruit Wang Jiaozhou all focused on this side. Xu Meng confidently walked up to Zhao Chen. So, how do we compete? I must say, I am naturally not as strong as you, so I want compare in that aspect. Zhao Chen stared at Xu Meng. He had noticed this person's performance recently, a straightforward character but with a meticulous mind. If he wanted him to completely obey in the upcoming training, he had to win his heart. Simple. I excel in physical strength, while your combat level is higher, and your spiritual power is stronger than mine. So, why don't we have a fight? The people around him looked at Zhao Chen with incredulous eyes after hearing his words. Xu Meng had a talent rating of B and was at combat level 8. In terms of talent, he could rank among the top 10 among this year's freshmen. Even though Zhao Chen had used his spiritual source to raise his combat level to 4, the gap between him and Xu Meng was still enormous. Even on that day in the game, when he outsmarted Tianhu, everyone was merely amazed by his cleverness and did not believe he had won through sheer strength. How could he possibly compete with Xu Meng? Is he crazy? Someone whispered, does he even understand the strength of the top student in class 12? Hearing this, someone nearby asked, what's the background of that Xu Meng? The person explained, I'm a classmate of Xu Meng. He was always the top student in the martial arts department when he was in class 12. As he spoke, he sighed with envy. His father was once a major in the Demon Suppression Army. After retiring, he started a security company that specializes in transporting goods for large corporations. In this day and age, those who could establish a security company were not ordinary people. Xu Meng had a very formidable father, and his upbringing had been quite strict. Therefore, Xu Meng's strength should not be underestimated. Someone happily said, then let's watch the show. Since entering the camp, we've never seen these Blevel special recruits make a move. Xu Meng looked slightly surprised, seemingly not expecting Zhao Chen to propose such a duel. He pointed to his own nose, not quite believing his ears. You want to fight me? Are you sure? Suddenly, he shook his head. You really don't have to. If I win, it wouldn't be a fair victory. Zhao Chen smiled, curiously staring at him. You don't want to win? Xu Meng laughed. I want to win, but I don't want to win in an unglamorous way. Combat level 8 against combat level 4, the total amount of spiritual power is more than double. It's like me using a knife while you're empty-handed. Winning like this would leave me feeling guilty. Zhao Chen looked at Xu Meng and felt a bit of goodwill. This guy was surprisingly straightforward. Zhao Chen chuckled, don't worry. You won't win against me. The smile on Xu Meng's face faded a bit as he glanced at Zhao Chen. Are you really going to compete with me? Zhao Chen extended his hand. Of course. We don't have much time to waste, the deadline is approaching. This is the simplest and most direct method. Xu Meng reluctantly said, all right then. But let's try to keep it light. If someone gets hurt, it will affect the upcoming training. Zhao Chen nodded with a smile. That's what I mean too. Seeing Xu Meng and Zhao Chen about to duel, everyone excitedly gathered around. It's human nature to watch a spectacle. Moreover, the two combatants were Zhao Chen, who had recently been in the spotlight, and a strong Blevel special recruit. Zhao Chen applied to the instructor for training weapons and received permission for the duel. Mo Guangguan and others also curiously gathered around, naturally being given way to the front. Xiao Han frowned, listening to the chatter around him discussing the battle. But he felt quite anxious inside. He was at combat level 9, while Xu Meng was at combat level 8. In terms of background, Xu Meng was not far behind him. Therefore, he hoped Zhu Meng could win against Zhao Chen, which would indicate that his own strength could easily take down Zhao Chen as well. However, if Zhao Chen were to win against Zhu Meng, Xiao Han would truly be worried. Zhao Chen retrieved his weapon, still that heavy halberd weighing 50 pounds. Zhu Meng's weapon was a thick, heavy broadsword. The students formed a large circle, waiting like spectators for the two to make their move. However, most people did not believe Zhao Chen could win. Combat Level 4, Talent E, the gap compared to Combat Level 8, Talent B is like heaven and earth. His only advantage is his honed physique, but while he has spent decades training his body, a spiritual power user only needs a few months of cultivation to surpass him. This advantage doesn't exist. How can he fight Zhu Meng? Only a few of Zhao Chen's roommates, along with Mo Guanguan and Shen Moran, probably didn't think so. Zhao Chen's physique was not that of an ordinary person, it was comparable to that of a young exotic beast. The two stood about 10 meters apart, and Zhu Meng glanced at the wooden knife in his hand, specifically saying, "Let me say it again, we will stop at the point. We don't want to get hurt too badly and miss the upcoming training." He said this to reassure Zhao Chen, letting him know he wouldn't go all out. Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. Okay. Zhu Meng took a deep breath, and the gentle smile on his face quickly vanished. He slowly brushed his left hand over the wooden knife, and a rich spiritual energy instantly spread from his palm, enveloping the blade. The wooden knife was heavy, weighing over 20 pounds. It was not something anyone could wield without years of training and exceptional strength. Zhu Meng's action demonstrated his profound skill in the techniques of entanglement and condensation. After 20 days of hellish training, many had already mastered these techniques. Zhu Meng's first application of them showcased a level that left many in awe. Xiao Han curled his lips, staring at Zhao Chen. "Now, even your last bit of advantage is gone." Zhao Chen was the first among everyone to master spiritual entanglement and condensation. When they first started training, most could only activate their spiritual energy to cover their bodies. However, with the instructor's continuous targeted training on spiritual energy, they progressed rapidly. The top performers could even skillfully apply their spiritual energy. Seeing Zhu Meng's methods, Zhao Chen's eyes held a hint of regret. Looking at his level of spiritual energy refinement, his proficiency in spiritual control is at most around 15 points. He still has a long way to go. Now, Zhao Chen's proficiency in spiritual energy control had reached 82.82. What does that mean? Let's put it this way, among the 3 junior camp instructors present, including the deputy minister of the inspection department, by Mimi, the highest level they could reach was only 60 to 70. Zhao Chen had already entered the realm of specialization, so an expert could see the difference in Zhu Meng's level with just a glance. He held the Feng Tianhua halberd, angled towards the ground, and released spiritual energy from his right hand, enveloping the halberd like mercury spilling out. In the distance, Zhang Biao and others could clearly feel the difference between the two in entanglement and condensation. However, they were not Zhao Chen and did not have the demon clown's ability to gauge proficiency, so they could only vaguely sense that Zhao Chen's spiritual energy was more solid. "Come on." Zhao Chen stared at Zhu Meng, ready to strike. But suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he saw something very interesting. The spiritual energy flowing around Zhu Meng emitted a faint blue glow. "I won't underestimate you, Zhao Chen. I know your strength is formidable, so I will defeat you with my strongest form," Zhu Meng shouted. Immediately, the hair on the back of his hands and face rapidly grew longer, turning a deep brown color. In front of everyone, his body shot up, and from his already impressive height of over 1.8 meters, he grew to over 2 meters. Even the hands gripping the weapon changed shape, with his nails turning into sharp claws. After the transformation, Zhu Meng looked incredibly fierce, exuding a chilling kingly aura. This is spiritual energy specialization. He is a beast transformation type spiritual ability user. Someone exclaimed on the spot. After awakening spiritual abilities, one could choose a specific direction based on their spiritual energy characteristics. This includes several major categories: beast transformation, nature, specialization, mental, and support. For example, Zhao Chen's Demon Clown is a special ability not found in the database, belonging to the specialization category. Zhu Meng's beast transformation type allows his body to exhibit beast-like traits and possess the strength of a ferocious beast. Those who possess this ability are considered the most brutal killing machines. Xiao Han stared at Zhu Meng, feeling a sense of danger. Has his ability been developed to this extent? Zhu Meng looked at his beastly form and nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Zhao Chen and said coldly, "Zhao Chen, are you ready?" The surprise in Zhao Chen's eyes faded, and he simply twisted the Feng Tianhua halberd in his hand. "Fight!" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Meng's leg muscles bulged as he suddenly lunged towards Zhao Chen. Boom! His massive body moved with astonishing speed, creating a whirlwind in the training ground. Zhao Chen did not dodge or evade, his mind was clear. In battle, maintaining inner peace was essential for effective offense and defense. Overlord breaking formation halberd. Zhao Chen murmured a few words, then swung the halberd fiercely forward. After this period of repeated training, his proficiency in the Overlord breaking formation halberd had reached an impressive 182. For a mid-level combat technique to reach such proficiency, an ordinary spiritual ability user would need at least 3 to 5 years of effort. Even a peerless genius would struggle to achieve it in less than a year and a half. Only Zhao Chun, who could materialize proficiency into numerical value, could accomplish this. The halberd struck out fiercely, and the originally blue spiritual energy suddenly transformed into a dark blood red, sweeping towards Zhu Meng with a sharp killing intent. As a beast transformation ability user, Zhu Meng's beast form was that of a lion, the king of beasts, and he would not back down from a clash of strength. Without a second thought, he charged forward with his wooden knife. The full force of his level 8 spiritual energy erupted, and he aimed to crush Zhao Chen with the momentum of the king of beasts. The two heavy weapons collided. Clang! The sound was as crisp as a bell, and the moment their spiritual energies met, a powerful airflow erupted, wildly surging outward. Many students could not withstand the impact of this airflow and instinctively retreated several meters. Only a few strong students like Mo Guanguan and Xiao Han could stand their ground without retreating an inch. To step back would be to admit they could not handle the spiritual pressure from the two on the field. At the moment of the weapon clash, both Zhao Chen and Zhu Meng's expressions changed significantly. This guy is so strong. They both had the same thought. Zhu Meng looked at Zhao Chen in disbelief. His spiritual energy was more than twice that of Zhao Chen's, yet he had not gained the upper hand in their direct clash. Even his hands gripping the knife felt slightly strained. What kind of monster is this guy? A humanoid beast? Zhu Meng did not understand the vast difference in their control over spiritual energy, so he simply thought Zhao Chen relied on his physical strength. Zhao Chen's surprise, however, stemmed from the fact that Zhu Meng was the strongest opponent he had faced so far. Zhu Meng, with a great talent, was a level 8 genius. He was recognized as the strongest at number 12 middle school in Luzhou City. Trained from a young age under his father, Zhu Wei, the head of the Lion Hall, the training intensity of the Lion Hall was no less than that of the military. Moreover, he practiced the family's mid-level combat technique, Beast King's Fury. With a solid foundation, strong talent, and disciplined nature, he had always stood out since childhood. Even after entering the Qingfeng camp, where he was overshadowed by talents like Mo Guanguan and Lu Yan, he was confident that he would eventually surpass them. But today, he found that Zhao Chun, with his great talent, which he had not thought much of, could exert such immense pressure on him. A smile of excitement crept onto Zhu Meng's lips. Bring it on! Zhao Chun smiled as well, finally encountering a student who couldn't withstand even one of his halberd strikes. Continue. The two faced each other without any frills and directly launched into a frenzied exchange of blows. The Feng Tianhua halberd against the wooden knife, with only 3 meters between them, the explosion of spiritual energy created a strong wave of air, sending dust flying around, forcing the onlookers to step back again. The Overlord breaking formation halberd faced off against the Beast King's Fury, and the two spirit ability users, both at the tooth level, were still unable to fully showcase the power of the intermediate battle technique. However, just the pressure from a single spirit clash was already incredibly shocking. Upon seeing Zhao Chen's halberd technique, Zhang Biao's expression turned serious. What battle technique is this? Xia Yingxue adjusted her glasses and said lightly, there are no records of it in the military database. It should be a creation of Bu Yanhua. Zhang Biao thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. As long as it wasn't a battle technique registered with the military, practicing it privately wasn't against the rules. Watching Zhao Chen execute the intermediate battle technique, Shin Moran's eyes flashed with jealousy. Is it again thanks to your good master, Zhao Chen? She quietly clenched her fists. If I had this opportunity, I would definitely be much stronger than you. The surrounding audience watched the intense battle, each one dumbfounded. Zhao Chen. Is he really that strong? I thought he just had brute strength. But why do I feel like his level 4 combat power is different from mine? A fellow level 4 student looked confused. The power he could unleash was probably not even half as fierce as Zhao Chen's. Others were equally puzzled, unable to understand the reason behind it. Only a few instructors and Bai Mimi could see that Zhao Chen's spirit power control level was exceptionally high, allowing his spirit power to be more solid and with lower loss during combat. It was like others were flowing water while he was solid ice. Although his total power was not as great as Zhu Meng's, in terms of attack power he might even surpass him. The battle between Zhao Chen and Zhu Meng was a true match of equals, both being power-oriented ability users, neither willing to concede in this aspect, resulting in a continuous clashing sound of weapons. Zhu Meng's broadsword did not have a long handle, putting him at a disadvantage in attack range. However, he believed that his weapon was lighter and shorter, giving him an advantage in speed. What he didn't expect was that even when Zhao Chen wielded that incredibly heavy halberd with one hand, his speed was not any slower than his. This guy's strength. Xu Meng, in his beast form, felt the strain amidst the constant collisions. Not only in terms of power but also in technique, Zhao Chen's purity seemed to surpass his. Although both were practicing intermediate battle techniques, there was still a gap. Xu Meng had directly started training with Beast King's Fury, while Zhao Chen first maxed out the introductory halberd technique before entering the second stage. Therefore, in weapon usage, Zhao Chen's micro-manipulation and reaction far surpassed Xu Meng's. The only reason Xu Meng could still clash with Zhao Chen was entirely due to his advantage in combat level. The more they fought, the more alarmed Xu Meng became. No matter how he attacked, it was as if Zhao Chen had predicted his attack trajectory in advance, making preemptive defenses. The broadsword struck down powerfully time and again, yet not a single blow could penetrate Zhao Chen's defense. However, when Zhao Chen's halberd came crashing down, his defenses became increasingly strained. Gradually, the two had exchanged over 30 moves, clearing a large area in the training ground. Hiss! Xu Meng, with his left foot firmly planted on the ground, suddenly took a step back. This step shocked many onlookers. In the clash of strength, Xu Meng actually lost. Seeing Xu Meng's footing compromised, a sharp glint flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. It's time to end this. Overlord disarm. Zhao Chen unleashed the killing move from the battle technique, the halberd breaking through the formation, capable of significantly enhancing explosive power in a short time. Gripping the halberd tightly in his palm, his spirit power erupted instantly. The Overlord breaking formation halberd bursting forth with blood-red light, enveloping the halberd's body as a terrifying killing intent rapidly spread out. In an instant, Zhao Chen's offensive unexpectedly grew stronger again. Xu Meng suddenly felt that the person before him was no longer Zhao Chen, but a general covered in blood, wielding a Fang Tianhua halberd. And this place was no longer a training ground, but a battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The killing intent surged forth. It was enough to disturb one's mind and intimidate the opponent. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhao Chen's Fang Tianhua halberd had already swept towards him, like a streak of bloodlight cutting through the sky. Xu Meng's pupils constricted sharply, and he quickly raised his wooden knife to block. But this time, as the halberd made contact with the wooden knife, the blade reversed and directly aimed for his neck. The skillful change of moves was astonishing. The speed beyond anyone's imagination. Zhao Chen's mastery of the Fang Tianhua halberd had reached a level where it was like an extension of his own body. The basic techniques of the halberd were just a part of it. More importantly, it was about the movements and techniques of wielding the halberd. Most spiritual power users did not pay much attention to the basics, often focusing their energy on enhancing their spiritual power after reaching a certain level. Yet Zhao Chen had mastered it to the fullest. Now, the Fang Tianhua halberd was like a part of his body, easily manipulated at will. The sudden change in moves forced Xu Meng to quickly retreat to avoid the sharp edge. His steps faltered, and his mind was in disarray. This battle had already lost all suspense. Zhao Chen gave Xu Meng no chance to catch his breath, swiftly advancing with the halberd. He raised the great halberd with both hands, wildly slashing in a frenzy. 7 consecutive slashes of the breaking army. The weight of the halberd, combined with Zhao Chen's spiritual power enhancement, made this relentless assault like the fiercest storm. Xu Meng struggled to defend, but he could only block 5 attacks. By the 6th strike, his wooden knife slipped from his hand and flew away. The 7th slash, that terrifying attack, landed on his neck and then gently lowered. It was as light as lifting a feather. This final move left Zhang Biao and the others dumbfounded. The initial attacks were not terrifying, and the ferocity of the assault was not too frightening, but the 7th move, clearly the most powerful, was suddenly halted. What level of confidence in one's own strength could achieve such control? Just as you said, we stop at the right moment. Zhao Chen looked at Xu Meng, a faint smile on his face, his fighting spirit not yet completely dissipated. He sheathed the Fang Tianhua halberd, and Xu Meng stood in a daze for a long time, staring in astonishment at the young man before him. Then he burst into laughter. Zhao Chen, you're amazing. I, Xu Meng, admit defeat wholeheartedly, he said, cupping his hands towards Zhao Chen. From now on, I will follow you as the captain. There was no trace of unwillingness in Xu Meng's eyes. He accepted his defeat openly, and no one in the training ground expected such a result. Xu Meng had been completely suppressed by Zhao Chen using his strongest abilities from start to finish. How can a level 4 fighter defeat a level 8 fighter? How did he do it? Many students displayed expressions of disbelief and confusion. Their levels were still too low to comprehend this matter. However, Mo Guangguan was not too surprised. For some reason, she just felt that Zhao Chen could win. It seemed that once he decided to strike, victory was inevitable. Zhao Chen gave her a sense of reliability, steadiness, and strength. He never blindly undertook things he was not confident about, so one could always trust him. Xiaohan stared blankly at the two shaking hands in the arena, his eyes wide open, struggling to accept such a reality. How could Zhao Chen be so strong? How could he be this strong? He had studied alongside Zhao Chen for 12 years, and in those 12 years he had never won against Zhao Chen, from the initial rivalry to later acceptance of fate. But during the awakening ceremony, Zhao Chen had only awakened an erranked talent which had given him hope of surpassing Zhao Chen. Now, you tell him that Zhao Chen was still powerful? Xiaohan felt that fate was playing a cruel joke on him, treating him like a fool. The few followers beside him glanced at Zhao Chen, then at Xiaohan, wanting to say something but hesitating. Everyone knows that Xiaohan and Zhao Chen do not get along. Boss, how is Zhao Chen so powerful? It seems not easy to deal with. Xiaohan snorted coldly and scolded. What are you panicking about? I'm about to step into the private rank. By then, I'll easily suppress him. Hearing Xiaohan say this, the flattery around them increased again. Xiaohan took a deep breath and secretly thought, Zhao Chen, isn't it just using spiritual sources to enhance strength? In terms of family background, I'm 1,000 times better than you. I can use spiritual sources too, you won't be proud for long. Zhao Chen extended his hand and tightly shook hands with Xu Meng, both looking at each other with a sense of mutual admiration. After seeing these two form a team and witnessing Zhao Chen's powerful strength, many began to have new choices. Zhao Chen, can we join your team? Yeah, the other two teams have already formed, so we should team up next and take them down. In fact, most people had little choice. Dividing into 3 groups with balanced numbers was inevitable. As Xu Meng and Zhao Chen shook hands, a delicate voice came from behind Xu Meng. In that case, can I join you too? The voice was as sweet as a full sugar. Noise taro bubble tea, and Zhao Chen turned to look, momentarily unable to take his eyes off her. A girl with shoulder-length hair and an incredibly cute smile was beaming at them. Among the new students, Meng Qiuyo had previously commented on those girls and selected 4 queens. They were Mo Guangguan, Shen Moran, Lin Meyer, and the girl in front of him, Wang Zhaojiao. Zhao Chen hadn't interacted much with her before, but now, up close, he noticed a softness in her that other girls lacked. Even Lin Meyer, while gentle on the outside, had a strong inner resolve. Wang Zhaojiao, however, gave off a soft and tender vibe, like a cool jelly ice cream on a summer day. Zhao Chen remembered she was a level talent special recruit, so her joining was certainly welcomed. You're most welcome, Zhao Chen said with a smile. Xu Meng looked at her, somewhat puzzled, and said, I thought you girls would all join Mo Guangguan's group. In fact, that was pretty much the case. Girls like Shen Moran and Xiao Lingling were all gathered around Shen Moran. Wang Zhaojiao waved her hand. Of course, girls prefer to be with boys. I'm just a normal woman. Meng Qiuyo watched Wang Zhaojiao from a distance and suddenly whispered to Zhuo Yun and Lu Yan, she's as sweet as if she has diabetes. Zhao Chen welcomed capable teammates without hesitation. No one dared to challenge his position as captain anymore. After all, it's important to have self-awareness. Moreover, they recalled what instructor Zhang Biao had said. As captain, one must bear greater responsibilities, especially in the competition of the 3 teams. If they lost the subsequent matches, the captain would face severe punishment. Soon, the remaining students also chose their teams. Zhao Chen's team had 53 members, while Mo Guangguan and Xiao Han's teams each had 54. After reorganizing and standing properly, the entire new recruit group was divided into 3 teams, with Zhao Chen, Mo Guangguan, and Xiao Han standing at the front. Formation complete. Please instruct us, instructor. Zhang Biao walked over, squinting as he surveyed everyone, nodding. Good. Not bad, now you all have teams. Remember. He fixed his serious gaze on everyone, teams are important, they can turn cowards into brave individuals and the weak into the strong. Cherish your team, and be willing to take responsibility for your team. In the future, when you go to battle, you will have many comrades. I hope you think carefully about whether you can be the one your comrades can trust with their backs when the time comes. After Zhang Biao finished speaking, he shifted the topic. Alright, since you all have formed your teams, let's officially start our game. First, let's see how well you all work together. At this point, the teaching assistant brought over a stack of scrolls and hung them on a rack at the edge of the training ground. The first game is one you've all played before. It's called You Guess What I'm Thinking. Upon hearing the name, everyone looked a bit surprised. You guess what I'm thinking? Isn't that a game for kids? However, considering that the training activities must be challenging, no one spoke up. The rules of the game are simple. Everyone turns their back and the first person looks at the image on the scroll. No talking, no sign language or codes allowed. You can only use body movements to describe the content of the image. Each person has 30 seconds, until the last person reveals the answer. If you get it right, you'll be rewarded with a show. Zhang Biao had a nonchalant smile on his face, but if you get it wrong, he walked up to Zhao Chen, patted his shoulder, and said loudly, the captain will be punished alone. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. You guess what I'm thinking? Everyone looked bewildered, initially thinking it was just a name but that the gameplay would be different. However, after hearing Zhang Biao, it seemed like a very ordinary game of You Guess What I'm Thinking. The only difference was that there were over 50 people involved. And the captain would bear the punishment alone? Is this game just to train everyone's teamwork? But that seems too difficult. Someone frowned and murmured to themselves. Having to rely solely on body movements to convey meaning through 50 people to the last one seemed nearly impossible to retain the original intent. However, knowing that only the captain would be punished, most of the participants felt quite relaxed. Instead, they felt a bit of sympathy for the three captains. Zhao Chen squinted his eyes. Most of these participants had not known each other for long, and there was no existing rapport among them. So, hoping for good luck that everyone could accurately express their meanings and that the people behind could understand was clearly impossible. Thus, under normal gameplay, they would definitely guess wrong in the end. But was there any way to successfully complete the game within the rules? Zhang Biao didn't give them time to think and directly shouted, "Everyone, turn around except for the captain." The crowd quickly turned their backs, leaving only Zhao Chen and the other two facing forward. At this moment, Zhang Biao revealed the first image. The drawing was simple, just a picture of a chick eating rice, and Zhao Chen took a glance and memorized it. 30 seconds were given for them to think, and then an assistant reminded them to hurry and pass it to the next person. Zhao Chen made a simple set of gestures, although somewhat abstract, it basically conveyed the meaning. The sound of cluck 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 filled the air. However, Zhao Chen didn't focus on this round. If they couldn't find a way to break the deadlock, they wouldn't arrive at the correct answer. What should I do? He frowned, lost in thought. Zhao Chen wasn't the only one confused. The captains of the three teams were all struggling to find the answer to this question. Zhao Chen noticed that Imo Guanguan and Xiao Han both had focused expressions on their faces. Let's observe a bit longer. We need more information to summarize our experiences. Zhao Chen stood at the front of the team, watching the members relay information, but by the time it got to the 10th person, he was already having trouble understanding what that team member was conveying. This is going to be bad. Zhao Chen felt a sinking feeling in his heart. After the first round of the game ended, the last person from each team wrote down their answers on paper and submitted them to the instructor. Throughout the entire process, no one was allowed to communicate. Zhao Chen eagerly watched as their team's paper was passed from a male student's hands. However, he had already lost hope for the answer. Sure enough, the answers from the three teams were displayed one by one. The final answer from the Imo Guanguan team was chick talking to duck. The Xiao Han team answered with the great rock spreads its wings. As for Zhao Chen's team, their final answer was water dispenser. Zhao Chen's eyelid twitched. This was way off the mark, wasn't it? Zhang Biao merely glanced at Zhao Chen and said, "The third group lost. Team leader, step forward." Both Imo Guanguan and Xiao Han felt a sense of relief, while the others looked at Zhao Chen with pity, unsure of what punishment he would face. Zhao Chen stepped forward, and Zhang Biao grinned at him. "If you want to be the team leader, you have to take on the responsibility of the entire team. The failure of the team members is your failure. Get down. Start doing 100 push-ups." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Chen dropped straight to the ground, arms firmly supporting him. "At least it's push-ups. Given my physical condition, this isn't too bad," Zhao Chen thought as he began to do them quickly. Unexpectedly, he felt a sudden weight on his back. Xia Yingxue had actually sat on his back, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses as she said, "They'll count for you, go ahead." Xia Yingxue wasn't particularly heavy, but she was welcomed, weighing over 100 pounds. With her on his back, the difficulty of the push-ups increased dramatically. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. Thankfully, he could still manage. It was fortunate it wasn't Zhang Biao or Su Zhisheng pressing down on him, otherwise he might not have been able to hold up. Soon, he completed 100 push-ups. Zhang Biao called Zhao Chen back to the team, giving them a minute to discuss before moving on to the next round. Dozens of people immediately gathered around, chattering incessantly. Zhao Chen raised his hand. "Stop. One at a time, speak up." One student immediately said, "It's too difficult to convey accurate information with 53 people. It looks like we'll have to cheat." Someone quickly retorted, "How can you cheat right under the instructor's nose? Do you think they're blind? What do we do if we don't cheat? In this kind of game, it's impossible to get the right answer unless a blind cat stumbles upon a dead mouse." Many people expressed their opinions, but few were useful. Zhao Chen frowned and said solemnly, "If it's just doing push-ups, I can still manage. What we can confirm now is that among the three groups, the loser will be determined based on how far off the topic they are. Let's keep going. Slowly look for patterns." Time was short, so Zhao Chen could only comfort everyone for now. After losing the first round, everyone was determined to win back in the next rounds. A collective desire for victory was born in their hearts. However, in the second round, Zhao Chen's team lost again. Zhang Biao laughed even louder, pointing at Zhao Chen. "Keep going. In the second round, the number doubles. If we lose the third round, it will double again." It was then that everyone realized the horror of the punishment. Losing 3 times meant doing 400 push-ups, 4 times meant 800, and if they lost 5 rounds in a row, they would have to do a whopping 1,600 push-ups in one go. The heavy pressure weighed on everyone. Not just Zhao Chun, but also the other team members. Because when Zhao Chun took the punishment for the entire team, they felt a strong sense of guilt. It was because of their inadequacy that the team leader was punished. Zhao Chun remained calm, quickly completing 200 push-ups. However, this time, after getting up, he immediately reported, "Report, instructor. Can we adjust the order of personnel?" Zhao Chen had identified the key issue. It was actually the people at the back who determined their team's answer. The further back they were, the greater the chance of information being distorted. Therefore, it would be better to place a few team members who seemed to perform poorly in body language at the front. Zhang Biao said, "Sure." Without hesitation, Zhao Chen turned to Zhu Meng and said, "Zhu Meng, you're last, responsible for reporting the answer." Zhu Meng nodded, and besides him, Zhao Chen adjusted the order of a few others. Thus, the third round of the game continued. Zhao Chen thought, even if calculated by probability, this round shouldn't end with his team losing, right? But when the results came out, it still made their hearts sink. The loser of the third round was still their third group. The other two groups of students looked at Zhao Chen with a hint of glee. In the third round, they would have to do 400 push-ups in one go. Some members of the third group clenched their fists, while others, indifferent, grinned at Zhao Chen. All kinds of people existed. After all, they were just a temporary team with little camaraderie. "Who told you, Zhao Chen, to rush to be the captain?" Zhao Chen still didn't say a word and completed the 400 push-ups. He didn't do it for nothing. During the process, the demon clown activated the strength training, steadily increasing his proficiency. It seemed like suffering, but in reality, it was a shortcut. However, losing like this wasn't Zhao Chen's style. Since he became the captain, he had to win. After finishing the push-ups, everyone gathered around, still with a minute to discuss. Xu Meng frowned and said, "Changing members won't help. If anyone makes a mistake in the middle, it will completely distort the final answer." Meng Qiqiu leaned closer to Zhao Chen and whispered, "There's no way. Our group has many members who were leftovers from the selection. We really can't match the overall ability of the other two groups." He pointed out the crux of the problem. All the students were basically from the Yuwu school in the 5 counties and 7 districts of Luzhou City, and they knew each other well. Therefore, the first group led by Mo Guanguan and Zhao Chen's second group had already filtered out the best talents with the best brains and adaptability during the selection phase. Of course, it wasn't that Zhao Chen's team was made up of useless people. It was just that this game only needed 2 or 3 not-so-smart individuals to disrupt the entire team's rhythm. This was also why Zhao Chen's team had lost 3 rounds in a row. At this moment, the mood of the third group was also very low. This was not a competition of individual combat power or physique. Zhao Chen's previous impressive performances could not play a role in the game now. They deeply felt the helplessness of individual strength. A few people lowered their heads in guilt, not daring to look at Zhao Chen, whose forehead was covered in sweat. In the scorching heat of 40 degrees, continuously supporting an adult to do 700 push-ups was no easy task. But at that moment, a smile crept onto Zhao Chen's lips. "It's okay, I've seen through the rules of this game. Next, we will start to overtake. Let their captain take the punishment." Everyone was taken aback by Zhao Chen's words, looking at him in surprise. Zhao Chen explained, "Experience is the best teacher. The punishment I receive won't be in vain. The key to determining victory isn't about who can answer correctly. It's about whose answer is closest to the correct one. So, if we want to win, we shouldn't be fixated on how to answer correctly." Zhuo Yun looked confused, "But if we don't answer correctly, how can we win?" Zhao Chen smiled mysteriously, "As long as our accuracy is higher than theirs, that's enough." Seeing that everyone still didn't understand his words, Zhao Chen said seriously, "Next, don't try to grasp every point of the answer. Just focus on one point. For example, if the question is fix the pen after the sheep are lost, then we just need to focus on sheep. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Reducing the amount of information can enhance accuracy." After hearing Zhao Chen's explanation, everyone suddenly realized, "Wow, it can actually be like this. That's right, as long as we get closer to the correct answer than they do." Zhao Chen continued, "Now let's unify our actions. Before gesturing, first extend a finger. Extend one finger to indicate one piece of information. If you extend 2 fingers, it means 2 pieces of information. I will try to keep it simple. If it's complex, just show one piece of information. If there are 2 simple pieces of information, I will show both. For example, it's like talking at cross purposes. I will display both chicken and duck. As long as the final answer does not deviate from these 2 words, it guarantees at least a 50 accuracy rate." Zhao Chen quickly emphasized the gameplay, and everyone memorized it firmly, then lined up to prepare for the 4th round of the game. Each team maintained a certain distance, and the other 2 teams could not hear what Zhao Chen and the others were saying. However, the first 3 rounds had all been lost by the third group, and they were gloating, waiting to see the fun. Except for the captain, everyone turned their backs. Zhang Biao also revealed a new hint image, and this time the topic was a monkey wearing a crown. Zhao Chen took a glance, without any hesitation turned around and tapped the second person's back to make him turn. Then Zhao Chen extended a finger and began to mimic a monkey's movements. The information was monkey. The person understood immediately, turned around without any extra movements, and perfectly replicated Zhao Chen's actions. The simpler it was, the easier it was to remember, and the less likely to make mistakes. Thus, during this round, Zhao Chen's group demonstrated their speed significantly faster than the other 2 groups. The other 2 groups were stuck at the 30-second limit, eager to convey all the information to the maximum extent. The obvious speed difference on the field also caught the attention of several instructors. Zhang Biao laughed. It must be that Zhao Chen is up to some tricks again. Xiang Xue said, as the leader of the team, one must know how to be flexible. Let's see what trick he comes up with this time. Zhao Chen's group was so fast that the 2 groups beside them couldn't help but be affected. Since they relied on counting in their heads to judge the time, seeing others so quick while they were still far behind made them anxious. When nervous, mistakes are easy to make. In the end, Zhao Chen's group was the first to submit their answer. After Zhang Biao looked at the answer, he gave Zhao Chen a deep glance before revealing the answers of the 3 groups. The first group, Mo Guangwen's answer was sharp beak and monkey cheeks. The second group, Xiao Han's answer was the tyrant lifts the cauldron, which was clearly influenced by the information wearing a hat, leading to a misjudgment. Zhao Chen's group, however, provided the answer to kill a chicken to warn the monkey. Seeing this result, Zhao Chen smiled with satisfaction. Their strategy worked. Xiao Han gritted his teeth and immediately bent down to start doing push-ups. His build couldn't compare to Zhao Chen's, so he wasn't using weights. Since he had also been exercising for years, doing 100 push-ups wasn't too strenuous. Zhao Chen smiled brightly and said to everyone, "Let's keep going like this. As long as we don't make mistakes, one of the 2 teams will surely mess up. So if we don't come in last, we won't be punished. The more we play this game, the more we can become winners. In this game, only the last place is punished, so there is no difference between the first and second places. Therefore, grasping the simplest and easiest to remember piece of information is the most reliable approach." Just as Zhao Chen thought, they continued with 3 more rounds of the game. In those 3 rounds, they were not in last place. Xiao Han's push-ups increased to 400, while Mo Guangguan only did 1, making her the least punished so far. Zhao Chen couldn't help but carefully observe the behavior patterns of Mo Guangguan's group. He keenly noticed the key to their high error rate. Everyone ensured they did the same action. Whatever Mo Guangguan did, they did not add their own ideas but completely replicated it. This way, having a clever team member arranged in the last position could greatly ensure accuracy. And the person assigned to the last position by Mo Guangguan was, unsurprisingly, Shen Moran. Without any hesitation, after observing for a few rounds, Zhao Chen directly copied their approach, while ensuring that only the simplest and most reliable information is conveyed. Consistency in actions must also be guaranteed. Among the 51 team members in the middle segment, they completely replicated Zhao Chen's movements. As a result, what was clearly a team of 53 people effectively became just 2, Zhao Chen, who demonstrated the movements, and Xu Meng, who interpreted them. After improvements, the accuracy of Zhao Chen's group was also increasing. After 3 rounds of the game, Zhao Chen still hadn't done a single push-up. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's push-ups had already skyrocketed to a terrifying 1600. When he heard this number, his entire face turned pale. Zhao Chen said lightly, "Now, we can take a break for a while." By the time Xiao Han finished, more than an hour had passed. Zhang Biao looked up at the sun, which was now past 10 in the morning. And it was getting hot. "Fortunately, it's still early. Don't wait around, get started." He signaled to Xiao Han that he could begin. Before this, Xiao Han had already done 1,500 push-ups intermittently. Xiao Han gritted his teeth, took off his hat, and immediately started doing push-ups. Everyone silently watched him alone, a feeling of indescribable oppression in the air. When Xiao Han did the initial 500, his speed was acceptable, but as he progressed, his pace slowed down. At these moments, Zhang Biao would walk over, step over him, and sternly scold, "Pick up the pace. What are you dawdling for? Do you want everyone to wait for you?" Xiao Han clenched his teeth, enduring the feeling of his heart about to explode, and continued. At 800, his arms began to tremble. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was nearing his limit. Many trainees even believed that the instructor was just trying to scare him with the 1600 push-ups, and that it would be called off when he could no longer bear it. But Zhao Chen knew very well that even if it took until midnight, Xiao Han had to complete those 1,600 push-ups today. Xiao Han was struggling immensely. This process, unable to use spiritual power, relied solely on physical endurance. Clearly, his physique was not as monstrous as Zhao Chen's. Between 800 and 1000, he was moving as slowly as a snail. If it weren't for the instructor occasionally yelling at him, everyone would have thought he would collapse on the ground. Now, seeing his face turning purple, many were worried he might faint. More than an hour passed like this. The scene was silent, watching Xiaohan endure punishment alone, as if it were a silent execution. It was a punishment for Xiaohan, but also for everyone in the second group. This simultaneously instilled a strong sense of cruelty in all the trainees. It seemed to tell them that this is how the military operates. Any mistake made by one person could ultimately require others to pay a significant price. Just as Xiaohan was starting to flutter like a butterfly, indeed struggling to complete those 1600 push-ups, Xia Yingxue suddenly spoke up. Go get him a glass of water. At that moment, Xiaohan felt like a lost person in the desert suddenly spotting an oasis. It was as if he had heard celestial music. He even thought the torment was coming to an end. However, Xia Yingxue only handed him a glass of glucose water. You can't drink it. You can only swish it around. Despite this, Xiaohan still secretly took a sip. That mouthful of glucose water could save his life. But after drinking, the imagined relief did not come. He still needed to finish the remaining 600 push-ups. A true sense of despair. Zhang Biao suddenly sneered and sternly said, "Did you think it was over? Did you think you were pitiful enough for me to sympathize with you? Wrong. When you truly reach the battlefield, your enemies will wish to push you into even deeper despair immediately. Even when you reach a dead end, don't always think about others coming to save you, because the only thing you can believe in is your own strength." Zhao Chen muttered to himself, "Is this what the instructor wants to teach us in this program? The training camp is not just about tempering our character, it's also about teaching them how to use their spiritual power and the principles they need to understand to become qualified soldiers. All the recruits, after a month of intense training, will undergo a transformation." With this thought, Zhao Chen suddenly shouted, "Report!" His outburst was so abrupt that everyone looked at him as if he were crazy. He wasn't the one being punished. Why did he have to stick his neck out? Zhang Biao shot him a glare that seemed ready to devour him. He strode up to Zhao Chen. "New recruit Zhao Chen. You're standing out, aren't you? Tell me, what are you here for?" Zhao Chen shouted, "To obey your orders, sir." Zhang Biao, initially wide-eyed with anger, was half his fury dissipated by this clever response. "Damn it, new recruit Zhao Chen. You're a genius. Your IQ must be 160. Now tell me, what do you want to do?" Zhao Chen declared earnestly, "Your words have deeply moved me. I've decided to accept the same punishment as Xiaohan to strengthen my resolve." It wasn't that Zhao Chen wanted to show off. It was that waiting here for 2 or 3 hours while watching Xiaohan flounder was driving him crazy. In 3 hours, he could have improved his skill proficiency by 10 points. Ever since awakening the ability of the demon clown, Zhao Chen felt he had developed an obsession. If the proficiency progress bar didn't move, he felt uncomfortable all over. Zhao Chen's words once again shocked everyone present. If it weren't for hearing it with their own ears, who would believe that someone could endure hardship without complaint? Has he gone mad? Someone murmured, their tone almost declarative rather than questioning. Even Zhang Biao, Su Zhixiong, and Xia Yingxue, who had trained many batches of recruits, along with the teaching assistants from the inspection department, found it hard to believe. Zhang Biao rubbed his ears. "You voluntarily asked for punishment? It's to comprehend the will you've taught us, and to refine myself." Zhao Chen's gaze was intense, looking like a model student. For the first time, he saw tears welling up in Zhang Biao's eyes. How can there be such a soldier? Zhang Biao shook his finger, pointing at Zhao Chen while addressing the others. "If everyone had Zhao Chen's awareness, we would have wiped out the hybrids of the dark races long ago." All right, you come here. Slow down, watch out for the stones on the ground." At this moment, Zhang Biao looked at Zhao Chen with more affection than he would his own son. Zhao Chen was delighted and immediately lay down to start doing push-ups. After a few, he felt something was off and looked up at Xia Yingxue. "Instructor Xia, what are you waiting for?" It felt wrong not to have something on his back. Hearing this, Xia Yingxue seemed to realize something and walked over to sit on Zhao Chen's back. Only then did Zhao Chen smile and begin doing push-ups. Everyone, the expressions of the few people in dorm 207 as they looked at Zhao Chen gradually changed. Meng Qiuyo thought, "Little Mu is really fierce. He's got several instructors at a loss. But now I see it, he's not training hard, he's clearly a masochist." Zhuoyan looked at him with admiration, nodding slightly. "So, he likes mature women." He pretended to accept punishment, but in reality he wanted the instructor to sit on him. "Little Mu, you're truly my idol." Actually, at this moment, Xia Yingxue was the most embarrassed one. She originally did this to punish Zhao Chen, but since he asked for it, the action seemed to take on a different meaning. She coughed, trying hard to act as if nothing had happened. However, at this time, Zhao Chun was using the demon clown and his proficiency and strength was skyrocketing as he trained vigorously. Not far away, Xiao Han, who was floundering, had red eyes. Zhao Chun, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? His heart was screaming madly. But at the moment he didn't even have the strength to speak. Compared to doing push-ups, it wasn't that Zhao Chun was bullying him by taking advantage of his abilities. In 12 years at Yuwu School, in every physical fitness test, Zhao Chun had always outperformed him, Xiao Han, by a wide margin. Because both Bu Yanhuan and he were very poor, Bu Yanhuan once said, Xiao Mu. Us poor people are born different from the children of the rich and powerful. Besides working harder, there's no other way to surpass them. Talent? Perhaps there is some, but more often, it's just the humility of those hard-working geniuses. Or it could be said that effort is also a kind of talent. Zhao Chun enjoyed the feeling of training under pressure, although he would later experience muscle soreness and sweat profusely. As long as he could see his own growth, he was extremely happy. Strength innate divine power, proficiency 198. Strength innate divine power, proficiency 199. Every drop of sweat that flowed from Zhao Chun transformed into a bit of his strength. He was very vigorous in doing 1600 push-ups without any pauses in between. His highest record was completing 5,000 push-ups in one go, and now his physical strength far exceeded that of the past, making this amount of exercise not much of a pressure for him. If it weren't for Xia Yingshu's sitting on him, it might have been hard to even break a sweat. Therefore, Zhao Chun surprisingly finished in less than an hour, and his innate divine power had reached a proficiency of 212. According to Zhao Chun's estimation, he could now lift over 400 pounds with both hands, far exceeding the world record for his weight class in weightlifting. This was disastrous for the control group, Xiao Han. Originally, he was struggling alone, giving off a bit of a lone hero vibe, which garnered some sympathy from others. But with Zhao Chun's comparison, everyone suddenly realized, hey, something's not right. Why is Zhao Chun doing it so easily while you, Xiao Han, are struggling so much? It turned out that it was Xiao Han who was lacking, not that the punishment was too harsh. In an instant, the looks everyone gave Xiao Han were filled with disdain. While Xiao Han was still flapping his arms like a butterfly, they trembled like a sieve. After Zhao Chun finished, he had only managed to do 1,300 push-ups, still 300 short. For the remaining ones, he had to rest for half a day after each one, catching his breath before continuing. After Zhao Chun got up, he gave Xiao Han a deep look, then sighed loudly enough for everyone to hear. Sigh tsk tsk tsk. While sighing and shaking his head, though he said nothing, it felt as if he had said everything. Put. Among the students, someone couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the laughter seemed contagious, quickly spreading to many others. Thud. Xiao Han finally couldn't bear the humiliation and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Biao looked at him with a face full of disdain. He said to the assistant instructor, take him to the side, let him finish. Then he shouted to everyone in Group 2, your captain didn't do well, so the team members must also be punished. Now, everyone do 300 push-ups, start. Everyone in Group 2 was dumbfounded. Weren't they only punishing the captain? They didn't dare to resent the instructor, but in their hearts, they cursed Xiao Han. If our captain were Zhao Chun, he could really handle it. Xiao Han is still a level special recruit, thinking he's so great, but look at this. No ability and still acting tough, rushing to be the captain, showing off. The complaints from the members of Group 2 were not small, and they reached Xiao Han's ears to some extent. At this moment, he was both exhausted and angry, wishing he could eat Zhao Chun alive. Finally, after another hour, Xiao Han finally completed all 1,600 push-ups. But by then, he lay on the ground like a dead dog, not wanting to move a single finger. Zhang Biao glanced at him. As usual, this project is meant to have the entire team lift the captain up, to inspire a sense of team spirit. But now, due to Zhao Chun's stark contrast, he couldn't be bothered to give Xiao Han the kind of heroic ceremony. In the first project of team training, Zhao Chun's team ranked first alongside Mo Guangwen's team due to their low error rate. Both Zhao Chun and Mo Guangwen earned double points. As for Xiao Han's team, they didn't earn any points at all. By this time, it was already afternoon, and Xiao Han had become a dead dog, so he had no choice but to announce that everyone should eat first. The first day's training ended after just a few routine exercises. As they were dispersing, Mo Guangwen suddenly came over to call Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun, are you going to the training hall later? Zhao Chun looked at Mo Guangwen in surprise. I go every day. But I've never run into you. The training hall is quite large, but Zhao Chun had seen many of his fellow freshmen. The only ones he hadn't seen were Mo Guangwen and a few others, which he found strange. Mo Guangwen looked at him curiously. I've never seen you either. Aren't you meditating in the quiet room at night? Zhao Chun had a puzzled expression. What quiet room? After some conversation, they realized that they were going to completely different training halls. The place Mo Guangwen went to was more advanced, with an excellent meditation room, and the independent practice rooms had no restrictions on usage. Meng Xiuxiu explained to Zhao Chen, that's a privilege only for level and a level special recruits. Of course, we can't go there. He continued, the various privileges and resources that special recruits receive are far more than those of ordinary students. For example, they receive meditation capsules monthly to help with meditation, and they also get spiritual source assistance to enhance their combat level every month. Including when they enroll, the permissions they unlock are more than ours, and they can even receive a free intermediate combat technique. Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, it really is a different treatment. Another harsh reality lay before him. No matter how outstanding Zhao Chen performed during the camp trials or training, he couldn't temporarily break the consensus of this world. Those with high spiritual talents find it much easier to achieve great success. Those with low spiritual talents, no matter how hard they try, find it difficult to catch a glimpse of genius. He couldn't help but look at Lu Yen. Lu Yen, do you still go to the first level training hall with us every day? Lu Yen scratched his head, I just want to be with everyone. Zhao Chen smiled, if you're meditating in the future, you should go to the quiet room. He didn't really need places like the quiet room. Ordinary ability users have very strict requirements for their environment when meditating and can't tolerate any disturbances. However, Zhao Chen had the assistance of the turtle breathing technique, allowing him to quickly enter a meditative state even in the dormitory. Without good conditions, he just creates them himself. Mo Guanguan looked at Zhao Chen with a hint of regret in her eyes. She earnestly stared into Zhao Chen's eyes. Zhao Chen, work hard. I believe you won't be limited by your A-level talent. I can feel that you will become an extraordinary powerhouse. Zhao Chen smiled and said without modesty, of course. Mo Guanguan couldn't help but chuckle. You really don't understand humility at all. But that's a good thing. She gave Zhao Chen a thumbs up to cheer him on and then swished her long ponytails as she left. After eating, Zhao Chen went directly to the engineering department. He found Liang Gongqi, who was lounging on the sofa watching beautiful women in swimsuits, and said to her, Teacher, I've basically mastered the technique of spiritual pattern engraving. Upon hearing this, Liang Gongqi almost fell off the sofa. She stared at Zhao Chen in shock, as if looking at a monster. What did you say? Ha? Zhao Chen shrugged, I've been working hard for almost a month. Mastering spiritual pattern engraving isn't too much to ask, right? Not too much, not at all. Liang Gongqi ground her teeth while speaking, her expression as if she wanted to devour Zhao Chen. During the process of crafting the ashes, the first two foundational steps were the most difficult. The drawing of the spiritual pattern route and the spiritual pattern engraving had no shortcuts. Due to their precision, even machines could not guarantee there would be no errors. Therefore, it had to be completed by an ash master. Just imagine the difficulty of compressing lines of 100,000 levels into an area no larger than a fingernail. Even a prodigy would need 1 or 2 years to accomplish this. Yet Zhao Chen completed the entire process in less than a month. The principle was quite simple. Spiritual pattern engraving tested the stability of the hand, the quality of vision, and the steadiness of the mindset. Zhao Chen simplified complex problems, practicing various skills step by step. In the end, it took him only about 10 days to be able to carve in the precision field. What remained was merely to engrave the spiritual pattern route already in his mind. During this time, he inevitably needed guidance from Liang Gongqi. Although Liang Gongqi knew Zhao Chen was progressing rapidly, she never expected him to be this fast. For the first time in her life, she felt that a man being too fast was not a good thing. Zhao Chen asked, Teacher, how far am I from becoming a first-level ash master? Liang Gongqi stared at Zhao Chen and suddenly smiled, saying, probably still a few 100 million Xianfeng coins. Zhao Chen? His face was filled with confusion. Xianfeng coins? What does that mean? Liang Gongqi crossed her arms and said lightly, why are ash masters so rare? It's because every ash master is forged with money. Next, what you need to do is use real ash materials to create the ashes. In the initial stage, you will produce a large amount of waste. But whether it's the bones of exotic beasts or dark races, or the sealing materials like secret silver and mysterious gold, they are all extremely expensive. Even a talented child like your senior sister Guningli took 5 years to successfully achieve the status of a first-level ash master. She rubbed her fingers together, making a classic money gesture. So, if you want to become an ash master, you need money. A lot of money. Zhao Chen thought for a moment and suddenly looked at Liang Gongqi with eager eyes. Teacher, am already this excellent, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Liang Gongqi looked at him with a shiver and waved her hand, saying, it's not that I won't help you. It's just that the bones I have are for crafting high-level ashes. You wouldn't be able to use them even if I gave them to you. As she spoke, she reached into the drawer and took out a small silver ingot, tossing it to Zhao Chen. This piece of secret silver is enough for you to practice a dozen times. I can only give you this much help. The rest, you'll have to figure out on your own. Zhao Chen looked on eagerly, wanting to plead for more, but was directly chased out by Liang Gongqi. You don't need to come back. Go get the ash materials first. In fact, Zhao Chen didn't know that this small piece of secret silver was worth several million Xianfeng coins. Moreover, according to the rules of the Qingfeng camp, students had to exchange credits for all materials. Lian Gongqi's actions were already quite favorable to him. Zhao Chen touched his nose. A few 100 million Xianfeng coins? Are you kidding me? Where was he supposed to find that much money? But upon careful thought, as long as he reduced the waste rate, wouldn't that decrease the consumption of money and materials? I must become an ash master. 1 or 2 years is too long. I can't wait. After thinking it over, he felt he had to start with Jinxiang City. It had been over half a month. Why hadn't the promised 40 million Xianfeng coins arrived yet? Zhao Chen found Meng Qiuyo and brought up the matter of the ash materials. After hearing this, Meng Qiuyo patted his chest loudly. Hey, Xiaomu. It's no big deal. From now on, you'll cover all the materials you need to make the ashes. Zhao Chen, however, smiled and shook his head in refusal, saying, in business, a deal is a deal. Sell it to me for whatever price it is worth. The cost of learning to create the ashes was immense. I couldn't let you spend your own money. The Meng family was a business family, always seeking profit. Zhao Chen didn't want to owe such a big favor to Meng Qiuyo. Meng Qiuyo said somewhat unhappily, Xiaomu Gu, are you being distant with me? We're all brothers here. Zhao Chen smiled and replied, I still have 40 million Xianfeng coins in Jinxiang City, enough for my needs. If I ever run short, it'll definitely come to you. Hearing this, Meng Qiuyo finally relented. However, he also promised that the materials provided to Zhao Chen would be the best and at a favorable price. After Zhao Chen finished speaking, he sent a message to Jinxiang City. Jinxiang City, is the money ready? I've contacted a new buyer, and their offer is the same as yours. If you can't come up with the money, I might sell it to someone else. After sending the message, Zhao Chen quietly waited in the dormitory. He had barely counted to 10 when the dormitory door was pushed open forcefully. Big brother, Zhao big brother. No, we agreed on this, right? Jinxiang City said with a bitter face. Zhao Chen asked lightly, then where's your money? I'm in urgent need of it. I can't wait any longer. In the end, Jinxiang City told Zhao Chen that he had only managed to gather 20 million Xianfeng coins for now, and the rest would take some time to provide. Zhao Chen accepted the money and said calmly, in that case, I'll hold on to the silver sword for you. But once you pay the full amount, I'll hand over the goods. Jinxiang City, knowing he was in the wrong, had no choice but to leave first. Zhao Chen thought this was quite good. Keeping the silver sword would still be useful for him. Meanwhile, Meng Qiuyo went to the balcony, closed the floor-to-ceiling window, and then dialed his father's phone number. In a private room of a club in the capital city of Jiangnan province, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a small mustache sat on a large leather sofa. He was Meng Fugui, the third son of the president of the Jiangnan Meng Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the notification on his communication device, Meng Fugui immediately pushed aside a few alluring hostesses beside him and put on a smiling face. Hello, my precious son. How's it going in Qingfeng camp? Have you made any new friends? Meng Qiuyo chuckled. Dad, don't worry. I certainly won't forget our Meng family's teachings. There's something I need your help with. Ash's materials are classified as controlled goods, and it's not easy to mobilize them. Private trading is not allowed, and while there is a black market, the prices are much higher than the official ones. Meng Qiuyo said, I've made a friend, a very talented aspiring ash master. But he needs ash materials to practice and wants me to help him get some. Upon hearing the term ash master, Meng Fugui's eyes lit up. To cultivate an ash master requires a massive amount of resources. However, once successful, the returns will be extremely rewarding. But do you have faith in this friend of yours? Meng Qiuyo took a deep breath, glanced at Zhao Chen in the dormitory, and then seriously told Meng Fugui 4 words. A rare treasure. This was the evaluation given by the Meng family's ancestor, Meng Buwei, to a Yetobi great noble. Today, Meng Qiuyo applied these 4 words to Zhao Chen. Meng Fugui's expression immediately became serious. Ha ha, good. I believe my son's judgment is never wrong. Don't worry, they'll take care of the ash resources. Let's give it to him at 70 of the cost price. After finalizing the arrangements with his father, Meng Qiuyo returned with a smile to tell Zhao Chen that the matter had been resolved. At this moment, Zhao Chen still didn't understand how difficult it was to obtain these materials through official channels. Meng Qiuyo didn't deliberately mention it either. Between people, it's better to do more and say less. Over time, true intentions will be revealed. Zhao Chen directly transferred 19 million of the money Jinxiang City had given him to Meng Qiuyo, keeping 1 million for himself in case of emergencies. After resolving all of this, he took a few people from dorm 207 and continued to the training hall for their daily training. During this time, in addition to mastering the introductory spear technique to full proficiency, Zhao Chen also casually learned the introductory sword technique, introductory gun technique, and introductory knife technique. As he had anticipated, after mastering more combat techniques, his proficiency in the 7-kill combat technique was also rapidly increasing. Now, the proficiency of the 7-kill combat technique had reached 230 points. This was Zhao Chen's own combat technique, and since he became a spiritual ability user, he had embarked on a path completely different from Manhwa. The increase in proficiency solidified his fundamentals immensely, and a special change began to occur within his body. It seemed as if an inexplicable force was being born from within him. He had a feeling that when the proficiency of the 7-kill combat technique reached the next stage, a qualitative change would occur. Meanwhile, the others from Dorm 207, led by Meng Qiuyo, although a bit lazy, still trained daily alongside Zhao Chen and the others. Among them, Lu Yan's rate of progress surprised Zhao Chen the most. In the past 18 years, he had hardly ever seriously wielded a knife. However, after he started to engage with the knife, his training speed was astonishingly rapid. Any technique that Zhao Chen pointed out briefly, he quickly mastered. Is this what an A-level talent is like? No wonder everyone says that geniuses are insurmountable mountains. Zhao Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As usual, they trained until around 2 in the morning, and Zhao Chen returned to the dormitory alone before climbing into bed. Demon Clown, activate skill spiritual energy reversal, Zhao Chen silently said to himself. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to meditate while operating the turtle breathing technique. The Demon Clown held a sign that displayed Spiritual Energy Reversal, Proficiency 358. Unbeknownst to him, the proficiency progress bar had already reached 1/3. Now, Zhao Chen could complete a meditation session in 3 minutes, and he could do so in any environment. The more he meditated, the more he could feel that powerful force in the subspace gradually flowing into his body. His spiritual sea was becoming increasingly full, and a sense of fullness and strength made him feel very grounded. His combat level remained at 4, which was average among the new students. However, the total amount of spiritual energy he possessed was about 3 times that of other spiritual ability users at the same level, comparable to an ordinary combat level 7 spiritual ability user. This was the Demon Clown. Although it couldn't quickly elevate Zhao Chen's combat level, the increase in meditation proficiency led to an expansion of the spiritual energy stored in his spiritual sea. Simply put, if everyone's spiritual sea was a pond and spiritual energy was water, then geniuses like Imo Guanguan and Lu Yan with A-level talents could quickly increase the depth of the pond, while Zhao Chen expanded the width of the pond. The advantage was that, on the surface, Zhao Chen's combat level seemed low, but in reality, his total amount of spiritual energy far exceeded his current level. If he were in a battle, the enemy would misjudge his combat power because of this. Zhao Chen curled his lips into a smile. He was very satisfied. This was an excellent disguise that could create miracles at critical moments. After meditating for a while, the proficiency of spiritual energy reversal increased a few more points. Zhao Chen checked the time and realized it was time to rest, so he switched skills to sleep, proficiency 100. The Demon Clown chuckled, and a prompt came through. Zhao Chen then realized that his sleep skill had also reached max level. Soon, the text on the panel changed. Sleep deep sleep, proficiency 100. Zhao Chen closed his eyes, and after activating his ability, he fell into a deep slumber in less than 30 seconds. When he opened his eyes again, it was pitch black outside. He glanced at the time on his electronic wristband and was surprised to find that only an hour and a half had passed since he fell asleep. However, at this moment, Zhao Chen felt invigorated, refreshed, and the fatigue in his body had completely vanished. His eyes sparkled like 2 bright lanterns in the darkness. The sky was still dark as Zhao Chen quietly dressed and took his training halberd out of the dormitory building. At 4 in the morning, he saw the begonia flowers still awake. The dormitory corridor was pitch black, silent as the grave, with everyone lost in dreams, and the air held a pleasantly cool chill. Zhao Chen descended the stairs with the halberd in hand and arrived at a grove directly in front of the dormitory. Taking a deep breath of the refreshing morning air, Zhao Chen's gaze sharpened. Demon Clown, ability switch. Overlord breaking formation halberd. In the night, Zhao Chen's spiritual power surged rapidly from his spiritual sea to his entire body. The level 4 spiritual power was not blazing, resembling the faint light of dawn, yet it was as solid as mercury. The spiritual power spread and roamed around him, ultimately gathering on the halberd in his hand. A 50-pound training weapon seems a bit light for me, Zhao Chen remarked. However, in this world, few would wield weapons over 50 pounds, except for some naturally formidable warriors. Zhao Chen paid no mind to others and began to swing the halberd. The Overlord breaking formation halberd operated, and the spiritual power flowed in a special manner, revealing a strange dark red hue on the halberd's body, like a river of blood. Boom! Boom! Zhao Chen danced in the night, the halberd sweeping in all directions, causing the air to tremble. Every move was filled with a sense of destruction. After completing a round of the Overlord breaking formation halberd, Zhao Chen paused to rest for a moment, meditating to recover his spiritual power. When the sun rose, a familiar figure jogged over. Imo Guanguan, dressed in a black tracksuit, arrived at the scene where Zhao Chen had set the halberd aside and was resting against a tree on the ground covered with fallen leaves. Imo Guanguan exclaimed in surprise, "You started practicing the halberd this early in the morning?" This was a much greater workout than his previous running. Zhao Chen opened his eyes and smiled. "I got up a bit early today, so I practiced for a while." He stood up. "Let's go. Today it's still 20 kilometers. Come on. I have to beat you this time." Imo Guangwen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, but unsurprisingly, she lost again. Next time, I'm going to get serious." A spark of frustration flashed in her eyes, clearly unhappy about losing to Zhao Chen again. Zhao Chen smiled lightly. "If you unleash level 17 spiritual power and use your footwork, I definitely won't win." Imo Guanguan practiced an intermediate combat technique, and with her high level of combat power, Zhao Chen's words were not an exaggeration. But Imo Guanguan huffed, "What kind of skill is that? To win against you, it has to be fair and square. Let's head back. We have training later." She flicked her ponytail and turned around, leaving confidently. The second day's team training project was no longer a guessing game but digging pits. Zhang Biao led everyone to the training ground, instructing them not to use any tools, not even embers, to dig a cubic pit measuring 10 meters on each side and 20 meters deep with their bare hands. "No tools? Are we supposed to use our hands?" someone questioned in disbelief. Zhang Biao smirked, "Of course." Zhao Chen raised his hands. "Concentrating spiritual power in my hands to increase strength can indeed be used to dig soil, but it requires extremely powerful spiritual control." His proficiency in spiritual power control had already reached 82, so it was naturally not a problem. "Your abilities are more suited for this challenge, so you will be the main force for breaking ground." He then called over the water-type spiritualists. "You are responsible for moistening the soil to reduce the pressure of our digging. The rest will act as support, stepping in when the frontline members are fatigued and transporting the soil." Zhao Chen himself approached the patch of land, carefully observing it, first checking the terrain, then crouching down to test the hardness of the ground. Just as he was pondering how to break through the surface as quickly as possible, he suddenly heard Xiao Han's triumphant voice coming from a distance. "Everyone, step aside." Zhao Chen turned his head to see Xiao Han standing alone in the open space. Noticing Zhao Chen's gaze, a gleam of pride lit up in his eyes. "Zhao Chen, the gap between us lies in the realm of spiritual energy. Those previous trainings were just child's play, not real skills. Now, let me show you something." Xiao Han took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the empty ground before him. Then, a chilling aura spread from his body, and the surrounding students immediately felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, instinctively hugging their arms and moving away. Zhao Chen clearly saw a powerful spiritual force surging from Xiao Han, and that force was not the initial blue but ice blue. "An ice-wind dual attribute spiritualist," Zhao Chen murmured, recalling what the spiritual awakener had said about Xiao Han's ability attributes during the awakening ceremony. Xiao Han's arms were enveloped in a layer of frost, which thickened with the chaos of the storm, eventually transforming into a tangible armor. Xu Meng couldn't help but exclaim, "Has Xiao Han's spiritual ability manifestation reached such a strong level? From the initial stage of pure spiritual ability to the next phase, where one harmonizes with their own attributes to achieve a qualitative change in spiritual power. This is the manifestation of spiritual ability traits. For example, Xu Meng's beast transformation also falls into this category. After the trait manifestation, there is an attribute enhancement, allowing for greater power in specific environments." Without any hesitation, Xiao Han raised his frost-covered right arm, the frost storm still howling around him, and then he slammed his fist down onto the ground before him. Boom! The fist struck the ground, immediately creating a deep pit, his arm sinking deep into the soil. However, the pit's diameter was less than 20 centimeters. Meng Chi, seeing this, said in confusion, "He looks so impressive, I thought he would be much stronger." "This isn't that great." "No, just wait and see," Zhao Chen replied. Sure enough, Xiao Han lifted his head and intentionally glanced in Zhao Chen's direction. The next moment, centered around his fist, the entire ground cracked open like a shattered ice surface with a crack. Deep and long fissures spread out like a spider web. "Wow! Is his strength really that strong?" Meng Chi exclaimed, covering her head and shouting, "Level 9, and the gap between us is this huge?" A single punch shattered the ground within a 10-meter radius. How deep must his skills be to achieve that? Zhao Chen said, "He didn't shatter the earth. Instead, he infused the ice attribute power beneath the surface. The training ground's surface is dry, but there is moisture below. By freezing the soil, it becomes brittle and easier to break under external force. This way, they will save a lot of effort while digging." Meanwhile, from the first group, a loud phoenix cry rang out. flames shot up into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Zhao Chen saw Mo Guanguan, her body enveloped in red flames swirling like a towering cloud, fierce and blazing. At the second rank, private. Once the strength of spiritual power reaches a certain level, one can achieve the technique of release, projecting spiritual power outward. Between Do level 10 and Do level 9, there is a whole tier separating them, and the difference in power is several times greater. Mo Guanguan clenched her fist and slammed it into the ground. The surging spiritual power and the raging flames surged like a venomous dragon, violently striking the earth, instantly creating a pit half a meter deep and several meters in diameter. Zhao Chen furrowed his brows. If this continued, their normal excavation strategy would clearly be inferior to the other two teams. At that moment, beside him, Zhu Meng let out a low growl, and a powerful aura surged from him. He transformed into a lion-like stance, showcasing his sharp claws. If it's about digging the ground, let me handle it. Zhao Chen's gaze was serious as he observed the actions of the other two teams. In terms of overall manpower, they were not as strong as the other two teams. Conventional excavation methods would definitely not win. Moreover, Zhao Chen's ability was of the special type, lacking the advantage of spiritual energy specialization. Let's not rush into action. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting wood. Blindly exhausting energy is not a wise move. Zhao Chen frowned, lowering his head to stare at the hard ground, lost in thought. How could they bridge the gap between his team and the other two teams? And what could he rely on his abilities to do? The other two teams, under the leadership of their two captains, had already begun digging. The team members beside Zhao Chen looked at him eagerly, their eyes filled with urgency, yet they did not dare to urge him. Zhao Chen stared at the ground for a long time. The hard surface was 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. As he gazed, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a bold idea formed in his mind. I know how to win against them. On Mo Guanguan and Xiao Han's side, their team members were divided into several small groups, taking turns to work. The method was basically the same, with the stronger members using their spiritual abilities to break the ground in turns, while the weaker ones were responsible for transporting and clearing the dirt. They busily worked while also observing what the other two teams were doing. However, when they looked over at Zhao Chen's side, they found that they had not yet started moving. Mo Guanguan blinked. This guy, is he thinking of some crazy idea again? Xiao Han also pondered cautiously for a long time before sneering. No tools allowed, only relying on one's own strength. This time, no matter how many ideas you have, you won't be able to execute them. In the end, it's still a competition of spiritual power. After discussing for a long time, many of Zhao Chen's teammates looked at him with doubtful expressions. But Zhao Chen clearly said to them, in terms of overall strength, we do have a gap compared to the other two teams. Normal methods will undoubtedly fail, but according to my plan, as long as we succeed, we will definitely win. We must try now. Zhao Chen seemed to be consulting, but in reality he was exercising his authority as the captain. Xu Meng stared at Zhao Chen and asked in a deep voice, how confident are you? Zhao Chen replied lightly, not much, about 10%. Xu Meng, everyone, this was a bit too bold to say. However, Zhao Chen was not exaggerating because his skill proficiency had already reached 100, which meant there would be no errors. Alright, Zhao Chen, we believe in you. Xu Meng expressed his support for Zhao Chen. The crowd dispersed, revealing the entire area. Zhao Chen extended 2 fingers. Years of practicing the eagle claw technique had made his finger strength comparable to steel. He bent down and drew a square area measuring 10 meters by 10 meters on the ground. Just relying on his intuition and drawing proficiency, even on the ground, the square he drew was exceptionally neat. It could even be measured with a ruler, with not a single error. Only when they saw Zhao Chen put pen to paper did the doubts on everyone's faces dissipate a little. I heard that Zhao Chen joined the engineering department and became a student of the Ash Master, but he has only been learning for less than a month. However, his technique looked so professional. Zhao Chen was oblivious to everything around him. What he needed to do at this moment was to draw a first-level spirit pattern route on this 10-meter square piece of ground. The spirit pattern route is the pathway for the flow of spiritual energy. Among the derivative professions of the Ashen Master, there is one called the Array Master. The spirit pattern route is the most complex of arrays. It can also be said that every Ashen Master is an excellent array master. After all, compared to carving a spirit pattern route on a piece of mithril the size of a fingernail, it is much simpler to engrave it on a larger area. The spirit pattern route that Zhao Chen was drawing was called Han Yuan. His fingers moved like eagle claws, swiftly and precisely tracing lines on the ground. Swoosh, a straight line was drawn from the hard ground, then quickly turned into a zigzag. As the lines began to take shape, all the previous doubts vanished. People gathered around the spirit pattern route, watching Zhao Chen create this intricate design with awe and curiosity. Gradually, even the instructors and teaching assistants sensed something was amiss. What are they doing? Zhang Biao, having been an instructor for so many years, was seeing this game for the first time, where so many people were not hurriedly digging holes but were instead gathered together to watch the spectacle. Unavoidably, they moved closer. Peering through the crowd at the scene, Zhang Biao and the others, including the deputy head of the inspection department, by Mimi, were all taken aback. This is the spirit pattern route? Liang Gongqi, as the foremost Ashen master in Lujiang City, had seen too many so-called Ashen prodigies. But in this world, which Ashen master wasn't a 09 million genius? Even she felt a sense of wonder upon learning that Zhao Chen had perfectly mastered a first-level spirit pattern route in just 10 days. What about Zhang Biao and the others? To ordinary people, Ashen masters were all unparalleled geniuses. So, to ordinary people, Zhao Chen, who could carve a spirit pattern route on the ground without needing a reference image after learning for less than a month, was simply a monster. Even though they had lived for many years and seen many so-called geniuses, they found it hard to imagine the scene before them. The students were still young and might not understand the significance of Zhao Chen's actions, but they understood it all too well. Xia Yingxue took a deep look at Zhao Chen and then lowered her voice to speak to Zhang Biao and Su Zhixiong, saying, "If Zhao Chen's array really works, then I will apply to the principal for resources to be allocated to Zhao Chen as a special talent. His potential will not be inferior to those special recruits with level talents or above." Su Zhixiong and Zhang Biao nodded in agreement, having no objections. Even if Zhao Chen's spiritual talent was not high and he could only reach the third tier in the future, as long as he could become an Ashen master, even at the lowest level, he would have immense strategic value. Compared to all of Zhao Chen's previous performances during the training period, nothing was as impactful as his spirit pattern engraving. No matter how many people were around or how much they whispered, they could not disturb Zhao Chen's emotions in the slightest. Turtle breathing technique, proficiency 356. The rhythm of breathing remains unchanged, slow and orderly, allowing adjustment of blood flow speed to keep emotions calm. This was the simplest skill for Zhao Chen to practice. He just needed to practice with Demon Clown during idle times, breathing at all times without any effort. His strokes were steady, precise, and fast, with each line drawn more accurately than if an ordinary person were using a ruler. The other two groups grew increasingly curious. They were still using primitive methods, digging the ground in groups and then transporting it. However, since Zhao Chen was already surrounded by people, all watching the spectacle, no one took action. Even the instructors and teaching assistants were drawn over. This made them very curious. And Xiaohan felt a vague sense of unease. What is Zhao Chen up to this time? What on earth is going on? He gritted his teeth, but his hands did not dare to stop moving. The thick ice covered his arms, turning his hands into sharp shovels that ruthlessly broke through the heavy soil below and dug it out. Zhao Chen was still carving. His proficiency at 100 in spirit pattern engraving allowed him to create each groove with perfect uniformity and depth. After spending 15 minutes, Zhao Chen finally drew a huge and complex spirit pattern on the ground. As he finished, he stood just outside the lower left corner of the spirit pattern. Zhao Chen stood up, looking at the intricate and profound spirit pattern before him, his eyes revealing a satisfied expression. It was perfectly completed, without any mishaps. This was the power of max-level proficiency in spirit pattern engraving. The surrounding students had their eyes sparkling, gazing at the spirit pattern with awe as if they were admiring a work of art. Zhao Chen took a few steps back and then looked at the soft and lovely girl in the crowd, Wang Jiaojiao. "Wang Jiaojiao, it's up to you now." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiaojiao jumped out with a grin. "Okay, Captain. Leave it to me." Wang Jiaojiao walked over, took a deep breath, and her expression became serious. The spiritual energy surged, and the air around her became restless, a gust of green wind swirling rapidly around her. Wang Jiaojiao, a level special recruit, a wind element user, combat level 7. She opened her mouth and exhaled a stream of clear air. The airflow was not fierce but spread out in a fan shape, blowing away all the dust on the ground. At this point, Zhao Chen's spirit pattern was fully revealed. Xia Yingshu's gaze was intense, and she even clenched her fists in excitement. The veteran instructors from the Qingfeng camp, including Bai Mimi from the advanced camp, could hardly contain their excitement. They eagerly hoped to witness the birth of a genius from the ashes. Zhao Chen clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Everyone, now stand at the edge of the spirit pattern. Place your palms on the opening. Gather your strength, and when I give the command, everyone will release your spiritual energy to the maximum." The remaining opening was, of course, the position for injecting spiritual energy. Under Zhao Chen's direction, everyone squatted down. Zhao Chen arranged them one by one, ensuring that no one made a mistake. Finally, he squatted down and looked up. Everyone was watching him, and Zhao Chen nodded to them. 1, 2, 3. Release. As soon as Zhao Chen finished speaking, everyone simultaneously poured their spiritual energy into the spirit pattern to the maximum. At this moment, everyone had undergone intensive training, and their control over spiritual energy had greatly improved. The spiritual energy flowed along the grooves on the ground like a stream. Although there were as many as 53 people, the various attributes of spiritual energy flowed along the incredibly complex spirit pattern without any sense of chaos or crowding. Instead, the huge formation seemed to come alive, becoming dazzling. In less than a second, the entire spirit pattern was connected, and all the power converged in the central area. Different amounts of spiritual energy gathered, forming a massive vortex. A surge of power was born. The might of it made several instructors whiten their eyes. It worked! Immediately after, a dazzling light flashed, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Boom! The ground shattered violently, and the soil shot up into the sky like a torrential rain, splattering in all directions. However, since Zhao Chen had calculated the force, the power of the explosion would not spread outward but would penetrate underground, breaking the soil layers. At most, the people nearby would be splashed by the soil but would not be harmed. Meanwhile, the enormous commotion also shocked the members of Mo Guanguan and Xiao Han's teams. They were still there, huffing and puffing as they struggled to dig, and even if they exerted all their strength, they could not create such a terrifying noise. Everyone emerged from the pit covered in dirt, staring at Zhao Chen. Then, they witnessed an astonishing scene. The ground had been blasted into an enormous deep pit. Since all the force was directed downward, the surface had sunk deeply, at least 10 meters. Huge cracks appeared in the surrounding soil, and the earth was loosened, making the subsequent cleanup exceptionally simple. The members of the other two teams were dumbfounded, some unable to close their jaws, staring in shock. Oh no, we're in trouble. Zhao Chen stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and smiled at everyone, saying, "Unfortunately, time is limited, and I can only set up the formation once. From now on, it's up to everyone's hands to dig." Xu Meng couldn't contain his excitement and lifted Zhao Chen high into the air. Zhao Chen! Zhao Chen! Everyone joyfully tossed Zhao Chen up because he had given them such a huge surprise. Not to mention that they were guaranteed to win this project even if they lost. They were all impressed by Zhao Chen's abilities. Several instructors did not intervene, as they were equally astonished. E-ranked talent, awakened to combat level 1. Originally the most useless ability, yet it has achieved this level. Could it be that he will really become the second Lord Changfeng? Mentioning the powerful man who emerged from the harsh slums, having experienced countless battles, and ultimately became one of the 4 pillars of the Xinfeng Empire, everyone's eyes reflected awe. Xia Yingxue looked at Zhao Chen, who was being held up by the crowd, her eyes filled with the fondness of a teacher who believes in her student. After today's training, I'm going to talk to the principal. Zhao Chen must receive the same treatment as the special recruits. Su Zhixiong sighed. What he has shown is not just the talent of an excellent ash master. He also possesses outstanding leadership skills. After being held up for a while, Zhao Chen quickly smiled and said, all right, the competition isn't over yet. Put me down, everyone needs to start working. Only then did they set Zhao Chen down. Zhao Chen immediately began assigning tasks, telling Wang Jiao, most of the loose soil in the deep pit after the explosion needs to be blown away with your wind abilities. For the next digging work, Zhu Meng, you will be the main force. Everyone nodded and immediately got to work according to Zhao Chen's instructions. At this point, their progress had already far surpassed the other two teams. And with the soil loosened after the explosion, victory was practically assured. This was precisely why the other two teams looked so bewildered. Mo Guanguan had dark lines appearing on her forehead, gritting her teeth and saying, "This is why I hate people from the demon path." Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Zhao Chen had accomplished all this using formation patterns. Mo Guanguan thought of something and looked at her good roommate, Shen Moran. "Moran, I remember you also studied ash manufacturing under Master Liang Gongqi, right? What Zhao Chen can do, you should be able to do too." The other students in the group turned hopeful eyes toward her. "Yeah, Shen Moran. If Zhao Chen can do it, you can definitely do it. After all, he only has E-ranked talent, while you are a rank special recruit. There's no reason you should be worse than him. You're both students of Master Liang. I believe you can do it. Hurry up and carve the spirit patterns." Shen Moran's face looked extremely grim at that moment. She steeled herself and said softly, "I'm still a bit short. I can't draw a complete spirit pattern map." Shen Moran's words disappointed everyone. But soon, Zhang Yuan clapped her hands and shouted, "Right, we still have Xia Lingling. She's also a student of Master Liang Gongqi. You two can definitely work together to set up the formation." As she spoke, she patted Xia Lingling on the shoulder. "You go take down Zhao Chen." Xia Lingling blinked, pointing at herself. Me?" Her head shook rapidly like a rattledrum. No, I can't do it." She looked in Zhao Chen's direction, her eyes filled with admiration. "If it's just about drawing the spirit pattern, I can indeed do that. But to draw a complete spirit pattern with even depth in the mud, I simply can't manage it. Senior brother Zhao Chen is really amazing." Xia Lingling's tone clearly regarded Zhao Chen as an idol. Moreover, The only students truly accepted by teacher Liang are senior sister Guning Li and senior brother Zhao Chen. She scratched her head shyly, "I'm just an assistant, hee." Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of disappointment. However, more people looked at Shin Moran with strange expressions. Didn't Shin Moran say she was a student of teacher Liang? Yeah, I thought she was really impressive. Turns out she's just an assistant, so why does she always flaunt being teacher Liang's student? She seemed to have spoken ill of Zhao Chen before, and now, tsk. The murmurs reached Shin Moran's ears, and her fists clenched tightly, feeling deeply ashamed. This emotion turned into a kind of jealousy towards Zhao Chen. Imo Guanguan glanced at Shin Moran with a deep sigh, saying, "In that case, we can only use the most primitive method. Everyone, let's work hard, and don't give up until the last moment." On Zhao Chen's side, with the support of the array patterns, the workload was greatly reduced. After another half an hour of busy work, they dug out a large pit measuring 10 meters in length and width, and 20 meters deep, according to the standards. They undoubtedly secured first place in this competition. Mo Guangwen's team took second place, while the Xiaohan team, which had been confident about competing for first, ended up at the bottom. "Second group captain, step forward," Zhang Biao shouted. Xiaohan's face darkened, and everyone could feel the pressure around him drop significantly. Xiaohan stepped out, and Zhang Biao coldly said, "What's wrong with your team? Always at the bottom." Such direct humiliation made it hard for Xiaohan to lift his head. And today's punishment was even worse than yesterday's. Zhang Biao made him carry a huge log weighing 400 pounds and run 20 laps around the training ground. One lap of the training ground was 1 kilometer. So 20 laps amounted to 20 kilometers. Even though he could use spiritual power to enhance his physique, this amount of training was enough to drive anyone to despair. Before Xiaohan even started running, he already felt dizzy. But everyone was watching him, he had no choice but to push through and train. Just as he lifted the log, that voice he despised so much rang out again. "Report, instructor. I applied a run with Xiaohan." Zhao Chen stood up again, loudly applying. He estimated that Xiaohan would have to run for several hours, and he didn't want to waste time waiting. Zhang Biao almost cried out, "What a soldier, an extraordinary soldier." So, Zhao Chen, like Xiaohan, carried a 400-pound log and ran laps around the training ground. Xiaohan's face was dark, gritting his teeth as he glared at Zhao Chen. The chance to be a lone hero and make the second group members feel guilty was gone. Zhao Chen smiled at Xiaohan, "You take your time, they'll just lap you a couple of times." After saying that, Zhao Chen dashed forward, accelerating right from the start. What a joke! His innate strength proficiency of 212 points was not something to be trifled with. He was deliberately targeting Xiaohan. During the camp trial, Zhao Chen was well aware that the hunting by the Jinxiang City team was orchestrated by Xiaohan behind the scenes. So, whenever he had the chance, he would certainly vent his frustrations. Xiaohan was furious. With only the two of them running on the field, even if he wanted to take it slow, with Zhao Chen as a comparison, if he slowed down even a little, everyone would think he was deliberately slacking off. "No, I absolutely cannot fall for it." Xiaohan gritted his teeth, holding his breath this time, determined not to compete with Zhao Chen. Before long, Zhao Chen had pulled ahead by more than 100 meters. The assistant instructor's shouts echoed from behind, "Hurry up! Are you crawling like a turtle? Can't you see how fast he's running?" The assistant instructor pointed at Zhao Chen and scolded Xiaohan sternly. Xiaohan's face twisted in frustration, and he had no choice but to quicken his pace. As a result, his rhythm was completely disrupted. With a 400-pound load, running 20 kilometers. Even Zhao Chen had to use spiritual power to enhance his physique, but this training volume was just right for him. It made him a bit strained, but not overloaded. The sweat pouring down and the increase in proficiency indicated by the demon clown made him feel a great sense of accomplishment. So he lengthened his strides and moved forward. In the first lap, he led Xiaohan by 200 meters. In the second lap, he led by 500 meters. By the third lap, his voice came from behind Xiaohan, "Oh, I'm about to lap you." Hearing Zhao Chen's teasing voice, even though Xiaohan knew Zhao Chen was provoking him, he couldn't stand it. Moreover, all the trainees, including the instructors and assistants, looked at him with disdain, which severely damaged his self-esteem. The string of rationality in Xiaohan's mind snapped, and he began to sprint wildly. Zhao Chen's lips curled into a smile. This was the effect he wanted. By the fifth lap, Xiaohan's body began to ache. 5 kilometers, with a 400-pound load, what good was spiritual power? He was still utterly exhausted. Zhao Chen easily overtook him, just a thin layer of sweat forming on his forehead. "You should take a break. I'll run 10 or 8 laps before we talk," Zhao Chen said with a kind smile, then even hummed a tune as he passed Xiaohan. Xiaohan's facial expression was extremely twisted, his features almost squished together. He was furious, but despite being so angry, he couldn't surpass Zhao Chen and vent his frustration. This anger coiled in his heart, making him want to spit blood. With his rhythm disrupted, every subsequent lap became particularly strenuous for him. When Zhao Chen finished 20 laps, he was also physically and mentally exhausted. But not to the point of injury. He tossed the wood aside, took a small sip of water from Mengqiubao, then sat cross-legged, practicing the turtle breathing technique to quickly relax his body. But Xiao Huan had just completed 12 laps. The further he went, the slower he became. Yet few people sympathized with him. As the team leader, Xiao Huan was too embarrassing compared to Zhao Chen. Some trainees from Group 2 indignantly said, "If I had known, I would have teamed up with Zhao Chen. Xiao Huan is still a level special recruit, yet he's being toyed with. Look at him now, he's finished 20 laps and he's exhausted after just 12. I swear, I will delete any memories of being on the same team with him from this training experience. Otherwise, it makes me look blind for teaming up with the wrong person." In a team competition, once they lost, everyone's interests in the team would be harmed. Someone had to take responsibility for the team's defeat. Who would take responsibility? Without a doubt, it would be the team leader. Xiao Huan took on this role, originally hoping to earn some points and establish his authority among the new trainees. Instead, he repeatedly lost face because of Zhao Chen, becoming a joke in the eyes of many trainees. He was urged by the assistant instructor like a dog, constantly pushed to finish quickly. Stumbling and staggering, it took him several hours to complete the entire course under the mocking and disdainful gazes of others. In the end, he lay on the ground like a dead dog, gasping for breath. Aside from a few loyal followers by his side, no one came to comfort him, and the team members all kept their distance. There was no doubt that Zhao Chen's team took first place in today's training event, and he also received the highest score. After the training ended that day, the three instructors went to the principal's office together to submit an application. Student Zhao Chen has performed exceptionally well during training, and we all believe he is a talent with outstanding potential. Therefore, we hope to grant him the treatment of a seed student. Xia Yingxi's serious gaze, magnified by her gold-rimmed glasses, conveyed determination. Principal Lu Weiguo sat behind his desk, watching the three instructors with great interest. It was the first time that three instructors had come together to vouch for a single student. "Oh, Zhao Chen, is it?" Lu Weiguo was certainly familiar with Zhao Chen's name. "Are you sure? Just through the training camp, can you determine that he is likely to become a powerful spiritual ability user in the future?" Lu Weiguo squinted, seriously staring at them as he inquired. "You must understand, this is just the beginning of their camp experience. Many talented students haven't had the chance to showcase their abilities yet. For example, that a level Lu Yan. Spiritual ability users derive their strength from spiritual power. The camp training is merely a process to hone the students. The higher-ups do not use this as a standard to judge a student's future achievements. Therefore, those special recruits above level are still the most valued. Zhao Chen may run a bit faster, be a bit stronger, and have some cleverness, but they wouldn't pay much attention to that." Zhang Biao said sternly, "But Zhao Chen has already been able to carve out a usable level 1 Ash Remnant spiritual pattern." "What?" Lu Weiguo's eyes burst with incredulity, and he tightened his grip on his cane. "Did you misspeak? Or are you joking with me?" Lu Weiguo couldn't believe his ears. For someone who had been learning Ash Remnant crafting for less than a month to be able to carve out a perfectly functioning level 1 Ash Remnant spiritual pattern was astonishing. This concept was akin to a 3-year-old child already becoming a top hacker in the world, proficient in various firearms. Su Zhixiong nodded. "This is what we witnessed with our own eyes. We saw him carve out the spiritual pattern step by step and successfully activate it." He fixed his gaze on Lu Weiguo. "Your Excellency, I believe Zhao Chen will at least be a level 3 Ash Remnant master in the future." Lu Weiguo could no longer sit still. The highest level Ash Remnant master in Luzhou City was only level 3. And such a level of existence was highly respected throughout the entire empire. If the Qingfeng camp could produce a second level 3 Ash Remnant master, the entire strength of the Qingfeng camp would be elevated to a much higher level. "Is this true?" Lu Weiguo confirmed once more, still feeling that the news was somewhat unreal. "We three can guarantee it," the three said. Lu Weiguo exhaled a deep breath and then said, "All right. If that's the case, starting today, unlock the seed student privileges for him. Let him access the resources of level special recruits." A slight smile curved at the corner of Xia Yingxi's mouth as she pushed up her glasses and said, "The principal is wise." Zhao Chen was having a meal in the cafeteria, surrounded by members of the third group. Having spent time with Zhao Chen, everyone had grown close to him. He possessed a unique charisma, being friendly and willing to help the teammates around him. Not far away, Xiaohan was eating with a few underlings. Compared to the lively atmosphere around Zhao Chen, his side looked desolate with only 2 or 3 people. Xiaohan's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He was back, and that familiar feeling had returned. Back at Yuwu High School, in situations where Zhao Chen was present, he was always the supporting character. But now, even though he was already a level awakened one, why had the situation not changed at all? How could an A-level talent overshadow him? Xiao Han felt an extreme sense of unwillingness. Chen Tang said to him, "Boss, there's no need to stoop to his level. An E-level is just an E-level and will never surpass you. You are a level special recruit and the future is bright." Speaking of this, Xiao Han's expression improved slightly. That's true. A student with an E-level talent like him could never understand the privileges of a level special recruit. Moreover, I'm about to break through to level 10. Once I step into the private rank, even he, Xiao Chun, will have to look up to me. Xiao Han clenched his fists, comforting himself. Over there, Zhao Chen was chatting and laughing with the other students, and the food on his plate was piled up like a small mountain. The Qingfeng camp had no complaints about the meals, they were nutritious, plentiful, and satisfying. Suddenly, a notification came from the electronic wristband. Zhao Chen glanced at it and found it was a communication from Xiang Xue. He quickly said, "It's a call from Instructor Xia, let me take it." Everyone immediately closed their mouths, filled with curiosity. The instructors were usually very strict and they avoided them. However, after training, instructors typically did not contact students. If they did, it was certainly not a trivial matter. After Zhao Chen connected, he politely said, "Instructor Xia, do you have any instructions for me?" Xia Yingshi's laughter came from the other end. "Zhao Chen, congratulations. We have negotiated with the principal for a seed student privilege for you. Starting today, your permissions in the Qingfeng camp will be greatly unlocked and you will receive special training resources." Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. He had heard from Lu Yan about the privileges of special recruits. "Thank you, instructor. I will definitely not let you down, nor the cultivation that Qingfeng camp has provided for me." After ending the call, Zhao Chen immediately opened his electronic wristband and indeed saw that his system permissions had been unlocked. A list of seed student privileges was displayed, though not many, each one greatly aided in enhancing his strength. Among them were, receiving one private rank spiritual source each month, access to the second level training hall, and receiving a package of materials for refining ashes each month. In addition, some permissions for special areas were also unlocked. However, the first three were what Zhao Chen needed most at the moment. Zhao Chen wanted to see if he had the permission to download intermediate combat techniques, but the system indicated that he had not unlocked it. Zhao Chen understood that Qingfeng camp would provide targeted resources for seed students. Zhao Chen showcased the talent of an Ash Master rather than that of a spiritual ability user. Therefore, the combat techniques were replaced with Ash materials. This was just right. As Zhao Chen did not need to spend credits to exchange for combat techniques, he could automatically evolve intermediate techniques by improving his proficiency in basic techniques. Instead, the materials for Ash manufacturing and spiritual sources were what he desired most right now. The electronic wristband indicated that Zhao Chen could go to the logistics department to collect the resource package that he had missed in the first month. These items had actually been collected long ago by Shen Moran, Xiao Han, and others. Joy sparkled in Zhao Chen's eyes. He had finally caught up with those special recruits through his continuous efforts. Seeing this, everyone curiously asked, "Captain, what good news do you have? Share it with us." Zhao Chen smiled and said, "The higher-ups of Qingfeng camp noticed my outstanding performance and decided to reward me." Zhao Chen was being modest, but Zhu Meng directly patted his shoulder and laughed. "The seed student resource package, right?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately cast envious glances. But no one felt jealous. With Zhao Chen's skill in drawing spiritual patterns, everyone only wished to be closer to him. After all, an Ash Master could customize ashes for others in the future. And if a spiritual ability user did not have compatible ashes, there would be a significant gap in strength. After finishing his meal, Zhao Chen quickly headed to the logistics office. When he arrived, Xiang Xue was actually in the hall. Upon seeing Zhao Chen, she gave him a rare smile. Zhao Chen felt a bit moved. Could it be that Xiang Xue was specifically waiting for him here? "Instructor Xie." Zhao Chen walked over, and Xiang Xue nodded. "Since it's your first time here, let me take you to collect your resource package." Zhao Chen guessed correctly. Xiang Xue really did lead him here, and Zhao Chen felt deeply moved. And this is the Qingfeng camp. A place everyone yearns for. Here, only the most outstanding talents are nurtured. As long as you have the ability, even if you don't come from a prestigious family, even if you don't have powerful connections, you can still receive special training. The military weapon specialization system is also a crucial cornerstone that has maintained the Xianfeng Empire's standing for 1,000 years, continuously producing talent. Even the power of officials and noble families from the outside world finds it hard to reach here. Xiang Xue took Zhao Chen to collect the resources specially prepared for him. The logistics department's warehouse was vast, filled with countless precious resources. Xiang Xue introduced to Zhao Chen that once they could undertake special missions from the Qingfeng camp, they would earn credits to exchange for cultivation resources. Zhao Chen picked up a bulging military backpack which contained the items listed on the inventory. After thanking Xiang Xue, Zhao Chen hurriedly made his way to the engineering department. When he arrived, he saw that Xiao Lingling and Shen Moran had both come in early today. It seemed that the two of them were motivated by Zhao Chen, so they were studying even harder. Shen Moran noticed Zhao Chen entering and turned her head away, deliberately ignoring his presence. Zhao Chen paid no mind to it. He found his usual workbench inside and solemnly opened the backpack, taking out the materials for creating the ashes that the Qingfeng camp had provided him. There were a total of 5 materials, all sealed in special metal boxes. These materials included teeth, bones, and fur. In the process of creating ashes, the more intact the bones, the higher their value, as they can unleash greater power. These materials were considered the lowest grade, but they were sufficient for practice. I want to learn the sealing ritual, which requires at least dozens of materials. No rush, it'll take my time. The demon jester's proficiency increases initially with a high consumption of materials, which is unavoidable. However, correspondingly, as proficiency rises, the waste rate of materials will decrease. These low-grade materials are essentially used to convert into experience points, which is quite cost-effective. Zhao Chen carefully took out a silver ring. It was thin, simply crafted, and had no extra decorations. This was the first successful ashes device prototype he had created. It might not be pretty, but it was functional. He then took out a beast's tooth bone, which had a simple seal to prevent its spiritual essence from dissipating. Demon Jester, activate. Ashes creation seal bone, proficiency 0. He then began to infuse spiritual power and perform the sealing ritual. The third step of ashes creation involved activating the sealing ritual within the spiritual pattern to seal the bone. This step, while not too difficult, required a high level of spiritual power and mental strength from the ashes master. Because the bones still retained the fierce aura of dark races and exotic beasts, a slight misstep could lead to backlash and failure in the refining process. As the turtle breathing method operated, calming his mind, Zhao Chen began the sealing. Indeed, when the original seal of the bone was undone and he attempted to seal it into the mithril ring, a blinding red light appeared before Zhao Chen. Roar! A deep, terrifying voice filled with intimidation reverberated in Zhao Chen's mind, causing him a momentary daze. Just that brief moment of distraction interrupted the sealing ritual, and the spiritual power on the beast's tooth dissipated significantly. Zhao Chen felt a pang of heartache. However, he was not discouraged at all, as the proficiency of seal bone had already reached 1 point. Let's continue. Zhao Chen, undeterred, proceeded with the sealing ritual. He discovered that a low-grade bone could undergo the sealing ritual at most twice. If it failed, it would lose its spiritual essence and become useless bones. But this way, his proficiency in seal bone could also increase by 2 points. Zhao Chen recalled what Liang Gongqi had said and murmured, a qualified level 1 ash master has a minimum standard of achieving a 30 success rate in ash refinement. By this standard, I still need to gather a few more bone residues to touch the threshold of a level 1 ash master. Fortunately, he not only had the resources provided by the Qingfeng camp but also a batch of materials from the Meng group that were about to be acquired. Zhao Chen was confident that he could become a level 1 ash master within a month. His heart fluttered with excitement. Once he became a level 1 ash master, he could start making money. At that time, he would be able to obtain more cultivation materials to make up for the gap between him and other students in terms of combat levels. Having used up all the materials, he could no longer improve his proficiency, so Zhao Chen decisively stopped. He then shouldered his backpack and turned to leave the engineering department. Xiao Lingling was a bit surprised. Huh? Why is brother Zhao leaving so early today? Usually, he practices for several hours. Zhao Chen went straight to the training hall. The Qingfeng camp had 2 training halls, the public training hall and the advanced training hall. The 2 venues were actually in the same place, just with different entrances corresponding to different areas. Zhao Chen had just learned that only seed students or those in intermediate classes and above were qualified to train there. He arrived at the advanced training hall and used his electronic wristband to swipe in. Indeed, it was different from the public training hall. Everyone had an independent cultivation room. When Zhang Jiu saw Zhao Chen in the advanced training hall, he was slightly surprised. You unlocked the access here too? Zhao Chen smiled and nodded. Yes. Zhang Jiu looked at Zhao Chen deeply and then opened a training room for him. Like the public training hall, if you want to unlock more advanced training room features, you'll need to exchange credits later. For now, you can only use the basic functions. This includes the meditation room for quiet reflection and the training room for practicing combat techniques. Zhao Chen didn't have much need for the meditation room, so he applied for the training room. Upon entering, he found that the environment was indeed much better than the public training hall. The most special aspect was that there were some mechanical puppets inside. Zhao Chen checked their purpose in the Qingfeng camp system and immediately found out. These mechanical puppets, besides being able to fight on their own, could also accept commands to arrange sparring sessions with practitioners using corresponding combat techniques. Practitioners could adjust the difficulty of their training and choose the number of puppets. Zhao Chen couldn't help but be astonished. Combat puppets? If they can engage in real combat, the speed at which I improve my skill proficiency will be much faster. These are all high-end goods. The treatment for seed students is indeed different from that of ordinary students. Those puppets were made from special alloy materials, and upon closer inspection, their surfaces showed no signs of having been struck. This indicated that their craftsmanship was extremely fine and hard to destroy. A significant investment must have been made. Zhao Chen took a trial weapon, the Fang Tianhua Ji, from the weapon rack. Demon Clown, prepare the Overlord Breaking Array Spear. The Demon Clown chuckled, and the sign it held changed its wording. Overlord Breaking Array Spear. Intermediate Combat Technique, Proficiency 182. Zhao Chen chose one combat puppet to spar with, setting the difficulty to beginner, while it used the introductory spear technique. After all, the Overlord Breaking Array Spear was exclusive to Zhao Chen and was not in the military's combat technique database, so the combat puppet would not use it. Training begins. A cold mechanical voice sounded. A combat puppet's eyes glowed red as it picked up a wooden stick from the weapon rack and assumed the starting posture of the introductory spear technique facing Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen spun the large spear in his hand and charged forward like a storm. The combat puppet appeared quite heavy, but when it moved, its speed was not slow at all, comparable to that of a human. As Zhao Chen's halberd fell, the long staff in his hand also swung up, bracing itself in front of him. Bang! A dull thud echoed out, and the battle puppet's body suddenly sank. It was actually forced to bend its knee slightly by Zhao Chen's pressure. However, it quickly adapted to Zhao Chen's strength, and he could clearly feel the power coming from his arm increasing significantly. Boom! The battle puppet exerted force, sending Zhao Chen staggering back 3 to 5 meters. Goodness, it can adjust its strength based on mine. Zhao Chen was astonished. No wonder it was the battle puppet of the Qingfeng camp. This way, it could ensure that no students would be accidentally harmed while providing them with enough pressure. Not bad. Zhao Chen was very pleased. He had been worried about not finding an evenly matched opponent. Only such opponents could help him improve his skill proficiency faster. With a twist of his wrist, the halberd in his hand spun and danced like a storm, spiritual energy condensing, and a blood-red glow sweeping through the air. He charged forward, no longer holding back, unleashing the military might of the Fang Tianhua Ji to the fullest. Inside the battle puppet, the energy core was also operating, self-adjusting according to Zhao Chen's strength, always maintaining the same level of power as him. Boom! 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 The clash of power was frenzied, and the battle puppet's entry-level halberd technique was extremely standard. By Zhao Chen's standards, its proficiency had already reached 80 points. However, being a puppet, it couldn't achieve a perfect proficiency of 100 like a real person. But it was more than enough for Zhao Chen to practice against. In the training hall's backroom, Jiang Jiao sat in front of the monitor, watching Zhao Chen sparring with the battle puppet with great interest. During the training process, students might encounter various accidents, even life-threatening situations. Therefore, Jiang Jiao had to keep a close watch. He was becoming increasingly intrigued by this newcomer with A-rank spiritual talent. After all, it was the first time he had seen someone with A-rank talent qualify as a seed student after enrollment. At first, he just thought this guy was hard-working and glanced at him a few more times. But as he watched, his gaze changed, and he unconsciously sat up straight in his chair. This is... In the footage, Zhao Chen wielded a tumterlong Fang Tianhua Ji as if it were a sword, moving with the grace of a tiger, as if it were an extension of his body. Meanwhile, the battle puppet was being completely suppressed and beaten by him from start to finish. It didn't even have a chance to fight back. The entry-level halberd technique with 80 proficiency was being dismantled by Zhao Chen in advance, and when Zhao Chen's halberd came crashing down, the puppet struggled immensely to defend. Bang! Zhao Chen struck through the air with his halberd, directly piercing through the battle puppet's defenses and striking hard against its arm. It sent the puppet's body sliding sideways 4 to 5 meters. Jiang Jiao's mouth was agape, almost big enough to fit an egg. Is this kid a monster? The battle puppet adjusted its output power based on the opponent's strength. This meant that regardless of who the opponent was, it would display the same level of power as them. Therefore, to win against it, one could only suppress it through technique. But this was extremely difficult. Because the battle puppet's techniques were highly skilled, unless one reached a master level, it was impossible to keep pressing it like Zhao Chen did. Normally, students who just entered the training room would have to be beaten by the battle puppet for a year and a half before they had a chance to fight it to a draw. Thus, in the Qingfeng camp, students referred to the battle puppet as their teacher. Who could come in for the first time and suppress their teacher like this? Jiang Jiao stared intently at Zhao Chen on the screen, although he didn't know what techniques Zhao Chen was using. The decisiveness and variety of his moves were so sharp that even Zhang Jiu found it hard to believe. He even had a feeling that if it weren't for a contest of spiritual power, he might not be as formidable as Zhao Chun in pure weapon usage. I finally understand why he can become a seed trainee. Zhang Jiu took a deep breath. This time he was truly convinced. In the training room, Zhao Chun slowly began to feel dissatisfied. The beginner difficulty is a bit boring. Let me see what the intermediate difficulty is like. As Zhao Chun spoke, he paused the training and went to adjust the combat difficulty level of the tactical puppet. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jiu immediately panicked. Zhao Chun, don't be impulsive. No wonder Zhang Jiu was so agitated. The intermediate difficulty tactical puppet was something that one wouldn't dare to challenge without 3 to 5 years of combat experience. Even today, some trainees in the advanced camp could only challenge this level. The beginner difficulty tactical puppet would still explain the rules to you and conduct special training according to the set tactics. However, the intermediate difficulty was completely rule-free and would use all means to defeat you. That's why Zhang Jiu felt that Zhao Chun was too impulsive and could easily get injured by the tactical puppet. Zhang Jiu had already prepared the first aid kit, ready to bandage Zhao Chun if he got hurt. In the training room, the red light in the tactical puppet's eyes lit up again. Zhao Chun narrowed his elongated eyes. How hard can the intermediate difficulty be? Soon, Zhao Chun would find out. Because this time, the tactical puppet charged at him on its own. Whoosh, the long staff came crashing down suddenly, but this time it was not using the techniques of the beginner spear technique. Zhao Chun took a deep breath. Bring it on. What he wanted was an opponent whose details were unclear. Because in the battlefield, one could not possibly know the opponent's details, making it the most real and providing him with a sense of pressure. The tactical puppet's moves became more complex, integrating various techniques of staff, club, spear, halberd, and knife, as well as footwork and close combat punches and kicks. The difficulty of battling against it increased tenfold. In the initial phase of the fight, Zhao Chun felt an immense pressure. What stood before him was not just a tactical puppet, it was clearly a seasoned veteran with rich combat experience. It was stronger than any opponent Zhao Chun had faced before, with sharp and familiar moves, showing no hesitation. Bang! 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 Even at this moment, Zhao Chun could only use the great halberd to block the opponent's attacks in the initial phase. He steadied his stance, preventing himself from losing balance, and then focused intently on capturing the opponent's attacks while looking for its flaws. Zhang Jiu had originally planned to get up and tend to Zhao Chun's injuries. But in the scene, although Zhao Chun initially appeared somewhat flustered, he quickly stabilized himself and began to counter the tactical puppet's relentless attacks. This left Zhang Jiu deeply shocked. How can there be such a person in this world? However, he soon recalled the information he had previously requested from Xiangxue about Zhao Chun. The ability of the demon clown, according to the military database, was a skill that could be improved through continuous practice. This ability was not highly regarded, because improving proficiency through practice was something everyone could do. Coupled with Zhao Chun's initial combat level of 1, it made people even less optimistic about his abilities. A glimmer of realization flashed in Zhang Jiu's eyes. I understand. Zhao Chun's ability is that hard work can make up for lack of talent. He practices desperately every day, managing to bring this mediocre ability to its peak. Zhang Jiu nodded secretly. At this moment in the training ground, when Zhao Chun began to adapt to the tactical puppet's attacks, he felt an unprecedented excitement. Overlord Breaking Formation Halberd, Proficiency 185. Overlord Breaking Formation Halberd, Proficiency 187. When you encounter an opponent whose strength is on par with yours but whose skills and combat experience are extremely high, you will maintain a critical point where you are very strained but will not be quickly overwhelmed. This critical point is the one that can best stimulate a person's potential. Seeing his rapidly increasing proficiency experience points, Zhao Chun shouted excitedly, "This is exhilarating. This is the feeling. Let's keep going." Boom! 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 The wind roared as the Fong Tianhua halberd sliced through the blood-red afterimages, the sound echoing after breaking through the air. The attacks of the battle puppet had become utterly chaotic, eventually no longer adhering to any techniques, with the weapon in hand transforming into an extension of its body, relentlessly launching attacks at Zhao Chun. However, Zhao Chun was not to be underestimated. The agility of the light spirit step allowed him to move with incredible speed, wielding a Tunderlong Fong Tianhua halberd that provided both offense and defense, creating an impenetrable domain around him. Time and again, he blocked the puppet's attacks and was able to unleash a ferocious counterattack. An hour later, Zhao Chun stopped training. He gasped for breath, steam rising from his body, and then went to the sidelines to rest. Practicing against the battle puppet for an hour was more exhausting than his usual night of training. But correspondingly, the improvement was immense. The privilege of being a seed student was incredibly useful. Just this battle puppet, if placed in the outside world, would be inaccessible even to ordinary wealthy and powerful families. Thinking of those royal families and clans that controlled 99 of the empire's resources, their offspring enjoyed all the top-tier cultivation resources from the moment they were born. Zhao Qian poured a bottle of water over his head, and as he thought of this, his gaze turned sharp. Whenever he trained to the point of exhaustion and felt dazed, his eyes would always see a great fire. In the cold, rainy night, a raging fire burned. A group of black, ferocious beasts devoured the entire village, their roars mingling with the wails of the people, blood splattering and mixing with the rain. Zhao Qian touched his chest, where a hideous, transparent scar ran through. No matter how difficult the road ahead, I must grow stronger step by step. Only by standing at the pinnacle of the empire can I seek justice for the past. And the only thing he could do was to maximize the ability of the demon clown, continuously train, and keep getting stronger. After resting for 20 minutes and using spirit energy reversal to meditate and recover his spiritual power, Zhao Qian stood up again and resumed practicing with the battle puppet. He trained for nearly 6 hours straight that night. It was only when his body, with its innate divine strength, could no longer keep up that he finally stopped. Zhang Jia watched the whole time. In other training rooms, others finished after at most 2 or 3 hours, but Zhao Qian was like a madman. After all, not everyone had Zhao Qian's physique, endurance, and ability to quickly meditate and recover spiritual power. Others, after exhausting their spiritual energy, had to go next door to a quiet room to slowly recover before returning to practice. This way, Zhao Qian's training time was 1 to 2 times more than others. The key was that while others practiced merely to maintain their feel, improving proficiency depended entirely on sensation. His training resulted in tangible increases in proficiency. Zhang Jiu was somewhat numb. Zhao Qian could be said to be the most incredible cultivation fanatic he had ever seen in his life. In just one night, Zhao Qian forcibly raised the proficiency of the Overlord Breaking Array Halberd from 182 to 205, an increase of a full 23 points. According to the proficiency of this intermediate battle technique at this time, he was equivalent to a genius capable of learning intermediate battle techniques, at least half a year of hard training. Why not compare with ordinary spiritual ability users? Because intermediate and even advanced battle techniques would have cultivation thresholds. If one's comprehension was insufficient, even if you were given the royal family's imperial catalog, you wouldn't be able to understand it, let alone cultivate it. However, for Zhao Qian, there were no thresholds in cultivation. He always started practicing from basic skills, and as long as his proficiency reached the maximum level, it would automatically evolve into a higher level skill. After the training ended, there was a private bathroom available, and Zhao Qian took a shower to wash off the sweat before leaving. By the time he returned, the night was already deep. As he stepped out, he unexpectedly ran into an uninvited guest. The other person had also just come out of the training room, and they bumped into each other face to face. The moment he saw Zhao Qian, his expression turned extremely ugly. Zhao Qian did not expect to encounter Tianhu here. After their duel, Tianhu had been kicked out of the assistant instructor team. Zhao Qian had humiliated him, so of course he wouldn't show Zhao Qian any good face. Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. From Tianhu's gaze, he sensed a chilling intent to kill. Immediately, Tianhu stepped closer to Zhao Qian, one step at a time. Zhao Qian did not move. He did not believe Tianhu would dare to make a move against him in the Qingfeng camp. There were rules in the military camp. However, Zhao Qian's right thumb had already quietly pressed against the remains of his finger. With the level 1 remain silver sword, Zhao Qian could unleash a tremendous amount of lethality in an instant. If Tianhu wanted to attack him, Zhao Qian would definitely not hold back. Tianhu stood in front of Zhao Qian, his height similar to Zhao Qian's, but his build was more robust. Tianhu coldly stared at Zhao Qian, his eyes resembling a venomous snake. Zhao Qian, he leaned closer to Zhao Qian's ear and whispered, "The matter from last time is not over. The humiliation you gave me, I will get back double." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian suddenly laughed. "Senior brother, is it really necessary to be so petty?" "Ha!" Tianhu merely left Zhao Qian with a cold snicker before turning to leave. Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes, feeling an extra caution in his heart. Within the Qingfeng camp, Tianhu might not dare to pull any tricks in private. But once outside the Qingfeng camp, that was another story. When Zhao Qian returned to the dormitory, he was utterly exhausted from the day. After lying on the bed, he thought, "Demon Clown, turtle breathing technique." He issued the command in his mind. The proficiency prompt appeared. Turtle breathing technique, life skill, proficiency 378. Zhao Qian closed his eyes, calming his mind. His breathing became slow and steady, with his abdomen rising and falling evenly. Just this normal breathing could relax both body and mind, while also enhancing proficiency, truly a twofold benefit. As usual, he only slept for a little over an hour that night before waking up refreshed. He retrieved his backpack from the bedside, which now contained only one item. the spiritual source that seed students could collect each month. It was a heart-sized orb, with energy similar to what Liang Gong had given him. A long time had passed since he last absorbed it, and Zhao Qin felt that his foundation was solid enough. After all, the daily dozens of repetitions of the spiritual energy rotation meditation had put him far ahead of others. Sitting on the bed, Zhao Qin placed the spiritual source in the palm of his hand and began to absorb the spiritual power within it with closed eyes. After taking a deep breath and absorbing its strength, Zhao Qin's combat level directly rose to 5. The total amount of spiritual power in his spiritual sea had nearly doubled compared to combat level 4. It was only at this moment that Zhao Qin clearly felt why everyone used the awakened combat level as the standard for talent assessment. Because the further one went, the more spiritual power was required to increase the combat level. It seemed that currently, the gap in total spiritual power between him and Xiao Han, Shinemo Ran, was about twofold. However, with his mastery of spiritual power, Zhao Qin could exert the most powerful force with the least amount of spiritual energy. Coupled with his proficiency of 205 in the intermediate combat technique Overlord Breaking Formation Halberd, he believed that in a duel against Xiao Han or Shinemo Ran, he would definitely not lose. With this thought in mind, Zhao Qin seized the moment he had just broken through to combat level 5, and the lingering insight into spiritual power in his mind began to meditate again. Spiritual Energy Rotation, Proficiency 376. He still needed 624 points of proficiency to advance to the next stage. Stepping from the second stage into the third stage, the road ahead is long, but with every slight increase in proficiency, Zhao Qin can clearly feel his skills becoming more powerful. He secretly anticipates what kind of transformation will come after reaching 1,000 points of proficiency. In the following days, during the collective training sessions, the third group led by Zhao Qin performed exceptionally well. During this time, Zhao Qian's outstanding leadership abilities were also on full display. At Yuwu School, he had been the class monitor for 12 years, relying not only on his strong personal strength but also on his excellent leadership skills and approachability. He is very smart and adept at handling various complex situations. He also assigns tasks based on the unique abilities of each team member. Even when faced with training projects they are not good at, he can turn the situation around for the better. Over the course of several days, his excellent leadership made the third group the top team in the overall points ranking. And on the leaderboard of all the students, he ranked first with 258 points, leading the second place, Mo Guanguan, by a full 30 points. But awkwardly, as a captain, Xiao Han's score was not the third highest but had dropped to 9th place. Due to several poor performances and his excessive desire to defeat Zhao Chen, he made mistakes in several competitions and ended up losing points. As a result, during the subsequent training days, Xiao Han wore a gloomy face. At this rate, he wouldn't even be able to secure the 50 credit reward for first place. He might not even maintain a position in the top 3. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and finally, they reached the later stage of training. That afternoon, before disbanding, Zhang Biao gathered everyone together, his gaze unusually serious. The month-long training is about to end. What we've done so far has just been an appetizer. I know that some of you are currently lagging behind in points and are eager to catch up, but are struggling due to a lack of opportunity. Don't worry, I'm giving you that opportunity now. Zhang Biao grinned, but his smile, as always, resembled that of a smiling tiger, making people feel uneasy. His gaze swept over everyone, and then he coldly said, "Tomorrow, everyone bring your weapons. Anything goes, and gather at the training ground. Because the final training project is real combat." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of all the students changed. Some were excited, some were confused, and some were worried. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han could hardly contain his excitement. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. The real combat project I've been waiting for so long is finally here. As he said this, he instinctively touched his fingers. On his fingers were 2 rings, one black and one blue. These were his Jinhai, specially prepared for this project. As the son of the deputy commander of the Lujiang city garrison, he had connections and had obtained information about this year's final project early on. What is the final project? At the end of each training session, there is a climactic project. This project has the highest points, and even if someone has low scores before, they still have the chance to turn the tide with this project. Even if he had been crushed by Zhao Chen in points before, even if he was currently ranked 9, once it came to real combat, Xiao Han felt absolutely confident. Xiao Han always believed that Zhao Chen's consistent prominence was merely due to tricks and gimmicks. For a spiritual ability user, only combat level, battle tactics, and Jinhai are the true paths. Therefore, an awakened individual with level talent should naturally crush an awakened individual with E-level talent. Perhaps Xiao Han could accept that he was not as good as Mo Guanguan, but he absolutely could not accept being inferior to Zhao Chen. On the real battlefield, what matters is the level of combat, the strength of tactics, and Jinhai. He rubbed his fingers, feeling immensely pleased. The final project was his opportunity to turn the tide. Zhao Chen, I look forward to seeing you fall from the top of the leaderboard, feeling the desolation after being crushed by me. Making others fail when they are closest to victory is the most ruthless torment. Zhao Chen had no time to consider Xiao Han's feelings and instead raised his own question. Report, instructor. Is tomorrow's practical training a battle between us? Zhang Biao said with a smile. No, your goal is to hunt the alien beasts. Alright, I can only tell you this much, the rest you will see for yourselves tomorrow. After the instructor finished speaking, he turned and left. The scene immediately erupted into chatter, with members of the third group gathering around Zhao Chen. Hunting alien beasts? With our current level? Isn't it too early? It shouldn't be entering the chaotic area. But I've never seen an alien beast before. I've only read about them in textbooks. Captain, do you have any plans? Most of the team members looked worried. During the 12 years before entering the camp, they had studied theory and honed their bodies in an ivory tower. However, they had no experience fighting alien beasts. They were well aware that, in today's world, the most terrifying enemies for humanity were the dark races, which were also intelligent but possessed stronger spiritual powers, and those alien beasts that naturally had immense destructive power and fed on human flesh. Zhao Chen looked around. The recent training had made him very familiar with his team members. A faint smile appeared on his face. No need to worry, it's just training. Even if there is danger, it will be controlled within a certain range. What you need to do is go back tonight and rest well. Seeing the familiar smile on Zhao Chen's face, everyone felt a sense of reassurance. Whenever they encountered difficulties, Zhao Chen's smile meant he had a plan. Trust and respect are built over time through various experiences. The group dispersed in twos and threes, chatting about what they should prepare for tomorrow. A few people from dormitory 207, along with Wang Jiaojiao and Xu Meng, stayed behind. They were now the core members of the team. Xu Meng walked over to Lu Yan's side, looking at him with anticipation. As an A-level special recruit, you will be the main force of our team tomorrow. Lu Yan's performance during the training was quite average, and many had even forgotten that he was also an A-level special recruit. However, his level 12 combat foundation was no joke. Under Zhao Chen's guidance, his swordsmanship had improved significantly over the month. Zhao Chen also looked at Lu Yan and smiled, saying, your combat power is currently the top level among us. I'm counting on your performance tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan's face suddenly turned pale. He stammered for a long time before lowering his head and murmuring, but I faint at the sight of blood. This time, it was the others who turned pale. Everyone froze in place, and Zhao Chen doubted his ears. What did you say? Faint at the sight of blood? And a level special recruit, a promising genius, actually said he faints at the sight of blood? Seeing everyone in disbelief, Lu Yan helplessly said, it's true. Zhuo Yin asked in confusion, but you didn't faint when facing those organs. Lu Yan scratched his head. I only faint at human blood. I just can't see people get hurt. Meng Qiu's eyes widened as she suddenly pointed at him. No wonder you've never touched a knife your whole life. Lu Yan was not a local from Luzhou City, and such cases of intercity enrollment were rare. Zhao Chen initially didn't understand, but now it seemed that with Lu Yan's complicated situation, it was not hard to comprehend. He twitched his mouth. You can't see others bleed, or you can't see yourself bleed? Lu Yan honestly replied, I can't see either. I accidentally cut my finger before, and after looking for 3 seconds, the world spun around me. Fainting at the sight of blood isn't a rare problem, but when it happens to an A-level special recruit, that's a big issue. Zhao Chen couldn't understand Lu Yan's physical sensations. He rubbed his brow and said lightly, whether you faint at the sight of blood or not. After all, you're a level 12 fighter. You'll definitely be useful by my side tomorrow. They went to eat first. Since the coach hadn't mentioned much about the training content, it was hard to arrange tactics. After finishing their meal, Zhao Chen went to the engineering department. Previously, he had taken 20 million Xianfeng coins from Jinxiang City, of which 19 million were given to Meng Qiuyou to help procure bone relics. Even for practice-level first-grade bone relics, with the Meng family deliberately subsidizing, 19 million only bought 10 pieces. Calculating the market price, the most ordinary bone relic costs over 2 million Xianfeng coins. After all, only bone relics from beasts of rank 2 private or above, or specific dark races, have the value to create ashes. During this time, Zhao Chen had already used them to raise his proficiency in sealing bone relics to 36. That's right, this means that he can now be considered to have reached the threshold of a first-grade Ash Master. Because after completing the first 3 steps, the final step of connecting the spiritual path is the easiest. During this process, the secret silver that Liang Gongqi had given Zhao Chen to practice with was mostly consumed. However, Zhao Chen wasn't in a hurry to create ashes. Firstly, he didn't have suitable materials, and secondly, he hoped to continue improving his proficiency with ordinary bone relics. Once he reached 100 proficiency, he would then use more valuable bone relics to craft ashes suitable for his use. After arriving at the engineering department, he immediately found Liang Gongqi. He directly stated his purpose. Teacher, I am now a first-grade ash master. Can I apply for materials from the Qingfeng camp in the future? There should be some, right? Liang Gongqi looked at Zhao Chun with a blank expression. She seemed to have become numb. Oh, a first-grade ash master, huh? You say so, so it is? Zhao Chun estimated that a proficiency of 36 represented a 36 success rate, which was reasonable. Then, what else? Liang Gongqi rolled up a magazine and slammed it on the table, shouting, You need to be able to independently create a first-grade ash relic before I can apply for it from the Qingfeng camp. Zhao Chen touched his nose. I've run out of materials. Could you see if? Liang Gongqi looked at Zhao Chen with annoyance. The Qingfeng camp has its own rules. All resources that students want to obtain must be exchanged for credits. What I gave you before was already a special exception. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Liang Gongqi was speaking the truth. Otherwise, if everything relied on the teacher, how could students strive to improve? She did remind Zhao Chun, aren't you all going to have the final training project tomorrow? There might be some good materials beneath you can hunt a private rank beast. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. Teacher, do you know about the training project? Liang Gongqi sneered. Don't expect me to give you any hints. I can only say this much. Zhao Chen stroked his chin. So, the final challenge is to confront beasts. There will be private rank beasts among them, right? There were a total of 161 students, so it was reasonable for powerful beasts to appear among the hunting targets. After all, the purpose of their training was to team up to hunt powerful beasts. Zhao Chen had an idea in his heart. I understand. It seems I still need to personally obtain the materials for creating ashes. Although the final trial was the next day, Zhao Chen still trained all night as usual. After all, he didn't really need rest. Taking a break was just wasting precious time to improve his skill proficiency. When he returned to the dormitory at night, the lights were still on. Zhao Chen pushed the door open and saw Meng Qiuyo and the others gathered together, seemingly busy with something. Come on, Lu Yan, try this treasure. Lu Yan lay on the chair, his face pale, with faint bloodstains on the floor. Meng Qiuyo was putting a pair of sunglasses on his face. Zhao Chen immediately understood that they were conducting a desensitization experiment on Lu Yan. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. Fainting at the sight of blood is a psychological effect. Where did the blood come from? Did you guys put it there? Zhao Chen walked over suspiciously and Zhuo Yun helplessly raised his arm, revealing several scratches. He explained, there's no other way. Someone will definitely get hurt in tomorrow's battle, and to prevent him from fainting, we can only resort to this method. The corner of Zhao Chen's eye twitched. You're still ruthless. He walked over and saw Lu Yan's pale face, knowing that he had suffered a lot that night. Is it effective? Zhao Chen asked with concern. Lu Yan shook his head in confusion, then his cheeks puffed up, and he began to gag. Meng Qiuyo and Zhuo Yun looked at each other helplessly, glancing at Zhao Chen. What do we do? How can he go on stage tomorrow looking like this? Although he has no problem seeing processed organs and animal corpses, he might still react to us hunting exotic beasts. Zhao Chen pondered for a long time and then said, get him a darker pair of sunglasses. And when we hunt ordinary exotic beasts, don't let him take action. Meng Qiuyo looked at Zhao Chen in surprise. Brother Mu, what do you mean by ordinary exotic beasts? Zhao Chen replied casually, I found out that there will be soldier-level exotic beasts in there tomorrow. At that time, his combat level 12 will come in handy. Meng Qiuyo shrank his neck. Isn't that dangerous? Those exotic beasts are quite ferocious. Zhao Chen shot him a fierce glare, his gaze landing on his thick fingers, where rings embedded with gems were particularly eye-catching. With so many ashes, isn't that enough to keep you safe? Hey, you can't say that. I'm still afraid. Zhao Chen was speechless. After learning about ashes from Liang Gongqi, he could tell that the ashes on Meng Qiu's hands were quite valuable, including 3 that were above level 2. Although these ashes were a waste for him now and couldn't exert their full power, they could definitely save his life when necessary. I hate rich people. Zhao Chen thought through gritted teeth. The next day, everyone gathered at the training ground. Today was clearly different from before, as everyone was fully equipped. Armor, helmets, weapons, ashes, whatever weapons they could carry, they brought. It was their first real combat, facing exotic beasts that wouldn't hold back, and they were all quite anxious. Compared to them, Zhao Chen seemed very poor. He certainly couldn't use the training weapons as they were all unsharpened. The only thing he could bring out was the silver sword he obtained from Golden Elephant City. Last night, Golden Elephant City had come to plead, wanting to take the silver sword back, but Zhao Chen had flatly refused. As if he still needed it. The practical training had high points, and with this silver sword, he had an extra trump card. However, he couldn't use the ashes casually, as they consumed too much spiritual power. In dormitory 207, there was someone as miserable as Zhao Chun Luyan. He really just came in a training suit, looking completely bewildered. Zhao Chen couldn't understand it at all. A genius with an A-level awakened talent, even in an ordinary family, would have everything prepared for him. But Lu Yan gave the impression of being an unwanted child in his family. Zhao Chen guessed that Lu Yan must come from a broken home. However, out of politeness, he had never brought it up. Compared to them, Shui Yun was somewhat normal. He finally took out the long gun he had carried since entering the camp. It was a gleaming silver spear, its tip adorned with a long green tassel. Shui Yun told them that this spear was called Long Dan, left behind by his grandfather, who had once roamed the battlefield, slaying many exotic beasts and dark races. As for Meng Xiaoyou, there was no need to say more. He was a purebred wealthy heir. He didn't possess a single traditional weapon. Instead, he used all remnants. Armor and equipment, he had it all. Even though Zhao Chen had never seen him use them, he could easily imagine it. Zhao Chen couldn't help but glance at Xiao Han and Mo Guanguan, only to find that they too had no weapons in hand. So there was only one possibility: they were also using remnants. I hate rich people, Zhao Chen complained inwardly. When the instructor arrived, he led them to the area behind the mountain. The Qingfeng camp covered a vast area situated in the wilderness, surrounded by a large mountainous region. Among them was a designated area for raising exotic beasts. They used low-level exotic beasts to train the soldiers' combat abilities or simply to keep them for experiments. But before that, Xia Yingxue led them to an armed chamber. As the door to the chamber opened, a thrilling scene unfolded before everyone. Weapons, made of great alloy, all applicable for real combat. Stronger and more powerful than the training weapons. Great alloy weapons, when clashed with a common kitchen knife, could be said to cut through iron like mud. To deal with the powerful physiques of exotic beasts, the Empire had put in tremendous effort in military industry. These great weapons, if placed in the external black market, could each sell for a price of 100,000 Xianfeng coins. Xia Yingxue introduced to everyone. On your left, we have prepared a variety of combat weapons. You can choose according to your preferences. She then pointed to the right and said, and on your right, we have combat uniforms specifically prepared for soldiers. The ones you can currently receive are level 1 combat uniforms. Higher level combat uniforms will only be available once you advance to a higher level military camp. Sure enough, on the right were black packages, and upon closer inspection, one could see they contained a set of clothing. Zhao Chen walked over to collect a combat uniform, which felt heavy in his hands, weighing about 5 pounds. The material was unclear, but it was tough. It felt like it would be hard to cut through with a knife. As for weapons, he still chose a bladed halberd as usual. In team battles, the advantages of long heavy weapons were evident. Then he picked up a longbow and arrows, and to be safe, he collected 10 throwing knives. After gathering his equipment, he went to the men's changing room at the back to change clothes. The combat uniform unfolded as a full-body suit, of course, with necessary openings for excretion. Wearing it felt as smooth as skin, and it also provided warmth. Fully armed, everyone returned outside. At this point, everyone was dressed in black combat uniforms, armed with weapons, and their aura was distinctly different from that of the previous trainees. After a month of special training, everyone's skin had darkened a few shades, and they had gained some of the toughness expected of soldiers. Xia Yingxue adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and reminded them, the final training ground is in the ruins to your right. She pointed, and everyone could see a large area of a dilapidated city behind a heavy barbed wire wall. The damage inside was evident and had clearly been there for a long time, with buildings showing signs of weathering. Xia Yingxue said, this was once one of the most prosperous areas of Luzhou City 10 years ago. However, after a great war with the dark races, it became a wasteland. Now it has been turned into a training ground, and you will enter it next to hunt exotic beasts. You have 6 hours. There is no limit to points. The more you hunt, the higher your score. As with the previous camp trial, our instructors and teaching assistants will observe your performance from the periphery and assign corresponding scores above the sky. A giant eagle circles. In the event of life-threatening danger, you can declare a withdrawal, and the giant eagle will take you away. After saying this, Xia Yingxue took out a remote control from her pocket. After pressing the button, the previously sealed trial ground gate rumbled open. The scene fell into silence, and a tense atmosphere enveloped almost everyone's heart. Although it was just a trial, if an accident occurred, those beasts could really kill them. Let's go! Zhao Chen lifted the newly acquired weapon, a black long pole with a dark red blade of a halberd. Its weight reached an astonishing 70 pounds. It was 20 pounds heavier than the one used for trials. The halberd was not afraid of being heavy, as only those with extraordinary talent and superhuman strength would wield it. Ordinary people would not dare to use it. Zhao Chen, holding the halberd, was the first to walk towards the trial area, and the team members behind him were inspired to follow closely. Mo Guangguan and Xiao Han's groups naturally did not want to fall behind. Mo Guangguan rubbed her fingers. On her slender, fair little finger, she wore 2 overlapping red rings adorned with a pattern of the vermilion bird, interlocking with each other. This was an extremely rare pair of ashes. Crafted as one, they would unleash even greater power when used together. It was certain that they were specially designated exclusivishes for ability users. A flash of red light appeared, and a wisp of crimson flame emerged in Mo Guangguan's palm, faintly revealing the shadow of the vermilion bird soaring into the sky, emitting a sharp cry. Immediately, a red longbow appeared in her palm. She gripped the bow and marched towards the gate with high spirits. Zhao Chun, let's see who can hunt more beasts. Mo Guangguan's pupils burned with fierce flames as she cast a provocative glance at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun smiled faintly. All right. Seeing their exchange, Shen Moran frowned slightly but turned her head to feign indifference. She felt that Zhao Chen was becoming increasingly annoying. Even if he wanted to please the young lady of the aristocratic family, he didn't need to be so obvious in front of her. A voice that Zhao Chen disliked interrupted. Count me in. Without needing to look, Zhao Chen knew who it was. Who else but Xiao Han could be such a buzzkill? Xiao Han also took out his weapon, a long knife, ice blue, exuding a chilling aura. This ash had been crafted by a master craftsman at his father's request a year ago, taking a full year to complete. The exclusive ash, ice attribute, perfectly matched Xiao Han's affinity. With this ash, Xiao Han's strength could be significantly enhanced. Xiao Han looked at Zhao Chen, his face openly challenging. Since the training camp began, he had suffered greatly because of Zhao Chen, and the conflict between them was well known. Now, at the final stage, he had to defeat Zhao Chen decisively to prove his strength. Zhao Chen glanced at him indifferently, then shifted his gaze away, leading his team into the trial area. Mo Guangguan also ignored Xiao Han, which made him grit his teeth in anger. The 3 teams entered the trial area from different directions. As soon as Zhao Chen stepped in, he felt an unusual aura. The smell of blood and the stench of excrement from the beasts that roamed freely were inevitable. Xu Meng had already activated his beast transformation, excitedly gripping his wooden knife, revealing a mouth full of fangs. Zhao Chen, how should we proceed? Let me take a look. Zhao Chen scanned the surroundings and found a building that had not yet collapsed. He took a running start and leaped, astonishingly jumping over 5 meters high directly into the building. Then he ran to the rooftop, where he could overlook a wide area around him. The wind blew, tousling Zhao Chen's hair, and the scents in the air became even more pronounced. As they entered the trial area, the trapped beasts were also released. He squinted, already seeing numerous dark shadows swiftly darting out from the ruins. It is a beast similar to a dog, but its fur is dark red, and its size is more than twice that of a dog. It looks just like a calf. Crimson Demon Dog. Zhao Chen directly pronounced their name. They are the lowest level of exotic beasts, but they tend to appear in groups, posing little threat. However, for the student soldiers at this moment, they still present a certain challenge. Zhao Chen quickly went downstairs and said to everyone, there are many targets, so we will act in groups. 5 people per group. The remaining 2 will follow me. Their team consists of 53 people, so Zhao Chen, as the captain, decided to take 2 people with him while the others formed groups of 5. The 2 he took were Lu Yan and Meng Qiuyo. Lu Yan's situation was special and needed to be looked after closely. As for Meng Qiuyo, although his training performance seemed average, he had a powerful ember shield to protect him, which could help Zhao Chen keep an eye on Lu Yan. The remaining members were grouped according to their strength. For example, the 2-level special recruits, Zhu Meng and Wang Jiaojiao, each took 4 people. Once the division of labor was clear, everyone immediately spread out to search for exotic beasts in the trial area. However, no one strayed too far, so they could support each other when necessary. Zhao Chen also said to Meng Qiuyo and Lu Yan, let's go. He flared his nostrils. His years of honing experience in Bloodbone Mountain allowed him to judge whether there were any prey nearby by the scents in the air. Without a word, Meng Qia's finger flashed with ember light and it transformed into a very exquisite blue pistol. The Xianfeng Empire has always restricted the development of firearms to prevent spiritual ability users from becoming overly reliant on them. However, there is one exception: spiritual weapons. Although it takes the form of a gun, its firing principle is similar to that of a bow and arrow, driven by one's own spiritual power. The difference is that this type of spiritual gun is extremely extravagant to use, as it requires special ammunition. The cheapest of this ammunition costs thousands of Xianfeng coins, which ordinary people cannot afford. Only someone like Meng Qiuyo, a wealthy individual, could casually pull out a spiritual gun. Meng Qiuyo held the gun cautiously with both hands, while Lu Yan, wearing sunglasses, followed beside him, looking like a volunteer guiding a blind person. This way. Zhao Chen quickly found the scent of the exotic beasts and said in a deep voice, leading the 2 towards the left front. Soon, they encountered a dozen crimson demon dogs. These red demon dogs, standing about 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall and as robust as calves, bared their fangs and emitted terrifying growls as they surrounded Zhao Chen and the others. Zhao Chen said, "Shoyo, Lu Yan, cover me." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Chen drew his bow and knocked an arrow, aiming 3 arrows at 3 of the crimson demon dogs ahead. Drawing the bow like a full moon, blue spiritual power instantly enveloped the arrows. Whoosh! 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 The 3 arrows wrapped in spiritual energy shot through the air in an instant, moving so fast that they were almost impossible to see with the naked eye. The compound bow Zhao Chen used was the most powerful model, with a draw weight of 400 pounds, and with the enhancement of the compound bow, its explosive power could reach an astonishing 2,000 pounds. Zhao Chen was merely exerting his physical strength, and this arrow could easily pierce through a large tree 300 meters away. Moreover, at this moment, he was also using the amplification of spiritual power. The 3 crimson demon dogs hundreds of meters away had no chance to react and were instantly pierced by the arrows. Their bodies propelled backward with tremendous force. The remaining crimson demon dogs, seeing this, roared and charged wildly towards Zhao Chen and the other 2. Woof! Woof! The massive crimson demon dogs had hot liquid flowing from their mouths, and as they charged, a strong smell of blood rushed towards them. Their speed was incredible. With a dozen crimson demon dogs charging together, it left Meng Qia's small face pale with fright. No matter how well they trained on ordinary days, when faced with life and death struggles, fear would set in. The fear of death would make one instinctively think of fleeing, but Zhao Chen's voice awakened him. Zhao Chen seemed unfazed by the scene. With the compound bow on his back, he pulled the Feng Tianhua halberd from the ground and charged fiercely towards the pack of red demon dogs. Light steps, activate. The speed of the red demon dogs was incredibly fast, but Zhao Chen's speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Chen had already rushed in front of a red demon dog. Roar! The red demon dog opened its bloody maw, revealing a mouth full of fangs, a foul, hot breath emanating from it. Yet Zhao Chen didn't even blink, swinging the Feng Tianhua halberd in a reverse motion. Before the fangs of the red demon dog could even get close to Zhao Chen's neck, a blood-red light pierced through its body. Puff! Blood gushed out like a fountain. Its head was cleaved at an angle, half of its skull dropping to the ground. The body, still in motion, fell to the ground with a loud bang. Zhao Chen showed no joy in killing the beast. Instead, he swung the Feng Tianhua halberd again, targeting another red demon dog behind him. The red demon dog, the lowest-level mutated species among the exotic beasts, relied solely on its massive body and sharp fangs for combat. For any seasoned soldier with combat experience, dealing with them was not difficult. When the trainee soldiers faced them for the first time, the only thing they needed to overcome was their inner fear. Zhao Chen gripped the Feng Tianhua halberd tightly, channeling his spiritual energy into the halberd. The blood-red afterimages flickering along the blade as he executed the halberd technique of the Overlord breaking formation, like the blood-red scythe of the Grim Reaper swinging continuously. Even in a direct clash of strength, these red demon dogs were no match for him, a human. Ha! Zhao Chen swung the Feng Tianhua halberd. The heavy halberd in his hands was as agile as a sword. The halberd ruthlessly severed one red demon dog after another, and those enraged red demon dogs howled, forgetting to attack Meng Qiaoyou and Lu Yan, instead surrounding Zhao Chen. Clearly, they realized that this enemy was the most difficult to deal with. Facing the siege of the red demon dogs, there was no sign of tension on Zhao Chen's face. He hoisted the Feng Tianhua halberd onto his shoulder. Executing the air-lang shouldering the mountain technique, the heavy halberd suddenly swept out fiercely in all directions. 5 or 6 red demon dogs, the size of calves, were swept away like sandbags. Even the few instructors watching from the trial area couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is this really a level 5 trainee soldier? This is simply a humanoid exotic beast. Zhao Chen appeared well-proportioned, not resembling someone who excelled in strength, but in a direct contest of physicality, even the burly instructors felt inferior. Innate divine strength was not something to be trifled with. Lu Yan, standing at a distance and wearing sunglasses, was still okay in terms of perception. He held the knife handle in confusion. Shouldn't we do something? Meng Qiaoyou came to her senses and immediately raised her gun, aiming at the red demon dogs and firing. A red light burst from the gun's muzzle, and upon hitting the red demon dogs, it instantly created a large hole in them, obliterating their innards. This terrifying effect made Zhao Chen secretly astonished. The gun in Qia's hand must be at least a level 2 ash remnant. Xiang Xue covered her forehead. Using a level 2 ash remnant energy gun to deal with a red demon dog is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Meng Qia's marksmanship was surprisingly good, indicating that she had practiced a lot. Firearms were something ordinary people couldn't access, but the upper class used them as toys. It was no surprise that Meng Qiaoyou was skilled with a gun. With her assistance, Zhao Chen's slaughter of the red demon dogs became even smoother. He held the halberd horizontally in front of him, and no red demon dog could pass. Not even a single opponent could touch him. This wild fighting style left Lu Yen, Meng Xiaoyou, and the observing instructors in shock. This is simply a battlefield killing machine. Zhang Biao couldn't help but exclaim. In less than 2 minutes, under the cooperation of Zhao Chen and Meng Xiaoyou, more than a dozen red demon dogs were completely slaughtered. Meng Xiaoyou exclaimed excitedly, "Xiaomu Gu, we are really amazing." Zhao Chen calmly scanned the surroundings with his gaze, then climbed up to observe the area for a while before returning to the two. The red demon dog is just a low-level beast. If we can't even handle them, how can we face the tide of beast armies on the battlefield in the future? Zhao Chen's words brought Meng Xiaoyou back to his senses. It was his first time fighting a beast, so he had been overly excited. Zhao Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. "But your shooting skills are really impressive." With the compliment, Meng Xiaoyou proudly puffed out his chest. "Of course. My dad said I'm going to inherit the family business. As the saying goes, a wealthy son shouldn't engage in violence, so I need to do less of that. I have to have a means of self-preservation. That means, of course, money." "That's right. The energy bullets don't consume energy, but money. Each energy bullet is worth a fortune, and the energy bullets Meng Xiaoyou used cost over 10,000 Xinfeng coins each." Zhao Chen chuckled. "I think you won't even break even after killing the beasts this time. You see, a red demon dog sold on the market, with its flesh, bones, and fur, would only fetch around 10,000 Xinfeng coins at most, and that's assuming the body is intact. However, with the way they fought, the dead beasts would hardly have complete bodies." Meng Xiaoyou grinned. "As long as it's a money issue, it's not a problem." Zhao Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. At that moment, Lu Yen shyly spoke up, "Sorry, I couldn't help much." Zhao Chen gently patted Lu Yen's shoulder. "You should conserve your energy for when we encounter troublesome beasts later. You'll have your chance to shine." While the few of them were talking, shadows suddenly flew up in the distant sky. They looked up to see 2 giant eagles carrying 2 trainee soldiers flying away from the trial area. This was still the outskirts of the trial area, and the only beasts present were the red demon dogs. Clearly, they hadn't even passed the first test. Su Zhixian looked at the 2 trainees who had given up with dissatisfaction, frowning. These 2 performed well during training, but once on the battlefield, they immediately turned into soft-shell shrimp. What bad luck! Xia Yingxue deducted their points while saying, "We need to strengthen their training in this area. If they can't overcome it, we'll have to send them to the front lines early." Those 2 trainees were not without the ability to defeat beasts. However, when they saw the ferocious red demon dogs, they became so frightened that they forgot everything they had learned before. They even forgot how to use their energy. This phenomenon was not an isolated case. New recruits appeared every year. Zhao Chen glanced and then withdrew his gaze, holding his halberd horizontally, standing in front of the 2. "Let's go, we continue." This was just the edge of the trial area. They needed to go deeper to find more beasts to hunt. He stood in front like a towering mountain, and both Meng Xiaoyou and Lu Yen felt reassured looking at his back. The 3 of them moved forward, and with Zhao Chen's years of jungle hunting experience, he accurately found one prey after another. Charging at the front, he could both bear and fight. Wherever the halberd passed, the bodies of the red demon dogs were torn apart, leaving no complete corpses. Meng Xiaoyou was responsible for supporting Zhao Chen from behind and finishing off any red demon dogs trying to escape. The trio hunted their way through, and soon their trial scores climbed to the top of the leaderboard. However, when Xia Yingxue looked at the leaderboard, they were still not in first place. The one at the top was actually Xiao Han. The second place was Mo Guanguan. Xia Yingxue said, "In actual combat, those with higher energy talent and stronger combat levels are indeed hard to surpass." Inside the trial area, Xiao Han was accompanied by more than a dozen trainee soldiers. These were all the strongest members of their team. Xiao Han held a frost blade in his hand, a chill enveloping him, with a layer of frost armor forming around his hands. In front of him, dozens of red demon hounds were all frozen by his cold aura. With a gentle slash of the frost blade, the frozen hounds were cleaved in 2. A smile he could not suppress crept onto Xiao Han's lips. "My father is the deputy commander of the Lujiang city garrison, and I've been coming to the Qingfeng camp since I was little. I have the map of the trial area. This time, who can compete with me for first place?" Xiao Han's father and the higher-ups of the Qingfeng camp were all affiliated with the military, and even here, the ways of the world could not be avoided. Before the trial, Xiao Han had obtained all the project details, especially the final trial. Thus, he had the advantage of information, essentially walking through with a cheat code. Of course, he was far ahead of the others. This time, the elite of the first group were all around him. As for the others, Xiao Han let them huddle behind, cautiously figuring out how to cope. Because in his view, the so-called large army was utterly meaningless. Only the elite had the right to survive on the battlefield. The so-called team battle, in the end, was still scored individually, wasn't it? Xiao Han pointed the frost blade towards the deeper ruins ahead. "Let's move on." What lies ahead is just an appetizer. The real challenge is the residual beasts deep within the ruins. Those are all at the private rank, capable of using spiritual power to attack. Killing one is worth 100 red demon hounds. Upon hearing this, those around him couldn't help but tense up. Beasts at the private rank? Isn't that too dangerous? Xiaohan smiled lightly. What's there to be afraid of? The residual beasts prepared for this trial are only at the 10th level or so. With so many of us surrounding them, we can definitely take them down. Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed and followed Xiaohan's lead deeper into the ruins. Xiaohan's little maneuvers did not escape the eyes of the instructors. He navigated through many complex areas in the trial zone as if he were at home, heading straight for the location of the beasts. If he hadn't received advance information, no one would believe it. But the instructors chose to let it be. Is it unfair? But that's how this world works. If you complain about unfairness to the enemy on the battlefield, will they give you a chance? Since the goal is to simulate a real battlefield, any situation could arise. As long as the basic rules are not violated, the instructors would not intervene. Compared to Xiaohan, I'm more concerned about Mo Guangguan's performance, Zhang Biao said, looking towards another battlefield area. In the first group, Mo Guangguan was surrounded by several girls standing atop a ruin, her flames blazing like a burning phoenix. In her hand was a longbow, without arrows, yet with each rapid draw, she conjured terrifying fire arrows that instantly pierced through one beast after another. Mo Guangguan's performance was exceptionally striking. As the most notable A-level special recruit among this year's freshmen, she was the most favored prodigy in the eyes of all the higher-ups at the Qingfeng camp. Her background was a secret known only to a few, but it was certain that she came from a very powerful family, and that ashen longbow in her hand was clearly of high quality. Su Zhixiong couldn't help but exclaim. She can condense spiritual power into fire arrows for attack. Has Mo Guangguan's strength reached this level? Zhang Biao stroked his beard. After all, she is already a private rank ability user at level 14. In less than a month, Mo Guangguan's rank had risen from 12 to 14. This leap was no less impressive than Zhao Chen's rise from level 1 to level 5. Because the higher you go, the greater the gap in spiritual power between each level. The most distinct feature of the private rank is that spiritual power can be condensed, and achieving a certain degree of external release is the final aspect of the 4 techniques of refining, twisting, condensing, and releasing. Although Zhao Chen was skilled with the bow, he could not detach himself from the arrows themselves, unlike Mo Guangguan, who could condense arrows using spiritual power. Therefore, it was not surprising that Mo Guangguan was more efficient at killing exotic beasts than he was. Zhang Biao said. It seems that this time Zhao Chen won't be able to take first place. He stroked his big beard and continued. In terms of actual combat, both Mo Guangguan and Xiaohan have natural advantages. Moreover, as we progress, the opponents they will face are not just these low-level red demon dogs. However, given his talent, reaching this level is already quite impressive. I estimate that the final rankings of this training session will see the first and second places emerge from Mo Guangguan and Xiaohan. As for Zhao Chen, he will probably be third. Zhang Biao's analysis received no objections from either Xiang Xue or Su Zhixiong. Even though Zhao Chen had performed well in the previous training sessions, the realm of spiritual energy had always been like this. Talent and family background determined the upper limits, and only a very few could break the rules. Their judgment based on common sense did not seem problematic. After all, how many people in this world could break conventions? They believed that Zhao Chen would still follow the path of a ruin master in the future, rather than that of a spiritual energy user. Besides them, the level special recruit named Shen Moran also performed exceptionally well. Xiang Xue adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and commented appreciatively. In the footage, Shen Moran held her hands in a virtual grip, and the air in her palms began to twist. Moments later, an air cannon shot towards 100 meters away, blasting a red demon dog into the air. As expected of a space-type user, being able to project spiritual energy even at the fighting tooth stage. The biggest problem with projecting spiritual energy is that it gradually dissipates into the air once it leaves its attachment. However, space-type users can confine it within free space, ensuring that even when it leaves the body, its power does not diminish. Therefore, Shen Moran shone brightly in actual combat, becoming the second strongest fighter next to Mo Guangguan. At this moment, Zhao Chen, who was not favored by others, was accompanied only by Meng Qubal and Lu Yan, making their way deeper into the ruins, relying on their rich jungle experience to search for more exotic beasts to earn points. However, the further they went in, the fewer red demon dogs they encountered. Even Meng Qubal couldn't help but doubt, are we going the wrong way? Zhao Chen cautiously moved forward step by step, and they arrived at a ruin densely populated with high-rise buildings, walking on the cracked, wide asphalt road. This place seemed to have once been a bustling commercial district, and even after a long time, the shadows of its former prosperity could still be seen. No, the absence of red demon dogs actually indicates that we are in the right place. In areas where high-level exotic beasts appear, low-level exotic beasts will naturally retreat. This is common sense. Zhao Chen said lightly. He could say that he had memorized the Encyclopedia of Exotic Beasts thoroughly. The joint examination in Luzhou City had long been at the top of the rankings, and it was no joke. In terms of cultural knowledge, no one in Luzhou City could surpass him. Meng Qubal felt a tightening in her heart and cautiously raised her bubble gun. Xiao Ge, are you sure? Is it too risky for the three of us to venture in? Zhao Chen replied, I have a clear understanding of the game rules of the Qingfeng camp. Their goal is to train elite personnel, so the difficulty of each training session is precisely designed to push us to our limits. Therefore, the exotic beasts prepared for us here should be strong enough to threaten our lives, but we also have a chance to defeat them. So, there will definitely be exotic beasts at the soldier rank level. But their fighting level will not exceed 15. Zhao Chen made his judgment. The electronic wristbands were connected to the monitoring system, and their conversation was clearly audible to the instructors. Upon hearing this, Xia Yingxue nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with approval. A very clever mind, a truly wise analyst. I didn't expect even our plan to be seen through by him. Zhang Biao said, crossing his arms. If he goes to the battlefield in the future, commanding a company will be no problem. Why just a company? Because as a commander, one must possess extraordinary combat power. And he didn't believe Zhao Chen could go far on the path of spiritual ability. Let's keep watching. The good show we arranged is about to begin. Xia Yingxue's lips curled into a slight smile. In the scene, the vanguard of the three squads had already reached the depths of the trial area. And now, the real show was just starting. Humans did not need to chase after the alien beasts. Because the alien beasts preyed on humans, when they caught a whiff of their scent, they would actively attack and hunt. Zhao Chen and the others were walking on the wide, desolate street when suddenly, Zhao Chen's ears twitched. Something was approaching. Be careful, something's coming. Zhao Chen reached out to stop Meng Qiuyo and Lu Yan from moving forward. He looked up and was startled to see a terrifying face outside an abandoned commercial building. Meng Qiuyo and Lu Yan also saw the creature, and Meng Qi's face turned pale, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Upon seeing that thing, the fear imprinted deep in his DNA was activated. A humanoid creature hung on the exterior of the building, its limbs unnaturally long, its body a corpse-like dark blue, with long black hair on its head, pitch-black eyes devoid of life, and no lips, revealing a mouth full of jagged, terrifying teeth. Residual beast. Zhao Chen blurted out the name of this alien beast. According to the Encyclopedia of Alien Beasts, this is a humanoid alien beast with a danger level of 2 and a maximum growth limit of the 3rd tier. It is a creature that prefers to act in the dark, hiding in places unseen by humans. However, once disturbed, it becomes extremely ferocious. Humanity's fear of the residual beast stems from a deep-seated fear of humanoid creatures within the human soul. This is not just the uncanny valley effect, it is also due to the dark races from ancient times that preyed on humans, all of which were advanced lifeforms resembling humans. This was Zhao Chen's first encounter with a residual beast outside of books, and its terrifying appearance indeed surprised him, but he quickly calmed his mind. Based on the height of the building's windows, it stands about 3 meters tall. It must have a very strong grip to hold on to the outer wall and hover. Zhao Chen took out his compound bow, nocked an arrow, and quickly aimed at the residual beast. Seeing this, Meng Qiuyo hurriedly raised his BB gun. But at that moment, the residual beast suddenly let go of its grip and began to run down the exterior of the commercial building towards them at high speed. That's right, it was charging at them at an almost vertical angle. Meng Qiuyo panicked. It's too fast, I can't aim at it. Zhao Chen said nothing, just drew the bow like a full moon, channeling all his powerful strength into the compound bow. Innate divine strength, proficiency 212 points, capable of bearing 425 pounds with both arms. Archery, proficiency 98 points. In front of a top-notch marksman, a moving target is no different from a stationary one. Moreover, the distance between them was only a few hundred meters. Zhao Chen's arrowhead was almost always locked onto the residual beast, which landed with a boom, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the next moment, it broke through the dust, charging towards the 3 in an N-shaped trajectory. 300 meters was currently Zhao Chen's most effective killing distance. The residual beast reached that distance in an instant, and Meng Qiuyo was already about to scream. Lu Yan also gripped his long knife, a surge of black flames rising around him, emanating a chilling aura as if from hell. But neither of them had time to act, because Zhao Chen's arrow had already been released. Whoosh! No one's arrow can match Zhao Chen's in power and force. When the bowstring is taut, it emits a strong tremor. If it weren't the most powerful bow in the armory, Zhao Chen could have snapped it with sheer strength. But the power of this arrow is unparalleled. It flies at incredible speed, its sharpness overwhelming. The remaining beast realizes that humans intend to do something, but it never expected that its shaped sprint would be utterly ineffective. The arrow strikes directly at its head. It is fast, but Zhao Chen's arrow is faster. Clang! When the arrow hit its forehead, it produced a sound like metal clashing. A layer of black light shielded its head, the beast's spiritual power. But it appeared for only a moment before shattering, taking its skull with it. The forehead cracked with a crack, and the arrow pierced through its head, the skull being lifted by the tremendous force, brain matter splattering out like tofu with a splat. The human it had regarded as prey never even got close before being killed instantly by a single arrow. Until its heavy body fell to the ground, Meng Qiuyo hadn't even had time to pull the trigger of her bobo gun. From its appearance to its death, it took less than 5 seconds. This is an incredibly brief moment. The sudden appearance of the remaining beast launched an attack. For an average trainee, it would have been overwhelming. But Zhao Chen, on the battlefield, remained as calm as an emotionless killing machine. Sharp and decisive, even when ambushed by the enemy, he showed no signs of panic, instead immediately devising a strategy to kill. Even several instructors watching couldn't help but admire. Every year, trainees die in the final project. It's not that they lack strength, but because fear prevents them from utilizing their abilities. There was even a level special recruit who performed excellently during training. Yet when faced with the remaining beasts, they forgot to even pick up their weapons and were killed instantly. In fact, by now, there had already been casualties. News of someone dying in battle came through Zhao Chen's communication channel. Clearly, others had also encountered the remaining beasts. When facing the red demon dogs, even if they were outmatched, they could at least buy time to call for the giant eagle to escape. But when confronted with these intelligent, incredibly fast humanoid beasts, they didn't even have time to flee. At this moment, many began to realize the cruelty of the world of spiritual ability users. Entering the Qingfeng camp does not mean the start of enjoyment, but rather signifies the beginning of a more brutal life. Qingfeng camp is a military camp, with quotas for death. If someone dies during training, the instructors won't even glance twice. Zhao Chen's electronic wristband buzzed with a message. A trainee was crying out, "Captain, where are you? We're in danger. There's a terrifying remaining beast, come save us." Just after Zhao Chen had dealt with a remaining beast whose combat power was at least equivalent to 10 red demon dogs, he heard his teammates' desperate cries for help. Zhao Chen did not ignore them. Instead, he calmly asked, "Where are you? Are there any obvious building markers around?" Upon receiving Zhao Chen's response, the trainee excitedly replied, "Yes, yes, yes. About 500 meters to our south, there's that tall television tower. In the ruined city, the television tower is the tallest structure, visible to everyone who looks up." It was morning, but they could discern direction by the sun. Without any hesitation, Zhao Chen said to Meng Qiuyo and Lu Yan, "Let's go, we need to save them." Meng Qiuyo looked at Zhao Chen and said, "But if we go to save them, it will affect our speed in gaining points. Besides, there are so many of us in the group, can we manage? Some might hold us back." In Zhao Chen's eyes, there was no hesitation. If it were just ordinary training, I would let them forfeit. But if we don't save them now, they will die. I am the captain of the third group, and I will not allow any team member to die because I abandoned them. Lu Yan said nothing, instead following Zhao Chen closely with his long knife in hand. Meng Qiuyo looked at Zhao Chen's back and suddenly laughed. "I just realized you look even more handsome now, Xiaomu Gu. No wonder you're the man I've set my sights on. Get lost, no bromance." Zhao Chen cursed, but the three of them hurriedly rushed towards the northern part of the TV tower. As humans appeared, the remaining beasts deep within the ruins were also awakened, starting to show themselves and hunt down these trainee soldiers. Their speed was astonishing, able to dart between tall buildings and leap dozens of meters in a single bound. Compared to the red demon dogs, they were even more agile, their massive claws as large as fans, easily capable of snapping steel bars. While on the move, Zhao Chen communicated with his teammates using his electronic wristband. Screams occasionally echoed in his ears, as more team members were injured or killed. "Captain, come save us, hurry." The desperate cries were filled with despair. "Calm down. Pick up your weapon. Don't forget you're a spiritual ability user. Learn to use your weapon. Use your spiritual power to face the enemy. It's not your opponent. Don't be afraid, see it clearly, treat it like a human to confront. First, learn to block its attacks, it'll be there soon." Zhao Chen comforted the panicking teammate, and under his reassurance, the teammate suddenly remembered that he could fight back. The fear of the remaining beasts had robbed him of the courage to resist, and he had chosen to flee at the first opportunity. Zhao Chen had awakened him. On the ground of the ruins, a remaining beast had already killed a trainee, a very beautiful girl whom Zhao Chen had some impression of. Meng Qiuyo had even given her an A for her looks. Unfortunately, the flower-like girl had become food for the remaining beast. The beast was quite particular about its meal, simply lifting her skull to gnaw at her brain. The trainee Zhang Chang lay sprawled on the ground, looking at all this in terror. Witnessing his teammate being killed only intensified his inner panic. However, after hearing Zhao Chen's words, he suddenly realized that staying like this would lead to his death sooner or later. Sure enough, after the beast finished eating the girl's brain, it turned to face him. Blood and brain matter dripped from its mouth, and this scene was even more nauseating than when it had been eating from the organ pool. Zhang Chun gritted his teeth, gripping his weapon tightly, a long gun. The captain is coming soon, I can't just wait to die. I will resist. His mind regained a bit of calm, and he immediately activated his spiritual power, then stood up, aiming his gun at the remaining beast. Key kick. The beast let out a chilling laugh, and the next moment, it suddenly lunged forward like a monkey. In a flash, it was right in front of Zhang Chang. Despite the distance of several dozen meters, Zhang Chang's fear reached its peak, but instead of being afraid, he felt a surge of anger. Ah! He roared, thrusting his gun forward. The great alloy gun had considerable lethality. Facing the gun that was aimed directly at it, the remaining beast actually shrank back, retreating several meters. Zhang Chang's confidence soared, and he suddenly realized the remaining beast was just a physical being. It could also fear weapons and could die. So, what was there to be afraid of? In the face of life and death, everything became clear. To survive, to avenge his companions, he shouted to bolster his courage and charged forward with his gun. The remaining beast swung its arms, its huge but emaciated body swaying like a bamboo pole. But its speed was incredibly fast, and when its withered arms collided with the long gun, the sound was like metal clashing. Ping ping pong pong. Zhang Chang's long gun collided violently with the remaining beast, but the beast's strength was clearly far greater than his. Initially, he fought with sheer bravery, but soon the feeling of powerlessness enveloped him. His palms went numb, and his back felt cold. The remaining beast swept its massive hand, sending him and his gun flying several meters away. Looking at the three-metertal humanoid monster in front of him, Zhang Cheng's mouth fell open. At this moment, even calling for a giant eagle would be too late. Just then, a sharp sound of air being sliced through came, like the cry of a hawk, arriving in an instant. Puff! An arrow shot into the temple of the beast, causing its head to tilt, and then it pierced through the other side's temple. The beast, which had been hunting humans, died without ever knowing who had killed it. Zhang Cheng's eyes widened in terror, and it was only when he confirmed the beast's death that he collapsed to the ground, completely drained of strength. When Zhao Chen and the others arrived at the scene and saw the corpse on the ground, their expressions turned serious. It seems this final trial is more brutal than we imagined. The fact that someone had fallen so quickly surprised Zhao Chun, who understood that the trial wouldn't be simple, but he hadn't expected the situation to escalate so quickly. Zhao Chen looked at Zhang Chang and asked, "What about the other 3 members of your team?" Zhang Chang raised his head, tears filling his eyes after surviving the ordeal. "We got separated. After we reached the depths of the ruins, we were targeted by this beast. None of us knew how many enemies were lurking in the shadows, and in the panic, we couldn't care for each other." Zhao Chen said, "If all 5 of you had worked together, you could have easily killed this beast." He spoke into his electronic wristband. "Everyone remember, this is no longer a simple trial, it's a real battlefield. Fight bravely, or you will truly die." After inquiring further, Zhao Chen confirmed that only this one person from their team had fallen, which eased his mind a bit. However, he quickly added, "Everyone gather. The dangers ahead will be even greater, we need to concentrate and act together." His gaze was sharp. "Right now, the first thing we need to do is not to score higher points, but to ensure our survival." Even before the soldier-level beasts appeared, someone had already died. If they encountered soldier-level beasts next, these inexperienced student squads would not know how many would perish. Zhao Chen decided to change tactics, cautiously advancing in a large group formation. At this point, everyone had witnessed the terror of these beasts. Initially, they had come with the mindset of racking up points, thinking they could easily kill the beasts. But after one battle, they realized that even the lowest-level red demon dog could threaten their lives. From this moment on, they no longer dared to underestimate the situation. Soon, everyone began to quickly gather towards Zhao Chen, using the television tower as a coordinate. However, when the group assembled, Zhao Chen noticed that there were quite a few more people. "What's going on? Are those people part of our team?" Zhao Chen pointed to a dozen people at the edge. Those people exchanged awkward glances, their expressions somewhat uncomfortable. One of them stepped forward and said apologetically, "We are from Team 2. It's just that our captain took a group of elite members deeper in. So. His voice grew quieter, awkwardly adding, "We wanted to follow you and act together. Is that okay?" The expressions of the Team 2 members were quite grim. They were essentially the ones abandoned by Xiao Han, ranked lower in strength within Team 2. Xiao Han was well aware of the rules of the final trial, scoring based on the number of kills. Therefore, he directly discarded those he deemed burdensome. Xiao Han instructed them to only operate on the periphery, and if anyone wanted to enter the dangerous areas, he would not interfere but would also not provide support. These individuals, unwilling to remain on the outskirts without scoring points, decided to venture into the deeper areas on their own. Zhao Chen blinked and then smiled, saying, "Since you want to act with us, then let's put aside any distinctions between teams. Once we are on the battlefield, we will only have one identity, that of warriors of the Xianfeng Empire. So from now on, give it your all and join us in slaying the beasts." As the members of the second group joined, Zhao Chen's team grew to over 60 people. Xu Meng frowned slightly and said to Zhao Chen, "With so many people, how will the points be calculated later? With them here, will some of the points be counted towards the second group?" Zhao Chen glanced at Xu Meng and suddenly laughed. "Do you think the division between groups is still important now?" Xu Meng was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Chen's expression turned serious. "People can really die here, and the alien beasts can threaten our lives. If we continue to fight over those few points, creating divisions among ourselves, we will perish from within first. I've already guessed the true purpose of the instructor for this round. Do you remember what the instructor said before we came?" Xu Meng blinked. "What did he say?" Zhao Chen replied, "The instructor will score us based on our performance in the trial area. I believe that the warriors of the Xianfeng Empire need not lone wolves who only care about their own interests, but a pack of wolves. Only a powerful pack of wolves can sweep through everything, making all things on the prairie tremble. And a lone wolf, no matter how strong, has limited power. This is evident from those powerful alien beasts that most of the student soldiers cannot kill with their individual abilities." Zhao Chen's explanation made everyone around him convinced. They hadn't thought of this, they were only focused on killing more alien beasts to gain points, even developing a sense of vigilance towards others around them. Some student soldiers felt ashamed, they even felt a sense of glee at the thought of other student soldiers failing or even dying, thinking, one less competitor. Zhao Chen's interpretation once again made the three instructors feel immensely satisfied. This kid is really smart. He grasped our intentions so quickly. On future battlefields facing the ferocious beasts and dark races like a tide, individual strength is weak. Only those who trust each other as brothers in life and death, who do not abandon or give up, can defeat strong enemies and become the Iron Army of the Empire. In contrast, Xiao Han. Xiang Xue looked at the screen where Xiao Han had already led a dozen elite members deep into the ruins, her brows twisted in disgust, only caring about his own score and abandoning his companions. Such behavior is despicable. If on a real battlefield, those weaker teammates were abandoned by him, the only outcome would be death. Zhao Chen, who took on the responsibility of bringing everyone together and was willing to lead them forward, had the demeanor of a great general. Once the team was fully gathered, Zhao Chen quickly assigned tasks to everyone. He took the lead at the front of the team, responsible for reconnaissance and leading the charge, while the remaining people were still grouped in fives, slowly advancing forward. The stronger and bolder individuals were on the periphery, while the weaker ones were in the center to provide support. With such a large group's movement, the scent of humans wafted far and wide, quickly attracting a large group of alien beasts. They did not appear directly but swiftly moved through the shadows in the middle of the buildings, leaving behind trails of shadows. Zhao Chen's expression was as cold as steel as he silently nocked an arrow. Without any warning, he shot an arrow directly into the shadows. Thud! An alien beast was instantly killed by Zhao Chen. His arrow was too fast for the alien beast to react. Zhao Chen said in a deep voice, "They want to disrupt our morale. Don't be afraid, these guys are not that difficult to deal with. As long as we showcase the results of our daily training, we can easily crush these ugly creatures." The team members, seeing the body that fell in the shadows, suddenly felt a surge of courage. Although they were not as strong as Zhao Chen, 5 against 1 was not a difficult task. With fear gone from their hearts, when they looked again at the strange beasts weaving between the buildings, deliberately creating a terrifying atmosphere to scare them, everyone suddenly found them amusing, like monkeys. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 residual beasts suddenly jumped down from the tall buildings, heading straight for the members at the back of the team. Holding the rear was Zhu Meng and Zhuo Yun. Xu Meng roared, his whole being like a lion, wielding a massive broadsword as he charged forward. A powerful spiritual energy coalesced on the broadsword, colliding with the steel-like arm of a residual beast. Black spiritual energy surged from the beast, and with a loud clang, one of its arms was directly severed and sent flying high into the air. The great alloy broadsword was no joke. Zhuo Yun also raised his family heirloom spear, the Longdan, and with a loud shout, thrust it forward. The residual beast moved quickly, dodging his first shot, but Zhuo Yun's wrist twisted, and the spear suddenly created afterimages, each thrust resembling 100 spears following in its wake. The beast was struck multiple times, quickly riddled with blood holes. Zhao Chen, witnessing Zhuo Yun's marksmanship, couldn't help but nod in approval. Although Zhuo Yun's talent rating was only C and his combat level was just 5, he had at least a decade of experience with the spear. Zhao Chen had seen with his own eyes how Zhuo Yun had killed a fly with the spearhead without damaging the wall in the slightest. His 6 harmonies breaking gun technique was incredibly sharp. Although he didn't take down a residual beast as quickly as Zhu Meng, he had suppressed it to the point of being unable to fight back. Let's go! Seeing this, the other team members gained confidence, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. Under the leadership of Zhu Meng and Zhuo Yun, the 10 of them quickly killed the residual beasts. Excitement showed on their faces. We did it! I killed a residual beast. Zhao Chen laughed. I told you, they're not that scary after all. But now, we have to face the real opponents. The appearance of those 2 residual beasts was a signal. From the shadows within the surrounding buildings, one residual beast after another let out chilling roars and pounced forward. But the trainee soldiers were no longer afraid. They picked up their weapons and charged forward with determined gazes. They unleashed all the spiritual techniques and combat methods they had learned. Zhao Chen, wielding a composite bow, shot down 3 residual beasts in one breath. As the group of residual beasts approached, he kicked the Fong Tianhua halberd with his left foot and gripped it in his hand. Taking a deep breath, he then stomped his right foot on the ground, propelling himself forward. The Overlord breaking array halberd. With strength breaking through all methods, and unmatched bravery, the essence of this combat technique lay in power and momentum, requiring an indomitable fighting spirit, never retreating. The strength of these residual beasts was equivalent to that of a combat level 5 spiritual ability user. Without spiritual techniques, their bodies had only a thin layer of enhanced physical strength. But now, even without using spiritual energy, Zhao Chen's combat power, relying solely on his physique and mastery of the halberd technique, was already comparable to that of a combat level 5 spiritual ability user. With one halberd, Zhao Chen stood at the forefront of the team, like an insurmountable mountain blocking the horde of residual beasts. Everyone was fighting in groups when suddenly they saw a towering figure, wielding the Fong Tianhua halberd, charging into the midst of the residual beast battle formation. Zhao Chen swung the halberd. Such a heavy weapon, such formidable strength, caused every strike to resonate with the sound of thunder. Puff! 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 The halberd swept through the air, slashing, sweeping, or simply smashing down with immense force, killing those fierce and cunning residual beasts as if they were cutting vegetables, crushing through them all. As long as they cast aside their fear of humanoid strange beasts, the strength of these residual beasts was not to be feared. He actually swept through the strange beasts with sheer strength. Some trainee soldiers, witnessing this scene, were left dumbfounded. What made strange beasts most feared by humans was their naturally superior physique. Whether in speed or strength, they were not comparable to spiritual ability users of the same level. Without spiritual power, humans can only become food in front of the alien beasts. However, Zhao Chen's fighting style consumed very little spiritual power. He simply pushed through with brute force. With a sweep of his halberd, the might of the great alloy weapon combined with Zhao Chen's innate divine strength directly smashed a residual beast in half. Organs splattered, and the death was incredibly tragic. Nearby, another alien beast attempted a sneak attack, its massive claws reaching for Zhao Chen's waist. But Zhao Chen threw a punch directly at it, colliding with its sharp claws. The result was a crisp crack, as its claws were shattered, and its body was sent flying. Unmatched bravery. After witnessing Zhao Chen's performance, everyone had this thought in their hearts. Zhu Meng also gasped in shock. He realized that during their previous confrontation, it was fortunate he had suggested stopping early. Bu Yanhua had taught Zhao Chen the 7 kills since childhood, which was all about killing. There was no such thing as sparring. Every move was aimed at taking the enemy's life. In less than 5 minutes, Zhao Chen single-handedly killed 7 residual beasts. Meanwhile, the other members had also dealt with over a dozen. The fear of the residual beasts in everyone's hearts was swept away, and even those who were usually timid and cowardly clenched their fists in excitement. Holding the halberd, Zhao Chen turned to them and said, "Did you see that? As long as we are not afraid, calm down, and work together sincerely, these so-called alien beasts are nothing. Next, let's continue moving forward." With Zhao Chen leading, the team was filled with fighting spirit and united as one. They felt proud to belong to this team, thinking only of slaying the alien beasts alongside their comrades. At this moment, they embodied the spirit of imperial soldiers. This pleased the instructors greatly. A natural leader, excellent leadership skills, and a remarkable personal charisma. Brave and strategic, a perfect performance. Xia Yingshu's eyes were filled with a hint of admiration. This Zhao Chen was simply extraordinary. However, his points are still far behind Mo Guangguan and Xiao Han, Zhang Biao said with a smile. Next, let's see how they perform against real strong enemies. Indeed, up until now, everything was still just an appetizer. Under Xiao Han's leadership, a team of over a dozen arrived deep into the ruins. They had already slain dozens of residual beasts, most of which were taken down by Xiao Han himself. It must be admitted that his strength was outstanding, level 9 in combat, an ice and wind dual attribute ability user, grade talent, and he also had a unique level 1 Frostblade of Ashes. In terms of pure combat power, only Mo Guanguan and Zhao Chen could match him. Additionally, having obtained intelligence in advance, his point soared, surpassing Mo Guanguan, who was in second place, by a margin. At this moment, as Xiaohan listened to the cries for help from the second team coming through his electronic wristband, he sneered, and directly deleted them from his friends list. I've said it before, mediocre talents should have the awareness of mediocre talents. Who can they blame for wanting to venture deep into the trial area? Beside him, Jin Xiangqing smiled and flattered, young Master Xiao is absolutely right. It's already very merciful of you not to let them come over as cannon fodder. Xiaohan glanced at him, the warm-up is over. From now on, the real trial begins. He raised the heavy frost blade above his head, his eyes fixed on a pool of water ahead. Suddenly, he plunged the frost blade into the water. Freeze! An endless chill instantly spread along the blade, and the entire pool quickly froze solid, a chilling white mist beginning to envelop the surroundings. All the student soldiers around him excitedly and nervously picked up their weapons, readying themselves for battle. Suddenly, a massive crack opened up on the ice surface and a figure leaped out from the water, landing on a collapsed pillar, coldly gazing down at everyone before it. A residual beast, a beast unlike any seen before, larger than previous ones, appeared before them. Its head was completely devoid of hair, shaped like an inverted triangle, resembling a terrifying venomous snake. And on its face, it had 6 glaring eyes. Upon seeing it, Xiaohan excitedly tightened his grip on the frost blade in his hand. This trial's most troublesome opponent, and the one with the highest points, is the private level beast. The private level beast was combat level 15. It was also the leader of the nearby beasts. In every group of alien beasts, the strongest one becomes the leader, possessing greater power and a more fearsome appearance. Xiaohan had gathered this information early on, and he was confident that with the frost blade in his hand and the combat strength of the elite around him, they could take it down swiftly. Chen Tang, Song Siki, cover me. Archers, prepare, and be careful not to hit our allies. Though this thing has intelligence, its IQ is no match for humans. While attacks centered around me, we can wear it down. After saying this, Xiaohan charged directly at the leader beast with his long knife. The long knife dragged on the ground, exuding a chilling aura as he unleashed his family's combat technique. Endless cold technique. A massive white mist enveloped him, causing everything nearby to suddenly drop in temperature. Several main attackers surged forward with him, while a few skilled archers in the team drew their bows, channeling their energy into the arrows, which then rained down in an arc towards the leader beast. The leader beast faced these attacks, blocking with its iron arms, and a series of clinks echoed as the arrows merely left marks on its body, failing to penetrate its layer of scale-like armor. Even so, the pain made the leader beast roar in anger. At this moment, Xiaohan had already charged close with the main attackers, swinging his knife fiercely. The leader beast, furious, swiftly lunged forward, its iron claws crashing down. A glimmer of joy flashed in Xiaohan's eyes. Come on! The moment the frostblade made contact with the leader beast's iron claws, a wave of frost spread from the blade, freezing the claws instantly. I came prepared this time. I know exactly how to deal with you, Xiaohan said triumphantly. He had the leader beast under control, and 5 or 6 others immediately struck at its vital points with knives, guns, swords, and staffs. As the student battalion began to delve deeper into the trial area, continuously slaughtering the beasts, they finally stirred the leader beast. These private-level leader beasts were specially cultivated by the Qingfeng camp for this trial, ensuring they could train new recruits without causing mass casualties. Therefore, each leader beast's combat level was controlled around level 15. Xiaohan's side had a smooth journey because his father's acquaintances among the higher-ups in the Qingfeng camp had provided intelligence. Even when facing the leader beast, he was well prepared. Meanwhile, on Mo Guangwen's side, they had split into several teams, and only a dozen people were around her. However, when she saw the leader beast, which was clearly different from ordinary beasts, emerge from the ruins, there was no panic on her face like the other student soldiers. Instead, she rubbed her fists together, revealing a fierce smile that belied her delicate appearance. A leader beast, huh? Just a mere combat level 15 creature. I can handle this one alone. She twirled another ring on her little finger, and a flash of crimson flame appeared, followed by a pair of flame-patterned gauntlets materializing in her hands. Shen Moran frowned and said, Guanguan, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Let us support you. Mo Guanguan tilted her head and gave her a dismissive smile. Dangerous? Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Shen Moran hesitated, but Mo Guanguan didn't give her a second glance. Instead, she crouched down like a cheetah, her hands pressing against the ground. Leap of flame surged from her body, the force causing the surrounding cadets to involuntarily take a few steps back. Is this the power of an A-level special recruit? Feeling the pressure emanating from Mo Guanguan, the expressions of the others changed dramatically. She and we are simply not on the same level. Boom! The flames erupted wildly as Mo Guangguan charged towards the head beast like a ferocious predator. Sensing the enemy's presence, the head beast opened its massive jaws and let out a chilling roar, then charged forward in a frenzy. Mo Guangguan's figure, like that of a tiger or leopard, transformed her hands into claws as she lunged directly at the head beast to tear it apart. Intermediate combat technique, tiger-leopard capture. Despite her petite frame facing a head beast nearly twice her size, she moved with ease, her flaming fists and feet raining down ferociously upon the head beast. Like a tiger or leopard, swift and powerful, each strike was filled with a violent beauty. The cadets behind her were left dumbfounded. They had initially thought it would be a tough battle, but from the moment Mo Guangguan struck, she completely dominated the head beast. This was the first time they witnessed Mo Guangguan's strength, and it made them understand why a level could be a level. Zhao Chen and his team pressed on, encountering more residual beasts along the way, but under Zhao Chen's leadership they eliminated them all. The cadets grew braver with each battle, their fear of the residual beasts nearly vanished. The instructors had only lost less than 5 men, yet the entire team underwent a transformation. However, as Zhao Chen killed another residual beast, the head beast among them finally revealed itself. Amidst the ruins of a commercial district, a building suddenly shattered, and a larger residual beast emerged from within, its skin resembling bronze. The stench of blood emanating from it was even more intense, with no eyelids or lips, its eyeballs bulging and rapidly scanning everyone present. Just the aura it exuded sent chills down the spines of the cadets behind Zhao Chen. Yet a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhao Chen's eyes. A soldier-level head beast. Only at the soldier level does a beast develop a spiritual source, and its heart can be used to enhance combat levels. Moreover, a few soldier-level head beasts have valuable parts that can be used as materials for refining ashes. Currently, Zhao Chen was particularly in need of ash materials to quickly improve his proficiency in ash manufacturing. Xu Meng and Wang Jiaojiu also stepped forward with weapons, ready to face the soldier-level head beast alongside Zhao Chen. With over 60 of us, dealing with it shouldn't be difficult. We just need to be cautious. But as soon as he finished speaking, a loud commotion came from the area behind the team from a dilapidated alleyway. Boom! Another head beast emerged, its form different from the previous one, longer and resembling a chopstick, yet standing over 5 meters tall. Its arms nearly dragged on the ground. Its body swaying as if a gust of wind could topple it, but the bloodthirsty aura it emitted was no less than that of the first beast. There are actually 2 head beasts. The 2 head beasts stood one in front of the other, blocking the retreat of Zhao Chen's team of over 60. With such a large-scale march, their target was obvious and easy to be tracked. While they hunted the beasts would also hunt humans. Fortunately, the team members had experienced battles, and their fear had significantly diminished. However, facing a soldier-level head beast still made them tense. What should we do? Xu Meng's face showed a serious expression. Should we split the team? If they split up, casualties would almost be unavoidable. With so many people, the varying strengths of the cadets could become a liability. But the head beasts wouldn't give them time to think. The 2 head beasts exchanged a glance, reaching a certain understanding, and then launched their attack simultaneously. The head beast in front opened its mouth, a powerful spiritual energy gathering within. The release of spiritual power is a means possessed only by soldiers of the private rank and extraordinary beasts. The tall, thin head beast in the rear raised its long, slender arms, and scales on its arms stood up like a violent storm, shooting towards the direction where the student soldiers were most concentrated. At that critical moment, Zhao Chen's face was terrifyingly calm. Only his eyes were sharp, like a blade of execution. You all deal with that guy behind. As for this one in front, leave it to me. Upon hearing this, Xu Meng and the others were all taken aback. Zhao Chen, a level 5 fighter, actually wanted to take on the head beast of level 15 alone. Wasn't this seeking death? Not only did the student soldiers think so, but the 3 instructors also felt that Zhao Chen was joking. In the face of such an absolute gap in strength, personal skills were not enough to make up for it. Moreover, in a situation like this, there was no time to set traps, it was a direct confrontation. Just as the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, Xu Meng, though confused, had no time to continue arguing with Zhao Chen. In an instant, he doubted, but still chose to trust. Because in the past, Zhao Chen had never made a wrong judgment. Xu Meng and Wang Jiaojiu grabbed their weapons and immediately turned to face the enemy behind. The scales rushed in like a torrential rain, more powerful than human firearms. Even though they were prepared, the spiritual shields protecting those student soldiers were quickly pierced. In just one move, more than a dozen student soldiers were severely injured on the spot, and even 2 had their vital points pierced and died. At this moment, Zhao Chen faced the spiritual wave attack of the head beast, his figure dodging like a ghost. His spiritual power concentrated on his legs, activating the light steps, making his speed unimaginably fast. Zhao Chen chose not to use a bow and arrow for a ranged attack. With his current strength, he could hardly penetrate the head beast's protective spiritual power with arrows. So he chose to let go of the Feng Tianhua halberd in his hand and rushed straight towards the head beast. What the hell does this guy want to do? Zhang Biao couldn't help but shout. He didn't even want a weapon. Was he going to engage in close combat? At that moment, a silver light flickered from Zhao Chen's palm, and a silver long sword, shining with dazzling brilliance, appeared in his hand. Level 1 Ashen Remains, Silver Sword. This was Zhao Chen's most powerful weapon at the moment. For more than half a month, he had been improving his synchronization rate with it. His original intention was to have an extra weapon for self-defense, whether facing Xiao Han's challenge or guarding against Tian Hu's revenge, to have an extra trump card. And now, it was the first time he used it in front of others. He infused his spiritual power into the long sword, and a sharp aura that made the skin tingle erupted from the sword's edge. Even the head beast in front felt uncomfortable, letting out an angry roar. Boom! It stomped the ground violently, charging like a cannonball, its claws like 10 sharp broken swords, slashing madly towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen had already approached it. Without the slightest hesitation or fear, the long sword in his hand danced like a spiritual snake, thrusting towards the body of the head beast. In an instant, the sword shadows overlapped like the light and shadows under the moon, dancing in the void, ringing and intertwining. One sword thrust out, then twirled gracefully in the air, like a sudden rain falling in spring, but this rain quickly intensified, turning into a storm. With a sword, how could there be no accompanying battle technique? The demon jester allowed Zhao Chen to master any weapon in the shortest time possible. He had already cultivated the entry-level sword technique to the maximum level, thus deriving the second-stage intermediate battle technique Whispering Wind and Drizzling Rain Sword. Although his proficiency was only 132, it was comparable to the results of a skilled swordsman practicing for a year. Under the enhancement of the silver sword, the sword's sharpness made the head beast feel a strong sense of crisis. It roared, its 10 claws slashing down madly. Clang clang clang, the sword clashed like a sudden downpour, producing a continuous, crisp sound as it struck against its sharp claws. In less than a second of exchanging blows, large flakes of snow were sent flying, landing in puddles on the ground. The head beast suddenly felt a wave of intense pain. It raised its hand to look, only to find that all 10 of its claws, comparable to great alloys, had been completely severed, leaving only bare wrists. Roar! It howled in agony, instinctively retreating several meters. The instructors watching this scene were all dumbfounded. Zhao Chen repeatedly shattered their common sense. A level 5 ability user, even with a level 1 Ashen Remnant, should not be able to gain such an overwhelming advantage so easily when facing a beast that was 10 levels higher. For instance, the neighboring Xiao Han, as a level 9 ability user with the exclusive Ashen Remnant Frostblade, had only managed to kill a head beast with the cooperation of over a dozen elite fighters. Zhao Chen, what right did he have? What right? Zhao Chen did not give the head beast a chance to escape. The creature before him was already terrified, sensing the danger of death from this human boy. But Zhao Chen had already raised his long sword, his figure darting forward like lightning. The silver sword shimmered with a blazing brilliance, suddenly rising into the air like a spiked silver moon. Silver sword. Synchronization rate 92. This meant that Zhao Chen could almost unleash the full power of this Ashen Remnant. As it was specially crafted by the Jin family for their descendants, outsiders would experience some barriers in using it. However, a 92 synchronization rate was extremely rare among all the spiritual ability users in the Xianfeng Empire. This indicated that when Zhao Chen wielded the silver sword, his explosive power could reach the level of the original owner of the Ashen Remnant, the Silver Wolf, at his spiritual power limit. That was a beast with a combat level exceeding 100 points, and its claws were the sharpest part of its body, capable of effortlessly severing the claws of level 15 residual beasts. The head beast howled and roared, trying to escape, but how could it defend against a frontal pursuit while retreating? The long sword pierced directly at its chest. The swift wind and drizzle sword was both fast and fierce. The sword light enveloping all areas in front of it, making it nearly impossible to evade. The head beast raised its bare arms to block. Its arm strength was comparable to gold and iron, but with its hardest claws severed, how could its arms withstand? Puff, puff, puff. Its arms were chopped off in sections before the silver sword, as if they were lotus roots. The absolute gap in skill, the absolute disparity in weaponry, rendered any resistance futile, ultimately resulting in Zhao Chen piercing its throat with a single sword strike. With a twist of his wrist, the massive head flew into the air. With a thud, its body collapsed like a small mountain, shaking the ground violently. This scene left the three observing instructors with their mouths agape, unable to recover for a long time. Just like that, so easily killed? There was no hesitation, clean and swift. With just a slight advantage, he instantly expanded it, taking the opponent's life. That swordsmanship was so proficient it could make even the swordsmanship instructor of the Qingfeng camp blush. Truly worthy of being a disciple taught by that person, Xiaongshu breathed deeply, murmuring, But even if she is her disciple, this performance is just too monstrous. Zhang Biao was still in a daze, seemingly unable to accept such a reality. They did not understand Zhao Chen's abilities, so they naturally did not grasp why he suddenly mastered such advanced swordsmanship and how he could unleash such power from a level 1 Ashen Remnant. That silver sword, if it fell into the hands of its original owner, Jin Shangcheng, would not even be able to exert 1/3 of its power in Zhao Chen's hands. Jin Xiangcheng's synchronization rate with the Ashen Remnant was only 5. The heavy sound of the body hitting the ground startled the team members behind. Thinking something had happened to Zhao Chen. As they hurried over to rescue, each one of them widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The beast that had been battling Zhao Chen had, in less than 10 seconds, separated its head from its body. This was the true essence of life and death combat. Just one flaw could lead to a swift kill. Zhao Chen's fighting style had no room for hesitation, which was why such an effect was created. However, this scene stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. Behind them, 5 or 6 team members had already perished. The battlefield was that cruel. The tall, thin beast seemed frail, yet its speed was astonishing and its strength immense. Its 2 arms were like long spears, swinging rapidly, easily sweeping several student soldiers away. Xu Meng, Wang Jiaojiao, and Zhuo Yun, as the main forces, had to join forces to confront it hidden. If they tried to brute force it, they would find it extremely taxing. Showcased his skills with a level 2 Ember Wave gun. He loaded a spirit energy bullet worth 20,000 Xianfeng coins and suppressed the beast from a distance. Surprisingly, he dealt the most damage to the beast. Many around him felt a pang of sympathy, but there was no time to worry about money now. Otherwise, Zhao Chen would have wanted to say to him, "Just give me the money, and I'll help you handle it." The beast slowly became enraged, ultimately deciding to abandon Zhu Meng and the others to take out the most annoying Meng Qiuyo first. However, as it gathered its spirit wave to strike Meng Qiuyo from hundreds of meters away, Meng Qiuyo quickly turned and transformed a ruby ring into a square shield to block in front of him. Level 2 Ember, Guardian Shield. The beast's spirit wave crashed against the shield, only to have its energy completely absorbed by it. Seeing this, Zhao Chen felt relieved. He was not in a position to intervene again, as his previous battle, though it seemed to end quickly, had been extremely perilous. Using the silver sword, he had consumed nearly half of his spirit energy in just 10 seconds. Zhao Chen first dug into the beast's corpse, pulling out its heart, still dripping with blood. The source of the beast's spirit energy was right here, and it was the most precious thing on the beast. Since he had killed the beast solo, he was entitled to it. Then, he collected the 10 severed claws of the beast. The Ember data mentioned that these were the hardest parts of its body, suitable for crafting low-level Ember materials. Although Zhao Chen didn't want to use such low-grade materials, they were still useful for leveling up his skills. After finishing these tasks, he transformed the silver sword back into a ring, then sat on a large rock, clasped his hands under his chin, and began to meditate silently. Spirit Energy Rotation, Intermediate Meditation Technique, Proficiency 412. Turtle Breathing Technique, Life Skill, Proficiency 425. Combining these 2 abilities yielded excellent results. Even after just experiencing a brutal fight, Zhao Chen could calm his mind in the shortest time and enter a meditative state, communicating with the spirit energy of the subspace. These 2 abilities were the fastest skills for Zhao Chen to improve, as they were both used frequently in daily life. The other 60+ people were surrounding the beast, and it seemed that victory was only a matter of time. However, injuries would certainly occur, but after adapting to its attack methods, the likelihood of fatalities was greatly reduced. At this moment, in the instructor's observation room, Zhao Chen had single-handedly killed a beast and, with his strong commanding spirit energy, received a high score from the instructor, jumping back to the top of the leaderboard. However, the scores were not displayed in real time, so Xiaohan still believed he had the highest score. In reality, due to his reliance on others to kill the beast, his score was only half of Zhao Chen's. As for Mo Guanguan, she also received a high score. Like Zhao Chen, she achieved her solo kill through her own abilities. However, for those at combat level 5 and combat level 13, the difficulty of achieving a solo kill is not even comparable. Xiang Xue looked at the surveillance footage and said, "In this area, there are a total of 5 head beasts being raised. Now that 4 have appeared, it means that whoever can kill the last head beast will be the first in the final trial." On Xiaohan's side, the lookout came down from the high building to report on the situation at the other 2 locations. On Team 1's side, Mo Guanguan has also taken down a head beast. She's really fierce. No wonder she's in a level genius at combat level 14. The other side is still fighting. That guy Zhao Chen is really stupid. He actually brought along those burdens we left behind. Doesn't he know that the more people there are, the less points each person can earn? The speaker scoffed. Xiaohan shrugged. Who knows? Zhao Chen likes it. If he wants to be a hero, he needs to have the strength. He held the frost blade, and the pride in his eyes was evident. With so many burdens on Zhao Chen's side, they're no longer a threat. But just to be safe, we need to take down the last head beast. By then, he'll take first place. You brothers will definitely benefit. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. This time, our smooth progress is thanks to young Master Xiao. Boss Xiao will be following you from now on. Xiao Han smiled proudly and then moved towards the area where the last head beast was reported to be. While they were still searching around like headless flies, they found that I had already dealt with the last head beast. On the battlefield, intelligence is extremely important. Whether it's Zhao Chun or Mo Guanguan, how can you compare to me? Xiao Han led a group of teammates deeper into the ruins. In the very center of the ruins, there was a massive depression, several thousand meters in diameter. It is said that this was left behind by a human powerhouse during the Great Battle 10 years ago. This place is also the central area of the ruins, and according to the intelligence Xiao Han received, the last head beast was hiding here. On Zhao Chen's side, after 3 meditations, he finally restored all the consumed spiritual power. Meanwhile, the battle over there was also coming to an end. Under the combined assault of 50 to 60 people, they ultimately killed the head beast. The entire process was not easy. Although there were many people, the head beast's speed was too fast, and most of the effort was wasted in empty space. Ultimately, it was still due to a lack of coordination among them, and the significant gap in strength between the trainees that led to this outcome. If only a dozen elite members had remained by Zhao Chen's side, perhaps the battle would have ended even more quickly. After the battle, more than 30 people were injured to varying degrees, and 8 had died. Many were exhausted and collapsed on the ground, feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. Zhao Chen sensed the retreating spirit on their faces and stepped forward to address everyone. If you feel you can't continue, now is the time to withdraw. You have already experienced fighting against powerful alien beasts, which is a very valuable experience. As for how to divide the spoils, one head beast's resources are not enough for so many people to share. My suggestion is to save them for now, and after we go out, check the battlefield surveillance to allocate based on each person's contribution. No one had any objections to Zhao Chen's proposal. His strength and charisma had long conquered everyone. Someone raised their hand and said dejectedly, "Zhao Chun, I've decided to withdraw. This practical combat has made me realize how far I am from being a qualified soldier of the Xianfeng Empire." One by one, people raised their hands to withdraw. Their spiritual power was nearly depleted, and they couldn't recover as quickly as Zhao Chen could through meditation. Continuing to fight could lead to their deaths and burden others. Zhao Chen nodded, and soon many shouted their withdrawal. Screech, a giant eagle after another flew down from the sky, taking them away from the trial area. The bodies of those who had died in battle were also carried away. In the end, there were surprisingly fewer than 10 who chose to stay. Zhao Chen glanced at the time. Over 4 hours had passed, and there was still more than an hour left until the final trial would end. Now we are operating as a team. How many beasts will appear next? No one knows. We must act cautiously and be fully prepared at all times. Don't be greedy for points. If you die, you lose everything. The crowd nodded silently. One cannot learn from others, but one can learn from experience just once. The numerous corpses made them hesitant to face this place with a gaming mindset. This was a real expedition, a rehearsal for future wars. Speaking of this, Zhao Chen looked at Lu Yan, who was wearing a large pair of frog glasses, looking quite cool. In reality, since the battle began, he hadn't had the chance to take action. Just seeing those humanoid remnants bleeding up close made him dizzy and nauseous. Lu Yan lowered his head shyly, looking as if he had done something wrong. "I'm sorry, Zhao Chen. I've held you back." Zhao Chen rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, "I must find a time to help you overcome your blood phobia." He smiled and said, "It's fine, with you here, we have more assurance." Lu Yan, at combat level 12, theoretically had stronger combat power than Zhao Chen. If it weren't for his issue, he would shine as brightly as Mo Guanguan now. With proper training, he would surely become a great help in the future. Zhao Chen climbed up high again. Among the abandoned buildings, he was as agile as a monkey. However, at this moment, the ruins had mostly been cleared of beasts, and there was nothing to discover after climbing up. Based on the position of the sun and the terrain of the ruins, Zhao Chen roughly assessed his current location. Then he returned to the ground and said to everyone, "Let's head towards the center of the ruins. It will be easier to observe the surroundings there." At this moment, everyone was very obedient to Zhao Chen's words, so no one raised any objections. After all, in terms of practical experience, they could not compare to Zhao Chen, who had hunted in Bloodbone Mountain for many years. While Zhao Chen and the others were cautiously searching for direction, Xiao Han had already led his team to the sinkhole in the central area of the city. Upon reaching the edge of the sinkhole, Xiao Han looked down and found it to be dozens of meters deep. A smile crept onto his lips as he slid down the edge of the pit, with the others following closely behind. According to the intel, the last beast is nearby. They are probably still wandering aimlessly, but we will take down the last beast first and secure the top spot in the training. Xiao Han's face was unable to hide his excitement. Inside the sinkhole, it was filled with various construction debris and mechanical wreckage, a complete mess. The remnants liked to hide in dark places, and waking them up was quite simple. All it took was enough noise. One team member, without saying a word, raised a long spear high, then concentrated his spiritual energy and hurled it towards a pile of construction debris ahead. Boom! The spear plunged into the ruins and the spiritual energy erupted, causing the already unstable debris to begin collapsing downward. Soon, a distant roar echoed from deep within the ruins. Xiao Han gripped his long knife, the frost blade, a chilling aura enveloping his body, and frost armor appeared on his arms. Everyone tightened their grips on their weapons, excitedly preparing to take down the last beast and earn high points. Boom! Large stones and cement slabs mixed with rebar were violently smashed apart, raining down towards Xiao Han and the others. Seeing this scene, the team members, who had previously been filled with anticipation and excitement, now showed expressions of shock in their eyes. Just this one strike indicated that the combat level of the last beast was definitely above 15. Be on guard. The boulders fell from the sky, and they scrambled to dodge, one after another crashing heavily onto the ground. Although the team members struggled to evade, they were all elite trainees and managed to avoid the boulders' attacks with relative steadiness. However, as the dust settled, someone spotted the head beast awaken from the ruins. Instantly, that person's pupils shrank to the size of green beans. This is... From the rubble, a figure slowly stood up. The nearby wreckage of an excavator was even shorter than this figure. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, its imposing physique was enough to make one swallow hard. When they clearly saw the appearance of the residual beast, the smile on Xiao Han's face vanished, replaced by confusion. Although the head beast's appearance was not entirely the same, it was generally similar. But the one before them, standing 10 meters tall, was drenched in blood red. It had no neck, its head resembling an inverted trash can, and its belly was as large as that of a menopausal old man. But what was most striking were its arms, which ended not in claws but in a pair of giant hammers made of bone and congealed flesh. This thing is not a residual beast at all. What on earth is this? Someone stared at Xiao Han, panic evident in their eyes. Xiao Han said, "Impossible. In the final trial, there are only the red demon dogs and residual beasts. My intel cannot be wrong. Unless..." Someone seemed to realize something, murmuring, "This one in front of us is a mutated residual beast. Just like among humans, there are awakeners, there are also unique existences among alien beasts, referred to as mutants. These individuals often possess powers beyond those of ordinary individuals." The three instructors also noticed the commotion, their faces displaying various expressions. One head beast has mutated? Interesting. I wonder how high its combat level can reach, Zhang Biao said with a grin. Su Zhixiong stroked his chin. Looks like quite a few trainees are going to die now. We might need to activate the emergency plan. What's the rush? Zhang Biao said dismissively. Let's just wait and see. Dying during training was a normal occurrence. Even if Xiao Han were to die here today, his father, the deputy commander of the Lujiang city garrison, could not blame the Qingfeng camp for it. This was the harsh reality of the world of psychics. The emergence of the mutated residual beast disrupted Xiao Han's original plans. According to his strategy, gathering the strength of over a dozen elite members, combined with his personal combat power, taking down two head beasts of combat level 15 would be a piece of cake. However, the strength of a mutant was unpredictable, and even its individual abilities could change due to mutation. In other words, the situation was no longer under control. Don't panic. Even if it's a mutated individual, a residual beast is still just a residual beast. According to our previous tactics, main attackers and archers, get ready. Xiao Han took a deep breath, raising his massive frost blade. With his command, the others calmed down, picking up their weapons in preparation for the attack. Let's go! Xiao Han was the first to grip his sword and charge forward, with several main attackers closely following him. Behind them, a few trainees skilled in archery began to shoot arrows. One by one, the arrows, infused with psychic energy, soared over the heads of Xiao Han and the others, heading straight for the mutated residual beast. The entirely red mutated residual beast sensed the human presence, its large nostrils flaring as it inhaled deeply. It detected the psychic energy, the scent it loved most. The flesh and blood of humans with psychic energy were also its favorite food. Facing the onslaught of arrows, it raised its arm and lightly waved, effortlessly swatting them away. Xiao Han dragged his sword along the ground, speaking to several trainees armed with heavy weapons. Attack its ankles. Bring it down first. The mutated residual beast was enormous and appeared quite clumsy. Once brought down, they could easily target its weak points. All of this was taught in the textbooks at school, but that mutated beast only glanced down at them, and for some reason, when Xiao Han raised his head, he felt a wave of disdain emanating from its eyes. Before they could get closer, the mutated beast raised its right arm high, and a powerful spiritual energy began to gather on the meat hammer. The sheer strength of this power caused everyone's faces to change dramatically. The combat level of this mutated beast was as high as 30 points. This was not an ordinary mutated beast, but the king of the beast horde. Not good, the situation has changed, we need to retreat. Xiao Han's pupils constricted sharply, and without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the battle plan. This group of single-digit combat level Fangya ability users dreaming of taking down a level 30 mutated beast was simply unrealistic, but it was already too late to escape. The Beast King's meat hammer ignited with a fierce flame, and it slammed the hammer down onto the ground. With a loud boom, the entire earth shook violently, and then the fiery spiritual energy spread out like a shockwave. In an instant, it swept away 5 main attackers, including Xiao Han. 4 of the student soldiers were instantly consumed by the fire attribute's spiritual energy, the immense impact easily shattering the thin layer of protective spiritual energy on their bodies, and along with it, their internal organs. Puff! They flew out like garbage bags. Although their bodies appeared unharmed, their organs were shattered, and blood gushed from the corners of their mouths as if it were free. Xiao Han did not die, not because of his formidable strength, but because at the critical moment, a black circular shield appeared in his hand. His father had prepared 2 pieces of ash relics for him, one for offense and one for defense. If it weren't for this protective shield, being so close to the Beast King would have surely resulted in severe injury. In the monitoring room, the 3 instructors also changed their expressions immediately. The combat level has reached 30, a powerful mutated entity has appeared among these beasts. It seems the trial cannot proceed smoothly. Activate the emergency plan, Su Zhixiong said. Quickly eliminate it to prevent more unnecessary casualties. But Zhang Biao interjected, wait, the trial isn't over yet, we should let them decide for themselves. He crossed his thick arms, a playful smile on his face. Letting these guys decide their own fate is much more interesting, isn't it? At this moment, in the center of the ruins, Xiao Han was violently thrown away, relying on the ash relic shield to save his life. However, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the Beast King's combat level of 30, his expression still turned extremely grim. The mutation of beasts is uncontrollable and a very rare event. It's like an ordinary human family suddenly having an 11 offspring. Such unfortunate occurrences just happened to be witnessed by him. Retreat! Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and turned to run. The 4 main attackers whose internal organs had been shattered were still not completely dead. Seeing Xiao Han flee without looking back, their eyes were filled with hatred and despair. It was Xiao Han who had led them into this dead end, and knowing full well that this was a mutated beast, he still chose to attack, leading to their demise. They certainly hated Xiao Han. At this moment, Zhao Chen and Mo Guangwen's teams had also arrived in the nearby area. The huge commotion naturally caught their attention. Is someone fighting? What a huge noise. Both sides made the same choice and rushed over at high speed. They all wanted to seize the prey and earn points. They did not anticipate the appearance of the mutated Beast King, so when they arrived and saw the enormous and terrifying Beast King in the center of the pit, their eyes were filled with shock. Meng Xiaodio exclaimed in disbelief, how could this thing possibly appear during the training camp for the student soldiers? Xiao Han fled in a panic, while the enormous Beast King did not rush to pursue him but slowly opened its massive jaws. A powerful spiritual force gathered in its mouth, taking on the form of a red flame vortex, rapidly compressing before suddenly transforming into a fire dragon that shot towards the students several hundred meters ahead. Xiao Han turned around, pushing his frost spiritual power to the limit, and a thick layer of frost formed over his entire shield, blocking in front of him. Boom! The fire dragon collided directly with Xiao Han's shield. Although most of the attack was mitigated, the consumption of spiritual power was still overwhelming for him. His legs carved out 2 deep trenches of 5 or 6 meters in the ground as he shouted to the others, run! This guy is not an opponent we can handle. At the same time, he yelled into his electronic wristband, Instructor! A mutated beast of combat level 30 has appeared in the trial area, exceeding our capabilities. Requesting support. Zhang Biao pressed his hands on the control panel, his voice coldly echoing in everyone's ears. You can choose to give up now, the giant eagle will take you away. However, you are currently in a combat state. Leaving at this time is equivalent to dying in battle. I will deduct 70 of your points. Xiao Han's face turned extremely grim. After working so hard for so long, if 70 of his hard-earned points were deducted, his score would drop to a very low level. But he had no time to think. As the main force of the frontal assault, with the shield blocking the Beast King's attack, he had already caught the attention of that Beast King. The humanoid Beast King thundered as it took its steps, like a massive warship starting up. Each step covered 5 or 6 meters, and gradually, its speed increased, eventually turning into a frenzied sprint. Despite its enormous size, its speed was terrifyingly fast. There was no hint of clumsiness. Xiaohan dared not hesitate any longer and shouted, "I forfeit." This time, the giant eagle that had been circling in the sky let out a shrill cry and dove straight down. It stirred up a massive whirlwind in front of the Beast King, sweeping Xiaohan away. The Beast King could not catch up to its speed, watching helplessly as Xiaohan disappeared and slowly raised its head. It sniffed the air, catching the scent of many human spiritual practitioners nearby. Its eyes spotted Zhao Chen and Mo Guangwen's teams arriving at the edge of the pit. Zhao Chen clearly saw it open its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, seemingly grinning wickedly. The enraged beast would become extremely frenzied, crazily hunting down all living creatures around it. At this moment, Zhao Chen and the others had already been dragged into a combat state. They heard Zhang Biao's words clearly. If they gave up now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. But if they didn't retreat, how could they fight this level 30 monster? Even Meng Qiuyo said, "Little Mu, we can't possibly defeat this guy. We might even end up losing our lives. Since Xiaohan has left, we should go too." He did not see the look in Zhao Chen's eyes. Zhao Chen stared at the level 30 mutated beast, his gaze intense, as if he saw a massive treasure. Because according to the rules, everything obtained here could be claimed as one's own. Right now, Zhao Chen needed to forge a piece of his own ash remains, and what he lacked was precisely a good material. Nothing could be better than this beast. Retreat? Zhao Chen glanced at everyone, their expressions varied, but all their eyes held a hint of reluctance. After working so hard for so long to get here, only to be told they had to give up 70 of their points? To be considered dead in battle? It was simply ridiculous. The mutated beast would not give them time to think. At this moment, it turned its attention towards the few students who had not fled near Xiaohan. It bent down like throwing a stone, aimed at a pile of rocks, and then swung its meat hammer fiercely, sending a large pile of stones flying towards the trainee soldiers at high speed. The stones, wrapped in crimson spiritual power, whistled through the air, shooting towards their area like cannonballs. Just the stones alone, moving so fast, made their faces change dramatically. Boom! The debris covered a vast area, and several trainee soldiers were left in a state of utter disarray. Forced to concede, two more shouted their withdrawal immediately. The giant eagle ignored the Beast King and swooped down to take the people away. Zhao Chen thought that their level would only be higher than that of the Beast King. But as long as they didn't shout their withdrawal, these giant eagles and the instructors in the monitoring room would indeed watch them die without intervening. Zhao Chen's eyes were fixed on the remaining beast, a massive crisis and great benefits coexisting. He pondered how to achieve victory. A direct confrontation? That was something only a fool would do. Just then, a surge of scorching spiritual power in the distance caught Zhao Chen's attention. When he turned his head, he saw a stunning scene. Mo Guangwan showed no hesitation. This proud and strong-willed girl had no thought of giving up. She drew a large bow, a beautifully crafted and imposing crimson bow. And with her fire attribute spiritual power infused, flames formed a massive storm, rolling forth. Meng Qiuyo stared at the bow in Mo Guangwan's hands, her eyes wide with shock as she exclaimed, "Double tiger shocking bow." Zhao Chen curiously asked, "Do you know her?" Meng Qiuyo opened her mouth, then shook her head and said, "I don't know her identity, but that bow is an incredibly powerful level 3 ash remnant." Zhao Chen's expression froze for a moment. Level 3 ash remnant? What kind of concept was that? In the entire Luzhou city, even the highest-ranking officials in the military might not possess a few. After Zhao Chen reached a synchronization rate of 92 with the level 1 Ash Remnant Silver Sword, he could slay remaining beasts with a combat level as high as 15. If the level 3 Ash Remnant were fully unleashed, its power would be more than 100 times that of the level 1 Ash Remnant. Even Liang Gongqi, in his lifetime, had crafted only a handful of level 3 Ash Remnants. Boom! In the midst of speaking, Mo Guangwan had already released the bowstring of the double tiger shocking bow, and an arrow purely condensed from fire spiritual power shot out fiercely. But it was no longer an arrow, it was a massive fire meteor trailing a long tail plummeting towards the Beast King. The Beast King's attention was focused on the few trainee soldiers in front, and by the time it noticed Mo Guangwan's fire arrow, it was too late to dodge, and its body was directly hit. Its enormous form was actually knocked sideways and then crashed to the ground. Is this the power of a level 3 Ash Remnant? Everyone gasped in shock. Zhao Chen saw the key point. Her synchronization rate with that double tiger shocking bow must have reached at least 20 or more. Exclusive ash remnants, tailored for someone, were more compatible and thus more powerful when used. There's hope. Zhao Chen rotated his left pinky finger, and on it was a small silver-gray ring. After practicing ash remnant crafting for so long, theoretically, his ability had reached the level of a level 1 ash remnant master, so he certainly had some works. Zhao Chen contacted Mo Guangwan through his electronic wristband. "Miss Mo, how about we team up?" Mo Guangwan looked in Zhao Chen's direction, nodded without hesitation, "Okay." She also understood that with the strength of her group, it would be very difficult to take down this Beast King. However, she still had doubts about Zhao Chen's strength, unsure of how he planned to fight against a Beast King with a combat level of 30. But what do you plan to use to deal with it? Although they had more than 20 people combined, there was little opportunity for close-range attacks. Even Xiao Han, with a combat level as high as 9, had to rely on the Ash Remnant shield to stay alive. In other words, although it seems like there are many people right now, there is no room for them to exert their strength. Zhao Chen stared at the empty sky pit below, and an idea had already formed in his mind. I can sketch a spirit pattern route and use a formation to erase it. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, everyone looked at him in surprise. At this moment, they remembered that Zhao Chen also had the identity of a Quasish Corpse Master. The scene of him sketching the spirit pattern route was still fresh in everyone's memory. Mo Guangguan's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Here? In the middle of battle? Zhao Chen nodded. That's right here. Sketching spirit patterns, especially one-time use spirit patterns, is much more difficult than creating ash corpses. This is because ash corpses must be reused multiple times and require precision. However, for a spirit pattern designed to kill prey in one strike, even a slight error that leads to the formation being damaged after use is not a big problem. Moreover, for them to hunt the Beast King, they probably only have one chance. On the ground, the Beast King, shot down by Mo Guangguan's arrow, slowly got back up, the arrow leaving a clear scar on its chest. The power of a level 3 ash corpse is indeed terrifying, but it is still far from enough to kill it. Fortunately, Mo Guangguan had already reached combat level 13, with abundant spiritual power, and could launch multiple such attacks. Zhao Chen turned the silver-gray ring on his little finger, and a faint light flashed. The ring actually split apart, extending into an extremely thin metal wire. It was almost as long as a hair, but it was not made from any kind of exotic beast bone, but rather an grade metal wire that Zhao Chen found in the engineering department's laboratory. This is currently the hardest material that can be crafted in the field of human engineering, and it is very suitable for spiritual power conduction. So this is not an ash corpse, but a Quasish corpse weapon. The fine wire extended out to over 50 meters long. It emitted a subtle sharp sound in midair, and with Zhao Chen's spiritual power flowing into it, it shimmered with a blue halo under the sunlight. Little Mu, what is this? Meng Qiuyo asked curiously. Zhao Chen replied, this is my paintbrush. He looked at Meng Qiuyo and said, Qiuyo, you will be our main force from now on. Meng Qiuyo was dumbfounded, and the others looked equally puzzled. Me? Meng Qiuyo pointed at his own nose. Zhao Chen looked at his left-hand shield and right-hand bobo gun, all of which were extremely expensive level 2 ash corpses. He didn't know how many life-saving items he had on him. I've observed your ash corpses, they are all universal types and very easy to control. Use your shield as cover, and everyone will help you activate it. Right now, I just need you to buy me some time. 5 minutes. 5 minutes will be enough. Upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, a glimmer of hope arose in everyone's hearts. Xu Meng asked, Zhao Chen, are you confident that the formation can kill that Beast King? Zhao Chen nodded, yes. His voice held no hesitation. The current situation seemed to indicate that their chances against the Beast King were slim. But remember, those who dared to stay were all elites among the new recruits. There were several who possessed such rare ash corpses. Moreover, there was Zhao Chen, the Quasi level 1 ash corpse master, here. Together, they were absolutely capable of defeating a level 30 Beast King. Xu Meng gritted his teeth. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Lu Yen came to Meng Qi's side, and at this moment he also found something he could do. Qiuyo, it'll help you activate the protective shield. Lu Yen, at combat level 12, had 4 to 5 times the spiritual power strength and total amount of Meng Qiuyo, who was at level 5. Although he couldn't directly participate in the battle, he could still provide tremendous support. Meng Qiuyo happily said, alright, then let's do it together. At this moment, the remaining beast was completely enraged. It raised its head and let out a deafening roar. Then it opened its large mouth, and a wave of fiery spiritual energy gathered within, immediately shooting out like a cannonball with a bang, towards the area where Mo Guangguan and the others were. Mo Guangguan remained calm. Beside her emerged 3 people, her roommates Shen Moran, Zhang Yuan, and Su Yuru. Zhang Yuan raised a shield made of first-level ash remains, and the 3 of them combined their spiritual power into it, causing the surface of the shield to manifest a massive transparent barrier like a wall, firmly blocking everyone in front. The fiery wave struck the shield, creating a series of thunderous booms, yet it did not shatter the shield. Having learned from the experiences of Xiao Han and others, they knew they could not confront the Beast King Hedon and understood how to defend themselves. Let's go. Miss Mo, please cover me, Zhao Chen said to Mo Guangguan. After saying that, he actually leaped into the air and jumped down into the pit. This action was extremely dangerous because to inscribe spiritual patterns, one had to be near the Beast King. Everyone had witnessed the Beast King's attack power. Without a defensive ash remains to protect him, a single blow could severely injure Zhao Chen. What a crazy guy. Mo Guanguan smirked. She was a strong-willed person and liked this kind of brave fighter, but I really like it. Her smile quickly faded as she drew the crimson double tiger bow, bending it like a full moon. The fire attribute's spiritual power surged wildly, coalescing into a long arrow. Whoosh! A fiery storm surged, condensing in one place, the arrow sharp and aimed directly at the Beast King. Another sharp arrow shot out, but this time the Beast King was prepared, raising its massive meat hammer and smashing it down fiercely. Boom! The sound of the impact echoed, and the Beast King's body only swayed slightly this time, not being knocked down again. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen had already dashed towards the vicinity of the Beast King like a ghost. Light step, a life skill, proficiency 325. Just relying on his physical strength, Zhao Chen could run at a superhuman speed of 5.38 seconds for 100 meters. And with the enhancement of spiritual power, that speed would be more than doubled. He did not choose to attack the Beast King at close range, as that would be futile. When his silver sword could reach the Beast King's attack would also land on him. Even a single blow could take half his life. So, Zhao Chen raised his right hand, wrapping a great metal wire around his pinky, extending it 50 meters into the wind. With his exceptionally high control over spiritual power, he manipulated the metal wire and began to quickly inscribe spiritual patterns on the ground. Sizzle! 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 The slender metal wire easily sliced through the ground, leaving dozens of centimeters deep grooves. Although the Beast King did not understand what Zhao Chen was trying to do, it instinctively pursued the approaching food. It took strides towards Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen did not engage but quickly circled around the Beast King's body, inscribing spiritual patterns as he spun. In the monitoring room, several instructors had long since become numb to Zhao Chen's extraordinary actions. No reference diagram needed, and inscribing spiritual patterns during battle? Am I crazy, or is he crazy? The Beast King was massive. Although it was not foolish, it was not a speed-oriented species. Clearly, it lagged behind Zhao Chen in terms of speed. Being led in circles by Zhao Chen soon made it furious. It raised its right arm high, the meat hammer gathering powerful spiritual energy, and then smashed it down hard onto the ground. A powerful red shockwave instantly swept over. Zhao Chen did not hesitate at all, thrusting his halberd into the ground, then using the rebound to launch himself into the distant sky. Boom! The red shockwave swept across the ground, erasing most of the spiritual pattern path Zhao Chen had inscribed earlier. After all, it's a muddy terrain. It's inevitable that the spiritual patterns are easily erased. However, it's good that I'm not fighting alone. Zhao Chen landed in a ruin, and as soon as he touched down, the Beast King hurled a massive amount of stones and steel fragments at him. The overwhelming attack, however, could not keep up with Zhao Chen's incredible speed. He moved like a nimble monkey, effortlessly dodging every strike. At the same time, both sides joined the battlefield. They formed a triangular formation with Zhao Chen, drawing on the previous experiences of Xiao Han and the others, and all kept their distance from the fight. Long-range attacks. Don't attempt close combat. Create opportunities for Zhao Chen to carve the spirit pattern. Mo Guanguan shouted loudly. Shen Moran bit her lip. Although she felt a bit displeased, she held her temper at that moment. She knew that dealing with a beast of this level, one misstep could cost them their lives. Both teams entered the pit, relying on the front line's ashen shield to withstand the Beast King's frontal assault. Some wanted to use bows and arrows for long-range attacks, but Zhao Chen stopped them. Miss Mo, Cho, you two are responsible for the attack. You have powerful ashen beings that can pose a threat to the Beast King. The attacks from others are meaningless. Concentrate all your strength on activating the ashen shield for defense. Create opportunities for me to draw the spirit patterns. Zhao Chen spoke rapidly. Meng Qiu and the others naturally followed Zhao Chen's instructions, and Mo Guanguan, as the captain, had no objections, so the plan was executed very smoothly. At this moment, Xiao Han and the others had already been taken away from the trial area by the giant eagle. Outside, medical personnel were ready to take the injured for treatment. As for the fallen soldiers, there were strict procedures for handling their bodies, and notifications of their deaths would be communicated to their families, along with corresponding compensation. Xiao Han sat in the corner of the monitoring room, gasping for breath, and at that moment he realized that his body was trembling like a sieve. But when he looked up and saw Zhao Chen and the others still fighting, his expression instantly turned to shock. How dare they fight against a level 30 beast? Isn't that asking for death? Xiao Han couldn't help but say. Hearing Xiao Han's words, Zhang Biao shot him a cold glance. Asking for death? Aren't you still alive and well? Xiao Han's face turned pale. His hands clenched tightly as he argued. The battlefield situation just now showed that the casualty rate among our members has reached 50, and the enemy we face is far stronger than us. Therefore, it can be concluded that the mission has failed, and retreating is only natural. Zhang Biao narrowed his eyes. What you said is the standard for ordinary soldiers. But don't forget, His voice suddenly grew louder, angrily reprimanding, "The Qingfeng camp trains elites. The sharp blade of the empire. Even if only one person remains, they cannot choose to give up out of fear during a mission. If everyone were like you, afraid of death and unwilling to face beasts and dark races, humanity would have been extinguished long ago." Zhang Biao's scolding was deafening, and Xiaohan lowered his head in shame. "I admit, I was afraid, but I can guarantee this is the first and last time." Zhang Biao scoffed lightly, too lazy to bother with him anymore, and instead looked at the battlefield scene. Xiaohan also raised his head. He saw Zhao Chen, as if walking a tightrope, entangled with the Beast King at a mid-range distance using a 50-meter-long grade metal wire. Xiaohan's face slowly turned red, out of shame. He was indeed afraid. With two exclusive Ashen beings, if he had fought bravely without fear, even if he lost, he would not have retreated so disgracefully without a fight. He never expected he could collaborate with Zhao Chen and Mo Guanguan. In his subconscious, if he saw Zhao Chen being attacked by the Beast King, he would have excitedly stood by to watch the show, waiting for Zhao Chen to embarrass himself. This was his biggest mistake, misjudging his enemy and still measuring the entire battlefield with his own petty thoughts. Xiaohan's hands were tightly clenched, his knuckles turning white as he watched the trainees still bravely fighting on the screen. A mix of emotions swirling in his heart. Mo Guangan and the others all jumped into the fray, helping Zhao Chen bear a tremendous amount of pressure. Meng Xiuyo was very afraid of death, so he directly pulled out a box of purple energy bullets from the waist pouch of his combat suit. It shimmered with a strange light under the sun, and upon seeing it, Zhu Meng couldn't help but exclaim, "Level 2 energy bullets. Exclusive hunting ammunition for the wealthy, each one worth 50,000 Xianfeng coins. Bro, you're burning money." Meng Xiuyo curled his lip. "What's money? A man has money." Their family motto was that money can be earned again if lost, but if life is lost, then nothing remains. So at critical moments, the Meng family members were all willing to spend money without regard for their lives. The level 2 Jinhai Popo gun combined with the level 2 energy bullet amethyst fired bullets with tremendous lethality from Meng Qia's gun. Although his physical fitness was poor, his marksmanship was precise, and he wouldn't miss the enormous Beast King. One bullet after another, it was as if melting Xianfeng coins into liquid and shooting them out, causing the Beast King great pain. As the Beast King roared and prepared to attack, flames erupted from another direction, with Mo Guangan holding the twin tiger trembling skybow, shooting an arrow that fell like a meteor of fire. Both sides bought a lot of time for Zhao Chen, as he did not actively attack but was busy inscribing spiritual patterns on the ground. The Beast King, constrained by the three-way engagement, would inevitably expose flaws whenever it attempted to attack in one direction. Even a level 30 existence could not face attacks from three directions simultaneously without leaving any defensive gaps. It grew increasingly furious, continuously spitting out spiritual waves from the air towards the two teams. One side was led by Shen Moran and Zhang Yuan, while the other was led by Lu Yan and Zhu Meng, with everyone's spiritual power converging on the Jinhai shield. Although it was difficult to hold the line, the defense was not quickly breached. Zhang Biao observed everything on the field and calmly analyzed, with their attack power, they cannot kill the Beast King from a distance. But choosing close combat would at least result in 2/3 of the people dying, which is too high a price to pay. Now, we can only see what kind of formation Zhao Chen intends to draw. On the battlefield, Zhao Chen moved like a spiritual snake, a gentle breeze lifting him, and even with rubble, debris, and broken machinery all around, his speed did not slow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 50-meter-long resilient thread, under his exquisite control, could actually inscribe an incredibly standard spiritual pattern. Roar! The Beast King was continuously attacked by Meng Qia's Popo gun and Mo Guangan's twin tiger trembling skybow, sustaining some injuries that, while not fatal, were indeed painful. Moreover, this irritating feeling completely enraged it. It suddenly turned to look at Mo Guangan's side, stomping and charging forward, recklessly leaving its back exposed to Meng Qiuyo, determined to take down a team first. Mo Guangan immediately frowned. If it got close, it would be very dangerous for her. Moreover, the faces of her teammates behind her were turning pale. Just at that moment, as the Beast King was charging towards Mo Guangan's team, its leg had just lifted when a slender resilient thread shot out rapidly, wrapping around its leg like a spiritual snake twice in midair. Zhao Chen tightened his grip on the thread and pulled with all his might. The Beast King's body lost balance and it fell directly to the ground. All of the Beast King's attention was drawn to the two teams. Although Zhao Chen quickly darted around it, like a bothersome flea, he had not launched a single attack, allowing the Beast King to temporarily overlook his presence. As a result, Zhao Chen ambushed it from behind. Zhao Chen struck successfully and immediately retracted the tendrils. By the time the Beast King reacted, it was possible that the tendrils could drag him over. To trip a massive Beast King with human strength was already defying the heavens. However, Zhao Chen would not be so arrogant as to compete in strength with a creature of this caliber. Attack! With the Beast King down, it provided the best opportunity for both teams to strike. Mo Guan and Mang Qbal also immediately increased their firepower. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen continued to wield the tendrils, inscribing spiritual patterns. A complete spiritual pattern was too complex and required constant vigilance against being destroyed by the Beast King while diving, which took a lot of time. However, if it was just to achieve part of its function, it was possible to operate with only a portion of the spiritual pattern drawn. The Beast King, while fending off attacks, roared angrily as it got back on its feet. But by the time it turned to find the culprit, Zhao Chen had already jumped far away. After a brief moment of thought, it prioritized dealing with the two teams. Suddenly, it walked over to an old steamroller, lifted it with its two massive fists, and aimed it directly at Mang Qbal and the others before smashing it down. The enormous steamroller came crashing down, and if hit, it would definitely leave bruises. Well, we're talking about corpse marks. Everyone gathered behind the shield, barely having time to dodge completely. Let me handle this. At a critical moment, Lu Yen stepped forward. He took a deep breath and then drew the class alloy long knife from his waist. A surge of black flames erupted from his entire body, giving off no heat but instead an incredibly chilling sensation. As if the flames came from the underworld. He drew the long knife, but outside the blade, there seemed to be an illusory long knife entwined with the hellfire burning in the void. This was Lu Yan's ability, the A-class-rated special spiritual energy, Ming Killing Flame. Under Zhao Chen's hands and guidance for a month, his swordsmanship had improved tremendously, reaching a very high level. After witnessing his ability, Zhao Chen had only said one thing: Lu Yan was born to wield a knife. Facing the approaching steamroller, Lu Yan focused his mind, remembering the combat techniques Zhao Chen had taught him. Do not fear, see your enemy clearly, and unleash your abilities. As the long knife was unsheathed, a streak of pitch-black flame cut through the air. When that black flame made contact with the spiritual energy on the steamroller, the Beast King's spiritual power melted away as if ice had touched the sun. Ming Killing Flame had the ability to devour spiritual energy. Before Lu Yan's blade, all spiritual abilities would face indiscriminate weakening. The steamroller was neatly split in half, leaving Zhu Meng and the others dumbfounded. Although it was just a casual strike from the Beast King, if it were him trying to block it, even with all his might, he could at most only push it off its original path, but he could never split it in two. At this moment, everyone recalled that the usually quiet long-haired youth who always followed Zhao Chen and the others was an A-class talent, a genius at combat level 12. Although Lu Yan's performance was stunning, facing the Beast King's relentless long-range spiritual wave bombardment, both teams were starting to struggle. Even if they concentrated all their strength, they could barely defend. As for the attacks from Mo Guan and Mang Qbal, while they appeared fierce, they could not inflict effective lethal damage or serious injury on the Beast King. If this dragged on, they would have no choice but to retreat. But just then, Zhao Chen's voice came through the electronic wristbands, ringing in their ears. The formation is set. Everyone focused and was shocked to find that beside the Beast King, Zhao Chen had already inscribed a massive spiritual pattern array. Zhao Chen shouted, Miss Mo, you are in the northeast corner. Qbal, you go to the southwest and infuse your spiritual power into the spiritual pattern. At this moment, both teams had no other choice but to trust Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen wrapped the tough threads around two massive stones, tightening them securely. Both sides reached their designated positions on the formation, and at Zhao Chen's command, they simultaneously infused their spiritual power into it. The combined spiritual power of over a dozen elite students was not to be underestimated. In an instant, the spiritual energy flowed along the circular spiritual pattern, converging in power and erupting in a dazzling white light. The Beast King, positioned at the center of the formation, suddenly felt as if its body was firmly bound by something, rendering it unable to move for a moment. What Zhao Chen had set up was not a lethal spiritual pattern, but a sealing formation meant to restrain. He knew that there was only one chance to kill the Beast King. Creating a complete spiritual pattern on the battlefield was nearly impossible. Firstly, it would take too long, and secondly, it could easily be disrupted, making it difficult to form. So all he needed was to trap the Beast King for a moment. When the formation was activated and the Beast King found it hard to move, Zhao Chen sprang into action. The tough threads formed a taut net over the two massive stones, and Zhao Chen's body pushed back with force. When the power had accumulated to its peak, he suddenly propelled himself forward. He soared into the sky, drawing out the first-level silver sword, which had a synchronization rate of 92 with him. He infused all his spiritual power into it in the shortest time possible. And the silver sword shimmered with a dazzling silver light, like a silver moon traversing the sky, heading straight for the Beast King. The Beast King seemed to sense the approaching danger and attempted to turn back, but its body was still firmly restrained. Moreover, its body type lacked a neck, with its head almost buried in its chest, making its head movements very sluggish. Zhao Chen flew in from above, targeting its head from behind, and unleashed the killing move from the Rain and Wind sword. Wind and Rain Night Soul Sever. The sword light was sharp, like a moon hanging in the sky, and the sword tip plunged down fiercely into the Beast King's head from Zhao Chen's palm. In a panic, the Beast King gathered its spiritual power at its head, trying to block Zhao Chen's attack. However, the silver sword was forged from the claws of the silver wolf, and its inherent ability was sharpness. The silver wolf was a creature with extreme attack power, capable of biting through beings far above its own combat level. Zhao Chen gripped the silver sword with both hands, aimed at its head, and exerted all his strength to thrust down hard. Its protective spiritual power was unable to withstand it, and with a crack sound, its skull was penetrated, with the sword, over a meter long, completely piercing its brain except for the hilt. The remaining beast was humanoid, and its weaknesses were also its heart and brain. This strike completely shattered its brain, causing it to lose all vitality in an instant. In front of everyone, it let out a short, mournful cry before its massive 10-meter body crashed to the ground. Zhao Chen floated down lightly, his face slightly pale. At this moment, his spiritual power was nearly exhausted, but this desperate strike did not disappoint him. However, to be safe, Zhao Chen still twisted the sword inside the Beast King's head a few times before slowly pulling it out. It brought out a lot of viscous white substance, which was somewhat disgusting. Yet compared to everything they had experienced during their training, this was merely a small scene. We won! Zhao Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, the joy of victory making him feel incredibly refreshing, yet he did not shout excitedly to the heavens. As for Mo Guanguan and the others, they only accepted the fact that they had achieved ultimate victory when they saw the Beast King crash to the ground. Yay! We were so awesome, we actually took down a 30 combat level beast. Oh my gosh, I have to tell my dad when I get home, he definitely won't believe it. Everyone was incredibly excited, even though they had long anticipated the possibility of successfully defeating the Beast King. But they never expected to win with 0 casualties, although everyone was somewhat drained of spiritual power. No one was injured. This is a complete victory. Zhao Chen is really impressive, Zhang Yuan said with a smile covering her face. Among the crowd, Jin Shengcheng, who had been following Xiao Han, was now in tears. That was my ash remains. Why is he using it so skillfully? Shen Mo Ran lowered her head, silent but quietly clenched her fists. It shouldn't be like this. The one shining brightly should be her. Why, even though Zhao Chen only had an A-level talent and a combat level of just 1, did he shine so brilliantly? In contrast, she, with a combat level of 9, although performing well, paled in comparison to Zhao Chen. She wouldn't regret her decision. Even if given another chance, she still felt she had made the right choice. But why did it feel so uncomfortable inside? As if she had lost. Mo Guanguan rushed to the Yusho, her eyes gleaming with joy as she stared at the massive prey, then raised her wristband to take a few photos. Her wristband was different from Zhao Chen's. Seemingly a custom version, looking more high-end. Zhao Chen, you're quite impressive. But compared to me, you're still a bit lacking, Mo Guanguan said, hands on her hips. But now, you qualify for my recognition. Zhao Chen took a deep breath to calm his excitement from his first hunt of a large beast. Then he smiled at Mo Guanguan and said, then I really feel honored. Of course. There aren't many who can earn my recognition, so you can be secretly pleased. Seeing the two chatting so happily, Shen Mo Ran felt even more depressed. A crowd gathered around, and Meng Qiu excitedly opened her arms, shouting as she pounced on the Yusho. Wow! This is my first trophy, let me show it to my dad. Many people did the same, taking photos for memories. After all, this was their most impressive achievement since becoming spiritual ability users. Mo Guanguan flicked her long ponytail and said to Zhao Chen, take a picture of me. Make sure it looks good. Saying this, she posed playfully in front of the Beast King's corpse. Zhao Chen, oh. He took a picture of Mo Guanguan, and when he showed it to her, she nodded in satisfaction. Here, let me take one of you. She pushed Zhao Chen over. Zhao Chen thought for a moment. Family? Thinking of that figure who transformed into the golden-armored goddess of war and vanished into the night, Zhao Chen's gaze softened. I wonder how Aunt Bu was doing far away. He still had Mo Guanguan take a picture for him, which he then sent to Bu Yanhuan. Since the day Bu Yanhuan left, they had hardly been in touch. They were so familiar with each other that they didn't engage in unnecessary pleasantries, but that didn't affect their feelings at all. In the southeastern territory of the Xianfeng Empire, on a battlefield that had just ended, soldiers were cleaning up. Bu Yanhuan, clad in golden armor and holding the Ming Lei Chong gun, was looking for a place to wash off the thick blood. But suddenly, her electronic wristband vibrated slightly. Her expression changed slightly because the message was at the top position. Besides the high-ranking military officials, only one person's name appeared. She opened the electronic wristband and a photo popped up, projected in front of her. The boy she had trained for 10 years stood in front of a giant beast, wearing a deliberately forced smile. The caption read, "First time taking down a big guy, a combat level 30 beast, not bad, right?" Bu Yen Huan couldn't help but chuckle, "Little brat. You're also putting on a show." But she quickly replied to the message. So, you need to practice more." After receiving Bu Yen Huan's response, Zhao Chen just shrugged and smiled nonchalantly. Their way of communicating had always been like this. In the monitoring room, the faces of the three instructors also showed satisfied smiles. This was a perfect example of teamwork. This is also why they didn't send someone to take action directly. Because they anticipated that the rookie squad was capable of resolving this crisis. However, in their original plan, many people were bound to die, perhaps a few. On the battlefield, it was common to sacrifice lives to replace the enemy's strong fighters. But today, an unexpected turn of events occurred. They actually found a combat master among the recruits, someone who could skillfully use spiritual patterns to set up battle formations. Xia Yingxue proudly lifted her snow-white neck, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, and said, "I told you giving him special admission treatment was the right call, didn't I?" Zhang Biao shrugged with a smile, "I admit, that kid Zhao Chen has brought me too many surprises." No one paid attention to Xiao Han, who was slumped in the corner like a dead dog. The success of others only highlighted his failure. Coincidentally, each time he failed, it was magnified by the success of the same person. At this moment, Xiao Han deeply regretted not setting aside personal grudges and being willing to collaborate with Zhao Chen, and Mo Guangguan, and others. In fact, he didn't need to flee in such a panic. He still had a chance to join in on the hunt. At that time, he could also present it as an achievement to his stern father, the deputy commander. However, he had ruined everything himself. Buzz, the electronic wristband vibrated and the scores were finalized. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Han's score didn't even make it into the top 10. The person at the top was still Zhao Chen. Second place went to Mo Guangguan. As for third place, it was surprisingly Meng Qiudiu, who had previously kept a low profile. This was very reasonable. Possessing 2 pieces of second-level ashes, the spiritual energy bullets he fired in this battle were worth up to 1,000,000 Xianfeng coins. Even buying a complete body of a level 30 beast on the market would cost about the same. Xiao Han lost completely. He stood up with a face full of frustration and walked towards the monitoring room. Outside, several followers, upon seeing the leaderboard, also displayed expressions of unwillingness and understanding. Song Siki and Shen Tang didn't hang up, they returned with Xiao Han. Upon seeing him, Song Siki gritted his teeth and said indignantly, "Young Master Xiao, we can't keep letting Zhao Chen and the others step on us, can we? At worst, we can schedule a time to fight them. I want to see whose firepower is stronger." Song Siki had been hospitalized for a week after being beaten by Zhao Chen, which caused him to fall behind in training points. He had hoped to turn things around in the final trial, but due to being out of the fight, he lost 70 of his points and was now at the bottom of the rookie camp. He was, of course, filled with resentment and unwilling to accept this terrible fact. Xiao Han's expression was terrifyingly dark. He pointed at Song Siki and the others, coldly saying, "Fight? With what? You don't even look at yourselves. When you encountered the Beast King, you all wet your pants in fear." They were risking their lives to fight the Beast King. A group of followers looked at Xiao Han with some defiance in their eyes. At that time, Xiao Han's performance hadn't been that impressive either. What right did he have to criticize them? Xiao Han lowered his head and crushed a passing bug underfoot. "Zhao Chen's arrogance is too much. I will definitely bring him down a peg. Just wait and see." After saying this, he ignored everyone's expressions and turned to leave. Zhao Chen received a notification that as the first place in the training trial, he was awarded 50 credits. Starting today, this batch of trainees could officially begin systematic course learning in the Qingfeng camp system. Everyone received a certain amount of reward credits, their faces showing expressions of joy. Zhao Chen looked at the massive corpse of the Beast King behind him, examined it carefully, and said to everyone, "I only need the vertebrae from it as materials for practicing ash manufacturing. How about you all divide the rest?" The crowd looked at Zhao Chen, somewhat surprised. Typically, the most sought-after part of a beast is the heart's spiritual source. Although the materials from the burnt remains are precious, ordinary people can't use them and can only sell them. The residual beasts belong to a lower tier among the exotic beasts, and their body materials aren't worth much. Naturally, no one would compete with Zhao Chen, and they all nodded in agreement. "This time, we succeeded in the hunt, and you are the one to thank. So I have no objections," Xu Meng was the first to say with a smile. The others nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Zhao Chen quite friendly. "Yeah, this thing is most useful to you. Little Mu, you should practice hard. Once you become a master of burnt remains, we'll have to ask for your help." The group was particularly friendly towards Zhao Chen, all wearing warm expressions. Shen Mo Ran thought of Zhao Chen's status as a prospective master of burnt remains, and her heart felt even heavier. Zhao Chen could already inscribe spiritual patterns for combat, while she couldn't even perfectly draw a complete spiritual pattern map. The gap between them was larger than she had imagined. She took a deep breath. My path is not here. In the future, as I embark on the journey of a spiritual power user, I will surely leave him far behind. After the battle, everyone divided the valuable items from the Beast King. The mutated Beast King's most solid part was its long and hard spine. The meat hammer was relatively inferior and could barely be sold, but the quality for making burnt remains was much lower. The heart's spiritual source was extracted and then purchased by Xu Meng. As a level special recruit, he was not far from entering the soldier rank at level 10. He planned to solidify his foundation before attempting a breakthrough. Therefore, he needed to prepare more spiritual sources. The transactions were very harmonious, ensuring that everyone was as satisfied as possible. Then they left the trial area, and the remaining cleanup would naturally be handled by specialized cleaning personnel. After leaving the trial area, they encountered the students who had exited early. Upon learning that Zhao Chen and the others had actually killed a mutated Beast King at level 30, they felt both envy and jealousy. After the training ended, there was no celebration or graduation ceremony. All they received was a cold notification on their electronic wristbands. The month-long training was over, and they would have a day of rest tomorrow. Then they would return to Qingfeng camp to begin their formal studies. Zhao Chen and the others went to the cafeteria and had a hearty meal to replenish their energy. They vented a month's worth of hard work on the food. While eating, Meng Qiuqiu was gnawing on a chicken leg when suddenly a figure appeared beside him, clearing her throat twice. Meng Qiuqiu looked up and quickly understood, standing up with his plate to give up his seat. Everyone looked over and saw that the newcomer was Mo Guanguan. She placed her plate next to Zhao Chen, then adjusted her skirt and sat down. Everyone's expressions turned strange as they glanced at Zhao Chen, then at Mo Guanguan, their eyes filled with a hint of ambiguity, and they discreetly left space for the two to be alone. Zhao Chen, who did you learn your martial arts from? Mo Guanguan poked at her food with chopsticks, her eyes fixed on Zhao Chen. Curiosity burning brightly in her large eyes. Zhao Chen stuffed 2 pieces of green vegetables into his mouth, then smiled and said, I haven't asked you, which family's young lady are you from? Mo Guanguan was taken aback for a moment, then her cheeks puffed up in anger. Anyway, I can tell that the person who taught you is a seasoned expert with years of battlefield experience. He must be someone well known. I've seen many soldiers, and nothing escapes my eyes. The fact that Zhao Chen's master was Bu Yanhuan wasn't much of a secret. Many people knew. However, Zhao Chen had no interest in spreading it around. He simply smiled faintly. You guessed right. Mo Guanguan said, since I came out of my mother's womb, I haven't lost to anyone more than a few times aside from my 2 older brothers. I don't bow down to anyone among my peers. But who would have thought that upon arriving at Qingfeng camp, you would continuously be overshadowed? But I'm not convinced. She stared at Zhao Chen. Her gaze intense as she said, don't say I'm bullying you. From now on, you should train hard, and when your fighting level is about the same as mine, we must have a good fight. Zhao Chen covered his face and smiled wryly. Is it really necessary to fight? Absolutely necessary. Mo Guanguan said in an undeniable tone, if I don't have a good fight with you, I won't sleep soundly every night. Even in her dreams, she would think about surpassing you. This last part she didn't dare to say out loud. Beating Zhao Chen, even if it was just being faster than him in a race, had become an obsession for Mo Guanguan. Well, fine then. Zhao Chen had no choice but to agree. If it was just a sparring match between comrades in the military camp, he didn't mind. Mo Guanguan and Zhao Chen were now the prominent figures in the new recruits camp. Their brilliance was so overwhelming that it even overshadowed the level special recruits like Xiao Han and Shin Moran. The sight of the two eating together sparked a lot of speculation. Wow, Mo Guanguan and Zhao Chen, they got together so quickly? Hee, it really is a case of love blossoming over time. Looks like my days of being single are numbered. Please, go find a mirror and take a look, thanks. Your single status is due to inherent shortcomings. The classmates were buzzing with chatter, and the overall atmosphere in the cafeteria was quite relaxed. However, someone was in a terrible mood. Xiao Han hadn't eaten at all today, and his few followers wore gloomy expressions, not saying a word throughout the meal. After finishing his meal, Zhao Chen prepared to take 2 sections of vertebrae to the engineering department. He wrapped the materials in a piece of rag. They were the hardest 2 bones from the Beast King. Zhao Chen wanted to use them to forge his first piece of ash remains. He was now ready to become a true ash remains master. Only then could he earn enough money to exchange for sufficient resources to help himself grow. With no money and no background, the only way was to work harder. After leaving the cafeteria, he headed straight for the engineering department. Upon reaching a grove on the necessary path, he saw a familiar figure in the distance, leaning against a large tree, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle in solitude. It was Xiao Han, his hands in his pockets, his face filled with desolation. Zhao Chen lowered his gaze slightly, smiled faintly, and walked over. Zhao Chen. Xiao Han called out to him. Zhao Chen stopped and glanced at him. What's up? Are you here cosplaying as a literary youth? Girls these days aren't falling for that anymore. You should try something else. The tragic hero atmosphere that Xiao Han had painstakingly created was completely shattered by Zhao Chen, nearly choking him on his own spit. You're still the same, sharp-tongued as ever. Zhao Chen said, if you have something to say, just say it. I have things to do. Xiao Han took a deep breath and stared at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen. Let's have a match. 7 days from now, I will publicly challenge you at the training ground. Will you accept or not? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chen looked deeply at Xiao Han. He knew this day would come sooner or later. The competitive desire that had been building up in Xiao Han for years would surely erupt, especially after entering Qingfeng camp. Xiao Han looked at Zhao Chen seriously and said, don't think I'm bullying you. Although my fighting level is higher than yours, my talent is also stronger than yours, so as time goes on, my fighting level will only widen the gap between us. Even though you've now reached fighting level 5, I know you did it by hastily boosting your growth with spiritual sources, which is not a good thing. A shaky foundation will lower your upper limit. So while you can still see my back, I'm giving you this opportunity to fight me. He suddenly pointed at Zhao Chen, his gaze sharp as he said, otherwise, when we fight again, I will only crush you. Zhao Chen narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Bullying the weak? You seem to have a misunderstanding of this concept. Then let me ask you, why 7 days later, and not now? Zhao Chen's voice suddenly became sharp, his eyes fixed intently on Xiao Han. Xiao Han felt as if his little schemes had been completely seen through by Zhao Chen. The reason for choosing to duel 7 days later was that Xiao Han planned to return home tomorrow and use his family's spiritual source to break through to the soldier rank. Then he would quickly defeat Zhao Chen and wash away the shame. The fact that Zhao Chen pointed this out so bluntly made his face momentarily flustered. I was just thinking that after just finishing a big battle, it would be best for both of us to adjust our states before we talk. So, Zhao Chen, do you dare to accept the challenge? Zhao Chen looked at him quietly. I can give you this opportunity to challenge me. But if you lose, you need to pay me 10 spiritual sources of level 30 or above. Xiao Han jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, screaming, why don't you go rob someone? 10 spiritual sources, where am I supposed to get that many? Zhao Chen shrugged, laughing dismissively, then why should I fight you? Anyway, the one in a hurry to prove himself isn't me. If you don't want to, then forget it. With that, Zhao Chen turned to leave. Soon, he heard the voice he wanted to hear. Come back. I'll give you at most 3. The current situation was that Xiao Han was begging Zhao Chen to fight him. He was desperate to improve. If he couldn't have a hard battle, how could he establish himself in the Qingfeng camp in the future? As the son of the deputy commander of the Luzhang city garrison, wouldn't he become a joke? How would he explain it to his father when he got home? The Xiao family was not a wealthy family. His grandfather earned military merits on the battlefield, barely making the Xiao family middle class. Later, with his father Xiao Tianyi being a level awakener, the Xiao family's social status advanced further. So by the 3rd generation, all the hopes of the Xiao family rested on Xiao Han. They all expected him to surpass his predecessors and truly secure the Xiao family's position in the upper circles. The burden he carried was not light at all. Zhao Chen looked at him deeply, then nodded, all right. Even if Xiao Han became a soldier-level ability user, he was not afraid at all, because Xiao Han no longer had the fighting spirit of charging forward. From his repeated hesitations, waiting until he broke through to the soldier rank before daring to challenge, it was clear that his heart was already in disarray when facing Zhao Chen. A person who begins to worry about the outcome of their failure before the battle has even started, how can they win? Therefore, Zhao Chen was confident that this battle would be a sure victory. Why not take the 3 spiritual sources offered for free? Zhao Chen casually arrived at the engineering department, planning to forge his ashes tonight. With 2 sets of materials, even if one failed, the probability of success for the other was still relatively high. It wouldn't be that unlucky to fail twice in a row. However, to be safe, he first took out the remaining beast claws he had collected earlier to engrave and improve his skill proficiency. The demon clown was activated, and the skill switched to seal bone remnants. Then Zhao Chen began the sealing ritual. The bone remnants of ordinary head beasts were the lowest grade materials. Even if these materials succeeded, they could only be used to create inferior level 1 ashes. Ashes were classified into upper, middle, and lower grades based on quality, even within the same level. If crafted specifically for a certain type of ability user, and if the compatibility was right, the upper grade ones were referred to as top grade ashes. For example, the silver sword of Jinxiang City was a top grade level 1 ash, made from the best materials. Zhao Chen skillfully engraved the spiritual patterns on the mithril, then began to perform the sealing technique, embedding the bone remnants into the mithril. To his surprise, it succeeded on the first try. With only a 30% chance, achieving success would be considered a surprise. Zhao Chen looked at the rough low-grade ash remains, which could be considered a first-grade ash remains. He simply bent the secret silver into a ring and put it on his left pinky finger. The spiritual pattern route used was the most common one, no freedom. As an amplification-type spiritual pattern route, the function of this ash remains was to enhance the user's own spiritual power. Zhao Chen tried it out briefly. After activating the ash remains, his spiritual power strength increased by about 10%. Just average, Zhao Chen commented dismissively, but adhering to his principle of preferring quality over quantity, he decided to keep it for himself. Little did he know that if others saw his thoughts, they would surely pound their chests and scold him for being ungrateful. Because even for such a low-grade first-level amplification ash remains, the official price could reach a staggering 15 million Xianfeng coins. In the black market, the price could even exceed 20 million. After unintentionally refining a low-grade first-level ash remains, Zhao Chen planned to start crafting a suitable ash remains weapon. His choice had long been decided: the Fang Tianhua Ji. Among the ash remains, crafting weapon-type ash remains was a bit more troublesome. Because one could not directly seal the bone remains, other materials had to be added, first shaping it into a weapon of sufficient quality in a manner similar to that of a craftsman. However, this was not a difficult task for Zhao Chen. The engineering department was not lacking in high-grade metal materials, and he directly took out a Fang Tianhua Ji blank from under his workbench. This thing could be mass-produced using mechanical die casting. Made from a grade metal, it was currently the most durable material for mass production. It was only because Liang Gongqi had a particular fondness for Zhao Chen that he could obtain so much a grade metal material. Otherwise, with his permissions, he wouldn't have been able to get so much. A Fang Tianhua Ji used enough material to forge 5 or 6 swords. With the blank ready, the next step was to integrate the spine bone remains of the residual Beast King into it. Zhao Chen opened his seal bone remains panel. At this point, its proficiency had already reached 37. According to the probabilities, using 2 portions of bone remains to forge a weapon had a success rate of up to 60. It was worth a try, and even if he failed, it could still serve to accumulate proficiency. With this in mind, Zhao Chen immediately used the turtle breathing technique to calm his mind and began the sealing ritual. The spiritual patterns had already been engraved on the secret silver, and to be safe, he had engraved an extra one. Activating the spiritual pattern circuit on the secret silver, the built-in sealing ritual immediately began to emit a mysterious blue glow, enveloping the Fang Tianhua Ji blank and a piece of the residual Beast King's bone remains on the workbench. After a while, the secret silver emitted a mysterious light, and the blank and bone remains began to become ethereal, the space distorting as if they were about to be swallowed into the secret silver. But in the next moment, the energy experienced unstable fluctuations, the light on the bone remains suddenly dimmed, and a blood-colored mist slowly rose from within the bone remains. This was the loss of spirituality, indicating that Zhao Chen's first attempt at refining had failed. However, Zhao Chen was not affected at all. A 37 success rate was not high to begin with, but the proficiency of bone remains sealing increased from 37 to 38. He took another bone remains and continued the sealing ritual. Maintaining the same calm mindset, he infused spiritual power to start the sealing ritual, the spiritual patterns flickering, the light enveloping the blank and bone remains. This time, due to his previous experience, Zhao Chen's control over spiritual power was more refined. Before his very eyes, he saw the blank and bone remains seemingly shrink, gradually beginning to merge into one, then being absorbed into that small piece of secret silver. Under Zhao Chen's expectant gaze, they finally vanished into the secret silver. It worked! Zhao Chen's hands trembled slightly with excitement as he picked up the piece of secret silver. No wonder it said that space and mental ability users are the most suitable for refining ashes. The sealing ritual step utilizes the spiritual pattern to achieve the functionality of the space system. If it were Shinmoran doing this, it would probably be much easier than what I'm doing now. Zhao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It's no surprise he thought of Shinmoran, as space abilities are extremely rare. Even with equal combat levels and strength, space abilities can exert a greater influence on the battlefield and within a team. At this moment, the ashes were still a small piece of secret silver, which has a very high malleability, allowing the ash master to forge it according to their will. Zhao Chen looked at his hands, which already had 3 rings. One was a silver sword, one was an amplification ash, and there was also a resilient thread. He wasn't like Meng Qiaoyou, who liked to wear rings all over his hands. Even though the ash rings were very thin, Zhao Chen still stretched this piece of secret silver thin and forged it into a bracelet. It was a semi-open style, a silver bracelet that could be worn on the arm. After finishing all this, Zhao Chen infused it with spiritual power. In an instant he felt a strong bloody aura in his mind, rushing towards him, tainted with endless flames. That was the ferocity of the residual beast before its death. Zhao Chen's expression remained unchanged, and his powerful will directly suppressed it. As a joke, it was something Zhao Chen personally killed, so of course he wouldn't feel any fear towards it. Moreover, since it was ashes crafted by Zhao Chen himself, it was very useful. A black halberd appeared in Zhao Chen's hand, adorned with streaks of blood-red patterns. This is the first weapon ash I crafted. I'll call you Extinguish Ash. This meant it was crafted from the bones of the mutated residual beast king. The weight was about 80 pounds, which was just right for Zhao Chen at this moment. It could fully unleash the advantage of his innate divine strength. After the final trial, Zhao Chen also realized that the physique could continuously strengthen, and it was not useless after all. It could even be said that the power of the physique was a unique attribute belonging to Zhao Chen. The physiological structure of humans determined that they were naturally inferior to the dark races and powerful alien beasts in terms of physique. Without spiritual abilities, they could only become food and slaves. But for Zhao Chen, due to the existence of the demon clown, he could break through the bottleneck of human physiological structure and infinitely enhance his physique. Speed, strength, agility, he had already far surpassed ordinary humans. Therefore, even though his combat level was only 5 now, his true strength was far beyond that level. If he reached a higher level, his physique could be infinitely strengthened, and he might even rival the dual supreme beings in 4 pillars of the human race with just his physical body. Zhao Chen thought this in his heart and couldn't help but feel excited. Demon Clown, start synchronization, Zhao Chen commanded. The demon clown chuckled, and then the proficiency sign in his arms immediately changed its wording. Extinguish Ash, medium grade level 1 Ash, synchronization rate 35. Zhao Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the bones of the mutated residual beast king could actually forge a medium grade level 1 Ash. Generally speaking, residual beasts below level 100, unless they were high-level race bones, could not forge medium grade ashes. This was a great surprise for Zhao Chen. However, it was also related to him personally crafting the ashes, making them more suited to his attributes. This also led to the initial stage of the ash having a synchronization rate as high as 35. Very good. If I practice for a while longer and raise its proficiency to 100, I wonder what will happen. Zhao Chen looked at the extinguished ash in front of him, his eyes filled with unexplainable fondness. At that moment, the door to the engineering department was pushed open, and Liang Gongqi, wearing flip-flops, walked in boldly. As soon as she entered, she saw the extinguished ash in Zhao Chen's hand. Oh, where did you get this halberd ash? This kind of weapon is quite rare on the market. Zhao Chen blinked and smiled. I made this myself. Liang Gongqi, who was about to pass by, suddenly froze in place upon hearing this. Zhao Chen proudly presented the extinguished ember to Liang Gongqi. Teacher, could you please take a look and see how I did with this weapon made from ember remains? Liang Gongqi turned her head stiffly, looking at Zhao Chen as if he were a monster. Where did you get the materials? Zhao Chen candidly replied, didn't you tell me to go to the final trial to get them? I really put in a lot of effort to take down that level 30 mutated beast. Liang Gongqi's eyes slowly widened, her brain momentarily malfunctioning. She had said that just to make Zhao Chen stop bothering her. With her keen eye, she could tell at a glance that this was a pretty good quality weapon, capable of being rated as a mid-grade level ember remains. But the fact that Zhao Chen had hunted the materials himself? Level 5 hunting level 30? Zhao Chen explained the backstory. It wasn't just me hunting, over 20 of us worked together. In the end, I only took 2 pieces of bone remains. Even so, Liang Gongqi still found it hard to believe. Not bad, not bad. Her lips felt a bit dry, and for a moment, she didn't know how to comment. Having such a monster as her disciple was a good thing. But why did it feel so bitter in her mouth and heart? Could the gap between people be this vast? Back in the day, she had to study hard for a year, and with her family's support, she managed to gather enough resources to create her first ember remains. But Zhao Chen, while participating in an intense training camp, was also learning how to make ember remains. Just like that, he spent a month and became a level 1 ember master? Liang Gongqi quietly pinched her thigh. The sharp pain clearly told her she wasn't dreaming. Reality was both beautiful and cruel. Not bad, not bad. You can consider yourself a level 1 ember master now. But this is just the beginning. The path of an ember master is very long. The difficulty from level 1 to level 2 is more than 10 times that of before. From level 2 to level 3, the difficulty increases 100-fold. She suppressed the impulse to twitch her lips and casually said, creating 1 ember remains might just be luck. Let's see how you do with your second one. Zhao Chen fell silent for a moment and took off the amplification ember remains from his finger. Does this count? Sorry, it's a bit rough. I originally intended to practice, but somehow I ended up making it. I felt it was a waste to throw it away, so I kept it for now. Liang Gongqi looked at the rough ring Zhao Chen handed over, which was simply a piece of mithril bent into shape, and her breath caught in her throat. You mean, today, you made 2 level 1 ember remains? Zhao Chen said, I got a lot of practice materials from the trial area. Strictly speaking, the success rate is only a bit over 30%. Liang Gongqi could no longer contain her emotions. She turned around, not bad, take your time practicing. I will report to the Ember Master Association and the higher-ups of the Qingfeng camp about you. As a senior technical profession, from now on, you will receive double subsidies from both the Ember Master Association and the Qingfeng camp. She didn't want to see Zhao Chen for even a second because she was worried she would become jealous enough to harm him. Zhao Chen, however, didn't think this was such a big deal. His success rate was only a bit over 30%, which should be a normal standard. He forgot that he had only spent a month, and it wasn't even full-time studying ember manufacturing. Such talent, throughout history, could absolutely not be found in another person. This was the ability of the demon clown. Once a skill was learned, it would never be forgotten or regress, and it would steadily improve. Zhao Chen stored the extinguishing halberd into his wristband, then, as usual, headed to the training hall, requesting a training room from Jiang Jiao, and began practicing halberd techniques to enhance his synchronization with the extinguishing. However, he was unaware of the tremendous impact he had on the entire Qingfeng camp. After returning to her workshop, Liang Gongqi grabbed a book and stuffed it into her mouth, biting down fiercely to suppress the jealousy and excitement within her. Once her emotions stabilized, she immediately set off for Qingfeng camp, sending a message to the camp's principal, Lu Weiguo, on the way. Old Lu, are you in the office? I have something huge to discuss with you. At that moment, Lu Weiguo was planning to leave work to have a meal at the second floor of the cafeteria. Upon receiving Liang Gongqi's message, his brows furrowed tightly. Could it be that there's been a disturbance caused by a strange beast? He dared not delay, so he waited in the office for Liang Gongqi. Before long, the 2 vice principals of Qingfeng camp, Han Chongshan and Fang Qingyu, also arrived. Lu Weiguo asked, What do you two